Every time the boy eats a meal, the essence in his body will grow stronger, then temper his body, and transform his bones. Meng Yuan has been able to cross into this world for a month, but he has been fleeing and has not had a full meal. As he walked to an abandoned post station and was about to go in to search, he saw a scar-faced man with greedy green eyes rushing out, staring straight at Meng Yuan behind him. This person is clearly hungry and has already tasted the same kind of taste. Meng Yuan was followed by a pair of grandfather and grandson. These two people had walked together with Meng Yuan before, but they had never spoken to each other and did not even know each other's names. In extreme hunger, people are unwilling to speak, and they don't even have the energy to think. Brother, it doesn't concern you, we just want that child. The scar-faced man licked his lips and said to Meng Yuan, the child's flesh is tender and delicious. Cooking it doesn't require much firewood. Brother, I'm hungry, really hungry to the point of no return. At this time, another person emerged from behind the big tree, holding a long stick in his hand. Alright, I'll leave it to you. These two people obviously had planned it in advance. However, looking at their appearance, they do seem quite hungry. Give me a share, Meng Yuan said weakly. Okay. The scar-faced man immediately agreed and moved forward to grab someone with a broken wooden stick in hand. Oh my god! The old man protected his grandson behind him, then let out a sorrowful cry and rushed towards the scar-faced man, ignoring the beating with a stick, and just tightly hugged the waist of the scar-faced man. Child, run quickly, the fearless are invincible. At that moment, the scar-faced man was unable to do anything to the old man. Grandpa, the thin and weak child unexpectedly spoke with the girl's voice. She did not escape, but instead hoarsely tried to help. Go away! Meng Yuan took 2 steps forward, holding a stick to block in front of the girl. Looking back, he saw that the scar-faced man was indeed strong, and after a few twists, he straddled the old man, tightly pinching the old man's neck with both hands. Ha ha, I've got him. Hurry up and hit his head, the scar-faced man shouted frantically at Meng Yuan. Okay. Meng Yuan seized the opportunity and struck the back of Scarface's head with a stick. This blow almost used up all of Meng Yuan's strength, causing him to feel dizzy and unsteady on his feet for a moment. Scarface swayed, then fell to the side. His accomplice had already rushed up, but when Meng Yuan suddenly turned around, holding a stick in his hand, he seemed at a loss and confused. Meng Yuan gasped heavily, cursed at the person in front of him, and then took a step forward. The world is difficult. This is the last kindness Meng Yuan can give. Killing Scarface is a trick, but he really doesn't have the strength to kill another person again. The two of them quickly caught up, and the man left behind indeed did not dare to chase. The man climbed to his companion's body, cried twice, and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Brother, you smell so good. After a while, Meng Yuan was almost exhausted. With only a stench supporting him, the old man saw Meng Yuan slowing down and took out half a bun from his pocket. Meng Yuan looked at the old man, only to see his sparse beard and sunken cheeks, clearly on the verge of death. If I can't handle it, please take care of this child. Little brother. The old man's lips were dry, squeezing out an ugly smile, pleading, even if it doesn't work out, don't let anyone eat him. Meng Yuan took the cake, ignoring the child's hopeful eyes, swallowing it bite by bite, and even sucking up the cake crumbs. Then he grabbed some snow, put it in his mouth, felt a bit stronger, and then took a step forward. The grandfather and grandson followed silently. By nightfall, they found a dilapidated temple, lit a fire, and rested together. By daybreak, they continued on for a while and saw a city wall at the end of the main road ahead, clearly finding a way out. Under the city wall, there are many low and flat houses, made of a mix of mud bricks, which should be where the poor people who make a living nearby live. There is also a porridge shed, where 6 or 7 bailiffs are serving porridge. If there are disaster victims fighting over it, they will be harshly whipped. Seeing a way out, Meng Yuan and the old man exchanged a glance, both feeling like they could escape to heaven. If you endure for another day or two, you will either die by the roadside or fall into a hot pot. After waiting in line for a long time, each person received a bowl of porridge. The porridge was like clear water, with only a few grains of rice floating in it, barely visible, but at least it was hot enough to sustain life. Refugees are like this, they just need to escape the famine. We have more things to consider, such as providing disaster relief in the snow and preventing civil unrest. Next to it, the catchers were chatting quietly. One person only drank a bowl of porridge and was not allowed to drink again, being driven to the side. There is no substitution for work, only inserting dry grass on the head, treated like livestock for people to choose. There is a simple thatched house not far from the porridge shed, where several yamen runners are soliciting refugees. There are also several carriages, which are personally selected by wealthy families. The poor are most afraid of disasters, While the rich are happy with natural disasters because they can acquire land at low prices and buy slaves at low prices, how do the young people plan to proceed? The old man drank the hot porridge and regained some strength. Meng Yuan shook his head. The world is difficult, and without any skills, other than selling oneself as a slave, is there any other way out? Or perhaps entering the forest, but there is no way out either. Although one can read and write, and do accounting, no one will hire a refugee with an unknown background as an accountant. There is always a way. It's better to be a slave than to freeze or starve to death. The old man sighed and said, the old man's surname is Jiang. We will take care of each other in the future. Old man Jiang. Meng Yuan responded. My name is Meng Yuan. The two were talking, preparing to ask the Yamen runner if there was a way out, when they saw a carriage coming out of the city. A handsome and effeminate young man jumped out of the carriage, behaving frivolously with a face that seemed to be powdered. When the cold wind blew, a nauseating fragrance wafted over. A constable stepped forward to please, calling himself Manager Yang. This person should be a steward of a noble family. After Yang, the steward, exchanged a few pleasantries with the constable. The constable struck the copper gong and shouted loudly, the Yang residence is recruiting several young scholars. Those who can read, come over. As soon as these words were spoken, many disaster victims with straw in their hair surged forward. Me, I can read, said a middle-aged man with a full beard as he pushed his way to the front. Go away. The steward Yang kicked out, raised his orchid finger and scolded. Can't you understand human language? I want a book, boy. Don't you see how old you are? Sure enough, no one dared to respond for a while. It is not easy to read and recognize words. Ordinary people can read a few big words is already good. If it is to enter the school at a young age, it must be a well-off family. Seeing no one squeak, Steward Yang added, it's okay if you can't read or write, but you have to pick the younger ones. Stand up straight and let me take a look. If you're chosen, you'll be well fed. Meng Yuan watched with cold eyes, always feeling that something was wrong, so he didn't go forward either. That young steward cloak walked into the group of stragglers, went up one by one to measure. See, the eye will also pinch the arm, pat the buttocks, look at the mouth of the teeth. It's not like picking a bookie, it's like picking livestock. Soon, this steward came to a teenager, reached out and picked up the teenager's chin to look at it and said, the bones are a bit bigger. What's his name? How old are you? My name is Lu Debao. I'm 16 years old. Master, I've been picking dung since I was a child. I'm strong and most capable of working. That teenager curried favor. A little older, but barely. Steward Yang shielded his nose, seemingly hating the smell of the teenager's body, then nodded, seeing that it's still quite resourceful. Count you in. Lu Debao wiped his tears, knowing that he could live, and was about to kneel down and thank him, when he saw the corner of his clothes being pulled. The person pulling on his coat was a dying old man sitting on the floor. What's the matter, Grandpa? I don't know you. Lu Debao was bewildered. Young man, the old man tucked up his hand, closed his eyes, exhaled white air, said, this is not selling your body, it's going to sell the ditch. You have to think more. Right now, Songdefu has many chances to live. The young man to suffer more also do not want to go astray. What kind of bull ***** is the old undead putting on? Before Lu Debao could respond, that steward Yang became anxious, stepped forward and kicked the old man over, saying angrily, what's wrong with selling ditches? You look down on ditch sellers? Can't survive. We didn't say we look down on. Just have to give the newborn to make things clear. This is the rule. The old man tumbled to the ground, extremely weak, but did not beg for mercy. You just look down on ditch sellers. Around. Give me a beating. Steward Yang crossed his waist with one hand and crossed his fingers with the other, scolding angrily. Why did the former great ancestor keep his experience as a beggar? I'll tell you. That's because the previous dynasty's great-grandfather was also a ditch seller before he gained power. You still dare to look down on the seller? You have no place to sell even if you want to. The steward's words were so strong that it was clear that he was the one who sold ditches and therefore thought that everyone should sell ditches like him. Followed by the entourage went forward, kicked the old man, really to the death. Every one of the stragglers on the sidelines were numb and just watched in disbelief. Soon, the old man no sound, aside from the constable as did not see the general, but also with that Yang steward climbed up, and harmony. Hot blood flowed out of the old man's head and face, melting into the broken snow, like a field of broken plums. The world is hard. Demons are everywhere. Yet there are still people who hold on to their last shred of conscience. End of chapter. The old man died. The victims here even more numb. A time outside the city on the open space was very quiet. Steward Yang was very proud of himself, took out the small bronze mirror and looked at it, then looked at Lu Debao. Sell or not? Steward Yang didn't hide it anymore. Lu Debao cowardly. Look at the ground has died the old man. And look at the young steward. To see the face of the people have impatience. Then hurriedly knelt down. Bitter, sell, sell, sell. As long as you can live. Sell what are willing. Steward Young flicked his finger and smiled, and then looked at the crowd of stragglers, going up to inspect them. Clearly one ditch was not enough, and he wanted to find a few more in the best of the best. The older ones are all skipped, only to see if there is a handsome young man. However, most of the victims are thin and out of shape, but also barely see a ruff. That Steward Young turned around and picked out a few more. Then came to Meng Yuan. Bone phase looks okay, is dirty, cannot see the beauty and ugliness. Steward Yang put his hands together in his sleeves and said, grab a handful of snow and rub your face. Let me take a look. Not for sale. Meng Yuan returned directly. Bah! Fake innocence. You can't even find a place to sell if you want to. Steward Yang poo-pooed the ground, gathered 7 or 8 teenagers, and said a few words to the constables, and then hurriedly left in the car. The few constables also no longer care. Back to the porridge shed under the fire to go, as if nothing happened. The world is silent, and the occasional child whimpering makes it all the more lonely and desolate. Meng Yuan grabbed a handful of snow rubbing his face, and then came to the old man in front of him, kneeling down on one knee to try the nose, and touched the neck, clearly dead through. He was wondering if he could find a magistrate to place him, when he heard someone poo-poo. Meng Yuan looked up, only to see a woman in a tattered flower jacket leaning against the wall at the mouth of the ugly alley, spitting out melon peels. The woman, with an average appearance and dark circles under her eyes, glanced at the carriages driving into the city gates and said in a bad mood, it's hard in a disaster year, so it's just a matter of a stealing a S business, and a man coming to steal at S business too. What a world! Bah! Obviously, this woman is not a disaster victims, probably is the alley of the dark prostitution and so on, only she should not be very high. Those who like the rabbit master, think is not to the dark alley to seek pleasure, is to rob the business that cannot be accurate. Sister. Meng Yuan sat on the snowy ground, and only when he saw the woman look over did he ask, dare I ask if there is a worn-out cooler that can't be used in my sister's house? The woman smiled at her words, and while getting high on melon seeds, she said, in this freezing weather, what good is a cool mat? Sister's house has hot water to warm her body, said she, also winking, but unfortunately the appearance is general, also will not dress up, do not see the flirtatious, but some funny. When a person dies and goes into the ground, without a coffin there's at least a cooler to wrap his body and cover his face. Meng Yuan bowed his head and begged. When the woman heard this, she saw that the teenager was dressed in rags and bloat, with frostbite on his hands, and his face was withered and woefully unkempt. So she asked, what kind of person is he to you? I don't know him. They are all bitter people who fled the country. He died for a word of justice. It can't be hung out to dry. Meng Yuan returned. The woman poo-pooed and turned back toward the alley, still spitting melon rinds as she did so. Looking for something from me? Haven't you ever heard of a being heartless? Meng Yuan was not discouraged, and lifted his breath, seeking out a few constables who were roasting under the kanji hut. Master differential. Arching his hand and saluting, Meng Yuan then said, just now Steward Yang killed someone. Dare I ask what to do about it? What? A bearded constable looked Meng Yuan up and down, his hand pressed against the knife at his waist in defense. You want justice? Don't dare. Meng Yuan arched his hand covered in frostbite and said, it's just that it's freezing cold, and this place is chaotic and cluttered, so I'm afraid that more and more victims will gather. If we don't care about the dead, there might be an epidemic. It's not a big deal for some victims to die, but since several officials are here on official business, it's hard to avoid disturbing the officials' cleanliness. Therefore, I have come to ask you if there are any mass graves or righteous villages nearby, so that I can drag them to take care of them. You're a good boy. There's a mass grave half a mile to the southwest. The constable, seeing that it was a man who had come to sell his good fortune, and that he spoke in an organized manner, loosened his grip on the knife. I really don't have the strength, so please put another bowl of kanji to eat. Meng Yuan made a small request. The porridge is long gone. The constable glanced at Meng Yuan, touched his money bag, and impatiently said, enough for you to get another person to help. Go! He threw out a dozen or so coins, then looked at the other constable and said, what exactly did they say up there? What about the victims? I came here to provide disaster relief, not to mention the lack of dispersal silver. I still have to pay out. Copper plates were scattered on the ground. Meng Yuan bent down, picking them up one by one before arching his hand again and returning to that corpse. This world. Old Uncle Jiang also came over. He seemed like he wanted to say something but just said, I'll give you a hand. Good. Meng Yuan grabbed a handful of snow and rubbed away the bloodstains on the dead man's face, revealing a vicissitude's old face. Here. Just then, The woman who had returned earlier came back, with a broken cooler under her arm and a cake cupped in one hand, then threw a piece of it in front of Meng Yuan. Meng Yuan hurriedly caught the cooler and covered the dead man's body, and tucked in the biscuits, saying gratefully, "Sister's great kindness will be repaid in the coming day." All right, and Thanksgiving in return. You men only shiver for a moment and speak the truth." The woman waved her hand, and got high on melon seeds, and smiled. "If you really have a conscience, when you're settled down in the future, you can come to Auspicious Lane to whore with me a few times a month, and that's better than anything else. Remember, my name is Sister Flower. Don't whore out the wrong person." Meng Yuan thanked him again and again, breaking the cake into two and distributing it to old man Zhang, who in turn distributed half of it to his granddaughter. The three of them wolfed it down and grabbed another handful of snow to smooth their throats. Meng Yuan did not dare to wait for a long time, for fear that the body is stiff and not good to move. Hurriedly wrapped in a cooler, and Zhang old man together to carry, toward the mass grave. Freezing and starving for a long time people, the two people are not enough energy. Half a mile full of fees for an hour before arriving. Snow cold, the soil has frozen solid, there is no digging utensils at hand. Meng Yuan simply pull out a piece of snow, will be put down, and looking for gravel to cover up, right as a grave. The world is a tough place, and there's only so much you can do. When I returned to the city gates, I saw that there seemed to be more stragglers. Let's go eat something first. Meng Yuan looked at old Uncle Zhang's granddaughter who was already unable to walk, so he voiced a suggestion. "I don't have any money," Old Man Ginger said. Meng Yuan reached out, took out a handful of copper coins, and laughed. "The official rewarded us. It's our reward for moving the corpse." Nor did he wait for old Uncle Zhang to speak. Meng Yuan glanced toward the several ugly alleys under the city wall, avoiding the auspicious alleys, and headed in. In the year of disaster, food is expensive. Even asked a few stalls, and finally chose a hot tofu seller. 6 cents a bowl. Meng Yuan asked for 2 big bowls, a small bowl. After paying the money first, the stall owner copied the sea bowl, lifted the lid of the pot, plucked out 2 large pieces of tofu, then scraped some salt from the salt brick, scooped a large spoonful of chive blossom sauce, drizzled 2 drops of sesame oil, and finally added a spoonful of hot soup. Tofu hot, chive sauce spicy, both mixed. Cold winter to a bowl really is the supreme flavor. Gulp. Even the bottom of the bowl ate a clean. The coldness was instantly dispelled. Meng Yuan's head was hot, warm from the inside out. The whole person also finally came to life. "I'm comfortable with this meal, but I still don't know where the next one is, so it's time to find a way to survive." End of chapter. People have the will to rush to the sky, and they can't get through unless they are lucky. It's been a month since Meng Yuan crossed over here, and he's been on the run, frozen without a full meal. I don't know much about this world, but just the other day when I was burning a book to keep warm in a broken mansion, I realized that the text was the same as in my previous life, but the dynastic history was different. This is called the Kingdom of Qing, which was founded nearly 500 years ago and is now in a state of turmoil. In this world, there are Confucian, Buddhist, and Taoist great powers, demons that devour a city, and the unrivaled sword immortal. Meng Yuan traveled across. There is nothing to rely on, just a strange essence fire exists in the body, and do not know exactly where it is, but as long as you store the thought, you will be able to feel it. Because of these days are on the run. Weak body strength weak. The essence of the fire actually feed their own, but its momentum is also getting smaller and smaller, has retreated into a star point of fire. Now that he had eaten a hot tofu, his body was hot and the fire had grown slightly. This essence flame is closely related to oneself. As long as it is fine, the essence flame will be able to draw nutrients from its diet and slowly grow. I just don't know how big this essence flame can be raised to, and I don't know what utility it will have then. But Meng Yuan knows that nowadays everything is difficult, and he needs to seek a mouthful of food first, and then he can consider the matter of raising the essence fire. Opening a bowl is still not as good as weaving a mat and peddling. Meng Yuan sighed, and seeing that elder Uncle Zhang's grandparents and grandchildren were still stuffing their faces, he simply picked up the empty sea bowl and begged the stall owner to renew the bowl of hot water used to cook the tofu. Holding the bowl and sipping the hot water, Meng Yuan climbed into conversation with the vendor. Nowadays, there is no skill, no distant relatives, no silver money, and the 3 less teenagers are still not willing to sell their ditch. This place is called Songgafu, adjacent to the Tsanglong River. The water transportation is prosperous. May be able to go to the dock to get a short job, but a little inquiring to know. This year's rainfall is less. Songlong River water level drop. Winter is not much to go boat. The work is even less. There are not enough local people to share the work of the dock laborers, and the Chow gang is not recruiting people. If a stranger takes on a private job, a beating is considered light. As for eating military rations, you still have to pay before you can do so. After thanking the shopkeeper, Meng Yuan went out of the alley with elder Uncle Zheng's grandparents and grandchildren, and together they headed for the city gates. Outside the city gate there is an open space. Many people have their heads stuck in withered grass, and there are also many people asking questions. The first to be picked off were naturally the craftsmen and young laborers, followed by women and children. The old and sick were never wanted. Selling children and slaving for wives is everywhere, and this is a different time of the year. The rich, dental firms and the government collusion. Most of the sale of the body cannot sell the price, not to mention, or a lifelong contract of sale of the body. The year of disaster is hard, and the people are like grass, by and large. Do you want a woman? Pay and go. A man-at-arms pulled Meng Yuan back. Man, I'm also out for sale, so you see clearly, Meng Yuan said. So are you selling it for $2 in silver? I'm cheaper than pork? What did you expect? Meng Yuan was speechless. Seeing this, old Uncle Zheng pulled Meng Yuan and comforted him. Let's not be in a hurry, old man. I have a family heirloom, so I'll be able to find a job. When asked, it turned out that the so-called craft of Zheng's old uncle, in fact, is geldings, that is, geldings of pigs, sheep, chickens and ducks. He also knew how to select horses and heal livestock. It does qualify as a craftsman. I thought it would be best for the three of us to be together, so we can take care of each other. Old Uncle Zheng was very sincere. Meng Yuan thought about it and thought that this world is too remote to copy poems and books. So why not just learn a craft from Zheng Laobo first? If you can de-emphasize the cattle and sheep today, how do you know that you can't de-emphasize the world in the future? The two of them talked it over, grabbed a handful of snow to wash their faces, and together they sought out a dental hygienist. In today's world, your geldings are not popular, and you're dragging your family along, so I'm afraid you won't be able to sell them at a good price. This tooth woman is obviously used to doing, once up on the bluff to pressure the price, and then pulled Meng Yuan toward the corner, said, Little Lang Jun handsome, let me measure your work. If the capital is enough, the nobles rush to want it. As she spoke, the toothy woman actually touched down. Daching to military state. The people's style is tough. The status of women is also high. The head of the show is a common thing, and even raise the head of the face is also there. Meng Yuan was terrified, did not expect to just keep the ditch. Another thing was missed. He hurried to protect the crotch, which barely kept his innocence. Come on. No luck. The tooth woman didn't force herself, and led Meng Yuan to a cottage yard, and before she entered the house, the tooth woman shouted, Mr. Liu, there's an old geld and a small geld who can also take care of oxen and horses. There's an old geld and a young geld here who can also take care of oxen and horses, and they're all clamoring for them outside, so I've asked them to wait and give you a test first. When he lifted the thick curtain, he saw a middle-aged man in a long shirt sitting by a fireplace, and 6 or 7 other people standing. There is a thick iron pot on the stove, in which tofu and pickles are fragrant. The middle-aged man chucked a block of hot tofu and took a sip of hot wine before looking over and asking, Ever served cattle and horses? Have you tended deer and sheep? Took care of it all, and can cut deer blood. I've raised cows and sheep, tended horses, delivered babies and mated them, and seen to their illnesses. We've lived with livestock since we were kids. We're also used to neutering pigs and goats. Seeing that this man was very dignified, old Uncle Zheng bent over and boasted. The middle-aged man was non-committal, only picking at the hot tofu in the pot, while another donkey-faced man opened his mouth to ask a few questions about the care of the cows after giving birth. Old Man Kong answered each and every one of them. Seeing the donkey-faced man nod his head, the middle-aged man then asked again, These two are with you? Back to your lordship's words. Exactly. Old Uncle Zheng bent over, squeezed out a smile, and respectfully said, This is my granddaughter, and this is my granddaughter-in-law who is engaged to be married. This child is also capable. He has been picking dung since he was a child. He can endure hardships. This is what Meng Yuan and old Uncle Zheng discussed, talking about the three as a family. When the old one has a craft, the young one is in the prime of life. The girl may look like a burden, but she can tie the adults down, and she can't eat a lot of rice and grain, and she can make the main family feel at ease. And these days the poor girl married early, so early betrothal is common. The difference between men and women a few years, and even more than a dozen years is unusual. Then sign the deed of peace and sale, and from now on you will go to work in the princess's pastoral farm, and you will not be short of food and drink. The middle-aged man really answered. The tooth woman hurriedly took out the 3 documents of selling her body. The old geldings are $5, the young geldings are $3, and the girls are $2. We are all conscientious people. There is no such price outside. The 3 talents sold 1 or 2 silver? Meng Yuan was shocked, and hurriedly took over the paperwork to see, or lifetime contract of sale. just short of filling in the name and drawing a pledge. The situation is stronger than the people, and this is the way it is done outside. People are determined to eat the displaced people. If we delay for 2 more days, there will be more victims and it will be even harder to make a living. But Meng Yuan still feel outrageous. This world, you say bad it. People Wang Fei did find a dental firm, is in accordance with the rules of work, you say not bad it. 3 people to sell 1 or 2 silver, all chopped up according to the price of pork sale, are more than this money. Don't look at the small amount of silver, but we are going to the princess's ranch, when the food and shelter are not worried, and there is monthly silver to take. The princess treats her subordinates with the greatest generosity, so go and ask around. How many people would like to go there but can't? Seeing Meng Yuan's incredulous look, the tooth woman hurriedly calmed him down. Little geldings, if you miss this village, you won't find this store again. Noble people, please still let us, the 3 of us, confer and discuss. Old Uncle Jiang sighed and pulled his granddaughter and Meng Yuan outside. After leaving the door, both Old Man Jiang and Meng Yuan couldn't speak. Grandpa, pawn me off first, and then think of a way to redeem me later. That little granddaughter grabbed the hem of Old Uncle Jiang's coat and tilted her dirty little face. At this age, Grandpa doesn't have much later. He only hopes to be by your side and see you for 2 more years. Old Uncle Jiang smiled kindly, and then looked at Meng Yuan, saying, thank you for your help along the way. There's nothing to repay. If you want to find another way, I'll give you the money I got from selling my body, and I might be able to make a name for myself. When the time comes, I just hope you can come to see this child more often and help. Old uncle has not trusted me too much. Meng Yuan laughed helplessly. You're a good man, I can tell. Old Uncle Jiang said, it's better to stay together. Everyone helps each other out. There's always a day when you get ahead. Meng Yuan pinched the boy's cheeks. When he returned to the house, he took out 3 instruments of sale and recorded his name and place of origin. Old Uncle John's first name is Zhang Xuanyo, and he is 53 years old. That little girl's name was Zhang Tang, and she was only 11 years old. Meng Yuan is his real name, aged 16. Each of the 3 drew their own pledges, and the tooth woman of the dental firm and the middle-aged man also made their payments. Meng Yuan has since sold himself to the royal family and become the personal slave of the princess. In the future, unless the princess releases him, he will have to work as a gelding smith for the rest of his life and cut off his balls for the rest of his life. Things are over. The middle-aged man touched out the broken silver. The tooth woman from the satchel took out a small arbiter weighing. Let the middle-aged man look at the scale star. Our rules are 10 draw 1, each side of the money. Meng Yuan took the $9 of silver that he got, and couldn't help but think that this world was actually blameless even if he went to sell ditches. The 3 of you are truly blessed. The tooth wife facilitated the deal, got her commission, and was happy and smiling. Meng Yuan 3 people are displaced and lost their homes, and now sold themselves into slavery. Listening to this, only to feel extraordinarily ironic. End of chapter. It is not a shame to come from a humble background, it is a husband to be able to give and take. Things have come to this point, then there is no need to say more. Only need to bend the body to keep the points, contain the essence of the fire. In order to wait for the time of day, there will always be the day of the head. Chief Lu, then I'll leave first. The donkey-faced man fawned and bowed towards the middle-aged man, taking Meng Yuan and the 3 of them out the door with him. He straightened his back. I'm the head of the Zhuang of the herding village, surnamed Li. From now on, you'll be following me. Old Uncle Jiang hurriedly said a few good words, and then sat on a donkey cart, driven by a young man with a knife. The 5 of them went out of the door and did not enter the city, but only circled around the long wall and headed west. Wheels crushing snow. Meng Yuan and Jiang old uncle see Li Zhuanto cold, then also not rashly climbed. Stop. After walking for a while, Li Zhuanto suddenly shouted to stop, got out of the car and brought back a handful of steaming balls of dung from under the donkey's ass, carefully put them on the car, and also reprimanded the young man driving the car. Li Dabia, why did I give birth to such a loser like you? If I hadn't seen it, wouldn't this dung have been thrown away for nothing? Meng Yuan and old Uncle Jian looked at each other in disbelief, and even the little girl Jiang Tang was bewildered beyond belief. The north wind was tight, the snow was slippery, and after traveling about 40 miles, when the sky had wiped out the darkness, he finally arrived at the Makwang. The village is vast, with several sheds, and the cold wind brings the stench of composted manure. From time to time, there are cows and sheep bleating, yelling deer, just in time for dinner. Meng Yuan and the 3 of them all mixed bowls of hot paste. The trio was placed in the former old veterinarian's quarters, next to the cattle pen, with a fenced yard and 2 broken thatched rooms full of farm implements. The bedding was old and filled with hay, which was a little snaggy, but warm. Li Zhuanto tomorrow morning to check the ability. You are ready, and don't go out at night. The dogs don't bolt at night. Meng Yuan 3 people to lead the way is a big head of the man, called Zhao Big Head. People really vary. Also live in the cattle barn next. Thanks for telling me. Old Uncle Jiang climbed into a conversation with Big Head Zhao and asked about the main family. It turns out that the princess has several farms, all dowry private property. This pastoral farm is one of them. The ranch has wide pastures and 2 large mountains, which are very vast. Wang Fei also benevolent, very good. Pastoral zhuang near the villagers can go into the mountains to collect firewood hunting. To pastoral zhuang mating also do not charge money. And the main reason why Meng Yuan and his trio were able to enter the manor was because the old veterinarian of the herding village was toppled by a deer. Meng Yuan and old man Zhang were sort of relieved to hear these words and know that they were indispensable. I've been on the run for a long time, and now I'm finally settling down. 2 broken thatched rooms. Zhang Tang lives in one. Meng Yuan and Zhang Laobo live in one. Old Uncle Jiang relaxed his heart at this moment and began to tell Meng Yuan about the learning of geldings. Why do you need to castrate these? If you don't castrate, the males will either fight or arch their asses, the females will pass urine and make a mess. I don't know what to do, but I don't know what to do, so I don't know what to do, so I don't know what to do. But once they're de-emphasized, the meat doesn't stir, they grow faster, and even their temperaments are more docile. Meng Yuan listened to these words, always felt that those who were casually traded in the stragglers is like being depotentialized. But if there were more stragglers, the momentum would have grown and swept through the area. On the second day, the rooster crowed 3 times, and Meng Yuan and the 3 of them had just gotten up when Big Head Zhao came looking for them. I thought immediately have to work. I did not expect to go to the dining hall to eat first, and still thin porridge and salted food. Ordinary tenant farmers do not have this treatment. In the past, Wang Fei came to the manor once and saw that the manor folk worked hard, so she set a 3-meal system. Zhuangtou Li deducted some at most, but didn't dare to miss a meal. Big Head Zhao whispered. After eating, Big Head Zhao took old man Jiang and Meng Yuan with him to the pigsty. Zhuangzi mainly raised cattle, sheep and deer, is sold out. There are also some chickens and ducks, output for the royal family to eat. The pig is not raised much, is to the people of the manor to eat on New Year's Day. When he came to the pigsty, Zhao Daoda took out a worn leather bag clip, the old veterinarian's gadgets. Opening it up, there was a coil of fine thread and 2 needles. Most conspicuous were 2 knives, both a palm's length, one with a narrow blade, the other slightly wider. The small knife is for castrating chickens and ducks. Pigs and sheep have to use this handle. Old Uncle Jiang drenched the water and sharpened the knife while teaching Meng Yuan what he had learned. After sharpening the knife in 3 strokes, he went into the pigsty. The pigsty is divided into several pens, but there are not many pigs. This time 2 sows were born together, a total of 17 piglets. Old Uncle Jiang took Meng Yuan, circled around the pigsty, and lifted up the 2 little piglets to look at them, causing the old sow to gasp. It's usually best to go under the knife when it's half a month old. If it's a month or 2 later, you might have to get stitches. Elder Jiang was very old-fashioned, and asked Meng Yuan to fetch a basin of fresh water and bring it in, and to carry some firewood. After a while, Li Zhuangtou and his son Li Dabiao came, and only then did Meng Yuan light the firewood, and old man Jiang took the geld and put the fire on the prairie. Meng Yuan grabbed a small black piglet from the circle, then sat on a stool and, as taught by old Uncle Jiang, lifted the piglet upside down by its 2 hind legs, and clamped his knees around its head and front legs, exposing the pig's buttocks. Old Uncle Jiang touched the piglet's buttocks, hooped the bulge with 1 hand, and then undercut the knife to make 2 fingernail-sized cuts, followed by a squeeze, and the ball slipped out, pulling outward to cut the spermatic cord. The 2 eggs were thrown into a basin of clear water, and old Uncle Jiang grabbed a handful of grass ash and pasted it on the piglet's wound, followed by 2 pats, and it was done. He was steady and fast with his knife, and his movements were so consistent that the little piglet only wailed 3 or 4 times, and then he was already depowered. There's really something. Li Zhuangtou often look after the Zhuangzi, obviously know some of the way. As soon as he saw Zhang Xuan have moved the knife, he knew that it was a style of people. He also pointed to Meng Yuan, said, "Boy, you have not yet left the master, but cannot be idle. You have to go to work in the barn. Big head, you've arranged it. Work to eat. Know what?" Li Dabiao glared at Meng Yuan. After saying the words, Li Zhuangtou and his father and son did not look at each other anymore and got up to leave. Seeing the Zhuangtou's approval, Jiang Xuanyou was a bit uncomfortable. He looked at Zhao Daodu and whispered, "This Zhuangtou looks like he's not a bad person." Zhao Daodu poo-pooed a mouthful to the ground without saying anything, again as if he had. Meng Yuan again grabbed a piglet, this time as a small sow. Castration method is different. Jiang old man also under the knife very stable and very fast, while also giving Meng Yuan detailed explanation. It was obvious that he was genuinely teaching. In less than 2/4 of an hour, 15 piglets were castrated and the remaining 2 were kept for breeding. Flush. The clear water in that water basin had long since become blood, and strings of the stuff floated around. And old man Jiang was very satisfied. According to the rules of the gelders, after the work, in addition to receiving some hard money, the eggs removed also belonged to the gelders. But in the end, the person has been sold to the farm. Want money naturally cannot, but the eggs can be collected. After washing his hands, old man Jiang fished out the eggs in the water basin, found a bamboo skewer to put them on, and put them on the wood fire to roast. After a short while of baking, he handed Meng Yuan the baked eggs that were bubbling with oil and said with a smile, "What you eat makes up for what you have. You're young, you can grow a bit more if you eat it, and you're guaranteed to have a lot of children in the future. Eat it while it's hot." Having not tasted meat for a long time, Meng Yuan took it, and although he felt that it was extremely fishy, he still bit on it. No salt seasoning, fishy smell heavier, closed his eyes and made a vicious, "Do not dare to chew." A brain swallowed. Meng Yuan instantly realized that after these things entered his stomach, a strand of nutrients was taken away by the essence flame. The essence flame, which was originally like a candle seedling, had even grown slightly by a few points. It seems like I still have to eat meat when I nourish my body, and the essence fire takes in more nutrients in the future. It will grow even faster. So what will happen then? Meng Yuan thought silently. A month has passed and it is late winter. Because Jiang old uncle taught seriously, Meng Yuan geld cutting skills learned extremely fast, and now can personally operate the knife. Meng Yuan did not have the pain of freezing and starving. These days did not eat any serious meat, but ate a lot of sheep eggs and cow eggs. The body has been greatly improved, and the essence fire in the body slowly grows, and has the size of a face basin. People are also more and more energetic, and their strength is not only much greater, but also seems to be inexhaustible. This is the outstanding appearance of Meng Yuan better people, coupled with practical and capable, easy to speak. In addition to livestock do not give a good face. The old women and young women are willing to talk to Meng Yuan on a few words. The head of the son of the bank Li Dabiao's daughter-in-law also secretly threw winks to the Meng Yuan. Before the chickens crowed, Meng Yuan woke up in the morning prime, got up and hit the well water, and wiped his body before he was able to wash away the dry heat. In 2 more years, Tonger will be fine when she grows up. Old Uncle Jiang also woke up. He was the one who came over and clearly wanted to make the marriage work. At this time, Jiang Tang knocked on the door outside, then pushed open a crack and drilled in a head, leaving his body outside, saying, "Grandpa, I grew up early. Brother, why are you bathing in the morning again? Be careful of getting cold." This girl is still a little thin, but in the end raised a month. The face gradually moisturized some. Eyes are very dynamic. Recently, Meng Yuan taught her how to read and write as soon as she was free, but the girl only wanted to do some sewing, so she didn't learn seriously. Meng Yuan said that he didn't want to marry someone who couldn't read, so she finally put her heart into it. Jiang Tang now looked at Meng Yuan and happily said, "I've washed the clothes you changed out of, and I've sewn up the socks and put them under your pillow." Meng Yuan glared at her, and this girl hurriedly closed the door and ran away. For this kind of yellow hair girl, Meng Yuan was not interested. However, after a long day in the manor, he was more and more interested in the princess. Wang Fei is the sequel to the king of the letter, married for 8 years, did not give birth to a son and a half-daughter, now only 24 years old. I heard that the princess national color, noble birth, this is not down to the renewal of the string. Is the emperor pointed to the marriage? Cutting the eggs for the crown princess every day, but you haven't even seen her face. Meng Yuan sighed. End of chapter. Brother, it's time for morning work. Not a moment later, a man shouted from outside. This man is the son of Zhao de Daodu, named Tainyo, also in the barn to do labor. Meng Yuan like him simple and honest. He is very care of him, and sometimes will share him a sheep's egg to eat. So the relationship is very good. Every day called Meng Yuan a piece of work. Meng Yuan went out the door and went with Tainyo to the cowhouse. There was not much work to be done in the winter, just shoveling manure, drinking water and adding grass, and very little remaining chores. After all, winter was a time of leisure, and the fields did not need to be tended. But that Li Zhuantou was really inappropriate people, cannot allow others to rest for a moment. He saw Meng Yuan can do. They make efforts to send work, in addition to geld sheep geld cattle, shoveling feces guillotine grass, leveling the soil snow, almost on behalf of the daughter-in-law slept with him. And even the ginger old man, this kind of Zhuangli unique veterinarian, cannot be idle. As long as the Zhuangli nothing, was sent to the nearby villages to do private work, but also let his second son to follow, got the money all to his second son. Even Jiang Tang such children, but also with the Zhuang women to weave the same number of straw bamboo baskets, and woven also belonged to his eldest son Li Dabiao Sale. 3 meals a day never meet star, but also often deducted. Sell manure in the manor. Chickens and piglets are also sold outside. Can be described as both stingy and greedy. A group of Zhuang people also cannot. That Li Zhuang head is accompanied by the princess married to the old man, but also on the king's house of Lu. His father and son in the manor is really a hand in the sky. After working for more than an hour, the people washed themselves a little before going to the dining hall for breakfast. Jiang Tang was already waiting. She touched out 2 dry jujubes and wanted to give them to Meng Yuan, but was glared back by Meng Yuan. After eating, Meng Yuan is talking to Tainyo about the skills of pulling eggs. Just to hear the urgent sound of the gong outside is to convene the people of the village. When they arrived in front of the manor's lobby, they saw a carriage and 2 other guards on horseback. 2 little maids came down from the carriage first, and finally the main man. The person was wearing a light-colored cloak. The edge of the hood set a circle of white fox fur, both hands gathered in the sleeves. The appearance of a pretty, about 20 years old or so, standing straight, looking around the people. Miss Xuanmei, why are you here? Wasn't it always Chief Lu in previous years? The usual yelling head of Li Zhuang hailed forward to curry favor. Meng Yuan had heard of this woman. She was a capable maid beside the princess and was favored by her. Just by looking at this person's body and style, he didn't look like a maid at all, but like a proper master. The New Year's festival is approaching, and the princess ordered me to take a look. Seeking Plum's voice was as tranquil as a snowy plum as she stepped towards the lobby. Li Zhuanto hurriedly followed in, and the rest of the Zhuangmin did not know what to do, so they stood outside stupidly. Meng Yuan saw clearly that this Miss Mei Xuanmei is 80% here to check the annual accounts. Sure enough, waited a while, then see Li Zhuang head out of the lobby, shouting people in to ask questions, but he no longer go in. And after the questioning out of the people are happy, Li Zhuang head of the father and son's face is more and more ugly. After waiting for half an hour, Meng Yuan and old man Jiang, as well as Jiang Tang, actually got the chance to enter. The girl who was looking for plums had already removed her cloak and was looking at the account book in front of a short case, with her other hand still planning a plan. You guys are the new vets? Seeker Mei didn't even look up, only fiddling with her abacus as she asked the question. Back to your honor. Exactly. Meng Yuan replied. Have you been bullied and treated harshly on the estate? Mei asked again. Wang Fei treats us generously, and no one has bullied us. Meng Yuan had long wanted to over Li Zhuanto's father and son, but didn't just report it. In the view of Meng Yuan, that Li Zhuanto was afraid of early to do the account round, and even if the prosecution, but also as selling manure and chicken piglets small matter, to the Li Zhuang head of the dowry family status, today is probably no danger. How much regular silver does the bank give you each month? Back to your honor. We're new to the manor for a month and haven't claimed it yet. Do you know if Ma Kuang has used the name of the royal family to oppress the nearby villagers? We're new here, so we've never heard of it. See, you talk back eloquently. Read a book? Seek Mei raised his head, looked toward Meng Yuan, to see Meng Yuan dressed in rags, but it is difficult to hide the handsome aura, more than a couple of eyes, before stooping down again to count the accounts. I've read before and know a few words. Meng Yuan said. Can you do the math? Do the math? Mei Seeker asked again. Slightly read a few arithmetic scriptures. Meng Yuan returned. Today there are chickens and rabbits in the same cage. The top has 8 heads. The bottom has 26 feet. Ask the chickens and rabbits each geometry. Seeking the plum directly out of the examination question. This does not even need to break his fingers. Meng Yuan immediately had an answer, but made a thinking appearance. Paused for a few breaths before saying, but 5 rabbits, 3 chickens? That mason girl smiled slightly, with a few moments of appreciation, and said, Princess Wang is kind, and will not let her subordinates starve and freeze. You are a new stranger. Do a good job here, and there will always be a day to get ahead. Meng Yuan understands. This is to say that he can read and write and can count, is already the preparation of the superior servant, but because the status is too new, still have to wait a little longer. Thank you, your honor. Meng Yuan hurriedly thanked, but he just didn't know when he would be able to get a promotion. I'm not a noble. You and I are the same. We are just working for the crown princess. Seeking Plum seems to have a good impression of Meng Yuan. She takes out a small porcelain bottle. Labor is hard, but there will always be a time when you pick up a book again. Just happen to bring a bottle of frostbite cream. You cure frostbite on your hands. Thank you, Sister Mei. Meng Yuan stepped forward to receive it, having already changed his address, and was literally climbing up the pole. Seeking Mei beckoned. The little maid beside her took out 3 pieces of broken silver and distributed them to the 3 Meng Yuan. A light weighing, about 1 or 2 looks. No wonder the people who were questioned earlier were happy to go out. It turned out to be a reward money. The New Year's festival is approaching. This is what the princess ordered. Everyone has it, but you guys are new here. I gave some extra. Don't publicize it. Seeking May smiled. Seeing Mang Yuan's 3 people moved to tears and sniffles. Before letting the 3 leave, Mang Yuan didn't get a chance to perform the lick, and he couldn't help but lose it. Out of the lobby, outside, Li Zhuangtou's father and son were grimacing and glaring deathly at Mang Yuan and old Uncle Jiang. Old Uncle Jiang cackled in fear and whispered, "We didn't say anything." Li Zhuangtou waved his hand impatiently. Mang Yuan didn't say anything either, but he had an insight in his heart. The sum searching for the plum personally issued the annual festival bounty silver can be seen in order to prevent some people intercepted share of the profits, which can also show that the princess is not only benevolent and will do things. It can be seen that the people above are good. It's all about the greed and cunning of the Li Zhuangtou father and son below, and the execution is bad. Secondly, looking for plum isolation. Li Zhuang had father and son. Looking for Zhuang people inquired about the affairs of the Zhuang. Is a detailed understanding of the pastoral Zhuang. There is no deception of the matter. Visible Wang Fei also know the following people virtues, is for the sake of preventing the slightest gradual change, a little to knock. Sure enough, after checking the accounts, searching for the plum girl and walked a few enclosures, and then they strictly ordered Li Zhuang had not to treat the people harshly, not to withhold food and drink, not to borrow the name of the royal family to cause trouble. Li Zhuangtou father and son atmosphere do not dare to breathe. Baba responded, but wait for the search for the plum left, but laughed loudly, not at all to avoid people. Mang Yuan coldly watched, guessing that Li Zhuangtou father and son must have committed more than just this small matter, which only a pass can not help but be smug. It's just that Mang Yuan didn't catch the handle either, so it's not good to bring them down. After a busy day, we wrapped up our work and returned to our lodgings. After a brief wash, Mang Yuan was pulled by Jiang Tang into her small thatched hut, with a lamp like a bean. The two of them sat side by side on a bench, and Mang Yuan wet his finger and wrote Jiang Tang's name on the broken table case. Jiang Tang did not learn very attentively, and after paddling along twice, he whispered, "That sister Mei Xuanmei is really pretty today. You will look even better than her." Mang Yuan pragmatic. This girl bottom is good, is slightly thin and weak, if properly nurtured, in a few years is probably a flower. Jiang Tang sniffed and lowered her head, her face reddening under the faint light was still visible. The shyness of the yellow-haired girl is certainly simple and lovely, but also really let life not half a point to tease the heart. "Brother, how does this work?" Jiang Tang touched out a small porcelain bottle. This was the frostbite cream that Seeking Plum had given to Mang Yuan, which was casually thrown to Jiang Tang by Mang Yuan. "It's just frostbite cream. What else can I do with it? This girl is all heart at a young age." When Mang Yuan took the porcelain bottle, Jiang Tang hurriedly extended her hand. She weaves straw bamboo baskets every day, and her delicate palms are full of tiny cracks from freezing, and it hurts Mang Yuan's heart to see her. Applying the ointment to the frozen cracks on her hands, Mang Yuan gently rubbed them together and said, "Next year, you won't be allowed to get frostbite again." Jiang Tang nodded happily. Then she went back to rubbing ointment on Mang Yuan's hands, her mouth lightly humming an off-key shepherd song. End of chapter. The nobleman's visit was of no use, and the work in the manor was not half as much. That Li Zhuangtou father and son sent another batch of chickens and ducks out, and also killed a pig, but the Zhuangnin only ate some down, and the 2 fans of meat were pulled away. The big dung pit that had been sulking for a long time was half dug up by a group of outsiders, and Meng Yuan and Tai Niu and other young strong men were driven to help dig up the dung. These things are big or small, but not big enough to bring down Li Zhuangtou. After 7 days, the head of Li Zhuang also do not know what madness, even gathered people, to go to the manor outside the turn over the land fertilizer. That land has 10 acres up and down, or ripe land, but did not plant winter wheat. Li Zhuangtou said that the princess newly harvested land, so take advantage of the plowing now, to be in the spring to replant spring wheat. Meng Yuan was all shocked. Winter is the time to recuperate. Even hard-working farmers do not go down to the ground, but Li Zhuangtou is not at all the Zhuangtou as a person, and he was afraid of cattle's skinny sell price, not even let the use of plow oxen. Together with Meng Yuan and Tai Niu, a total of 8 people worked, all of whom had close family members. If one plows for a servant, how can one be rich? Meng Yuan still prefers to cut eggs and doesn't want to turn over the ground. Brother, don't forget iron ox when you're rich. Tai Niu sniffled. Meng Yuan smiled and answered. That night, after wrapping up work and returning to his place, old Uncle Jiang sighed more than once. Li Zhuangtou is unkind. How can you use a craftsman like this? Old Uncle Jiang's face was full of guilt. Said, it's me and Tanger who dragged you down. Otherwise you would be young and strong. Where can't you go? You wouldn't have to be exploited here. It's fine. It's not a big deal for me to work more when I'm young. Meng Yuan gave a comforting cry and whispered, Old Uncle Jiang, when you go to do work outside the manor in these few days, inquire about the origin of that piece of land. Meng Yuan had asked the villagers who passed by while he was working, but they didn't know who owned the land, and had only heard that it belonged to a rich family in the town. That Li Zhuangtou said that the land is the princess just purchased, but near the New Year's festival, who would sell the land for no reason? Either they can't go on, or they are forced to do so. And look at the princess's previous behavior. Engaged in the 3-meal system, personally pay the reward silver, allow the nearby villagers into the mountains, clearly is compassionate to the poor and weak, is aware of the world's situation, rather than pretending to be benevolent. Therefore, Meng Yuan thinks that this land is probably not the princess, but Li Zhuangtou father and son to borrow the name of the royal family, forcibly taken. That night, Meng Yuan was teaching her to recognize words in Jiang Tang's house when someone came knocking on the door. The visitors were Zhao Daodu's father and son, and both of them had joyful faces. You even slept with your little daughter-in-law? When Big Head Zhao saw Meng Yuan come out of Jiang Tang's house, he was surprised. How old is she? I'm teaching her to recognize words, Meng Yuan explained and asked. What's Uncle Big Head doing here so late? There are good things. Big Head Zhao's father and son pulled Meng Yuan, entered the house, and sat down with old Uncle Jiang piece by piece. That Jiang Tang still wanted to come and listen, but was glared out by Meng Yuan. Uncle Big Head, what good thing? Meng Yuan asked curiously, and old Uncle Jiang listened attentively. Someone from the royal residence came in the morning, and I happened to come across it. He said that a few days ago, there was a civil unrest in the northern town of Songgafu, and many big families were robbed. Our Wang Fei was born alert and intends to pick up some people to go to the Wangfu, learn a trick or two, and be able to guard the manor as well. Big Head Zhao lowered his voice. It says that all the teenagers in the various manors and stores can go, and if they learn well, they can stay in the royal residence as guards in the future. All can go? Old Uncle Ginger asked. Regardless of whether it's a homeborn son or not, as long as there's a family member, they can all go. Big Head Zhao took Meng Yuan's hand and said, I've been with Zhuangtou Li for 5 years, and I've long since seen through it. There's no hope at all in the manor. The only way is to go out. My son Tainyo is very stupid, but you're smart, little Meng, and Tainyo listens to you. I thought, you two go together, so you can take care of him. Meng Yuan's heart moved. Now trapped in the pastoral village, Li Zhuangtou father and son of one hand to cover the sky, all kinds of things cannot do, so that people cannot move. If he could go to the royal residence to learn martial arts, not to say whether he could learn or not, at least his meals would be much better, and he could also better nourish the essence fire in his body, and then he might have other wonderful things to do. Besides, in today's world, everything is fake, only the knife is real, and learning more ways to save your life will do you more good than harm. This is a great opportunity that needs to be seized. You two masters discuss it. After finishing his speech, Big Head Zhao pulled Tainyo up and said, I decided in my heart that I'll go to the Zhuangtu now to talk about it. When Big Head Zhao's father and son left, old Uncle Jiang sighed again. I can see, Xiao Meng, you have a living brain and can do things, and it's me and Tanger who have tripped you up in your suffering nowadays. If you were in a different place, you'd probably have gotten ahead, much better than being a gelding smith. Jiang Laobo saw Meng Yuan pondering, from his pocket to touch out silver. Let's make silver. Please Li Zhuangtou help. Zhuangzi less you and not less. He can also get silver for nothing. Will not help. Li Zhuang head of the kind of people stingy greedy. Desire is difficult to equalize. Most of the silver do not do things. Meng Yuan think it's not appropriate. But if you go directly to find Miss Mei, people may feel that you are superfluous, but also have a bad feeling. Nowadays, there is only to find Li Zhuangtou. Always have to try. Jiang old uncle bitterly, and then totaled up the silver money. The deed of sale got 9 money. The previous search for plum hair rewards silver 3 taels. A total of 3 taels 9 money. Took 2 taels. Jiang old man hard pull on Meng Yuan out the door. Jiang Tang wanna follow. Was Jiang old man scolded back. It was dark at the moment, and there were people in the manor holding dogs and banging gongs to patrol the night. Li Zhuangtou lived behind the hall of the manor and had a separate courtyard, which was still lit at the moment. When he knocked on the door and went in, he saw Li Zhuangtou, his eldest son Li Dabiao, and his second son Li Xiaohu eating. Good day Zhuangtu. Jiang old uncle opened his mouth, some constrained with a smile, said, I heard that the royal family intends to recruit some children to learn martial arts. My granddaughter-in-law is quite capable. Want to ask if you can go to learn something? At that time also good to come back to guard our manor well. Ginger head. Not to be disrespectful, Li Zhuangtou put down his chopsticks and said, the manor is already short of people, and if I let people go, I'm afraid this work won't be finished. Zhuangtou takes care of the manor with hard work. This is something we all see in our eyes. Old Uncle Jiang fished money out of his sleeve and said, please also take the trouble to do so. Son, it's not easy for you either. I will report the name of the little geldings. You go back to work well. Wait for my letter on the line. Li Zhuantou received the silver, originally smiling, but suddenly changed color, picked up chopsticks and knocked his second son Li Xiaohu's hand, angrily said, "Look at a salted fish to eat a mouthful of rice. What chopsticks are you laying down?" Li Xiaohu said angrily, "My brother looks twice before taking a bite, and you don't care? You eat your own. Snooze, he deserves to die." Li Zhuantou cursed angrily. Meng Yuan and Jiang Laobo looked at each other. This Li Zhuang greedy occupation so much. Every day to eat meat and eggs are no problem. But he is not only stingy to the Zhuang people, to the family is also this stingy. After another 5 days, Meng Yuan day in the manor outside, selling turned the land fertilizer. More than 10 acres of land are finished, a large part of the Li Zhuang head, but there is still no news. On this day, when he returned from outside the manor and returned to his residence, old Uncle Jiang mysteriously pulled Meng Yuan. "Today, I met a traveling groom outside, and I asked about the land." Old Uncle Jiang suppressed his voice, very cautious. It turned out that the 10 acres of land belonged to a rich family named Yan in the town of Qingshui. After the fall, the man of Yan's family fell ill and died, leaving only a widow and a young daughter, and the land was deserted. The deceased's elder brother wanted to eat extinct, but also thinking of buying manure at a low price. They hooked up with the head of Li Zhuang, that Li Zhuangtou naturally willing, in the name of the royal family, looking for familiar with the evil officials, and finally low-priced land, but also manure to find a buyer. The widowed mother and young daughter have no place to live now, and people in town say that the royal family bought the land by force, saying that our princess is being hypocritical and ungrateful. Old Uncle Jiang sighed. Meng Yuan see clearly, Wang Fei even if false benevolence, but the annexation of such things will never let a pastoral Zhuang head to do. This must be Li Zhuang head of his own initiative, borrowed the momentum of the royal family. However, the head of the Li Zhuang is also really cunning. This matter did not go through the hands of the people in the village. If not, greedy ginger old man went out to earn the 3 melons and 2 dates. It is really not good to notice. If a few more months, no one in Qingshui town is afraid to mention it. Meng Yuan was just thinking about how to use this matter to deal with Li Zhuantou, when he saw Jiang Tang running, saying that Zhao Daodu's father and son had come. Zhao Daodu's eyes were red, and Tai Niu was also aggrieved. Meng Yuan let Jiang Tang out before asking what happened to Big Head Zhao. Zhuantou Li is not a good person, receiving money but not doing anything. Big Head Zhao was furious as he angrily said, his family's second son, Li Xiaohu, has already gone to the royal palace. There are also a few children of the village inspectors who have also gone. I went to him to argue, but he said that the royal palace doesn't want anyone anymore. This ginger old man wide-eyed, asked, "Then the money back yet? Can I return it?" "He thinks we're easy to bully," said he helped with the silver, "and I still owe him a tael." Big Head Zhao's eyes turned red. Old Uncle Jiang gasped and coughed repeatedly. Sighed, "It is said that what you eat makes up for what you have. Our kind of can eat bitter can't become a human being. You have to eat talent." When Big Head Zhao heard this, he sighed and clenched his fist, and finally left with Tai Niu helplessly. Jiang Tang came in at this moment, and when she saw that neither Meng Yuan nor her grandfather were talking, she also behaved herself by not saying anything. After a long time, old man Jiang said, "Xiao Meng, the head of the manor is the biggest, even if we know some of his black things, but we cannot fight. I don't think we should put up with this, when the geldings can't get rich, but we can take care of our food." Meng Yuan shook his head slightly. If one is pinned down and bullied, one is docile and submissive. If one does not dare to resist and if one is patient, what is the difference between that and a pig or a sheep that has been deprived of its power? Meng Yuan did not do a lot of work in the manor, and never lazy and slippery. However, since Li Zhuangtou wants to block the road to progress, then Meng Yuan can only overturn this broken manor. Meng Yuan decides that he wants to depower Li Zhuangtou. End of chapter. Where's that frostbite cream that Miss Seeking Plum sent? Bring it to me. Meng Yuan commanded Jiang Tang. Ginger Tong obediently went back to get it and quickly delivered it, tucking it into his arms. Meng Yuan got up and said, "I'll go ask Zhuangtou Li." "I'll go with you." Old Uncle Jiang hurriedly said, "I'll just go by myself." Meng Yuan smiled and pacified. "Don't worry, I'll never cause any trouble. I'm just going to ask a question." Out of the door. See the north wind whistling. No stars in the sky. There is a sound of dogs barking. Seems to be the snow will come. Arriving at Li Zhuantou's courtyard, Meng Yuan didn't nag, and directly asked, "Zhuangtou, how is the matter of my entering the king's house to learn martial arts?" "Alas, can't help. Specially went to ask, but the princess wants a family son. You sent the 2 silver also made to go. I also backed up 1 or 2, but the doorway is really cannot go ah." Li Zhuang head sighed. That Li Dabiao laughed twice and said, "I say little geldings, You first work at ease, wait for 3 or 5 years, then if the princess still wants someone, my father will go to ask for you. This father and son are pretty funny, treating people like little cuties. Muddle. Then I'll thank the head banker for that. Meng Yuan didn't pull too much, and added, Zhuang too. Old Uncle Zheng has been coughing at night for the past 2 days, so tomorrow I want to take a leave of absence and go to town to grab some medicine. Grabbing medicine? What about tomorrow's work? Li Zhuangtou became anxious when he heard this. I'm telling you, people get sick when they get old, and it's useless to take medicine. You'd better work hard, that's the right thing to do. I haven't learned my craft yet, in case old Uncle Zheng is too sick to do the work. The loss is still the Zhuang Li's. Meng Yuan grabbed the soft underbelly and added, when I come back from grabbing the medicine, I will definitely work more and make up the work. Hearing this, Li Zhuangtou finally agreed to come down. When I got up the next day, there were already snowflakes. Meng Yuan didn't eat breakfast, so he directly went out of the manor, and didn't go to the town of Qingshui, but ran directly to Songhua Prefecture. The reason why Li Zhuangtou can become powerful is because he is the status of the old servant who came with the royal princess to accompany the marriage, which got generous treatment. That's all. Therefore, if you want to remove its power, you must break the return of the princess. Of course, how many years of master-servant bonding can't be broken just like that? And Li Zhuangtou usually do sell manure. Piglets and chickens are not a big deal. At most a reprimand. But according to recent events, the princess is disciplined, kind-hearted, sympathetic to the people, and concerned about reputation. That seeks the plum girl asked earlier. There is no one to borrow the name of the Wang Fu trouble. She is the Wang Fei close service, equivalent to Wang Fei inquiry. Visible Wang Fei is also on guard against the following people. Just did not catch the handle of the head of the Li Zhuang, but now Li Zhuangtou colludes with outsiders, bullying and humiliating orphan women and mothers, and seizing people's property in the name of the royal family, clearly violating the taboo of the Wang Fei, and spoiling the good name of the Wang Fei. Therefore, if we want to remove the momentum, we should start from here. Of course, Meng Yuan does not have a sharp blade to remove the momentum. You need to borrow a knife to be able to do it, and the girl who seeks the plum is this knife. The wind and snow grew heavier, and the sky and earth were white, as the body of the essence of the fire. Meng Yuan more and more do not fear the cold. The body is full of energy. The road is not feeling tired. No power, no money, no sword in my hand. It's really hard to do something. Meng Yuan trotted forward and fell on his buttocks, feeling more and more that he had to learn martial arts. Only in this way can we not be oxen and sheep, and be worthy of the name of geldings. More than 40 miles, running tightly and slowly. It was nearly noon before they arrived at Songhua Prefecture. Meng Yuan first went to grab the medicine and asked where the Xian Wang Fu was in the meantime, and only then did he carry the medicine bag and look for it. It took half an hour to arrive in front of the main gate of the royal residence. Now that there was still half a month before the New Year's festival, the royal mansion was already decorated with lights and festivities. Go to the back door and look for it. After Meng Yuan explained his intentions and offered a silver coin, the door gave directions. Meng Yuan thanked him and went to the back door, where he saw a maid guarding the door. Sister, I'm from the south of the city's pastoral farm, and I've come to find sister seeking plum. Meng Yuan sends 2 coins of silver and takes out the porcelain bottle of frostbite cream that Sun Mei sent. New Year's festival and the search for Mei's sister busy. You first wait. That maid saw Meng Yuan although woeful, but it is difficult to hide handsome, so she collected the money and porcelain vase, happy to inform inside. A long time before returning, said, reported up. First wait. If people do not come, cannot blame me. Meng Yuan thanked him and stood by the wall waiting, his mind pondering at the same time. There are 2 hard things about this business. One of them is to seek Mei busy, not to see. So Meng Yuan specially brought the porcelain bottle containing frostbite cream, hoping to seek Mei see the old things, think of a point of old love. The second is that this matter is essentially a complaint, and if it is the truth, searching for the plum will probably feel that he is because Li Zhuangtou blocked the learning of martial arts, which secretly search Li Zhuangtou's fault, is because of the grudge and report. In this way, even if you deal with Li Zhuangtou, you will make Xuan Mei feel that he is deep in mind, and will not be able to avoid looking down on him, and he will fall short. This time to learn martial arts ultimately fell on the search for Mei, is why Meng Yuan has to expose the evil deeds of Li Zhuangtou, cannot let the search for Mei born of bad feelings. This is a great test of improvisation. All day long, I've been bothering myself. I should have known that I would have gone to be the head of the face. Meng Yuan lamented in his heart. After half an hour, drenched in snow, finally smelled the faint plum blossom aroma. Mei Xuan Mei stood in front of the door, clad in a light-colored cloak. She had just seen someone with a porcelain vase asking for an audience, so she knew who had come. Now the New Year's festival is approaching. It is the time to send gifts to and from the time. Looking for the plum is used to the world. I ask the messenger maid. Know that the teenager came with a straw paper bag. Will give birth to a few points of displeasure. The last gift of frostbite cream. Searching for the plum hinted at the teenager. As long as the practical and diligent, the next day must be mentioned. I did not think a month has not yet arrived. Came to send a gift to run the relationship. Now it seems, is up only camp. White born a good skin. Also play what snow trick. Can be seen as really have not read a few books. Really boring. Meng Yuan? Seeking Plum's hands were folded into her sleeves. Her voice faint. As soon as Seeking Plum made a sound, he saw that the teenager slowed down. His hands were red. His eyes were exceptionally clear. And a happy smile appeared on his face as he excitedly said, Sister May, what brings you here? May Seeker remained cold. But see that young man lifted up the hand of the straw paper bag. Seemingly did not realize the coldness of the search for May. The opposite of excitedly said, Jiang old man cough at night. I took leave to come out to buy medicine. I wanted to go to the town of Clear Water, but I have not been. A snow and lost the way. Simply follow the road to the capital city. Then how did you find this place? After Seeking Plum saw that the teenager was seeking medicine for a loved one and not a gift, her heart had been much relieved. I saw that the young man's eyes did not hide. Simple and serious, today the snow is heavy. I see that there are still a lot of stragglers under the city wall. So I thought that if it were not for the Princess Royal's acceptance, I would still be the same as them. I thought that since I'm in the capital city, if I don't come to kowtow to the princess, then I'm not too ungrateful. And old Uncle Jian will blame me for not knowing what I'm doing. Teenager hand surface freezing red. Exhale rubbing hands. Face still smiles simple. Clothes dirty. But people do not have self-hatred. Visible mind pure. To the Princess of Thanksgiving is also extraordinarily sincere. Searching for the plum cannot help but soften a lot. It's enough that you have this heart. Wang Fei doesn't love these vain rituals. Seeking May smiled softly and said, It's cold outside. Come in and have a cup of tea to warm up. No no no. Only to see that teenager waving his hands in a hurry. Still carrying the medicine bag. I'll kowtow to the crown princess and sister. I have to hurry back to decoct the medicine for old Uncle Jiang. There is no hurry this moment. Obey. Seek May has not half of this young man's bad feelings, but feels simple and sincere. Is a loyal and filial people. And even this bag also looked more and more smooth. Led the teenager into the door. To a side room. Searching for May took off the cloak. Personally pour tea. Thank you, Sister May. Meng Yuan sincerely thanked her. Is it okay to live in the manor? Seek May asked. Sister, I'm the one who escaped the desert. I'm content with a place to sleep. Meng Yuan smiled. You are contented. Seeking May smiled and nodded. Then asked, Tell me honestly, did that Li Zhuantou do anything evil? This. Meng Yuan some embarrassment. To see Seek May serious. Then said, I saw him seem to sell some manure outside. Chicken eggs also sent some outside. Meng Yuan only picked up small things. Ignorant and greedy. But he's an old family man, so he can't be too harsh. Xuan Mei smiled and added, the Wang Fei ordered the people below to send some children of the right age to learn martial arts. Why didn't you come? I see that you might be a martial arts practicing wizard. Sister joking. Meng Yuan held a teacup and sincerely said, I'm not hiding it from my sister. I've discussed it with Zhang Laobua, and I was thinking of giving it a try. And I've also paid out money to ask the head of the central bank. But his old man said that I'm too late to get into the bank, and asked me to wait for 2 or 3 years. I think this is also reasonable. I am in the end a stranger. Wait a little bit is nothing. That's an amateurish thing to say. The sooner you practice martial arts the better. It's too late to put it off for a few years. Seeking May laughed. That's nothing. I don't know anything about practicing martial arts or not. Meng Yuan looked like a simple man with no desires. Anyway, no matter if it's practicing martial arts or doing labor in the manor, it's all working for the crown princess. And it's not that different. Meng Yuan is an old loyalist when he opens his mouth. Didn't ever think you'd know what you're doing. Seeking May nodded her head in approval and asked again, Have you had lunch? I'll have someone bring you some food. Sister really can't. Meng Yuan hurriedly got up and refused, lifting up the medicine bag and saying, I have to hurry back to decoct the medicine for old Uncle Jiang, and there's work to be done in the fields, so I can't be delayed for too long. Do you take me for a grain? The farmers also don't go out during the winter season, so what's there to do in the fields? Seeking May laughed. Meng Yuan honestly replied, I am the one who almost starved to death by the side of the road. It is the Princess Wang who gave me food and clothing. Being able to work more is also counted as a part of my heart. Besides, the head of the bank said that the land is newly bought by Wang Fei, and that it should be plowed to replant spring wheat, so there can't be any delay. Seeking May had been smiling. When she heard this, she put down her teacup and asked, Where is the newly purchased land? It's just west of the manor. About 10 acres. A few of us have almost finished turning it over and fertilized it. Sister, don't worry about it. I'll make sure that there will be a good harvest next year. Meng Yuan was very sincere. Seeking Mei nodded, and after contemplating for a while, she smiled again and took out a few pieces of broken silver from her embroidered pouch, saying, "You've worked hard to come over here, and since you don't want to eat, keep this money and buy some food on the way." Sister Mei, I don't lack food and drink at the manor, and I still have monthly silver to take. I can't take this money. Meng Yuan didn't want it. Very determined. Then I won't force myself. Your nature is simple and pristine. Too honest. If someone bullies you, just come to me. It's not in vain for you to call me a sister. Seeking Mei smiled and said, "Also, don't tell anyone about the fact that you came to see me today." Meng Yuan responded and bid farewell to Mei Sun. In this line, Meng Yuan did not tell a single lie. Every word was true. It's hard to pretend to be smart, and even harder to pretend to be innocent. Fortunately, I'm originally pure and innocent, so that doesn't count as a disguise. Meng Yuan swore with conviction. End of chapter. The north wind is still, snow has stopped. The sky is gray as if it has been depowered. This snow trekking in search of plums, Meng Yuan purpose has been achieved. As for what is the result, is not yet known. Now there is no power and no sword. Want to do something, inevitably have to borrow the momentum. The consequences are naturally not good control. If you can bring down Li Zhuangtou, then everything is fine. If it doesn't work, Meng Yuan will have to find another way. There are many people traveling on the main road of Songhua Prefecture. All of them are in a hurry, so it can be seen that winter is also not idle. Meng Yuan bought a pig's trotter, wrapped it carefully in greaseproof paper and put it in his arms. He also bought 2 large cakes and ate them while walking. Once out of town, I caught a ride with a charcoal seller and continued west again, riding the wind and snow, with wet and broken shoes. It was dark before they made it back to the pastoral village. After dinner time had passed, Meng Yuan went straight back to his residence. It's snowing so hard and you're still running around outside. Jiang Tang saw that Meng Yuan's shoes and socks were wet. She was heartbroken, and without waiting for Meng Yuan to say anything, she ordered Meng Yuan to sit down, gave away his shoes and socks, and brought hot water to wash them. Is your cough better today? Meng Yuan took out the medicine bag and the oil paper bag from his arms. I'm not in the way. Rather, it's you, running around all day in the freezing weather. Old Uncle Jiang didn't know that Meng Yuan had gone to find Xuanmei, and only thought that he had gone to buy medicine, and smiled. This girl asked Tainyo for firewood, and the stove hasn't stopped, saying that she had to prepare hot water for you. She wasn't even this nice to me, and when she saw that you didn't return, she kept chanting to go pick you up. Jiang Tang sat on the small bench, lowered her head to wash Meng Yuan's feet, and didn't say anything. Silly girl. Meng Yuan laughed and flicked Jiang Tang's forehead, and she raised her head. Her face flushed and she didn't know what the shyness was about. I'm not stupid. Jiang Tang lowered his head again, not knowing what came to mind, and giggled twice before tickling the soles of Meng Yuan's feet. After soaking his feet, Jiang Tang dried them again, then picked up the shoes and socks and threw them into the basin, and was about to go out to wash them. Don't rush. Meng Yuan pulled her back and said, I bought you meat. Eat it first before you get busy. Meat? Jiang Tang's big dark eyes lit up and she hurriedly said, then I'll go and wash something before eating it. She busied herself with the basin and went out, quickly washing it and frying up the medicine. Before she had the time to open the oil paper bag, the pig's trotters had long been cold, but Jiang Tang was still happy, first letting elder Uncle Jiang eat them, and then letting Meng Yuan eat them, and the two of them naturally wouldn't snatch the food from her. The room is dark. Jiang Tang gnawed pig's feet. Jiang old uncle and Meng Yuan gossip, said what Jiang Tang's grandmother gave birth to 7. Several aunts also have children, which corroborates that Jiang Tang in the future will also be able to bear children. The next day, because the snow has not yet disappeared, there is no need to go down to the ground. Just Li Zhuangtou is really to the death. Let Meng Yuan shovel manure for a day. The 3rd day, the 4th day also did not move. See closer and closer to the New Year's Day. Meng Yuan thought that after the year will not have results. A burst of hoofs vibrate pasture. The people of the village all poured out to see, only to see 6 steeds escorting a carriage to the front of the hall. The 6 guards, each armed with a sword, dismounted and shielded the carriage. An old man came down from the carriage first, and only after that was Mei Sun. Seek Mei changed the attire, wearing a bright red cloak, slightly powdered, actually have a few points of martial arts. Tie it up. Before Li Zhuangtou could understand what was going on, he heard Xuanmei give the order. 2 guards came forward and immediately pressed Li Zhuangtou and tied his hands behind his back. What for? What are you doing? Li Zhuangtou did not know what was going on, only full of fear, kneeling on the ground and shouting, Seek Mei, what are you doing? Who are you to kidnap me? I am an old man who married after the Wang Fei. I want to see the princess. Xuanmei folded her hands into her sleeves and said in a cold voice, do you also know that you are the one who married after the Wang Fei? Have you ever listened to the teachings of the Wang Fei? Wang Fei has always been sympathetic to you old people. Usually greedy some account for some. Selling the manor's chickens, ducks, meat and eggs just as if they did not see. As she spoke, Xuanmei took 2 steps forward and continued. But the Princess Royal has ordered us not to use the name of the royal family to bully or insult the people. But you are borrowing the name of the royal family, colluding with outsiders, bullying widows and orphans, seizing fields, and eating people out of their homes. I didn't. Li Zhuangtou knew that something had happened, and his voice was much smaller. Lost in thought, kneeling on the ground. When I came here last time, I told you to be lenient with the Zhuang people, but you forced them to plow the fields and turn them over in winter. Seeking Plum spoke, her tone getting more and more unkind, saying, Wang Fei said that the stragglers gathering and causing trouble in the year of disaster is due to the incompetence of the officials, and secondly, it's being forced by people like you. Li Zhuangtou trembled, unable to say a word. No longer the arrogance of the past. I know you're not convinced. When you return the bitter owner's field deed and count what you've gained, go back to your old home and tell the old madam about it. Seekmei simply do not give Li Zhuang had the opportunity to argue. Obviously got the instructions of the Wang Fei. Meng Yuan watched in amazement from the sidelines. He didn't expect the crown princess to be extremely insightful and act in a thunderous manner. That searching for Mei is not finished. Ordered the Li Zhuangtou's home is also sealed. In order to wait for the inventory. From now on, he will be your new Zhuang too. Xuanmei pointed to the old man who came with her, and instructed the old man, saying, the lower people are easy to abuse. I hope that you will live up to the princess's trust, and do not treat the people of the manor harshly. After saying his words, Seeking Plum did not stay any longer and boarded the carriage. The wheels of the car crushed the snow, creaking, and the curtains opened as they traveled outside. Seekmei see a group of Zhuang people are still in a trance. The young man stood in the crowd, the same face full of surprise. There is a girl leaning against the young man, is also confused. Looking at this scene, Xuanmei then thought that this teenager was afraid that he didn't know that it was his unintentional words that brought about today's events. Come here. Seeking Mei smiled and waved at the teenager, seeing him freeze for a moment before rushing forward. Sister Mei. Meng Yuan was honest. Now do you still want to go to the royal residence to learn martial arts? Seeking Mei asked with a smile. Think. Meng Yuan immediately said. You're simple in nature. I'm afraid you'll be bullied when you arrive at the royal residence. Seeking Mei guffawed. But I will protect you. You will go to the new Zhuang Tu later and ask him to give you a note to report to the royal residence tomorrow. Thank you, sister. Meng Yuan's heart's desire was realized, and he only felt happy in his heart. The carriage drove away, and Li Zhuangtou's father and son followed behind, having long since lost the arrogance of the past. A crowd of Zhuang people again rushed to pay homage to the new Zhuang head. This new Zhuang head surnamed Sun. After he toured the Zhuang, Meng Yuan and Jiang old uncle, and Zhao big head father and son, a piece of the door to find. Sun Zhuangtou is amiable, nimbly wrote a letter of recommendation, but also let Zhao Daodu tomorrow morning to drive a donkey cart to send. It's just not the saying with this change. In the end, it's still the princess that's good. When night came, Zhao Daodu and his son came and held Meng Yuan's hand. Tainyo's nature is naive, and he doesn't use his head when he talks, so I'm going to trouble you, little Meng, to take care of him. Big Head Zhao pressed Tainyo's head again and told him to listen to Meng Yuan in everything. Meng Yuan agreed and asked Big Head Zhao to take care of old man Jiang. After sending off Big Head Zhao's father and son, Meng Yuan saw that Jiang Tang had been silent, so he pinched her face. Brother, will you come back? Jiang Tang asked carefully. Will. Meng Yuan was very serious and earnestly said, at most 6 months, I will receive you into the city to live. Jiang Tang nodded her head obediently, and without saying anything more, she sat at the head of Meng Yuan's bed and sewed the cuffs of his sleeves. The stitches were fine, as if they could never be worn down. There was fog in the morning. Meng Yuan and Tainyo ate breakfast, and Zhao Daodu drove the donkey cart, and together they hid into the fog. End of chapter. Because the fog was so thick, the donkey cart traveled very slowly as it was no more than 3 or 4 feet away when he raised his eyes, grinding for more than 10 miles. The fog does not dissipate, but also cannot feel how long has passed. Hitchhiker, hitchhiker, hitchhiker. As he was walking, a clear and lively female voice suddenly appeared behind him, which should be a child in her teens. Phew, Big Head Zhao is a real person. Immediately stopped the donkey cart, but also toward the back of the smile. Little girl, why foggy days still go out? Meng Yuan and Tainyo sat on the crate and looked back, only to see a cloud of brownish-yellow shadows scurrying out of the fog and quickly jumping onto the car. What kind of little girl is that? It's a weasel. This weasel has an elongated body, short limbs, soulful eyes, a brownish-yellow back, and a light white belly. There was even a small bundle tied around his neck, as if he was going on a trip, only to see that as soon as it got into the car, it used its hind legs to support its body to stand up straight, and vigorously shook off the cold dew on its body, making Mang Yuan's face. Mang Yuan didn't dare to say anything. Big Head Zhao and Tainyo also froze on the spot, and Donkey was even shaking in his hind legs. I knew that there were demons and monsters in this world before, but in the end, I only heard about it, and this time, I saw it with my own eyes. 2 days ago it snowed, and today there is a demonic fog. It can be seen that when there is a dim king in the country, there are bound to be demons. The weasel's voice is crisp and clear, and it says something out of tune, and it looks like a competent person. While loosening the baggage, it says excitedly, "Go, go, 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 old donkey dear hey." Weasel skillfully shouted the horn of the donkey drive, obviously knowing his way around. Sure enough, the donkey did move forward. "Where are you going?" Weasel remembered to ask the owner of this room after he had overstepped his bounds. "Great immortal, let's go to Songhua Prefecture City." Seeing that the weasel didn't ask for a seal and didn't show any intention of harming anyone, Mang Yuan spoke back, "That's just the way." The weasel's voice was as clear and crisp as a young girl's, but its tone was old-fashioned. "But you can't call me Daxian, just call me Auntie. I've eaten more chickens than you three have salt." This weasel's words were disorganized, but it seemed as if it was really here to hitchhike. Mang Yuan and Big Head Zhao looked at each other and decided to hurry on before waiting to see what would happen. Weasel also no longer pay attention to Mang Yuan. 3 people looked around, and then took down the small baggage. Also do not unravel, only reached out his claws in to touch an egg out. That egg should be a wild egg or something. The weasel cracked the eggshell and peeled it carefully with its paw, but it was still boiled. Then he ate it in small bites, and when he ate the yolk, he grunted with great satisfaction. "I can see that this weasel hasn't had a good meal. It's not that Auntie doesn't share your food. Is it much?" "Not much." When the weasel saw Mang Yuan and Tainyo's wide-eyed stares, it turned away from them and said something incomprehensible in its mouth. Soon, the weasel finished the eggs, and then fished out a pocket-sized bronze mirror and wooden comb from the baggage, and tended to his fur in the mirror, which was really stinky. Mang Yuan kept his guard up, thinking that this weasel had a lot of fancy work. Soon, Weasel finished cleaning up, sat down on his butt, and asked as if he were nagging a family, "Are you two married?" Tainyo shook his head blankly, and Mang Yuan also shook his head. "Start a family early, don't be a jerk." Weasel was old-fashioned. Mang Yuan and Tainyo really didn't know what to say. "The smell of cow dung on you guys smells pretty good," the weasel praised, tilted his head crookedly to look at Mang Yuan and said, "How come you still have blood on you?" "I'm a geld maker," Mang Yuan said. "Geldings?" The little weasel first cocked his head in retrospect, then said happily, "It's an egg cutter, right? Hey, what haven't I seen before?" Both of its front paws were crossed, and it was a very impressive sight to behold. When Mang Yuan saw that the person looked like he was begging for praise, he casually complimented, "Auntie knows the world well, has a wide range of knowledge, and is wise. Little geldings, your speech is still oddly good." The weasel is obviously a can't stand flattery. It happily jumped a little, said, "You say it again a few times, I haven't memorized it." Mang Yuan couldn't help it and repeated it 3 more times. Weasel whispered it several times in silence, looking as if he was going to use it to flatter someone else. When it had memorized it, it shook its head happily and said, "Hold out the little gelding's hands. Is this a payoff, or is it a fee for writing?" Mang Yuan took a deep breath, his right hand behind his back in defense, and extended his left hand, placing it on the car panel. The weasel came forward and turned around again, raising its tail and puckering its buttocks, rubbing against Mang Yuan's tiger's muzzle. It was slightly warm, and it didn't smell like a tawdry odor, but Mang Yuan knew that this was the weasel marking. "Auntie has a wide range of people, so I'll look for you if I have geldings in the future, and you'll get a discount." Weasel was very serious. Mang Yuan never thought that one day he would be able to let the weasel introduce business to him. And look at this situation. He has also become the weasel's human face. Good to know. Mang Yuan could only admit it, and seeing that Weasel didn't seem to have a very good brain, he cried, "How many faces does Auntie have?" "That's a lot." "Ha, what are you doing in town?" Weasel snorted and changed the subject, obviously too shallow in his ways to show his cowardice when he lied. "Visiting relatives." Mang Yuan removed a few moments of fear, babbled, and asked back, "What is Auntie going to do?" "Go wish Godmother a happy birthday." Weasel was happy and proud. "My godmother said she would introduce me to a good marriage, with endless chickens and eggs from my aunt's family. No wonder it's a mirror and a comb. And I'm told to get married earlier." So you're going on a blind date. Speaking of which, Weasel asked curiously, what kind of hairstyle is popular in the city nowadays? You can't learn a fashionable hairstyle. Mang Yuan looked at the Weasel's petite head and honestly replied, I really don't know. Dirtbag. Weasel grinned. Another 7 or 8 miles ahead, the Weasel called for a stop. It climbed onto the back of the donkey, stood up on 2 legs, looked around, and sniffed, as if to identify the direction. We're not on our way. The Weasel sighed and looked at the 3. It rubbed its 2 front paws together and reached into its bag for a while, with a look of reluctance, but finally felt out a tiny bit of broken silver. Auntie won't ride in your car for nothing. This is the money I saved for myself. It was full of reluctance to throw the silver to Zhao Daodu with a stingy look, and finally looked at Mang Yuan, saying, Little geldings, when Auntie has gotten you the job, you can score me some money. How much does a geldingsmith earn? How much money can a geldings make and still share it with you? Mang Yuan was very serious and said, This is the rule of the trade. If you are the introducer, you will naturally have a share. Satisfied with this, the Weasel jumped out of the car, carrying the small bundle on its back, and disappeared into the mist with a brain. Giddy up. Seeing that the demon had been sent away, without even needing to be pumped by Big Head Zhao, the donkey darted forward in a nimble manner. The 3 did not dare to talk about anything, just drove forward, panicked and took a fork in the road. Until afternoon, the fog is dispersed, only to arrive at the entrance of Songhua Prefecture. There was a lot of traffic under the gates, and the trio finally breathed a sigh of relief. Big Head Zhao held Mang Yuan and Tainyo's hands and carefully urged, We can't tell anyone about what happened today. Yellow purses are the most vindictive, and if it's because of us that we've ruined someone's business, we won't be able to live a peaceful life in the future. As he spoke, he grabbed a donkey dung egg from the ground, rubbed Mang Yuan's tiger's mouth vigorously, and grabbed wet soil to rub, fearing that it would leave the Weasel's stench. After finishing all this, Big Head Zhao felt out the hitchhiking money sent by Weasel, and there was about a penny. So he spent it all at the stall outside the city, bought cakes, chucked fat meat, and the 3 of them had a beautiful meal. We were lucky today. We ran into an honest one who gave us money for a ride. Big Head Zhao had a heart palpitating with fear and earnestly urged, But don't think that monsters are good. This yellow skin is close to the people to understand a little bit of human feelings. Some of the monsters that are going to eat people, very fierce nah. There are also some that specialize in seducing men. You have to be careful. He pointed at Mang Yuan's tiger's mouth and said seriously, Little Meng, if you realize that there's someone else in the quilt in the middle of the night and they're still pestering you to sleep with you, then it's the great immortal that's coming to suck your yang qi. So you've got to hold on to it. Mang Yuan held his forehead, thinking that if it really came to that day, how could he hold it? End of chapter. Farewell to Big Head Zhao. Mang Yuan brought Tainyo to the Xan Wang house, submitted a letter of recommendation, and came out to be received by an old man. Follow me. The old man led the way in front, his mouth still chattering, saying something about how hard it was to lead the way, and how the country boy didn't know how to behave and didn't know about filial piety in clouds. Mang Yuan pretended not to understand, and Tainyo was not understanding at all, also did not go deep into the royal residence, only circled around and came to the south side of the royal residence, then saw a long fence. I knocked on the door and pushed it in, but it was a schoolyard. Just see the center is a martial arts field. On both sides there are arrow targets and fletching, weapon racks, and all kinds of stone grinders and stone locks, standing wooden stakes and plum blossom stakes. On all sides there are no trees, only a high fence. In the open space of the martial arts arena there are more than 20 people in the horse stance and boxing, both male and female. All of them are 15 or 16 years old teenagers, all wearing the same tight short beat. A man in his 40s walked around with his hands behind his back, cursing from time to time. The old man led Mang Yuan and Tainyo forward and said towards the middle-aged man, Teacher Nya, this is the new kid. What took you so long? Look at this. The children here are having their second crop. This Mr. Nya is very exaggerated. I can't. It's what Miss Seeking Plum ordered. The old man said helplessly. Seeking May's face has to be given. 1 is practicing. 10 is practicing. It's not like we're eating my family's rice anyway. Teacher Nya smiled. The old man walked away leisurely after a few polite words. Teacher Nya waved at the 2 of them, and Mang Yuan and Tainyo hurried forward. The young man is so handsome. Why don't you go to the garden and practice martial arts? Mr. Nya grabbed Mang Yuan's wrist, looked at the calluses, and pinched his shoulders and waist, and said, It's a seedling for practicing martial arts. If he practiced when he was young, he might be a bit more capable now. He made a slight evaluative assessment and then asked, Ever slept with a pussy? Nope. Mang Yuan returned. You can't sleep now. Learn your ability well. When you're done I'll ask the princess to point you to a beautiful one. Teacher Nya laughed out loud and grabbed Tainyo's wrist again to see. This kid is strong and a seedling. Mr. Nya gave the evaluation and asked, have you slept with any pussy yet? Slept. Iron Bowl returned. Yoo-hoo. Mr. Nya laughed, sized up Tainyo some more, and asked, how many have you slept with? 2. Iron Bowl returned honestly. The crowd of teenagers also looked at Tainyo in amazement, with envy and contempt. TSK, 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 which gardens are they all from? Mr. Nya asked curiously. Tainyo was surprised and said, it's my own family, my mother and my milk. Good good good. What a resourceful good boy. Teacher Nya couldn't help but laugh. He saw that Manhwa and Tainyo still had their baggage with them, so he greeted a teenager and instructed, you take them both to receive their clothes, and then give them a place to stay, and fetch some water to wash them. They smell like donkey dung eggs. The teenager led the order and immediately took Manhwa and Tainyo outside, whispering as he walked, my name is Wu Changsheng. What are you two called? Manhwa and Tainyo reported their names. Chatting, 2 people received 2 sets of thin clothes. Is the ordinary practice use? That Wu Changsheng said that this is the princess down. Visible generosity. The so-called residence was also in the schoolyard, a row of green-tiled cottages against the fence. Came to the dormitory. Then C is a big bunk. Enough for 10 or so people to sleep side by side. There is no locker to store clothes and so on. It is very simple. Put down your bags. Fetched well water outside. And scrubbed your body right in the house. This Wu Changsheng has a lot of words. Do not need Manhwa deliberately inquire. Will know a brain pulled out. It turned out that the Nya teacher's name Nya Yanian is followed by the old man married to the princess. Has always been the trust of the Wangfei. Plain in the status of the king's house is not low. The teenagers are called Nya division. How's the food on our side? Manhwa was most concerned about this issue, as it was related to the growth of the essence flame. As the old saying goes, poor in literature and rich in martial arts. The old saying still holds true. Poor people practice their swords. Rich people practice their swords. And if you don't have money, you go pick. Practicing martial arts is not an ordinary family can afford. Not to mention the venue, travel, worship and so on. Eat alone, this is not a small cost. The teenagers are still able to eat when the family does not have a little bottom really cannot afford to feed. Manhwa was afraid that someone would withhold food and drink. Every day the steamed buns are filling. And there's me too. Wangfei is the number 1 good person under the sky. Can she let us starve? Wu Changsheng was also from a straggler background, and he was sincerely in love with the Wangfei. Manhwa was quite relieved. After scrubbing his body carefully, Manhwa sniffed the tiger's mouth hard and couldn't smell half a bit of foul odor. I also don't know if Auntie will still be able to find me when she wants to introduce me to business. Manhwa muttered in his heart. Changing into clean short-beat and strong clothes, Wu Changsheng brought Manhwa and Tainyo back to the schoolyard. That Nya Yani and Nya master also does not pull nonsense. Only said, there are no rules here. Only one, without my permission, cannot go out of the schoolyard. What do you practice every day? Let Wu Changsheng lead you. Manhwa and Tainyo responded. Go on, follow the practice and show me patience, Nya Yani said. Manhwa and Tainyo then hurriedly came behind the men, found a position to stand, followed the men's movements, set down the horse stance, and then followed the punches. This is horse stance punching fist. Nya Yani looked at it for a while, then came to point it out, saying, feet apart slightly above the shoulders, bend the knees and press down. The thighs should be flush with the ground, and the knees should not go over the toes. That's the horse stance position. After teaching the standing stance, Nya Yani added, make fists with both hands, fists upward, and place them on either side of the waist pole. Right fist forward, arms must be straight, fists down, switch between the 2 fists. Remember to turn your waist and send your shoulders. Only then will the force be fierce. Nya Yani finished briefly and demonstrated himself, casually said learn well, and regardless of whether Manhwa and Tainyo had learned, he left the schoolyard at a fast pace. It could be seen that this Master Nya didn't teach this group of teenagers as disciples and was clearly a mixer. The teenagers saw that no one cared, and did not dare to stop, still playing horse stance punch, but talked about the sky. Some people asked Manhwa his name, some people talked about which flour cake was good, and some people shouted that they had to pee. Manhwa didn't talk much with them, and only came to learn seriously. This horse stance punch is a simple method of practicing downward motion and outward force, not difficult to learn, just boring. And when you first practice, you don't feel how, but the more you practice, the more you feel your legs are sore, your arms are swollen, and your whole body is heavy. Manhwa carefully followed Wu Changsheng and practiced a few times before he got the hang of it roughly. After a quarter of an hour had passed, Wu Changsheng asked everyone to stop and rest. After a break, it was back to practicing front and side kicks. and then it was time to throw and lift stone blocks to build arm strength. When it was dark, Wu Changxing blew the call to disperse. All the teenagers have long been hungry and hard. Have to run to the schoolyard's canteen. The food was tofu boiled with cabbage and radish and dripping with oil. Lining up, Meng Yuan first gave Tainyo a big bowl full, and then served himself, then grabbed a few steamed buns, and the two of them sat side by side and took a big bite. The food here was so much better than Makwang, and especially there were white steamed buns that smelled countless times better than eggs. Meng Yuan only felt too happy. Brother, there is meat. Tainyo was eating happily, actually found a piece of meat from the bowl, immediately happy and forgetful. Meng Yuan didn't say anything, just ate with a big mouthful of food, hope for the future rising in his heart. End of chapter. After eating and drinking, a thin stream of water merged into the essence flame, which grew slightly stronger again. Over these days, Meng Yuan observed the essence flame from time to time, and realized that the nutrients that the essence flame drew from the different things he ate were also more or less important. Meat was the best, while things like rice, noodles, vegetables and fruits were a bit worse, and there's a difference in the meat, so you're better off eating sheep's eggs and cow's eggs than anything else. If he looked at the meals this time around, Meng Yuan estimated that in another month, the essence flame would be able to envelop itself, and would probably be at the state of completion. What will happen then? Also, if we eat something else, will it be better for essence fire? Can you eat demons? Meng Yuan couldn't help but think of his aunt. Just as I was thinking about it, a sharp pain shot through my arm. Why are you pinching me? Meng Yuan hurriedly pressed Tainyo's hand. Brother, with a serious face, Tainyo said, my father said that if you gawk at the tiger's mouth and smile foolishly, you'll have to be woken up. You also have to be asked, have you forgotten your little daughter-in-law at home? Meng Yuan didn't expect Uncle Big Head to have so little confidence in himself, fearing that he would be hooked by a demon. Have you forgotten? You say it. Tainyo grabbed Meng Yuan's arm and shook it vigorously. Didn't forget. Meng Yuan was breathless. It was dark by now, and the moonlight was pale. After the men had eaten their fill, they went to the schoolyard to play horse stance punch, which was followed by the lifting of stone locks. When the night is deeper, tired and sweaty, this is considered to be broken up. While everyone else headed back to their lodgings, Meng Yuan and Tainyo were in no hurry to leave. With the body the body of the essence of the fire is strong. Meng Yuan chi strength is much larger. 20 pounds of stone locks thrown up is also a breeze. Although he had labored in the pastoral village, he had never tried his limits, but now it was the right time to try. Seeing no one in the schoolyard, Meng Yuan chose 100 pounds of stone mill, set down the horse stance, both hands hold the lifting place, grit his teeth and slowly lifted, and then in his heart silently counted 30, and only then gently put down. Slightly slowed down, Meng Yuan went to try 200 pounds of stone mill again. This time there is a feeling of powerlessness, can only move, but cannot lift up. Let me try. The difference between man and man is indeed very big. This iron ox sinews and bones are strong. Brute force is also big. It is really a natural divine power. Meng Yuan estimated that his own limit was probably around 150 pounds, while iron ox was going to be around 250. Of course, both were untrained. If they had fought for some more time, they would have been able to lift heavier ones when they had more strength and more skill. Besides, as the essence fire grows, one's strength will be greater. The two men gossiped about the day and came to the well water piece by piece. The total number of people in this room is 27. 15 young men and 12 young women, all of whom live in the schoolyard and live 100 paces apart. There is no hot water here, and with the cold wind blowing on winter nights, most people go straight back to bed. Only a few people would simply scrub at the well. The young girls, on the other hand, were a little more refined and took the water back to the house to scrub. Master Nye said that people who learn martial arts are not formal, so how nice for us to wash together here. Wu Changsheng was also at the well, and he cheaply joked towards the female trainees. That Wu Changsheng flirted with the young girls for a few moments, and when he was arched by them, he was carrying buckets of water to the women's house. Meng Yuan and Tainyo didn't talk too much. The two of them were naked, so they scrubbed in the cold wind. Seeing that some female trainees were coming this way, praising that Wu Changsheng for having eyesight, the words were motivating, trying to get Meng Yuan and Tainyo to help. But both of them were honest people who didn't understand at all, and quickly dried themselves off and headed back to the dormitory. Pushing open the door to the dormitory, it was quite dim with oil lamps burning inside. Newcomer! Meng Yuan and Tainyo had just entered the door when the house fell silent. Then a few strange laughs emerged. Meng Yuan looked over and saw that there was a person sitting against the wall at the very end of the long bed, with his legs crossed, and two teenagers sitting cross-legged on either side of him, all of them looking over with smiles on their faces. There were two bundles thrown to the ground, with shoes and socks scattered inside, clearly belonging to himself and Tainyo. Some of the rest of the people in the house lay down to sleep, while others looked as if they were waiting to see the joke. Go! The teenager with his legs crossed laughed and pointed outside. Get me a basin of water to wash my feet. Where is the basin? Meng Yuan asked with a smile. Eyes growing for nothing? The teenager glared at Meng Yuan and pointed to the ground. Where there are many people there is bound to be a division of masters and subordinates, with some bullying and others being bullied. Meng Yuan did not want to be nosy, nor did he have the idea of bullying. However, people's horsepower fell on his head, and that package is Jiang Yaotu in the cold day specially washed. Having already had the experience of nearly starving to death once, Meng Yuan was extraordinarily life-thirsty and extraordinarily didn't want to get into trouble. But Meng Yuan walked up, lifted up the wooden basin, and then violently raised his step onto the bed. The wooden basin directly smashed the teenager's face, and then the person followed, lifted his foot and kicked the teenager in the head. How dare you hit me? I'm the son of General Manager Liu. That teenager didn't expect Meng Yuan to speak of martial virtues at all, and at the moment, his face was soaring with blood as he wailed and cried. The two teenagers beside the Chief Liu's son froze before coming back to their senses and rushed to stop Meng Yuan. One of them was kicked in the small of the abdomen, the other was grabbed by the arm, followed by a strong force coming from them, yanked forward, and had already slumped to the ground. Meng Yuan settled the helpers, and the main target of attack was still the provocative General Manager Liu's son. Come and help! The teenager shielded his head with both hands and crouched on the bed, wailing. The rest of the people saw this and rushed forward. Some went to hug Meng Yuan's waist, some went to hug his legs, and some shouted to urge a fight, but took their fists to Meng Yuan. Tainyo was an honest child, and was still loudly persuading the fight, but seeing that no one listened to the persuasion, but instead Meng Yuan was surrounded, he shouted, went forward and grabbed one person and threw him back. Don't hit my brother. He is extremely brute force. A brain continuously threw back 5 or 6, and then grabbed one. But I feel that this person's strength is not small, but some tugging. Iron Ox is me. Watch where you're fighting. Meng Yuan was in the middle of a fight when Tainyo grabbed him by the waist. I've never been in a fight, brother. Tainyo hurriedly let go of his hand and replaced it with another person to grab it. For a while, 7 or 8 people couldn't do anything about Meng Yuan and Tainyo, and there was a lot of crying and shouting in the men's house. Don't fight! Don't fight! Wu Changsheng had been outside pleasing the female trainees, and when he heard the commotion, he hurried to persuade them, but he couldn't persuade them at all. He tried to go up and pull someone out, but whoever it was kicked over the oil lamp, and the men's house went black, and he was mistakenly hurt in the face. For a while, the bed became a battlefield, and in the darkness, it was hard to know who was fighting who, and it was already a mess. These people are all just here to learn martial arts for 5 or 6 days, fighting without a pattern, completely mixed. After a while, the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling became louder and louder, and there were constantly people shouting to stop, but Meng Yuan didn't stop at all, just staring at the teenager to fight. You guys stop fighting. The door to the men's dormitory was violently pushed open, and several female cadets shone inside with lanterns. All stop. A tall female cadet walked in carrying an oil lamp. This woman seemed to be quite authoritative, and Wu Changsheng lowered his head while plugging the blood in his nose. All the teenagers also stopped. No one spoke for a while, but there were quite a lot of crying sounds, only to see 15 teenagers, except for the 3 that didn't move. The rest were all injured, all bruised and swollen, and even Wu Changsheng, who was advising the fight, was also affected. Who started it? The tall female cadet asked. The crowd of teenagers looked at Meng Yuan and that Chief Liu's son in unison, and Tainyo saw this and hurriedly stood to Meng Yuan's side. Meng Yuan's hand at this time was still grasping the hair of General Manager Liu's son, and he didn't look at anyone else. He only pulled back hard, and that General Manager Liu's son raised his head, and his nosebleed was still flowing out hard. In the future, if I find out that someone has touched me and Tainyo's stuff, I'll beat you up. Meng Yuan was bare-chested and also had a purple and green patch in front and behind his body, but didn't care at all. Just looked around the circle and landed his gaze on General Manager Liu's son again. That Liu's son of the chief steward was bruised and swollen. His clothes were tattered and torn. His red and swollen eyes were streaming downward with tears, and with the blood on his face dripping into his mouth, he was still whimpering and crying. It's not me who did it but also beat me? Yeah, I'm only going to hit you. Meng Yuan knew the truth of hitting with a punch. Sister Qian, save me. That Chief Liu's son cried even harder, looking blearily at the tall young girl at the door. Crying? Cry and fight too. Meng Yuan loosened his grip, blew his bloody nose, and wiped his hand on Chief Liu's son's clothes. Iron Bull followed suit, but he blew his nose a little too loudly and a little too rudely to be aesthetically pleasing. The tall female cadet glanced at Meng Yuan and frowned. All of you go to sleep. Anyone who dares to make a move again will be kicked out tomorrow. Sister, don't worry. With half of his face swollen, Wu Changqing squeezed out a smile at the tall female cadet and went up to pat Meng Yuan and Tainyo on the shoulder again. The people cleaned up the things on the floor, and they really didn't make any more trouble, and each of them fell into a deep sleep. End of chapter. On the second day, before dawn, the men got up. Meng Yuan recuperated for the night, although the body is still bruised and swollen, but it has been much better, while the essence fire is slightly smaller. When I was freezing and starving earlier, the essence flame kept feeding back. Now it seems that the essence flame can also slowly repair the injuries. I just don't know what would happen if there was a major injury in life or death. Meng Yuan reviewed last night's events. Last night's melee was a completely blind fight with no semblance of discipline. Meng Yuan and Tinyo took advantage of a strong light. A pick more than one is not false, but when the light is dark, I do not know who hit who, especially Tinyo. The strength came up to swing blindly, not only hurt the enemy, Meng Yuan also received 2 hard blows on the back. The most significant injury on Meng Yuan's body was inflicted by Iron Bull, and having just come to learn the art and making a scene in the dormitory, Meng Yuan had already prepared for the worst. Waking up in the morning to wash before dawn, Meng Yuan took the opportunity to dictate to Tainyo. Tainyo, remember, if Master Nya comes to ask, just tell the truth. I was the main culprit in last night's incident, and Master Nya can tell the difference. If I'm kicked out at that time, don't talk nonsense, you must stay. Meng Yuan said. Then what should I do if you leave? Tainyo was bewildered. My father told me to follow you well. I'll do whatever you do. Listen to me. Meng Yuan said. If you're leaving, there's no point in me being alone. Why don't we just leave together and go back to the farm to shovel manure? Tainyo didn't look far ahead. Meng Yuan patted Tainyo's shoulder, knowing that he could not persuade him, so he said no more. After washing up, it was time for morning exercise. The atmosphere today was slightly different. Both male and female trainees went to look at Meng Yuan and Tainyo from time to time, only with different expressions. After the morning exercise, the men headed for the cafeteria. Breakfast was hot porridge, salted vegetables and steamed buns. As soon as he sat down, Wu Changqing followed. There was no need to deliberately ask, so Wu Changqing shook it out in his head. The man who received the hardest beating last night is called Lu Ha, the son of Chief Steward Lu. That tall young girl was called Hu Qian, the youngest daughter of the royal consort's nursemaid. These two were considered to be the highest status among the group of cadets, and were also the heads of the male and female cadets, especially that Hu Qian, who had always been the one to speak up. Last night's matter is not too big, not too small. That dog Lu Ha will definitely sue. When the time comes, Sister Qian and I will plead for you. Wu Changqing was very righteous. Meng Yuan nodded slightly and looked towards Lu Ha, who was not far away. That Lu Ha was also looking at Meng Yuan, and instead of crying and sniveling, he snapped, "Kid, you wait. When I sue Master Nya, I'll kick you out today." Meng Yuan stood up, and that Lu Ha was so shocked and shivered that he almost didn't sit still. Nya Yanian only came late in the morning after training for an hour or so. Seeing all the teenagers with bruises and swollen noses, each with wounds, he laughed and said, "Did you compete for the flower girl last night? Who won and who lost?" Master Nya. Lu Ha took a step forward. He had a large gash on his lip and both of his eyes were swollen to just a slit. He complained, "Master Nya, last night the newcomers Meng Yuan and Zhao Tainyo beat me up for reasons. Don't give me any ing reasons." Nya Yanian interrupted Lu Ha without any good humor and walked forward, slapping Lu He's head with his big hand. "You came here to learn martial arts. If you lost the fight, then fight back again. And you're complaining to me? I don't care if you are reasonable or not. How old are you? Don't you understand? I'll take off my clothes and let you have a sip of my breasts. It's because your mother is too old. Otherwise I would have shoved you back into her belly. Worthless thing." Lu Ha did not expect Nya Yanian simply ignore the matter of the complaint, but instead came to taunt. Immediately could not tense up, and even cried out again. "That's a nice cry." Nya Yanian laughed. If the little guy were to become a rabbit master, he'd be the top dog. The group of teenage girls all froze. Meng Yuan was also dumbfounded, not to mention how this Nya Yanian's martial arts, alone this ability to damage people. Meng Yuan knew that it would be difficult for him to look up to him in his own lifetime. That Nya Yanian carried his hands behind his back as he took a measured step to Meng Yuan and asked, "I heard that you're very capable of fighting?" He asked with Meng Yuan and Tainyo yesterday and knew that Tainyo was a rash one, and the fight was bound to be started by Meng Yuan. "It's all my fault alone. Please punish Master Nya." Meng Yuan didn't return people's questions and directly expressed his willingness to be punished. "Anyway, whatever the penalty, admit it, Master Nya." Wu Changqing just wanted to open his mouth to plead for mercy, but he was glared at by Nya Yanian. "You two go to the plum blossom stakes and do horse stances for a day. And if you fall down, climb up and stand again." Nya Yanian gave the punishment. Plum blossom pile is for practicing body coordination and balance, and is divided into high pile and low pile. Moreover, in order to prevent the practitioner from falling, there is fine sand under the pile. This is simply not a chastisement. A day's horse stance is certainly difficult for novices, but Meng Yuan and Tai Nyo are both sturdy teenagers. The big deal is just to fall a few times. Meng Yuan hurriedly pulled Tai Nyo to recognize the punishment, and the two of them headed to the plum blossom pile to stand on the pile. One day down, the two fell down from the plum blossom pile dozens of times. 2 legs or more, no feeling in general. However, when the night was over, the two scrubbed their bodies and returned to the men's house. No one dared to provoke. The 2 packages were placed together. No one had moved them. No one even wanted to get too close. That Lu Ha looked gloomy, and he got medicine from somewhere and applied it to his face. According to the rules, male and female cadets are strictly forbidden to go out of the schoolyard, not to mention that they are not allowed to contact people outside the schoolyard. When that Lu Ha saw Meng Yuan and Tai Nyo, he pretended to grunt twice, but in the end, he was afraid of pain and didn't dare to say a word. Meng Yuan didn't bother with him either, minding his own business and sleeping peacefully. After that, Meng Yuan only trained daily according to Master Nye's arrangement, beating up his chi and eating in large mouthfuls. But that Nye Yanian is a day to come twice a day. After the fight came once a day, and do not teach any moves, only let the teenagers to beat up the strength, is really a sheep general. As the end of the year is getting closer and closer, the cadets see that it is going to be the new year in the schoolyard, and Nye Yanian not only does not teach the real ability, but also simply does not come. These trainees saw that they were out of control, and they could not help but get up in arms. At first it was just slacking off on training, and then it even simply slept in and didn't do any of the morning exercises. Especially Lu Ha, I do not know, is used to a good life, or Nye Yani and heart resentment, even took the lead in pulling up several people every day, before getting up at 3 o'clock in the morning. Training is also not attentive. When the Hook female trainees talk, whenever the wind is strong, they go back to the men's house to sleep. And people are not stupid, but also arrange the eyes to prevent Nye Yanian suddenly come to check. But Nye Yanian simply never showed up again. 27 trainees, nearly half of whom were muddling through. Meng Yuan watched with cold eyes, but never had the thought of laziness. Every day before dawn, he got up to drill. Meticulous, never discounted. Tai Nyo is a simple man. He is simple-minded, and he has been instructed by Zhao de Daodu. He only follows Meng Yuan's drills every day. In the blink of an eye, a small half-month has passed, has come to the New Year's Eve day, and the sky is snowing again. Wang Fei benevolent, condemned to send the annual festival reward. Each cadet got a roast chicken, 2 pounds of pork, but Nye Yanian still didn't show up, and the men were not allowed to go out. The sound of firecrackers outside the schoolyard is so loud that you can still hear the sound of silk and bamboo music. This is the day of family reunion, but the people can only brave the snow drill. Some of the family son even cried out. Meng Yuan didn't take it seriously at all, eating and drinking as he should. On the first day of the new year, Meng Yuan got up before dawn and called on Tai Nyo to go out together. The north wind is howling and snow is all over the ground, adding to the loneliness. Meng Yuan and Tai Nyo fetched well water, washed their faces and brushed their teeth before starting to sweep the snow before their morning exercise. Warm up with a set of punches, then plunge into a stone lock to work on your arm strength, while hitting a horse stance punch. Usually, even if someone is lazy, there will still be 10 or so people who come to practice in the morning, but Meng Yuan and Tai Nyo practiced for a quarter of an hour, and didn't see anyone else come. Brother, it's New Year's Day, so everyone should have a day off. They're not even coming. Why do we have to practice? They all say behind our backs that we are cuties. Tai Nyo, with hot air coming out of his head, came to ask in a naive manner. Master Nye said that 1 day's practice is 1 day's work, and 1 day's lack of practice is 10 days empty. It means that practicing martial arts requires perseverance, and you need to keep practicing every day in order to keep improving. If you interrupt your practice one day, then you will lose the results you have accumulated before and it will take more time to return to your original level. Meng Yuan said as he punched his fist. Tai Nyo, I am a refugee, and your father was a sharecropper, so to put it bluntly, he is a mud-legged man. Learning martial arts is the only chance to change our destiny, so we need to firmly grasp it, but no one is watching either. Master Nye hasn't come for days. They all say that Master Nye doesn't care about us anymore. Tai Nyo was puzzled. We're practicing for ourselves, not for Master Nye. Don't you care what others think? Let's just do ours. Meng Yuan said. Actually, Meng Yuan had his own opinion. Looking at how the crown princess had acted before, it was clear that she would be able to do something and be able to do something. In that case, with the princess's strength in dealing with Li Zhuangtou, how could she allow Nyesher to let the sheep go free? Wang Fei practiced this batch of teenagers, and is strictly ordered that all of them are not allowed to go out of the schoolyard, and is not allowed to go home on New Year's Day. Obviously not forget this batch of people. After all, yesterday's New Year's Eve also sent meat. In Meng Yuan's opinion, the crown princess probably wanted to pick a group of people who were hardworking, honest and obedient, and could endure. Because the practice of martial arts is the most difficult, cannot be achieved overnight, do not allow sneaky, need to have patience, perseverance. All of them are 15 years old teenagers. Martial arts enlightenment has been a little late, and is not outstanding talent. You have to be self-discipline, obedience to some achievements. Therefore, Meng Yuan felt that the princess, or Nye Shi, was simmering people, using this to select people who could be cultivated. Of course, Meng Yuan didn't dare to conclude that he was right, but no matter what, having daily food and drink, as well as the ability to build up your qi, is good for you. If out of the first month, Nye Shi still does not teach the real skills, Meng Yuan intends to jump ship. Then whether it is to lick the search for plums, or think of another method, always have to find a way out. After all, that little girl Jiang Tang was still waiting at the Makwang. End of chapter. It was still dark and the sound of firecrackers in the distance. Meng Yuan and Tai No practiced for a while longer, and Hu Qian also came. She looks outstanding. Tall body, wear also thin, chest should be wrapped a few circles of cloth, but still can show the scale. Hu Qian's mother is the royal consort's nursemaid, and looking at her body, I know that she has been eating well since she was a child. It's New Year's Day. Why don't you two get some more sleep? Hu Qian went up and casually asked. Meng Yuan is not familiar with Hu Qian. Moreover, Hu Qian has a high status and has always been reluctant to talk to people, so it is rare for her to take the initiative to talk today. However, in Meng Yuan's opinion, if Princess Wang really intended to observe the character of this batch of trainees, then with Hu Qian's status, she was probably the insider. Anyway, let's get the house of cards up first. If Master Nye didn't tell me to stop, I won't stop. Meng Yuan responded in an unusual tone as he punched his horse stance punch. This Hu Qian has the highest status in the schoolyard, and quite good looks. Everyone grabs to please. Against this kind of not experienced love affairs, and starry-eyed little girl, cannot be like others to lick to flatter. You have to first pull a distance, and then strike. It is like goring a piglet. If you go forward with a goring knife, you are sure to scare the piglet away. But if you hide the knife well and act carelessly, the piglet will come to your feet instead. Of course, to use this kind of means need to be talented and good-looking, such as Meng Yuan this kind of can. If you change a crooked, even if you pull away from 100,000 miles, people still do not take care of you. Sure enough, when Hu Qian saw that Meng Yuan was not half as enthusiastic, and was still hitting the horse stance punch, she said, "You're quite honest and obedient, so how come you fought with Lu Ha on your first day here? If people don't offend me, I don't offend them. I came here to learn martial arts. I didn't think of anything else. I just wanted to be your highness's guard and repay your highness's favor." Meng Yuan didn't explain much and continued to zigzag. Hu Qian nodded slightly and said with a smile, "You're suffering so hard for your qi, but Nye Shi doesn't teach real skills. You have some brute strength at most. In the coming days, if the princess is really in danger, you may not be able to protect her." Sister Qian, your words are wrong. Could it be that if you can't learn real skills, you can't protect the princess? Meng Yuan paused, set up his tablets seriously and earnestly, and said, "I was born as a straggler, and if it weren't for Princess Wine giving me food and drink, I would have frozen and starved to death long ago. If anyone really dares to harm your highness, even if I am of low skill, then they would have to step over my corpse first." This kind of nonsense. Meng Yuan can pull more than a dozen sets of non-repetitive. The core of the two words, loyalty. Hu Qian was stunned for a moment. She saw that Meng Yuan's words were loud and clear. His handsome face was full of integrity and loyalty. A look of willingness to die for the princess. Not at all like the ruthless man who grabbed Lu Ha and beat him up not long ago. "I didn't expect you to have a loyal and righteous heart for being born as a straggler." Hu Qian sighed. "If you don't have a heart of gratitude, what's the same as?" Meng Yuan was all righteousness, his voice resounding, and he said seriously, "Sister Qian, if the Wang Fei is really in danger, I think you must be as willing to die for the Wang Fei as I am." This kind of talk is used to bring two people closer together. Sure enough, Hu Qian nodded heavily and said, "I'm just like you. Your highness treats me like her own daughter. Of course I am willing." "A daughter?" Then it seems that Wang Fei really did not give up here. Meng Yuan saw that he had gotten the words out, so he nodded solemnly, and then said seriously, "Sister Qian, recently when I play punching fist, I always feel that my waist and arms don't work well. Can you see where I'm practicing wrong?" "Oh, you hit 2 more strikes for me to see." Hu Qian clasped her arms, very serious. with a big sister look. This girl often live in the deep courtyard, do not know the danger of the human heart, and do not know that Meng Yuan used the desire to capture in fake dementia of the art of war learning. Tainyo on the sidelines to see the dumbfounded. Said you 2 days ago also corrected my movements to come? Combined with the fact that you have not even practiced? Soon there were people coming to morning exercise one after another. And Hu Qian no longer said much to Meng Yuan. Since then the days as usual. But the schoolyard never came to outsiders. The teenagers have no control. The lazy more and more lazy. People have a herd mentality. And teenagers are fickle. See people lazy slacking off. Then follow suit. Meng Yuan is still practicing meticulously. Daily horse stance punching. Lifting stone locks. Standing stakes. Running. Half of the actual battle without moves cannot be learned. Only according to the process set by the Nye division to beat up the muscles and bones. Meng Yuan also did not deliberately to make friends with Hu Qian. Only from time to teach one or two, so that she corrected the action essentials, to satisfy the young girl's good teacher's mind. We are halfway through the first month. Daily fierce eating and drinking and practicing. The body of the essence of the rapid growth of fire has covered the whole body. More and more do not fear the cold. The body seems to be inexhaustible general. Meng Yuan estimated that in a few more days, the essence flame would be able to reach the realm of perfection. But he just didn't know what changes would take place by then, and his heart was inevitably looking forward to it. Now it was already in the process set by Master Nye to increase the amount of training. For example, Master Nye requested that a 20-gene stone lock be lifted 300 times a day, divided into 6 repetitions. Meng Yuan then switched to a 30-catty stone lock and lifted it 500 times. There was also running with sandbags on his back, carrying stone mills and pushing stone mills. Others rested early, but Meng Yuan had to take advantage of the night to drill again. Tired and forgetful to do so, but even so, the next day I got up refreshed and warm, with all my strength back. On this day, the 15th day of the first month, before dawn, Meng Yuan got up, went out naked, and drew well water to scrub his body. I'm here to learn martial arts. Why do I think about pussy all day? Meng Yuan planned to increase his training today. Halfway through the morning of this day, there were only about a dozen people on the martial arts field, and the rest of the people were still nestled in the dormitory without getting up. On weekdays, these people are worried about Nye-Shur raid inspection. Do not dare to be lazy for too long, but today is the 15th day of the first lunar month. Are going to celebrate the festival, is why these people are bold. It was only towards lunchtime that these people came to the martial arts arena. Lu Ha was among them. After all, he was the one who led the way. Lu He's injuries had recuperated, and as he glanced contemptuously at Meng Yuan, he pretended to lift the stone lock. Master Nye doesn't care about us anymore. So if you want to learn martial arts in the future you'll have to learn from a new master. If you don't have a doorway, hurry up and find one. Lu Ha laughed out. That Nye Yanian since the new year did not show up. The teenagers have lost confidence in the practice of martial arts. And now listen to the words of Lu Ha. It is inevitable to feel more justified. For a while some people were frustrated and lost, while others rushed to please Lu Ha. I said little geldings. Lu Ha saw that all of them were looking pleasingly at him and could not help but be pleased as he smiled and looked at Meng Yuan, saying, you get up early and late every day, but you didn't expect a blank, did you? Even if you work hard, you're still a straggler and a geld. When a few days pass, it's time to roll up and get out. The betting belongs to the royal family. He can't take it with him. Someone laughed and chimed in. Meng Yuan just lifted the stone locks, not paying any attention to this provocation. Instead feeling bored, that Hu Qian looked on with cold eyes and didn't say anything. It's all about background and strength when you come out. My father is General Manager Lu. What do you have? Lu ha laughed. What's the point of you practicing every day? You still have to go back to shoveling cow dung and goring oxen and sheep. Meng Yuan dropped the stone lock in his hand and said, I don't talk to rabbits. Lu Ha had his defenses broken by this one sentence. He was furious and red in the face, but he didn't dare to make a move. He just gritted his teeth and pointed at Meng Yuan. He was provocative, but he wasn't a cutie. Knowing that he couldn't beat Meng Yuan, even if he was in a group beating, he would have to be stared at and punched by him. Master Nye is here, Hu Qian suddenly voiced out. The teenagers looked toward the schoolyard gate, only to see Nye Yanian walking over with his hands behind his back, smiling. A group of teenagers all obediently stood. Lu Ha also hurriedly stood, and said that fortunately came out early, or lazy will be found, only to see Nye Yanian walk up and look around at the people, then step on a stone lock with his foot. Nye Yanian also did not make a sound. Shoulders do not move. Only a single foot of flip and a pick. 30 pounds of stone locks flew straight up, even 3 or 4 feet high. The teenager's eyes go after the stone lock, but Meng Yuan see clearly, that Nye Yanian sink waist off the horse. 2 feet apart, tied into a horse stance, eyes slightly closed, steeply right hand fist delivery, right in the descending stone lock, only to hear a bang. That stone lock actually burst open. Broken small stones scattered in a square foot of land. Visible Nyayani in this punch is not only extremely powerful, and the strength of the pinch is very in place. Meng Yuan was stunned, and for a moment, he was infinitely yearning. The teenagers were also dumbfounded when they saw the real thing. The force originates from the 6 directions. The force rises from the ground, the force is generated at the waist, and the move is made at the shoulder. It rises like a dragon ascending to the sky, and falls like a thunderbolt striking the ground. Nyayani unclosed his horse stance, smiled and put his arm around Louis's neck, saying, "This is what is called background. This is what is called strength. You think it's a small courtyard where the ladies hook up and play house fights?" He pointed to Meng Yuan and showed Lu Ha, then continued, "He's a gelding smith. You're from a lackey's background. Who's nobler than who? I set out to lift a 20 caddy stone lock 300 times a day, and he lifted a 30 caddy one 500 times. Horse stance punching is still twice as much as yours, and he rises the earliest and practices the most every day, without hindrance from the wind and snow. Your fist is not as hard as his, your heart is not as hard as his, and you are not as diligent as him. He will definitely be more successful than you in the future. And when he sleeps with your mom in front of you, you'll still have to clap your hands." Meng Yuan glanced at Louis's looks and said, "I'm not that underhanded. People practiced hard and diligently. You don't practice even if you don't. What kind of manner is it to make snide remarks? Child, people shouldn't be like this." Nyayanian patted Louis's head, fished out another piece of paper and handed it to Wu Changsheng. Roll call. Wu Changsheng received it respectfully and sang his name. Lu Ha, Zhang Jun, Zhang Jinoa. When he read it, Wu Changsheng's forehead became sweaty, and he came to Hu Qian's side. "How can I pronounce these 3 words? There are so many strokes." Hu Qian didn't bother. Wu Changsheng saw that Nyeshir's countenance was not good and hurriedly came back to ask Meng Yuan. "Ji Bao." Meng Yuan pointed. "So it's him. Ji Bao." Wu Changsheng dilatorily and sparsely recited. In total, 16 people stood out, both men and women. Meng Yuan and Tying Yo were not listed. "Those whose names are read, go back and pack your things. All of you." Nyayanian was unceremonious. End of chapter. Sure enough, the stone in Meng Yuan's heart fell when he saw Nyayanian rushing people out. The teenagers whose names were named also finally realized that these people had slacked off on their training, and had thought that they could continue to muddle along, but they hadn't expected Nyayanian to eliminate them. Master Nya. Master Nya. Lu Ha saw that there was no possibility of learning martial arts. He panicked and lost his mind for a moment, kneeling down on his knees and hugging Nyayanian's leg, pleading, "Master Nya, please leave me behind. I will learn properly." He was snotty and scared and obviously had high hopes from his parents. The rest of those named followed suit, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Nyayanian is amiable, smiled and said, "People want to go up. Nothing more than reading and practicing martial arts. You guys can't read anymore. You can only practice martial arts. Our martial arts this way, either you have outstanding qualifications, or hard work, but you do not account for both. But also to learn the asa? Just think of lazy and slippery, not a little bit of self-control. Can stand the pain of practicing in summer and winter? Suffer and suffer. I'll change. I'll change." Lu Ha thumped his head on the ground, crying and begging, "Master Nya, please, for the sake of my father, give me another chance. It is for your father's sake that I am telling you this much. People have to fulfill themselves. Your bones and heart are not the right material for learning martial arts. There's no reason to waste time." Nyayanian still smiled warmly. "Anyway, with your father, in the future, no matter if you go to a farm or do something else, even if you become a rabbit master, you won't starve." When Lu Ha saw that Nyayanian's tone was conciliatory, but he didn't have the slightest idea of changing his mind, he couldn't help but sit paralyzed on the ground. "Get lost? Come on, don't mix up your days. Be careful of the days mixing you up." Although Nyayanian was scolding, he had an encouraging tone. The group of teenage girls who were named saw that Louis's pleading was useless, so they couldn't help but all burst into tears. All of them hung their heads in shame and lost their minds as they went back to the dormitory to fetch their baggage and then left in a grumbling manner. Louis's eyes are godless, walked to the gate of the schoolyard, stopped, looked back to the people left behind, only to see that Hu Qian's unusual appearance, as if he knew it would be today. That Wu Changsheng and Zhao Tainyo both had faces of overwhelming joy, while that Meng Yuan was expressionless, not even scoffing after victory, and even lazier to look at himself. If you want to be distinguished in front of people, you must suffer afterward. This reasoning is the same no matter which line of work you put it in. In the future you will have to practice to learn 10 times harder and 10 times more exhausting than you are now. Nya Yannian looked around at those left behind, pointed to Lu Ha, who was far away from the entrance to the schoolyard, and asked, "Is there anyone to switch with him?" No one answered. "Good. All good." Nya Yannian was very pleased, smiled and walked up. The men patted their shoulders, the women patted their heads, and took turns praising a few sentences before adding, "Today is the 15th day of the first lunar month. The Wangfei has issued meat, and today's noon is enough." There was no lack of oil and water in the school's meals, but the teenagers had never eaten meat in large chunks, and once they heard Nya Yannian's words, they all began to chomp on their mouths. However, while it's still noon, I'll teach you all a method of exhaling. As Nya Yannian spoke, he sank his body, his feet leveled with each other, shoulder width apart, quite similar to the Zamabu. This is the clasping pile nourishing Yuan Gong. You need to have a neutral body and a straight waist and spine. Both shoulders are relaxed and sunken, and both hands are wrapped around the chest as if holding a fat girl. Nya Yannian spoke very slowly, waiting for all the teenagers to do the same posture, and then said, long breath, short inhalation, body to be stable, the heart to be quiet. Think of themselves in the mountains and wild forests, or flowers and wonderful places, and then feel the changes in their own bodies. With that, he moved his arms lightly as if he was kneading a large ball. After doing a whole set of movements, Nya Yannian taught 2 more times before closing the work. This so-called holding pile nourishing Yuan Gong is not difficult to learn. The movements are simple, and the 3 main points are the rhythm of breathing, as well as the stillness of the mind and the storage of thoughts. I know you guys are puzzled as to why you're passing on this bull elemental nurturing technique instead of the true method of actual combat. Nya Yannian carried his hands behind his back and said word for word, I'll tell you, when we walk the path of martial arts, we have to be loose and tight. In this period of time, we have been practicing diligently to build up our chi. That's tightness. What is loose? Nurturing the chi and the heart is loose, and calming the heart and the chi is loose. This holding pile nourishing Yuan Gong is loose. He casually corrected the movements of a few trainees, his mouth still not stopping. One loose, one closed, one fast, one slow. This is the way to advance in martial arts. You guys are late to the profession. Only this will help open up the orifices in your body. Master Nya, what is an opening point? Wu Chongsheng boldly asked, which was also what the group of trainees wanted to ask. You'll know by then. Nya Yannian chuckled. What happens after opening an aperture point? Meng Yuan came to ask as well. Opening an aperture point is entering the grade. That's when you're really on the path of martial arts. Nya Yannian smiled. By then, the sky will be high and the sea will be wide, and the wonders will be endless. What's an entry pin? Iron Bull asked in confusion. However, Nya Yannian was obviously not a qualified teacher, nor was he patient, and said unhappily, Ask. Is it that when you get a daughter-in-law, you still have to come and ask me how to sleep first? Nya, sure that you teach? Tai Nyo asked. Hiss. Nya Yannian saw that people didn't understand the yellow accent at all. He couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. He bared his teeth, smiled helplessly, and said, What happens after you enter the product? Wait until you have opened up your orifices. In the future, every morning, midday and evening, each of you will play the holding pile nourishing Yuan Gong once. When you are tired and fatigued, you can also do it once. If there is any discomfort, or if you feel warmth somewhere, come and tell me. Everyone take a break this afternoon. Those who want to go out and find their own mothers to drink milk go. Those who want to sleep and sleep. Just don't whore yourself out. Let's get real tomorrow. Nya Yannian also does not explain what is open aperture point. Not to mention open aperture point in the end what is wonderful. Only read a few sentences, then patted the ass and walked away. The men practiced a few more times, and then it was time for dinner. Today's meal in the mess hall is actually freshly marinated beef, and a basket of hot steamed buns. Cattle are used for farming. The killing of cattle is strictly prohibited in Qing dynasty, and the slaughter of sick and injured cattle needs to be reported to the government, so it is rare for ordinary people to eat beef. Don't scramble, Meng Yuan shouted, making a righteous appearance. First copying a steamed bun, tearing open a slit, chucking on a few large chunks of beef dripping with hot oil, and then handing it to Tai Nyo. Brother, you're so nice. Tai Nyo took it and gnawed down a large portion of it in one bite, on the verge of bursting into tears. It smells so good. Meng Yuan has also long been drooling, hurriedly picked up the hot steamed buns, clamped the beef, ignoring that Hu Qian exudes the intention of anticipation, only to their mouths. It's been a long time since I've chowed down on meat, and the feeling is simply overwhelming. Swallowing one in one gulp, a trace of nutrients were intercepted by the essence fire, which was several times stronger than eating cabbage and tofu. My first time to eat beef came to this side of the world. Meng Yuan really is the first time to eat such a delicious meat. A brain to eat 7 steamed buns sandwich meat, which is free to lament up. Brother, you forgot that you ate cow spawn. Burp. Iron Bull corrected. When Meng Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but think that there was still a little girl in Muzhuang, and he didn't know how that girl was doing. I have to hurry up and use my skills, not to make a big name for myself, but at least to let old Uncle Jiang and Jiang Tang live a comfortable life. Thinking of this, Meng Yuan made another effort to stuff his mouth. Overeating is not desirable for martial artists, but in the end are teenagers. No moderation. Eat up no end. All mixed up around. Even Hu Qian rubbed her stomach with a satisfied face. This totaled 27 cadets. 16 were driven away, leaving only 11, 6 men and 5 women. For those who stayed behind, today is a big day. After a full meal, we will tell some jokes in the cafeteria to talk about the day. Chattering, joyful evaluation of who can eat and who is strong. In the end, Meng Yuan was judged to be the best eater and Tinyo the strongest. When it comes to evaluating who is the most beautiful, Hu Qian threw out his face and said that martial arts people do not look at beauty and ugliness. There is no need to evaluate the flower leader and so on. In fact, among the female cadets in this room, she was the best looking. Hu Qian didn't say much more and went straight out of the schoolyard. The cadets are also holding back hard. Those with families in the city will go back to visit their relatives. Those without families will go out to let off steam. Meng Yuan didn't have the heart to go out and wander around, as the essence fire had enveloped his entire body after a large meal of beef, and it is no longer growing. It is clear that it has reached its limit and has been perfected. Meng Yuan had a feeling that as long as he moved his mind, the energy contained in this essence flame would somehow return to himself. Just what would happen then? Meng Yuan had no idea in his heart. After returning to the dormitory with Tinyo opened up the laundry. Brother, why is there a hole in your clothes again? The two of them were packing up their things when they saw Hu Qian and a female cadet find the dormitory. Meng Yuan, Tinyo, someone is looking for the two of you. End of chapter. When I asked, I realized that it was Big Head Zhao who had come. According to the rules, outsiders were not allowed to enter the schoolyard. So Meng Yuan and Tinyo hurried out of the schoolyard and met Big Head Zhao at the entrance. Zhao Daitu had a vicissitude of face, but he still couldn't hide his joy, and he was carrying 2 packages on his back. Chew, little Meng. Zhao Big Head was happy about everything. A hold on Tinyo's waist, lifted upwards, really practiced and sturdy. This is going to shovel cow dung. Dry all day is not tired. Why are you wearing such thin clothes? Father, we practice martial arts and are not afraid of the cold. Tinyo was also happy. Why is Uncle Big Head here? Meng Yuan asked. I haven't heard from you too. I'm worried sick. And Ginger is also worried. Originally, I came to the New Year's Eve, but they would not let me see you. Let the New Year come again. Today I got free. I came to see you, but people still do not allow to see. Is a little girl saw? Specially led me here. Zhao Big Head said. Meng Yuan knew that the little girl was probably Hu Qian. Are old Uncle Jiang and girl Jiang okay? Meng Yuan asked with concern. All good. Big Head Zhao was so happy that he pulled Meng Yuan to a corner and asked in a low voice. Yellow Pie didn't look for you, did he? Nope. Meng Yuan laughed. Big Head Zhao didn't believe it, and then looked at Tinyo, and saw that Tinyo also said no. But be careful. You are a young man, still practicing martial arts, a body of energy. Monsters are best to sleep with your kind of young chi heavy. Zhao Big Head is very serious. I went back to think about it. Yellow lips are afraid of dogs. You turn back to get some dog poop on your hands. Meng Yuan knew that Big Head Zhao was well-intentioned, and also knew that he couldn't talk to him, so he didn't object, and only responded. Big Head Zhao unloaded the bags on his body, one for Tinyo and one for Meng Yuan. This is from the Jiang family's girl. Meng Yuan took it and pinched the inside, so he knew there were shoes. Opening it up, there were indeed 2 pairs of shoes. The uppers are neat, the soles are tightly knit, and it's obvious that care has been taken. There is also a centerfold. The so-called midriff is actually an undergarment worn close to the body. Poor people use linen to do, although rough a little, but strong and durable, but also cheap. Of course, cotton is better, soft, comfortable and sweat-absorbent, but a little more expensive. This midriff is the cotton material. Why is it cut from cotton? Does the family still have money? Meng Yuan asked. Lao Jiang sent a gift to Li Zhuantou. On the matter of learning martial arts, the silver returned. Zhao Big Head see Tinyo want to touch the middle coat, then hurriedly hid his hand. Toward Meng Yuan said, little girl said you in the city to make a living. Have to be decent. On the trust me to go to the town market to buy cloth. She stayed up a few nights to give you made out of it. I wanted to come over on New Year's Eve to send it to you to wear, but I didn't expect it to be delayed until now. Chinese clothes to wear inside. Decent or not decent and others cannot see, but the little girl's heart, Meng Yuan is able to feel, tying the bag and holding it in his arms. Meng Yuan didn't say much. Zhao Dao pulled Tainyo again and asked in detail about the recent life. And when he knew that he ate beef at noon, Zhao Dao even let Tainyo kneel down and kowtow a few times in the direction of the Wangfu. I have to go. Any later and it'll be dark. Big Head Zhao talked for quite a while, and when it was time to part ways, he looked at Meng Yuan and asked, is there anything you want to bring to your little daughter-in-law? Let her wait in peace and quiet. Practice the words I taught her at night, and don't do any more needlework. In a few days, I will definitely pick her up and bring her into the city. Meng Yuan said, Father, I'll fetch you into the city too. Tainyo followed. Okay, I know. Zhao Bighead answered down. He looked at Tainyo red eyes, so he patted Tainyo's shoulder and said seriously, Xiao Meng is not worried about marriage. Didn't you say that a piece of practicing martial arts has a girl family? You take care. He also looked at Meng Yuan. Instructed, Xiao Meng, you help Tainyo watchpoint. If there is an honest and capable, we do not care about looks. You give fling fling. Good. Meng Yuan smiled and answered. Sending off Big Head Zhao, Meng Yuan and Tainyo went back to the schoolyard, and wanted to find Hu Qian to say thank you, but they couldn't find anyone again. When I went back to the dormitory, no one was even here. Meng Yuan beat 2 big buckets of water back to the men's house, and then asked Tainyo to stand guard outside, and if anyone entered then stop them first. The essence flame had been perfected, and Meng Yuan stroked his middle garment, knowing that he couldn't wait any longer. When he thought in his heart, he saw a large mass of flames, dark red in color. Fire comes. With a thought, the flame burst open. For a while, Meng Yuan only felt the fire from the outside and inside burning body, as if the blood, flesh, sinews and bones, limbs and bones, 5 viscera and 6 bowels were burned all over again. While the flame raged and raced through the body, many places in the body were like blocked drains. This essence flame traveled back and forth in the body for a long time, impacting the clogged places. After a few breaths, the essence flame receded like a tidal wave. However, it did not break through any of the blockages, but Meng Yuan had vaguely sensed that the blockages had loosened. When he opened his eyes, he only felt that his eyes were bright, and he could see the slightest detail even from more than 10 feet away. Looking at the body again, it was sticky and wet, stuck to the clothes, and smelled fishy, but the body seems to have been scrubbed once. The muscles and bones seem to be stronger, but also have a sense of lightness like a swallow. At this moment, Meng Yuan was confident that he could lift a 300-pound stone mill. Wistful thinking essence flame, but it was only the size of a grain of soybean. Taking off the clothes on his body, Meng Yuan scrubbed the dirt on his body while pondering the efficacy of this essence flame perfection in his mind. Undoubtedly, after experiencing the essence fire washing, a person has the feeling of shedding his bones and washing his essence. His body and limbs are light, and his strength and reaction speed are much faster, which is extremely beneficial to learning martial arts. This is the surface effect of the essence fire, and the other is the impact of the blockage in the body. This time the essence fire had not broken through the blockage, but it had loosened it. Master Nye said today that practicing the pile holding and nourishing energy technique helps to open the orifices. Could it be that those blockages are the unopened orifices? Meng Yuan knew too little about the path of martial arts and had insufficient knowledge about it, so he really couldn't judge. There's also the essence flame, which became the size of a soybean again after being absorbed by me. I wonder if it will take more time and days to raise it to perfection again. Need to eat better? Meng Yuan took the soap horn and washed his head, and quickly washed away the dirt on his body, and then washed it again with water, and his skin was delicate and smooth and resilient. Seeing that there was no more odor on his body, Meng Yuan didn't put on any clothes, so he played a set of horse stance punch to soothe his chi and blood in the men's house. Then he played the holding pile nourishing Yuan Gong again, leaving out distractions, calming his mind, soothing his breath, and envisioning a large river that had been blocked. After a while, Meng Yuan only felt flesh and blood, internal organs, sinews and bones trembling. For a moment, as if the body has countless water channels flow, but most of them are blocked. Suddenly, the great river of wistful thoughts broke through the blockage, and Meng Yuan felt a surge of blood rushing straight to the sky. This feeling was extremely marvelous, as if the body had opened some kind of gateway, followed by the ears not hearing external objects, as if deaf, the eyes could not see people, as if blind, even the nose couldn't smell the odor. Soon, Meng Yuan returned to his normal self, only feeling refreshed and clear in his mind. With both eyes restored, he looked out of the window and saw 3 magpies chasing each other over the schoolyard, one of them with colored feathers on its neck. Both ears are smart enough to listen carefully and distinguish the chirping of 3 magpies. With a slight movement of the nose, there was a slight bloody air that swung with the north wind. Meng Yuan gazed, only to see that beside the water well, A female cadet was bowing her head to beat the water, as if she was shy. The sense of smell and sight and hearing have been much better than normal people. Is this the opening point? How many do I need to open? Meng Yuan muttered. After thinking about it for a little while, Meng Yuan remembered that he was still naked, so he hurriedly changed into the Chinese clothes and cloth shoes made by Jiang Tang. Clothes are not as good as new. People are not as good as old. If this girl keeps this up, I'm really going to be chained to her. After tying up her hair, putting on her clothes, and stretching her body, Meng Yuan only felt that her new clothes fit and were comfortable. I want to look at myself in the mirror, but I don't even have a mirror, and I'm not even as good as that little weasel. Outside the door, Tinyo was shocked. Ah, brother, why did you take a shower like a different person? What's the difference? Meng Yuan asked. Tinyo took a closer look again and said, the face is whiter and the eyes are bright. I clearly could have become the head of the face based on my beauty, but I still chose the path of the hardest martial artist. Sighing, Meng Yuan went to pour out the dirty water and fetched water to wash the dirty clothes again. End of chapter. When evening came, the trainees who had gone out for an afternoon of wandering returned one by one. The evening meal was a little worse. It was pork boiled with cabbage and served with white buns. As they ate, they talked about going out. Some went to take a hot bath. Some went to meet their relatives, and others just purely skipped around. Our living together, Meng Yuan's changes were also seen in the eyes of the people. But everyone did not feel strange. Just feel more handsome than in the past a few points. The eyes are more God-just. Meng Yuan didn't talk much to anyone, just buried his head and ate. Now the essence of the fire is only the size of a soybean. A meal of pork-boiled cabbage to eat down. The essence of the fire still draws nutrients, but also slightly stronger. But compared to the past, the growth of the slower. It seems like it's going to be harder to raise the essence flame than it was earlier, and you'll have to eat more meat to make it work. Meng Yuan secretly summarized the usefulness of essence flame. This essence fire is stored in the body nowhere, can be contained through diet, and feeds back on itself when the body is weak or injured. Moreover, as the essence flame consummated, after being drawn by itself, it would impact the body's orifices and have some sort of body-quenching effect. Now that only the first consummation has helped me to open my orifices, it will be even harder to raise to the next consummation. So will the efficacy be even stronger by then? Also, I ate little meat before, so the containment was slow. You have to think of eating more meat in the future. Meng Yuan couldn't help but think of his aunt and grandma, and wondered if he could taste the demon. After all, it was also something that was born and raised, containing essence and spirit. Of course, it was still necessary to be cautious. Meng Yuan planned to seek out Master Nya for some good advice and learn more about the martial arts. On the second day, Meng Yuan got up before the chickens crowed. After morning practice and breakfast, it was time for morning training. It wasn't until halfway through the morning that Nya Yannian arrived. As soon as he came, he greeted Wu Changxing to go to the schoolyard storehouse to move a recliner, beat water to scrub clean, then casually instructed 2 sentences, let all the teenagers to increase the amount of training, and then in front of all the trainees, directly lying down to recuperate. Meng Yuan thought twice and decided to ask, now is not the time to hide, also should be appropriate to show the sharpness, strive to learn more things, know more things, after all, the body is still wearing people's little girl tailored clothes. Have to pick up people earlier. After collecting his gong, Meng Yuan walked up, squatted by the recliner, and whispered, Master Nya, it seems like I've opened up my orifices. Nya Yannian didn't even open his eyes and asked lazily, oh, past the acupuncture point? Whose girls? Why is this guy talking about yellow in 3 words? Not anyone's girl. Meng Yuan was honest and said with a flourish, Master Nya passed on the holding pile technique yesterday, saying that loosening and tightening helps to open up the aperture points. When I practiced it in the afternoon, I felt a surge of chi going straight to the sky, as if I had opened something. Nya Yannian finally opened his eyes. He tilted his head and looked at Meng Yuan's seriousness. So he asked, what else do you feel? It is that I feel that my heart is clear, and it is not easy for me to be irritable. My eyes, nose, and ears are also much smarter. I used to be able to see an arrow target 100 paces away, but now I can even see a leaf 100 paces away. Meng Yuan said. When Nya Yannian heard this, he sat up with a jerk of his back and grabbed Meng Yuan's wrist. Meng Yuan instantly became aware of a warm current passing through his wrist, then from his arm upwards, then swept through his entire body, and then violently retracted. Nya Yannian's expression on his face changed, a look of happiness and surprise, carefully sizing up Meng Yuan as if he had seen some treasure. How old are you? Nya Yannian asked. Just 17 after the new year. Meng Yuan returned. Have you really never learned martial arts before? Have you learned anything like holding pile nourishing Yuan Gong? Nya Yannian asked again. Nope. I didn't even know about that before. Manhwa returned. Nya Yan believed. He has seen Manhwa boxing practice. Although smart learn fast, but it is indeed a fledgling. May you have eaten something? Like some exotic herbs? Or rare meat? Nya Yan asked again. I haven't even been out of the schoolyard. I eat the same as everyone else. Manhwa replied. That means you've only been practicing for a month or so? Nya Yan pointed at Manhwa's nose and cursed with a laugh. Hey! Then you're a ing genius. Manhwa was speechless. But you're so white and tender. And your face is so pretty. It's not like you're practicing martial arts. You have to control the crotch. Turn around and I'll introduce you to a business. Nya Yan rubbed his hands together joyfully. Not like he was joking. Master Nya. What business? Manhwa thought about Nya Yan's usual style and was a little afraid for no reason. You know, some widows and orphans are afraid of not being able to keep their money. So they have to find someone to guard their homes. Nya Yan had a serious face, not looking like he was joking, and whispered, We'll be able to go and do this favor. You're still going to sell it. You're a whore and a housekeeper. You don't praise me for my accomplishments, but you want to lead me down the wrong path? You just praised me for being a genius. And this is how you treat geniuses. Does the princess know you're doing private work? I only escort the princess. Manhwa only felt that life was boring. He was an 8-foot man. Selling his body as a slave was already a necessity, but he still had to sell his body? Anyone with some ambition would not do this kind of hook. You kid also strange ambition. Nya Yan scolded, and soothed. In fact, people are not ugly. Well raised. 40 or 50 years old is young. Besides, let you sleep with a woman for nothing. You still twisted on? If I were 10 years younger, would it be your turn? Why does this martial arts teacher come up here and pimp me out? I learned martial arts so I wouldn't go out and sell it. Manhwa hadn't fallen to this level. Martial artists have a backbone. 1,000 taels a night. Let's split it 50-50. Nya Yan whispered. Then I'll try? Manhwa was truly poor and scared. The child is teachable. Nya Yan patted Manhwa's shoulder with great satisfaction. Master Nya, am I considered to have entered the grade? What should I do in the future? It was only then that Manhwa realized that he had been led astray by Nya Yan and had forgotten to ask about the main event. Indeed you have entered the character. But don't be proud. You've only just asked your way to the brothel. You're still far from entering the alley. Nya Yan casually pulled a metaphor, and then clapped his hands, signaling the group to stop. Come. Nya Yan waved at the teenagers. The crowd of trainees gathered around, inexplicably glancing at Manhwa and then looking at Nya Yan in unison. Nya Yan gathered his legs and crossed his knees, taking a seat on the recliner. He looked around at all of them and said, I had thought that it would take at least 3 or 4 months before there would be an enlightened person, but I didn't expect someone to come out of the woodwork so soon. The teenagers all looked at Manhwa. Although the big guy still didn't understand what opening an aperture point was, it took an unusual person 3 or 4 months to become one, so it must have been extremely difficult. For a while some people were amazed, some were envious, but most were still bewildered. Hu Qian was also surprised. She looked at Manhwa and thought to herself, this kid teaches me the stance technique every now and then. How did he accomplish it so quickly? Could it be related to the person who gave him something yesterday? But that person is just an ordinary farmer. Not very surprising. She looked at Zhao Tinyo again, but she saw Tinyo smiling foolishly, as if he had opened his own orifices. Envious? Ha! If you're envious, you need to practice. Nya Yan laughed, saying, you're either from a straggler's background, or you're the children of an old man from the royal family, so you've more or less heard of cultivation, but you probably don't know much about it. Hearing this, Manhwa perked up his ears and came to listen intently. I was thinking of talking about it some days later, but the little geldings are out in force today, and it's not enough of a waste of spit for me to give him a lecture alone. So let's let the big guys come along and listen. Nya Yan finally had a few moments of the teacher's appearance, his face much more serious, then said, we are walking on the road of the martial arts, but also one of the many paths. Since the beginning of the 9th grade, the 1st grade is the highest, and the so-called into the product, is to open the aperture point, which is also the starting point of the real step into the path of the martial artist. Does Master Nya mean that there are other ways? Manhwa asked. This is natural. The Rushi Dao has been passed down for thousands of years. They also have their own path of advancement, all from the 9th grade to the 1st grade. With us martial artists this path is extremely different, which the mysterious place, in the future to see the world will know. Nya Yan smiled slightly, quite proud, then said, Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism are naturally not bad, but our martial arts this way is the longest history, the most mature, but also the largest number of people, only because of this road, down to the peddlers, countryside, up to the princes and nobles, all can learn. into the product is not difficult. Master Nya, isn't it true that there are other paths to follow besides Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism? Wu Changxing asked. There are some, but they are all categorized as miscellaneous schools, with fewer people practicing them, and they are not considered great avenues, Nya Yannian said. End of chapter. The teenagers are willing to listen. Meng Yuan and Wu Changsheng also from time to time comic. Nya Yannian more and more talk more and more energetic, pulling up the Wu Fu. The beginning of this pathway changes. In ancient times, there were constant natural disasters, and the elves and monsters made trouble. So the human race gradually figured out the path of Wufu and gradually perfected the method of advancement in the midst of one rebellion after another. And from ancient times to the present, the size of the dynasty, the starter 90% are all martial arts origin. Then Taoism and Confucianism flourished. And later there was also a Buddhist sect of Buddhism. Each family tinkers with the doctrines of each family, and also integrates with each other, all coming out with their own methods of advancement. However, the three religions have ebbed and flowed, and have flourished and declined. Just like today's Qing kingdom, which honors Confucianism and Taoism and depreciates Buddhism. Martial artists to martial arts to establish themselves. More important to cultivate themselves. Not like Confucianism to raise what the vastness of the gas. Not like Taoism what life are cultivated. Because of this, if it was about force, within the same rank, martial artists were often the strongest. Once they are close to the body, they can even instantly kill another way of the same rank, or even cross the rank to kill. There are strengths and naturally there are weaknesses. For example, people can do magic spells and have magical powers, while martial artists can often only rely on a sword to act. Of course, these are mostly comparisons of the advantages and disadvantages between the low products. As for the high quality of the landscape, Nya Yannian said he did not know. After pulling out the old illusions, Nya Yannian then talked about Wu Fu's path to the character. Wolf has an upper, middle, and lower heaven. The lower heaven has 33 days. The middle heaven has 33 days, and the upper heaven has 33 days, totaling 99 days. They are also often referred to as 99 orifices by martial artists. In the two religions of Shihua and Taoism, they also drew on the upper, middle and lower 3 days of the Wufu and derived their own theories, such as the Shihua's theory of the 3 days of yesterday, today and tomorrow, and the Taoism's theory of the 33 heavens. The 33 orifices of the lower heaven are in the skin and flesh, and their location was determined long ago. 4 on each limb, 16 on the torso, and 1 on the head, for a total of 33. The middle 33 heavens are among the sinews and viscera, and their multiplicity and distribution are the same as those of the lower 33 heavens. As for going up to the 33 heavens, Nya Yannian did not say much. The opening of the orifices will enable the cultivation of true qi. The true qi is the source of martial arts strength, traveling with the upper, middle and lower 3 days. So open the upper, middle and lower 3 days is the foundation of the way for martial arts. Even some of the dharmas of higher kung fu need to be based on this. The more orifices you open, the more blood and gas flow in your body is unhindered. The more energy you have, the faster you react, and the more swiftly you can move your qi. The 99 orifices are connected like river channels. The more and wider the river channel, the more essence it carries and the easier it is to mobilize. For example, a person's qi is like a large boat in a river. The wider the river, the more water flows, the larger the boat can be carried, and the more powerful the corresponding qi will be. Perfection of the 9th product requires full opening of the lower 33 heavens. Perfection of the 8th product is full opening of the middle 33 heavens, and the 7th product is full opening of the upper 33 heavens. The 7th, 8th, and 9th grades are not out of the realm of mortals, but they are the foundation of a martial artist. Once all the orifices are opened, one can see the sky and the sea, and that's another landscape. To enter the product is to open one of the lower 33 orifices. This step was often the most time-consuming, and it was difficult to say the least. Usually it was just quenching the torso, and then with the way of loosening and tightening passed down by Nya Yannian, it could slowly be opened. There were also those who washed their bodies in medicinal baths, in conjunction with some sort of dharma. Once an orifice is opened, it can be used to form a line with a point to quickly open the next orifice. For example, for an orifice on the arm, start from the palm of the hand, to the wrist, then upwards, and then all over the body. If you are more diligent, ordinary people within 3 to 5 years will be able to fully open the lower heaven of the 33 orifices. Gifted, often a year, or even a shorter period of time will be able to fully open. Of course, you can't be accurate in everything, so you might be stuck at a certain point, or too much laziness. That is also no progress. However, opening an orifice will have a point of benefit. Opening the head orifice can make a person energetic and clear mind. Those that open the limbs can make the strength bigger and more stable. and those that open the torso can make the endurance more increased and specialize in strength. As for where to open the orifices first, there is no definite conclusion. Some people attack the top of the head first, some open the limbs first, and some open the torso first, mainly because of location or for other reasons. The proper gate schools and those with a long history of inheritance all open the head orifices first, and certain boat gangs, medicine gangs, to support the boat mountaineering, high jumping, need to be strong under the disc, so first open the next two limbs, and then open the arms. As for some of the martial arts schools out there, they are even more varied. Also because of this casual, although the world respected the Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism, but did not follow the foot of the majority of people choose martial arts this road, only because of easy to start, quick results, no matter what to do after the growth of chi, all have the advantage. Look at those farmers and slender men, aren't they more able to stay alive than you are? But not many of them have opened their orifices. This is the reason why there is no door. Although the action of holding the pile to raise yuan gong is simple, but the important thing is the method of vomiting, is the method of thinking, but this layer of window paper, no one to point out. Those people will be unable to touch the whole life, not to participate in the unknown. People from other people's big families, or people from high sects, have either taken medicinal baths or eaten well since childhood, quenching the body, nourishing the yuan and cultivating the qi. They have long had their own set of enlightenment methods. We can't learn them, and they don't pass them on. Nya Yanian looked around at the teenagers, said very seriously, but the good thing is that the martial arts this road is not picky. People faster. We are more diligent, more suffering, but also can touch people's ass. Don't look at the guild maker become and panic after it. This kind of thing can't be rushed. The holding pile nourishing yuan gong that I passed on to you to loosen up and tighten up is not necessarily the best method to open up the aperture, but it must be the most suitable for you. If you think about yourselves more, and build up your chi more, you will always be able to enter the grade. It doesn't matter which orifice is opened first, as long as it can be opened. This matter of opening the orifices can't be helped by others. I can only pass on some experience to you. After all, the path of the martial artist is the most important thing to look at oneself. Nya Yanian pulled half a day, and when he saw that it was almost lunchtime, he became impatient. In the future, little Geldings is the senior brother. Daily training, eating and sleeping are all at his beck and call. Nya Yanian had a stern face, finally having a few moments of strict teacher weather. Whoever is not convinced, don't ing come to me and tell me off. Beat him into submission first. Seeing that Master Nya valued Mang Yuan so highly, all of them couldn't help but look at Mang Yuan, but they saw that Mang Yuan's face was expressionless. Mang Yuan knew that it was certainly his own good fortune to be the leader, but it was also because he had made a promise to sell his body. All go eat. Nya Yanian waved his hand, but pulled Mang Yuan back. You stay, I'll bark some more words. Only when the people were far away did Nya Yanian say, wushu is the external use of one's own chi, stance speed, and brain. Do you understand? It's that with more strength, quicker stance, and quicker reaction, and supplemented with martial arts moves, you can save more strength and show more power. Instead of just learning martial arts moves, Mang Yuan said, you kid is really not bad. Nya Yanian patted Mang Yuan's shoulder vigorously and said, this is also the old saying, practicing martial arts without practicing, to old age is empty. You don't have to rush to learn any moves nowadays. More boiled body, more use of nourishing yuan gong to store thoughts. First open the orifices is important. Thank you, Master Nya. Mang Yuan was sincerely grateful and asked, how do I open the next aperture? You're in a hurry, aren't you? You just broke your body. There's nothing to be gained by slowing down. Nya Yanian laughed. There's not a good word coming out of this man's mouth. Having just broken your body is all the more reason to strike while the iron is hot and go forward. Mang Yuan didn't want to be facetious either. You kid can write and fight. Nya Yanian sized up Mang Yuan and laughed. It's actually quite simple. Continue to play the clasping pile nourishing elemental technique to harbor your true chi. Then slowly impact the next orifice with your true chi. He saw that Mang Yuan was serious, so he went into detail about the essentials. You can't rush the opening of an orifice point. You have to talk about the method, and you also have to be loose and tight. Nya Yanian looked up at the sky and said, it's getting late. I'll pass on your sword techniques and swordsmanship later. You take them to drill in the afternoon. Mang Yuan looked at the sun in the center of his head and said, this is called late? It's because you're too lazy, isn't it? You must remember. Don't break your body. Don't worry. When the time comes, I'll find you a pimp who has been around for years, and I'll make sure to teach you great abilities. Nya Yanian was very serious. I knew you're still thinking of the money I made as a head of the brothel. What's with being a pimp for so many years? Master Nya, I still like young and pretty ones. Mang Yuan said honestly. It's all the same when you close your eyes. You're still young. You don't know the taste. Nye Yannian waved his hand in a muddled manner and got up to leave. Put the recliner down for me, but don't break it. Only after Nye Yannian left did Mang Yuan head towards the cafeteria. Today has really benefited a lot. Finally considered to be in contact with some of the things in the depths of this world. It seems that you still have to have a good position to have eyesight. If you have been when the Zhuangmin geldings, I am afraid that you can only listen to some wild fox sen. It is difficult to touch the real. When I came to the cafeteria, there was always the sound of noisy eating, but today it was quiet. The male and female trainees sat in 2 rows, with a bowl of rice in front of everyone, and another extra bowl, served bubbling, obviously prepared for Mang Yuan. The crowd of trainees all looked at Mang Yuan, each with a different expression. The people heard too many things today, but the more they knew, the more they felt that this senior brother Mang was extraordinary. According to what Master Nye said, a 9th grade martial artist needs to fully open all 33 orifices, and an ordinary person would need 3 to 5 years, and a person with outstanding talent would need a year. And if you open the first orifice of the entry product, an unusual person will have to take 3 or 4 months to do so, and you will have to have someone to guide you plus practice diligently and hard. But this senior brother Mang opened his orifices after only a month, and he didn't even get much guidance. Although it was still impossible to say what would happen in the future, there was no doubt that it was extremely promising. Senior brother Mang. Wu Chongsheng also got up. Ah, senior brother Mang. Tainyo stood up and spoke out. Senior brother Mang. The crowd of men and women all rose. It's still smoother to call me a brother. Mang Yuan sat down and smiled. Eat. End of chapter. Lunch was pork boiled and cabbage with large steamed buns. Mang Yuan's meal today was more than ever. Almost doubled. The nutrients drawn by the essence flame also doubled, but the growth was smaller. It can be seen that after the essence of the fire has been perfected once, its nature has also changed, and it needs to be drawn much more than the first time, or even doubled, in order to be perfected for the second time. After lunch, the group of trainees looked at Mang Yuan, and Wu Chongxing took the lead, asking Mang Yuan to talk about the experience and feelings of enlightenment, practice diligently and painstakingly, and squeeze out one's limits. When practicing pile holding and nourishing Yuan Gong, the most important thing is to breathe evenly and to store more thoughts within oneself. Mang Yuan didn't hide anything and shared what he had summarized. Although he relied on the essence fire to become enlightened, when it comes to diligent and hard practice, in the entire schoolyard, only Tainyo can compare with himself. Everyone listened to Mang Yuan's words and discussed noisily again. Mang Yuan didn't say much, but only stood up and said, Master Nye asked me to control everyone, but actually, I've never controlled anyone before, nor will I. Everyone just needs to follow the rules set by Master Nye and drill on time every day. It's your business if you slack off, and it's your business if you're diligent. Of course, I further hope that everyone can help each other out and don't bully others. After saying the nonsense, Mang Yuan got up and left the cafeteria. Mang Yuan was full of energy and was not in the habit of taking a lunch break, so he headed for the schoolyard, and the rest of the people followed. Not thinking about how others were doing, Mang Yuan hit the embracing pile nourishing Yuan Gong while recalling Master Nye's words. According to Master Nye, human beings have upper, middle and lower 3 days, totaling 99 orifices. Once the orifices were opened, the spirit and chi increased even more, and at the same time, one would be able to harbor true chi in the orifices and subsequently house it in the dantian. Therefore, the more orifices one opens, the more true chi one has. The outward manifestation of true chi is greater strength, faster reaction, and better vitality. Of course, there are upper, middle and lower orifices, and now that they have only just entered the 9th grade, they don't hold much true chi. After the 8th and 7th grade, the more the orifices open, the more true chi there will be. Following this, the true chi was then carried between different orifices, with more wonderful uses, even to the extent that the fists and palms carried fire and ice meanings. Mang Yuan meditated for a while and began to summarize again. If you want to open the orifices, the outside is to beat the sinews and bones, and the inside is to nourish the yuan and quiet the mind. A movement and a stillness, a tightness and a looseness, a yin and a yang. This is the way to better open the orifices, and to contain the true chi. It also follows the path of the holding pile nourishing Yuan Gong. This step was not difficult, 1 or 2 hours if it was fast, 1 or 2 days if it was slow. Mang Yuan's hands and feet relaxed and his mind emptied, only stored thinking about the newly opened orifices. In a moment, however, he felt slightly hot, and his entire body had a sense of ecstasy. This feeling is wonderful, as if falling into a hot soup bath, but also like a summer afternoon nap. How like feng shui wind, so that people cannot stop. Intoxicated. I don't know how long it took, But Meng Yuan came back to his senses, only to realize that his mind was clear and his body was light and airy. Opening his eyes to see, the sun moved slightly to the west, and only half an hour had passed. True qi has filled the dantian. This one orifice is in the head, and what is outwardly apparent is not strength, but quickness of reaction, mental qi, and the senses of sight, smell, and hearing. If you use up your essence too much, such as staying up late, thinking too much, or sparring, you will deplete your true qi. Of course, true qi is born, and if it is consumed excessively, it can be restored simply by sitting quietly, storing thoughts in meditation, eating well and sleeping peacefully. Feeling a slight warmth in his dantian, Meng Yuan sat down on his knees, and then saw the rest of the group follow suit. Now that Meng Yuan was the benchmark for all of them, everyone followed suit, hoping to get the hang of it sooner rather than later. You guys practice yours. Meng Yuan smiled and closed his eyes again, save thinking about the limbs and bones, internal organs and tendons, only to feel a warm glow at the dantian. The heart moved at will, and the coiled true qi there came to the meridian at the orifice at the top of the head at the 100 meetings, and then slowly went downward. The body veins like a river, and soon it will not be able to progress, is encountered a blockage. Meng Yuan was impacting the next orifice. Feel the blockage carefully. It is clear that it has long been loosened. It is the effect of the essence of fire quenching the body. Meng Yuan's heart is as quiet as an ancient well, only slowly guiding the true qi, slowly pushing that blockage. Once, twice, 3 times, Meng Yuan followed the experience that Master Nya had described. 9 times light and once heavy, 9 times shallow and once deep, impacting the blockage of that orifice. I don't know how long it took, but the whole body's blood and flesh trembled slightly, followed by a slight warmth at the back of the neck, and for a moment, Meng Yuan only felt that his blood and qi were flowing freely, and there was a sense of relaxation. If you feel it carefully, you will know that it is the opening of another aperture point. There were a total of 16 orifices on the torso, 8 in the front and 8 in the back, and one was now open. This one orifice connects the head to the body, and further down is the spine and the sides of the spine, and then the front chest. Sitting quietly for a while, Meng Yuan opened his eyes, only to realize that it was already dark. This impact on the orifices had actually taken an afternoon. Meng Yuan looked around, only to see a group of trainees standing not far away, with different expressions on their faces, some confused, some envious. There was also a person lying on the recliner, none other than Nya Yanian. Master Nya. Meng Yuan hurriedly got up. Nya Yanian sized up Meng Yuan. He knew that this kid was smart and diligent, and his natural talent was also good, but entering the product in a month had already made him think highly of him, and he didn't expect to open another aperture point only a day later. This progress is faster than those high sects in the children since childhood medicine bath, and this son of the nature of perseverance. Speak and do things steadily. Fast people also have no arrogance. In addition to eating more and unwilling to sleep bodies outside, there is really no shortcomings. Of course, Nya Yanian couldn't conclude whether this teenager would still be this smooth in the future, but with the natural talent and heart displayed today, he was bound to achieve something. Changsheng. Nya Yanian smiled cheaply. Wu Changsheng immediately stepped forward. Take someone to pack up the house next to your dormitory and give little Gelders a single room. Nya Yanian gave the order and added, Little Gelders, starting tomorrow, from now on you will have 3 extra eggs every morning and evening, and a pound of meat at noon. Thank you, Master Nya. Meng Yuan thanked this old pimp from the bottom of his heart. Living in a single room is nothing, but an extra pound of meat is really a great thing. Go back and rest well. Tomorrow I'll teach you some new skills. Nya Yanian didn't say anything more and simply got up and left, leaving the teenagers silent for a moment. They all looked at Meng Yuan, not knowing what to think in their hearts. Senior brother Meng, I'm going to clean your new house. After a while, Wu Changsheng spoke. There's no rush. Eat first and I'll join you, Meng Yuan said. After having dinner and cleaning the new house, Meng Yuan went to the schoolyard again, first playing a set of holding pile to nourish Yuan Gong, and then going to lift the stone mill. 200 pounds of stone mill easily lifted, and can insist on walking 100 steps, although Iron Ox has not entered the product, but he is naturally strong. After a month of refining, actually can lift 300 pounds of stone mill, although Meng Yuan had already opened his mind and entered the character. In terms of strength, he was not even close to the Iron Ox who had not yet entered the character. It wasn't surprising that entering the product wasn't the only thing that could transform one's body. But the fact that one can invoke true qi after entering the product is what makes the difference between entering the product and not entering the product. And even when you enter the product, the difference between people is still immense. Meng Yuan's understanding was that once this orifice was opened, it was like a tool. At low grade, it was like acquiring a bamboo row. Both Hercules and the thin bamboo pole could row the bamboo row, but they were different in speed. But as the realm gets higher, and according to individual qualifications, the bamboo raft either becomes a crow's nest boat, a cargo boat, or a flower boat, and the difference in the goods that can be carried becomes more and more apparent. Of course, this was only a comparison in terms of strength. The amount of true chi, whether or not it was utilized skillfully, and whether or not it was experienced in actual combat were all extremely important factors as well. Therefore, even though there were grades and ranks in martial arts, they were not quantifiable at all. Even if they were of the same rank, their abilities differed greatly. It was already dark, and there was a north wind whistling in the schoolyard. Meng Yuan and Tai Nyo talked about their training experience, and a group of trainees all gathered around to listen carefully. After tugging for a while, Meng Yuan then hit the holding pile nourishing Yuan Gong again to contain the true chi of the newly opened orifices. End of chapter. Meng Yuan opened his eyes before dawn. At the first sound of the rooster's crow, I stayed up all night last night and opened another point, which is in the skin and flesh of the spine under the back of the neck. Now the 3 orifices are bulging with true chi. Even though he had not slept all night, he was as vigorous as ever. Not only did he not show any sign of exertion, but he also had the prime. After going out to fetch well water and scrubbing his body to get rid of the dry heat, Meng Yuan started practicing again. There were indeed 3 extra eggs for breakfast, and Meng Yuan shared one with Tai Nyo, but he didn't want it. This is your preferential treatment after entering the grade. I can't take it. Tai Nyo was very understanding. Who taught you this? Meng Yuan knew that Tai Nyo couldn't think of this layer. There must be someone who taught him, so he asked with a smile. No one teaches. Tai Nyo replied in a simple manner, but he was not good at lying. His eyes had unconsciously looked at Wu Changsheng. Senior brother. I casually talked nonsense to Tai Nyo last night. Wu Changsheng smiled awkwardly. It's fine. Meng Yuan nodded towards Wu Changsheng, and then said to Tai Nyo, I entrusted your father to take care of old man Jiang, so I have to take care of you. I'll share one of the 3 eggs with you, and in the future, when you're in the grade, you can share me again. Brother, you're so nice. Tai Nyo was naive in the end and didn't have too many cluttered thoughts. Meng Yuan now wants to raise the essence of fire, but there is no lack of this one egg. Moreover, Tai Nyo is not an outsider, and his father, Zhao Daodu, did not take himself as an outsider, and the matter of wiping his hands with donkey dung is still fresh in his mind. But you won't get a share of the meat at noon. Meng Yuan laughed. I understand. Tai Nyo peeled the eggshells while saying, a brother eats a lot. He needs to nourish his strength to open more orifices so that he can pick up the Jiang family's little girl. Meng Yuan patted Tai Nyo's shoulder and didn't say anything else. After breakfast, there was another hard workout. Nye Yannian came late when the sun was up. Follow me. Nye Yannian looked for Meng Yuan and waved. Meng Yuan hurriedly followed, and didn't tell Nye Yannian about opening another orifice. Nye Yannian, with his hands behind his back, came to the schoolyard treasury, opened the lock, went in to pick and choose, and finally fished out a longbow, 2 old arrow sacks. When he came to the schoolyard at the target range, Nye Yannian taught the archery technique. Meng Yuan tried 5 shots and listened to Nye Yannian correcting his breathing and stance when shooting arrows for a couple of moments, so it was a done deal. The bow was a 2-stone bow, which was around 60 pounds, and it was easy for Meng Yuan. However, practicing archery was mainly for practicing skills, as well as body coordination. High sects, or those big families, people since childhood, in addition to learning Twina Gong, also walk single wood, picking water, archery, learning swords and knives, on the one hand, early to learn the law of body protection. On the other hand, it helps to open the orifices. When the body is harmonized, the orifices are easier to open. This is the voice of experience. Nye Yannian slightly explained a few sentences, then became impatient. I still have things to do. I have to go. These pups are not doing anything, right? No. Seeing that Nye Yannian was about to leave with his legs crossed, Meng Yuan hurriedly pulled back and asked, Master Nye, can I get out of the schoolyard? Going out to do what? Nye Yannian sized up Meng Yuan and laughed strangely. You can't use up all your strength, so you want to go out and find a soft one to play with? Why is this guy talking in yellow? I was trying to find Sister May. Meng Yuan said. Gu, you've even called out to your sister. Go on then. Nye Yannian smiled and patted Meng Yuan on the shoulder. Seeking Plum is a close friend of our Wangfei. You have to make good use of it. Don't go empty-handed. What's that? It's called bonding. Yes. Meng Yuan responded. As soon as Nye Yannian left, Meng Yuan started shooting arrows. Stand with feet flat and shoulder width apart. Hold the bow in your left hand, bow facing down, hanging towards the tops of your feet, and draw the arrow on the string. The index, middle and ring fingers of the right hand hook the bowstring. Raise the bow. Draw the bowstring to the corner of your mouth, breathe steadily, and anchor the fletchings. The mind is at peace and sends out arrows. When you shoot 10 arrows, you will take a few breaths, and when you have shot 100 arrows, you will forget about it. After training for another morning and having lunch, Meng Yuan explained the reason to Hu Qian, and after being instructed by her, he first took a cool bath, which led him out of the schoolyard. According to Hu Qian pointed out, found a small maid, entrusted people to find the search for Mei, saving the cost of $2 of silver to pass the message. It didn't take long to see Seeking Plum come out. Sister Mei. Meng Yuan's eyes were clear and there was a smile on his face. Why come out to look for me? Seek Mei appearance has not changed. Face is also a smile. She measured Meng Yuan, only to see more than a month. The essence of the young man is very different. And wear clean. Face rosy radiance. More handsome. I've come to ask Sister Mei for a favor. Meng Yuan didn't talk nonsense and opened his mouth with a purpose. What's wrong? But did someone bully you? Seeking Mei smiled and said, I did hear that you fought with someone on your first day in the school grounds. General Manager Lu approached me and wanted to kick you out. Meng Yuan bowed towards Sun Mei and didn't explain much, only saying, I've caused trouble for sister. That's nothing. You are now in the grade. It is evident that you are indeed material for learning martial arts. In the future, be more diligent and earn back my faces. Xuan Mei gathered her hands and asked with a smile, what do you want me to help you with? Recently, I have been practicing martial arts, but I still have a lot of free time. I thought that time is most valuable, and I've heard that reading history makes one wise, so I wanted to borrow some books from my sister. Meng Yuan had considered it clearly during his morning practice. Now that he was advancing so quickly in martial arts, but still had free time, he should find something else to do. One didn't know much about this world, and if one wanted to explore the deeper things of this world, the more rules, then one should read history. Besides, this is also considered to strengthen ties with the search for plums. People are one favorite maidservant. Food, clothing and possessions are not lacking, but also not a little girl temperament. So what to send is useless. Also have no time to take the flirty words to tease, then directly ask for. Let people do some small, inconsequential favors, and over time the relationship becomes deeper, so that they can make more outrageous demands in the future. Moreover, when Meng Yuan first met Xuan Mei, he sensed that she was a little different to the readers, and he was able to bring down Li Zhuantou because he was highly regarded by others for his knowledge of words. Now that he had begged for a book to see, Meng Yuan was certain that Mei Sun would help. Sure enough, there was something strange in Xuan Mei's eyes, and she curiously sized up Meng Yuan again before laughing. I hadn't thought that you'd want to take the path of both literature and martial arts. Sister, don't make fun. Meng Yuan laughed. Go back and wait. I'll have someone deliver it later. Seeking Mei smiled gently. After parting, Meng Yuan went out of the royal residence again and went outside to buy a pack of sesame candies. Jaggery is made from glutinous rice, sesame seeds, and maltose, and is very sweet and crunchy. Here, back at the schoolyard, give the jaggery to Hu Qian. Meng Yuan to find the search for Mei as Hu Qian gave the way to save the transmission fee. Naturally have to thank. Hu Qian took it and asked, how do you know I love sweet? You don't have to ask. There are fewer sweets in this world, and 8 out of 10 people have a sweet tooth. If you don't know what to give, you're right to give sweets. Sister Qian loves to help people and is optimistic and cheerful, so I guess it's probably a sweet tooth. Meng Yuan casually made up a sentence without cause and effect. You're diligent and careful. No wonder you're the first to enter the product. Hu Qian praised. Is this next to each other? Meng Yuan just smiled and thanked him. Not long after, there is really a little girl to send a book. Meng Yuan joyfully received. In the days that followed, Meng Yuan trained diligently, shooting arrows 200 times in the morning and 200 times in the evening, and reading history books when he had spare time. At the same time, it did not stop impacting the orifices. By the beginning of February, the 16 orifices on Meng Yuan's torso had been fully opened, and thus the lower 33 heavens had been opened more than halfway. Meng Yuan is also facing two problems. One is the essence of the fire grows more and more slowly. The second is that it is time to mention the matter of picking up the Zhang family's grandparents and grandchildren. End of chapter. Today is the second day of February when the dragon rises. Everything is coming back to life and spring is returning. On this morning, Meng Yuan fetched well water, washed himself and then went to the schoolyard to use his strength. Half a month has passed since he entered the product, and all the teenage girls have not yet opened their orifices to enter the product, and Meng Yuan has not told them about his orifices having been opened for more than half of the time. The essence fire grew much slower after experiencing its first consummation. Even though there were eggs and a pound of meat every day, it was still much slower than before. However, Meng Yuan also noticed that this time the essence of the fire than before condensed some. The external manifestation is that they are more fearless of ice and cold, and physical strength is more abundant. The essence is also very sufficient. Stay up all night boxing also do not feel tired. Because of this, Meng Yuan diligently fought his qi during the day and nourished his true qi, and only impacted his orifices at night when he was in his single room. The essence flame had cleansed the body during the first consummation, and many of the orifices had been loosened. So Meng Yuan basically opened one a night. As one consummation could be so effective, Meng Yuan was even more looking forward to the second consummation of the essence flame. Got to eat meat, eat tons of meat, and child brides. Eating breakfast after morning exercise, Meng Yuan began to think about it. Nieshi's mention is based on his own ability, and Mei Sun's favor is due to his own pure quality and goodness. But Meng Yuan knows that all human feelings are just mirrors. Only when the realm comes up, human feelings will be useful. Otherwise, people's promotion will not last long. The martial realm was the root, and the growth of essence flame was its own root. So, gotta eat meat any way you can. Halfway through the morning, Meng Yuan finally waited for Nie Yannian to arrive. Maester Meng, come. Nie Yannian had a sword on his waist and a hilt in his hand, which he instantly tossed to Meng Yuan. Since borrowing the book, Meng Yuan held it up to look at it for a couple of moments when he rested, and after being bumped into by Nie Yannian, the person didn't stop him, but only added a nickname. You are now a fake maester, and when you go to the pavilion you will be designated to be poked and prodded by sister. When you learn the art of the sword, people will poke you, and you'll be able to take a sword to cut them when you're annoyed. Nie Yannian was very reasonable. This man had always had a flowery mouth, and Meng Yuan had long been familiar with it. Nie Yannian didn't say anything else, and immediately set up his stance and slowly rehearsed it. Meng Yuan watched attentively, but felt that Nie Yannian's use of this blade was awkward and seemed to be missing something. You try, Nie Yannian said. Meng Yuan, who already had an excellent memory, opened the orifices at the top of his head again and slowly ran through the moves Nie Yannian had practiced. Maester Meng isn't bad at all, Nie Yannian complimented in a conspiratorial manner, then added, but this is the method of the fast blade, called the Gale blade method. You need to be fast with the blade, and the downward slash is steady and vicious. It's the way to kill. With those words, Nie Yannian rehearsed again. This time it was as fast as a raging wind and rain. For a time it was impossible to see the long blade, only a cloud of white light flashed. Meng Yuan looked mesmerized, conscious that he would never be able to do this. After Nie Yannian had practiced once, he sheathed his sword and went up to Meng Yuan's neck. This sword technique is not just about hand and waist strength, it's about whole body strength. When you have opened the torso and arms orifices, the power is a change. When all the orifices have been opened, the power is another change, and even when you've entered the 8th rank, the power is another change. Do you understand? Master Nie is saying that this blade technique can be used by mortals. However, if it is used by someone who has entered the grade, and then paired with the method of running true qi in the body, the power will increase even more? Meng Yuan said. A maester is a maester. A little goes a long way. Nie Yannian was pleased. Alright, go practice first. After you've practiced and familiarized yourself with the stance, then teach it to the pups. And tomorrow I'll pass on the method of running true qi to you. Seeing that Nie Yannian was about to leave again, Meng Yuan hurriedly pulled back. Meng Yuan pulled Nie Yannian to the distance and directly opened his mouth cheekily. Master Nie, borrow 10 taels of silver. These days, Meng Yuan also feel through the temperament of Nie Yannian. This person's mouth is not a door. Opening is yellow. In fact, people are not bad. Do not talk about what honor and dignity, but also did not have a teacher look. Something directly say on the line. Borrow 10 taels? I'm too poor to eat. You chopped me up and sold me. Nie Yannian immediately said. This kind of person couldn't even take 10 taels of silver? Meng Yuan sized up Nie Yannian and saw that he did look helplessly refined and poor. So he said, forget it then. Meng Yuan was about to leave, pondering to borrow some from big sister Hu Qian, when Nie Yannian pressed on Meng Yuan's shoulder. Wait. Nie Yannian sized up Meng Yuan and asked, what's your kid doing borrowing money? The food is not enough. I want to eat meat. Meng Yuan said honestly. That doesn't make sense to eat it every day. Nie Yannian fished out a silver ingot and threw it over. Here. Meng Yuan hurriedly took it and asked, Master Nie, didn't you say you didn't have any money? Ugh. Used to crying poor. Nie Yannian grinned broadly. So when I lend you money, you don't even think about crying about it? You're pretending. Meng Yuan thought carefully about Nieshi's expression and felt that the first to reach the master could learn from him. Master Nie, why don't you give me 10 more taels, so that I don't have to go back and borrow again? Meng Yuan said. You've got your nose in your face, don't you? Nie Yannian twisted Meng Yuan's ear. Follow me. After leaving the schoolyard, Meng Yuan followed behind Nie Yannian and asked curiously, Master Nya, what are we going to do? Go collect your wages. Nya Yanian said. You didn't even tell me I got paid for my work. You didn't ask. After walking for a while, he came to a small courtyard, and when he entered the room, he saw an old man. Accountant Go. Nya Yanian wasn't polite at all as he pointed at Mang Yuan and said, this kid is the new guard. Come for an advance on his wages. That Go accountant looked at Mang Yuan and asked, what's your name? Mang Yuan gave his name. There is such a person. Accountant Go flipped through the account book and said, but you're from Makwang, and you haven't even been on guard duty for a month yet, so you can't get an advance on your wages. Mang Yuan didn't say anything and looked at Nya Yanian. He was introduced by Seeking Plum. Nya Yanian said, our princess is most sympathetic. A month's advance would be nothing. You are the lowest class guard. 10 taels of silver per month. And the festival rewards will be counted separately. He picks up the abacus and takes out 10 taels of silver. Mang Yuan received the silver and looked at Nya Yanian with lust. A 3-month advance. Nya Yanian said. Accountant Go said. Mr. Nya, if you were to advance that I wouldn't say anything, but this kid is a newcomer. There's no such thing. Nya Yanian said. He's seeking Plum's date. Go accountant rubbed his eyes, and then carefully looked at Mang Yuan. Saw that the young man's posture is straight, sword eyebrow and starry eyes, good appearance, and masculine. Then said, who doesn't have a hard time? Young people spend more is also there. The so-called rescue not poor. The old accountant I take the blame. Mang Yuan received the silver. More and more feel that the grade is very important. Otherwise no one will believe the lie. Out of the courtyard, Mang Yuan thanked Nya Yanian again and again, and also pulled some polite words like invite you to dinner some other day. You've received your monthly silver. Shouldn't I pay back the 10 taels of silver I borrowed from you? Nya Yanian immediately called in the debt. You've been lending me money for less than a quarter of an hour, haven't you? You want to collect? Mang Yuan borrowed the money on his own merit. How can he pay it back when he hasn't even warmed it up yet? Master Nya, I use money a lot, Mang Yuan said in a serious manner. Nya Yanian pointed his finger twice at Mang Yuan, then said, I forgot to tell you, is there a job you want to do? There's a reward if you do it. What kind of work? Mang Yuan was very wary. Nya Yanian didn't say it outright, only saying, let's go have a meal first, and talk about it while we eat. End of chapter. Leaving the royal residence, Nya Yanian took Mang Yuan out of the street to a restaurant near the river called Drunken Moon House. The location and style of this room is not to do business with the poor. Nya Yanian is obviously also a frequent visitor. He first with the beauty of the shopkeeper to pull a few words of gossip, and only then went up to the second floor. Not long after, the wine and food flowing price up, set a full table. Nya Yanian clamped a few mouthfuls of food, and even praised the taste is good. Master Nya, you're a royal guard. Why are you so idle? Mang Yuan had been observing for a long time. This Nya Yanian had never been on time for the dawn, and his status in the king's mansion wasn't low, so he was obviously not an ordinary guard. I used to follow Wang Fei's elder brother, then the person died, so I followed Wang Fei and was considered a guest secretary raised by Wang Fei. Nya Yanian raised an eyebrow at Mang Yuan and signaled to pour the wine. I see. Mang Yuan didn't ask deeper, pouring wine while saying, Master Nya, what exactly is this job? Mang Yuan thought, with the qualifications he has shown now, if he can follow Nya Yanian to mix a merit, not to mention the reward money, to take back the matter of Jiangyao water to the end of the line. I see why you're more anxious than I am, Nya Yanian asked with a smile. Master Nya, as you know, I'm from a straggler background, and there's still my family in the pastoral village. It's hard work over there, and there's a child who should be enrolled in school. Isn't this just the right time to mix credits with you? Mang Yuan honestly told the truth. Come begging me for business again. My daughter hasn't even let me worry this much. Nya Yanian drank a cup of wine without any good humor. There's no need to rush this kind of thing. It'll happen sooner or later. Then when will my monthly silver be raised? How much do 8th grade martial artists and 7th grade martial artists receive in a month? Mang Yuan considered the long term. In the future, if he picks up the ginger girl, and he eats a lot, he is bound to have great expenses. He has to ask how much the salary is, and whether he needs to engage in a side business. Nya Yanian held his chopsticks, pointed at Mang Yuan, and said, your kid is very smart, practicing diligently on the inside, and flattering Seeking Plum on the outside. It's alright, but as you said, you're from a straggler's background, and although your brain works, your insights are still not up to par. Please instruct Master Nya. Mang Yuan hurriedly filled the wine. My generation of martial artists rely on their fists and feet to establish themselves, but entering the rank is only the first step in the journey of 10,000 miles, and the 9th and 8th ranks of martial artists are not out of the realm of mortals, and both are liable to be killed by mortals. Nye Yannian drank several cups in a row and then said, "Ninth and 8th grade are actually not worth much, but if you want to reach the 7th rank, no matter where you go, you'll have a decent meal, just like I do now. It's not hard for a martial artist to enter the rank, just suffer, but if you want to move up, there are too many difficulties." It was only then that Meng Yuan realized that Niesher was a 7th grade martial artist. Nye Yannian continued to talk non-stop. 7 products whether you go out to mix, or like me, you are not worried about your clothes, but if you want to mix out there, you still have to bow your head and go through favors. But when you reach the 6th rank, your class is different. It's not that you don't have to bow your head or go through favors anymore, but many troubles can be saved, even to the point where, if you just ask, someone will send you a mansion and a woman. He pointed outside. If you want to enter the court, go to the border for a few years. It's impossible to become a vassal and pay respect to the prime minister, but it's still not difficult to win a title and become rich and famous for 3 generations. If you're in the wild, whether you're running a martial arts firm, traveling by dart, or doing business, it's all much more convenient, and many of the problems encountered by 7th grade martial artists won't even occur. Wherever you stand, people will befriend you. After hearing this class argument, Meng Yuan roughly understood what Master Nye meant. 9 and 8 products are already considered to have a settled life, where they can all mingle and eat well. To the 7th grade, you can eat very well, but also can benefit the children and grandchildren. And to the 6th grade, heaven and earth is vast, is never come to be this small guard. As for further up, when external things don't bother you, it's time to pursue something else. What Master Nye means is that Meng Yuan is still young, not the time to worry about money. The realm is fundamental. When he gets older, if the realm can't really go up, then it's not too late to earn money. Master Nye, what's the scenery like at high grade? Meng Yuan yearned for it. The end point for most people is the 7th grade, and for the few ordinary people who are willing to put in the effort and encounter some not so good chances, the 5th grade is the highest. As for the upper 3rd grade, TSK, if you kid can get there, you'll have no problem sleeping with the Empress Dowager. Nye Yannian whispered. Master Nye, I actually still like being young, Meng Yuan emphasized. Nye Yannian glared at Meng Yuan and said, don't think about it. If you don't make it to the 8th rank next year, I'll definitely take you to a pimp. You can't forget the pimp, can you? Let's not talk about the pimp. First Meng Yuan had a headache when he heard about the pimp, sighed, and only said, nowadays, can I pick up my family to live in the city? If you want to pick up your relatives, in fact, it is not difficult. Into the grade is the royal guards. Even if the 3rd class guards don't have a single courtyard to live in, the monthly silver is 10 taels, enough to support a family. Besides, your qualifications are not bad. The royal palace is definitely willing to cultivate you. Nye Yannian signaled to pour the wine, then said, but if you want me to say, you go and talk to Xuanmei. She is in charge of a few manor houses. A word can be done. Aren't you hooking up with someone else? Go blow the pillow window. Meng Yuan was positive. Said, yeah sure. I'm a gelding's origin. Bad reputation is bad. But people seeking plum girl is a cold plum in the snow. Snow and the high priest. Half a bit of tarnish shall not be. I really didn't misread you kid. You are hiding dirty things in your heart, but you can still make a righteous face. Grandma, if I had your ability when I was young, why would I have gotten into this mess? Nye Yannian pointed at Meng Yuan's nose. Your martial arts talent is fine, but if you go to become an official, you might have a better future. Master Nye, I want to practice martial arts and become an official at the same time. Meng Yuan said, you've taken all the good things, haven't you? Nye Yannian glared at Meng Yuan and said, since you're pretending to be a gentleman and don't want to go to hook seeking plum, it's not appropriate to pick up the family now. You just have 10 taels of monthly silver. To support your family or yourself, the martial arts path is the route. It's a matter of whether to look at 1 step or 3. He nudged the table with his chopsticks and said, but if this job is done well, mixing up the credits, things will definitely work out. Besides, it's good to see the world. Many thanks to Master Nye for mentioning me. Meng Yuan attentively poured the wine and asked curiously, what kind of work? Nye Yannian flicked his tongue and smiled as he took his chin and nudged Meng Yuan's tiger's mouth. This refers to sperm, and people have known for a long time that they've been defiled by little weasels. Master Nye, I didn't mean to hide it. I really didn't want to be nosy. Meng Yuan explained. Of course I know that. Otherwise I wouldn't be able to keep you. Do you really think that Seeking Plum's face is bigger than the sky? Nye Yannian smiled and stood up, patting Meng Yuan on the shoulder. Don't worry too much. It's all a small matter. Wait for me to find you tomorrow. We'll talk about it more carefully then. I'm leaving first. After saying that, Nye Yannian staggered down the stairs. You still haven't made yourself clear. Meng Yuan looked at a table of rice, chicken, duck, fish and meat. All have not eaten much. Take care, Master Nya, Meng Yuan said politely, sipping a mouthful of tea to smooth his throat, then went straight to the chopsticks. It only took a quarter of an hour to wind up a table full of food. The essence flame in his body slowly grew, even more than the nutrients he drew from eating for 3 days in the schoolyard. Rubbing her stomach and going downstairs, the beautiful woman shopkeeper smiled and came forward. Ying Bao said, take the favor of 10 taels of silver. Oh, small business. You call this a small business? A table of food costs 3 to 5 taels at most, but you dare to ask for a month's worth of my monthly salary. Meng Yuan was still interested in this food, intending to bring Ginger Girl to eat in the future. Heard this and hastened to make a cold expression. A serious, Nya Yani an account. Master Nya said that this meal is on the Gongzi Street. The beautiful woman laughed. Meng Yuan saw the trick of escaping the bill was broken, but also not embarrassed, only forced to endure the flesh pain smile. I naturally know. Just phase play here. I don't know why, but when I saw you, I thought you looked familiar. I don't know why. When I saw my sister, I felt familiar. Affectionate like a dear sister. 10 taels. The beautiful woman didn't give Meng Yuan a chance to get close at all. Meng Yuan can't. There is no need to turn the other cheek. Touch out an ingot of silver thrown over. The beauty of the woman received in the hand weighed, and did not weigh, and directly laughed. Enough catty, enough too. The gentleman slowly go. Meng Yuan took a deep breath and suppressed his grief, clenched his fists and took 2 steps outside, suddenly sensing that something was wrong, as if he had encountered a drunkard. What do you call sister and Master Nya? Meng Yuan turned around and asked. Jia Yan. The beautiful woman gathered her hands in her sleeves and smiled. You father and daughter set up a game just to fool an honest man like me? Meng Yuan ate a dumb loss. Just borrowed 10 taels of silver from the hands of Nya Yanian, together with a turn of the eye and sent him. The account is not yet cancelled. End of chapter. The next morning, Meng Yuan shot arrows 200 times, and took all the trainees to practice the gale blade technique several times, correcting the essentials of the movements. Yesterday being pitched 10 taels of silver is a small matter. Today to go out to subdue the demons is a big matter. Meng Yuan is very much looking forward to it. The description of demons in history books is not detailed. Often, in times of chaos, there is often a demonic plague of chaos. Even in years of peace, there were often demons that killed people, but the more detailed ones are still unknown. Meng Yuan thinks that if they are all monsters of the anti-kind, stealing chickens and dogs is fine, but I'm afraid that they won't be able to make trouble for the party. Not long after he had eaten breakfast, Nya Yanian finally came. Meng Yuan had long been ready, with a sword at his waist, an arrow pouch on his back, and a bow in his hand. Having only been in the pin for a short while, Meng Yuan was clear about his capabilities. He had no problem taking on 5 or 6 strong men, and he could put up a fight when he met a martial artist of the same rank. But no matter what, the bow and arrow as a long-range attack weapon is a must to bring. Master Nya, should we change to a 5-stone bow? Meng Yuan had been practicing with a 2-stone bow. Forget it, although you can pull a 5-stone bow, it will take too much effort in the long run. It's the same as a human being. A bit of plumpness is fat, but it's too easy to drain your stamina. It won't last long. Nya Yanian casually said. What's all this? Is there such a comparison? Meng Yuan was reminded of the beautiful woman at Drunken Moon House. However, Meng Yuan had always listened to advice and said no more. When Wu Chansheng and the others saw that Meng Yuan was well equipped and looked like he was going out to practice, they all showed anticipation and looked forward to Master Nya taking them with him. Watch over the house well. Nya Yanian casually threw down the words and led Meng Yuan away from the schoolyard to the stables. Meng Yuan didn't know how to ride a horse, but fortunately the horses here were all well trained and mild-tempered. Moreover, Meng Yuan was not bad in terms of strength and reaction, and although he had no experience in horseback riding, he was able to stabilize his body once he stepped into the stirrups and mounted the horse. After leaving the royal residence, Nya Yanian first talked about the difference between riding a horse and riding a man before talking about the purpose of the trip. It turns out that the problem still lies in the manor outside the city. The princess has a medicine farm in the south of the city, and lately it has been losing things, and the dogs that patrol it have gone missing several times, and some of the people in the farm also said they saw a demon. After pulling these, Nya Yanian put away the tired look, and talked about the matter of elves and monsters. There are countless monsters in the world, whether they are snakes, insects, rats and ants, or wolves, tigers and leopards, all of them can become demons and monsters. The forest beasts want to become fine, need to absorb the essence of the sun and the moon, or swallow the spirit of grass and medicine, through which to raise the spirit of light, born out of the spirit of wisdom. There are intelligent will also refine the horizontal bone, mouth spit human speech. Demons also have demon cultivation path, but the disadvantages are more, and the effect is quite slow. Now the monsters and humans have been fighting for countless years, slowly learning the human cultivation path, and most of them are going to take the martial arts path. There are also going to take the Taoist door, Sherman door. After the demon begins to cultivate, it slowly embraces the human form, which is called transformation. However, most of them would retain some of the beast's characteristics. Generally speaking, the smarter and more sensitive the transformation, the more complete it was, and the more naive and stupid it was, the more beastly characteristics it retained. Of course, there are special ones. Most of the low-grade demons don't have quite enough brains, or their brains don't turn too easily. However, there are demons that are close to people, reading words, and even reading the art of war. Some monsters are ferocious, some are timid, some love to work in pairs, some walk alone in the mountains and forests. Their temperament is changeable, and the animal instincts have not been exhausted. Most of the wild very much. Fear stems from the unknown. Meng Yuan got some teaching. The fear of the mountains and wild spirits and monsters is gone, but to the spirit of the grass and precious medicine is interested, looking for a chance to get some taste, or to the essence of the fire is beneficial. From the south gate of Songdefu out of the city, traveling 3 miles, you will see the big river. This is the Tsanlong River. The Tsanlong River comes from the west, bends to the east just south of Songdefu, and eventually joins the sea. The two rode their horses and traveled more than 10 miles along the bank against the Tsanlong River, and then they saw a manor. Here is the medicine farm. Compared to the pastoral farm is much smaller, and there are high walls surrounded. There are also medicinal gardens nearby, and even many villagers grow herbs. Pharmacies are used for transshipment of bulk medicines, concocting medicines, and collecting medicines, and are extremely profitable. Entering the manor, the head of the manor greeted him, and there was also a young man, dressed in the same clothes as Meng Yuan. This youth was named Ren de Biao, also a royal guard, a martial artist of the 9th rank, who had come to the medicine villa first to explore the area. The polite words did not say much. A piece of into the lobby. Ren de Biao will talk about the situation of the probe. It's the elves that came down from the mountains, totaling 7 stolen dogs, a small donkey, and many concocted medicines, mostly golden sore creams and dan pills to benefit essence and nourish qi. Ren de Biao had a lean look. Songdefu is next to the mountains. Although the mountains have always been full of monsters, Songdefu is a large city. The monsters are not too bold to go out of the mountains to stir up trouble. Nya Yanian obviously knows quite a bit about monsters, going out to the mountains to steal medicine. Did the monsters get hurt from infighting? Or was it just a rash youth who didn't know any better who did it blindly? Also, 2 people died in the manor, a man and a woman, who came out in the middle of the night to have wild sex, were disemboweled, organs were eaten. Ren de Biao said, out on the wild side in the middle of the night? Don't you mind the cold? Nya Yanian laughed. Master Nya, give us a plan. Should we report it to the police, or take care of it ourselves? The head of the medicine village asked. Reporting to the authorities? Reporting to the officials for a few small demons. What about my Nya Yanyan's face? Nya Yanyan was very confident. Let's cook and eat first. We'll stand guard here tonight. Come one catch one. Come two catch a pair. That Zhuang had no longer say more. Order Zhuang people to kill chickens and slaughter sheep. In early spring when the days are still cold, fat lamb dipped in garlic and swallowed in one mouthful, and then a mouthful of lamb soup. It is really a supreme delicacy. A tiny bit of nutrients were incorporated into the essence flame, and Meng Yuan felt that if he could eat lamb openly every day, he was afraid that the essence flame would be perfected again in less than 2 months. After eating and drinking, Nya Yanian slowly made a round of the medicine villa and finally came to a remote room to check out the 2 mutilated corpses. The organs do not exist. Look at the wounds should be the result of the sharp claws of the sperm monster. It's probably a canine wolf type of elf monster. Nya Yanian went back to the place of the incident to check the traces left behind by the elves and monsters. But the sperm was so resourceful that its footprints were erased and it was impossible to recognize what kind of sperm it was. Has been to eat dinner. Nya Yanian, this is to make arrangements. By him with Rin de Biao and Meng Yuan guarding the roof of the back wall. The rest of the bankers are not involved. Only to go to sleep. Here any movement are not allowed to go out to check. It's actually a keeper. The elf here says that it's good to take advantage and it's not good to take advantage. Nya Yanian nodded his temple and pointed out, after taking advantage once you want to take advantage again. Unless one eats the pain, one can come every day. Moreover, most of the elves and monsters hold grudges, so it's either get them killed directly or let it know that it can never bully you. Otherwise it will definitely come back to trouble you again. Early spring is chilly and windy at night. The 3 of them were all martial artists, and it was not a problem to carry a moment of gloom. As the night wore on and dawn was approaching, it grew more and more silent, and a tiny bleating of sheep came from between the blackness of the sky and the earth. Meng Yuan immediately came to life, opening his eyes wide and looking toward the source of the sound, only to see a silhouette in the darkness make an assisted run from outside the courtyard wall, and then jump straight up on top of the 2-foot-high courtyard wall. Then the figure observed the surrounding area, and after seeing no danger, then let out a bleat, and saw another black figure appear, and then also jumped onto the courtyard wall. The two figures poked around for a moment, before jumping into the courtyard. Meng Yuan is located more than 10 paces away from them. Although the world is dim and lightless, but has been roughly seen clearly, these two silhouettes were not human at all. Both were about 10 feet tall, with muscles bursting out all over their bodies, thick hair, one black and one white, with a huge sheep's head on top of their heads, and huge horns on their heads curved like curved swords, two goat demon bodies slightly hunchback, hanging on the shoulder sack, hand each holding a bone stick, horizontal yen yellow pupil without half a bit of emotion, especially horrible. Seeing that his prey was on the hook, Meng Yuan took his longbow and slowly drew an arrow, ready to strike. You can't help but come here? Nya Yanian laughed proactively. Take your sword and go down to fight them. End of chapter. This is the meaning of sharpening. Without saying a word, Meng Yuan gave up his bow and arrows, rushed forward a few steps, jumped down from the roof, held his sword in both hands, and slashed at the white sheep. Two sheep demon has also heard the movement, was about to turn back to escape. Visible steel knife from the sky. Escape has been too late. The white sheep immediately raised the bone stick to block. Meng Yuan's strength is big, and this knife is from top to bottom, is a knife with all his strength. Just see the steel knife against the bone stick, immediately sparks. The bone stick should sound broken, and Meng Yuan hands of steel knife momentum does not reduce, actually chopped off a section of the white sheep's strong arm. Ow! The white sheep ate the pain and immediately let out a miserable howl that resounded through the dark night. Rolling hot blood spurted out and splattered Meng Yuan's face. Meng Yuan didn't care. As soon as his feet landed on the ground, he immediately swung his sword diagonally upwards, immediately cutting a huge wound in the white sheep's chest. At the same time, the knife's momentum did not decrease, and immediately crashed into the black sheep's bone stick that smashed down. Bang! A strong force came. Meng Yuan was shocked arm numb, but has already seen that this black sheep's strength is slightly better than their own, but not agile enough, and the moves are not patterned. It's like the Iron Bull in a group fight. At this time, the white sheep was still alive, but it had already lost its battle power. The black sheep bleated twice and waved its bone stick forward. This black goat demon has a tall body and sufficient strength. The bone stick swings up with only residual shadows, leading to a gust of wind breaking sound. Meng Yuan saw clearly that if he was bumped by the bone stick, he would certainly not be able to do well. Seeing that he couldn't take it immediately, Meng Yuan took 2 steps back and performed the gale blade technique, dancing the steel blade in a watery way, and by virtue of his agile stance, using only 5 minutes of his strength to dodge and vacillate, adding a knife to the already seriously injured white sheep from time to time. The advantage of this gale blade method is that it is swift and fast, like wind and electricity. The disadvantage is that it is not as thick and fierce as the horizontal slash. In other words, the gale blade technique seeks to kill with one blow, and if it doesn't work, it will cut the flesh with a blunt knife, little by little, causing more wounds to the enemy. Sure enough, after a quarter of an hour, the white sheep demon's blood flowed all over the place, and that black sheep didn't know how to save its strength, and it already had the appearance of strength and fatigue. Meng Yuan immediately used his full strength and circled around the black sheep to fight. Not long to the black sheep added a few knife wounds, although not fatal, but can hurt the enemy's morale. If this goes on, the black sheep will definitely lose. Puff! Black sheep suddenly dropped his stick and knelt down to kowtow. Good man, spare your life. Meng Yuan didn't believe it, and immediately took 2 steps back, crossing his sword in front of him. Sure enough, the black sheep was kneeling and kowtowing, but suddenly both legs exerted themselves, bursting into a huge force all of a sudden, topping the 2 large horns, comet attacking the moon as fast as rushing towards Meng Yuan. Between the flashes of lightning and fire, Meng Yuan knew that he couldn't dodge, so he simply gave up his steel sword and grabbed the goat's horn with both hands forward. Feeling the huge force on his face, Meng Yuan pressed down hard on the horns of the sheep while backing up, and when he unloaded 5 or 6 points of force, he immediately pressed down on his body, sunk his force into his waist, gritted his teeth and twisted the horns of the sheep, and flipped that black sheep over, and then single horsebacked his knees and pressed down on the neck of the black sheep. The black sheep's limbs moved about, but it could no longer resist, only bleeding. Good man. This time it really surrendered. Meng Yuan didn't pay any attention and just increased his strength. It's true that geldings come from geldings, and dealing with them is just a handful. Nya Yanian laughed and jumped down from the roof. waving his hand to signal Meng Yuan to get up. Meng Yuan did not say a word, got up, wiped away the fishy blood and sweat on his face. When he saw the clothes dirty and torn, and young girl sent the Chinese clothes are also stained with blood, angry and kicked the head of the sheep twice. It's its blood, not mine. The black sheep commiserated. Meng Yuan knew the kick was wrong, but just wouldn't change it. The kick was you. What is your name? When Nye Yannian saw that the black sheep was still trying to argue on its knees, he stomped on the sheep's head. Its name is Black Bleat, the dying white sheep said. So you'll be called White Bleat. Then, Nye Yannian looked at the white goat. How do you know? Black sheep asked with his head to the ground, still puzzled. What the hell kind of name is that? Where's your hometown? Nye Yannian laughed and cursed. Peach Blossom Ridge. Black sheep said honestly. Who killed the pair in the manor last night? Nye Yannian asked. It's the wolf big. Black Bleat said. Why did Wolf Grand kill people? Meng Yuan asked. The Wolf Lord says that anyone who lusts after a man's wife or daughter or commits adultery against another man deserves to die. Baiga said. Good fellow. Character is 10,000 times better than old me. Nye Yannian laughed and cursed. Then asked. Then why did you come to steal medicine and dogs? Black Bleat was very docile at the moment and hurriedly said. Once the eggs are distributed, the fellow Taoists won't come to listen to the lesson. His Holiness asked the two of us to get some meat and medicine so that we can distribute them before the Peach Blossom Festival. Well, handing out eggs to get people to listen to a lecture is a kill tray any way you slice it. Meng Yuan touched out a piece of linen cloth to wipe the steel sword, and said that this demon is actually not all naive and stupid. There are also things that have rules and regulations. The Peach Blossom Society? What does that do? Nye Yannian came to be interested and half squatted down to inquire. Venerable Great Tail said that the Peach Blossom Festival is an assembly to propagate the Buddha's way and universalize all sentient beings. Black Bleat said. Nye Yannian straightened up and stopped talking. Meng Yuan was also much more solemn, and Ren de Biao was even more wide-eyed. Qing has always respected Confucianism, Taoism and Buddhism. The entire country within the Ping'an province only a place with monks. That is still people in the founding of the country made great efforts to be able to survive. In the rest of the world, it is strictly forbidden for the Buddha to preach, to walk, and even more so to erect Buddhist temples. At this moment, this Black Bleat is saying something about the Peach Blossom Buddha Society, something about the Great Tail Venerable One, something about preaching the Buddha way. This matter is obviously not small. How come it involves bald asses again? Nye Yannian frowned as if recalling past events. Meng Yuan didn't say a word, and Ren de Biao also kept his head down and didn't say anything. Nye Yannian made a wink, and while Ren de Biao was still confused, Meng Yuan kicked Black Bleat. Follow me. Meng Yuan tugged on the black ram's horn. Take the Black Bleat into the room, the White Bleat outside, and interrogate them separately. After carefully asking about the details of that Peach Blossom Buddha meeting, and then a comparison, it is known that the two-headed goat demon said a big difference. It turns out that the Peach Blossom Buddha Festival is held in the Peach Blossom Ridge, the old home of Black Bleat and White Bleat, which is in the mountains south of the Medicine Villa, about 10 miles deep. As for Venerable Great Tail, it was an old yellow-furred wolf. There were also two attendants under his seat, also wolf demons, named Wolf De and Wolf Air. The three wolves came from nowhere, and anyway, they took over the Peach Blossom Ridge, opened the altar to preach the Dharma, and took in Black Bleat and White Bleat as fighters. The people who listen to the lessons are all the mountain and wild spirits in the area to the left, and most of them are enlightened and can understand the words. There were quite a few of them, 50 or 60 when they were handing out eggs, but only 30 or 40 when they were lecturing. However, all of them had little combat power, similar to grandmothers, and most of them were still ignorant. After integrating the news, Meng Yuan didn't say a word, whether to report this matter to the authorities or to do something else. He had to wait for Nye Yannian to decide. Nye Yannian spat on the ground and said, according to the stupid goat, if they don't return in the morning, then some Great Tail Venerable One is going to be alerted. This is trying to go to the end of the Peach Blossom Buddha Society. According to what Black Bleat and White Bleat said, that Venerable Great Tail had revealed Buddhist aptitude and should be following the Buddhist path. As for the two attendants, Wolf De and Wolf Air, they were of the martial path. Master Nye, do you want me to quickly horse back to the city and gather some men? Ren de Biao said. Meng Yuan also do not want to get involved in the matter of what honored one. This trip has been considered a merit. Pick up the matter of the Zheng family grandparents and grandchildren on the board, and there will also be silver collar. The city gates don't open until it's dawn, so it'll be too late to come and go. Nye Yannian smiled and said with great confidence, it's just a 7th grade Buddha demon, plus 2 9th grade wolf demons. As for the rest of the elves and monsters, they are not enough to worry about. It's down to a decision. In that case, Meng Yuan did not do anything else. Anyway, Go to listen to the Buddha will also be considered a long knowledge. Tying up the black and white sheep and leaving them in the care of the banker, the three of them hurriedly ate another mouthful of hot soup and food, and set out with a few cakes. At the moment, the sky is bright. Out of the medicine village to the south, traveling 2 miles into the mountains. Mountain road twists and turns, under the feet of all the rotten leaves, although the trees have been pumping green, can be a few hundred feet deep will give birth to a sense of loneliness and eeriness. Those who can often go in and out of this kind of place are either old medicinal farmers or old hunters, and ordinary people are bound to get lost once they come in. The three of them followed the path pointed out by the black and white sheep, but it was not too bad. After an hour, the Bens probed forward for 10 miles or so. After crossing another ridge, it was not so cool, and there was a slight feeling of warmth. As he looked ahead, he saw a gentle slope below the mountain range, on which were borne many peach trees, which at the moment were budding, but had not yet blossomed. There was smoke and fire in the peach bush, but you couldn't see through it. This is the Peach Blossom Ridge. There really is something mysterious inside. Nyayani sneered. Some of our Ching people can't see a bald monk in their whole life. Today you two are going to see the world. Lurking forward and into the peach trees, he saw shadows ahead and the faint sound of talking. Meng Yuan is very cautious. This also guards against a spirit monster stalking, but all the way forward, froze and did not meet one. It can be seen that the person who organized this Buddhist meeting is also a grassroots team. After another 100 or so steps forward carefully and slowly, he saw a mountain stream by the peach tree forest in front of him. There were many elves and monsters surrounding the other side of the mountain stream. There were flower deer, grizzly bears, roe deer, pheasants, wild donkeys, foxes and so on, totaling 40 to 50. These elves and monsters obviously had insufficient Taoist skills and did not take shape, but they had already opened up their spiritual wisdom. More than 10 feet in front of the elves and monsters was a high platform of green stone, on which sat a wolf demon. I saw the wolf demon wearing a black Buddhist robe and a worn-out red robe. On his neck he wore Buddhist beads, in his hand he held a Bodhi string, and beside his body he inserted a tall Zen staff. That wolf demon is huge. Sitting on a plate there are 6 or 7 feet tall. Although the robe covered his body, he could still see his muscles. However, looking at the hair of its exposed wolf head, it was not oily and shiny, but instead dry and hairless. A mangy head. This great tail venerable one has a wolf head, dirty and tattered clothes inside and outside, and a few compassionate colors in his eyes, which actually has the temperament of an ascetic monk. On either side of his holiness stood 2 tall wolf demons with smooth and shiny fur, which should be Wolf De and Wolf Air without a doubt. Silence. His holiness is going to teach. The wolf beside the great-tailed exalted one spoke out. The crowd of noisy monsters quieted down, but an old bull asked with a loud voice, "Wolf Big, what kind of elixir will be given out today? My son is bloated and spitting fire out of his mouth, just waiting for his medicine. Listen to the lesson before you speak, and be sure it will cure your son." Wolf Avenue. When this was said, the elves and monsters gibbered again, and only when they saw the wolf glaring at them did they come to their senses. End of chapter. The mountains are wet and damp. A ray of sunlight falls on the peach tree forest. There is a dense mist rising. The great-tailed venerable one is sitting on top of the green stone. The wolf's head has a ferocious look, but there are a few benevolent eyebrows, which is really strange and weird. A group of small elves sat in front of the great-tailed venerable one, scratching the itch, scratching the lice. Not many listened attentively. All the evil karma created in the past is due to the beginning of greed and anger, from body, speech, and mind, all of which I now repent. His Holiness, the Great Tail, recited the morning verse with a raspy, harsh, and a few high notes. The voice seemed to carry some kind of Buddhist divine power, and for a moment the entire peach forest was heard both inside and outside, as if it was ringing in the ears. Sure enough, the crowd of little elves and monsters put aside their exhaustion and all tilted their heads to listen attentively. Meng Yuan's trio hid behind a boulder and also pricked up their ears to listen. The Guru has said that no one in the world is unjust, and that all the world's love is sinful. His Holiness the Great Tail flicked his Buddha beads in his hand, and said kindly, "What we are talking about today is the 3 poisons of greed, anger, and dementia." What is greed? It is also desire. Greed for color, greed for form, greed for touch, and greed for offerings. Most of the things that trouble us come from this. The crowd of elves and monsters shook their heads as they listened. Nyayanian frowned tightly, but Meng Yuan listened with great interest. "Brother Deo, is it true that if you are free of greed, you can learn the Buddha's magical powers? Enter the Buddhist pathway?" A more resourceful marmot asked. "Exactly." Venerable Big Tail had the appearance of a benevolent preacher. "Big Tail brother, teach me," the marmot said happily. "You have the heart to do so, and have already moved to greed." Venerable Deme shook his head slightly enchanted. "Remember, desire is like a stream. The mind is easily confused. Greed is like a fire that burns the field of blessings. It is difficult to fulfill the endless suffering, and the cycle of rebirth is not free. Meditation can calm 1,000 waves, and contemplation can break 10,000 barriers. Holding the precepts and observing the right path to the original purity, and being free from desire and doing nothing. The kitsune froze on the spot, not so much enlightened as unheard. Meng Yuan listened carefully from afar and felt that this old wolf's verse was quite interesting. Indeed, it was the Buddhist method of cutting away greed. Only the old wolf let the black paw white paw act of stealing medicine steal dogs, under the wolf big and kill and break the body. Obviously is not a high monk to do. Brother Big Tail, what should I do? The brocade-furred mouse was not low in spiritual wisdom and knew that this was an opportunity to enter the Buddhist sect for cultivation. So he asked in all sincerity, cut off all greed and thoughts. The great tail venerable one was exceptionally amiable and smiled. Your daily labor for grain, rice, melons and fruits is nothing more than satiating your children and grandchildren. As long as you slaughter your children and grandchildren as much as possible, your greed will be eliminated. The Dharma spoken by this great tail venerable one was the opposite of the verse it had just recited. Although the Buddhists have said that entering the empty door to cut off relatives, it is not to cut off relatives. The crowd of elves and monsters were all shocked at the words. The golden-furred mouse shivered and said, Brother Big Tail, I just have those few children. I can't afford to kill them. In that case, let's go down to the mountains, grab back the rich and lush fields, and have no worries about food since then. Venerable Big Tail said, but there are many people under the mountain. They have swords and spears. They can shoot arrows. And there are people from the Demon Suppression Division. I'm not strong enough to fight. The golden-furred mouse said, how can one witness the supreme way without enduring the storms and hardships? As long as you make a grand wish, even if things don't work out, you can come back after reincarnation, and there will always be a day of fulfillment. Venerable Great Tail smiled. Isn't this persuading the brocade-furred mouse to die? When Meng Yuan heard this, he felt more and more that this great-tailed venerable one was evil. The old wolf is not following the proper Buddhist path. Nyayanian laughed in a low voice. This is planting thoughts, whatever thoughts they may be, in the hearts of these elves and monsters who listen to the teachings of Buddhism. With the accumulation of days and months, this thought grows into a heavenly tree. Meng Yuan was immediately alerted and said, Master Nya, I won't be planted, will I? You haven't even claimed the egg. Plant it my ass. Nyayanian laughed and cursed. Those with a high level of Taoism will be able to plant it for you without realizing it. Those with a low level of Taoism and a low level of Dharma cultivation will have to talk about it every day and plant it every day in order to make it. This old wolf doesn't have enough Taoist skill. And the monsters are wild-minded. So the old wolf's trick of fooling people is a bit too rough. Meng Yuan was then relieved, and was about to continue listening when he saw that venerable Big Tail looking this way. Apparently Nya Yanyan's voice was a bit louder, making people notice. Since the has come, why don't you show yourself? Venerable Great Tail smiled with his Buddha beads, really looking like a virtuous monk. Nya Yanyan stepped out from his hiding place, and Meng Yuan and Rin Debiao hurried out as well. Standing on either side of Nya Yanyan, the two sides are separated by a mountain stream. Those elves and monsters saw that it was three people with swords. The timid ones had already fled, and the bold and good ones hid in the peach tree to watch the fun. Laotian Wolf, this Buddhist Dharma of yours isn't very skillful. Nya Yanyan pressed his hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist and laughed out loud. Amat Ba Buddha. People outside the square do not hold the precepts or know the Dharma. The poor monk does not blame you. Venerable Demei was actually very cultured. Laotian Wolf, did you come from the west, or from Lanrua Temple? Nya Yanyan asked again. To the west of the kingdom of Qing, there was the kingdom of Buddha, which was vast and boundless, and most of the people and demons alike practiced the Buddhist teachings, and that Lanrua Temple is from Pingan province in Yunzhou, which is also the only Buddhist temple in the territory of the state of Qing. At the same time, this Pingan province is also the only place in the territory of the state of Qing where Buddhism can be spread and Buddhist temples can be established. The Shifu was caught in the act. Venerable Great Tails too large, hairy hands held Buddha beads and folded their arms. Those of us who practice the Dharma come from where we came from and go where we go. Hearing this, Nya Yanyan sidled over to educate Meng Yuan and Rin Debiao, saying, these vultures are just like this. After reading a few Buddhist scriptures and thinking that they're capable, they spend all day trying to find people to fight with and talk about mindless nonsense. It's actually bull ********. That venerable Big Tail didn't get angry. Instead he asked, this is familiar to the monk, but is he a Taoist friend of the Demon Suppression Division? Old me quit working in the Demon Suppression Division a long time ago. Nya Yanyan clutched his knife in his arms and scornfully said, but the craft of skinning and dismantling bones hasn't fallen. Then left to watch the watching elves and monsters fled another batch. Wolf Big Wolf 2 repeatedly reprimanded, but also ineffective. Amitabha Buddha, the killing karma of fellow Taoist is too heavy. Why don't you return to my Buddhist sect and purify yourself so that you can enter my Elysium in the next life? Venerable Deme recited the Buddha's name with great sincerity. This Buddha of yours isn't quite right. Nyayanian laughed and stepped forward, saying, stealing medicine and stealing dogs is also a Buddhist rule? What difference does strength or weakness make to me if I don't steal? His Holiness the Great Tail said. Abetting stinky rats to come down the mountain and harm people is also Buddhist doctrine? Nyayanian added. All beings are equal, but the human race occupies my mountains and forests, steals my land, and kills my fellow clansmen. Can we only lead our necks to slaughter? Great Tail Venerable One put his two hands together, and his eyes actually had a bit of compassion in them. If you don't kill, the hatred will never end. Meng Yuan heard clearly. This Great Tail Venerable actually does not have a deep insight into Buddhism, but can rely on these Buddhist concepts to form a set of their own sayings, and can be self-explanatory. Therefore, it is impossible to argue with this kind of people. To put it nicely, they are dead-eyed, but to put it bluntly, they have been brainwashed by pyramid schemes. You're from the ING Epiphany School. As expected, Nya Yinyan's question was not for the sake of arguing the scriptures, but to test the other party's origin. Amitabha Buddha. Instead, Venerable Deme revealed a sincere look of seeking guidance. Where is the Epiphany sect? How come I've never heard of this Buddhist temple? Half-assed, Nya Yanian grew more and more disdainful, drawing his sword and walking forward. Fellow Taoist has too much killing energy and deep sins, so I'm afraid I won't have a good death. The Great Tail Venerable Master used the most compassionate tone to say the most vicious words, and also with a smile on his face, and said, the two young monks are willing to enter my Buddhist sect? Be taught by me? This old wolf is really weird. Should be bare-knuckle fighting, but still want to pull these useless. I have all 5 poisons. Master, ferrying someone is better than ferrying yourself, Meng Yuan said in a loud voice. Seeing this, Run De Biao wanted to say something aloud, but he didn't hold his tongue after all. The sea of bitterness is endless. Turn back to the shore. Venerable Great Tail plopped down on his knees, folded his 2 hands together, and said compassionately, the 3 of you are deep in the sea of bitterness, but you are stubborn. With those words, Venerable Deme ripped off the big red robe on his body and threw it to the sky, revealing the tattered velvet clothes, only to see it 2 hands together, face showing hideous, the body even faintly scattered Buddha light. Aya. Since this is the case, the poor monk still knows a little bit of hand and foot. Let's go together. There's no need for 3 people to deal with you. One of me is enough. Nya Yanian stepped forward. Ha ha ha, arrogant and delusional. Venerable Great Tail roared. His 2 furry hands joined together, choked and formed a seal, and droned out in a deep voice, holding back emotions and removing delusions. The mind shines in the void. Divine foot pass. Open. Heavenly eye pass. Open. Heavenly ear pass. Open. After chanting, Venerable Great Tail copied the Zen staff beside him and leapt up, stepping onto the large red robe that was still floating in the air, his body radiating Buddha's light and heading radially towards Nyayanian. The wind is cool in the mountains, the grass grows along the streams, and the oriole chirps in the deep trees. At this moment the sky has changed from sunny to cloudy, and spring rain is coming. End of chapter. The Great-tailed Venerable One was the first to be heard, with a faint Buddha light all over his body, truly having a few moments of the Vajra. The crowd of elves and monsters, who were about to run away at any moment, were bluffed at the sight of this, and shouted, Brother Big Tail, true Buddha, bull asterisk. Nyayanian poo-pooed it and instantly unsheathed his sword. Then holding it with one hand, he quickly darted forward, blooming spring thunder. As the words fell, there was actually a roaring sound behind his body, like spring thunder blooming. For a while, as Nyayanian flew away, spring thunder erupted and moved with the people, with a sense of everything reviving and flourishing. The difference between one person and one wolf was only 100 paces, only to see the sound of spring thunder surging forward at breakneck speed. Nyayanian was the first to arrive after he had started, and his speed was actually faster than Venerable Big Tail. Seeing that the two of them were already less than 10 steps apart, Nyayanian's figure violently rose up, gripping the hilt of his sword with both hands, and slashing at the great-tailed Venerable One. A huge thunder exploded, and the elves and monsters in the 4 directions were shocked. The bold ones had already run away, and the timid ones defecated and urinated, clearly unable to stand up. At this moment, Nyayanian's hand-long knife has collided with the great-tail Venerable's Zen staff, only to see the subtle Buddha's light scattered, and Nyayanian's body seems to have a mirage of weather, now a faint spectacle, but it's the mountains and rivers of spring and thunder. Under one blow, the great-tail Venerable's Zen staff was immediately broken into 2. and continuously retreated more than 10 steps before stopping, as if what had opened just now through all have no effect. I don't know whether it's the 7th grade of Buddhism versus the 7th grade of martial arts, or whether Nya Yannian is inherently strong. Anyway, Meng Yuan watched with fascination, especially Nya Yannian's knife out of the thunder like bursting, actually make the body around the scene, really is like the spring thunder blossomed generally. You're not good enough to learn this 6 divine abilities. Why don't you go back and recite the scriptures for another 2 years? A move to disperse the great tail venerable's aura. Nya Yannian did not slow down a little, multiplied the victory and pursued the attack, and every time he made a sword there was a thunderous sound, and the sound of thunder became more and more intensive. Peach trees around the body for the knife windswept, all destroyed, and by the spring thunder stirred, broken branches and wood flying everywhere. Venerable Demei's Zen staff was broken in two, and at the moment he was holding one in one hand, his eyes were gloomy, and he was panting heavily as he fought to fend it off. Amitabha Buddha. The dots are solid, the wind is tight and pulling. Buddhist monks, but even pulled up the black words of the green forest. Really unorthodox, and it's funny how the party is still full of energy, and then they immediately wimp out against one move. That wolf Big Wolf too has long seen that something is not right. Listening to the words of the great-tailed venerable one, immediately one left and one right, fled to the depths of the peach forest. Don't let them get away, Nya Yannian shouted. Meng Yuan had already chased towards Wolf Big, and Ren de Biao also reacted and rushed after Wolf 2. The great-tailed venerable one wanted to block it, but was entangled by Nya Yannian blooming spring thunder, and was only left to fight. Dare I not have divine power? Great-tail venerable beard in hair, angry disturbing, mangy head emerges Buddha light, each hand holding a broken Zen staff. Crazy shouted, immovable Vajra seal, out. In a split second, a heavy Buddhist light emanated from his body, truly like a wolf-headed Vajra. At this time, Meng Yuan had long since had no time to watch the great battle between the two 7th grades, and was only carrying his long sword, weaving through the peach forest, and hurriedly chasing after that wolf grand. The remaining elves and monsters also came back to their senses, and seeing Meng Yuan coming with his sword, even though they knew that they were not coming after them, they were scared and hurried to run away, and they actually all chased after Wolfda. It was a mess of chickens and dogs. That Wolf Big is a wolf demon origin. Legs and feet are very nimble, like crazy to the depths of the peach forest. Meng Yuan followed closely, followed a few hundred paces, then heard a mess of chaos in a crisp voice. What happened? What happened? Why are you running away? Auntie Nyo, help me. It's thundering. I have to go home to collect my clothes. Hitch a hand to the big pig lady. I've caught your lice. Little sister Piggy, don't go. We played in the mud together. Chicken brother. We have more than 2 years of friendship. What are you doing? You fly slower. Almost pulled my mouth. Wolfie, I was wrong. Let me go home. The voice was familiar, as if it were an ant. Meng Yuan hurried forward 100 paces and saw a weasel hanging from a peach branch. The weasel, with its brown skin and white belly, its 4 short legs tied together and hanging upside down from the peach tree, was clearly the ant, except that it had not seen its little bundle. When a runaway elf passed by, the little weasel yelled twice, but unfortunately, no one paid any attention to it. Meng Yuan didn't have time for it and directly swept past. What ran over? The little weasel was dumbfounded, hanging on a peach branch, listening to the sound of spring thunder in the distance, and the elves and monsters have all run away, could not help but look up at the sky, muttering, come to a good person to save me ah. At this moment, Meng Yuan was running fast, and the wolf was a little less fast, but familiar with the terrain, changing directions in the peach forest. If it wasn't for the fact that the peach trees that had just entered spring hadn't yet produced lush green leaves, Meng Yuan would have almost lost him. Weather in the mountains is changeable. The sky is cloudy at the moment, a light rain. A time when the peach grove of water mist rises. There is dense weather. Meng Yuan gritted his teeth and chased the Mile Su. That wolf Big a careless, actually fell on the slippery ground of Butt Pier, and as Meng Yuan took the opportunity to move forward, the two sides were already only 10 paces apart. Chase. You've been chasing me forever? Do you really think Buddha is a vegetarian? Wolf De climbed up and drew out a long-handled preceptor. Meng Yuan held his long sword in his hand, gasping for breath and not speaking. This wolf Big body tall, a few have 10 feet Su, at this moment fierce hissing, immediately lifted the ring knife chopping, really have a few points of momentum. Meng Yuan didn't avoid it and crossed his sword to receive it. The two knives touched. Meng Yuan immediately realized that this wolf Big strength to outperform their own, and out of the knife is very methodical. Then that black bleat white bleat to be a lot stronger. Meng Yuan's arm was slightly numb from the shock, but he didn't have the time to slow down a little. and hurriedly turned back his blade entangled with wolfde. This place is dense peach trees. Both sides are also long knives. When waving off in an inattention to touch the branches of peach trees. One man and one wolf are not like Nyayanian, who has the power of destroying the peach tree when the knife comes out. And every time, the peach tree blocks the attack and deflects the long knife. In addition, the spring rain is sandy. The ground is slippery. A wolf and a man first after some deadly chase, and then fight with all their strength. Physical exhaustion is very great. Meng Yuan calmed down, and no longer sought to take it quickly. Instead, 7 points of defense, 3 points of attack, to consume the opponent's physical strength. After fighting for only a few hours, Wolfde swung his sword much slower. Even though Meng Yuan was on the defensive, he was not in a good position either. Rushing plus the fierce battle, his body had consumed quite a bit of true chi, and he was also starting to pant heavily. However, Wolfgran's decadence was already apparent, and Meng Yuan gritted his teeth and stepped forward to begin the main attack. For a moment, the Gale Blade technique was executed, and Wolf Dai was caught in the middle of defense, but one of his feet slipped, and his shoulder had been slashed. Although the wound is small, it is still considered to be built. Meng Yuan was furious and attacked furiously. Who wouldn't know how to ing fight for their life? Wolf Dai wailed. His ringed sword slashed horizontally with a desperate effort, forcing Meng Yuan back, followed by a standing slash, forcing Meng Yuan to retreat back and forth. That Wolf Dai, however, stopped chasing, but turned around and walked away. The wolf was clearly losing his nerve. Meng Yuan drew his bow and arrow and shot, but only one arrow hit the back shoulder of the wolf. Seeing that the bow and arrows were too shallow to hurt the enemy, Meng Yuan gave up his bow and arrows and went after them with his sword. The wolf was only a few steps away from catching up with Meng Yuan. However, the wolf's heart to escape and survive was extremely strong, and Meng Yuan only managed to catch up with him even though he tried his best. Meng Yuan knows that he can't go on chasing after them, or else they will be too deep into the mountain and will definitely have changes, so he has to take down Wolf Dai as soon as possible. With a thought, Meng Yuan roared and threw his longsword towards Wolf Dai. A hit missed. The wolf big dodged to avoid. It saw the pursuit of the person's weapon has been lost, then turned back to look, but saw that the teenager posture but did not stop a little. Wolf Dai only slowed down this time, and then he saw that the teenager had already come to his body with his bare hands. Die! Wolf Dai bellowed, turning back to slash violently and diagonally. Meng Yuan was waiting for this moment. Seeing Wolf Dai raising his sword, he made a fierce thrust, and actually came into Wolf Dai's arms, holding Wolf Dai's hand, holding the ring sword with both hands, and at the same time twisting his body, and over the shoulder fall, and actually dropped the tall Wolf Dai down. The blow wasn't fatal, but it had taken Wolfsbane's sword. Wolf Dai couldn't get up in time and crawled forward. Meng Yuan gritted his teeth and flew, instantly riding on the wolf's big waist. The wolf's waist limbs were its vulnerable point. Meng Yuan made a forceful downward pressure, and the wolf big landed on its back. Meng Yuan was also fuming fiercely, not wanting anything in his mind, not caring about just one punch after another towards the wolf's big head. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. I do not know how many punches. Meng Yuan only felt the spring rain is getting more and more dense. The smell of blood mixed with the aroma of soil. It is exceptionally difficult to smell. Looking at the wolf big again, he was already lifeless. His skull was shattered, red and white flowed a lot, and his 2 eyes burst out. Meng Yuan smashed his fist for a while longer, and only stopped when he saw that he didn't have much energy left. Panting heavily, raised his head and suddenly found a dozen or so grey wolves in front of him, looking this way, seemingly wanting to go forward, but also seemingly do not dare. This was the reinforcements summoned by the Wolfgrand. Not even an elf, just an ordinary mountain wolf. Unfortunately, it was too late in the end. Scram! Meng Yuan got up, picked up the long knife on the ground, and angrily rebuked at the wolves. As expected, the wolves slowly dispersed after a slight hesitation. Meng Yuan to the knife resident, breathing heavily, see clothes broken dirty, blood has long penetrated the middle coat, angry and kicked 2 feet wolf big. End of chapter. Meng Yuan's hands were covered in blood, mostly from the Wolf Dai's, but also his own, and had broken wounds on the backs of his hands with scraps of bone still clinging to them. At this moment, calm down. Meng Yuan's mouth is dry, no fear of the aftermath, only feel nervous and exciting. Sitting on the ground, he breathed steadily while cleaning the wound on his hand. This chase is really dangerous, more so than the battle with the Black Ba and White Ba. Moreover, this time there is no one to take care of it, so if you are not careful, you may end up here. After resting slightly for a while, Meng Yuan got up and didn't have much strength to carry the Wolf Big's corpse, only clamping the long sword and ring blade in one hand and grabbing the Wolf Big's long tail with the other and dragging it back. At this time do not know how the Nya division, but Meng Yuan estimated that the Nye division strength is better than the great-tailed venerable one, and is loose on the outside and tight on the inside. I think it will not be difficult to win the great-tailed venerable one. The spring rain rustled, catalyzing the recovery of all things. Meng Yuan stepped on the slippery ground and walked back one step at a time. Not a moment later, I saw the little weasel, dripping wet, still dangling from the branch of the peach tree. It had a long body and short limbs, and at the moment it looked like it was dangling from a tightly drawn bough. He only saw the little weasel wobbling around, muttering words of help, and when he heard Meng Yuan's footsteps, he hurriedly looked over. Do not look. It does not matter. A look is a bloodstained man tugging the wolf big tail over. The little weasel did not dare to say a word. Want to use the paw to cover the mouth, but was tied up and cannot move. Our anxious almost cried out. The little weasel simply closed his eyes, just hoping that the person coming couldn't see him. But when he heard the footsteps getting closer and closer, the little weasel opened one eye and saw the person standing straight in front of him, with a hint of a smile on his blood-stained face. Auntie, don't you recognize me? Meng Yuan stepped forward and reached out to flick the little weasel's head. You're... The little weasel was so bewildered that he moved his nose vigorously in surprise. Yeah, you're the little geld. Meng Yuan smiled and said, Auntie, what kind of a mortal technique are you practicing here? I was hung up by the bad guys. The little weasel didn't hear Meng Yuan's derision, and instead said in a crisp voice, in a serious manner, Little geldings, you can't see well. You're going to suffer if you go out and run the countryside in the future. It's time to stop being a good teacher. Then I'm leaving. Meng Yuan said. No, no, no. The little weasel hurriedly stayed. Little geldings, save me down. I'm asking you, what's your name and where are you from? Meng Yuan didn't rescue, but instead came to ask questions. My name is Xiangling. The little weasel replied honestly. I'm the Grand Inspector of the old turtle pit on Big Head Mountain. Grand Inspector? Meng Yuan became interested and asked. Are there any lesser inspectors? Who else? No more just me. Xiangling stared with big round eyes. Very serious. It makes sense that you're the only one in the old turtle pit, and then you're the Grand Inspector. Meng Yuan smiled and asked again. I remember years ago, you said to go to your godmother's birthday celebration, but also matchmaking. Did it work out? Alas, a child without a mother. It's a long story. Xiangling, even if she is hung up, still looks like an old man, but her tone is still very proud. It's almost done. The aunt's family is very generous, and wants to find a smart and clever housekeeper. As soon as the matchmaker saw me, she said I'd be a good match. Sure enough, the matchmaker went to the aunt's house and came back with 5 eggs for me, saying that she liked me very much. What's wrong with that? You're in love without even meeting me? Meng Yuan asked again. Then how did you get here? Xiangling sighed again and said. The matchmaker said that people want to see my sincerity first, so my godmother and I took out all our savings and gave them to the matchmaker, entrusting it to the old man to go around and settle down the marriage earlier. Then, you wait first. When Meng Yuan saw that Xiangling still wanted to speak, he cupped its mouth with one hand, rubbed his brow with the other, and asked, what kind of elf is a matchmaker? And what kind of elf is your godmother? The matchmaker is a green old fox. Very kind. She knows a lot about the city, and has even taught her how to dress up. Xiangling's impression of the matchmaker was excellent, and when she talked about it, she complimented her, and then continued, my godmother is a roe deer, and she's very nice. Well, an old fox, with 5 eggs, tricked a stupid roe deer and a stupid weasel, and it hasn't even been realized that it's a scam. Then how did you get here? Meng Yuan asked again. My godmother and I have no savings. I heard that you can get eggs by listening to people sing here, so we came. Xiangling said here, slowly got a crying voice. Godmother said that you have to earn some family assets, to go to the in-laws to have face. The big tail brother at first is the morning scent eggs and then sing opera. We received on the go, later is to sing after the opera and then scent. We will wait until the opera is finished and then come. Woo woo, well, you mother and daughter don't listen to the lessons, but you don't lose any of the benefits. You've caught His Holiness the Great Tail pulling out his wolf's hair. It's no wonder he's mangy. Also, they are obviously preaching the Buddha's way. But you and your daughter have become opera singers. What happened afterward? Meng Yuan was listening with rapt attention. Whoa later. Xiangling 2 round big eyes with tears, and then clattered flow. Godmother is too much trouble to come every day to collect eggs, so I told the white bleat that sends the eggs. Why not just send a month at a time, and save the trouble? It's a lot of trouble. Bai Gao and my godmother have known each other since we were children, and he thought my godmother was right, so he gave them to us. Meng Yuan then felt that this was truly a case of meeting a good man. Xiangling whimpered and cried. Big Tail said I had Buddha nature and hung me up, saying I would be subjected to 500 years of wind and 500 years of rain. whimpering, "I'm not even allowed to go home and bring a garment. So the black ba and the white ba's descent from the mountain has something to do with you and your mother." It was a sad story, but Meng Yuan still found it very funny. "Well, don't cry, I'll save you down." Meng Yuan was kind in the end, seeing that Xiang Ling had been cheated out of marriage again, and that her godmother had died, and that she had been hanged for many days, and that this Xiang Ling had not done anything evil, so she planned to save her by hand, taking the knife to cut the rope. "Untie Xiangling." This little weasel sniffled. "Little geldings, you are still strange good Lu. Hurry up and leave, don't come here in the future." Meng Yuan softly said, "Did you kill Wolfsbane? Where's brother Atsuo?" Xiangling shook off the rainwater from her body vigorously and looked timidly at Wolf Big's corpse. "Don't ask too many questions, just leave quickly," Meng Yuan said. "Then I go." Xiangling opened her big round eyes, ran a few steps forward, then turned back, stood up with both legs on the ground, the two front paws together as a bow and clasped fists, and then fled in a flurry of smoke in the northwest direction. Meng Yuan rested for a while longer, before continuing to drag the wolf's large tail and go in search of Nie Yannian. After traveling 300 or 400 steps, he saw Nie Yannian standing on the ground, unharmed, and that big tail venerable paralyzed leaning against a withered peach tree. Early no sense of the solemnity of the treasure. The body of the velvet rags, covered with blood. Limbs seem to have been broken. The chest has 2 huge knife wounds, as if you can see the white bones of the internal organs. As for Rin De Biao, he was still nowhere to be seen, so he must still be chasing that wolf too. Nie Yannian didn't pay any attention to Meng Yuan either. He just let out a cold laugh and stared at venerable Big Tail dead in the face as he questioned. "Big Tail Wolf, tell me who that elder master is and I'll leave you alive." "Amitabha Buddha. What's the difference between life and death? It's just re-entering the wheel of reincarnation. Even if you break my bones and flesh, it won't help." At this time, the great tail venerable master had lost his hostility, and his tone of voice was compassionate, and he really had the feeling of a high monk. "In that case, I'll send you to the demon suppression division, and there will be someone high up who can dig out what you've seen and heard," Nie Yannian said. "No harm, no foul." The great-tailed venerable one's voice was weak, and he held himself up to raise his arms, which no longer had a single intact bone, and folded his arms and lowered his eyebrows. Being in possession of karmic flames, this is how it should be. As he said that, he saw tiny embers of fire ignite in the wound on the great-tailed venerable one's chest and abdomen, which then quickly grew to cover his entire body. Nie Yannian frowned and didn't administer any help, not saying a word. His face was ugly. When Venerable Demei was about to die, he left behind a verse that said, "Nembutsu and Buddhahood have reached the shore of enlightenment, and the remnants of his body and life have entered the furnace soup, with the karma to go to the next life and fix the fruits. The Pure Land is a peaceful and joyful place to live in." The voice slowly, did not have the pain of the fire-burning body. Face instead showed a point of mercy and compassion, but also seems to be resentment and indignation. Really bizarre. The words fell but a few breaths, and the great tail venerable one was already nothing but ashes. End of chapter. Rustling spring rain. Rustling spring rain. The ashes of the remnants of the great-tailed venerable one burned and were soon dampened by the spring rains. This old wolf is afraid that he has been planted with thoughts as well. Nie Yannian stepped forward and kicked the remnants of the ash, scolding, "Not even a single Sherpa. So it's obvious that it's a demonic monk rather than a senior monk. Master Nie, Yunzhou is the only place within the country that has a Buddhist legacy. This great-tailed venerable one seems to have truly studied Buddhism, but why did he come here to promote Buddhism?" Meng Yuan was genuinely curious. These vultures and manies have the most to do. Nie Yannian clasped his arms, stroked his chin with one hand, and said, "Monks are similar to those sour gnomes. The sour scholars are the ones who think they want to teach ignorant and foolish rogues, but are actually superior. The vultures want to ferry suffering beings, but actually can't ferry themselves." Speaking, Nie Yannian pointed to the pile of residual ash and said, "These bald donkeys are sick, and they love to make a grand wish when they have something to do. On the road and you glance, said with you have karma? Difficult to deal with. There are too few senior monks in the world, and too many of these vultures." Meng Yuan asked again, "What is the Epiphany school that Master Nie mentioned earlier?" The Epiphany sect is not a sect, it's a sect of ideas. Just like the Confucian and Taoist schools, there are various branches. The Buddhists have a division between the Epiphany sect and the Gradual Cultivation sect, which are different in their own philosophies and belong to an internal sect. Nie Yannian explained a sentence. Then how did Master Nie discern that Venerable Greattail was from the Epiphany school? Meng Yuan was curious. "I just casually swindled him. Didn't think too much about it." Nie Yannian laughed. "Actually, I didn't even see if he was an Epiphany or Gradual Cultivation school." Meng Yuan smiled and said, "Then what do we do next?" This isn't even considered the realm of the royal guards anymore. If a few small elves make trouble, this matter will be settled. Nya Yanian was much more solemn, but this old wolf is too deeply involved. And there's a Watts hero behind it. I'm afraid it's mysterious and tight. Go back and don't need you to manage. Have to let the people from the Demon Suppression Division take over. Master Nya, you used to serve in the Demon Suppression Division? That great tale exalt said that Nya Yanian was from the Demon Suppression Division, and Nya Yanian directly admitted it. Yeah, old me used to specialize in killing demons. Nya Yanian hugged his sword, and the always a modest man actually had a few appendages. Meng Yuan saw that Nya Yanian didn't want to talk more, so he didn't ask any more questions, but in his heart, he made up his mind to turn around and go to Drunken Moon House to look for Nyesher's beloved daughter to have a chat. Master Nya, when can I learn Blooming Spring Thunder? Meng Yuan was an up-and-comer, and had long coveted the kung fu that induced the visions of spring thunder. You want a woman before you're even weaned? Nya Yanian snorted, taking a finger and pointing at Meng Yuan, saying, you're ruthless with your hands, but not with your heart, specializing in releasing yellow skins not to mention. You also dinged in a peaceful manner. People are looking for a fox spirit. You're good. Found a weasel spirit. Out of your league. The matter of releasing the fragrant ling was seen by Nya Yanian, and Meng Yuan did not refute it, but only asked, Nya sure, after the sperm monster takes form, can it produce a doll with a human being? Yes. Nya Yanian laughed. I'll arrange one for you? Master Nya didn't arrange it for himself? Meng Yuan smiled back. Arranged. Moist. Nya Yanian hemmed and hawed. Both of them laughed. After a while, the spring rain did not stop. That Ren Debiao finally returned. He was seen in rags and his arms were red, but he was just one person coming back. Not seeing Wolf too. Ran away? Nya Yanian frowned. The subordinate is incompetent. Ren Debiao looked at Wolf Dai's corpse and glanced at Meng Yuan, lowering his head to admit his mistake. You've been in the grade for 2 years. Your orifices are almost finished opening. How come you're not even as good as a fledgling brother? The other bachelor Meng killed the demon and still has time to sleep with the weasel spirit again. Look at you again. Nya Yanian never spoke euphemistically. What do I care? Why are you comparing me? Meng Yuan is an honest man, not doing things that offend people, and politely said, I was also lucky. The road was slippery. The wolf big fell. I shot 2 arrows, and its ring sword was not used well, so I was lucky to kill it, and that's all. I almost handed it over outside. You're the only one who knows how to behave. Nya Yanian glared at Meng Yuan and then toward Ren Debiao. Without a good background and still wanting to mix with ability, you can only fight for your life, ah boy. Yes. Ren Debi clenched his fists and hung his head in response. Without further ado, Nya Yanian arrived in front of the green stone where Venerable Great Tail had been sitting during his sermon and lifted his chin towards Meng Yuan. I will do all the dirty work, right? Meng Yuan honestly went forward, moved up the green stone, and saw a tunnel. The tunnels were only a foot or so deep, and you could see the head at a glance. There was not much inside, just 2 dead dogs, a few sacks of herbs, and a worn-out bundle. Nya Yanian took the package out and opened it to see that there were a few taels of broken silver, and a tattered surplice. There is no half-writing or markings. Not falling into words. Maybe it's really from the Zen Epiphany school. Nya Yanian looked at the robe and muttered, checking the surroundings again. Seeing no gains, Nya Yanian let go down the mountain. Wolf Dai was beaten by you. Carry it back yourself. The 200 pounds or so of Wolf Big wasn't considered heavy, and without saying a word, Meng Yuan carried Wolf Big onto his back. Nya Yanian walked forward, naturally not helping. Ren Debiao also had no intention of giving a hand, but his face became more and more ugly. Meng Yuan after the battle of the gas is not yet recovered. Not long after walking will have the feeling of fatigue, and the spring rain has not yet stopped. The mountain road is slippery. It is inevitable to walk stumbling. From time to time slippery feet fall. Nya Yanian walked for a while to stop and so on. There is a smile. That Ren Debiao still did not say a word. Meng Yuan didn't ask them for help either, only gritting his teeth, lifting a mouthful of heart energy, and bracing himself to walk down the mountain. After noon, the spring rain stopped, also finally out of the mountain. That medicine Zhuang head has led a few Zhuang people, holding a donkey cart in the waiting. When the Zhuangmin saw the corpse of the giant wolf, they couldn't help but lose their voices in fear. This Zhuang head face is also hard to see, staring at the wolf corpse for a while, which said, Nya master. Zhuang prepared a good meal hot soup, and first take a hot bath, eat some hot food to go. Nya Yanian nodded, pulled over Ren Debiao, and whispered a few words before Ren Debiao rode off, heading towards Songgafu. Meng Yuan was paralyzed with fatigue, and threw the body of the Wolf Dai onto the donkey cart, and he himself simply lay down on the donkey cart, using the Wolf Dai's belly as a pillow. This is weak? Nye Yannian walked over and sat on the donkey cart, smiling as he handed Meng Yuan the water bag. Meng Yuan did not want to pick up, but the hair on the wolf's big belly tied his face, so he sat up again and took the water bag. Tons and 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 tons of water. You think about not offending people, but when you have a harvest and they don't, you're already offended. Why else would they not give you a hand? Nye Yannian scoffed. Do not do unto others what you would not have them do unto you. He helps me as a favor, but not to help me is a duty. I don't care what he thinks in his heart, and I don't expect him to help me. As long as he doesn't come to mess with me, I still respect him. If he messes with me, it's not like I haven't beaten General Manager Lu's son. Meng Yuan said. Hey, your kid has really read some books. Nye Yannian looked Meng Yuan up and down, smiled, and didn't say anything more. End of chapter. The spring rain stops and the apricot blossoms show their branches. Riding a donkey cart, back to the medicine village. Nye Yannian first let the wolf big body move to an unoccupied room, and then went to look at the black ba white ba. See no harm. Then rest assured. The medicinal farm had already prepared hot water. Nye Yannian and Meng Yuan each soaked in the bath bucket, both of them making a sound of relief. I don't have any big wishes in my life. I'm satisfied with having meat to eat and a hot bath to soak in every day. Nye Yannian rarely lamented. Meng Yuan didn't say anything either, only closing his eyes and soaking in the bath while reviewing the battle with Wolfde. Although he had a bow and arrow and a long sword, he was still too single-minded in his approach to the enemy. This battle can win is certainly dare to fight, but also because the wolf big after all is a demon origin. The brain turns a little slow, do not know to stay power, so it was consumed to death. But if the opponent is an enemy of the same grade, it's not so easy to say. Moreover, before leaving, Nyeshur said that a 2-stone bow was sufficient. However, Meng Yuan felt that Nyeshur had been overly ambitious, and had shot the wolf die during this battle, but had not caused any damage. But if he had brought a 5-stone bow with him, he thought it would have worked wonders. After the bath, he put on the clean clothes prepared by the head dealer. His own middle coat has a hole, and there are many bloodstains. Meng Yuan cannot afford to lose. Wrapped up and put away. Intends to go back to wash and mend. As for the tattered outerwear, just throw it away. Nye Yannian saw. Also did not have a good word. Are broken into such a still as treasure. See you stingy search. It was a family member who sewed my clothes stitch by stitch. Meng Yuan said. Nye Yannian didn't say anything more after hearing this. Feeling even hungrier after the bath, the two of them rushed off to eat again. Mutton stewed rotten. Not a little bit of stink. Slippery and smooth. And then with fresh wild leeks. Immediately washed away the spring rain after the cold. Warm body. All the energy back. Master Nya. Meng Yuan giggled and ate the mutton, only feeling physically and mentally satisfied, and asked curiously, where should I look for spiritual herbs and precious medicines? More in the deep mountains. You'll know later. Nye Yannian was obviously too lazy to tell more. I had just washed my hands after eating, when I heard horse hooves clattering outside, only to see Ren de Biao with 3 people came. The leader is a middle-aged man in his 40s, very elegant, followed by 2 are young people, Old Chang, Old Nye. This middle-aged man and Nye Yannian are familiar with each other, and when the 2 of them met, they didn't say anything polite and went directly to the room where the black ba and white ba were imprisoned. Baiboa's body wound was not bandaged, and at this moment was already dying. The middle-aged man picked up the baggage searched in the tunnels and took a closer look at the scattered Buddha beads and Bodhi strings before asking Nye Yannian about the origin of the passage at this time. Nye Yannian didn't reply, only lifting his chin toward Meng Yuan. Meng Yuan knew that Nye Yannian was cultivating himself, so instead of Nye Yannian, he talked about the theft of medicine and dogs from the medicine villa, and then designed to capture the black ba and white ba, and then took the lives of Venerable Big Tail and Wolf did along the line. Of course, the most important thing was that the method of cutting off greed transmitted by Venerable Great Tail, as well as the dying verse, were all said word for word. It's a demon monk. The middle-aged man made his assertion and didn't look flustered, then looked at Nye Yannian and asked, Venerable Great Tail is a 7th-grade Buddhist demon, how much can he endure? Should be just broke the mirror not long. The 6 divine aptitudes also have not yet realized all, but is the Vajra seal learning okay? Nye Yannian skimmed his lips and shook his head. In fact, the learning of the body and hands are half-assed. You're still too big for your britches. You shouldn't have brought the kids. The middle-aged man laughed and looked at Meng Yuan again, asking, did you kill Wolf Die alone? Yes. Meng Yuan returned. How was it killed? Tell me in detail. The middle-aged man said. Meng Yuan did not hide, said it one by one, and even the last line of danger and strong killing, also said it all. Well done. The middle-aged man praised, patted Meng Yuan on the shoulder, and said, You do have the courage to use strategy. When did you enter the character? How long did you use it? Mang Yuan didn't answer and looked at Nya Yanian. Nya Yanian stepped forward and smiled proudly. I only learned martial arts a year ago, and I entered the rank before I left the first month. Once the middle-aged man heard this, he looked Mang Yuan up and down again, and the other two young men also looked surprised. I say, old Nya, this is a good seedling. The middle-aged man was very interested in Mang Yuan. You've taught another good disciple. Hey, it's the child's own talent. I didn't teach him much, although Nya Yanian said this, but the feeling of complacency already cannot be stopped, laughed loudly and pressed Mang Yuan's neck, said, this is Zhang Guanyin 100 households. Shout Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang. Mang Yuan immediately said, good boy. Zhang Guanyin nodded his head slightly and asked curiously, old Nya, I see that this child is organized in his speech, and has an impulsive spirit, and his appearance and qualifications aren't too bad. Is this for your family's Qingqing? As soon as Nya Yanian heard this, the hand that had been pressing on Mang Yuan's neck seemed to loosen with some dislike, and he said in a bad mood, he has a little daughter-in-law. That's not just right. Zhang Guanyin stroked his palm and said in a serious manner, just let Qingqing go and be the little one. Nya Yanian was furious and said, why don't you let your daughters go and be small? Zhang Guanyin spread his hands and laughed, my daughter didn't kill 3 husbands in a row. Nya Yanian seemed to have been poked in the sore spot, and said nothing with an iron face. That Zhang Guanyin became more and more pleased, lifting his chin towards Mang Yuan, seemingly with the intention of encouragement. Mang Yuan remembered the beautiful woman from Drunken Moon House, and couldn't help but steal a glance at Niesher. But when he saw that Niesher, who had mentioned himself just now, was actually glaring at himself, he hurriedly lowered his head and didn't say anything. Alright, let's turn this over to us. We won't delay you from becoming a rich man. Old Nya, you'll make a trip to me in a couple days to record the case file. Zhang Guanyin greeted the 2 young men who came with him, and carried the black ba and white ba, along with the wolf's big corpse, onto the carriage, and covered it with a black cloth, and then took his leave. Let's go too. Nya Yanian was a bit disinterested. He nodded at Ren de Biao and said, demons are wild and love to retaliate. You stay here for a few days. Do a good job patrolling at night. Don't make any mistakes. I'll give you credit when we get back. Yes. Ren de Biao skimmed over Mang Yuan, seeing that Nya Yanian hadn't mentioned Mang Yuan's name, clearly only letting himself stay. Nya Yanian said no more, and together with Mang Yuan, rode back toward the city. Master Nya, Uncle Zhang was joking. I don't have any ideas. Mang Yuan showed his innocence. I was young too. I don't know what people your age think about all day. Nya Yanian didn't have the heart to say, seeing that he was treated by others as a lowly character who only knew about women's colors. Mang Yuan's face didn't change, and he treated it as if he hadn't heard it, but just said, Master Nya, I've mixed up a field of merits with your old man, so I can pick up my family back to the city this time, right? Can. Go back and talk to Sun Mei about it, and the 300 taels of bounty, Nya Yanian said. Seeing the money, Mang Yuan immediately smiled and arched his hand, saying, it's all because of Master Nya's promotion, but if you want to receive the silver, you have to have more eyes. Nya Yanian glanced at Mang Yuan. How? Mang Yuan asked curiously. Nya Yanian smiled, but didn't say anything. Mang Yuan pondered over it in his heart and asked in a low voice, isn't it necessary to show a show of loyalty? You're still a ing talent. Nya Yanian couldn't help but laugh and said, you have to remember that nowadays you only belong to the crown princess. Mang Yuan understands. Now he is weak and needs to be sheltered by the princess. But if the realm is up later, then the offense and defense are different. But was the crown princess really capable of much? Mang Yuan cut eggs and fought demons for this master. But he still didn't know much about the master. Learning from Master Nya, you can't learn enough in a lifetime. Mang Yuan complimented, then asked in a low voice, Master Nya, I see that the princess's Jing garden is in the southwest, and the prince's residence is in the northeast, as if they're separated. Are our Wangfei and his highness not quite compatible? You just have to remember that you're the crown princess's person, and pry less into other things. Nya Yanian grunted twice, but said no more. The spring rain has stopped, and the ground is as moist as crisp. Riding on a horse, Mang Yuan has no words to find words, asking questions, but Nya Yanian is cold, not very willing to talk. The two of them are like a son-in-law meeting his old man for the first time. End of chapter. It was already evening when they returned to the royal residence. It's not like you can't run away from the credit, so it's the same thing if you go to seek Mei tomorrow. Nya Yanian wanted to go straight back to sleep, but Mang Yuan pulled him back from leaving. Shouldn't the first thing you do when you come back from a business trip be to turn in your work? Mang Yuan was thinking about the credit. Nya Yanian exasperatedly pointed at Mang Yuan's nose. Sometimes he's quite a smart kid, but sometimes he's as anxious as a chick. I was originally a fledgling brother, Meng Yuan said sincerely. Nye Yannian lost his temper and took Meng Yuan with him to find Mei. The princess's residence was called the Jing Garden, and Mei's son lived by the Jing Garden. Although the people of the Qing dynasty is tough, but in the end the princess is a woman. So the quiet garden around the traffic is mostly maidservant. The quiet garden is built by the Wangfei in remembrance of her late father. It's most elegant and quiet. It's a good place for reading. Nye Yannian also did not forget to mention, our princess loves to read countless books. Underneath, a few competent maidservants also learn from the example. So your kid to find may borrow books. Really scratch the itch. Master Nya, I borrow books to seek knowledge, to solve puzzles, to understand things, nothing else. Meng Yuan said. That's what I like about you, kid. Thick-skinned enough and shameless. Nye Yannian said. Meng Yuan stopped talking more. Anyway, since Zhang Guanyan mentioned Nye Shi's daughter, he has been taunting non-stop one after another. Of course, people weren't wrong. Meng Yuan was indeed thick-skinned and shameless. Came to seek the Plum residence. Let the little maid to report. And then seek the Plum actually personally come out to meet Uncle Nya. Seeking Mei's junior salute to Nye Yannian. It was evident that Nye Yannian's claim that he used to hang out with the older brother of the crown princess was indeed a bit of a come-on. How has the crown princess been lately? Nye Yannian was casual and also looked like he was talking to a junior. All is well. Mei's seeker smiled. After entering the parlor and being served hot tea, Nye Yannian then asked Meng Yuan to report on the trip to the medicine villa. Meng Yuan didn't hide anything and said it all. I heard that the West has the most Buddhist demons, but all the demons that have taken shape are practicing Buddhism. But I never thought that they would come over here. Seek Mei looked at Meng Yuan. See Meng Yuan more a few points of courage and calm air. Visible indeed is to see the blood. This matter we can't control. The Buddhist sect has many branches. Strange and bizarre are also many. Anyway, there is the Jin demon division carries. This matter let them have a headache to go. Nye Yannian didn't want to go deeper. He nodded at Meng Yuan and said, this kid has made a merit. He wants to pick up the family members of Muzhuang. You look at it and make arrangements for them. This is good. Xuanmei smiled and immediately wrote a note to Meng Yuan, saying, you're a guard when you join the ranks, and your family shouldn't have to do any more work, even if you don't mention it. I was planning to take them back to the royal residence. Tomorrow you will go to the pastoral village and give a note to Sun Zhuanto to bring your family back. As for the place to live, there is a vacant yard next to the schoolyard. I will have someone clean up later. You temporarily live. I remember Jiang Bolt has is a veterinarian. Will temporarily lead the horse doctor job, forget it? Look after the king's horses. Seeking Mei smiled and measured Meng Yuan. She also did not expect the small geldings actually really have the talent of martial arts. Less than 2 months to enter the product. And there are also the experience of killing and capturing demons. That's not all. This person is simple and calm. Can withstand the loneliness of hard practice, but also have the heart of progress. Know that more books in order to grow knowledge. And it can also be seen that Nye Yannian is very much promoting this teenager, clearly loving his talent and wanting to teach him as an heir. These people, if they are properly instructed in the future and do not go down the wrong path, they are bound to have a future. What's more, this teenager is still their own up. So the search for Mei is willing to give more preferential treatment, not only to let his family reunion, but also arranged a place to live. And the guard this position is special, related to the princess piece, from the princess and close. So the guard need to know the roots of the people to do, more than other positions need to be treated favorably. Thank you, Sister Mei. Meng Yuan sincerely thanked. Since I entered the royal residence years ago, it is now the beginning of February. Meng Yuan promised Jiang Tang that he would take her grandparents and grandchildren to live in the city within half a year. And now things have come to fruition in less than 2 months. You borrowed the history book to read. Can you get something? Seeking Mei did not mention the reward of silver, but instead smiled and made small talk. The history books are full of the deeds of the ancients and the kings and lords, so I just looked at them for fun and couldn't understand any great truths. But when it was late at night, I saw a sentence from those vast and dense words. Meng Yuan said seriously. What's the word? Mei Seeker asked curiously. Nye Yannian also pricked up his ears, intending to see how Meng Yuan would muddle through. The saying is that life between heaven and earth should be based on loyalty and filial piety. Meng Yuan is very sincere. Nya Master passed on my martial arts. I have today's credit. I certainly miss Nya Master's benevolence. However, it's the princess who brought me up. If it wasn't for Princess Wang's support, I'd still be neutering pigs and geldings in the pasture. Said here, Meng Yuan slightly paused, then said, of course, neuter geldings is nothing bad. Are doing things for the princess, but can do guards in the royal palace. More sea and sky. Of the 4 characters of propriety, justice, honesty and shame. Meng Yuan only took up the character of loyalty. Nye Yannian clapped his hands together and said in a salty manner, "Fine, fine. You read this history book well good in reading the way of loyalty and filial piety." Xuanmei also nodded her head and praised joyfully, "Not forgetting the way you came. You will know where you are going back." "Very good." She immediately wrote another note, used the seal, handed Meng Yuan, said, "Wan Fei treat us most generous. According to the rules, both the royal guards, in addition to the monthly silver, the work of another assignment. If the injury also has a silver body, you captured 2 demons, killed a demon, counting 300 taels. Take the note to find Go accountant to withdraw." "Thank you, Sister Mei." Meng Yuan received it with satisfaction. This money would not only be able to buy a few new clothes for Jiang Yaotu, but also enough to eat meat every day. After serving Xuanmei comfortably, Meng Yuan and Nye Yannian took their leave. "If you went to be a gigolo, you would have gotten rich long ago." After leaving Mason Mei's residence, Nye Yannian immediately lamented. Meng Yuan took it as if he didn't understand, only pulling Nye Yannian to find Go accounts, taking the strip of seeking plum and exchanging it for 3 silver checks. Meng Yuan took out 2 and gave them to Nye Yannian. "What do you mean?" Nye Yannian frowned and didn't take it in, but he actually had some righteousness. "If it weren't for Master Nye, I wouldn't have gotten the bounty. Not to mention the fact that Master Nye passed on my martial arts skills and repeatedly lifted me up." Meng Yuan was very sincere. "This is what you fought so hard to get. How can I take it?" Nye Yannian waved his hand in rejection. "Besides, you still have to raise your little daughter-in-law and need money everywhere, so I can't take it even more." Meng Yuan carefully distinguished the tone of Nye Shi. "See people sincere, then see in Siki. Said you look like this, not worse than when I was on the search for Mei. Without Master Nye there would be no me. You have to take this money." Meng Yuan simply handed out all 3 silver bills. No, I don't want Junior's money." Nye Yannian refused. "Master Nye, if you don't take it, I won't dare to go out on official business with your old man in the future. This is the reward money that the princess gave you. What is it to me? What's mine is Master Nye's." The 2 put the house of cards higher than the sky, but also push and shove up. Do not know also thought that the teacher and disciple filial piety it. "Then let's go have a meal first. The spring river fish isn't considered to be fatty, but the steamed fish at Drunken Moon House is also quite flavorful." Meng Yuan had not forgotten the pain after he had gotten over his wounds, and the matter of the wine shop was still fresh in his mind, but he still invited Nye Shi to go with him, intending to be pitted by the other man's father and daughter once more. Although the 300 taels of silver was obtained by his own desperation, but in the final analysis, it is Nye Shi who lifted up, and it is right to send some to his daughter. "Last time I was accidentally pawned, this time I was willingly pawned." Of course, if he could steal some more kung fu from Master Nye's mouth, that would be another profit. Nye Yannian, however, did not take care of his daughter's business idea, just said, "You got rich. Simply invite me to listen to the song. The 2 of us can't spend much money." "Master Nye, people are noble and clean. I would never go to a place like that." Meng Yuan very firmly refused, not really being clean, but worrying about spending too much money. Nye Yannian saw Meng Yuan a guardian look, then laughed and praised, "Read 2 broken books." Learning did not rise much. Hypocrite's false Taoism that set her given to learn. "Don't let me catch you sneaking off to whore yourself." The 2 of them pulled their crap and came to the Drunken Moon building. That beautiful woman shopkeeper even smiled and blessed a bow when she saw Meng Yuan come again. Meng Yuan had a righteous face and didn't say anything, only nodding slightly, a real gentleman's model. Climbing up to the 2nd floor and sitting by the river, overlooking the river downstairs, Meng Yuan attentively poured wine. "Go on Dream Lake Spring." When Nye Yannian saw Meng Yuan persuading him to drink, he immediately pushed it away. "What is Dream Lake Spring?" Meng Yuan is a bumpkin and doesn't know anything about it. Nye Yannian clapped his hands. Then a boy came close and called Master Nye with his mouth. 2 pots of Dream Lake Spring." Nye Yannian held out 2 fingers. "Turns out it's fine wine. This time it's really a wine shop." "Master Nye, you've gone to great lengths for your daughter's business." Meng Yuan is exactly the time to ask for others, and was ready to spread the idea of 300 taels, so do not ask the price. The wine jugs are too small. Have 2. And then change the wine bowls. Big bowls. Meng Yuan looked like a thug. Nye Yannian had been chucking vegetables, and put down his chopsticks when he heard this. He did intend to do the old thing again, but the teenager in front of him looked like he was lying down and letting himself be slaughtered. Half of the time he didn't do anything to resist, and he couldn't help but make the pit of money tasteless. "Master Nye, when are you going to teach me something more?" Meng Yuan changed to a large bowl, and after accompanying 3 bowls of wine in a row, he revealed his true colors. "I was thinking, the main idea of the Gale Blade technique is to be fast, but it loses its rigidity. Can you teach another set of blade techniques that are straightforward and very rigid? Now Meng Yuan is considered to be the first taste of the knife in the hand. Is the need to make the knife more sharp, need to learn more things, in order to stand more stable. The fact that you can think of this shows that you're not just a nerd who only practices hard, Nye Yannian praised. Then continued, but you haven't practiced the Gale blade technique yet, so you don't need to be greedy. When the orifices open up some more, I'll pass on the techniques you use when carrying your blade, and you'll be able to run roughshod over your peers. There's no need to wait any longer. Why don't you simply tell us now? Seeing Niesher's blush from drinking, Meng Yuan persuaded him to drink even more vigorously. Nye Yannian stroked his chin and looked at the teenager who was very attentive, thinking, I'm just going to pitch you a few bucks for fun, but you want to get me drunk so you can steal my bottom? Master Nye, tell it. I feel sick to my stomach if I don't listen to Master Nye's teachings for a day. Meng Yuan poured the wine vigorously, clapped his hands again, and summoned the boy. 2 more jars. Remember, if this Master Nye comes to dinner in the future, I'll put all the expenses on my tab. This is my daughter's restaurant. She doesn't even pay for her meals. And it's on your tab? Do I know you? Nye Yannian frowned, wanting to be reserved, when he saw Meng Yuan picking up a bowl of wine and shoving it in his face, looking like he was trying to get drunk. Okay, I'll talk to you. Nye Yannian couldn't stand it and kept lamenting. *********. I finally know what a strong woman is afraid of a stalker. End of chapter. Why is it necessary to open the orifices? It is to contain the true qi. What are the wonderful uses of true qi? And how should it be echoed with the techniques of the sword? The sword, and the fists and palms? 8 words, qi and force are in harmony, and intention is in harmony with qi. The former means that the true qi can reach a certain orifice quickly yet precisely, and when combined with the stance, it becomes more powerful. The Gale blade technique is about arms and waist exerting power, and the lower body has to be stable and light, which requires true qi to complement it. The latter means that when the heart is moved, true qi and power can immediately accomplish each other. Both need to be subtle, so that they can be strong and soft, lifted and rounded as one. The reason why you were able to win over those 2 stupid sheep is that you generally knew this truth in your heart, but you knew it without knowing why. And in the end you still won by strategy. Therefore, in this pathway of our martial artists, even if they are of the same rank and grade, the gap is extremely wide. It lies in the fact that qi and force are in harmony, and some people can't understand this truth even if they spend their whole life in it. This is the road. The sword is art, an inner change, an external manifestation. Only art, that is a flowery. The only way to use the Tao to control the art is to use the Tao to control the art. And when the two are combined and the Tao and the art are in harmony, the power can be doubled. Nye Yannian was drinking and pulling at the same time, and Meng Yuan only felt that listening to the king was better than reading 10 years of books. As I said earlier, the Gale blade technique can be used by those who have not yet entered the grade, but it is a change for a 9th grade martial artist to use it, and another change for the 8th grade. It lies between the middle and lower 33 heavens, where the handling of true qi and the method of transporting the blade coincide, and the blade comes out faster and more powerful. Nye Yannian laughed and clapped his hands, and the boy withdrew the hot dishes and set out fruits and preserves. Meng Yuan was listening to the fascinated time, simply do not care about the money, and asked for advice on the 9th grade Wufu Imperial Gale blade method of real qi transportation tips. Nye Yannian didn't hide anything, and immediately talked about the Dharma. To be in the past an hour. The two people almost finished the 4 altars of wine. Nye Yannian only counted on the end of the bowl *********. Meng Yuan, even if his head is dizzy, but also forced to remember, only to feel a sense of clarity. If he could practice the Taoan technique of the Gale blade, then he would be able to take on the disorganized stick technique of the black bleach white bleach, and he would surely win easily. However, Meng Yuan realized that drinking alcohol could also nourish the essence fire, though it was not as good as meat in the end. You kid, this bowl of water is still shallow. Nye Yannian burped, got up and headed out. I'm going to take a piss first, so you can enlighten yourself. Master Nye, I'll help you there. Meng Yuan honored the old and loved the young and immediately assisted, saying that I'm going to watch you run away this time. I'm not old yet. Nye Yannian pushed Meng Yuan away and went numbly. Seeing this, Meng Yuan didn't send it off, and didn't have much of an appetite for the table of food, and wasn't interested in the fine wine, but just tapped his knuckles on the tabletop, pondering over Niesher's words. After a long time, the pondering was almost done, and all of them were memorized, and I was thinking of seeking another rigid blade technique, but I saw that Niesher had not been coming back. Did it run away or did it fall down the toilet? Meng Yuan went out to look for it, and when he asked, he realized that Niesher had already left. With a lesson learned from the past, Meng Yuan is at peace with himself. Money doesn't matter. Anyway, if I learn something real, I'll pay for it. I've got 300 taels to spend. Can't I spend it all? The money is outside the ear. Sister Ching Ching. Descending the stairs, Meng Yuan smiled and saluted the beautiful woman shopkeeper. How do you know my name? The beautiful woman asked with a smile. You don't know that. You father and daughter are working together to screw me out of money. Don't I remember? It was Master Niev who told me. Meng Yuan had actually heard it from Zhang Guangyan's mouth. So it is. Nie Qingqing was of medium stature, and her face was like a peach blossom, with a delicate aura. Not at all like Nie Yannian. The person was slightly more plump, and the loose robe could not cover the mounds and gullies, so Meng Yuan felt that he could wash his face by putting it in. The moon is thin at night, and the bright candlelight is even more flattering. Meng Yuan only had the blade technique oral recipe in his mind, and disdained beauty, only saying, Sister Ching Ching, I'll meet the account. Nie Qingqing gathered her hands together and smiled. 4 altars of Dream Lake Spring, a number of dishes of preserved fruits and candied fruits, totaling 320 taels. That's not reasonable. My whole body is only 330 taels. Isn't your price too high? People's Xiangling mother and daughter only collected a month's worth of eggs in advance, but they didn't dare to say that the great-tailed venerable owner owed them both. While you, the father and daughter of the wine shop, are trying to drain me dry? Sister Ching Ching, it should be 300 taels this time. Meng Yuan's budget was 300 taels at most. Nie Qingqing smiled sweetly and said, this time it's really 320 taels. This time it can be 300 taels. Meng Yuan said, it's really 320 taels this time. She folded her hands into her sleeves and smiled. 1 pot of Dream Lake Spring is 10 taels. 1 pot is 7 pots, counting 70 taels. You've asked for 4 altars in total. That's 280 taels. Another wine, vegetables, fruits and preserves, and the cleaners sing songs. So you really went overboard this time? Are the drinks that expensive? You guys really don't screw the poor. Oh, 20 taels first. Meng Yuan also did not haggle. Immediately took out 300 taels of silver bills, a brain to hand over. Did not take half a point. This time I can get the 300 taels. This is the Nye division to promote. All give it. And the trip has actually seen and learned something. In Meng Yuan's opinion, the Wild Wind Blade technique and the True Qi compatibility technique alone were worth more than 300 taels. Moreover, he had also obtained the 8 true words of the harmonization of Qi and force, and the harmonization of intention and Qi, which was enough to be used for a lifetime. Money is important, but not so important nowadays. Now there are still 30 taels of silver in hand, or advance monthly salary, and still owe Nyeshur 10 taels, owe Nie Qingqing 20 taels, but Meng Yuan is not as panicked as before, but rather at ease very much. Mr. Meng is joking. 300 taels is 300 taels. The other 20 taels is even. Nie Qingqing accepted the silver ticket and wiped out a big 0. She saw that Meng Yuan was no longer as carnal as he was last time. So she said, Mr. Meng is a man of great splendor and extraordinary bravado, so you should come more often in the future. Can't come. Meng Yuan spread his hands. I don't have any money. Nie Qingqing couldn't help but laugh when she saw that the teenager was clearly blushing from drinking, favoring sincerity and helplessness, a look of being cheated out of his family's fortune by an unscrupulous crook. She held her forehead and waved her hand, pointing out with a smile, look for my father to ask for it. He can bring you here. Visible is willing to lend you money. Meng Yuan thought the same way. The true Qi operation method of the Gale Blade technique had been learned, and the money had been handed over, but there was no obstacle to borrowing it back again. It always pays to have a thicker skin. If I can't get it, can I come to sister's place for dinner? Meng Yuan asked sincerely. Nie Qingqing smiled with a flamboyant smile. Naturally. Not daring to provoke again, Meng Yuan returned to the schoolyard. The cadets are still practicing at night. Meng Yuan didn't bother to disturb. First hitting the cool water to wash his face and his Chinese clothes, then took out his sword and practiced the Gale Blade technique. The same blade technique, but after experiencing an actual battle and being instructed by Nye Yannian, Meng Yuan already had a different perception. According to Master Nye's instructions, when using the Gale Blade technique, with the help of the True Qi carrying technique, one would be able to get twice the result with half the effort. It was only that the handling of True Qi needed to be coordinated through the limb orifices and the torso orifices. Now that Meng Yuan had not yet opened the limb points, he could not yet appreciate the true power of the Gale Blade technique. After practicing the sword technique twice, all the teenagers also wrapped up their work. Meng Yuan summoned Tainyo, and Wu Changsheng and Hu Chen also came forward. Nye Yannian ordered Meng Yuan to take charge of the teenagers, while Meng Yuan didn't want to be nosy, so he let Wu Changsheng and Hu Chen each take charge of the male and female teenagers. Yesterday morning left the schoolyard. Today Fong returned. Meng Yuan slightly asked Wu Changsheng and Hu Qian. Know that the schoolyard nothing? Then put down their hearts. Tomorrow I'm going to the herding village to retrieve my family, so I'm afraid I'll have to be distracted quite a bit in the future. I'll have to thank brother Wu and sister Qian more for the schoolyard. Meng Yuan smiled very sincerely and said, after we pick up the people tomorrow, let's have dinner together in the evening. Tying Yo straight. Did not think that Meng Yuan made a merit. Hu Qian and Wu Changsheng is sensitive. The two immediately guessed that Meng Yuan has gained. This all wine breath may be to participate in the celebration banquet. Not much more was said, and after a few words were pulled, the group dispersed. Meng Yuan went back to the room where he lived alone. First sat quietly for a few moments to go to the wine, and then emptied his mind and soul and thought about the flowing water of the big river. With a thought, the true qi surged at the dantian, filling the various opened orifices and then slowly converging towards the right arm. When it was midnight, the loose orifices finally opened up after many impacts. Since then, the first orifices of the limbs had been opened, and only 15 orifices remained unopened in the lower 33 heavens. Meng Yuan tried his strength a little and adjusted his breath before falling into a deep sleep. When he woke up in the morning on the second day, after practicing the morning class, Meng Yuan did not eat in the cafeteria, but was extravagant, and ate a bowl of hot tofu outside, plus 7 big buns. However, as soon as he ate this hot tofu, Meng Yuan was reminded of the dark door sub-named Sister Flower that he had met when he first arrived at Sungha Prefecture. The gift of a seat, the gift of a cake. Meng Yuan all still remembered. Of course, maybe people have long forgotten that teenager in the snow, but they can't forget it. It's the truth of being human. When we're done with this bout of work, we'll borrow some more money from Master Nya, so we can at least go and pay back the favor. Meng Yuan made his decision. End of chapter. The horses' hooves clattered as they exited the west gate of Songdafu and continued west. After the spring rains, everything is revived, and the grass looks full of color from afar. It was on this road that many asses fell when they braved the snow to get into town. Now, however, he has mounted a high horse, and has not only a sword on his belt, but also, of course, the money is not much, but he has been able to borrow it with his old face. He urged his horse to travel quickly, and before noon, he had already arrived at the pastoral village. The dogs in the manor still remembered the revenge of picking eggs, and when they saw Meng Yuan coming, they woofed and cursed. I've cleaned up the wolf demon, so I'm still afraid of a few dogs? Meng Yuan only glared, and the dogs all caved in. The farmers see a young man riding a horse, dressed in general, but the face of the rosy, handsome very, thought it was someone's son, close to see only know as a small geldings. They have greeted. Poor in the downtown no one asked. Before in the manor did not have this treatment. Meng Yuan slightly polite a few sentences, then came to the manor hall before that Sun Zhuangtou has welcomed out. After a few polite words, Meng Yuan took out the note approved by Xuanmei. Sun Zhuangtou took a look. See written above Meng Yuan has been the king's guards, and made a merit, to pick up the family back to the city to live. He looked at Meng Yuan and saw that the young man was straight and clean, not to mention that he had made a name for himself and benefited his family. But the boy had only been in the city for a few days, hadn't he? Then it must have climbed a high branch. I just don't know if it's seeking plums. Sun Zhuangtou wiped his forehead sweat, said fortunately I did not treat the Zhang family master and grandson harshly, or he went back to blow the pillow wind. This day cannot live. The old man I know countless people. The first day I came to the manor to see you, I knew that you definitely want to have success. Sun Zhuangtou smiled with a familiar look. No, it really made me right. With a casual compliment, Sun Zhuangtou was about to take Meng Yuan to find old Uncle Jiang. When I left the lobby, I saw several bankers, as well as Big Head Zhao, embracing Zhang Xuanyo and Zhang Tang. Nearly 2 months have not seen. Zhang old man added a few old, slightly stooped. Zhang Tang is a rosy cheeks. Although wearing coarse clothing, the girl is already delicate and hard to hide. Her crochets were combed behind her head, and her 2 big black eyes looked at Meng Yuan. Nearly 2 months have not seen. At this moment there is both the hope of reunion, but also the timidity of a young girl. Meng Yuan stepped forward to take her hand, and only then did Zhang Tang say cheerfully, "Brother." Her voice was crisp and a little shy, but in the end is 12 years old yellow hair girl. There is no half of the flavor can be said, only see pure bright, as the spring sunshine. Meng Yuan is really not shocked, just heartache. Zhang Xuan you see Meng Yuan did not avoid pulling his granddaughter's hand. I know that people's hearts have not changed, cannot help but old tears. He is not much older, do not rest assured that the only granddaughter. Now it seems that the granddaughter is in good hands. Years ago, Zhang Xuan had the help of this young man, only to save his life, and then saw the young man buried the old man of righteousness. He knew that the young man is a good person, worth trusting. That's why there was a passing of the Geldingscraft, and even the marriage was arranged in confusion. Jiang Xuan had this moment to look at this young man, but see the good looks. Temperament has been a change. Everything is good, but also some too good. My granddaughter is young, cannot give birth to children, may not be able to tie people, to be picked up by other families, all scattered and dispersed. Go to work. Seeing that the Zhuang people had surrounded him, Sun Zhuangtou hurriedly invited the Zheng family's grandparents and grandchildren and Zhao Daodu into the lobby to talk. Into the lobby. Sun Zhuangtou no Meng Yuan is bound to say something quietly with the Zheng family grandparents and grandchildren, then smiled and said, I am also familiar with the search for Mei. We are not outsiders. Yuan first sit down. Lunch will be eaten here. I go to greet some food and wine. Then I'll trouble Zhuang too. When people wanted to show their goodwill, Meng Yuan had no reason to refuse, and immediately responded. When Sun Zhuangtou left, Meng Yuan still held Zhang Tang's hand without letting go. The frostbite on her hands had gradually gone down, but they were still a little rough. Are you used to living in the city? Old Uncle Jiang asked with concern. Everything is fine. Meng Yuan gently rubbed Zhang Tang's hand and asked with a smile. How is the manner recently? Has anyone been bullying you? Everything is fine. Zhuang too is a generous man. Old Uncle Jiang said. How's your health these days? Still coughing at night? Meng Yuan asked again. It's better in the spring. But people get older and have more problems. Old Uncle Jiang said. I've already made a deal with Sun Zhuangtou, and I'll be able to pick you all up and return you to the royal residence today. There's a place to stay there, and the work isn't tiring, so you can take your time to condition your bodies. Meng Yuan said. Hearing this, Jiang Xuanyu completely lowered his heart and carefully asked, Little Meng, what is your present statement in the royal residence? I'm already a royal guard. Seeking Plum specially approved a place to live, eat and drink without worrying. 10 taels of monthly silver per month. Meng Yuan did not hide it. Good. Really good. Jiang Xuanyu emotionally extreme. 10 taels of silver a month. We cannot even dare to dream, so think there will be more in the future. Meng Yuan smiled, squeezed Jiang Tang's small hand, and said, I can afford to feed you even if I eat meat every day. Jiang Tang lowered her head, her face flushed, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Little Meng, how is Tainyo? When Big Head Zhao saw Meng Yuan and Jiang Tang looking like they were on a small break, he remembered his own son. Before long, Tainyo will also be able to pick up Uncle Big Head to live in the city. Meng Yuan was very sure, because Tainyo did use his strength. Even if his brain was not flexible, it would never be too late for him to enter the grade. Xiao Meng, if I leave, what should I do if there are no more veterinarians in the farm? Jiang Xuanyu was still worrying about the manner. Finding another one is spending money to hire one. Meng Yuan was very serious. You're old, and you've suffered a disaster. So in the past you didn't have the money or time to see a doctor. Now that you have the time, go back to the city and find a doctor to take a look at you and adjust your body. Grandpa, my brother is right. Jiang Tang also said. Jiang Xuanyu already regarded Meng Yuan as the head of the family, and now that he saw his granddaughter singing with her husband, he hurriedly answered. Not long after, Sun Zhuangtou has prepared a meal, freshly killed chickens and ducks, and farmhouse wine. After eating, Sun Zhuangtou brought another bowl of deer blood, now cut, replenish yang qi, the ranch-raised deer, but Meng Yuan had never really tasted them. Meng Yuan did not want to drink. After all, they do not need this thing to make up. But Jiang Xuanyu and Zhao Daodu also a strong persuasion, then pinched his nose and drank a mouthful. I don't know. It was really helpful. Into the belly warm, the essence of the fire and slightly grow a trace. After gossiping for a while, Sun Zhuangtou arranged for Zhao Daodu to drive a donkey cart to see him off. Zhang family grandparents and grandchildren do not have much belongings. Casually pack up and set off. Brother, this little red horse is so pretty. Is it bumpy to ride? Jiang Tang saw Meng Yuan riding the horse and came to ask with big round eyes. Meng Yuan glanced at her, then leaned down and reached out. Jiang Tang rushed forward and was pulled onto the horse with a hand. The two of them shared a horse, with Meng Yuan sitting at the back, one hand restraining Jiang Tang's waist, while teaching her how to come to control the reins and how to urge the horse forward. Zhao Daodu drove the donkey cart, and Jiang Xuanyu slowly crashed behind. When they settle down and the two of them have a baby, you'll be left to enjoy your happiness. Lao Jiang, Big Head Zhao said enviously. Not true. Jiang Xuanyu was also very satisfied, smiling as he looked at the duo on the little red horse. The spring afternoon sunlight is slightly warm, the horse's hooves clatter, gradually cheerful. Jiang Tang laughs like a silver bell. End of chapter. The residence where Seeking Plum was placed was right next to the schoolyard, a humble two-roomed courtyard. The area of the schoolyard is located on the periphery of the royal residence, and this is not far from the stables, so it is convenient to go in and out. The room was already packed. Meng Yuan left Big Head Zhao to talk to old Uncle Jiang, while he himself took Jiang Tang with him and went out to buy things. The royal residence manages to eat and live, but now Meng Yuan's requirements for food are relatively high, so he intends to get a small stove. Don't ask for a small meal all the time, but at least one a day. Moreover, old Uncle Jiang's body is not very good. He needs to boil medicine to regulate his body, and the little girl also needs to eat something good. Purchase pots and pans, as well as bedding. Meng Yuan bought 10 pounds of mutton and half a caddy of sugar, and some preserved fruit. Today is also considered a housewarming celebration. Uncle Big Head and Tainyo are also here, as well as 2 new acquaintances. So let's eat something nice at home. Meng Yuan pinched a piece of sesame candy from the oil paper bag and stuffed it into Jiang Tang's mouth, asking, "Is it good?" "Yummy." Jiang Tang chewed gently, and his big round eyes brightened up, asking with a contented face, "Brother, what's a housewarming?" "Just moving." Meng Yuan shoved the paper bag into Jiang Tang's hands and tapped her forehead. "Read and recognize words with me tonight." Speaking in this way, Meng Yuan was furious and went to purchase pen, ink, paper and inkstone and a few books of training and monumental literature. When he returned to his residence, tidied up slightly and cooked the mutton, Meng Yuan summoned Zhao Tiniu, Wu Changcheng and Hu Qian. Zhao Big Head to see Hu Qian beautiful tall. The origin is not bad, obviously misfaction. He used to be quite articulate, but now see the nobleman, polite, humble to others toasting. "Miss Hu, my Tinyo is stupid and doesn't know how to speak, so please take care of him. If you know a suitable girl, please pay more attention to her. We don't care about her appearance. We just need to be able to live a good life." Big Head Zhao smiled. Now that Tinyo has learned martial arts and is not worried about food and drink, Zhao Dadao has no desires and wants nothing, but only wants to give Tinyo a marriage as soon as possible. Poor people are like that. When they are young, they worry about getting married and having children, and when they are old, they worry about their children's marriages for the rest of their lives. Generations do this until a certain generation can't survive and the bloodline is broken, so you don't have to worry about it. Hu Qian is annoyingly polite, and did not half look down on the mud-legged man, only said, "I will help him keep an eye out." 10 pounds of mutton was cooked with only 7 or 8 pounds left, so the group sat around and ate it. Leek flour sauce with lamb is the most delicious, but slightly spicy flavor. Hu Qian ate a few mouthfuls. "See themselves here, everyone is uncomfortable," said to go back to wash clothes, and then said goodbye. As soon as Hu Qian left, Zhao Dadao was considered to be more natural, and Wu Changcheng also dared to eat a large mouthful of meat. Xiaomeng knows his stuff and is capable. Can Mr. Nia not like Xiaomeng? She even made him your leader. "Come brother Wu, I'll toast you. You also help worry about Tainyo's marriage." Uncle Big Head dry. The two of them talked endlessly, and Meng Yuan didn't talk much, only burying his head in the food with Tainyo. Wu Changcheng and Zhao Tinyo have been advised by Meng Yuan that they are not allowed to mention the fights, and they can't mention going out on business. After half a day of fooling around, the mutton was finished. After gossiping for a while longer and sending off Tainyo and Wu Changcheng, Meng Yuan came to Jiang Tang's room and taught her to recognize words. "Brother, you and Grandpa have vocation. What do I do?" Jiang Tang asked while writing his name. "Let's wait first." Meng Yuan hadn't thought about it yet and planned to let this girl read and recognize words at home for the time being and make arrangements later. Of course, if you want to arrange a job, you can find Mei. But Meng Yuan does not want to let this girl to do the work of serving tea and water. Anyway, nowadays there is money. The first to raise is. On the second day, after sending off Big Head Zhao, Meng Yuan took old Uncle John's grandparents and grandchildren to the medical center to see a doctor. When I arrived at the place, I saw a lot of people already waiting, and the doctor was checking the pulse inside. This medical center is called Jimin Medical Center. It was introduced by Hu Qian, who said that it was very famous, and said that her mother came here month after month to take a safe pulse. Meng Yuan has the experience of dealing with the liquor trust. Everything like to ask the price first, so directly pull an apprentice to ask the price. The consultation fee is 5 taels, and the medicinal prescription and herbs will be calculated separately. The consultation depends on the distance. 10 taels for the South City, 20 taels for the North City, extra for rainy and snowy days, and double for midnight consultations. No credit at all, the apprentice said. 5 taels for taking a pulse and asking questions? Meng Yuan wanted to change his profession. Yesterday to buy wine and meat, to buy all kinds of things, pen, ink, paper and inkstone is still very expensive. Has spent more than 8 taels, only 21 taels left, but we're all here now, so let's make it more expensive. Money is borrowed, not saved. After waiting for more than half an hour, it was finally old man Zhang's turn. The three of them went into the interior, and saw the doctor is a white-bearded old man, like a fairy. A look is reliable. You had suffered when you were young, and recently you have injured your body. So if you are old, can you not have many problems? Go back and don't do heavy work. I'll prescribe some medicine for you. The old man wrote the prescription with a brush. Very skillful. Meng Yuan thought, come all the way here. The money is also spent. Why don't you just let others feel the pulse yourself? The pulse is strong and vigorous. The blood qi is strong. It's not a bad thing to beat up the muscles and bones when you're young. Well, marry a woman early to get rid of the fire. The old man made his diagnosis. Then came Kong Tong. There's nothing wrong with the little girl. She's just a little bit thinner. It seems that she's been starving. Otherwise her first period would have come already. Go back and eat more good food. Talk to your aunt and uncle more. The oldest man is old, and he is not shy about gynecology, so he says what he has to say. Seeing that the person's words were not bad, Meng Yuan could see that he was indeed capable, so he hurriedly thanked him sincerely. I came out and grabbed the medicine, and together with the consultation fee, I spent 11 taels. John old uncle grandparents and grandchildren need pain cannot. Meng Yuan is the head of the family, and is the pillar, but cannot show timidity, only to do cloudy and light appearance. After the pain of money, Meng Yuan still bought 2 more cloths, intending to give the little girl 2 new clothes to wear. Now there are only 7 taels of silver left in my hand. 3 people apiece back to the royal house. Zhang Xuan have also the responsibility of the horse doctor, and specifically to go to the stables, looking for the steward to recognize the person. After a lot of work, it's finally settled down. Back at the schoolyard, Meng Yuan practiced the gale blade technique again to beat up his qi. Until dark did not see Niesher show up. Meng Yuan wanted to borrow money no one borrowed, can only indulge in practicing. When he returned to his residence late at night, Jiang Tang was still working on the case with a candle, and Meng Yuan was very pleased. But when I opened the door, I saw that this girl was sewing a garment, and it was my own piece of centerfold. Brother, Jiang Tang saw Meng Yuan arrive as she stood up with her centerfold. Why is this dress torn? She didn't have a heart for the clothes, but she curiously circled around Meng Yuan twice, as if she was looking to see if Meng Yuan was injured. I can see that this girl is not stupid and sees something. The medicine farm's dog ran away and lost. I went into the mountains to look for it. Scratched. It doesn't bother me, Meng Yuan said. Then you have to be careful. There are many wolves in the mountains. Jiang Tang didn't believe it, grabbed Meng Yuan's hand, pushed up his sleeve and looked inside, then reached in and touched it, seeing that there was indeed nothing unusual, which put his mind at ease. There's still mutton stewing on the stove. I'll bring it over to you. She went out cheerfully and came back again in a puff of smoke. Now that he still had money, Meng Yuan planned to make up a meat meal every night, and elder Uncle Jiang and Jiang Tang also needed meat to supplement their diet. With such daily additions in the schoolyard cafeteria's meals, Meng Yuan estimated that in at most a month, the essence flame would be perfected again. 5 days passed in a row. Meng Yuan indulged in practicing martial arts to open up his orifices, and his right arm orifices had already opened up as much as they could. Niesher never showed up, and Meng Yuan didn't go out to look for him. Previously, Zhang Guanyan also hinted that he went to hook Niesher's widowed rich daughter, but Meng Yuan only had a slight mind when he got up in the morning. But once he drilled, he didn't want to think about anything. What kind of female sex? As good looking as she is, as fragrant and warm as her body is, it is not as soothing as practicing the wild wind blade technique twice. 200 pounds of stone grinders I love, 80 pounds of beauties I scoff at. Besides, the hooker speaks of a pan donkey deng xiao xiao. Pan donkey deng xiao xiao is naturally available, but deng and xiao xiao are not. Moreover, Meng Yuan considered himself to be a decent gentleman. Seducing a young widow is not desirable, and practicing martial arts with one mind is the right way. That morning, Meng Yuan got up before dawn. The February spring breeze is like scissors, and there are still a few chills. Brother, Jiang Tang had already come out of her hut. Getting up so early every day to practice martial arts is even more tiring than shoveling cow dung at the herding farm. If you don't go through the bone-chilling cold, how can you get the fragrance of plum blossoms? Meng Yuan pinched her hand and saw that it was hot, so he pulled her hand into the room and wrote her this character. Learn it today. As he spoke, Meng Yuan braided her hair again. Brother, do you still want to eat mutton in the evening? Jiang Tang asked. Nowadays, Meng Yuan's 2 pounds of mutton every day are made up for the evening snack after returning from the schoolyard. Meng Yuan gave Jiang Tang 5 taels of silver, the little girl as a housekeeper. Every day, in addition to practicing and reading, is to go out to purchase. Already know how to plan the plate. Brother, the money is almost spent. Jiang Tang whispered. It's hard to beat a hero for a penny. Meng Yuan's face was unchanged. He pinched her little face. Don't save money. I'll give it back to you when you're done spending it. Your pig's trotters for one a day can't be missing either. Got it? Jiang Tang obediently rubbed his face against Meng Yuan's hand. Now that Niesher has been absent from the schoolyard for several days in a row, he can't even find anyone to borrow money. Meng Yuan decided that if Niesher didn't come today, he would go to Drunken Moon House to eat and drink for free. End of chapter. After arriving at the schoolyard and warming up a little, Meng Yuan came to try out the power of the Qilin arm. Now that the 4 orifices of the right arm had been opened, the infusion of true qi made the qi increase even more. Sticking down the horse stance and sinking the force into the waist, he pressed down with both hands on the buttress of the stone mill and then slowly lifted it up, slightly slowed down for a while, and then the real qi in the dantian surged to the right arm, slowly loosening the left hand. Meng Yuan just lifted up the stone mill with his right arm, and held on for more than 30 breaths, putting down the stone mill. A little change of breath. Meng Yuan estimated that the strength of his right arm alone is about 200 pounds. If he then infuses his right arm with true qi, it can almost reach 300 pounds. The lift isn't considered big, but it's not small either. Although strength could be increased after entering the grade, this thing called qi power couldn't be quantified. It wasn't as if opening an orifice made 100 pounds of strength longer, but rather there was a difference between everyone. After opening an orifice, its power is still related to the amount of one's original strength, the strength of one's sinews and bones, as well as the true qi that the orifice can carry. Some people's qi increases more. Some people's qi increases less. Even those who are enlightened and have entered into the pinnacle are not as powerful as those who have not entered into the pinnacle. To put it bluntly, the 9th pin wasn't too far off from a regular person, and even a fight with a regular person might not be a rap. However, after entering the pin, the body is more coordinated and quicker to react. Its special place is to be able to contain true qi, and then with the method of fist and sword, and the method of true qi operation, then it is not difficult to win over ordinary people. If he could then comprehend the eightfold method of merging qi with force and intent with qi passed down by Master Nya, then he would be considered one of the best in his class. After another morning of drilling and seeing that it was almost noon, Niesher still didn't have a shadow. Day in and day out you don't do your job. I can't even find anyone to borrow money from. Meng Yuan secretly cursed. Taking advantage of the break, Wu Chongsheng and Hu Qian also came to ask, and a group of trainees also curiously came up and inquired about Master Nya. Recently, Master Nya is really lazy and doesn't have the appearance of a division leader. Meng Yuan criticized in his heart, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he said, "What are you guys doing?" Meng Yuan frowned, very serious and disgruntled. Master Nya hasn't been around for a few days. Does that mean he doesn't have a backbone? You guys have to know that this is Master Nya's test for us, as well as our recognition. It's because Master Nya knows that even if he's not here to watch over us, everyone will never be lazy, never slack off, and will even increase their practice and add to it. Everyone say right? Right. The crowd of teenagers that could not stand the excitement, all responded in a loud voice. Meng Yuan is very pleased, would like to shoot the ass away. See Hu Qian is also very agreeable look, and then make a serious look. We come from different backgrounds, from house slaves, from vagabonds, and I myself am from geldings. Meng Yuan exclaimed. I was originally a person who was about to freeze and starve to death, but it was Princess Wang who fed me, gave me something to drink, and gave me a house to live in. Although everyone works hard every day, they are still well fed and warmly clothed. In the future, they will be like me, even better than me. Everyone say, who gave all this? There is no time or place for such things as showing loyalty. Your Highness, the teenagers responded. Who gives us food? Meng Yuan repeated the question. Your Highness. The voices grew louder. Who's going to dress us? Meng Yuan asked again. Your Highness. To whom do we owe allegiance? Your Highness. The teenagers shouted at the top of their lungs. When Meng Yuan saw that the cohesion had come out and the energy was sufficient, he was very pleased. But steeply, Meng Yuan realized that series of words, how was it going to be like raising dead soldiers? Just keep these words in your heart, everyone, and be sincere. Don't say it everywhere. Meng Yuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and added, yes. The teenagers shouted. All right, lower your voice. Meng Yuan didn't dare to stay for long and went out of the schoolyard, heading straight to Drunken Moon House. Arriving at Drunken Moon Mansion, Meng Yuan met Nie Qingqing and directly said, Sister, I'm broke. Nie Qingqing saw that Meng Yuan opened the door and was straightforward and uncharacteristic, lost her smile and shook her head. Didn't ask my father for it? I don't know what Master Nie is busy with, but he hasn't been to the schoolyard for several days. Meng Yuan said, then I guess I'm busy with the martial arts business. Nie Qingqing smiled. Come on. Sister is true to her word and will never let you go hungry. She beckoned a fellow and whispered a few instructions, then lightly moved her lotus steps and slowly ascended the stairs. Drunken Moon House was located in the prosperous place of the southern city. facing the river. Based on this lot alone, Meng Yuan felt that drunken Moonhouse shouldn't be Nie Qingqing's business alone, and was afraid that there was someone behind Nie Shi covering it. Now that the spring winds are warm and it's close to lunchtime, there are many elegant guests on the second floor. Look at the attire is mostly literati Confucian students, rich children, or discussing poetry, or gossiping and whispering, although there are many people, but there is a sense of purity. Nie Qingqing invited Meng Yuan to take a seat in a corner, and then there were small boys who brought all kinds of snacks, fruits and preserves, as well as a pot of wine. Sister Qingqing, just now I heard you say that Nie Shi was busy with the martial arts firm. He still has the business of the martial arts firm? Meng Yuan had long since seen that with Nie Shi's temperament, he would never honestly harbor in the royal residence. And Nie Shi also said that he mixed with the Wangfei's elder brother, afraid of a piece of life. So the Wangfei is not too disciplined Nie Shi. Searching for the plum also to treat Nie Shi as a junior courtesy. It's not unusual for that Nie Shi to do some trading outside. He got it together with Uncle Zhang. It's been open for a few years now. Business is not bad. Nie Qingqing obviously understood. She added, the martial arts firm recruits people with a bit of family background. It's not the same as your path of hard training. They're mainly medicinal baths, and beatings and boils are secondary. Meng Yuan heard. Nie Shi does not earn the money of the poor. The martial arts firms are charged some money, and cannot stay up day and night hard training people, is therefore mainly medicinal baths. Then it seems, I think the harvest must be very good. Meng Yuan is very greedy. Nie Shi to make money did not say to bring himself. Does Master Nie still need help? I have a family to feed, and I'm really short of money, so I'd like to ask my sister to point me in the right direction. Meng Yuan was unabashedly sincere. Nie Qingqing heard the blunt words and smiled as she poured the wine. Don't be in a hurry, and drink. Meng Yuan took the cup of wine and drained it in one gulp, and was about to ask further questions, when he saw a group of people embracing a gorgeous gentleman ascending the stairs. That gentleman about 17 or 18 years old, born fat head and ears, extremely blessed, hand lightly shaking fan, seems to be hard to pretend a few points of literary style. Among its entourage, there were two people with sharp eyes and swords on their waists, probably martial artists who had entered the rank, but it was only the 9th rank. There are 4 other people dressed as scholars. It should be the fun of the cleaners to help idle, followed by a few accompanying boys, which actually has a familiar face, is driven out of the school field. Lu Ha. Drunken Moon Lu's guest led the people to the box, but the young man refused, had to sit in the lobby by the river, said what to watch the river will be poetic. Lu Ha was obviously an eye candy, immediately leading the way to wipe the table, more diligent than the store's fellows. Meng Yuan glanced at him and saw that Lu Ha was full of bashfulness, but the young male didn't look at him much. Does sister know them? But are they regulars? Meng Yuan was located in the corner and Lu Ha did not notice this side. You actually don't recognize it? Nie Qingqing laughed. As soon as Meng Yuan heard this, he immediately understood and whispered, it's Prince Xin? Nie Qingqing smiled and nodded. The name of the state of Jianguk is Daku. It is rumored that the founding father had no father or mother and was born and raised in the earth, so he took the surname Dako. There are also rumors that Taizhou came from a monk's temple and changed his surname to Dako after he returned to secularism. Of course, the proper term is a descendant of one of the great scholars of the former dynasty. King Xin is the current emperor's own uncle, 40 or so years old, and had been split up in the past. Later, the original wife died of illness. The king of faith was somehow driven to Songgafu, also here by the emperor to give marriage, but renewed for so many years, but also did not have a son and a half a daughter. Now this son of the world is born from King Xin's original wife, and is also the only blood of King Xin. Meng Yuan had been hanging out in the royal residence for nearly 2 months, but knew very little about its affairs. Practicing hard day and night was one aspect, but on the other hand, he couldn't find anyone to ask around. The world's son's name is Duga Khan, and all of their generation are known by their starry names. The world's sun is thick, and outsiders praise the world's sun for his pure qualities. Nie Qingqing chuckled in a low voice. By pure quality, I generally mean simple and pristine. Pure mass? Meng Yuan was surprised and puzzled. Nie Qingqing nodded with a smile. Meng Yuan understood that the so-called pure quality was not a good word. It probably meant that the brain didn't work too well, but as the queen of the clan, stupid people are blessed with stupidity. Seeing that Nie Qingqing was willing to speak, Meng Yuan poured wine while asking, the crown princess and King Xin don't get along. Chief Lu is from the crown princess's old family, so how is it that Chief Lu's son has become the world's son's attendant? Meng Yuan was assuming a premise first. As expected, Nie Qingqing obviously recognized the premise that the princess and King Xin did not match. She smiled faintly and said, Chief Lu was born a drifter, although there is the name of the chief. In fact, there is not much insight. but only to manage some of the search for the plums, and other people are not convenient to start things. This world wants to climb the high branch, but can't figure out the number of people. There is nothing strange. It turns out that the crown princess and King Xin really don't get along. Moreover, listening to Nie Qingqing, the Wang Fei is considered the real high branch. End of chapter. Sister, I wonder where the crown princess comes from. I heard Master Nie tell me that he had followed the crown princess's older brother. Idle as he was, Meng Yuan poured wine for Nie Qingqing and inquired about the origins of the main family. You don't even know about the main family? Nie Qingqing smiled and drank. I really don't know, so I'd like to ask my sister for guidance. Meng Yuan sincerely begged. Now Meng Yuan can have a few whether, although with their own efforts cannot be separated, but the princess is also real to their own favor. Not to mention the fact that below the crown princess, Seeking Plum had the grace of lifting her up, and Master Nie had the grace of preaching. Meng Yuan has the intention to set up his own business when his wings are full. Of course, it is not about to make a grudge against the princess, but the idea of repayment, the heart of repayment. Besides, Meng Yuan knew that the princess was extremely insightful and treated her with generosity, and was not comparable to an ordinary noblewoman from a deep courtyard. Although Meng Yuan had never met the princess, he admired her from the bottom of his heart. Nie Qingqing, however, was unwilling to say more, only saying, when you have the time later, you should ask my father. He has followed the king's consort's late brother in his endeavors, and once claimed to be a traitor under the Ying clan. Wang Fei's surname is Ying, and Nie Shi has followed Wang Fei's elder brother. With Nie Shi's playful temperament, he even called himself a traitor under the Ying clan, so it is evident that this elder brother of the Wang Fei is extremely uncommon. And drink. Nie Qingqing was very flirtatious and attentive, urging her to drink and coming back to inquire about Meng Yuan's origins. Meng Yuan is an honest man, and at that moment did not do to hide, talking about the experience of fleeing, as well as the gelding's craft. Nie Qingqing didn't find it vulgar. Instead, she listened while persuading her to drink, as if she was taking Meng Yuan's experience and drinking it down. The two chatted happily, and suddenly heard that Shitzi Dugukon laughed loudly, not caring about others' gazes. The second floor is full of elegant guests and literati, all of whom looked over at once. Meng Yuan also looked over, only to see a few of the CZ's purser helpers holding up their feet and asking Dugukong to compose a poem. And Dugukong first modestly 2 sentences, and then when it is not, stood up. Folding fan beat the palm of the hand, slowly degree step, seems to be in contemplation of the words, but also really have a few poet style. Many elegant guests on the second floor see this, also frequently come to see, clearly have a few expectations, but Dugukong shook his head, pondered for half a day, froze and did not hold out. Those 4 scholars and cleaners were not in a hurry, and they all waited with a smile on their faces. Meng Yuan also has curiosity, but saw that Lu Ha has seen himself. Face has a few points of incredulity, and then there are a few points of contempt disdain. After a while, Dugu Quang stepped back and forth, looked downstairs at the river, looked up at the white clouds in the sky, and then happily clapped his hands and said, I've got it. I saw him with one hand behind his back, one hand holding a folding fan in front of him, walking in a circle around all of them, and said proudly, all of you and listen. For literati Ching guest hurried to make a serious listening style, drunken moon building on the second floor of the rest of the guests to see people already have a poem, but also to listen to the ear. Meng Yuan and Nie Qingqing also wanted to see what kind of poem this son of the world, who had received a pure quality rating, could produce. What floats in the sky? A piece from the east to the west. Could it be that the gods are weaving? Falling to the ground willow flakes floating. The entire second floor of the drunken moon building fell silent after Dugukong finished chanting in one aria, and then some people snickered, some shook their heads, some dug their ears vigorously, and some just threw out their chopsticks and walked away. Meng Yuan was also convinced that he could make a mess of the limerick, so he could see the talent. Nie Qingqing lost her smile and shook her head, saying, even though she has no poetic talent, she was born in the house of a prince and marquis, so she is considered blessed. The second floor of the elegant guests have much contempt, but people Dugukong with a stink foot of the literati Ching guest, and has been boasted up. Wonderful. The level and oblique rhymes are meaningful. Your talent is unrivaled in this world. This poem is catchy, simple and innocent, and fits the scene and the mood. If there were really a god, it would certainly be white clouds as a garment and willow floss as a skirt. Wonderful. Seeing all the cleaners and literati have been persuaded to praise, Dugukong is more complacent. Meng Yuan looked meaningless and was about to say goodbye and leave, but then he saw that Lu Ha came to Dugukong's side, whispered a few words, and kept glancing this way. Then Dakokyo also looked here twice and said a few words to Lu Ha with a smile on his face, and then he saw Lu Ha walk over with a high level of ambition. Geldings, what brings you here? Drunken Moonhouse is a place where the literati come. Is it where people like you can come? Lu Ha walked up to Meng Yuan with a smile on his face, not without amusement. Nie Qingqing didn't say anything either, gathering her hands together without saying anything and looking towards Meng Yuan. Meng Yuan only felt uninterested, and did not know what this Lu Ha was pleased with. Is it because he thinks he has gained power again? But it is only the son of the eldest follower, but also specifically to seek provocation, is really poor and ignorant. Now Meng Yuan and Lu Ha are still slaves, but Meng Yuan step by step, the fist is getting harder and harder, although still borrowing money to live. But in the end, it is getting better and better. Lu Ha, however, has changed his family, but he is stepping deeper and deeper on the path of the lackey. The paths were different, and it would be a waste of time for Meng Yuan to say one more word to him. That Lu Ha saw that Meng Yuan didn't say anything and thought that Meng Yuan was afraid of him, smiled smugly and looked at Nie Qingqing again, saying, "Miss Nie, the world son would like to invite Miss Nie over for a drink." Nie Qingqing's face did not have a trace of displeasure. Obviously she has seen this scene many times. She smiled and said, "Please also tell His Highness the Prince of the World. The posture of the willow is not capable of winning the wine. How can I dare to disturb the Prince of the World's poetic pleasure? The fact that your son has left a poem here today has made my drunken moonhouse a great success. I'll waive all expenses for the banquet. I will send someone to send 2 more jars of Dream Lake Spring to the royal residence later." Lu Ha heard this, but could not find fault. He looked back, but saw that Dugu Kong is looking at a pair of ink treasures. For Qing guests are holding, clearly want Dugu Kong high price to buy. For a moment, Lu Ha only felt ignored by the world son and belittled by Nie Qingqing. He immediately sank his face and said towards Nie Qingqing, "I've already spoken to the world son, so please ask Miss Nie to give me face and just go and toast a glass of wine." Nie Qingqing sat still, sized up Lu Ha, and said with a smile, "Please, brother Lu, for the sake of my father, sell me a face and don't make things difficult for me as a woman. I'll treat brother Lu to a drink some other day. What makes me sell your face?" Lu Ha didn't hear Nie Qingqing's displeasure at all, and only felt that seeing Nie Qingqing move out Niesher was showing weakness. So he said, "When I kneeled down to your father in front of so many people and begged him to take me in, he not only didn't take me in, but also laughed at me, and didn't give me half a bit of face. Now why should I give you face?" Meng Yuan disappointed shook his head. This Lu Ha really confused. People Nie Qingqing have politely refused, but also free of charge to send the wine. So good, has already given enough face. You along with obedient is, cannot be a dog to fight. Someone who can open a restaurant in this lot is not someone who can be rubbed the wrong way? How much can the son of an idle prince do? If something happens, will the pure prince stand up for you? And people Nie Qingqing's father and the princess's elder brother have old, but also with Zhang Guanyan 100 friends, from the Jin Demon Division, a hand bloom spring thunder extraordinary power. Meng Yuan had traveled across the world, and everything he had experienced had made Meng Yuan incomparably reverent of fists and swords. But this Lu Ha obviously has not suffered any setbacks, has not been out of the royal family, lack of knowledge of the fist, only know to tend to the situation, thinking that the status and power is everything. But he didn't think about it. The fist is the most direct reason. The so-called status and power are also all piled up by fists and swords. Meng Yuan reveres violence and knows how valuable it can be. Yeshua stood up and reached out to press his hand to Louis's head, grabbing his hair. "What are you doing?" Lu Ha had the experience of being brutally beaten by Meng Yuan. He didn't expect Meng Yuan to dare to make a move in front of the world's son. At this moment, he panicked and shouted, struggling to break free. But at this moment, compared to the first time to be beaten, Lu Ha only felt Meng Yuan force is more sufficient. That hand tightly grasps the hair at the back of his head, actually cannot break free. Both hands to grab Meng Yuan wrist, is even more difficult to shake. Shitsi save. Lu Ha had not yet had time to shout out. He felt that the hand behind his head surged with a huge force, and his entire body was bent down, and then his head smashed heavily on the table, crashing the plates to pieces. Lu Ha only felt blood in his mouth and nose, and his eyes were black. But before he could react, the hand violently grabbed his head up again, followed by a hard smash to the table, 3 times in a row. Louis's face was covered in blood, his head looked like it had blossomed, and he shriveled down, but that hand hadn't left his head yet. Lu Ha slumped on the table, blood and pastries covering the entire table, before he saw Meng Yuan come over to his head. "Who is she?" Meng Yuan pressed Louis's head so that his bloody face was pressed against the table, facing Nie Qingqing. Nie Qingqing remained seated and didn't make a sound. "It's Nie Qingqing, Niesher's daughter." Louis's nose was slanted and crooked, with blood bubbling outwards, and he barely answered. "In the future, if I ever hear you speak like this to Master Nie, to Master Nie's daughter, I'll absolutely waste you." Meng Yuan lifted Louis's head again and proceeded to press it down hard on the table. Remember? Remember. Remembered. Lu Ha did not dare not answer. Blood and snot gushed all over his face. This side of the movement is too big, and not after what words conflict. Directly on the dry, the entire second floor of the people are stunned. That is, the first floor is also someone to see. A few boys also hurried to Nie Qingqing's side, waiting to listen to orders. That son of Dugu Hyper sat in place. There is a bewildered state, visible pure quality. His martial guard did not come forward to help, only stood behind Dugu Kong, hand pressed the knife at the waist. Meng Yuan looked around at the people on the second floor, clasped his fists in all directions, and said, "Disturbing the pleasure of all of you is really not right. I would like to send a pot of Dream Lake Spring to each table to make amends, but also ask you gentlemen to forgive." When the people saw Meng Yuan say this, some of them ignored it, some smiled and nodded, and a few young scholars smiled and clasped their fists. Meng Yuan again cupped his fist to World Son Dugu Kong, then pressed his hand on his waist sword and said, "World Son, don't worry. I am a guard under the seat of the crown princess." Although Dokurakang was pure in quality, he was not a cutie pie. Relieved to hear this, frowned and asked, "Then you can't hit my dog either?" Meng Yuan then felt bad for Lu Ha and calmly said, "This person is the son of Chief Steward Lu, who is the slave girl of the Wangfei. He is here to speak out and speak rudely, damaging the virtuous name of the Wangfei, so I am here to punish him, not to disrespect the Shitsi." Is what he said true? Dokurakang actually went to ask an old purist beside him. That old cleaner see Meng Yuan always press the waist knife, speak and occupy the reason. And Nie Qingqing is also not see panic attitude. The second floor of the elegant guests also looked over, then with a middle-aged guards whispering discussion. After a few words of deliberation, this old purist came to Dugu Kang's ear and said a few words, and then Dugu Kang said blankly, "I haven't bullied anyone yet, and they won't take me to the poetry festival because of this? Not bad. We don't need to cause trouble outside. Those stinking Confucian mouths are most capable of spreading nonsense." The old purist said soothingly, "No talking about stinking Ru." Dugu Kang obviously thought of himself as a man of letters. "Then I'll listen to you and clean him up when we get back." Dugu Kang grunted twice, also did not ask Meng Yuan name, only muttered coarse martial words, immediately went downstairs. A few long followers went up to prop up Lu Ha, a piece of follow. That old purser stayed at the end, and sized up Meng Yuan, smiled, nodded, and said, "Young people are just full of fire, but you've messed with the prince, so I'm afraid it's not going to be easy. When you go back, look for me. I'll help you turn things around in front of the prince, and it'll be a big deal." After saying his words, that old purist took a step downstairs. Meng Yuan didn't understand what this old Qingcheng meant. Why did he suddenly show goodwill? Or is he just hiding a knife in his smile? "Sister, what does he mean?" Meng Yuan curiously asked Nie Qingqing. Nie Qingqing lost her smile and shook her head, saying, "My father said that you are sometimes smart and sometimes dumb. It seems to be true. That person is asking you for silver. These Qingkai helpers around the prince, is not it for that a bit of stuff? Lu Ha has nothing to do with them. They will not help out. Just want to take advantage of the opportunity to get more money. The son of the pure quality, like to attach to elegance. Although you hurt his face, but he cannot think so much. The last or the following people to come up with ideas. Yes, out to hold the son's feet is not for a few money. There is no need to make a grudge with the impulsive teenage martial artist, and the teenager is still the princess's people. Can get some silver money to muddle things through, for the good of everyone." Meng Yuan couldn't help but lose his smile as he tried to understand the trick. "You and first go back. This matter always have to communicate with Seek Mei. I have sent someone to find my father. Don't worry, my father still has some face in front of the princess." Nie Qingqing's voice was soft, with a smile on her face, carefully sizing up Meng Yuan. "Trouble for my sister. Then I'll go back first." Meng Yuan nodded and took a step toward the stairs, but just before reaching the support bar, Nie Qingqing behind him spoke out again. "Mr. Meng, you promised to send a pot of wine to each table, and the silver money hasn't been left behind." She smiled and laughed. "Please also ask sister for a temporary credit." Meng Yuan directly recognized the money for these drinks and laughed. "When I've borrowed the money, I'll definitely come and cancel the account. Borrowing money to live is not a long-term solution." Nie Qingqing gathered her hands together and smiled sweetly. "Didn't you just ask if you could follow my father to make money? Now I'm telling you, making money is nothing but a small path. I answered on behalf of my father." End of chapter. Nie Qingqing stood against the fence, but saw that the midday sun was warming up, and pedestrians were passing through the streets. The young man walked on the road by the knife, did not rush back in a panic, visible calm, and there is still time to buy a few green oranges, pinched orange peel juice to the body, and even with fruit are eaten. Clearly this is used to cover up the smell of alcohol. No wonder my father won't let me talk to him much. Nie Qingqing held her forehead and smiled, beckoning people to clean and tidy up again. Instead, she personally brought a jug of wine to each table for the guests on the second floor who hadn't left, and made small talk with those who knew each other well. After a little more than half an hour, they heard hoofbeats outside, and then Nie Yannian and Zhang Guangyan went up together. Uncle Zhang. Father. Nie Qingqing invited the two inside the box. What happened? Nie Yannian had been busy at the martial arts firm, and when he got a message that there was a disturbance at Drunken Moon House, he rushed to come. This Drunken Moon building also has Zhang Guangyan's dry shares, so together with the same. Nie Qingqing wasn't in a hurry and served tea first before talking about the reason. When Nie Yannian heard this, he didn't think that hurting the Shiitsi's face was a big deal, and only laughed. Look, old Zhang, some people are used to living in comfort, so they think that the world of Qingping is supposed to be like this, and whoever has the power is the one who is powerful. They have forgotten that status and power is the surface, and swords and fists are the interior. This kind of person is just like a child playing house. But people can't play house all the time, or else they are stupid, or they will be a slave for the rest of their lives. He spread his hands and laughed, then said, Little geldings, you say he has insight? He is all day with me thinking about the few silver. If you say he is not insightful, he does know who to rely on. He has long seen that Wang Fei and Xinwang don't get along, and I'm Wang Fei's person, so he's not stupid enough to change his family with Lu Ha, and he's not stupid enough to stand by and watch. Instead he knows who to please. Father, there are no good people when it comes to signs, regardless of heart. I see that Mr. Meng is a generous man. Nie Qingqing spoke up for Meng Yuan. If he's done Huang, I'm a saint. Nie Yannian didn't get angry and continued. Also, you've only known him for a few days and now he's a son of Meng? He hasn't taken off his license, and he's still a gelding smith. So how is he a son? Nie Qingqing smiled and said, to fight for justice and help the needy. There is the wind of the ancient chivalrous man. How can I not call myself a gentleman? You should say less words to him. Nie Yannian was furious when he saw his daughter speaking for outsiders one way or another. Nie Qingqing laughed. Father, I've already promised Duke Meng on your behalf that he'd help you out and supplement your household. You don't want to make things difficult for me. Which one of us is the boss? You're still saying yes on my behalf? Nie Yannian huffed. Is it easy for me to make money? To open a martial arts firm to send out a circle of money. There are a few dogs waiting to share the money. There are not a few children in my hands. I promise anyway. If you're not short of staff, then I'll just think of something myself. Nie Qingqing obediently made a blessing towards Zhang Guangyan and said, Uncle Zhang, persuade my father. Don't let him cheat people of their money again. It's strange and pathetic. After saying his words, Nie Qingqing laughed. Only then did Zhang Guangyan make a sound and asked, did you pit people against money? It's the bounty. Besides, that money was originally earned by me taking him. So who's to blame if he insists on treating himself and acting posh? Nie Yannian said. As you said, that bounty was earned by the little gelding's desperate efforts. Even if we were to treat him to a drink, we wouldn't be able to use it all. Would we? Old Nie. You see, you've been pitting people for some bounty. Don't get your family's daughter into it later. Zhang Guangyan scoffed. Nie Yannian remembered his daughter's words just now, and he really didn't say anything. Old Nie, what do you think? Zhang Guangyan saw that Nie Yannian didn't say anything, so he laughed again and said, I can see that you like that kid. He's giving Qingqing a head start this time. Giving you a head start, and it's not a big deal to hurt that stupid Shiitsi's face. You and the Wang Fei's elder brother were born to die. The Wang Fei remembers the old days, and a word will even things out. Such a trivial matter is not yet worthy of the princess. Nie Yannian sighed and said, I'm thinking of finding someone to take over from me. We won't be able to use the sword for a few more years, and I only have one daughter and no clansmen, so I'm afraid that she'll have no one to rely on. So I have to find someone to protect her. You're planning to fax Candu? Letting him take your place? Zhang Guangyan asked curiously. For S sake. The geldings are so good at climbing up the pole. I've faxed what I can. Nie Yannian smiled helplessly. I previously intended to pick one out of Ren Debiao and Wu Changsheng, but also carefully observed. These two children are good. Ren Debiao martial arts progress fast. It has only been more than 2 years will be the 8th grade. Wu Changsheng things to do. Have eyesight. Qualifications are not bad. In fact, I am more optimistic about Wu Changsheng. If this child is properly trained, in the future, even if he does not make a big name for himself, he will be able to take over my mess. If there is a noble person to bring him up, he might be even more comfortable than me. Then who exactly did you choose? Zhang Guangyan asked curiously. Isn't this the geld maker coming? Nie Yannian spread his hands. Once this kid came, he immediately compared Ren Debiao and Wu Changsheng. Not only is his martial arts qualifications excellent, he has been in the class for a few months, and he is even more diligent than I was when I was learning martial arts. Mindset not to mention, the idea is very positive. Other people's rumors all is fart. Nyayanian pointed to the side of the guide and continued. Last time I went to Peach Blossom Ridge to kill the Buddha demon. After I crippled Venerable Great Tail, I rushed to see them both. As a result, Wolfde fought for his life. And the little geldings were even more ruthless than Wolfde. Ren de Biao has been learning martial arts for so long. And when Wolf 2 put up a fight, he actually made a scare and didn't dare to fight. This fight shows, Ren de Biao no small geldings dare to fight. Heart eyes are still small. If Wu Changsheng had come in today, he probably wouldn't have dared to throw his fists directly. Isn't this all being compared to little geldings? Nya Yanian said, and laughed. The little gelding's heart understand what he wants. He also reads the word, to take the road of literature and martial arts. Once Zhang Guangyan heard this, he also laughed and said, Wang Fei's family is full of knowledge, and the geldings are also tainted with literature. I don't think he's study material. Maybe his poems aren't as good as Shizi's. Nya Yanian scoffed. Reading more is always no bad. Zhang Guangyan cheerfully, according to what you said, his heart is not bad, his qualifications are good, and he's still unknowledgeable and progressive. How is he treating people? In the future, if you come out to take over your mess, you can't just rely on the knife. It's not bad, knowing what to say to whom. Nya Yanian couldn't stop laughing. Wang Fei asked me to bring those kids, saying that it's just a matter of teaching them. Of all the kids, he's the one who's shameless and dares to open his mouth to borrow money from me. I had already taught him too much, and he got the bounty and bought wine just to let me teach him some more. Afterward, he had the audacity to borrow money from my daughter. I've never seen such a shameless person. He didn't treat you as an outsider. Didn't you also cultivate it with care? Zhang Guangyan saw through it. As long as he is not a white-eyed wolf, and not mean-spirited, he will be fine. You teach him to be capable. He knows to cry to your grave. Then it's a done deal. Let's see. The young man's temperament is still unsettled. It may not be what it looks like. Nya Yani inside. It's not urgent for a while. Your Highness is a good judge of character. I'll take him to see him later, so that your Highness can take a look. That's fine. It's your business anyway. Zhang Guangyan stood up. I have to go back. You're not going back to wipe his ass? Wipe your ass. Nya Yanian laughed. You know Xuanmei, right? He's the princess's personal bookkeeper. He coaxed Xuanmei to stay. Xuanmei has always regarded him as a kind and generous person. Believe it or not, he's already coaxed Xuanmei again. So it's not my turn to wipe my ass. End of chapter. Meng Yuan returned to the royal residence and headed towards the south path towards the Jing Garden. Today's matter is not a big deal, and Meng Yuan accounted for the reason. The injury is not the son of the world. The victim is just a family of slaves. Therefore, Meng Yuan is not too worried, and there is still Nyesher to cover the bottom. Of course, this time was a complete offense to General Manager Liu, but Meng Yuan was confident that his fists were hard and he was not afraid of retaliation from General Manager Liu. When he came to the office of the plum-seeking office, he asked the little maid to pass the word, and only then did he go in. Xuanmei was bent over the case, counting the accounts again, and when she saw Meng Yuan come in, she casually said to sit down. Meng Yuan was the one she brought up, so she was not polite with Meng Yuan. Before noon today, I heard a bugle call in the schoolyard. Did you start it? Seeking Mei also did not look up, while planning a disc. Asked, that's the same number that raised Deadpool? This matter must be recognized. Meng Yuan immediately said, what's in your heart? All at once, but it's noisy sister? Not exactly noisy. Xuanmei raised her head and looked at Meng Yuan with a smile, saying, I know that you are loyal to Wang Fei. And I also know that you want to work for Wang Fei, but just keep it in your heart. There will always be a time for you to contribute in the future. In the future, don't bring them to shout their horns. The crown princess loves purity. Sure enough, there is no cutie pie. People seeking plum after all. Read books. Know that those words are not quite right. Yes, I'll listen to Sister Mei. Meng Yuan said, by the way, what brings you to my place? Seeking Mei bent over the case again to count. I beat up Chief Lu's son at Drunken Moon House. Meng Yuan spoke bluntly. Sun Mei froze for a moment, then raised her head to look at Meng Yuan and asked curiously, Drunken Moon Tower? Why did you go there? I'm looking for Master Nya to borrow money. Meng Yuan said. Xuanmei rubbed her brow and said seriously, didn't I just give you 300 taels of bounty? The royal family is not short of your food and drink. How can you go borrow money? After I received the bounty that day, I treated Master Nya to dinner and spent it all. Meng Yuan honestly said. Xuanmei only felt outrageous. Drinking flower wine? Didn't I tell you, don't follow Uncle Nya to learn from the bad? No, Master Nya wanted to go, I strictly refused. It was the drunken moon house that I went to. I didn't know that Dream Lake Spring was expensive. I bought several altars and spent all my money. Meng Yuan said. Xuanmei held her forehead. That's where the literati and elegant guests go. The price is more than twice as high as elsewhere. Uncle Nia is also really. Drunken moon house is Nye Qingqing's business. How do you have to pay for it? He is bullying you, to be honest. Meng Yuan didn't say anything either, treating it as a default. And how did you beat Lu Ha? Seek Mei asked curiously. Meng Yuan remained honest and told the story of Nye Qingqing's invitation to dinner, the world's son's poem, and Lu He's pandering. Master Nye passed on my martial arts and taught me a lot. The favor is second only to the crown princess and my sister. How can I allow others to bully Master Nye's daughter? Meng Yuan was very upright. It's not right to hit someone. However, what you did wasn't wrong either. Seeking Mei nodded slightly, and her face didn't change much, apparently also feeling that it wasn't a big deal. Sister Mei, that Chief Lu is from the crown princess's old family. So how come his son has become the world's son's longest attendant? Master Nye taught me that I can only be loyal to the crown princess alone in this body and heart, even if King Xin comes. Meng Yuan asked curiously. People all want to go higher. We can't force it and delay people's future for no reason. Xuanmei smiled and said. Meng Yuan saw that Xuanmei had already said let's, so he knew it was a done deal. Sure enough, Seeking Plum smiled faintly and said, don't worry about this matter. In fact, the world's son is most generous and has always indulged in poetry and painting, and is not interested in anything else. Meng Yuan heard clearly. This is to say that Shitzi stay foolish, after a period of time to forget this matter, but have to prevent someone around him to mention nonsense. You feel at ease to go back to practicing martial arts. I will go later is. Xuanmei directly took it, and seriously said, in the future, if you are short of money again, come and talk to me. Also, I know that Uncle Nia looks up to you, and you are close to him, but you must not learn from him. Thank you, Sister Mei. Meng Yuan was sincerely grateful. Just as he was about to take his leave, Nye Yannian arrived from outside. Brat, I don't see you for a while and you're causing me trouble again. Nye Yannian pointed at Meng Yuan as soon as he came in with a displeased look. Uncle Nye, Xuanmei got up and said, he's doing it for you and Qingqing in a righteous way. It's not like he's causing trouble for no reason, so there's no need to be too harsh. When Nye Yannian heard this, he glanced at Meng Yuan and said, I really let me hit the nail on the head. This is just how much time it took. Things have actually been taken care of. Uncle Nye, this is something I'll just go and take a trip. It's not a big deal. Sun Mei said, you have a lot of things to do. I'll go. Nye Yannian immediately refused. It's always the people I brought out. It's my turn to dispose of them. Also good. Seeking Mei didn't come out strong and didn't ask questions about Nye Yannian's methods, obviously knowing what Nye Yannian could do. After a few polite sentences of nonsense, Nye Yannian pulled Meng Yuan out piece by piece. It's a shame you don't go to the pleasure grounds to hang out. Nye Yannian opened his mouth without a kind word. Then someday, Master Nye will take me to see more. Meng Yuan smiled. Do you know how to write limericks and you're going? Nye Yannian laughed as he walked. Let's go. Let's go and level things out. Will King Xin ask about it? Meng Yuan was more worried about this. King Xin is aloof in nature and doesn't care about mundane matters. Even the world's son doesn't care much. Don't you worry. Nye Yannian obviously knows a lot about the royal family. Let's go find Wang Xiucai, that old cleaner. He's the right person in front of the prince, and he's good at holding his feet up. Let him help, and things will be done. Can a purser really make things happen? Meng Yuan asked curiously. Saying that you haven't seen anything, you really have. Shitzi is dull and stupid, and the chinka by his side is what makes him happy, and he listens to the chinka. Nye Yannian heatedly laughed. Those cleaners accompany Shitzi every day to recite poetry and enjoy the scenery. Making money is one aspect. Restraining Shitzi is also one aspect. They dare to take the son to the gambling house. To the kiln? King Xin isn't stupid. He's watching. He's so cute. The son of the world. No one will not guard. There is no need to hide. Spend a few money to let people accompany. Not to cause trouble. Rich and noble life is also appropriate. In the big families, all the kids who don't make it are like this. So it is. Meng Yuan was truly learning. Remember, some things can be solved with a sword. But most things, in fact, can be solved with money. If you can solve it with money, don't move the sword. Nye Yannian walked away while mentioning, let's go make some silver for Wang Xiucai, so that they don't mention you before Shitzi, and Shitzi will be able to forget about you at night. Master Nye, I don't have any money. Meng Yuan said. Nye Yannian frowned and asked, didn't Xuanmei just give you 300 taels of reward silver? You're still saying it. Meng Yuan all but laughed. Nye Yannian smiled back. The two of them came to the residence of the world's son, Dugu Kong. and met the old purser, Wang Xiaotsai. Nonsense, a few sentences. Nya Yanian very straightforwardly took out 200 taels of silver tickets. This 100 taels is for dude to drink tea. The rest of it dude watched the distribution. Good to say. Wang Xiaotsai didn't push back and accepted it openly. The three hooked up right outside the Sage's garden in perfect harmony. After half a day of bull asterisk, not even mentioning Lu He's name, things are even done. Back to the schoolyard. Nya Yanian back hands. One by one asked the teenagers recent situation. Then he let them practice. While he let Meng Yuan bring in a recliner and sat on his knees. Master Nya, I want to help you with something. Meng Yuan was shy and had the tone of a mixed society. Nya Yanian shouldn't have. Only asking. How many orifices have you opened now? Meng Yuan didn't hide anything and said directly. Now that the torso front and back and the right arm orifices are fully open, there are only 12 left. Nya Yanian heard, frowned and looked up and down at Meng Yuan, and grabbed Meng Yuan's hand to see, to be probed to understand, and only then had a smile. You're still competent, Nya Yanian chirped. I remember telling you that a martial artist's rank is more important than money. You should train well in martial arts now. Hurry up and enter the 8th rank. Then I'll take you to do big business. Seeing that there was still this good thing, Meng Yuan hurriedly responded. The martial arts firms in the city compete for people every spring. This year there's a yellow hair with an old lady who's making the most noise. They're all getting into assassinations. I'll have to go and greet some of them. Nya Yanian got up, fished out 200 taels of silver tickets, and hesitated for a while before stuffing them into Meng Yuan's hand. With that look on his face, he reminded Meng Yuan of the way Xiang Ling had paid for the carriage earlier. I can't coax women. You can't make money. Nya Yanian stood up, very proud of his voice, and also raised his steps to go outside. Meng Yuan, however, did not let go and said, Master Nya, the spring clothes have not been sent out, and Hu Qian and Wu Changsheng have mentioned it to me several times. You guys take care of these things. I've got a lot on my plate, and I'm going to focus on the martial arts line. Nya Yanian also didn't forget to nod Meng Yuan's nose and mention, in a few days, the Wangfei is going to go out for a trek, so if you can get into the 8th rank, I'll take you to meet the Wangfei. Meng Yuan has always heard that the princess of the kingdom is beautiful. Can for her to cut the eggs for so long, practiced for so long knife, never be able to see. I did not expect that this will come to the opportunity. Nya Yanian saw that Meng Yuan didn't say anything, but instead stroked his sleeves and looked like he was going to do a big job, as if he was going to lay down his life to protect the princess, and as if he was going to drill the gelding's craft. End of chapter. This Nya division does not show up for several days, but just show up to go. Meng Yuan naturally do not want to give up, has been tugging to not let go. Of course, the main thing is to get some more teaching done. Master Nya has been coming less lately, and the trainees aren't too demoralized. Meng Yuan said, What? I still need to get some eggs, and I'll give them out to whoever practiced by heart? Nya Yanian laughed to himself as he finished speaking. Meng Yuan laughed along with him and asked, Master Nya, how is the matter of the Buddha demon going? I can't find out. It's been reported, and I guess someone will be sent down specifically to check it out. Anything that has anything to do with a bald donkey is not a small matter. Nya Yanian casually replied. His footsteps did not stop. That is, to run away. Meng Yuan followed closely and asked again, What other arrangements does Master Nya have for the schoolyard? Practice extra. Practice more. Practice hard. Practice hard. Nya Yinyan's words were tantamount to nothing. Obviously not too attached to the teenagers in the schoolyard. The two people pulling nonsense. See the school field outside ran in a person. Wind and fire. Excited. Seems to have made a big fortune. It is Ren de Biao. Master Nya. I've entered the 8th grade. The mud pill has opened. Ren de Biao was giddy. His voice was tremendous. And when he saw Meng Yuan at his side, he didn't forget to look at Meng Yuan smugly. A group of teenagers had been drilling. And when they heard this, they were all envious. From the 9th product to the 8th product, ordinary people have to 3 or 4 years. Ren de Biao only used more than 2 years to become. The qualification cannot be considered excellent, but it is already not bad. Moreover, after entering the 8th grade, not to mention being more capable, the monthly silver is also more. Okay, not a bad job. You go find Lao Go. It's time to mention the monthly silver. After Nya Yanian casually finished speaking, he waved his hand and headed out again. Ren de Biao saw that Nya Yanian was quite perfunctory, and the advancement to the 8th grade did not seem to make him look at him highly, so he hurriedly followed. But after a few steps, Ren de Biao saw Nya Yanian did not look at himself, but when the side head and the geldings endless, a moment to scare the geldings, said what dare to go to the whore he dared to castrate, a moment to urge the geldings, so that more to go to the drunken moon house to help brush a plate and so on. The geldings are also very shameless, saying that he is the expert in terms of de-emphasis, and pulling what brushing dishes have to be paid for the work. Ren de Biao followed all the way out of the royal residence, several times to talk, but Nya Yanian are not very willing to pay attention. But that geldings will be extremely flattering. Has already helped to lead the horse. The geldings have a lot of work in their eyes, and they keep saying that they have low skills and are afraid of losing Nyesher's face, so it's clear that they want to learn something. Ren de Biao then saw that Nya Yanian was being pestered and couldn't do anything about it, and actually promised to teach the geldings a set of boxing skills sometime. Master Nya, I also want to learn boxing. Ren de Biao hurriedly hitched a ride. Let's talk about it later. Nya Yanian didn't give a precise message either, and patted his horse and left. Ren de Biao watched Nya Yanyan's back getting farther and farther away, and pondered in his heart for a while, and didn't think to understand how Nya Master, who had been quite helpful to him in the past, didn't pay much attention to himself. Then look at that Mang Yuan. This moment is one hand pressing the money bag on the waist, as if there is some treasure hidden inside. Ren de Biao carefully surveyed Mang Yuan, but saw that this son was slightly younger than himself by a few years, and his qualifications were not bad, and his appearance was also compared. Geldmaster, you haven't known Master Nya for long, but I didn't expect you to be so familiar with him. Ren de Biao asked with a smile. Mang Yuan and Ren de Biao have worked together. Know that this person is narrow-minded. Not enough gas. Is not mind with him more stirring? Away from the point on the line. Master Nya treats all of us at the schoolyard the same. Mang Yuan smiled and added, congratulations to brother Ren on his 8th rank as a martial artist. The 8th product is nothing. You practice more hard and diligently. After a year or two, you will also oust me. Ren de Biao finally had a smile on his face, and asked again, I see that Master Nya can be a bit different to you. Are you ready to be his son-in-law? Mang Yuan smiled and didn't answer, only saying, the schoolyard is busy. I'll go back first. I'll go with you and teach the juniors as well. Ren de Biao actually called himself a senior. Mang Yuan smiled and didn't stop him. Back to the schoolyard. Ren de Biao really came up to point out, he into the 8th grade is already well known, so everyone is really happy to make friends with him. More inquiries. Mang Yuan didn't care. He just took the key given by Nyesher and went to the storehouse first to find a 5-stone bow. First, he slightly familiarized himself with it, and then he adjusted the bowstring according to what Master Nya had taught him, and only then did he start shooting one arrow after another. After shooting more than 20 arrows, his right arm was slightly sore. Mang Yuan then calmed his heart and mind, slowly lifted his breath, his true chi infused into his right arm's orifices, and then shot again. The bow is like thunderbolt. Although the accuracy is a little bit worse, the power of the 5-stone bow is far more powerful than the 2-stone bow. Mang Yuan thought to himself, if it is among the same product, even if the lower 33 heavens are fully open, as long as it is shot in the vitals within 100 paces, I am afraid that it will be bad. A low grade is a low grade. In the end it hasn't left the category of human. Go back and find Master Nya to ask for a horizontal training skill, and the sword slashes and cuts won't be gone in a flash. Mang Yuan muttered for a moment, then eyed Nyesher's blooming spring thunder. That bloom spring thunder is really extraordinary. When the knife out of the thunder, and has the image of mountains and rivers of spring thunder, also do not know how to practice. Mang Yuan estimated that it was probably still related to the upper, middle and lower 3 days of true chi operation. After all, this was the foundation of a martial artist. Life between heaven and earth. How can one be depressed and live under people for a long time? Master Nya has only one daughter, and I don't know if there is a shortage of people to retire. After shooting for a while longer, Mang Yuan switched to shooting with his left hand and didn't stop until both arms were unbearably sore and swollen. The method of opening the orifices also had other methods besides the loose and tight way transmitted by Master Nya, such as the chest and abdomen before and after the 16 orifices. When the breathing method, with the horse stance punch, while the limbs are simpler, more use and more practice, such as pulling the bow, lifting the stone locks, tying sandbags and kicking the legs, putting away his bow and arrow. Mang Yuan stretched his arms and tied heavy iron sandbags to his legs again while practicing on the plum blossom pile. Over there, Ren de Biao had already pointed them out one by one, and quite gained a few fans. Did Master Nya send him here? How come 1 part teaching, 2 parts lecturing, and 7 parts showing off? Hu Qian also jumped onto the plum blossom pile and approached Mang Yuan to ask, new to the 8th rank, and you still won't let people show off? Mang Yuan laughed. Hu Qian nodded her head understandingly and said, being rich and proud, one leaves one's own fault. Learning martial arts is not something to be used to show off, and for no reason it has fallen short. Mang Yuan listened to Hu Qian pull a Taoist scripture, then asked with a smile, Sister Qian, I see you skillful skills. Windy knife method to learn the fastest. Seems to be practicing martial arts since childhood, right? How come you are only now thinking of entering the martial arts pathway? I've learned some swordsmanship and chi cultivation kung fu since I was a kid, and I've been following the Taoist path, but I've never been able to get through it. Hu Qian shook her head. Rather helplessly, the princess said that I was suitable for the path of martial arts, so she let me come and learn from Master Nya. So you've been a little Taoist nun. Nowadays, Meng Yuan had only seen people from the martial arts and Buddhist paths make a move, but had never seen Confucianism or Taoism, so he asked curiously, what do you say about taking the Taoist path? The study of Taoism is the most widely spread, with different schools of thought and different methods of cultivation. However, at the lower levels, there is not much difference. Hu Qian seems to understand some. Taoism says that life is all about cultivation, so eat gas and nourish your nature. I don't understand anything too deep. When Hu Qian said this, seeing Meng Yuan listening attentively, she blinked her eyes and said, if you are interested, you may as well look for Sister May again to beg for some Taoist texts to read. This is reasonable. Meng Yuan has already roughly turned over the history books, roughly understand the historical lineage. It is intended to take advantage of the free time, and then find some Confucianism and Taoism classics to look at. Is a long insight. It's always good to learn more. Master Nye said that the princess loves to read books, so if I were to ask the princess a question and not know anything about it, wouldn't I lose my reputation as a gelding smith? The two of them casually chatted for a few moments, then Hu Qian went back to practicing diligently, while Meng Yuan played the holding pile nourishing Yuan Gong once more, and then sat down, closed his eyes to think of the momentum of the great river, mobilizing the true qi. 9 shallow and 1 deep, 9 slow and 1 urgent began to impact the left arm orifices. Now that Meng Yuan has no money problems and no foreign affairs to disturb his mind, he intends to open the next 33 heavens as soon as possible so that he can go and serve the princess. End of chapter. Meditating and concentrating, the true qi came out through the dantian and traveled across the meridians, slowly coming to the left arm. Soon I realized that there was a barrier in front of me, like a river weir. Meng Yuan was not panicked. The true qi slowly impacted. Slow 9 urgent 1, shallow 9 deep 1, and then slowly increase the force, until it was both deep and urgent every time. I don't know how much longer, but Meng Yuan only felt that the blockage was open, and the first orifice of the left arm opened, which was at the upper arm. Meng Yuan opened his eyes, and it was already getting late. After eating dinner and taking a short rest, Meng Yuan brought all the trainees together again and continued to practice at night. Sweat was sown until exhaustion set in, and that's when it broke up. Meng Yuan is responsible for the responsibility of the eldest brother, but also deliberately visited the men's dormitory, women's dormitory. See cleaned up or still clean, then pulled some diligent bathing, more sunshine quilt nonsense, and then returned to the schoolyard next door to the residence. Old Uncle Jiang had long since gone to bed, and the candlelight was still on in Jiang Tang's room. Meng Yuan pushed the door in and saw the little girl reading carefully. This girl is at home every day to clean up her room, read and write, boil medicine and cook, and she has made several pairs of new shoes. Brother! Jiang Tang was happy to see Meng Yuan back. I'll bring you a midnight snack. She ran out with a brain and brought in a casserole dish of slow-cooked lamb. Now that the essence flame was growing slowly, Meng Yuan added meals every night and never stopped. Eat it piece by piece. Meng Yuan sat down, didn't mind the heat, and just started eating. I'm not hungry. Jiang Tang sat across the table, and attentively poured tea, then the two arms on the table, hands cupping his face, stupidly looking at Meng Yuan, whispered, Brother, this afternoon, seeking May's sister came. What is she doing here? Meng Yuan asked as he ate. Just asked about you. Jiang Tang stretched out her right hand, cocked her head, and helped Meng Yuan stroke the hair at her temples behind her ears to prevent it from getting covered in meat oil, while saying, when Sister Xuanmei saw me reading and recognizing words, she asked me if I would like to go and work under her. Meng Yuan realized that Xuanmei was really a great person. Worrying that she had offended Shitzi and Xi Flu, she wanted to shield this girl. Now that's a favor that really can't be paid back. What did your grandfather say? What do you think? Meng Yuan asked. Grandpa told me to listen to you. Jiang Tang spoke softly. Sister Seeking Plum said that going to her place during the day would be the way to go, and that she could still decoct medicine for Grandpa in the morning and evening, and that there would be no delay in making you a midnight snack in the evening. This is willing to go. Yes, although the search for the plum is a servant girl, cannot be very different from the master, and know the manners and gentle, graceful, good at financial management, good temperament. The little girl admires people is also unusual. Then go. Meng Yuan smiled. Tomorrow morning I'll take you to get some headgear. Leave the ear holes alone and buy some bracelet hairpins. Aha! Jiang Tang's eyes brightened all of a sudden, and she said happily, I've saved up several taels of silver, so I'll use my money this time. Meng Yuan took out 100 taels of silver ticket and handed it to her. Use this. Jiang Tang was confused and busy asking where the money came from, but Meng Yuan stopped talking. On the morning of the second day, Meng Yuan first went to the schoolyard for morning exercises before taking Jiang Tang out with him. The two ate a good meal, wandering around all morning. In the silver jewelry store hit the bracelet hairpin, but also to purchase a bronze mirror, a jewelry box, which is considered to be all work. Seeing the little girl happy, Meng Yuan is even more heartless, then head into the schoolyard, intending to open the next 33 days as soon as possible. When he arrived at the schoolyard and practiced until the evening dispersal, Meng Yuan opened another orifice in his left arm. I was going to go back and ask the little girl how she felt on her first day on the job. Then Wu Changshang ran to ask Meng Yuan why he didn't shout the horn today. And Tainio also felt that shouting a few times a day would show his loyalty to the crown princess. Loyalty isn't shouted. It's done. Meng Yuan refused very seriously. And in the following days, Niesher was not in person again, and Meng Yuan did not go looking for it. Meng Yuan's heart is not in the way, and he is fully impacting the orifices. Nor did he go out, not even bothering to inquire about Lu He's affairs, let alone going to drunken moon house. Teasing women, especially widows, was extremely boring. With this little bit of spare time, Meng Yuan would rather hug a stone mill for fun. Half a month had passed and it was late February. At the beginning of the sunrise, Meng Yuan first played a set of holding piles to nourish Yuan Gong, and then chose a place to sit quietly, storing the thought of the water of the great river, mobilizing the true qi, over and over again and again, and not like before that 9 slow and 1 urgent, but to the orifices again and again heavy blow. In a trance, Meng Yuan suddenly felt the blockage dissipate without a trace. By now, under the diligent practice day and night, all the limbs and orifices had been opened, and the lower 33 heavens had been fully opened. Meng Yuan was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but in a flash, he felt his whole body tremble slightly, and the real qi in his dantian was actually unstable. Niesher also did not say that there is still this situation. Meng Yuan hurried to meditate and concentrate, after a long time to be considered calm. According to what Master Nie said, the lower 33 heavens are in the skin and flesh, and the middle 33 heavens are in the sinews and bones, and they are positioned accordingly. The ninth product is the full opening of the lower 33 heavens, and now it has been fully opened. What should I do next to satisfactorily break the mirror? Meng Yuan was a fledgling brother and was still a bit confused. Master Nie always said that he found a pimp to teach me, but in fact, in martial arts, he is the pimp. Meng Yuan is an honest person. Seeing that it is going to be noon, he went to look for someone at the right time of the meal, and rubbed his nose in it. All the way to the drunken moon house was a breeze. Why haven't you come to see me after such a long time? But you think I'm too noisy here? Nie Qingqing spring clothes slightly thin, visible plump, jade hairpin step rock corresponding, lips with a smile, really a gentle and charming big sister look. Meng Yuan's heart swam, but he still made a serious face. Sister Qingqing, is Master Nie still busy with the martial arts line? When Nie Qingqing saw that the teenager brought up business as soon as he arrived, she put away her smile and said, the matter of the martial arts firm is nothing. It's that Uncle Zhang had something to do recently and borrowed my father away. Demon Suppression Division Pine River House Guard? Meng Yuan asked curiously. Not bad. Nie Qingqing gathered her hands. After 2 or 3 days, she'll probably be back. So it is. Meng Yuan had an accomplished plan and no longer pursued, only saying, Sister, I ran all the way here. I'm thirsty. Can I excuse myself for tea? Meng Yuan dabbled in the food. You're here to see Master Nie, not me. How can I care about your tea? Nie Qingqing beckoned, and there was a boy who brought a jar of wine. I dare not forget the kindness of the gentleman's helping hand earlier, so a thin jar of wine will be a thank you gift. After saying her words, Nie Qingqing walked straight away. That boy stuffed the altar of wine into Meng Yuan's arms, and didn't forget to drive people away. Sir, please go back. Women are so strange. When I'm serious, you think I'm not flirty, but when I'm flirty, you should say I'm playing with flowers. Meng Yuan didn't dabble with the meal and walked back with the wine altar in his arms. When he returned to the royal mansion, he saw a man waiting at the entrance of the schoolyard, and it was actually Big Head Zhao. Big Head Zhao also saw Meng Yuan. He rushed forward, and looked at the wine altar in Meng Yuan's arms, and asked in a very serious manner, Little Meng, tell me honestly, Auntie put you to sleep? What's going on here? Meng Yuan said helplessly, I'm always in the royal residence. Where am I going to sleep? Zhao Big Head do not believe, and grabbed Meng Yuan wrist. See hot. People do not have dark circles, full of vitality. Indeed is not emptied by the appearance of female sex, which is a little assured. Auntie came to me and said she wants to see you. Big Head Zhao whispered. How did you find you? She shouldn't know that we're doing labor at the Makwang. Meng Yuan asked curiously. She said that the smell of cow dung in our manor is the strongest and best, so she found me as soon as she came. Big Head Zhao said helplessly. Meng Yuan smiled and asked again, did she say why she wanted to see me? Big Head Zhao stared at Meng Yuan and whispered. She said that you untied her, and that she went back to her hometown thinking of her godmother while thinking of you, and wanted to return the favor. It seems to be to repay the favor of saving his life. That little Xiangling's brain is really not very good, but her character is not bad. How did she say she would repay me? Meng Yuan asked curiously. How else can I return the favor? Big Head Zhao grabbed Meng Yuan's arm and didn't let go. Little Meng I know that you're a promising person with a positive idea in your heart, and the Zhang family's girl is really still small. Your young man Fire Chi Wang, but also cannot be found indiscriminately, even if the whoring, spend not a few dollars. Speaking here, Zhao Daodu hurriedly looked for an addendum. But don't take Tainyo with you. He's still a child. Meng Yuan rubbed his brow, smiled helplessly, and asked, she said in person that she wants to sleep with me? That's not true. That is to say that she wants to see you. Made an appointment for tomorrow morning, just outside the manor. Zhao Big Head still has afterthoughts. Auntie is very proud of herself, saying that she will definitely make you greatly happy. Great joy? How much joy? Meng Yuan wasn't half interested in sleeping with the little weasel, and knew that Xiang Ling was never going to come to sleep. However, now that the lower 33 heavens are fully open, the method for advancing to the 8th grade has not yet been settled, and Nieshur is not present. It is really worthwhile to go out and walk around, and it is only one day for a round trip anyway. End of chapter. Since he had made a decision, Meng Yuan did not nag, and planned to depart this time, going to Makwang to stay for the night. Delivering the wine to the lodging, he went to find Xuanmei again, saying that he was going back to Makwang, and asked her to help take more care of Jiangtang. And then Meng Yuan went back to the schoolyard, instructing Hu Qian and Wu Changxing to take the cadets to drill, before he put on his 5-stone bow and long sword again, and went to the stables to take the little red horse. I'll go back to the pastoral villa to take a look. Meng Yuan didn't explain more to old Uncle Jiang. When they were ready, Meng Yuan rode a horse and Zhao Daodu drove a donkey cart, and bought some meat and marinated flavors on the road, and the two of them ate and talked. In fact, it was all said by Zhao Daodu, mostly words of exhortation. This time, I went out of the city again, but I saw that the greenery was deeper. Grass grows on both sides of the road. Farmers are diligent, and seedlings are green. It was halfway through the afternoon before the Mako came into view. Meng Yuan was in no hurry to return to the Makwang, but instead circled around the Makwang to explore it first. Although Shannon is a mindless, but after all, it is the essence of the origin of the monster. The defense cannot be less. Meng Yuan carefully checked the location of the appointment with Xian Ling before returning to Makwang. When Sun Zhuangtou saw Meng Yuan come again, he set up a farmhouse banquet, and he sidestepped for half a day, trying to figure out Meng Yuan's purpose for coming here. But Meng Yuan is here to meet the little weasel in private. Can only pull somewhat miss the old place of nonsense perfunctory. Brother, you keep it. When Sun Zhuangtou heard that the Zhang family's girl had followed seeking plum and mixed, he took out 10 taels of silver to give it to him. I'm really just here to take a break. And Seeking Plum didn't say anything. Meng Yuan wasn't in the habit of blackmailing. When he had eaten dinner, Meng Yuan could not sleep, so he practiced his sword skills in the courtyard. According to the method of true chi transportation and breathing techniques passed down by Master Nya, the power of the Gale Blade technique had indeed increased, moving faster and striking the blade more quickly. With the moon in the sky, he practiced again and again. Meng Yuan found that, according to the method handed down by Master Nya, the Gale Blade technique is certainly more powerful, but there is always a sense of stagnation, unable to blend into the sky, as if something is missing. Meng Yuan had thought at first that he was unskilled in the method of true chi transportation, but after practicing until midnight, this feeling of stagnation remained. It's like spending money and eating a vegetarian. Chi and force are in harmony, and intent is in harmony with chi. Is it missing the into the subtle that Master Nya said? Or is it something else? Meng Yuan had saved up a bunch of questions, not only about the matter of the Gale Blade technique, but also the method of breaking the mirror's 8th grade. If you can be 8 pins earlier, follow the princess to go trekking, which can be much stronger than getting together with Xiangling to smell the smell of cow dung. Moreover, the food has been very good recently, and the essence fire has drawn more nutrients, and now it has been able to envelop most of the body, and it is estimated that it will be complete in another half a month. When that time came, he would quench his body some more, and he thought that he would be able to advance faster in the 8th grade. After practicing the Gale Blade technique for half the night, Meng Yuan slept peacefully. After breakfast on the second day and practicing his sword skills, Meng Yuan put in 2 hard-boiled eggs and walked out of the village, Heading west, everything is sprouting in spring and the grass is tender and green. Can come to the foot of the mountain. Then feel the winter cold still a few points. The weeds on the ground are born among the dead leaves, and have the appearance of flourishing upward. With a sword at his waist and a heavy bow on his back, Meng Yuan calmly stepped forward. Looking around, Meng Yuan saw a pile of dead leaves under an acacia tree and slowly walked over. Miss Shangling said she wanted to see me, but why isn't there a shadow? Meng Yuan sighed and made a hand undoing his belt. Forget it, let's pee first. Yikes! A brown-skinned weasel jumped out of the pile of dead leaves in a flash, only to see Shangling jump up 3 feet at once, then land with a turn and lean her back against the acacia tree. She was dressed as a village girl with a small floral bundle tied around her neck and a floral wrap over her head, revealing 2 small ears. The 2 lower limbs held up the slender body, and the black nose was wet and looked competent. Shangling quickly peeled off the broken leaves that stained her body. It was evident that she was still a neat person, but her mouth didn't stop. You know I'm hiding under the leaves, and you're still going to pee on me. Her big round eyes are very godly. 2 upper limbs seem to want to fork over, but slightly short, can only fork to the armpit. Then her head tilted up. Exasperated, little geldings. Bad. Meng Yuan was an honest man and knew that he was justified, so he cupped his fists and smiled, saying, "It is I who is a Meng Long. Please forgive Miss Xiangling." "Yeah, you also strange polite Lu." Xiangling immediately turned her head. "Has already gone to the gas." 2 big eyes looking at Meng Yuan. Joyful, "Hey, then I forgive you." She also did not cross her waist, straightened her small bag and head scarf, and happily said, "Little geldings, you talk strange good Lu, then you haven't heard anything good." Meng Yuan smiled and didn't say anything. "See how stylishly I'm dressed?" Shannon stretched out both of her upper limbs and spun around in a circle, clearly meant to be complimentary. "It's very fashionable. All the noble women in the city dress like this." Meng Yuan knew that Xiangling was a bumpkin, so he coaxed her with words and asked, "Are you preparing for a blind date? Have you finalized your match?" Alas, Xiangling has no mother. It's a long story. As soon as she mentioned the marriage, Xiangling sighed. "Once my godmother died, the old matchmaker was nowhere to be seen. Maybe the Peach Blossom Ridge was too rowdy, and scared her old man too much to go out." "This silly Shannon." Meng Yuan laughed. "Did the matchmaker go to the Peach Blossom Festival?" "That's not true." Xiangling shook her little head. "The matchmaker said that what Big Tail Brother is learning is not proper Buddhism, and the more you listen to it, the more you become an asshole and can't cultivate great freedom. It would be better to learn more about the ability to eat the sun and drink the dew. That would be true freedom. This green-skinned fox has insight. Great self-realization is a Buddhist saying, and true ease is a Taoist saying." When Meng Yuan heard this, he felt that the fox was quite extraordinary, and Xiangling mother and daughter by the fox cheat. Certainly is this pair of mother and daughter stupid. On the other hand is also people fox really a bit capable. "How's your blind date going?" Xiangling actually wanted to exchange blind date experiences again. "When did I say I was dating?" Meng Yuan smiled helplessly and said, "People haven't gotten divorced yet. I have to wait a little longer." "But you can't wait any longer. Look how old you are." Shannon was serious again, looking like she was imparting life lessons. Meng Yuan rubbed his brow, realizing that he had been so focused on messing around with this weasel that he had forgotten about business. "You called me here. What's the matter?" Meng Yuan asked. Hearing this, Xiangling immediately straightened up and said, "Godmother said, if you give me a peach, I'll give you 2 apricots. If you rob me of an egg, I have to steal 2 slices of meat from you. Isn't this roe deer sensible? Why is he greedy for those eggs?" Meng Yuan smiled and said, "This is the meaning of having a favor to repay and a grudge to repay. A gentleman's grudge is clear." "Ha!" Xiangling marveled. "Little geldings, you know a lot." She jumped forward happily and said, "I'm here to return the favor." Xiangling 2 short upper limbs cross, make arms, self-complacent. "I went to find the pig sister-in-law. She has the most children. I told her, you give birth every month. Too many children. All day humming noisy, full of your children. Why don't you castrate? I'll find you a man. Cheap but also good." As a result, Mrs. Pig told me to get lost. Speaking of this, Xiangling stamped her foot in anger and said, "Sister-in-law Pig is too rude. It's very polite for people to just tell you to off." Meng Yuan was an honest man, so he said, "I used to do the gelding's craft, but now that I have changed my profession, there is no need to solicit work for me. I know. You are now following the big shots of the Demon Suppression Division." Xiangling was very reasonable and added, "But you haven't gotten married yet, and I've already told you about a few marriages." "What's all this? How many marriages? Pimping at a young age. Is this a great joy?" Meng Yuan tilted his head back to look at the sky and couldn't help but ask himself, "What the hell am I doing here?" Xiangling but do not realize, still pulling non-stop, breaking pause and counting. I found you a number of good and bad. There are 6 willing to see you. There are also said that you people are very bad to be in a place first. There is also the bride price is too high. I gave you a push. On the contrary, the cow widow said that she wants to sleep with you first. What's all this nonsense? Meng Yuan reached out and cupped Xiangling's mouth, then fished out a hard-boiled egg from his sleeve and said, I remember your kindness, but I don't need you to worry about me marrying. From now on, stay well in your old turtle pit, don't associate with fox matchmakers, and don't go to Makwang again. Shoving the hard-boiled egg into Xiangling's arms, Meng Yuan turned back and left. Don't go, little geldings. Xiangling caught up in 3 tries, pulled Meng Yuan by the hem of his shirt, tilted his head to keep from leaving, and pitifully said, my family has a big medicine. It's the dowry my godmother left me. Do you want it? Oh, tell me in detail. Meng Yuan finally became interested. End of chapter. Xiangling would have been a little talkative. The mind is not quite the same as the people. There is a heart, but not much, talking in a mixed way. But Meng Yuan had listened for half a day and sort of knew what was going on with that dowry of hers. It turns out that the Xiangling lived in the big head of the mountain area. There is a hidden narrow stone crevice, in which there is a treasure tree, and has borne 2 fruits. That place is Xiangling unintentionally found, she and her godmother after the gas, the 2 together, but also specifically looking for dead wood and leaves to cover, nearby also sprinkled with Thai urine marking the ground. Then Xiangling has been guarding the Big Head Mountain, and has been appointed by her godmother as the great inspector of the Big Head Mountain, while her godmother has gone back to her hometown. The mother and daughter were only waiting for the fruit to ripen so that they could take one as a dowry and marry into a large family. Since you have found the treasure tree, why don't you 2 mothers keep it together? Why does your godmother have to go back home? Meng Yuan was really curious. That roe deer have gone to grip the wool of the great-tailed venerable one. It can be seen that it is a wealth junkie, but it is inappropriate to disregard the precious medicine and have to go back to live in the old house. Godmother has a lover. Xiangling was very angry. 2 big eyeballs have tears. Godmother is obsessed with a Taoist priest, not far from her hometown. That Taoist priest recites sutra every morning. Godmother has to go to listen to it every day. It rains and snows without delay, more diligent than collecting eggs, but also pouting at others. She spoke, tilting her tail and pouting. That's it, fuming. What kind of bad karma is this? For a man, you've forgotten about the avenue? And don't you dare to learn it. Meng Yuan pinched his brow, remembering that when he went to the medicine manor, he did see a short hill by the Tsanglong River with a temple on it. Only the incense didn't seem too good. What did the other Taoist priest not say? May I claim your godmother's favor? Meng Yuan asked curiously. No. Xiangling was very serious. My godmother doesn't dare to talk in front of people. The Taoist priests don't know that my godmother is a great immortal. And a few people call my godmother a stupid roe deer. My godmother is not stupid. What fairy? Is there a pouty-ass fairy? Meng Yuan didn't want to talk about the ass anymore and only said, the fruit can be picked? Godmother taught me to recognize them. They were just cooked yesterday. So I came to find you. Maybe it's about the food. Xiangling sat on her but on the floor, and lost her smart and capable look, cracked open the eggs Meng Yuan gave her, and carefully started peeling them. But after all, she was talking about her godmother, so she was crying and whimpering while eating eggs. Why don't you eat the fruit when it's ripe? For some reason, seeing Xiangling cry made Meng Yuan want to laugh. Godmother isn't here, and I don't have the taste to eat it alone. Xiangling peeled it off, and also vainly let it down, seeing Meng Yuan shaking his head, before he happily said, besides, I still have to keep one as dowry. Just don't mention that marriage of yours. Meng Yuan helplessly held his forehead. Godmother said that the fruit is so good that people eat it for strength, and we're smart if we eat it. Xiangling finished the eggs in one gulp and burped. She said seriously, you saved me once. I'll give you one and keep one. Meng Yuan looked at Xiangling. This little guy's body was cheated by the fox matchmaker. The elk godmother was eaten, and the dowry was left. But there was not a little bit of disillusionment, but instead, he was preoccupied with the idea of repaying the favor. How far is Big Head Mountain? Meng Yuan asked. Not much farther. Cook 2 or 3 times of eggs in the space. Xiangling ass on the ground sitting, also tilted his head and mouth, 2 upper limbs vigorously spread, gesturing the distance. Your eggs are still strange delicious. She made a strong hint that she wanted more. Meng Yuan realized that the big head of the mountain is too close to the village and town. Xiangling mother and daughter are willing to get close to the talent to live in the big head of the mountain, and other monsters less to go to the big head of the mountain, so that the treasure tree only by chance to let the 2 of them to keep. This is the 3rd time to see Xiangling, and Meng Yuan has been looking at Xiangling's eyes, This little guy talked about the godmother when sad. Talking about repayment of kindness is strong. Pulling the wedding and lost. Indeed did not lie. And Xiangling talk although mixed, but really not bad conscience. No heart. When we first met and took a ride, but also paid the carriage fee. Visible upbringing. Meng Yuan had saved this little one and knew that she was just an ordinary elf. Just spitting out human words and being quick and agile, with no other abilities. The big head of the mountain is not far away. Just 5 or 6 miles into the mountains. Meng Yuan yesterday to Zhao Big Head inquired about. The nearby villagers also often in the big head of the mountain hunting medicine. Said that there is no danger, but also cannot hit things. I'll go with you. Seeing that it was still early in the day, Meng Yuan got up and went with him, so he could also see the treasure tree pill. Now that the essence flame is growing slowly, if we have this item to help us, I'm afraid that we will be able to complete it faster. When the time comes, the body will be tempered once again, and after entering the 8th grade, the progress will certainly be even faster. Yes, yes, yes. When Xiangling heard this, she jumped up at once, happy and quick. You lead the way, Meng Yuan said. I never get lost. Shannon was very confident, smugly moving forward. Thus between the proximity of the village and the access to the mountain there are also trails. The spring day was hyping up the green, and although the sun was mostly obscured, there was still a reddish light slanting in. Dampness in the mountains. The sunrise catalyzes the dense air, quiet and peaceful. The sound of birds singing in the valley. More return to the sense of nature. Agu, running too fast, stomach forked. Xiangling was in front and sat down on her butt. Meng Yuan took out the last boiled egg and threw it to her, and Xiangling happily took it. Little geldings, you're so nice. Su is appear for a while. Xiangling to Meng Yuan raised the knife back bow is not afraid of. Grabbed Meng Yuan clothes hem. A smoke climbed to Meng Yuan's shoulder. It's so high. Higher than me hanging from a peach tree. Xiangling pointed out the way while peeling the egg, while still shoving the yolk into Meng Yuan's mouth afterwards. You eat. I don't eat. Meng Yuan refused. Xiangling obviously did not know the reasoning behind the 3 resignations and 3 concessions, and instantly stuffed it back into her mouth, and hummed twice in satisfaction, as if it were supremely delicious. After traveling for half an hour, I finally saw Xiangling's old home, Big Head Mountain. I can only see a bare high hill, which is the Big Head Mountain. Of course, Big Head Mountain also refers to the area around here. In front of the high hill there is a 10-foot square puddle. There is a lot of water in the area. It seems not shallow. This is the old turtle pit. Xiangling chatter, all the way to say this place where fun, where to sleep comfortably, but also said that the water here is good to drink clouds. This is it. When he rounded Big Head Mountain, he saw a small hill in the middle of the forest in trees. That hillock was covered with thorns and sour dates, and there were quite a few dead leaves and rotten branches surrounding it. You put it away for me? Don't make it dirty. Xiangling took down the broken flower-wrapped head, carrying the broken flower small bag, jumped down at once, drilled into the thorns. 3 times 2 turn over the dead leaves and chaotic branches. See the mountain bag cracked with a gap. The thin part is only a finger wide. The center of the wide place is also only 2 fists wide. It is really not easy to notice. Meng Yuan stood tall and looked into the gap, only to see that it was dark inside, 3 or 4 feet deep, in which there was really a tiny green plant. The green plant was about knee-high and bore 2 green fruits. This green plant is afraid that there will be a little sunshine into the daily lunchtime, but still have a thriving state. Obviously extraordinary. The sun is warming up near midday, steaming up a faint scent. I'll pick one for you right here. He. Xiangling was happy, but she saw that the little geldings didn't respond. She turned her head to look, only to see that the little geldings had actually removed the longbow on his back, and was calmly knocking his arrows. Xiangling was crying. Little geldings, you're so bad. You're really an old pig with a baby. So what kind of grandmother are you pretending to be? Weasel to you to pay homage to the new year. Pretend what good people. My godmother said that people can't be trusted, so she didn't lie to me. She simply lay down, closed her eyes and raised her white belly. Oh, godmother said better to die than to live. You must be sharp. If it hurts a lot, I'll scold you for not being able to gild craftsman. Xiangling whined and cried, but never felt any pain in her belly. She opened one eye to look and saw the geldings bending their bows and arrows, but not aiming at themselves, but aiming into the distance. Xiangling hurriedly stood up and burrowed out of the thorn bushes, when she saw the old fox half a man's height under a pine tree in the distance. The old fox, wearing green clothes, with his hand on a wooden staff and hunched over, was looking this way. What have you been doing, old matchmaker? Xiangling was overjoyed. What did the ant say? She had just laid down to die, and now she was thinking about the wedding. The old fox, however, ignored it and just stared at Meng Yuan's arrow, smiling. Little friend, 2 fruits. Why don't you and I each get one? Is that okay? One was gifted to me by Miss Xiangling, and one was Miss Xiangling's dowry, so ask her. Meng Yuan said. The fox looked at Xiangling and said, Xiangling, Auntie asked me to fetch the dowry. When Xiangling heard this, she shook her head vigorously and said, the dowry is for me to bring over to support my face, so I don't need to give it to Auntie. In the future, if we divorce, I can still bring the dowry back. She actually knows quite a bit about marriage customs. She doesn't agree. Meng Yuan said. The old fox was silent for a while and said, a plow ox in half a field. The harvest also depends on the sky, and the desert also depends on the sky. Are you harvesting or deserting? What does she mean? I can't understand. Xiangling was no little cutie either. This moment to see that something is wrong. Lying on the ground, do not dare to move, but cannot control the mouth. The fox is saying that this precious medicine was planted by her, and that it is ripe today and is coming to collect the grain. As to whether or not I can receive it, it depends on what I can do. Meng Yuan said. This was raised by me and my godmother. 1 pea and 1 at a time. Xiangling whined again. I have always been kind to people. It's just that this time there is some urgency. The old fox took a step forward and said, you may not be able to beat me. Why don't you and I each get one? And then heaven and earth will be vast. The young man will have a bright future, and there will be many pleasures on earth. At the moment I'm not fastidious. Meng Yuan said. The old fox's face was grim as he said, a small foolish spirit and stupid monster is like grass and trees. A snap of the fingers can kill. Why do you need to do it? I have realized the greatness of Qiankuan, but I still pity the grass and trees. Meng Yuan's bow was like a full moon, shooting out. End of chapter. The bow is like thunderbolt strings. As the arrow fired, the bowstring trembled more than a few times. The birds in the mountains and forests flew about, and Xiangling instinctively fell to the ground paralyzed with fear. 5 stone heavy bow. But in the end there is 100 paces away. Wild spirit demon and most of the natural sharp and agile. Although the fox is old, see the opportunity but fast, immediately moved 2 steps to the left, half of the body to hide behind a green stone. The arrow landed on the place where she originally stood, and the earth and rocks on the ground crumbled, showing the power of the heavy arrow. Ignorant martial artist. How can a mere arrow hurt my immortal body? The old fox was clearly hiding, but he even uttered a taunt. Meng Yuan's heart is a few more points of gravity. This old fox has a measure of speech, clearly has read the book, read the classics, and have seen the world, know how to fight with the martial arts, but also understand the world, is why the ridicule, hoping that their own young man was provoked by a series of angry shooting, so that the consumption of energy. Earlier in Peach Blossom Ridge, after hearing about Xiangling being coaxed by this fox matchmaker, Meng Yuan thought that the old fox was just a mountain spirit and wild monster who was a trickster. But today, when we talked again, we realized that the old fox had disdained the Buddhist teachings transmitted by the Great Tail Venerable One, but instead said what to eat the sun and drink the dew, and what to really get away with the words of the Taoists. Then look at the behavior of the old fox at this time. It can be seen that this old fox is not an unusual monster, and not to take the martial arts cultivation path. It is very likely to be cultivated by the Taoist method. Meng Yuan was a fledgling brother who had only sparred with martial artists of the same rank, but had heard Master Nya talk about the ways of other families. The Taoists talk about the life of all cultivation, dining in the sun and drinking dew since there is, traveling the world since there is also, but have to wait for a high grade before you can do, and the low grade actually didn't have much ability. The chi is not as strong as a martial artist who fights at all times, and the body is even not as strong as a martial artist, but it knows some divine techniques. But when it comes to power, it's not really that great. To put it bluntly, when it comes to low grade, Rushi Dao is inferior to martial artists. If one is approached by a martial artist, it is highly likely that they will be taken down on the spot, or even killed by crossing the ranks. The doctrines of Confucianism and Taoism all make sense, but the sword of the martial artist makes more sense. I'm out. I'm in. The old fox on a wooden staff. Can be agile? Borrow that green stone. Back and forth to show his head. Really? Meng Yuan wasn't spoiling for a fight and drew an arrow, but the two are 100 paces apart. The old fox is like eating aphrodisiacs. It is really not good to shoot, and also taunted non-stop, but not shot. After shooting 3 arrows in a row, Meng Yuan thought to himself, 100 paces away is too far. The old fox and cunning, really not sure to shoot. Of course, if once hit by a heavy bow, it would be useless without dying. Just now the old fox showed up to mention the equal share of medicine, and did not directly hands robbing. Visible old fox is not bound to win the chance of success. Meng Yuan guided the bow in his hand, and no longer shoot. Looked back at Xiangling, but saw her buried head, pouting ass looking this way. Stupid. Even if it's a waste, That waste Shannon is always on her side. Either way, with 2 against 1, the advantage is mine. Meng Yuan drew his bow, fully concentrated, but did not make a move, and asked, Your Excellency is still not making a move? The old fox hid behind the bruised green stone and laughed strangely. How can a foolish mortal be worthy of seeing the wonders of my immortal law? This old fox's mouth was really hard. Meng Yuan wasn't in a hurry and only said, Xiang Ling, you go and collect the fruit first, and go find the person who sent me the message, and say that there is a fox demon scourge, and ask him to bring his brothers from the demon suppression division. Ha! Xiangling was lying on her back in the thorn bushes, her 2 front paws covering her head, secretly looking this way. When she heard the guild maker's words, she hurriedly echoed back, He's also from the demon suppression division? Though it was strange, Shannon rose nimbly to her feet and pulled the small bundle around her neck before jumping into the cleft of the thorn bush. Meng Yuan naturally did not have the luxury of little Xiangling can be a success, this time only to force the old fox to show his head. That old fox delayed the means, visible in her hands of magic without very confident, and scrupulous about their own hands' heavy bow. This is the advantage. Using this advantage to force the old fox to come out for a duel, then the advantage will be even greater. As long as she has a slight break, then it will be the old fox's time to die. Soon, Xiangling came out of that rift with her bulging bag in her arms, and without walking, she stood up and looked at Meng Yuan in a babbling manner, and then at the old fox in the distance. Little geldings, Xiangling trotted over to Meng Yuan, tugged at the hem of Meng Yuan's coat, tilted her head, and said, Why don't you give mine to the old matchmaker? What if you get hurt in a fight and can't go back to work? It's better to die than to live. Meng Yuan glared at Xiangling. Little geldings, she's willing to give it to me. What kind of good guy are you still pretending to be? Are you going to swallow it all? The old fox laughed, and also used the title of geldings. This is a robbery, not a gift. If you cheat Xiangling's mother and daughter of their dowry, it shall be earthly fun, and I shall pay no attention to it. If you take advantage of my absence and cheat her out of her great medicine, I won't say anything either. An arrow shot out from Meng Yuan's hand. But today, when I am here, I cannot allow simple people who know what they are doing to be coaxed and bullied by you. Meng Yuan once again drew his arrow and strung his bow. Xiangling, run! Xiangling froze and finally nodded. Then I'll run faster and call for reinforcements for you. She finished her sentence and headed for the exit in a flash. Sure enough, the old fox grew impatient. In that case, leave it all behind. She hid behind the green stone, raised the wooden staff in her hand, and babbled. The wind breaks the ground, the water heaves the sky, the earth, fire, water and wind, rise, just see a fresh breeze, and then the trees waved endlessly, startling the ground withered leaves and gravel. At this time it is near noon, although there are many trees in the mountains, the sun is hot, quite bright, but the cloudy wind together, immediately have a sense of darkness. Flying cooking fire, the old fox cast a big spell behind the green stone. As soon as the words fell, I saw the fire rain drift, attracting the dead leaves, and then the wind with fire, in all directions seemed to become a barrier. Meng Yuan surrounded the entire barrier, and the barrier quickly contracted. Meng Yuan's heart is becoming more and more calm. This wind and fire method seems to have a great momentum. In fact, the power of the general cannot create much injury, at most, obscuring the field of vision for sneak attack. The wind helped the fire increased the wind power, and the two drove the withered leaves and debris toward Meng Yuan. At that moment, he saw the old fox laughing as he swept out of the green stone, his feet stepping on the wind and fire momentum, his hand waving the wooden staff, surging toward Meng Yuan. Isn't this seeking death? Meng Yuan raised his bow to shoot, then immediately lowered it again and ran backwards in a hurry. After 3 or 5 steps to break out of the wind and fire barrier, he saw a green-clothed figure in front of him, clearly the old fox. Sure enough, just now that old fox came out from behind the green stone and waved, a look of desperation. But here there is another fox. It must be that this old fox used some kind of blindfold method. That old fox on top of the wind and fire who wants to fight for his life is a fake. But the real one has come after Xiangling. Meng Yuan under the 33 full open, true chi immediately infused limbs. After the first, faster than the old fox. That old fox found Meng Yuan chased up, face horrified. 2 furry hands want to pinch, but saw the knife light has already fallen. Ah! A scream echoed through the mountains. In a flash of blood, the old fox's tail was severed. With one strike, Meng Yuan's confidence has increased. This old fox is also a little demon law blindfold. Slightly ventilation fire art. In fact, the body is unbearable. Meng Yuan didn't dare to stop for a moment and immediately stepped forward to make up for it. The old fox paralyzed on the ground, the eyes of resentment in the extreme. The 2 furry hands grabbed a piece of blood, and then together, gritted his teeth and said, "Lead." For a moment, Mang Yuan felt the heavens spinning when he met the old fox's eyes. End of chapter. The bright moon was shallow, and after practicing hard all night in the schoolyard, Mang Yuan returned to his residence. The stomach was a little hungry again, but at this moment, Mang Yuan didn't really want to eat, simply because his mind was full of pussy. There's not much to think about in this life. Make a little money, get a little power, and sleep with a few more pretty girls and you're done. Mang Yuan saw that there was a subtle candlelight in the dead of night, so he went forward and pushed open the door. Just see Jiang Tang today changed into new clothes, head draped in beads and emeralds. Under the dim light is particularly good looking. Brother, I want to sleep with you. There was spring in tiny Jiang Tang's brows and eyes, and then he actually started to take off his clothes. This old fox's work is too rough, isn't it? With this level of cultivation? Mang Yuan rubbed his head and borrowed a phrase from Nye Yannian's comment about venerable great tail, then drew out his sword and slashed it once. For a moment, with a slight pain in his head, he heard a clear voice. Little geldings, I'll help you. Mang Yuan hastily opened his eyes and saw that the old fox had a short sword in his hand and was actually 2 feet in front of him. A brown-skinned, white-bellied figure with a crumpled bundle darted in, jumped up all at once, and took the old fox by the head. The old fox was going to hold down Xiangling with one hand, but when she saw that Mang Yuan had already opened her eyes, she was horrified, obviously not expecting Mang Yuan to get rid of the secret method so quickly. She didn't care about Xiangling. She held her short sword in both hands and stabbed at Mang Yuan. Mang Yuan immediately closed his stomach and retreated, while at the same time stretching out his hands to catch the hilt of his opponent's sword. The old fox's hand was short, and also injured. Mang Yuan immediately won the hand, and then twisted, went to the old fox's short sword. Spare me, young warrior, spare me. I'll send you a copy of the heavenly chance diagram. The old fox knew that the tide had turned and decisively begged for mercy. Mang Yuan was curious about what the heavenly chance diagram was and wanted to get a copy as well, but not now. Getting up and riding on the old fox, he pressed the fox's head with his left hand, grabbed the short sword with his other hand, and stabbed it hard at the fox's neck. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords. Mang Yuan also forgot how many swords he had stabbed, only to see that the old fox was dead beyond death, his head almost disconnected from his body. Only then did Mang Yuan get off the fox and sit on the ground, panting heavily. Looking next to them, the 2 Shanning's eyes were glazed over, staring blankly at the old fox's corpse. The matchmaker is dead. It took a while for Shannon to respond. Yes, the fox is dead. Mang Yuan wiped a handful of blood splattered on his face and smiled. You're scared? Xiangling nodded her head back and forth. Scared indeed. I remember you saying that your godmother taught you that it's better to die than to live. So why did you still desperately try to save me just now? Mang Yuan asked. Shannon sat down on her butt and thought for a moment before saying, I don't know. You're not afraid of death? Mang Yuan asked with a smile. Fear. Xiangling was very reasonable and said, but godmother also said that it's good to live and it's okay to die. It's good to be alive, and it's fine to be dead. Mang Yuan repeated the sentence without saying anything else and came back to touch the old fox's corpse. This old fox, in addition to the body of green clothes, but also a short sword, a wooden staff. That wooden staff also seems to be an ordinary thing, visible fine poor. As for the so-called heavenly chart, it is also unknown where it is. Do you know where the matchmaker came from? Mang Yuan asked Xiangling. I don't know. Xiangling shook her head and scratched both ears. The matchmaker is actually quite nice. Sometimes she even tells us about the city. She's not a virtuous person. In the future you should also have more eyes. Mang Yuan said. I have a lot of hard eyes. As soon as Xiangling heard the geldings say that she lacked hard eyes, she immediately became anxious. Yes, 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 you have a lot of heart. Pick up some dead branches and let's burn the fox. Seeing that he couldn't squeeze any oil out of it and didn't want to bring it back to cause more trouble, Mang Yuan rose to the intention of burning the body. Xiangling was obedient at this moment and hurriedly went to look for dead branches, and Mang Yuan also came to help. Your arrows sure aren't bad for firewood. Xiangling retrieved an arrow and happily invited credit. Mang Yuan popped her in the head and brought her back to retrieve all the arrows again. The 2 of them worked for half a day, and that's how they got the fire going. The smell of burning stench came from Mang Yuan and Xiangling, and they didn't hide, only that the former was reflecting back on the gains and losses of this fight, while the latter didn't know what they were thinking about. When Wolf Big ate my godmother, he burned it the same way. Xiangling cried. My godmother said that eating meat raw is a beast, and eating meat cooked is a demon, and she told Wolf Day to cook it before eating it. Mang Yuan covered his forehead, and for a moment he really couldn't figure out what was going on in the head of Xiangling's godmother. Are you eating? Shannon asked. Mang Yuan was indeed a bit hungry, but really didn't have half an appetite, so he shook his head. I don't eat either. Xiangling wiped her tears with her flowery headscarf and chanted, "Little geldings, you can read and recite?" Slightly learned a few words. Meng Yuan said, "So you'll write my name?" Shannon asked curiously. Meng Yuan immediately drew out a branch and wrote on the ground. Xiangling came across the table to look. Both eyes rounded. "That's my name? Reverse? From my side." Meng Yuan pinched the back of Xiangling's neck and lifted her to his side. "Yikes! My name is so pretty." Xiangling had just been crying. But now, as soon as she sniffled, she jumped up and down and said joyfully, "You write my godmother's name again." "What is your godmother's name?" Meng Yuan asked. "My godmother's name is Flower Nun," Xiangling exclaimed. Meng Yuan wrote the name of the flower nun on the ground again. Shannon looked closely and gestured with her little paws. When Meng Yuan saw her like this, he took out the old fox's short sword and carved their maidens' names on a small stone. "This way, you won't be afraid of the handwriting being blown away by the wind. Little Geld, you are so nice." Xiangling was so happy that she cupped the small stone in her hands, while she unclasped the bag on her back. "This hasn't been given to you yet." Xiangling took out a tiny green fruit. Meng Yuan received the green fruit that he had gotten from fighting to the death and held it in his hands for a closer look. This fruit is only the size of a thumbnail. Surplus green with a hint of crimson. Close to the smell, there is a subtle aroma. Xiangling hid the small stone in her bag and carefully tied it around her neck, which was visible and cherished. "You eat it quickly." Xiangling held another green fruit and said seriously, "Godmother said that you have to eat it quickly when you pick it. It won't taste good after a few days. Didn't you say you could take it away as a dowry? How come you have to eat it when you pick it?" Meng Yuan had thought to wait until this time when the essence flame had been perfected before eating it. "I didn't say I was going to pick it as a dowry. It can be a dowry even if you don't." Xiangling tilted her head with a look of a little cutie expression. Meng Yuan rubbed his brow, not knowing what to say. "I'll eat it too and forget about it." Xiangling's tone was sad again. "Godmother originally gave me the idea to eat it in front of Auntie so that I could show off my family's wealth. As a result, I ate it in front of your face." She turned her back and clucked and ate. Seeing this, Meng Yuan didn't hesitate much and swallowed it immediately. It fell into his stomach before he could chew it. For a moment, Meng Yuan only felt the lower 33 heavens vibrate slightly. There was a burning sensation in his dantian, and the various orifices seemed to have grown a few points larger. The body was slightly hot. After a slight stored thought, he saw that most of the nutrients of this green fruit had been drawn by the essence fire. That essence flame immediately rose, and only a few breaths had passed before it had enveloped the entire body, clearly consummating it. Meng Yuan had a feeling that as long as he urged in his heart, the essence fire would immediately disperse its power and quench his body again. But this moment is obviously not the right time. And, looking at Xiangling again, this little guy is covered with hot air, staggering and unsteady on his feet. This was obviously because the green fruit was too potent, and Xiangling's small body could not accommodate many of the medicinal effects for a while. "Xiangling?" Meng Yuan pinched the back of Xiangling's neck and lifted her up. "Ha?" Shannon was confused, her eyes misty. "I'm hot and I want to be sleepy." Meng Yuan no longer say more, tucked her into the lapel arms. Short sword and long knife were good. Back long bow and arrow bag. This will go down the mountain also. End of chapter. At this point in the afternoon is already half. Daylight westward slanting. The mountains and forests in mist. Her chest was warm, and Shannon stomped her feet from time to time and grunted, as if she were drunk. Meng Yuan pressed his hand on the hilt of his sword and quickly returned towards the original path. After a rush through the mountains, Meng Yuan again realized that he was a bit different. The increase in qi is not much, but it is more durable. Moreover, his ears and eyes became brighter and brighter, and the circulation of blood and qi within his limbs and bones was unhindered and lighter. The dantian seemed to be a little broader, and the lower 33 heavens also seemed to be a few points larger. It was as if the river was wider and the river ran more smoothly. Nowadays, it seems that the green fruit seems to be able to enhance the physique, which is extremely beneficial no matter which pathway is cultivated. I lower 33 days all open, and by the essence of the fire to take away most of the nutrients. So the promotion is not too much, but if it were a regular person, or a small elf like Xiangling, the enhancement should be great. Meng Yuan summarized as he returned. But half an hour has been out of the mountains, seeing the distant pastoral farms and villages. Meng Yuan is a little bit relieved, and Xiangling carried out, with the same as a child in the arms of the building. The little one was soft, as if he had no bones. His body was slightly hot, his nose was moist, and his two eyes were closed, confused as to what he was saying. Meng Yuan had also eaten the green fruit and naturally knew that it was non-toxic, and it contained some kind of spiritual qi, which was quite beneficial to the person who ate it, while his own innocence was due to the fact that the lower 33 heavens were fully open and his muscles and bones were strong. It was also due to the fact that most of the nutrients had been absorbed by the essence flame. Unlike Xiangling, who is an unusual elf, she has no other ability except for a mouth that can barf. Xiangling is now like this, as if the deficiency is not enough to fill up, eat and hold out. Meng Yuan didn't have the experience to deal with this kind of thing, and with Master Nya absent, there really wasn't anywhere to find someone to inquire about how to deal with it. Xiangling? Meng Yuan felt that Xiangling's godmother should have taught the way to cope after taking the green fruit. Ha! Shannon answered in a daze. How are you doing? Meng Yuan asked close to her small ear. I'll be fine after a nap. Xiangling's voice was lazy, her eyes didn't even open, and her nose arched upwards. You hugged me well. Good. Meng Yuan's heart was greatly settled, and he immediately stuffed Xiangling into his lapel again, covering his chest with one hand. Back at Makwang, Big Head Zhao was quite curious when he saw that Meng Yuan had blood on his body. He knew that Meng Yuan was going to look for his aunt, and he thought that he would lose his virginity at most on this trip, but he did not expect to make blood. It is the face does not look like the appearance of being drained, but glowing, but also has been pressing the chest. Also do not know what treasure hidden. Little Meng, you have an unlimited future. Let's forget about the taste, but you have to take the good with the bad. Big Head Zhao advised. I know. Meng Yuan smiled and didn't explain much. This matter must not be told outside. I know. Big Head Zhao hurriedly answered and asked. Are you going back to the city today? Stay another day. Now little Xiangling has not woken up. Meng Yuan also dare not take Xiangling into the city, so he intends to wait for another day. To be Xiangling woke up and then say, that's fine. Big Head Zhao didn't give it much thought. Since you're not busy leaving, there are some newborn cows and sheep in the manor, so you can help geld them. The Zhuangli didn't look for another veterinarian? Meng Yuan asked curiously. External. Live in Qingshui town, not resident in the manor. Big Head Zhao sighed. People come only when they have something to do, and they have to pay for it now. In the end it's inconvenient. I thought that since you're here, you'd lend a hand, and also save the princess her old man some money. Meng Yuan had to bring up a child at this moment, but there was no delay in cutting the eggs, so he responded. The two of them approached Sun Zhuantou, who, seeing Meng Yuan's sincerity, was naturally willing. Meng Yuan is not nagging, immediately maneuvered. From cows and sheep to chickens and ducks, one by one eggs were taken out. Chickens and ducks like grains of rice, cows and sheep like finger belly, all gelled clean. The craft is skillful, and you can see that the watchman has not lost his skill. Seeing this, Sun Zhuangtou pulled his son into the distance and muttered, I figured out that he is now hanging out with Xuanmei, and seems to be enjoying himself in the royal residence. But in fact, he is not comfortable in his heart, and wants to come out to geld when he has nothing else to do. Remember, if he comes back again, let's get some pigs, dogs, chickens and ducks for him to enjoy. When it was evening, Meng Yuan was also finished with his work, and Xiangling was still sleeping soundly. After dinner, Meng Yuan returned to his former residence. Now that there were no veterinarians in the pastoral village, this place had been empty. First, he took Shannon out of the sash. She was still sound asleep, but her body was no longer hot and she was breathing evenly. Meng Yuan wiped her wet nose, unclasped her small bundle, put her on the bed, and then went outside to practice with his sword. Gale blade has long been practiced purely, this time between the dantian and the various orifices of the true qi running more smoothly, over and over again to make Meng Yuan only feel the power to increase a few points. But the feeling of stagnation remained, and it always felt like something was missing. Meng Yuan couldn't figure it out. Anyway, when he went back and asked Nyesher, that was it. Going to fetch 2 buckets of well water and carrying them into the room. Meng Yuan went to his clothes and scrubbed his body while thinking about the matter of the essence fire. Now that the second consummation of the essence flame had taken more than the first time, without the green fruit, it was feared that it would take another half a month. However, since it was difficult for the essence flame to contain it, it was thought that this quenching of the body would be more effective. Meng Yuan wasn't in a hurry for the next day or two, and planned to quench his body after having a chat with Master Nya. Shame on the little geldings. I was just thinking about things when I heard a clear voice coming from behind me. Meng Yuan turned around and saw Xiangling lying on her back on the bed, her nose resting against the pillow, her 2 big eyes gleaming as she looked at herself. Little geld, how can you do business when you haven't even geld yourself? Xiangling was curious and couldn't take her eyes off of her. Meng Yuan put on his clothes and ignored her. Why don't you say something? Shannon pursued. How are you feeling? Meng Yuan rubbed his brow. Shannon rolled on the bed and flopped down again, saying, thirsty. Meng Yuan brought her tea, and Xiangling gulped and drank several large mouthfuls. Still hungry, Shannon said. Meng Yuan had prepared for this and had 5 hard-boiled eggs on the table, so he brought them to peel. Xiangling watched from the sidelines, saw Meng Yuan peeled and fed him, then praised non-stop. You're still weirdly good. She clucked and ate 2 eggs and bounced happily twice more. Geldings, you're so nice. Has your godmother taught you what to do after taking the green fruit grand pill? Meng Yuan asked. I've been taught. Godmother said that after taking the great medicine, the brain works better and remembers more, so you'll be able to read and write. In the future, transforming into a form will also be faster. Xiangling looked at Meng Yuan very seriously and asked, Little Geldings, do you live in the city? Yes. Do you want to go to the city? Meng Yuan asked with a smile. Godmother said we have to wait until we have a human form and can read and write before we can go. Xiangling was very reasonable. Big Head Mountain is my home. She plopped down again, blinking her big eyes, and continued, when I take human form, you take me to the city to play. Good. Meng Yuan smiled and simply lay down, saying, tell me about your godmother. Xiangling then leaned over to Meng Yuan's ear and squeaked and tugged. Not a while later, perhaps the medicine has not yet subsided. Xiangling again fell into a deep sleep. When the night was over and Meng Yuan got up again, Xiangling was already organizing her little bundle. Geldings, I have to go home. Shannon looked at the table. There were also 3 hard-boiled eggs on the table, 2 of which Shannon had eaten last night. I'll walk you out. Meng Yuan gave those 3 eggs to Xiangling, and she happily received them all in her bag. Meng Yuan went to say goodbye to Zhao Daodu and Sun Zhuangtou, and did not eat breakfast, only rode on the little red horse, and tucked Xiangling in his lapel. When she was out of the manor, Xiangling showed her head, jumped onto the saddle, and said in a windy manner, Giddy up. The little red horse ran even faster, and when Meng Yuan saw that she was quite excited, he circled around a few times before stopping at the foot of the mountain. I'm going back. Xiangling jumped off her horse, still stretching out a little paw and beckoning. Little Geldings, when are you coming to play with me? 1 month later, Meng Yuan said. You are so nice. Xiangling was even happier. She was about to turn around and walk away, but she seemed to remember something and turned back. Then next time you come, bring me some books. I want to learn poetry. Good. Meng Yuan smiled. When Xiangling saw Meng Yuan respond, she even made a bow and then went to the mountains in a huff. End of chapter. The horse was galloping, and he had already returned to the royal residence just halfway through the morning. First returned to the residence, carefully washed the clothes, and scrubbed the body with soap horn, changed into new clothes. Meng Yuan then went to the schoolyard. I asked Wu Changsheng and Hu Qian and realized that there was nothing wrong. Seeing that it was already noon, Meng Yuan went out again and headed for Drunken Moon House. My father happens to be here. Follow me. Nie Qingqing saw Meng Yuan arrive and spoke directly. I came to find my sister this time. Meng Yuan wouldn't make a mistake anymore, and immediately spoke tartly. Nie sure can see her from time to time, so there's no need to be in a hurry. But if you want to see your sister, you'll have to take a special vacation like today. Nie Qingqing smiled sweetly when she heard this and looked at Meng Yuan. Then, Mr. Meng, please. Meng Yuan spent the whole day either against a clear and stupid one like Xiangling or a simple and childish one like Zhang Tang. And this moment, when he saw a big sister like Nie Qingqing, who had little simplicity in her eyes but was extraordinarily flirtatious, he found it particularly appealing. The fiercest age ultimately looks better on the big sister. Going up to the second floor and choosing a place near the river, the two of them sat down. Gossip teasing, Nie Qingqing and love to laugh nature. Meng Yuan stroked her comfortably, inging laughter constantly. After a quarter of an hour or so, he saw Nie Yannian and Zhang Guangyan come out of a box. Half a month have not seen. Nie Yannian slightly frosty color. Visible is indeed outside the crime to come. Master Nie, Uncle Zhang. Meng Yuan immediately stepped forward to greet him. Nie Yannian saw his own daughter standing beside the teenager. The smile on her face has not disappeared. Visible is coaxed. He did not want to speak. Zhang Guangyan, on the other hand, laughed happily as he pointed at Meng Yuan and Nie Qingqing and said to Nie Yannian, I see it's a good match. Nie Yannian didn't answer, only looked at Meng Yuan and said, let's go. Back to the royal residence. After getting down from the Drunken Moon building and parting ways with Zhang Guangyan, Nie Yannian and Meng Yuan headed back towards the royal residence together. Master Nie, I heard from Sister Qingqing that you've been loaned out on official business? Meng Yuan inquired curiously. There was an old Taoist priest causing trouble, so I followed to take a look. Nie Yannian said, the Demon Suppression Division still cares about this? Meng Yuan also laughed. Except for the fact that you don't care about stealing women, they care about everything. Nie Yannian finally stopped pretending to be serious. He sized up Meng Yuan and asked, what are you looking for me for? Do you want a pimp? Just don't mention the pimp. Meng Yuan acted as if he hadn't heard and only said, Master Nie, I've fully opened the lower 33 heavens and would like to ask Master Nie about how to consummate breaking the mirror. Nya Yannian stopped in his tracks, reached out and pinched his fingers, counting the days, before cursing with a laugh. You kid can. You haven't even finished your month. And you're about to give birth again. What kind of analogies are these? Meng Yuan said indignantly. Master Nya, I've never mooned before, but I have the ability to make others moon. Don't threaten me with ching-ching. Nya Yannian nudged Meng Yuan's nose. The two of them didn't say much on the way, and together they went back to the schoolyard. Nya Yannian first asked the trainees one by one, especially Wu Changsheng and Tainyo. He took extra care of them, which could be seen as valued. Go take a look at your broken courtyard. Nya Yannian finished training the cadets and joined Meng Yuan at the residence next to the schoolyard. At this moment, old Uncle Jiang is in the stables and Zhang Tang is at the plum-seeking place, so there is no one at home. There wasn't a hot tea in the house, so Meng Yuan remembered the altar of wine that Nia Qingqing had given him, so he simply slapped it open and took the wine to entertain. Nya Yannian looked at the wine altar as he glared at Meng Yuan again. Meng Yuan toasted 3 bowls before saying in a proper manner, "Please teach Master Nya." Nya Yannian didn't say how to satisfactorily break the mirror, and only said, "I remember that I taught the method of true chi operation and the method of breathing that makes the gale blade technique, and since your 33 orifices are all open, have you tried it?" Tried. Meng Yuan had tried many times. Tell me, how does it feel? Nya Yannian drank another bowl. According to the method transmitted by Master Nya, the gale blade technique has indeed increased in power by a lot, but vaguely, it's never been able to be rounded as it should be, as if it's separated by a piece of paper, and it's not comfortable to practice. Meng Yuan honestly said his own feelings. Isn't it like going to the courtyard, reciting a poem, listening to a song, paying for it, getting on the couch, stripping off your clothes, but you can only go through the motions and can't get into the alley, right or wrong? Nya Yannian said. Meng Yuan hadn't had this experience yet, but fully understood Nya Yannian's words, and was therefore nodding his head. It seems that you are indeed just one step away from reaching the realm of perfection. Nya Yannian nodded slightly. May I listen to Master Nya's teachings? Meng Yuan hurriedly poured the wine. You're a smart kid, and I'm sure you have a lot of questions about the path of the martial artist. Nya Yannian still didn't talk about how to arrive at perfection and pulled up something else. He nodded his chest and said, the lower 33 heavens are located throughout the entire body, with all the limbs and torsos distributed. So if someone with a broken arm or leg, would someone with a crippled body not be able to walk this path? Nonetheless, what broken legs and arms? Even if you are castrated, it doesn't delay walking this path. Even if the dantian is broken, it can be opened again, unless one is dead. This is the essence of Wufu. Not afraid to break. To break and then stand is. Not afraid to lose. To fight back again is. Even if you fall to pieces, you can get up again. What is Wufu? Wufu is the path of resistance. The path of indomitability. The path of the sky. Even if there really is a road to extinction, there are still pikers who, in a fit of rage, cut out a path. Nya Yannian finished and sipped his wine, which was exceptionally soothing. Master Nya, who taught you these words? Meng Yuan asked curiously. It can't be something that old me realized on my own? Nya Yannian frowned with an angry look. Not quite. Meng Yuan intuited that this was Nyesher borrowing someone else's words. You kid really has some insight. Nya Yannian nodded at Meng Yuan inside. It was Princess Wang's late brother who taught me this, but unfortunately I don't have the guts to break through, nor do I have the ability to go on. Your Highness's late brother also followed the martial path? Meng Yuan asked curiously. Nonetheless, he is a Confucian disciple and follows the Confucian path, but he's well educated and knows everything. Nya Yannian was quite apprehensive. Seeing this, Meng Yuan didn't dare to ask about that deceased brother, and asked directly, Master Nya, then how should I be consummated? Simple. It's even easier with all your limbs and torsos. Nya Yannian drank the face red, and then born with the intention of Xing, Dantian True Chi at the same time impact on the lower 33 heavens, so that it is through, and then the 33 heavens reflect above the Dantian. Engraved correspondence. Since then the True Chi running unhindered. When this happens, the True Chi transportation will not have to run through the meridians to the various orifices. As long as the Dantian True Chi arrives at the place of reflection, the corresponding orifices will tremble and move, manifesting their power from the outside. This wine altar is the Dantian, with the lower 33 heavenly reflections inscribed on it, the middle 33 heavenly reflections inscribed within it, and supplemented by the changes of the upper 33 heavenly reflections. The upper, middle, and lower 33 heavens are fully open, penetrating everywhere, followed by carrying the true chi and jade liquid through each of the orifices. Then one can open the secret hidden treasures within the body and gain the law of heavenly chance. Why is it said that the upper, middle and lower 3 days are the foundation of a martial artist? It is here, Only in this way can you turn decay into magic and be considered a true martial artist. Nye Yanian was so excited that he all but stole the job of pouring wine for Meng Yuan, and as Meng Yuan listened to Nye Shi's words, he couldn't help but recall that the old fox had said something about the heavenly chance diagram before he died. Blooming spring thunder is the law of heavenly chance? Meng Yuan asked. Your kid's brain isn't slow when you're not hooking up with women, Nye Yanian said. My mind isn't slow when I'm hooking up with women, is it? Meng Yuan saw that Nye Shi was belittling people, but he didn't argue, only asked, Nye Shi, now that I'm fully open in the lower 33, how long will it take to be complete? Depends on the person, quick as 3 or 5 days, slow as a few years or 10 years. There are even those who can't be mirrored and engraved for a lifetime. It's impossible to say. Nye Yanian spread his hands. Then I'll try? Meng Yuan said. Okay, you try it. Nye Yanian got up. I'm going to the outhouse. End of chapter. Meng Yuan did as he said and directly sat down. First, he thought back to the method passed down by Master Nye, and then he closed his eyes and emptied his mind, not hearing anything outside his ears. After a while, he felt that his dantian was warm and his true chi was bulging. Meng Yuan's mind moved at will, and the true chi slowly surged out from the dantian, passing through the various meridians and arriving at the various orifices. The true chi dispersed to arrive at the opened orifices, followed by an unceasing stream of infusion impacts. Meng Yuan only felt that his body was overflowing with chi, and he only wanted to beat it up viciously. This kind of operation of true chi could not be sustained. For one thing, it was extremely laborious, and for another, it was extremely consuming. After Meng Yuan swallowed the green fruit, although the dantian increased in size by a few points and the true chi was more abundant, the orifices also increased in size. After only a short while, most of the true chi in the dantian had already been depleted. Meng Yuan still didn't stop, forcibly squeezing the true chi within his dantian. After a while, he suddenly realized something strange. The orifices above the head seemed to have a subtle connection with the dantian under the impact of the true chi infusion. This connection is like a wispy thread, although extremely subtle, but seems to be unable to cut off, unable to excise. And then above the limbs and torso, a silk thread was born, connecting to the dantian as much as possible, reflecting the engraving. The last 33 filaments are again interlinked and entwined, seemingly disorganized, but also seemingly well organized. Meng Yuan had the feeling that as long as the true chi in the dantian arrived at the place of reflection, the location of the corresponding orifices would have the ability to manifest externally. In this way, the Gale Blade technique would be able to operate as it should, and its power would increase even more. Is this even done? Meng Yuan opened his eyes. Nye Yanian drink face red, to be out of the door of the room, only to realize that this is not the drunken moon house. There is no need to urinate to escape the account. Treat or my daughter sent the wine. Geldings froze a copper did not spend. Nye Yanian had the intention to go back and drink 2 more cups to mix it up, but when I looked back, the little geldings had already sat down, with the appearance of finishing today's work today. When Nye Yanian saw this, he was in no hurry and planned to go around the schoolyard before coming back. Although he had mentioned the method of penetrating the lower 33 heavens, there were still a lot of tricks and experiences yet to be told, and Nye Yanian felt that Meng Yuan would certainly find obstacles once he tried it, and would have to come back to ask for advice again. Nye Yanian had just left the courtyard door when he saw a 13 or 14-year-old girl come on the road outside the door. The girl was holding a couple of threadbare books, and it was none other than Jiang Tang. When Jiang Tang saw someone come out of the house, she blinked her big eyes at the other party, then hurriedly saluted and said happily, "Dare I ask if it's Mr. Nye? You recognize me?" Nye Yanian smiled. He secretly went to Muzhuan to check on Meng Yuan, so he naturally recognized Jiang Tang. But since the Jiang family's grandparents and grandchildren came to the royal residence, he had been busy outside, and this girl should not have seen herself. I heard it from my brother. Kong Tang clutched his books and gave another salute. What did your brother say about me? Nye Yanian asked with a smile. My brother said that it was teacher Nye who taught him martial arts, and told me to perform a junior salute when I meet him. Jiang Tang said obediently. So it is. Nye Yanian had wanted to drink some more, but since his family was here, it was inconvenient to disturb them more. So he said, your brother is in the room, so go ahead. I'm leaving. Mr. Nye, I see that you seem to have been drinking. Why don't I cook you a bowl of sobering soup? Jiang Tang hurriedly retained. Nye Yanian on this kind of false words heard more, but he looked at the little girl. See, this girl is very sincere, and no alienation to their own intentions, but rather familiar, as if they really take themselves as close to the elders in general. Don't I remember you working over at Seeking Plum? How come you're back? Nye Yanian looked at this little girl and couldn't help but think of his own daughter. I came to see if my brother is back yet. Jiang Tang answered honestly. Oh, where did he go? Nya Yannian looked out into the courtyard. Went to the pastoral village. Jiang Tang was very serious. My brother said that nowadays the days have gotten better. But people can't forget their roots. So we have to go to the pastoral farm to take a walk. Remembering the bitter and the sweet, in order to cherish the present more. This kid is a bit insightful. Nya Yannian was relieved to see that the geldings weren't looking for flowers. And asked, did the little geldings say anything bad about me? No. Jiang Tang immediately shook his head and said seriously, my brother never comes not to badmouth people behind their backs. Besides, Mr. Niu is my brother's respected teacher. How could he possibly say that? And what was said? Nya Yannian pursued. My brother told me before he left for Makwan that when he wasn't home, if Grandpa and I were bullied, then we should put up with it for a while. If we encounter something big, we'll ask Mr. Nya for help. Jiang Tang honestly said. When Nya Yannian heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. The little geldings and you are both people who are looking for Plum. How come you don't look for Plum when things go wrong, but come to me instead? My brother said that Sister May can really shelter people, but after all, she's a bit far away. Teacher Nya is the one who can really do things. So if you have an idea you can't decide on, you should look for Teacher Nya. Jiang Tang hugged her books and said happily, since my brother said so, then Mr. Nya must be a family member. Nya Yannian smiled at his words and said, the little geldings are glued to my old man. Jiang Tang also laughed and said, then it is only natural for me to cook you a bowl of sobering soup. Alright, you go get ready. I'll go around the schoolyard and come back. Nya Yannian looked at the little girl and saw that she was indeed sincere, not hypocritical and polite, so she answered. However, he was used to the world and knew that the little geldings were practicing at this moment, so it was okay for him to have a few words with the little girl on the way, but it was not good for him to enter the room again. Nya Yannian was about to go to the schoolyard when he saw the door to the house open and Mang Yuan walked out with a puzzled and bewildered face. This is hitting a bump in the road. It looks like I still have to pass on the law. Nya Yannian laughed in his heart. Master Nya. Mang Yuan walked up and patted Jiang Tang on the head again. Go make some dishes. I'll buy Master Nya a drink. This time Mang Yuan has a sense of perfection. But Nya sure said that seeking the realm of perfection. Fast but also 3 to 5 days. Slow a few years are there. And they are only just a marigold tea. It is a little too fast. Therefore, I have to look for Nyeshur to say something, and in the meantime, ask about the method of opening the 33 heavens. Good. Jiang Tang immediately answered and made another bow towards Nya Yannian before hurrying towards the small kitchen. I've had too much to drink today. I have to go. Nya Yannian took it up. Master Nya, I haven't seen you in a long time, so I just want to have a painful drink with you. Mang Yuan pulled Nya Yannian down, just not letting go. Nya Yannian was dragged hard into the room, forced into a chair, and poured wine again. After pulling a few lines of nonsense, Mang Yuan directly opened the question. Master Nya, how do you open the middle 33 heavens after completing the 9th grade? Look, in a hurry again. Nya Yannian drank a bowl and said, the books haven't even been turned over yet, and you want to take the scholarship examination? Master Nya, it seems that I've perfected my reflection engraving feat. Mang Yuan made an effort to pour the wine. Nya Yannian casually said, then tell me what it feels like? Mang Yuan immediately spoke of the feelings that were mirrored and engraved when he penetrated the lower 33 heavens. Nya Yannian sniffed and didn't say anything, tapping his knuckles on the table before saying after a while, you're a ing talent. If you don't cut jade, you can't make it. If it wasn't for Master Nya's good teaching, how could I have gotten to where I am today? Drink from the source. Master Nya, please drink. Mang Yuan poured the wine. Nya Yannian took his finger to point at Mang Yuan, and after half a day of pointing, he didn't hold back a word. End of chapter. Jiang Tang served a few small dishes and prepared sobering soup, then went back to seeking plum. Mang Yuan attentively urged wine, and only then did Nya Yannian talk about the matter of the 8 products. To be admitted to the 8 qualities is to open one of the 33 heavens in the center. The lower 33 are located in the skin and flesh, 4 in each limb, 16 in the front and back of the torso, and 1 in the head, making a total of 33. The middle 33 heavens have the same distribution of multiplicity as the lower 33 heavens, except that the middle 33 heavens are among the sinews and viscera. In order to open the middle 33 heavens, it is naturally inevitable to beat up the chi and loosen the tightness, but it is no longer the most important thing. Generally speaking, it is still true chi that impacts the orifices and then breaks through the blockage. Following that, the point is turned into a surface, and the whole thing is opened. But the middle 33 days in the viscera and sinews, not like the lower 33 in the flesh, is not very good to find. This is the difficulty. Therefore, we must first find the orifices, which is the work of induction. How to sense it? I've taught you the Gale Blade technique of running true chi. Although it runs in the lower 33 heavens, but if you use it more, you'll be able to slowly sense the middle 33 heavens. At this point, you can then open your orifices, and the water will flow. In the same way, because in the internal organs and sinews, a little carelessness will hurt themselves, so can not rush, only slow. Nyayanian passed it on in a brainwave, really not hiding anything. Then I'll try? Meng Yuan said. Ro. Don't. Nyayanian remembered that just now Meng Yuan had said to try it out, and it turned out to be a perfect ninth product. He hurriedly pressed Meng Yuan's arm. There's no need to be in a hurry. Yes. Meng Yuan was an honest man, most obedient to advice, and immediately poured more wine. Wait a minute. Slow down a bit. Nyayanian was very solemn. This is from experience. He was about to leave after he finished speaking, and Meng Yuan rushed forward to support him. When he was out of the door, Nyayanian turned back over to point at Meng Yuan and said, when the Wangfei goes out for a trek, I'll take you to pay your respects, so don't you lose my face. This is another mention. Just what can the princess mention? Is she also a martial artist? Meng Yuan also do not know, but his own blue blood is loyal, the most afraid to see the princess. When will you leave? Meng Yuan asked. Nyayanian was about to reply, but he saw Meng Yuan leaping to action. He hurriedly stretched his finger to point at Meng Yuan and said, don't be lawless at this moment. If you stutter your mouth when you see the princess, I'll tear it apart. Master Nya is too belittling. Meng Yuan immediately said, that's because you haven't seen the Wangfei. Nyayanian pulled Meng Yuan over and whispered, divine figure, understand? Really national color? Meng Yuan asked in a small voice, how can it be fake? I've watched your highness grow up. Nyayanian bragged, and when he saw Meng Yuan rubbing his hands together, he hurriedly slapped them down and said in a bad mood, don't have any wrong thoughts. How could Master Nya defile someone's innocence out of thin air? Meng Yuan immediately defended. You have AF** king innocence. Nyayanian was very clear. Meng Yuan had a guilty conscience in his heart and did not dare to argue any further. Nyayanian took 2 steps, then turned back, pinched the flesh on the back of Meng Yuan's neck, and said, you turn around and take the old geldings and their masters to the drunken moonhouse for a ride, and put it on my tab. Master Nya, is this a treat? How embarrassing. Meng Yuan laughed. You don't have to be embarrassed. I'm not the one who invited you or gave you face. It's your little girl who cooks and eats for me. I'm giving her face. Nyayanian didn't have the good sense to say. After sending Nyeshur away, Meng Yuan sat alone for a long time, reflecting on Nyeshur's words, and then Meng Yuan didn't go to the schoolyard, so he practiced the Gale Blade technique in the courtyard, supplemented by the True Chi operation method, with his Dantian True Chi being carried back and forth between the reflections and carvings. The first few times I practiced it I was not familiar with it, and I still had a feeling of stagnation, but after practicing it for more than 10 times in a row, it will operate without any obstacles, and I only feel that it is as round as I want it to be. Using the Gale Blade technique like this is faster, both in terms of power and speed. It has to do with the amount of one's own true chi, how fast or slow one can carry it, and experience. Therefore, even if 2 people of the same 9th grade perfection use the same set of Gale Blade technique, there is still a difference between high and low. Meng Yuan practiced for another half morning, until after he developed a sense of exhaustion. He still had not felt the middle 33 heavens. After he had eaten dinner, Meng Yuan simply locked himself in his room, intending to quench his body with essence fire. After the first quenching of the body, the lower 33 heavens were loosened, and up to this point they had been singing all the way to the completion of the 9th grade. And after that, the essence flame was slow to contain, and it wasn't until after swallowing the green fruit that it was consummated again. Meng Yuan estimated that this quenching of the body was afraid to be of higher utility. There is no hurry. First cultivate the spirit, to be true chi filling the dantian. After the spirit is clear, Meng Yuan simply stripped naked clothes, sitting on the ground. After a moment's thought, he saw the fire enveloping his body. With a heartbeat, the essence flame exploded. For a moment, Meng Yuan only felt that the flame in the body to run non-stop, along the meridians into the blood, flesh, sinews and bones, limbs and bones, viscera and bowels, like a raging flood, unstoppable. And then Meng Yuan will feel the lower 33 days of trembling. All the orifices were burned again. The flame actually drilled along the lower 33 days, followed by the internal organs of the sinews and bones of the quake, and finally the essence of the fire all fall into the dantian, as if to boil the true chi general. Meng Yuan only felt his whole body burning, especially the dantian was in severe pain. After 10 or so breaths, the essence flame slowly receded. After another long time, Meng Yuan opened his eyes. The physical discomfort was still there, and there was a tearing sensation in the dantian. Meng Yuan took a closer look at the changes after quenching his body. Not only was his flesh and blood condensed, but his meridians were also wider in all places. The first time the essence of fire quenching the body, there will be a rebirth. Wash the tendons and marrow feeling, but compared to this time, only feel the body of the weeds were all burned empty. There is a cleansing of the lead. Goodbye to heaven and earth feeling. Not to mention that his body was as light as a swallow. His mind was clear. His chi and reaction speed had changed, and the lower 33 heavens that he had opened were also different. It was as if the river had widened and dug down deeper, and the dantian was even more expansive, as if the place of water storage was even more vast. Before the quenching of the body was originally sufficient true chi, full of dantian, but at this time there is a sense of emptiness. Its stored true chi is actually only one half. Visible dantian condensed and grew a lot. Wistful again of the essence fire. It was again only the size of a soybean. This essence fire quenching had still not rushed through any orifices, but Meng Yuan had a feeling that the middle 33 heavens had loosened up. Sitting cross-legged in meditation, Meng Yuan felt carefully and stored the water of the great river. Then he saw that under the lower 33 heavens, there was another river. Carefully searching for a place, Meng Yuan had the intention to invoke the impact of true chi, but a feeling of fatigue arose. True chi is insufficient and needs to be contained, and my stomach is still hungry. Meng Yuan didn't force himself. There was no rush to serve the crown princess anyway. Simply got up and went to the kitchen to nibble a few steamed buns to pad his stomach. Meng Yuan laid down to sleep, intending to talk about it tomorrow. Falling asleep in a daze. It wasn't long before I heard someone enter the room, and then the person tucked in the bedding, and took a small hand to probe his forehead, and finally came close to his ear and spoke. Brother, the food is in the kitchen. The shoes and socks are at the bedside. The knife is by the pillow, and the homework is on the table in my room. After a long time again, Meng Yuan opened his eyes and immediately saw a large face. Why are you here? Meng Yuan was startled to see Tainyo looking close to him. Tainyo, however, was very solemn and said, Brother, why are you sleepy? He wanted to lift the quilt, but didn't dare. Auntie isn't hiding under your quilt, is she? My father said that if you just think about sleeping and don't have the energy to do anything, you'll have to be reminded. No. Meng Yuan knew that he couldn't reason with Tainyo, so he directly lifted the quilt. Auntie is not there. Then I'm relieved. Iron Bull was relieved, but still stretched his neck to look closely, as if he were looking for weasel fur. What brings you here? Meng Yuan rubbed his brow. I almost forgot. Tainyo slapped his head. Hu Qian and Wu Changsheng asked me to find you and tell you to hurry to the schoolyard. End of chapter. Who's in the schoolyard? Meng Yuan asked as he dressed. I don't recognize it. It looks oddly distinguished. Hu Qian asked me to come and shout at you, saying that you should hurry over. Tainyo was flustered and helped Meng Yuan carry his clothes. Tainyo. Meng Yuan pressed Tainyo's hand and said seriously, the sky hasn't fallen yet. Remember, no matter what you encounter, you must have a quiet spirit, especially for those of us who learn martial arts. In the future, when we meet enemies and encounter dangerous situations, it is even more important to store a point of quietness. When Tainyo saw that Meng Yuan was serious, he hurriedly answered. Meng Yuan put on his clothes, tied up his hair, and washed his face before he went out with his sword. The schoolyard was right next door, and before we even went in, we heard the chaos inside. Push open the door, then see the martial arts field. A total of 9 students, in addition to Hu Qian, did not participate in the battle. The remaining 8 people, 2 against 2 fight, actually still use the real sword. These people have learned the Gale sword method, although I do not know the true chi operation method, but after all, they are all day to beat the people, but also make the tiger wind. Hu Qian stood aside, her face rather somber. There was also a Ren de Biao who had recently come to the schoolyard from time to time, and he stood beside Hu Qian with his arms wrapped around him, from time to time sidling his head to talk to Hu Qian, who paid no attention at all. There were several other scholarly purists clustered around World Sun Dako Kyo, pointing at them from the sidelines. That Dugu hyper fat head, this time wearing literati attire, is a hand behind the back, a hand holding a fan in front of the chest, in front of the cadets, in the degree of step, should be in the brewing of poetry. I thought it was something big, so it's the great poet who's here. Meng Yuan wasn't sure if the world sun was coming at him, so he wanted to find the familiar Wang Xiaocai to ask what was going on, but realized that Wang Xiaocai wasn't there. Unable to do so, Meng Yuan saw that Dugu Khan was looking seriously and didn't pay attention to himself at all, so he pulled over a literati helper to the side. What about Wang Xiaocai? Meng Yuan and Nie Yannian had made silver to Wang Xiaocai, an old relationship that had been hooked up. The idler saw that Meng Yuan looked familiar, so he said back, Old Wang is off today. You helpers still have shifts? Meng Yuan grew knowledgeable. What? When that gang of idlers heard this, they immediately became anxious. Cows and horses still have time to rest their breath, but we can't take a break from our vacation? It was my mistake. Meng Yuan hurriedly apologized and asked, how did Shitzi come here? The swords don't have eyes. It's not good if you get hurt. The crown princess summoned the world sun for questioning, and after coming out of the garden of silence, the world sun heard hooting and hollering over here. So he came to take a look. That helper idly stroked his beard, and also soothed. Don't worry, the world sun will go back after doing 2 poems. Meng Yuan nodded. Seeing that the world sun was not here for old scores, he let go. Previously, Meng Yuan also asked Wang Xiukai, this sun is indeed pure quality. Do not love women, do not crave food, do not drink wine, not good dress, do not love gold and silver, only like to do poetry. Daily do not do a few poems will not be happy. There are no bad intentions. He was born with a rich life. Since this was the case, Meng Yuan did not pay any attention to it, and waited for the world sun to finish his poem and leave. Over there, when Hu Qian saw Meng Yuan coming, she hurriedly ran over and said, it's so untrue. We become sellers of art to make people laugh, temporarily tolerate the anger for a while. Meng Yuan knew that her heart was high, so she was pacified. If Shitzi lets us perform martial arts, I actually don't care. Hu Qian pulled Meng Yuan to the side. After all, Shitzi is that person of pure quality. It's all because Rin De Biao is flirting around, one after another, making us spar. Meng Yuan sniffed and looked over at Rin De Biao. And over there, Rin De Biao also looked over and nodded smugly. There, World Sun Dugokong suddenly voiced out, his folding fan hitting the palm of his hand. Degree 2 steps forward. All of them looked over, and the group of sparring trainees stopped. I saw Dugokong slowly chanting. I came to the schoolyard to watch the martial arts maneuvers, and the big swords and long swords danced back and forth. Men and women are like fierce tigers, scaring the birds. What's all this nonsense? Meng Yuan felt that even if Xiang Ling were to sneak over and teach for 2 days, the poem would be better than this one. However, people's worldly son brought to hold the stinking feet. Those few literati purists have already bragged about it. Meng Yuan silently memorized the bragging words of the Qing guests, only waiting for the next day when Xiang Ling learns to do poetry. He can also be handy when holding a stink foot. Oops, I'm in a poetic mood. After being praised for his unrivaled poetic talent a few times, Dugokong was so happy that he immediately waved his hand. Quickly, play a little more lively. I still have to make a border poem. Meng Yuan glanced at the Qing guest of the party and touched out 10 taels of silver and handed it over, meaning hurry up and invite this great god away. To this son of the world, Meng Yuan has no ill feelings. After all, there is no heart, no bad intentions. Coax away. That Shinka should also be accustomed to hooking up, and immediately understood Meng Yuan's meaning, and immediately had to persuade Dugokong. Just then, that Rin De Biao stepped forward with an arch of his hand and said, then I'll make a show of myself in front of the world sun. After he finished speaking, he looked toward Meng Yuan and said, Meng Yuan, didn't Master Nye teach you a set of boxing techniques? Come, let me see how well you've practiced. Master Nye did not pass on my boxing skills. Meng Yuan smiled and said, Brother Run, it's getting late. It's time for lunch at the schoolyard. No harm done. Let's try the Gale Blade technique then. You were able to kill the Buddha demon, so I'm sure your skills aren't bad. Let me weigh them. Ren De Biao unsheathed his sword. Meng Yuan remembered that when he came out of the Peach Blossom Ridge, Nieshir had said that he had gained something and Ren De Biao had not, so he would be considered to have offended Ren De Biao. Now it seems that Nieshir's eyes are really poisonous, and this Ren De Biao is really still upset about the Peach Blossom Ridge incident. The trainees had never heard Meng Yuan speak about killing demons, and now that they saw Ren De Biao speak about it, they all looked at Meng Yuan curiously. That world son Dugokong also had curiosity, sidling up to Chinka and asking in a low voice, Ren De Biao, you've already entered the 8th rank. He's been learning martial arts for less than 3 months. What are you rampaging for? Hu Qian chimed in. I'm not good at fighting. Brother Run, please. Meng Yuan didn't produce a sword. You don't even dare to hold a sword. Are you a good man? Ren De Biao said. I took on the black and white sheep demon. One captured alive and one seriously injured. I pursued the wolf demon and fought to kill it. Meng Yuan laughed. Whether I am a good man or not, Your Excellency is afraid that you are not qualified to ask. Ren De Biao only mixed a sesame credit in the trip to Peach Blossom Ridge. Hearing this, he was instantly annoyed and pushed his sword forward. Then let me see what you can do to kill demons. Meng Yuan paid no attention and even turned around, exposing his back to Ren De Biao. Ren De Biao's knife was extremely fast, and immediately arrived at Meng Yuan's back, but in the end he didn't dare to stab down. Meng Yuan has seen through this person. practicing martial arts qualification is really good, but there is no tolerance for others. The color is strong but the courage is thin. When Ren Debiao saw Meng Yuan belittling himself so much, he was instantly infuriated, and seeing Tainyo beside him, he knew that this man was the thickest with Meng Yuan, so he flipped his sword and headed for Tainyo. Tainyo have not yet understood what is going on. He saw the knife to come, hurried to raise the knife to block, but saw the other side of the knife light is extremely fast, actually avoided, but instead, in their own arm scratched a mark, and instantly broke the mouth. Have you gone crazy? Hu Chen really couldn't stand to watch and immediately brought her sword to the rescue. I'm going to tell Master Nye. When Wu Changcheng saw that Hu Chen had made a move, he hurried to do the same, raising his sword to slash Ren Debiao's right flank, but Ren Debiao has already 8 products. True Chi full. Knife is both fast and swift. Only one back. Bang 2 sound. Will be Wu Changcheng hands of the knife strangled down. Hu Qian is to keep the knife, but was forced back a few steps. Ren Debiao didn't go after Hu Qian either, and only slashed at Wu Changcheng's left arm. Practice hard and cultivate hard. Enter the grade and break the mirror to get the true meaning of the sword. Ren Debiao broke 3 people in a row. He went to look at Meng Yuan, but he saw that Meng Yuan still hadn't come to see him. He was about to show his body again, when he heard Dugu Kong sigh repeatedly. No fun. Impatience showed on Dokira Kang's fat face. What's the point of fighting something that's not as good as you? Let's go. Dugu Kong folded his fan into the back of his neck and immediately headed out. When he passed in front of Meng Yuan, he actually pulled him down and said, "You come with me. Go tell us about killing the Buddha demon. Have you forgotten all about me beating up your dog? The schoolyard is not yet under duty, so I'll speak for Shitzi again when the wind and sun are clear another day." Meng Yuan laughed. Are you really not coming with me? Dugu Khan looked back at Ren Debiao and whispered again, if you don't go, he's going to beat you up later. This Seiji is not a cutie, right? Seeing that Dugu Khan didn't have a bad conscience, Meng Yuan laughed and said, there's no harm in it. It's just a sparring match. Dako Kyo looked Meng Yuan up and down. Then don't forget to find me about the Buddha demon. He patted himself on the back and left with the purser and the boy. The schoolyard was quiet again. Meng Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and pressed the hilt of his sword at his waist, saying, Brother Run, you and I are both of the Wangface people, and we've both been taught by Master Nye. You want to come and compete? Run Debiao's face showed caution. He only felt that at this time, Meng Yuan seemed to have the appearance of when he was in Peach Blossom Ridge. At that time, this person killed Wolf Dai, but the excitement in his eyes had not yet faded. A murderous aura. Brother Run, there were many outsiders just now, and you and I are in the same room, so it's inevitable that we'll hurt Princess Wang's virtuous name. Meng Yuan pressed the hilt of his sword and said, I don't care if you crowd me, but Master Nye ordered me to be in charge here, and you hurt my companion. At this time, the outsiders have gone, so make amends and apologize to Tainyo and Wu Changsheng, and this matter will be settled. What if I don't recognize it? Ren Debiao sneered. Then you and I will both split the difference between high and low, as well as decide life and death. Meng Yuan unsheathed his sword. End of chapter. Ren Debiao saw that Meng Yuan was by no means bluffing, but really had the momentum of a knife to see life and death. He could not help but think of the appearance of this person when he carried the wolf big down the mountain. At that time, this person had already used up most of his strength to fight with Wolf Dai, but he still carried Wolf Dai on his shoulder, stepped on the mud, and fell on his buttocks, but he just gritted his teeth and made it to the bottom of the mountain without saying a word to ask for help or complaining. It was then that Ren Debiao felt that Master Nye didn't look at himself very favorably anymore and wasn't willing to teach himself anything. I have entered the 8th rank. You are not a match. Do you really want to humiliate yourself? Ren Debiao didn't want to weaken his voice, and immediately pointed out the strength of both sides. You've lost your guts. Meng Yuan was very confident that the other party had only entered the 8th grade, and the Gale Blade Technique's true chi transportation method was still in the lower 33 heavens, and had not yet entered the 8th grade transformation mentioned by Master Nye. When Ren Debiao heard this, it was as if he had been poked in the shorts, and he immediately gritted his teeth and raised his sword. Only Ren Debiao's figure was extremely fast, and in an instant, he bullied his way up. The long knife in his hand slashed out like a silver-colored train, slashing diagonally towards Meng Yuan's throat. This knife was extremely swift and even brought up a sharp wind-breaking sound. Meng Yuan did not panic. His toes lightly tapped the ground and took a step backward, waiting for his opponent's momentum to be exhausted before he launched his sword. With a clang, the two swords clashed, as if spring thunder had risen, startling the birds in the distance. Two people slightly will be separated. Ren Debiao borrowed this force, body flip, and take Meng Yuan's chest. Meng Yuan raised his sword to block and counterattacked his opponent's lower body. Gale knife law to swiftness as the key. Two people at the same time show A time fight difficult to distinguish. Knife light hua hua hua. Really good to see. The students have learned this set of sword. Although they do not understand the true chi transportation of the wonderful. But see the field of two people, every knife are as fast as the wind. The body is also moving endlessly. Let a person dazzled cannot help but give birth to the feeling of heart. You come and go. Knife light flashes. Not long after, Meng Yuan realized that although the other party had entered the 8th grade, and knew the method of true chi transportation, but compared to himself, no matter whether it was speed, strength, as well as reaction speed, are not as good. Meng Yuan thought to himself, one is his own twice-quenching body, Dantian true chi, than the other party full, wide aperture, true chi operation unhindered. 2 is, the other party seems to have not yet realized the reasoning of chi and force, intention and chi, or not taught by Nyesher. At this moment Ren Debiao has also found some wrong, although he fought with the other side, but always feel that the other side is taking their own knife grinding, from the beginning of retaining strength, to pushing his true chi as much as he could to make the sword. No matter how he exerted himself, the other party's eyes always managed to keep up, and the other party's sword immediately followed, and the other party's force and speed were not at all bad, and he couldn't even tell when the other party would run out of true chi. Ren Debiao frowned at the thought, sent a ruthless, was about to sing a word pretending to be even let it go, will feel the other side of the knife forcefully lifted, the force is more increased, the knife is more and more rapid, and even only see the shadow, a series of desperately blocked 7 knives. Ren Debiao breath did not change, are not talking to the air, only to feel that the other side of the force is heavy, far more than their own, has already shocked their own arms sore and painful. In a trance, Ren Debiao felt his back was hammered by the hilt of the knife, and then his internal organs shook, dizziness, unsteady, and the long knife in his hand was out of his hand. Ren Debiao staggered to the ground. He felt that his opponent seemed to have retained power in this blow. Lost, although lost, Ren Debiao heart, but there are a few points of ease of feeling, because the other side seems to have forgotten both high and low, but also to determine the words of life and death, and did not kill themselves. At the time of celebration, Ren Debiao was about to open his mouth to admit defeat, when he felt a pain in his left arm. Ren Debiao hurriedly turned his head to look, but he saw that it was Meng Yuan who had stepped on top of his left arm, which had already been broken. A miserable cry resounded above the schoolyard, and Ren Debiao sweated and rolled over. The shadow of the sword weaves through light and shadow. The blade walks high and low to support heaven and earth, as fast as a shooting star chasing the sun and moon, as fast as lightning cutting through Kangwu. Meng Yuan retracted his foot. Brother Ren, failing to practice the gale blade technique is not a problem. Bullying the weak and hurting fellow soldiers is the big problem. Meng Yuan didn't wait for Ren Debiao to reply, sheathed his sword, looked at the trainees, and said, Master Nya passed on our skills, not to show off in front of people, not to make people laugh, but to protect the princess in the coming day. It's fine to spar and compete, but it's not allowed to fight in the same room, use neighbors as beggars, or kill each other. The people stared blankly at Meng Yuan, and then looked at Ren Debiao, who had broken his arm, and all of them didn't say anything for a while. All memorized? Meng Yuan asked. Remember. A crowd of people shouted with a rushing sound. Meng Yuan went up to check the injuries of Wu Changsheng and Tai Nyo and was relieved to see that the wounds were not deep. Zhang Cheng and Song Laowai carry brother Rin back to his place, and Wu Changsheng goes outside to ask a doctor to come. Meng Yuan arranged the aftermath. Wu Changsheng had forgotten to cover the wound on his arm. He looked at Ren Debiao, who was rolling over in pain, and asked in a low voice, Senior brother Meng, should we send him directly to the medical center? But broke a bone. The body of a martial artist, to maintain 2 months is, you can just go outside and hire a doctor. Meng Yuan pressed the hilt of his sword and emphasized, don't let brother Rin suffer. And look for a good doctor with both virtue and skill. Yes. Wu Changsheng immediately led the order to leave. Zhang Cheng and Song Laohu also lifted up Ren Debiao and headed out. Hu Qian, Zhao Tainyo, come with me. The rest of you, drill at ease. Meng Yuan immediately headed out of the schoolyard. Hu Qian and Tainyo rushed to catch up. After walking for a while, a rare light of thought surfaced in Tainyo's eyes. He came close to Meng Yuan's ear, fearing that Hu Qian would hear him, and said in a low voice, Brother, don't you want to go to find old Uncle Zheng and girl Zheng first? Running away without the two of them? Iron Bull. I heard everything. Hu Qian vigorously patted Tainyo on the back, then tugged on Meng Yuan and asked, where are we going? Why don't I go find my mother? She can still say a few words in front of the princess. Why do you two just want to go the wrong way? Why can't you be honorable? Did the princess allow us to learn martial arts so that we could do favors and run connections? Meng Yuan offered harsh criticism and said seriously, I hurt someone, so I should admit my mistake and admit my punishment. I'm the one who went looking for Mei. That is, I didn't find the thorns. Otherwise I would have taken the blame. Hu Qian opened her mouth. She then realized that although Meng Yuan is all righteous, but it seems to be very familiar with this kind of thing, as if he is used to it. And when you say you're going to confess to a punishment, you look like you're going on a string. A person does things for a person. I certainly know that you are angry with this person, but after all, the person is my injury. The sin is in me alone. The two of you have seen Seeking Plum. You only need to tell the truth and testify for me. Meng Yuan said. Hu Qian speechless. She carefully run through things, found that this Meng seems to be everywhere in the right, even if the last injury can also be said to be the act of anger. And with the 9th grade breaking the 8th grade in a big way, Hu Qian just felt that with Niesher's nature, he might even have to boast a couple of times. What exactly did your brother used to do? Hu Qian pulled Tainyo and asked quietly. Gelders, specializing in de-virginization. Tainyo looked like why do you knowingly ask? He didn't know any euphemisms. He just said it. So it is. Hu Qian really realized. To remove the potential, we must first hold the potential of others. This potential is the reason. He went to other people's potential, and occupy for their own use. Others have no reason and no potential. His potential and reason is even greater. Hu Qian tugged at Meng Yuan and asked, is it like this? Meng Yuan also do not know how to Gelda actually Geld out of the learning, Geld out of the reasoning. See people that look forward to the expression, then can only say, see the micro and know. Good. End of chapter. Hu Qian and Tainyo followed Meng Yuan to the plum-seeking place, but they saw Meng Yuan first ask someone to call out Jiang Tang. Brother, why are you here? Jiang Tang was happy. She saw that Hu Qian and Tainyo were also there, so she hurriedly greeted them. Sister Qian. Tainyo. Tainyo, what happened to your arm? I was taken by. He was cut by a knife practicing martial arts. No big deal. Meng Yuan smiled and interrupted Tainyo. Do what, Sister Qian? Tainyo Ben was going to say more. When he saw Hu Qian pulling herself a bit, Jiang Tang was already convinced. She seriously said, there is medicine at home. Grandfather asked me to prepare it. You wait here, I'll go back and get it for you. Just as he took a step, his pigtail was grabbed by Meng Yuan. Don't be in a hurry. Meng Yuan smiled and said, you go home first and wait. I'll look for Sun Mei to say something, and go back to you when I'm done. Jiang Tang nodded his head obediently and went back numbly. Hu Qian watched from the sidelines, and when she saw that Jiang Tang was far away, she said, she follows Xuanmei and lives near the schoolyard, so she will always know. It's good to know later. She's only had a few good days, so when she's 2 years older, she won't have to avoid her. Meng Yuan laughed. Hu Qian nodded at her words. She saw that Meng Yuan doted on Jiang Tang and stood up for herself and the others in the schoolyard. She did have the style of an elder, so she said, she's not too young. Your family doesn't have any female family members, and Sister Mei Xuanmei is too proper, so I'll bring her to sit with my mother some other day. As she spoke, she also winked at Meng Yuan. Thanks a lot. Meng Yuan arched his hand. The two of them looked at each other and smiled, but Iron Bowl froze and didn't understand what the two of them were smiling about. Entering the courtyard, the trio met Mei Seeker. Xuanmei heard another fight. She did not feel rare. First let Hu Qian and Tainyo outside to wait quietly, only let Meng Yuan to say. Meng Yuan naturally said whatever he had to say and didn't hide it. When Meng Yuan finished speaking, Xuanmei summoned Hu Qian in and listened to what happened again. Finally, there was Tainyo, but Tainyo's speech was tangled and unclear, and within a few sentences he was pulling something like a brother was also forced to do so. Alright, after matching the statements and figuring out the cause, Sunmei looked at Tainyo's wounds again and asked Meng Yuan, why did you go to the schoolyard so late? Drinking with Uncle Nya again? Meng Yuan froze. He had prepared a bellyful of words, and at this moment should be talking about the fight. Why did he bring up drinking? A woman's thought process is always a bit strange. Meng Yuan immediately recognized. Drinking a little bit. He loves to drink. But you are just learning the art. You must not indulge in it. Know this, learning is like rowing a boat against the current. Once indulged, it's a short ride. A gentleman should have self-control. Seeking Plum Road. Yes. Meng Yuan immediately answered. This matter is not your fault. He hurt people in the first. You since the general leader of the school field thing. Out of the head is also should be. But in the end, see the blood. Later. Seek the Plum has not finished. Heard outside the house as thud 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 footsteps come. It's really against the grain. Nya Yinyan's voice arrived before he arrived, and as he stepped in, he poked Meng Yuan in the forehead with his finger. Out of breath you are. You're fighting in the same room, and you're beating up your own people. Uncle Nya, don't be angry. I've asked. There's someone else in the same room. He's stopping it with a sword. Sun Mei said. It's always his fault. The money for the tonics is deducted from his monthly silver. Nya Yannian didn't have the heart to drag Meng Yuan outside. Go to the schoolyard to receive your punishment. I've already punished. Xuan may still want to say a few more words. She saw Meng Yuan has been Nya Yannian pinch the back of the neck to carry out. She hurriedly urged Hu Qian and Tainyo, said, follow up. Slightly chastisement is, loyal and pure and good people do not want to be too harsh. Hu Qian and Tainyo immediately followed. Out of the office of the search for Plum. Nya Yannian has let go of Meng Yuan, and also took the shoulder, which has half to punish the appearance. You kid can. Daring to cross the grade to dry fight. You have 1 point of the old man's style back then. Nya Yannian hemmed and hawed. Nya division. My sister was about to put things over. You stirred up for nothing. The cost of medicines instead spread to my head. Meng Yuan ate a lot of flowers. The hands of the input is also less. Is therefore extraordinarily distressed money? You're stingy. A few dollars is nothing. Nya Yannian opened his mouth. Let's go. I'll buy you a drink. Then why don't we just give the big guys a vacation? Meng Yuan smiled and glanced at Hu Qian and Tainyo. You're the only one who can do a favor. Nya Yannian cursed and said, let's give you face. He kicked Tainyo's ass. Go call out all the people and eat a drunken moonhouse. Master Nya, the dining hall is almost ready at this moment. Why do you want to eat outside? Tainyo was used to living a hard life and couldn't see waste. Hu Qian smiled at his words. You are also an unproductive. Drunken moonhouse can spend. Nya Yannian Ben angry pat Tainyo head. Said here stopped. Then go back to the schoolyard to eat. Tainyo still have inside he praised it instead. You two go outside and buy 2 jars of wine. Nya Yannian patted Meng Yuan on the shoulder. I don't have any money with me. So Maester Meng will give some money for selling wine. Meng Yuan saw that Nyesher simply didn't want to spend a single cent as soon as he intended to save money. He could only show his hands. My girl is in charge of all my money. I don't have any on me. I still have a little silver. Tainyo was the most honest, and immediately had to touch his sleeve. When Hu Qian slapped him hard, Tainyo did not understand what it means. Heard Nya Yannian laugh. That's just the right time to turn to your home. Seeing that he had been eaten, Meng Yuan could only obediently lead the way. When she arrived home, once Jiang Tang heard that it was Meng Yuan who wanted to invite her schoolyard colleagues in Nyesher to drink, she directly gave her purse to Hu Qian. Sister Qian, I don't know how to drink. Please buy some good ones. Don't save money for me. Don't worry, that's it. Won't lose your good brother's face. Hu Qian took it with a smile, took Tainyo with her, and ran away in a puff of smoke. Jiang Tang heard the words of what a good brother. Her face instantly reddened. Only when she saw Tainyo run away did she touch the small medicine bottle again. Brother, you remember to put medicine on Tainyo. It will heal faster. Even a little girl is more of a scene than you. Nya Yannian escorted Meng Yuan to the outside of the schoolyard before saying, tell me carefully how the fight went. Meng Yuan naturally told the truth that he was able to win, but only because of his strength, swiftness, and durability. Of course, it also lies in one's own courage to fight. While the other side is slightly frustrated, the heart is less and less able to do so. Winning over a rank is common on the path of a martial artist, but it's all between the lower ranks. Once you reach the 7th rank, it's harder and harder to defeat the 6th rank, so grow a heart. Nya Yannian mentioned. In the future, don't just casually cross ranks to face the enemy. There's no shame in running away and admitting defeat. I know. Earlier, when I was at the medicine manor, I said that it's fine for him to be prejudiced against me. As long as he doesn't mess with me, I don't care. Even if he bullies me, I'll tolerate it. I'm an honest person. Meng Yuan sighed. This time I really had no choice. I was really cornered. After reading a few crappy books, I didn't learn the good ones, but the stinking scribe's hypocrisy skills. You have long wanted to him, right? Nya Yannian pointed at Meng Yuan's nose and said, you have a problem. Your hands are ruthless and your heart is not ruthless. He provoked you. You directly dry passed on the line, but also have to take advantage of a reason to fight. Nya sure. This is called the hall. To convince people with virtue. Meng Yuan was poked and prodded, also not angry, but have a different opinion. Said, I am the people of the Wangfei. The Wangfei love books, knowledgeable, and compassion for the weak and lonely. I see the Wangfei also do things reasonably. Then I should also be like this. This is called to see the wise and think of the wise. Seeing the virtuous? Nya Yannian stroked his chin and smacked his lips. That's quite a bit of crooked reasoning. He surveyed Meng Yuan and praised. Maester Meng is Maester Meng. Not only loyal, but also virtuous. The books really haven't been in vain. Awesome, awesome. Master Nya is flattered. Meng Yuan accepted it as it was. End of chapter. The sun was warming up at midday on a spring day, and from time to time a bird of prey swept by. The meals at the schoolyard were average. The drinks were average. And Nye Yanian didn't want to stay much longer when he saw that he wasn't too comfortable here. Except for that gelding smith. Take a day off today. Practice hard tomorrow. And if you don't understand anything, look for Maester Meng. Nye Yanian got up and left. Meng Yuan immediately followed, catching up and saying, Master Nye is leaving already? I can't help it. Nye Yanian sighed hurriedly. I'm so poor that I can't eat. And the martial arts firms are breaking up. So I have to go and take care of them? I haven't even borrowed any money yet and you're crying about poverty? Who just said money is nothing? Meng Yuan immediately followed the conversation and said, I think so too. Since Master Nye has a lot on his plate, I'll put more effort into the schoolyard. However, I know too little. Just one gale blade technique. If Master Nye doesn't pass on something to me, I can teach Tai Nyo and the others. It'll also save people from saying that you're only worried about business, Master Nye, and don't care about the serious business of the schoolyard. There's no rush for these 2 days. Nye Yanian patted Meng Yuan on the shoulder and said, wait until you're in the 8th rank and meet the princess. After pulling the crap, Nye Yanian numbly left, as if he was afraid Meng Yuan would ask to borrow money. As if I'm really only one of the princess's people if I meet her. Put a stamp on my ass? Meng Yuan belabored twice, then remembered that Niesher said that the Wangfei was a divine figure, and couldn't help but yearn for it. Left out of the world, pouring into the city and the country. Brother? You miss auntie again? When Tainyo saw that Meng Yuan was acting like Shitsi, with one hand behind his back and the other in front of his chest, as if he was about to chant a couple lines, he grabbed Meng Yuan's arm and shook it vigorously. Everyone's waiting to give you a toast. A toast? Meng Yuan frowned, taking out Niesher's tone. You didn't learn the good ones, but you learned a whole lot of the bad ones. Back in the dining hall, everyone really didn't move their chopsticks and all looked at Meng Yuan. The eyes of these people were already a little different. Previously, Meng Yuan was the first to enter the ranks and was in charge of the schoolyard. In their hearts, they were actually convinced. After all, Meng Yuan practiced the hardest, put in the most effort, hit people the hardest, and acted fairly. But people are afraid of comparison. That Ren de Biao into the 8 products later stirred up a flurry. A lot of people were instructed by Ren de Biao. Consciously I has been different. Moreover, Meng Yuan has never told them how many orifices he has opened. And he also goes out from time to time, and often comes back in a drunken stench. And many people really thought that Meng Yuan's entry into the product was just a fluke, and privately pulled some words of what hours had gone by. But today I realized that Meng Yuan has not only captured demons outside, but also killed them. And also with the body of 9 products, forced to break the 8 products of Ren de Biao, and is not a narrow victory, not a wise victory, but with the true ability to fight out of the great victory of a knife. That's not all. He injured someone, but he was sent back by Niesher specifically, as if he hadn't been half punished. Senior brother Meng, Wu Chongsheng picked up his bowl of wine, and Hu Qian also picked up her bowl of wine. The crowd immediately followed suit. Meng Yuan picked up the bowl of wine, drank it in one gulp, and laughed. I hope that everyone will practice diligently, gather their wills, and protect the princess. Hu Qian silently watched. She saw Meng Yuan after a mouthful of dry seems to want to smash the wine bowl, and then shouted a voice what loyalty and so on, but also very scrupulous touched Jiang Tang's purse. Seems to be afraid to lose the money of the wine bowl, so in the end to hold back. Loyal people can also be trapped by a blocking object. Hu Qian sighed in her heart, and remembering the theory of depowering that she had realized, she felt that the saying that if you don't have money, you don't have power was really true. Meng Yuan drank several bowls in a row, and was pestered by Wu Changsheng and the others to talk about the battle against the black and white sheep demon before they were dismissed. When I got home, no one was there either. But Jiang Tang leaves a note in the kitchen questioning why Meng Yuan didn't eat breakfast. The more you manage, the wider it gets. Even though Meng Yuan said this, he still ate the meal that was left in his head, silently storing thoughts. That essence fire was still as small as a soybean, only slightly growing a little bit. Essence fire according to this growth rate, even if 2 or 3 pounds of meat per day, I'm afraid it will take a small half a year, or even longer. The essence flame has already quenched the body twice. The efficacy is stronger than once. Now the sinews and bones and flesh are already far superior to those of the same rank, even stronger than those of the 8th grade, but it's also getting harder and harder to contain the essence flame. It seems that eating meat is ultimately a minor path, and if you want to quickly contain the essence flame, you still need to find the green fruit. I'll have to find Master Nye to have a chat and inquire about the spirit herb treasure pill, but before that, breaking the mirror into the 8th grade is the top priority. After sitting quietly for a while and slightly receding from his drunkenness, Meng Yuan struck the holding pile nourishing Yuan Gong a few more times. The 33 orifices of the entire body bulged, and true qi filled the dantian. Meng Yuan drew his sword and began practicing the gale blade technique. According to what Master Nya had said, when performing the Gale Blade technique, one would be able to feel the response of the middle 33 heavens as one carried one's true chi and wandered through the lower 33 heavens. Of course, with other methods can also work, such as boxing sword, the main or with the corresponding real gas transportation cycle method. There will be changes in the external moves, the internal operation of the real gas, the two together, through the discovery of the location of the 33. This is not a moment's work, need to practice hard, and the state of mind cannot be chaotic. However, Meng Yuan had already quenched his body for the second time, and the essence flame had long pried into the middle 33 heavens through the lower 33 heavens deep exploration. This time, the 33 orifices have been loosened. Meng Yuan only calmed his mind and struck the Gale Blade technique once. Then he felt that his entire body responded. After playing 2 more times, Meng Yuan returned to his room and sat peacefully on his bed, closing his eyes and emptying his mind, skimming away distractions and calming his breathing. The true chi that was full in the dantian slowly traveled around, and did not seek to reflect the engraved place, but instead, like flowing water, it went through a wide river and came to the heavenly lingai, which was the first orifice in the lower 33 heavens opened by Meng Yuan. Through this orifice, the true chi slowly surges down an inch or so, and then it feels obstructed. This is the mud pill, is borrowed from the Taoist 9 palace mud pill palace called. The location is similar, but not the same place. The first step in entering the 8th grade is to break open the mud pills. Meng Yuan always keep in mind the words of Niesher. In the 33 days of the body in the body, open the orifices are most likely to be damaged, so no longer dare to vigorously impact, only to slowly approach the true chi. After dawdling outside for a long time, the true chi slowly retracted and did not force its way in. Take a short break to refresh yourself and then slowly mobilize your true chi to rub it in. After repeating this several times, Meng Yuan then mobilized his true chi to gently abrade the blockage. I don't know how long it took, but the blockage became looser and looser. Suddenly, Meng Yuan felt a roar in his head, as if there was the sound of a yellow bell. Then the whole body of the skin, flesh and blood, sinews and internal organs tremble endlessly, as if there are huge things hidden in them, want to break out of the body in general. At this point the mud pill had been opened, and Meng Yuan had stepped into the realm of the 8th rank of the martial artist. This feeling is marvelous and incomparable, and Meng Yuan even has the feeling that he has received all things in the world within his body, but there is no corresponding method of outward manifestation. Master Nya said that by opening the secret stash in the body and obtaining the method of heaven's opportunity, one can turn decay into magic. Is this feeling the secret stash? How do I open it? You can peek into the law of heavenly chance by entering the 8th grade? Between Meng Yuan's careful thoughts, he suddenly realized that there was a subtle breathing on the side, so he opened his eyes to see. I only saw Zhang Tang sitting on the edge of the bed, holding a handkerchief and looking at himself with wide eyes. But a foot away, tiny candlelight in the room, outside the moon-hidden windowsill. Clearly it is already the second half of the night. Hungry? Dinner is always hot. Zhang Tang took a handkerchief and wiped the sweat off Meng Yuan's face. At night on a spring day, she speaks softly, as if the breeze is brushing the threshold. End of chapter. Early morning. After breakfast, old Uncle Zhang and Zhang Tang each went to work. Now Zhang Tang followed the search for Mei mixed. Listening to Zhang Tang said, search for Mei on her quite a promotion. Not only to teach her to count the learning, sometimes go outside the manor and store to check the accounts. Will also take her close to Zhu. Zhang Tang already has a few ladylike looks. Warm and lovely is there, but in the end it's a yellow girl. Meng Yuan has only pity for her. Comparatively speaking, Na Qingqing, who was charming, smiling and qualified, was more appealing. Of course, neither of them were as much fun as the stone grinders at the schoolyard. As soon as the Zhang family's grandparents and grandchildren left, Meng Yuan practiced the Gale Blade technique 2 more times in the courtyard. Now that the mud pill had been opened and had stepped into the 8th grade of martial man, the enhancement was naturally there, but it wasn't big. 9, 8, 7 products to open the upper, middle and lower 3 days, is for the foundation of the martial artist, all for the future of the middle and high quality to prepare. Therefore, even if you raise a realm, it is only the first step on the mountain climbing. The strength of the enhancement is very limited. Not every other grade is a world of difference. The most significant time to improve the 9th and 8th products is when they are complete. At this time, the orifices are fully open, borrowing the true chi to carry in the place of reflection and engraving, and supporting the stances, which can only be called the change of the 9th product and the change of the 8th product. Of course, even if the enhancement wasn't considered great, there was a point of benefit for opening one orifice. Now Meng Yuan is becoming more and more deaf, seeing and hearing farther, clear and unhindered in his mind, and his breathing is more comfortable, and when the realm was broken, the whole body was shaken. and there were also a few effects of quenching. The Dantian seemed to have condensed a few points, and held a bit more true chi. Collected the work. Meng Yuan took the silver money in hand. First to the schoolyard, mentioning the teenagers a few sentences, but also do not report to the people, directly away from the royal residence. After raising the rank, the monthly silver should also be raised. Now Meng Yuan had no input, spend or soft rice money, so want to go to the drunken moon house to ask about the treatment problem. It would be great to inquire with Master Nia again about spiritual herbs and precious medicines, and if he could borrow some money along the way, that would be great. Meng Yuan is too poor. The 200 taels of silver given by Niesher have been spent more than half, and he is even afraid of losing money by breaking the wine bowl to show his loyalty. Of course, the main thing today was to find Sister Flower, now poor to poor, but in the end settled down. Meng Yuan thought to return the favor of Sister Hua as soon as possible. A year ago in the snow, at the entrance of the North City, a seat and a cake, though small, was a snowy friendship. If this favor is not returned, Meng Yuan's heart will not be happy. Of course, like Niesher's preaching grace, seeking Mei's promotion, these two kinds of grace is heavier, but there is no need to hurry to pay back. After all, day to day can see, there is always a time to contribute, and Flower Sister lives in the ugly alley outside the North City, Pai said. When she is settled, month after month can go to whore her a few times. She will be satisfied. The royal residence is in the southern city. Meng Yuan is a little far away, can not often go, and did not have the intention of whoring. Sister Hua once said that Thea is heartless. She is a dark door child, the sorrows of which need not be mentioned, but there are still good deeds. Meng Yuan had no worries about food and shelter, so he should more than likely repay a little. Of course, it is not to provide for Sister Flower, but to give some silver money to help her get out of that quagmire. Then it will be considered a merit. Meng Yuan was poor and heartbroken for money, but did not value it. Just coming out of the schoolyard, he saw that old purveyor Wang Xiaocai looking for him. When I asked, I found out that the person had come to apologize. Yesterday's recess, they didn't restrain Shitzi and disturbed you, brother. Really shouldn't. Wang Xiaocai fished out a delicate wooden jar from his sleeve. A small apology. No offense. Meng Yuan did not know what to say. This old showman did not have a bit of literati pretense. Say he is noble in character. He receives silver to do things. Say he is not good in character. People do things but also manage the aftermath. Meng Yuan then felt that Wang Xiaocai can be the head of the world's sons cleaners, and perennial, is really capable in the body. Shitzi has already forgotten about drunken moonhouse. Wang Xiaocai was very steady in his work. Yesterday, he heard about you killing some Buddha demon, but he has been thinking about it, and said that he wanted to treat you to a tofu banquet. But don't worry, he'll forget about it in a few days. Yesterday, Dugu Kong quite a helping hand. Meng Yuan think that people are not really stupid. Is simple sum, the heart is not bad. Thank you, Mr. Wang. I'll invite you for tea some other time. Meng Yuan didn't have any ill feelings towards this Shitzi, but he didn't want to get in touch much either. Rather, it is this old chinka who does things properly, and Meng Yuan has seen the wise again. Carrying the jar of tea out the door, Meng Yuan went straight to drunken moonhouse. At this time is still a little early, but there are already a lot of people on the street. But the drunken moonhouse has not yet opened its doors to welcome customers. Meng Yuan pounced on the empty child. Meng Yuan wasn't willing to sit and wait, so he planned to go directly to Sister Hua. After a few steps, I saw an old Taoist priest on the road, carrying a long wooden stick with a rag tied to it as a flag sign, with 4 big words, iron mouth straight. That old Taoist priest wearing worn-out Taoist robes, his beard and hair mixed with black and white, pine wood for hairpins, and his eyes quite godly, was holding a broken flagpole in one hand and stopping a handsome young man with the other. Fortune-telling and fortune-telling. Just you, young man, you're going to have a bloodbath. This job is too rough, right? Meng Yuan silently looked at it, thinking that if the green-skinned fox did this, the stupid roe deer and the little weasel wouldn't have been cheated out of their bodies. Old sir, I am actually a woman. I am a man traveling. You can't even argue this. You'd better go home and recite the sutra. That handsome youth waved his folding fan and left in style. The old Taoist priest didn't dwell on it and pulled another youth. You have blackness between your eyebrows. There's also a plague of blood. Tell me your fortune. Asterisk 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 off. The young man spouted obscenities. How do you curse? The old Taoist monk came angry and stretched out his finger to scold. If it weren't for the Taoist master's chi nurturing, I would have thrown you into the Dan furnace long ago. When the old Taoist saw that young man put on a vicious face, he didn't dare to go to meet his eyes and turned his head away. Seeing Meng Yuan, he pulled Meng Yuan's sleeve. Young man, I see that you have a handsome face, have an extraordinary face, In the coming day will certainly be feudal lords and worship ministers, petite wives and beautiful concubines. Just lately the luck is not good. I am afraid that I have to quarrel with people. How about, I went out without money, Meng Yuan said. This old Taoist priest was enthusiastic, but after hearing this, his face immediately lost its expression, and he took a wrong step to walk away. The world is a cold place, and when people are poor, even the crooks don't care about you. Meng Yuan shook his head inside, and had just taken 2 steps when the old Taoist turned back and pulled on Meng Yuan's sleeve. You brought money. The old Taoist priest held a flag trick in one hand while happily pointing at Meng Yuan. When Meng Yuan heard this, he stopped and sized up the old Taoist priest. Although he didn't know how the old Taoist knew, he should be somewhat capable. Then please ask the old gentleman to calculate whether or not my trip will go smoothly. Meng Yuan smiled. Going south or north? The old Taoist priest asked. North. Meng Yuan replied. But to kill and burn? The old Taoist priest asked. What's all this nonsense? Meng Yuan casually said. I'm the most innocent. I don't dare to hit anyone, let alone kill and set fire. Young man, you still have a few bits of blood on you. You've seen blood with someone in the past 2 days, haven't you? The old Taoist frowned, his hand nudging Meng Yuan, saying, it's fine for you to cheat Master Tao, just don't cheat yourself as well. It doesn't matter if Master Tao is cheated by you, just sing a sutra and get over it. You're going to suffer in the future if you cheat yourself. This person was somewhat capable, and Meng Yuan didn't talk blindly, only saying, then, old sir, calculate whether my trip is smooth or not. So what the hell are you going to do? The old Taoist priest asked. Go and return a point of the old righteousness of a helping hand. Meng Yuan said. That's bull ********. The old Taoist waved his hand. Even the vultures who preach about emptiness talk about enmity and karma. So if you go to repay your debt, you'll surely go smoothly. I'm telling you. He held out his hand. 10 taels of Makui Gua gold. You don't seem to be counting anything, do you? Just a lucky word? Do you look like a stupid roe deer or a stupid weasel? Meng Yuan looked back at the drunken moon building, thinking, I was pitched 10 taels here, and I'm going to be pitched 10 taels again today? Old sir, haven't you calculated that this is the money I'm taking to pay back the favor? Meng Yuan laughed. When the old Taoist heard this, he apparently froze for a moment and said helplessly, then you can at least give something, right? Getting up so early in the morning. Master Taoist, I haven't even mixed a penny yet. Meng Yuan smiled and simply sent out the jar of tea given by Wang Xiukai. The new spring tea is worth 1 or 2 taels of silver. The old Taoist priest took it, opened the jar and took a look. It's done. At least I can take it to the guests. Meng Yuan saw that the old Taoist priest was at least 70 years old, but he spoke with great vigor. So he asked curiously, how long has the old Taoist priest been doing this? Just dry. The old Taoist sighed helplessly. The Guan is going to have guests, and a few disciples are not up to the task, so they can't get any money to receive them. I have to come to get some money with a thick face? No incense money? Meng Yuan laughed. If the disciple is not good enough to fool people, will people still want to come? The old Taoist looked like a hero. I heard that there are all big families here, thinking that I can always meet a little cutie. I thought I could always meet a little cutie. Old Taoist master, why don't you wait until I'm gone to say this? Meng Yuan all but laughed. I'm not talking about you. I wish you a straight path ahead, free and easy. The old Taoist monk smiled and stroked his beard, actually having a bit of the weather of a Taoist master. May the Taoist master make a great fortune. Meng Yuan smiled. End of chapter. The spring sun is just right. Although he was pitched a can of tea by the unscrupulous old Taoist priest, he was able to listen to an auspicious word and was in a good mood. Meng Yuan settled in and made his way out of the North City Gate. The pattern of Songafyu is rich in the south and poor in the north. This side is not far from the docks in the east of the city. So many laborers and handymen live in this area, which can be described as mixed. Moreover, there are large fields in the north of Songafyu, so there is a vegetable market outside the city, which is considered to be a place of internal and external transportation. With the arrival of spring, everything revives. There are no more stragglers outside the city. I do not know where they have been dispersed, but instead, there is a vibrant state of life. Near midday, there are still a lot of people picking and carrying. There are selling straw shoes. There are selling green beans. There are also selling pork. Meng Yuan didn't go directly to Auspicious Lane, but first circled around and familiarized himself with the terrain a little before heading to Auspicious Lane. Jishan Lane is slightly remote, but there are quite a few people going in and out of it. Before Meng Yuan could take a step into the alley, he saw a woman in her 40s or 50s leaning against the wall at the mouth of the alley, smiling at himself. The woman's face could not cover the potholes even with white powder, and she was dressed loosely, with a flower in her ear. Young man, come, Auntie has a word with you. The woman was very familiar. With a smile on her face and a warm look. Me? Mang Yuan didn't get it and could only nod at himself. Who else could it be? The woman beckoned back and forth. Mang Yuan pressed his sword and stepped forward. The woman wasn't afraid of Mang Yuan's knife, and while coming up to grab Mang Yuan's arm, she said, "Sleeping or not?" The spring breeze swept in an unpleasant aroma, and Mang Yuan was so frightened that he retreated 2 steps before avoiding it. Seeing that his opponent was still going to entangle himself, Mang Yuan raised his sword to his chest and did not sheath it. Mang Yuan knew the woman's identity, had no intention of stirring up more trouble with the other party, and asked, "Sister Flower is the first few rooms in the alley? She doesn't know as much as my mom? When I started out, she was still playing with mud." The woman saw that the visitor had a master, and she wasn't afraid of the knife, muttering a few complaints before saying, "The 7th room on the left is that den. Many thanks." Mang Yuan collected his sword and stepped into Lucky Lane. The midday sun is grand, but the narrow alleys are crooked and still dim, and the road is still dirty with water and dirt, and from time to time there is the sound of cursing, and the sound of bargaining. Sweeping forward, he saw a teenager standing in the doorway of the 7th room on the left side of Auspicious Lane. Mang Yuan has entered the 8th grade. Bright eyes can reach far, even if the alley is dim, but also saw that the teenager holding a pouncing knife in his arms, tattoos on his neck. His eyes also have a look of the old man world first. Hidden dirt place, the government is too lazy to take care of. Then there are bound to be small gangs and factions to manage. Even these small gangs and factions behind the government people. This person should be mixed with a small gang, and eat probably the food of Lucky Lane. This kind of mixed small gangs of evil teenagers in fact not much ability. At most will be a move 2 styles. More or rely on the courage and ruthlessness. You know, martial arts people into the product need to practice hard day and night hard practice, to play boiled body for a long time, is therefore able to enter the product, most of the perseverance. And people who have the persistence and perseverance to get into the pints are probably not going to come to the mix. Of course, there might be people in the top ranks of these small gangs who had entered the product, but not many. As Nye Yanian had mentioned earlier about the theory of class, those of the 9th rank might be able to muddle through this mud pool, but once the 9th rank was perfected, or even the 8th rank, this mudfish pool would seem small. Moreover, the people at the bottom of such small gangs usually have little vision and are prone to being good at what they do. They don't know how to work hard, but they are good at bullying the weak. At this moment, that evil teenager also noticed the knife at Mang Yuan's waist, and he immediately took a defensive stance. What for? The evil teenager frowned when he saw Mang Yuan come to his heels and came to ask, "I'm looking for Sister Hua." Mang Yuan had no intention of tangling with anyone. The teenager shot a glance at Mang Yuan, pushed open the small door, and peered inside. "Chief, a rich brother has come to whore." Soon, the room came out of a middle-aged man, wearing a civilized, not like just whoring appearance, and out of the door on the heck of a smile, looked at Mang Yuan, said, "Please." After saying his words, this middle-aged man left with the evil teenager. Mang Yuan pushed the door in and saw that the room was small and rather dim, with a bed couch and a broken table in the corner. It's not even March yet, but this place has a stifling feeling of decay. The bed was covered with a quilt, and there was a woman leaning against the wall with her upper body, her hair disheveled, her face pale, and she should have been sick for a long time. Oddly enough, there was a teenager next to him. Seeing that Mang Yuan had a sword and his clothes were neat and decent, the young man hurriedly bowed down and arched his hand, begging, "Master, my sister is sick, so I really can't wait for anyone. Why don't you find another one? This alley is all the same." Mang Yuan looked at Sister Hua and saw that Sister Hua's lips were dry and cracked and her eyes were lifeless. So he asked, "Sister Hua is your own sister?" "Yes," the teenager returned. "What kind of disease does your sister have?" Mang Yuan asked. "In this business, what kind of disease can it be? It's a dirty disease. I can't really serve you." The teenager replied. "What are you talking about?" The originally lifeless flower sister instantly became angry, grabbed the pillowcase on the bed and threw it at the teenager, scolding, "Old me is not a dirty disease. Don't ruin my reputation." The teenager dodged back and forth, not daring to say anything. "I'm not here to have fun." Mang Yuan hurriedly reminded and looked at Sister Hua, asking, "Sister Hua, do you still remember me?" Sister Hua sniffed and probed forward, and only when Mang Yuan took 2 steps forward did she say, "I remember you. I always remember you. I can't forget you. Of all the clients I've had, you're the only one who's handsome and has the best job. Honestly, you're the most enjoyable person I've ever had the pleasure of working with since I started my career." A smile appeared on her pale face. When there were a few moments of joy, Mang Yuan only felt that all beings were suffering. This flower sister clearly did not recognize himself. but just follow the words. Say some ambiguous compliments condescension. Seemingly watertight. In fact, full of loopholes. This is nothing to accuse. Meng Yuan in the king's house also all day to say some loyalty or righteousness set of words, but does not affect their own really loyal. She said some polite words to meet the scene, nothing more than a few tales for silver money, and it does not affect the love of people a seat and a cake. You remembered wrongly. Meng Yuan didn't poke holes in the other party's platitudes. Years ago when it was snowing heavily, there was a fleeing teenager about the same age as your brother, and you gave him a ragged mat and a cake. Sister Hua froze at her words, and only after a while did her eyes widen. I remembered. There's a little cutie, collecting a body for someone. I'll send a cooler. She crawled forward 2 steps on the bed and stared at Meng Yuan, blood coloring her pale face as she laughed. How could someone like you survive? Just barely alive. Meng Yuan laughed. Yeah, I remember saying that if you settle down, you'll come whore me out month after month. Sister Hua lifted the covers. Come on, just because you remembered that I sent you something. Sister Flower, don't want your money today. Sister, the teenager hurriedly stopped him. You're sick like this. Just rest. It's fine. This gentleman looks like a fledgling brother. It'll be done in 3 strokes. No delay. Flower Sister obviously knew countless people, and was very confident in her own ability and vision. Meng Yuan pressed his forehead, only feeling superfluous. He shouldn't have talked more, but just gave the money and left. End of chapter. You're here, and there's no reason to pat yourself on the back. What did that person from the party come to do? Meng Yuan asked. He's a forked pole in the alley, here to press for regular money. Sister Hua stared at Meng Yuan. The so-called forked pole is usually said to be the brothel owner, but also refers to the person who manages these dark doors. What kind of disease did you suffer from? Meng Yuan asked again. There's no major illness. It's just that my body has been cold and hot for a while now, and I don't have any energy. Sister Hua did not mention the matter of sleeping. How long has it been? Meng Yuan asked again. Almost a month, right? Sister Hua thought carefully and said very helplessly. It's been most of a month without opening. It was less than a month. It was the beginning of the month when the disease was committed. Then Sister Flora's brother remembered it well. Now that March is approaching, the sky has already warmed up a lot, but at the beginning of February, there was still a cold spring. When the spring rains were continuous, Meng Yuan had fought with the wolf to death, so he remembers it very clearly. May I see a doctor? Meng Yuan asked again. How can a rotten have money to hire a doctor? Sister Hua had a smile on her pale face, seemingly realizing that Meng Yuan was talking foolishly. Just asked the granny to take a look. She saw that although Meng Yuan was carrying a knife, he was very amiable, and his expression of speech was not vicious, so she pulled it. It's probably about getting into the business to cure your brother and how it turned out to be so grueling. What with this quagmire being easy to get in and hard to get out of? I'd like to find a soulmate to live with. He also said that it was impossible to live with the exploitation of the forked pole. Meng Yuan only listened quietly and didn't say anything. This time, he had come to return a favor, and while the favor was certainly unmeasurable, Meng Yuan would not be so pedantic as to provide for people for the rest of his life. This flower sister had indeed been a helping hand, but she was not purely honest. Nearby is not inferior. Far away is resentful. Meng Yuan has not been a benefactor, but it is not a little cute. Sister, cut the crap. Sister Hua's younger brother couldn't help but tug on Sister Hua's sleeve, clearly seeing that Meng Yuan wasn't a stupid fat sheep. Blame me. I'm very sick. My eyes don't work well and my brain doesn't work well either. Sister Hua was not embarrassed. You are now making a fortune here? I didn't get rich. Meng Yuan asked directly. How much money will make forked pole let you go? Meng Yuan was confident that he could easily defeat that forked pole, but a strong dragon could not suppress a snake. This lucky lane, and indeed the surrounding land, is a big quagmire, and there's no point in getting stuck in. Meng Yuan believed in fists and swords, but there was no need for fists and swords when things could be solved with money. Before he came, Meng Yuan had planned to see the situation and give some silver money enough to get Sister Hua out of the quagmire, and then appropriately give some silver to establish herself. Meng Yuan was poor, but if some money could end this matter, it would be nothing. If you don't have money, you can borrow again. Meng Yuan's face nowadays is already able to borrow more money. Sister Hua was sitting on the bed. When she heard this, she got up in a panic and knelt down on the bed towards Meng Yuan, saying, "This is not something I dare to think about. Master, if you want to remember the favor you did at the beginning, why don't you take my younger brother out, and bring him up just like that?" This flower sister, although fast, Meng Yuan is not at all interested in. Now he just in the king's residence based, how to promote others, and don't know each other character, don't know each other heart. Repayment of kindness is not so repayment. How much do you pay for a pickup? How many a day? Meng Yuan inquired. It depends on the light. I am young and look good. Flower sister saw Meng Yuan's face pressing the hilt of the knife, so she hurriedly changed her tone. Auspicious Lane is doing mud leg business. How expensive can it be? A day's work at the docks is only 100 or so won. In the past, when the wharf was doing well, 40 won was the rule of the trade. But now, with the birth of the migrants at the end of last year, it's only 20 or 30 won a day. As for the number of times, there can be as many as 20 or so, or as few as 3 or 5. So my business is booming when the docks are good. Meng Yuan understood the situation, and no longer asked how much Sister Hua owed Forked Pole, nor did he ask about the draw, and looked directly at Sister Hua's brother. You go and invite that Forked Pole to come, Meng Yuan said. The teenager was stunned, then ran off. You are really a good person. I will be your future. Flower's sister wiped up her tears, and when she saw Meng Yuan close her eyes, she barred her mouth and stopped. Soon, Flora's brother led the 30-something-year-old man to arrive, but not the forked rod from before. Brothers mixed which road. The man was thick and burly, and when he entered the room, he walked directly towards Meng Yuan, his large hand outstretched. Meng Yuan reached out, grabbing the incoming person's wrist while picking it upwards. That person really did not have half a point to fight back, only after 5 or 6 breaths to open his mouth to beg for mercy. And then the man went out and Forked Pole walked in immediately. Meng Yuan see clearly. This forked rod is also doing the usual thing. First sent to feel the bottom. See their own really have a few points of ability. Only then step forward. I don't know where Brother Tai has come from otherwise. Disrespectful, 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 disrespectful. The Forked Pole laughed, clasped his fists and asked, Dare I ask what do you call your brother? In what place to make a fortune? I don't dare to mention names. They're all just mingling. Meng Yuan smiled and cupped his fists in return, saying, Their siblings have some affinity with me. Can you look at my face and let them go? It's the first time we've all met, so there's no such thing as a face. It's just a polite thing to say. When Forked Pole saw that Meng Yuan didn't reveal his bottom, but his tone was amiable, he laughed and said, Sister Flower is the head girl here, but if a brother wants to take it back, there's no reason to refuse. 100 taels of silver, okay? 20 taels. Meng Yuan cut the price fiercely. Meng Yuan just asked the Flower Sister's market. I have calculated. Flower Sister is sick bedridden. Not many customers, when it is not worth money. You have to know that Meng Yuan sold it to Makwang for less than 1 or 2 silver pieces a year ago. Now that the disaster year is over, this price is also tops. Brother, aren't you making things difficult for me? Forked Pole sighed. Not like a gangster, but like a businessman. Sister Flower still owes me more than 30 taels, and the routine silver has been dragging on for days. The so-called money owed but the interest rolled over. In fact, the principal is not a few of them. Our bargaining skills. There is no way. Meng Yuan, a poor man, will fight for every cent, and bargain with the Forked Pole again. Seeing this, Sister Flower's younger brother didn't find it unusual, and didn't dare to interrupt even if he wanted to. After a quarter of an hour, the Forked Poleman glanced at Meng Yuan's knife several times and finally recognized the sum of 27 taels. After delivering the note of indebtedness and body contract, Meng Yuan directly threw it to Sister Hua. Brother, come back later. I'll buy brother a drink. Forked Pole collected the silver and patted his ass. Who is the person behind him? Meng Yuan saw people's rules, so he was curious to ask. I heard it's a sheriff from the government office. Sister Hua was still muttering. This cheap life of mine isn't even worth 10 taels. You're out of your league. It's always a free-for-all. Being able to settle things with money. Meng Yuan didn't feel at a disadvantage and asked with a smile. What are your plans for the future? What else can I do? Find an honest man to marry. Sister Hua sighed. Sister. That teenager pulled Sister Hua and knelt down to Meng Yuan. Meng Yuan did not accept the gift and took out 10 small silver ingots of 5 taels. In the future, the two of you will be able to do a small business or something else, and you will always be able to make a living. Remember to see a doctor first. In the future, the mountains are high and the roads are far, so the two of you take good care of yourselves. Meng Yuan didn't even inform him of his name, and directly stepped away. Sister Hua saw the money. The disease seems to get better. Lying on the ground, thud thud thud, kowtow. Tears are out. I do not know if it is not an act. The disease is almost cured. Luo mother gave medicine. In 2 days will be good. I'll listen to you. Meng Yuan was already about to open the door and leave when he stopped again and turned back to ask with a frown. Who is Mother Luo? End of chapter. Once asked. The siblings did not do half-hide. All accounted for. Late last year, with a large exodus, a wife came here. This old woman was 70 or 80 years old. Called herself Mother Luo, and was blind in her left eye and deaf in her right ear. Because Luo's mother happened to have some family heirloom ability to see patients, she made a living out of it and stayed in the area. Mrs. Luo doesn't charge for the consultation. She just takes care of the meal. And her skill is really good. 7 out of 10 people can be cured. Most of the people here are poor, and it is difficult to ask for medical help. So Luo's mother has slowly gained a bit of a reputation. Even after collecting people's hearts and minds, there are more people surrounding Luo's mother, privately called something like Luo cult. It was at the beginning of February that Mrs. Luo changed the rules for visiting the doctor. Mother Luo is good. When she saw that some people couldn't even eat, she didn't want them to take care of their food either, and just followed her old man to memorize a few passages and listen to the lessons. Sister Hua obviously had great reverence for Mother Luo as well. Memorize? Listening to lectures? Meng Yuan felt more and more that Luo mother was not right. That's not true. Sister Hua nodded her head repeatedly. Mother Luo said that after memorizing the books and listening to the lessons, if you work as a cow or a horse in this life, you'll be in Elysium in your next life, and then you'll eat tofu feasts every day. Well, I can't believe you don't eat big fish and meat in Elysium and have a feast of tofu. Rules man, do you know which one of the Elysiums is talking about? Meng Yuan asked. Isn't that what Mother Luo said? Sister Hua was curious. Apparently Qing's devaluation of Buddhism did pay off. She didn't even know it was a Buddhist saying. It's fine if you don't know. Meng Yuan became more and more enlightened and laughed. Recite a passage for me to listen to. Meng Yuan liked to listen to singing opera, and it would be even more interesting if it was told in a way that was both righteous and crooked like Venerable Demais. I forgot. Who has nothing to remember which one? Hannah spread her hands. Meng Yuan only felt that Sister Flower was a bit stronger than Xiang Ling's mother and daughter. Forgetting to forget. At least people's Sister Flower listened to the lesson. I do remember a few lines from the Purusha. Sister Flower's brother immediately recited it like singing. Good man. If there are infinite hundreds of millions of billions of sentient beings suffering from all kinds of afflictions, and they hear that it is yes, the teenager started scratching his head. Meng Yuan was almost certain that this what's-her-name Luo mother was probably of Buddhist origin and passed on Buddhist and Taoist learning. The kingdom of Qing is vast, and when it was founded, it set a national policy of respecting Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism, so that only Ping'an province has a Buddhist heritage, and the rest of the country may not set up Buddhist temples or pass on Buddhist doctrines. However, in the end, Buddhism has flourished for thousands of years, and there are still many people from all over the world who privately believe in and worship Buddha. Besides, Buddhists talk about this life and the next, karma and the 6 paths of reincarnation. So as long as these concepts are in place, there is no way to ban such things as believing in Buddhism, unless a similar sect is created. Because people have sorrows and joys, life and death, and thousands of sufferings, they will naturally go to find a place of support. Taoism seeks to get away with it and will only think that these people are full of. Confucianism, which emphasizes the establishment of life and mind, will only advise these people to cultivate themselves both internally and externally, and the Buddhist philosophy is just for these people. This is the reason why Buddhism has been able to coexist with Confucianism and Taoism for many years. Of course, the Buddhist concepts of emptiness, and the cleverness of playing wit, are also quite popular with some readers. As a result, many of the concepts of the 3 religions are intertwined and compatible. Therefore, the mother of such a person is not rare, all over the world, and most of them are borrowed from some of the concepts of Buddhism, and then fused with some of the doctrines of Confucianism and Taoism. Go to the poor people around the circle. Immediately there are a bunch of believers. What is the most common thing that Mother Luo says? Meng Yuan couldn't help but think of Venerable Great Tail. Let me think about it. Sister Hua barked her lips, and after half a day of thinking, she couldn't come up with anything, so it was evident that all of Mother Luo's good intentions had been fed to the dogs, just as Venerable Great Tail's eggs had been coaxed away by mother and daughter Xiangling. When I begged for medicine on behalf of my sister, I heard Mother Luo say that no one in the world is unjust, and that all love in the world is sinful. Sister Hua's brother said, "Isn't that what His Holiness the Great Tail relayed to that master?" Meng Yuan felt that he was still underestimating Mother Luo, and he immediately asked, "Is there any more of the medicine that Mother Luo sent you? You can only get 1 a day, and you'll have to pick up tomorrow's share by late afternoon today." Sister Hua said, "How is this the same way as Venerable Detail?" Meng Yuan all but laughed. "Where does Mother Luo live?" Meng Yuan didn't want to mess with Mother Luo, but was prepared to go back and tell her off. Luo mother now changes the place to live. Not allowed to say, but you come to ask, that there is nothing that cannot be said. Live in. Flower Sister was just about to open her mouth. Suddenly her eyes turned white, foaming at the mouth, and her whole body convulsed. Her brother immediately panicked and didn't know what to do. Meng Yuan drew his knife and chopped off a piece of wood from the stool and stuffed it into Sister Hua's mouth to prevent her from biting her tongue. Looking at Flora's appearance, Meng Yuan guessed that this is probably some kind of seed thought method. If Flora wants to tell a stranger where Luo mother is hiding, she will be like this. Sister Flower's brother hurriedly scooped up a ladle of water and splashed it on Sister Flower's face. The fortune teller said that we siblings are cheap for life. Even if we have wealth we can't bear it. Sure enough, after receiving your money, something happened. Flower Sister's brother whimpered and cried. He took out a brainful of silver from Flower Sister's arms and stuffed it all back into Meng Yuan's hands. Master, you came all the way to pay back my sister, and fished her out of the mire. My sister and I are both grateful, but we don't dare to ask for this money. Why was your sister sick at the beginning of February? Meng Yuan did not take the silver. Before the spring rains, I got sick for no reason. The young man cried. I used all the money I earned from labor to buy medicine, but I couldn't be cured. It was only after someone came to say something about Mrs. Luo that I invited her here, and she prescribed medicine, that I slowly got better. I remember you guys saying that at the beginning of February. Mother Luo changed the rules for seeing patients? Meng Yuan asked again. Yes, the teenager returned. Meng Yuan was about to ask again when suddenly there was a knock on the door. The knock on the door was soft and slow, not like someone in a hurry to amuse themselves. Meng Yuan pulled out his sword and went forward to open the door. There were surprisingly 3 people outside. One of them was still an acquaintance. Zhang Guanyan. Zhang Guanyan was also a bit surprised to see Meng Yuan. He looked Meng Yuan up and down and smiled. Going out to steal food behind old Nia's back? He also looked around the room. Yoo-hoo! All on the floor? Windy? Uncle Zhang, why are you here? Meng Yuan didn't have time for jokes, and then realized in a whirlwind. Checking on Mother Luo's business? No wonder old Nia praised you for your resourcefulness. Zhang Guanyan laughed and said, some people from the Luo sect came to see what was going on, so I came to take a look. It turned out to be someone you kid hooked. I unintentionally learned about Mother Luo, and when I asked where she lived, she was just about to say it. Meng Yuan immediately said, it's a small kind of chanting. It's no big deal. It'll be fine in a couple days. Zhang Guanyan entered the room, glanced at Sister Hua, and walked out again, looking at Meng Yuan and asking, has the body been drained yet? Meng Yuan raised his head and looked at the sky. Halfway through the afternoon, close to the time when Mother Luo would dispense the medicine. So he said, it can still be fought. Then count you in. Zhang Guanyan cheerfully patted Meng Yuan on the shoulder. End of chapter. 4 bowls of mutton soup, with more mutton and more soup. For more cakes and 2 plates of cold cuts. Zhang Guanyan found a roadside stall and sat down. First greeted the food and drink. Brother Zhang. Brother Gong. Meng Yuan cupped his fists to the 2 youths who had followed Zhang Guanyan. These 2 people, one called Zhang Lingfeng, is Zhang Guanyan's own son and nephew, the other is named Gong Zihua, previously met in the pastoral village. Zhang Lingfeng and Gong Zihua smiled and returned the salute, and the 3 of them accompanied Zhang Guanyan to sit down. What's going on with this Luo cult? Meng Yuan knew it was going to be a dry run, but still wanted to feel out the ins and outs. Zhang Guanyan gurgled his soup while saying, Xiao Gong, you tell him that he was brought out by old Nia and is not an outsider. We also only found out in the past few days. Gong Zihua was very gentlemanly, and as he spoke, he stopped to drink his soup and eat his meat, and smiled. Nowadays, we've almost gotten to the bottom of Mother Luo and the Luo sect. It's probably some sect of the Buddhist sect, taking advantage of the poor land over here to recruit people and gather believers. Borrowing to see the sick to preach? Meng Yuan asked. Exactly. Gong Zihua smiled slightly. At the beginning of February, many people over here got sick one after another, all because of Luo Mother's means, and then Mother Luo came to the rescue, and got many demented and foolish people to follow. The Luo religion was even established. So it is. When Meng Yuan had heard Sister Hua talk about Mother Luo before, he had felt that this disease was a bit strange, and it was indeed Mother Luo who had drugged Mother Luo to heal her, using this as a way to give grace and spread the word. Meng Yuan had experience in dealing with Buddhist disciples, so he asked, how many grades is Mother Luo? Can there be anyone among the followers who has entered the grade? Gong Zihua, however, stopped talking and looked at Zhang Guanyan. Just like Big Tail Wolf, both are 7th grade, but the ability is much stronger than Big Tail Wolf. Guess it's for some grand wish again. Zhang Guanyan smiled. Mother Luo is blind in her left eye and deaf in her right ear. This is the path of the 7 orifices being severed in the silent phase, and has already cultivated a few points of ability. Silent phase? Meng Yuan was a bumpkin, and immediately came to ask curiously, could it be that the silent phase is fully accomplished, to have all 7 orifices broken? Naturally not. The 7 orifices being severed is the table. No need for all of them to be broken. Mother Luo has taken a crooked path. Zhang Guingyan laughed. Meng Yuan realized that this was another great tale exalted one. Uncle Zhang, what do I do then? Meng Yuan asked. Mother Luo has just organized up Luo religion. The climate has not become. The believers are unusual people. Zhang Guingyan is very confident. There are 7 or 8 monks underneath. I will deal with Luo mother. You with Xiao Gong. Listen to him. Live can catch on catch. Cannot catch kill also line. He nodded at Meng Yuan and added. Remember, your own safety is important. Don't try to be strong. Besides us, there are others. Yes. Meng Yuan immediately responded and asked. When will you leave? Wait for the evening. Zhang Guingyan hemmed and hawed. The old hides deep. We know her lair. But she only comes out in the evening to show her head. That's still a bit early. Meng Yuan saw this, so he inquired about the Buddhist cultivation path. Anyway, it's always good to know more. Old Nya didn't tell you? Zhang Guingyan was a bit surprised. He's been busy these past 2 days. Meng Yuan said honestly. It's just for a few bucks. No talent at all. Zhang Guingyan scolded. I'll tell you about it. So you'll have a defense if you encounter it. We generally refer to the 9 grades of Buddhism as the mindfulness realm. And it's not that difficult to enter the grades. You don't have to recite many Buddhist scriptures or have much understanding of Buddhist texts. The main thing is to plant Buddhist Bodhi seeds in your heart and give birth to a Buddhist mind. What is the Buddha's heart? Is it true, good and beautiful? No. Buddhists do not have idols. The gradualist school believes that by reading the scriptures, acting according to the precepts, and being obedient, one can plant Bodhi seeds and develop a Buddha's mind. According to the enlightenment school, the Buddha's mind is one's own mind. By feeling this thought, one can realize the Bodhi seed of the Buddha mind. By planting Bodhi seeds and giving birth to a Buddha's mind, one attains perfection. The 8 qualities of Buddhism are known as the pure mind realm. The Buddhist philosophy believes that too many distracting thoughts and distractions in the mind and too much external disturbance will delay the practice of Dharma. So you need to cultivate the flesh, blood, and skin, with a strong body and a clear mind, which allows you to cultivate better and get rid of greed and anger. One needs to ease the tendons and shift them, and quench the body to get rid of filth. At this time, the strength of a bald ass's body is not slightly worse than that of a martial artist. But we have the method of opening the secret Zhangtianji, so they are no match. The 8th grade into the 7th grade is the first major hurdle in Buddhism, preaching the 3 conversions and 5 precepts. But the 3 conversions and 5 precepts are the table, to follow or not to follow. Within it is to restrain one's behavior, to overcome whatever greed and anger, to clarify one's goal and direction of cultivation, and to attain Buddhahood. The gradual cultivation school believes in the firm acceptance of the precepts, even with the 8 precepts, and the 10 precepts are to be observed, and the sinews are to be hardened daily. Not so with the Epiphany school, who believe that the commandments are bull *******, and that they can be obeyed if they want to, or not. Once the Buddha phase is complete, it's considered the 7th grade. From then on, you can cultivate the Buddha's divine powers, like what the 6 divine powers, the treasure elephant Buddha light, and the law of degree of humanity can all be comprehended. These 7 qualities are called the realm of receiving the precepts. It speaks of the absence of greed, anger, and dementia, the holding back of emotions and removing delusions, and the mind shining in the void. Zhang Guanyan finished the mutton soup with a gulp, and barred his mouth beautifully. Can greed and anger really be screened away? Meng Yuan asked curiously. Let me ask you, what do you think about the most in the entirety of the Wang Fu? Zhang Guanyan asked rhetorically. Escort the princess. Meng Yuan returned. Tell the truth. Zhang Guanyan laughed. Practicing martial arts. Meng Yuan said. There are no outsiders here. Tell the truth. Zhang Guanyan rubbed his hands together and encouraged. Thinking about women. Meng Yuan said. Zhang Guanyan laughed. Zhang Lingfang also laughed out loud. Gong Zihua smiled and shook his head. That's right. You're only sick if you don't want a woman at your age. Zhang Guanyan heatedly laughed. Greed, anger and infatuation have all been suppressed. If you have removed your feelings and your heart is shining in emptiness, why are you here to preach the way? This is not an obsession? Do you really think you're here to save people? It's just a trick to fool the foolish. He nodded at Meng Yuan, as well as Zhang Lingfang and Gong Zihua, and said seriously, so this is not considered a high monk. Real high monks don't look at rank. They only look at virtue, and they won't hold favors, much less persuade you to become a monk. But there are too few high monks with great compassion. And now it's all about the wangbangs. Uncle Zhang, what is there to take extra precautions against fighting a monk? Meng Yuan's mind was all about dry humping. In terms of fighting, even if the 6 divine powers are added, they are not necessarily a match for our martial artists. Zhang Guanyan was very familiar with it. We have to beware of their illusionary methods such as the method of human enlightenment and the method of planting thoughts. This will make people have thoughts that the days are meaningless and they want to become bald asses. As long as you have a strong will, you will not be afraid. Of course, if the grade is much worse, then no matter how firm it is, it won't work. Zhang Guanyan finished ripping and touched his stomach. I'm full. When Meng Yuan saw that Zhang Guanyan had no idea of paying the bill, he looked at Zhang Lingfeng, only to see that he had also finished eating, and was wiping the sheath of his sword with his head down, as if he was wiping his endless loneliness. And Gong Zihua is buried in the bowl of cold goat soup. Eat slowly. This gentleman's style. He actually giggled. 3 of you, 1 of me, and you're asking me to treat you? Bullying an honest man? Meng Yuan obediently went to meet the bill. After the meeting, Zhang Lingfeng did not wipe the knife, and Gong Zihua did not drink the leftover soup. Little Meng, it's not that I'm talking about you. You're too good at getting ahead. Zhang Guanyan seriously criticized. I'm the elder. How can any junior treat you? Don't allow this next time. I'm a junior, and Uncle Zhang brought me here to see the world, so it should have been my treat. Meng Yuan then realized that people who were close to Niesher were particularly good at being and setting up a house of cards. Zhang Guanyan was like that, and so was he himself. End of chapter. The 4 of them gossiped for a while longer, and Zhang Guanyan made his assignments. He took Zhang Lingfeng away, and Meng Yuan followed Gong Zihua. Don't let anything happen to him. Zhang Guanyan nodded to Gong Zihua, and didn't ask about Meng Yuan's progress, but only admonished him, saying, don't try to be brave. We're more than just these guys. There's still outside help that hasn't shown up yet. Soldiers divided into 2 ways. Gong Zihua took Meng Yuan to the west, out of the people's gathering area. Avoiding people turned northeast, the wasteland in the line of miles, then see a small road ahead. There is a dilapidated courtyard house by the roadside, in which there are 7 or 8 people in velvet clothes making fire to boil the medicine, which are the disciples of Luo's mother. According to Gong Zihua said, this place is a deserted village. Because of the remoteness, has always been less people come and go. After circling around and coming to the woods north of the righteous village, Gong Zihua and Meng Yuan each climbed up an acacia tree and borrowed leaves for cover. The 2 of them were more than 10 paces apart, forming a hand in the position. Meng Yuan also did not know where Zhang Guanyan uncle and nephew had hidden, not to mention where the reinforcements were, and only waited silently. After half an hour, there are scattered people come. Look at their clothes. Should be the poor people outside the north city, and the old man and woman mostly. Stayed up until the evening. One after another came more than 20 people, slightly less than the former great tail venerable. Visible hair eggs are indeed conducive to preaching. As he waited quietly, Meng Yuan faintly heard a subtle ringing sound. Raise your eyes to see, but see a person from the west and come. Hand on the tin staff. When the remnants of the sun is blood, the person seems to be caged layers of blood with the Buddha's light. Meng Yuan gazed at it and saw that the person's hair was like snow and his eyes were white. There was not a trace of meat on his hands, and his face was as pale as skin and bones. The people of that righteous village also saw that Luo's mother had come, and they all got up and waited quietly in the courtyard. All dermas, from the original, are always in their own silent phase. Mother Luo came to the gate of the courtyard, looked around at all the people and said kindly, all good believers please hear the verse, the world is like a dream. Greed and dementia are hard to exhaust. Anger and resentment are bitter in the heart. Let go of attachment and turn to the wisdom. The people in the courtyard have joined hands and recited the verse. Only these people mostly do not recognize words. Memory is not good. Humming and hailing without a tune. That Luo mother, however, nodded with exceptional satisfaction and walked into the courtyard, sitting in the center, surrounded by 8 velvet men and women, and only after that was Zhu Shanxin. This Luo mother again spoke of the 8 sufferings of life, and her voice was kind, so that people were mesmerized by it. Just as Mother Luo finished her speech and began to ask the men if they had recited the scriptures in front of their loved ones when they returned home, they suddenly heard a sound of a bowstring breaking the wind. The arrow was like a shooting star, and Luo mother immediately stood up and caught the long arrow with one hand. Demons can't be killed enough, only to see Mother Luo drop her arrows, plow up her tin staff, and look toward a large tree in the distance. Zhang Guanyan jumped down from the tree. At the same time, the subtle thunder sounded, and then more and more intensive ear-shattering. Clearly as Nia Yannian used the stunt blooming spring thunder. Today, let the Buddha mother come to dispense with you. The evil thief of the demon suppression division. Mother Luo was not the least bit flustered. Her tin staff struck a flower, and her whole body radiated Buddhist light. The blinded eyes were especially bright. Clearly another divine power. The crowd of good believers immediately ran around in fear. Those 8 velvet monks, however, seemed to have rehearsed, not panic, clearly 2 by 2 pair, toward the 4 directions. Meng Yuan didn't have the time to watch the great battle between Zhang Guanyan and Luo Mother anymore, only staring at the two monks running towards him, waiting for Gong Zihua to strike. The two monks were an old and a middle-aged man, both with a look of indignation on their faces and carrying wood knives in their hands. Seeing that the two monks had arrived within 10 paces, Gong Zihua jumped down from the tree and ran a long knife straight at the old monk. Meng Yuan immediately comprehended this and struck out at the same time, going to strongly attack the middle-aged monk. The Gale Blade technique was performed, and the true Qi was carried endlessly. Qi and force together, intention and Qi together. Meng Yuan's hand-long knife flip, reflecting the residual light of the setting sun. That middle-aged monk is not an opponent at all. Only 3 breaths will be knocked off the firewood knife. Meng Yuan saw that the other party is also the way of the martial arts, but clearly under the 33 days did not fully open. Then no longer care. Immediately fast knife is flying, leaving wounds in its limbs. At this time and then look at Gong Zihua, only to see that he took the rigid path. While that old monk is not bad, his body has a hidden Buddha's light, but also swift. Previously, Zhang Guanyan had mentioned that apart from Luo Ma, the rest of the people were at most of the 8th or 9th rank and did not have much ability. Seeing that the other party had no divine abilities to display, Meng Yuan immediately joined the fray. Sure enough, that old monk had been fighting with Gong Zihua, and as soon as Meng Yuan came, there was a sign of weakness. How old are the two monks? What are your official positions? The old monk was cut by Gong Zihua on his back, deep enough to see the bone, but still had a smile. Meng Yuan naturally will not pay attention to, only to the Gale Blade method with Gong Zihua's Fierce Blade method. The two people's blade method actually have a sense of a few points of agreement. A time to kill the old monk left and right, body full of wounds. Seeing that the old monk was already exhausted, Gong Zihua suddenly said. Xiaoming quickly went to ask for help. However, as soon as he said this, he saw Gong Zihua supporting the ground with his sword, and actually stopped fighting. His eyes were blank, as if he had lost his mind. Seeing this, Meng Yuan knew that Gong Zihua had fought with his opponent for too long, and had been disturbed by some kind of degree in seed numinous method. In order to break this divine power, one needs to have a firm mind, with no external objects disturbing the mind. Idiot child, you have deep Buddhist roots. Why don't you join my Buddhist sect? That old monk was covered in wounds, yet he was still wearing a smile. Meng Yuan was ruthless. His blade was faster and faster, only hoping that the other party would fall down first with serious injuries. But move after move, Meng Yuan felt that the knife in his hand was getting heavier and heavier. For a moment, Meng Yuan only felt that life had no meaning, and that what he pursued and what he sought was all vanity. The geldings have not learned their trade, and they can cut a big gash in their own hand for cutting an egg. Shoveling manure also hurt his back by the old ox. Old man Jiang fell sick and died, and the little girl was so sad that she coughed up blood. Meng Yuan went to the doctor with the money from the donkey, but on the way, he met a roe deer and a weasel, and all the money was cheated away. At the end of the mountain, there are peaks and valleys. Meng Yuan was picked up by Nyayanian, privately offered to the princess as the head of the face, became a plaything. Meng Yuan has the intention to advance, with the talent, and will camp, actually won the princess of the heart. The good wind is by virtue of the force. Meng Yuan donated an official, became a power. All the hunters yamen, into the mountains to hunt and take the roe deer and weasel, and prohibit the raising of noodles. But also Nyayanian will be sent to shovel dung. The fire is cooking oil, rich and powerful. Meng Yuan already cannot see the unswerving Jiang girl, but also tired of her all day to persuade himself, only to take her as a concubine. Another go to seek to marry a nobleman. Just at this time, the affair of fornication with the princess sent. The princess died of shame. Meng Yuan was also copied, sent all the way to the food market at the noon gate. Meng Yuan and Jiang Tang were pressed down under the guillotine, and the two of them were no more than 3 feet apart, only to see Jiang Tang still looking at herself. She said, "Brother, I still want to ride the little red horse with you and go out to play together, but I can't anymore. Heaven and earth is vast." Meng Yuan only feel that there is no way to go. The heart is empty, as if this life is all wasted. There is a gentle and kind voice in my ears. I felt sorry for the coldness of the torn jacket yesterday, but now I suspect that the purple python is too long. I am sighing that his life is not long, but I do not know that I have returned to lose my life. I'm sorry to hear that, but I don't know that I'm going to lose my life. Meng Yuan opened his eyes, only to see that the old monk's face was covered in blood, but he was looking at himself with kind brows and a smile. Idiot child idiot, the only way back is to enter my empty door. The old monk's hand pressed the firewood knife to support the ground. Staggering unsteadily, he looked at Meng Yuan's eyes that were still bewildered and guilty, and smiled and chanted, "Undertake the will of heaven, subject to cause and effect. All kinds of shackles trapped the true me. Can you realize? All the thousands of shackles are dreams, and there is no form, no phase, and no self. Meng Yuan stepped forward and raised his sword to slash. The old monk raised his firewood knife to block it, but it was chopped right through, and the knife landed on his shoulder without stopping. The old monk saw that Meng Yuan's eyes were clear and unobstructed, so he panicked and hurriedly said, "Demented child, you should have joined my Buddhist sect. Karma, the 6 paths of reincarnation, hell, ghosts and gods, the pure land of ultimate bliss. All practices that terrorize and entice beings in this way are all extremely evil paths that cannot be tolerated by heaven and are not punishable for their sins." As the twilight and chaotic clouds flew by, Meng Yuan slammed up one blade after another. End of chapter. Little man, where are you chopping the dumpling filling? Meng Yuan, chopping, is attentive. Suddenly heard someone talking, only to realize that he chopped too fascinated. The old monk has long been dead, cannot be dead. Looking back, he followed the sound. At this time it is already dark. That Gong Zihua, kneeling on one knee, with a knife to support the ground, lowered his head. On his shoulder stood a large magpie, several times larger than an ordinary magpie, comparable to a falcon. The bird's beak was black and glowing, its feathers were colorful, and its eyes, though small, were distinctive. Meng Yuan did not have the experience of fighting with a bird demon, but the speculation was so similar that even if the other party could fly, throwing a knife might not be impossible to hit. The magpie also seemed to see Meng Yuan's killing intent, and hurriedly called out, "Little guy, we're on our own." "Really? I don't believe it," Meng Yuan said. "Old Gong, you say something." Magpies also did not dare to escape, fearing that Meng Yuan could not resist the knife. Anxious fluttering wings, take the long beak, repeatedly pecked Gong Zihua's ears. "It's one of our own." Gong Zihua breathless back. He raised his head. Eyes are still a few dazed. Visible also walked through the ups and downs of life. Almost shaved his head. "You two are also too trusting." When that magpie saw Meng Yuan put away his sword, his voice got a little louder. "This old monk should be a perfect 8th grade, and has touched the edge of the 7th grade. He has the ability of the unhindered dialectical talent passage, and then borrows his heart passage, which has become a power. If it wasn't for me keeping an eye on it, you two little guys of the 8th grade would have been gone long ago." Meng Yuan saw that this magpie was a person who liked to brag about his accomplishments, but he didn't try to expose it, and asked curiously, "He is a telepath? Can see what I think?" "Little fellow, you are also too uneducated." This magpie seemed like he hadn't learned the power of enunciation, and his mouth was not polite. "His heart pass is something they blew up. Do you really think you can see what you're thinking? It's just that they can feel your mood and change your state of mind, and use it to lure you and confuse you, so that you can shave your head." "I see. I've been taught." Meng Yuan thanked. "Call me big brother. I have more than enough to teach you," Magpie said. Meng Yuan just pretended not to hear and looked at Gong Zihua, asking, "How is brother Gong doing? Hearing of life and death. Hearing of death and life." Gong Zihua pinched his brow, his eyes already clear, and laughed bitterly. "They are good at getting these dharmas that make people have great joys and great sorrows, and give birth to great remorse and great repentance, and use this to talk about the wonders of the empty door. Old Gong, you're so uneducated. They talk about abstinence. Next time they let you get caught up in the realm of lust, there's something for you to see," Magpie said. Gong Zihua didn't bother with the magpie as he stood up. "8 products so soon? Elder Nye's eyes are really poisonous." He gently patted Meng Yuan on the shoulder and said, "Thanks to you this time. Without him there's still me." "You won't die," Magpie argued. "It's just a matter of being of one mind." Meng Yuan laughed. Both of them smiled at each other, and neither of them paid any attention to the magpie. Gong Zihua examined the old monk and didn't search out anything. The old monk is dead. That middle-aged monk is seriously injured. Also cannot escape. This moment counter sitting up, closed eyes and closed. Do not know what to murmur. The sutra should be calm and universal sound, but he spoke very fast, as if the faster the read the longer the cultivation, by virtue of adding a few points of bizarre. "Let's go. Go watch old Zhang fight." Magpie stood on Gong Zihua's shoulder, looking in the direction of Yi Zhuan while urging. Gong Zihua lifted up the middle-aged monk, and Meng Yuan fished out the old monk's head, and one by one, they headed for the righteous village. At the end of February there is only a waning moon, and this is a suburb with a gusty breeze. I heard the sound of horses galloping back and forth in the distance, and there were many people holding torches, so it seems that this is the reinforcements that Zhang Guanyan said, and that dilapidated manor, but also at times burst out of light. There are bursts of thunder. There is also the Buddha's light surging, with the Yi Zhuang as the center. There were 10 or so men riding on horses all around, and another 10 or so men tackled Luo Mu's disciples. It seems that apart from Mother Luo, the rest of the Luo sect has been captured in its entirety. Zhang Lingfeng didn't say anything when he saw Gong Mang walking towards him. He only nodded slightly and looked inside the righteous manor again, only to see the already dilapidated Yi Zhuang, but also added new wounds. Zhang Guangyan held a long sword in his hand, and there was the sound of spring thunder around his body, and behind him was the image of spring thunder in the mountains and rivers. That Mother Luo hair, withered hands such as chicken claws, but also holding tightly half of the tin staff, although woefully extreme, but still from time to time laughing. That blind eyes are more often light. The two men fought hard to distinguish, and on top of the roof of the righteous villa, there was a person who stood upright. Meng Yuan has entered the 8th grade, ears and eyes smart, at this moment to see clearly, only to see that the person is a 27 to 18-year-old man, wearing a basalt-colored Taoist robes, carrying a long sword, embracing the duster, eyes cold, although the appearance of the general, but the night wind under the moon, before the big battle on the spot, but there are a few points of floating and the sense of freedom to ascend to immortality. Who is that Taoist master? Meng Yuan asked the magpie. This magpie was a chatterbox, and Meng Yuan had been forced to speak to it by name, knowing that the magpie was named Annunciation Immortal. I don't know. The magpie stood on Gong Zihua's shoulder, stretching his left wing and scratching his head. He was invited by Zhang Tu to press the issue, and it's our first time meeting. Gong Zihua smiled. Meng Yuan wanted to ask again, but then he saw a sudden change in the scene. That Luo mother has been disheveled to the extreme, clearly can no longer hold on, but still murmur a few chants. The skin and bones of the body actually seeped out a lot of blood. Blood with golden light. The whole person seems to be bathed in Buddha's light. The 7 orifices are blazing light. Only she is withered and wretched. The secret method is opened. Not like the Vajra god Buddha, but like a demon descending into the world. Zhang Guangyan also stopped. Carefully look at each other. He has been simmering each other. Just want to see each other have a few can, so as to use this to push each other origin. Brother Zhang, don't hold back. The Taoist priest on the roof of the room suddenly spoke out and said in a clear and cold voice, self-murder is strictly forbidden in the Buddhist sect. She is on the verge of death, forced to bring up the silence dharma phase, destroying her own life cultivation, with the method of karma continuity, with you, and even we intertwined with karma, there will be cause and effect, and the harm will be endless. This sounded esoteric, but Zhang Guangyan did not hesitate and immediately leapt forward. Only a vision was born behind Zhang Guangyan, with many floating lights flickering. The long knife in his hand is also flashing a blazing light. To be long knife swung out, as if splitting a hole in the sky in general. Endless knife intent blade astral like streams of light is also, such as rain pouring down. The onlookers outside the courtyard let out gasps of surprise, as if they had rarely seen this kind of stunts. For a moment, Luo Mother, who had wanted to make a counterattack at the moment of death, was smashed by countless streams of light, and countless wounds appeared all over her body, and she no longer had any fighting strength. As for Zhang Guangyan, he had performed a stunt and was still 10 paces away from Luo Mother, but at this moment, he seemed to be drained, his face was pale, and he knelt down on one knee, propping himself up on the ground with his sword. Meng Yuan was outside of the righteous village, 70 to 80 paces away, but he could still feel the might of this blade. Compared to blooming spring thunder, this slash was clearly stronger, even several times stronger, and whether it was against a single person or a group, it was the ultimate slash. Is this also the secret hidden heavenly chance method? Meng Yuan was itching to see it and hurriedly came to ask the Annunciation Immortal. You don't even know this? The magpie's tone was contemptuous as it bounced on Gong Zihua's shoulder, and when it saw that Meng Yuan didn't say anything, it immediately couldn't help but say, this is the method of the heavenly chance, which is named the floating light cave because of the floating light flickering, as if a cave was in full bloom. Extreme depletion of true qi? Meng Yuan saw that Zhang Guangyan couldn't even stand up, so he had this question. No. The magpie quacked non-stop. A few will be the jade liquid all into the sword astral broadcast out. Do you think? When the magpie saw that Meng Yuan didn't say anything again, it really couldn't wait for Meng Yuan to speak, so it hurriedly said, call me eldest senior brother and I'll teach you. Meng Yuan smiled and didn't bother. End of chapter. At this time, inside and outside of the righteous village is silent. Occasionally a few hurtful murmurs and birds quacking sound. Zhang Lingfeng entered the righteous manor and held Zhang Guangyan, touching a pill and stuffing it into Zhang Guangyan's mouth. And that Luo Mother at this time is actually not dead. She sat paralyzed on the ground, the whole body bones and flesh broken, 7 orifices bleeding, but from the throat to probe out a few hoarse laughter. This is the image of the deathbed passing away. And Mother Luo laughed strangely while making the verse, ascend to his realization. But before the sentence was even finished, the Taoist priest on the roof immediately leapt down and kicked Luo's mother in the face. Bothered or not, you have to recite 2 verses even when you take a recite. Recite what rounded verse? How can you? That Taoist priest is clearly the image of the breeze and spontaneity, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he looked as if the Taoist master was not to be messed with. In vain. There is a high monk's table, but not a high monk's smile. The elephant and seek, 1,000 miles at hand. Really draw a tiger like a dog. That Luo mother throat sound, but always cannot say a word. The body of the Buddha light dispersed, covered in blood. Eyes have been hollow. The expression is still hideous resentment. All that was heard was a few ohs and the blood slowly flared up on her body. You have the method of planting thoughts. I have the ability to move heaven. Just see that Taoist priest forward hand, pressed on the Mother Luo brow, and then retracted. That Mother Luo body flame was actually all drawn out. Mother Luo seems to be also suffered greatly, rolling in pain. It's done. That Taoist priest stood up straight, holding the handle of his duster with one hand, with a bland smile on his face, clearly hiding his accomplishments deep in his heart. Great joy, great joy, great joy. We can find the guru. The Annunciation Immortal flew up and hovered endlessly over the righteous village, quacking. But at that moment, fire was actually born on Luo Mother's body again, slowly burning up from within her body outwards. The Taoist priest immediately panicked, casting spells repeatedly, but could not be extinguished at all. This. That Taoist saw Zhang Guanyan frowning and the rest of the people also had puzzled looks. He immediately broke out in a sweat and no longer had any semblance of a dashing look. Only panic remained. Soon, Luo's mother was reduced to ashes, and no one inside or outside the righteous village even made a sound. No joy. Unhappy. The Annunciation Immortal wanted to say more, but was glared at by the Taoist priest, and immediately obediently flew onto Gong Zihua's shoulder. This is karma fire. That Taoist priest was extremely solemn, as if he wanted to salvage his reputation, and said to Zhang Guanyan, Brother Zhang, it's better to invite someone else. The other party casts karmic fire, which is unending, and I'm afraid the grade is not low. With my ability, it is still slightly insufficient. It's just that this kind of high-level person must have an origin. But why did he let his disciples and grandchildren come here to fool around? In Buddhism, all kinds of behavior become karma, and karmic fire is the fruit that comes with karma, also known as karma. If a person has greed and anger in his body, he is bound to create a lot of bad karma, and in the future he will be rewarded with karma and suffer from the fire of karma. To put it bluntly, it's still that Buddhist doctrine of karma. Someone didn't just plant thoughts on Mother Luo, but also the cause of karmic fire. At least we know that the other party is a true master. Zhang Guanyan wasn't discouraged and smiled. There are always other survivors. The credit is not lost. He looked around at the people outside the righteous village. Examine this place and call it a day. With Zhang Guanyan's order, a group of people got busy, tying up all of Luo Mother's disciples and stuffing them onto the donkey cart. Even the ashes of Luo's mother were collected, and the inside and outside of the righteous village were examined in detail. Little Meng, although you're not one of us, but in the end you saved my life and killed an 8th rank monk. Not a small amount of credit. When the time comes, I'll ask Zhang Tu to give you a recount of your merits. Gong Zihua was a gentle gentleman when he wasn't juggling swords, and spoke in a conciliatory manner. Thank you, Brother Gong. Meng Yuan smiled and answered, then asked curiously, how long will this merit reward come down? Meng Yuan is now poor and crazy. Borrowed Nieshur's 200 taels, half of which was handed over to the little girl to take care of, and the other half was not much left to spend today. That's why Meng Yuan wants to get some money as soon as possible. What's the hurry? The Annunciation Fairy interjected. Do you want to receive it without 10 days and half a month? Meng Yuan lost his smile in realization and asked again, Brother Annunciation, what is that merit reward? This has to go back and discuss. Carefully discuss the merits. With me and old Gong as witnesses. You can't run away from that little credit. Annunciation Fairy is very familiar, and added, when the time comes, please invite me to drink. Meng Yuan didn't find it outrageous, but instead felt that it was only normal. In less than a quarter of an hour, the group was packed. The monk has disappeared. The people riding horses to catch the car. Zhang Guanyan seems to have been very tired. Even horses do not ride, but sitting on a donkey cart dozing. Meng Yuan and Gong Zihua and the others followed the donkey cart with their swords to the left and right, and the Annunciation Immortal led the way in front. A party of 40 or 50 men, mostly carrying torches, came in great numbers outside the northern city, and at once drew out the mudbloods of this place. There were many good believers at the time of the previous battle against Luo Mu, and they had brought the news back early. Some bold people even went up to ask the reason. Zhang Guanyan deliberately pointed to Gong Zihua and others to tell Luo Mother first drug and cure the means. Gong. Meng Yuan was just thinking that if he didn't return so late, the little girl shouldn't be able to sleep. When he saw the Flower Sisters' younger brothers surging to their knees in front of him, I'm not a benefactor. Instead, I'm just returning a favor. Meng Yuan helped Sister Flower's younger brother up. Live a good life in the future. Remember, the proper sects are all about advising people to be good, filial to their parents, and loving their relatives and friends. Those who make you make offerings and have you memorize scriptures and sing songs are all people with bad intentions. Remember, they're not doing it for my good. They have bad intentions. There were tears in Sister Hua's eyes. I've come to realize that all the people in this world, one or the other, are all ES. Just Ngong is not A. Meng Yuan pinched his brow and said, "Go ahead and have a good time. What's your name?" Hannah asked, turning back after a few steps. Meng Yuan smiled and shook his head, not saying much. "Sagittarius is asking you your name." Zhang Guanyan was sitting on the donkey cart and still had time to snicker. When Sister Flower's brother walked away, Meng Yuan also sat on the donkey cart. At this time the night is deep. Zhang Guanyan touched the token. Let Zhang Lingfeng to go to people shouting open the city gate. In a short while the city gates were opened, and a group of people went into the city again. You kid can, not only the 8th grade, but also save Xiaogong's life. It seems that you do not only think of pussy in your heart. Zhang Guanyan sat on the donkey cart, reached out and patted Meng Yuan's shoulder, chatting, "You have merit. Go back to the guardhouse with me. I'll give you the credit. Let's put it on paper." "Uncle Zhang, I came out today without reporting, so I have to hurry back." Meng Yuan wasn't in a hurry to catch up on his work, this time although it is a guest army, but in the end to fight to the death. The credit thing Meng Yuan and will not let half a point. This is their own deserved. But Meng Yuan sees clearly. He is a modest gentleman, gentle as jade, and his skin is too thin. The previous was pitched meal money. If you follow to go to the narrative, 10% of the credit is estimated to be only 60% or 70%. Will also fall on paper, may also have to take in a celebration of the money. And being unfamiliar with the situation at the guardhouse myself, I don't know exactly how the credit is divided. That's why you have to find someone who is thick-skinned, even shameless, and knows the market to talk to. This kind of thing can only be done by Master Nya. Moreover, his own ability was passed down by Master Nya, and if he went to ask for credit for his own achievements in killing the enemy outside, his face would have a face. I'll ask Master Nya to take me on a walk through the guardhouse tomorrow. Uncle Zhang took me to see the world. Master Nya must be grateful, Meng Yuan honestly said. As expected, Zhang Guanyan immediately became anxious. You came to help Uncle Zhang, and Uncle Zhang is happy. But for you to let old Nya come to recount his achievements, Uncle Zhang is not happy. It's good that Uncle Zhang is happy. When the credit comes down, I'll treat Uncle Zhang to mutton soup. Meng Yuan pretended not to understand, and seeing that he had already entered the city, he hurriedly clasped his fist at Zhang Guanyan, jumped off the donkey cart and ran. This kid, Zhang Guanyan opened his mouth. Originally see also strange loyalty. I did not expect early with the old Nya learned bad. End of chapter. It was past noon before Nya Yanian slowly arrived at Drunken Moon House. Father, what took you so long? Duke Meng waited for you for a long time and thought he'd go back if you didn't come. Nya Qingqing was no longer full of smiles, but instead complained. Just go back. You're still not happy? If Lousy hadn't been earning you dowry money, would I have gone without daylight? Nya Yanian was not amused. Say it like I forced you. Nya Qingqing wasn't in a good mood either. The geldings are here to borrow money again, aren't they? Soft Rice is kind of letting him play it out. Nya Yanian pointed his finger at Nya Qingqing. Don't give him any money. He's the best at climbing up the ladder. If you do, he'll be sure to eat you up from now on. That's not true. When Nya Qingqing heard this, she spread her face and smiled. He said that he made a feat with Uncle Zhang outside of the city yesterday. Earning you face, and wanted to buy you a drink. Earning me face? Sesame green beans of merit. He just wants to borrow money from me. Nya Yanian had a look of understanding. Father, you're too much of a doorstop. Nya Qingqing helped Nya Yanian up to the second floor and said, I heard him say that he was the one who joined forces with the Gong family brothers to kill a demonic monk of the 8th rank, and was considered the second most important person in that group. Meng Gongzi is humble in nature and didn't go into detail. I figured that he saved the Gong family brothers and also killed someone. When Nya Yanian heard this, he froze for a moment and stopped calling himself a geldingsmith, saying, Maester Meng can do it. Didn't lose my face. He was so joyful that he didn't go up to the second floor, turned around and prepared to go back to the Wang Fu. But before he could get out of the Drunken Moon building, he saw that Zhang Guanyan came with Gong Zihua and Zhang Lingfeng as well. Old Zhang, Nya Yanian pulled Zhang Guanyan, also did not let go, said, Yesterday in the end what is the matter? You give me a detailed account. Geldings speak are not careful. Caught Luo cult went. Zhang Guanyan casually responded, then looked at Nya Qingqing and instructed, the entire vegetarian feast in a while. I'll treat Nubizi to dinner in the evening. Just don't worry. Nia Qingqing smiled and answered. All the way to the second floor box. On the hot tea and snacks. Zhang Guangyan then talked about last night. After Zhang Guangyan said the matter of Luo's mother, Nia Yannian was also rare and serious, saying, we must find a high person to come. Maybe that person in the back wants to move up to the upper third. Zhang Guangyan nodded his head slightly with a heroic look. Nia Yannian also stopped asking more questions, and asked Gong Zihua about the great battle against the 8th rank monk. Gong Zihua is really a modest gentleman, naturally said one by one. Not to mention how qualified Brother Meng is in practicing martial arts. He didn't escape when I entered the reincarnation dream realm, but instead threw himself into assisting me. Similarly, entering the reincarnation dream realm with a firm will. It is evident that Senior Nia has taught him well. Gong Zihua bowed down to Nia Yannian in a very solemn manner, over and over, barely considered to have not lost me just. Nia Yannian waved his hand in a cloudy manner, sighed again, and nodded. I taught him every day to treat the crown princess with loyalty, and to treat his friends with righteousness, and in the end, he remembered some of it. Gong Zihua heard this, see more solemn. Zhang Lingfang also have a solemn feeling. The two of them over there, Nia Qingqing and Zhang Guanyan, however, had a laugh. I have to go back to talk to him. Nia Yannian also did not sit down, immediately got up and left, but walked 2 steps and turned back, curious to ask, you guys are doing something outside the northern city, how did you meet him? Zhang Guanyan sipped his tea and laughed. He went to Lucky Lane to look for a secret whore, and did not pay the bill when he finished, and it just so happened that I came across him and relieved him of the problem, and that's not why he went to do something with me. Nia Yannian also laughed when he heard this, and he sat back down again, saying, are you saying that he took my money and didn't go to the flower boat or the courtyard to eat mountainous delicacies, but ran to the mud pit outside of the northern city to pick at the coarse chaff? Zhang Guangyan laughed, having been used to a hard life. He knows the truth of frugality. He is a good boy. Nia Qingqing was slightly stunned by what she heard, and when she saw Gong Zihua and Zhang Lingfang having a laugh, she realized that it was Zhang Guangyan who was joking. He's thrifty my ass. Nia Yannian couldn't help but laugh. The little geldings are stingy and shallow-eyed, but if you want to say that he doesn't recognize women when he gets off the bed, I don't believe it. Don't believe me. He said himself that he thinks about women in addition to practicing martial arts. Zhang Guangyan laughed. Nia Qingqing also covered her mouth and laughed, but she saw Nia Yannian frowning and looking over. Can I not know what he thinks? Nia Yannian was very confident and said, the geldings think, but he won't go to the mud pit to play with women. He's a bit like our one-face family in that he takes extra care of the people in the mud pit. He pointed outside and said, I'll bet that when he gets to that mud pit outside the North City, he'll be lucky if he can hold back from hitting the forked pole or the head of the handle. Those secret prostitutes in the mud pit are all pathetic people. I reckon he won't be able to take off his clothes when he sees them. That's because you didn't take him to a good place. Zhang Guangyan also laughed. He could tell that Nia Yannian knew that geldings very well and trusted him very much. He's so stingy that he's afraid to spend money even if you take him on a flower boat. He only dares to hook up with those who have never seen the world before, and call him son after hearing a few soft words. Nia Yannian was not amused. Father, you might as well make it clearer. Nia Qingqing said unconvincingly. I went with him to Yizhuang to find a place to ambush. Asked slightly, probably he had previously received a secret prostitute's favor, specifically to go to the people ransom, send money to pay off the debt. Gong Zihua said. Nia Yannian saw that Gong Zihua also did not know much, so he did not inquire. This is all trivial. Nia Yannian asked Zhang Guangyan about the origin of that Taoist priest again. After pulling a long time and eating some tea and snacks, Nia Yannian didn't drink any wine, so he headed for the royal residence. At this time has been over noon. The schoolyard, a group of people sitting, listening to Hu Qian preaching, but did not see the figure of Meng Yuan. That Hu Qian face with a smile. There is a sense of ease and leap, as if picking up big money. When the people saw Nia Yannian arrive, they hurriedly rose and saluted. Entered the grade? Nia Yannian asked Hu Qian with a smile. I had a feeling at the time of this morning, and it was only after senior brother Meng assisted me that I opened my orifices. Hu Qian laughed. Well, you're not slow either. Nia Yannian clasped his arms and said, if I can't be a little Taoist nun, it's good to be a chivalrous woman. In the future, I will help the princess to carry the sword, and it will be as awesome as ever. Hu Qian clearly thought the same thing, and immediately nodded happily. Where did the geldings go? How did he arrange it when you entered the character? Nia Yannian asked. He gave me a day off and told me to take a day off tomorrow. Hu Qian honestly said. Then simply rest today. Why tomorrow? Nia Yannian frowned in disbelief. He said to have his girl bring some gifts and go with me to talk to my mother. Hu Qian said. He hasn't even bought a gift for Lousy. Nia Yannian cursed. Then realized. He cursed even harder. How old is that girl? Little geldings really ah. Not so much, not so much. Hu Qian also laughed. He said he'd wait a few more years. It's still barely human. Nya Yanian was a bit more relieved. End of chapter. Nya Yanian pointed out a few words to Hu Qian, then left the schoolyard again to find Mei. I'm looking for the plums and I have a guest, but it's Jiang Xuanyo. Teacher Nya. Jiang Xuanxuan was uncomfortable and hurriedly saluted. What's the matter? Did Xuan Mei owe you money for your labor? Nya Yanian casually sat down and took the tea served by the little maid. Mei Seeker smiled and didn't make a sound. Do not dare to dare. Jiang Xuanyo humble very. I think the work is too easy. All day long nothing to do. Feed the horses and horses are someone. I want to go back to the pastoral farm to help labor. You can be too honest. Nya Yanian laughed at that. This was supposed to be a job for your retirement. My granddaughter has settled. Xiaomeng also see have success. I do not do anything, but also for nothing to receive the monthly silver. The heart is not good. Jiang Xuanyo said. This you don't understand. Nya Yanian took a sip of tea, nodded to Jiang Xuanyo, and said, the little geldings are the Wangfei's guards. Now is not yet assigned him a job. There will be a busy time in the future. When the princess goes on a trip and patrols the quiet garden, he will have to contribute. Jiang Xuanyo still had a confused look on his face and obviously didn't get it. Loyalty is the most important thing in the business of guards. If both loyalty and ability, then must be reused. The little geldings were raised by Xuanmei. I taught him by hand. And every day he hangs his lips on what life is between heaven and earth, and is obviously loyal, and his ability is barely there. Nya Yanian patiently explained up, saying, guards are different from other positions. They are too close to the princess, so they have to be treated favorably. He pointed to where Meng Yuan lived and said, think about it, it's so close to the princess. If he can't afford to treat his family's illnesses and can't get a daughter-in-law, wouldn't he have to think of ways to get money? At that time, if he were to publicize the princess's private affairs, or even engage in a collusion, wouldn't that be bad? That won't happen. Little Meng said that there is only one son in his heart, and that's Wangfei. Jiang Xuanyo was very serious. Well said. Mei Seeker nodded in approval. Nya Yanian looked at Xuanmei. In the end did not tear down Meng Yuan's stage, but then said, little geldings have me and Xuanmei as a guarantee. In the future is close to the guards. In the past, it was a ministry, and in the army, it was to be adopted as a righteous son. Understand? Jiang Xuanyu finally understood. He froze out of his mind and said, worshipping Wangfei as your righteous mother? Our Wangfei doesn't engage in this. Nya Yanian laughed. In his heart, he definitely treats Wangfei as a righteous mother. Jiang Xuanyo was very confident, and whispered, Mr. Nya. There was blood on Xiaomeng's clothes when he came back last night. But what happened? Xuanmei obviously only just realized it, and she didn't intend to dish it out. Looking curiously at Nya Yanian. Yesterday I took him out to see blood. It's fine. Nya Yanian smiled easily and asked again. I heard the little gelding say that he had been favored by a secret prostitute when he was a refugee. Dark. Jiang Xuan have seen Seeking Mei frowned. He did not dare to say anything. Thought for a while, before saying, but outside the North City? Nya Yanian smiled and nodded. Remember? Tell me what's going on. How can I not remember? At that time, Chief Yang came to buy handsome young man. Xiaomeng almost followed, or got a good person to remind. Jiang Xuanyu seemed to recall that day of heavy snow, cannot help but sigh, and then said that day situation. Nya Yanian and Xuanmei are both knowledgeable and know what kind of hook it is to buy a handsome young man. When he finished listening carefully, Nya Yanian smiled, seeking plum but much more solemn, asked, the so-called favor, just a broken mat and a dry cake? And the former is still for a righteous people who speak out of the body. The latter you share the food? Yes. Xiaomeng then I think more. He is still remembering people's favor. Jiang Xuanyo only felt the feeling that today is not what it used to be, and even more so that today is not easy to come by. Alright, Lao Jiang you go back. Nya Yanian took a sip of tea and added, don't tell little geldings about what happened today. Yes. Jiang Xuanyo hurriedly answered. As soon as Jiang Xuanyo left, Xuanmei didn't plan to dish out any more, but only asked curiously, what did he go and do yesterday? Yesterday he went to pay off a debt to a secret prostitute, met an old buddy from the Jin Demon Division's guardhouse, and was brought in to do a favor. Nya Yanian hemmed and hawed. It's good to see some blood. Don't be afraid. I am not afraid of this. Xuanmei was very serious. I saw him as pure and simple at first, so I gave him a hand, and naturally I'm willing to see him excel. But Uncle Nya, I found that since he followed you, not to mention the good wine, but also often in and out of the drunken moon house. Uncle Nya, teenagers are most afraid of alcohol, sex, and wealth sapping their minds. Nya Yanian was furious and laughed. He's even more pure quality than Shitsi. It's all because I brought him down. I don't mean this. Xuanmei hurriedly got up to pour tea for Nye Yannian to make amends, saying, he is the person who was grateful for the reward. I see that your old man also lifted him up. Then he should pass on some real ability. More constraints to restrain. It's been passed on. Nye Yannian sighed and said, you don't know how much the geldings can pester. Then when Princess Wang goes on a trip, bring him along as well and recognize him, so that he can be allowed to do things in the future. Xuanmei discerned. Nye Yannian had meant to do this, so he immediately responded and asked, where did that kid go? He excused himself and took Jiang Tang out, saying that he wanted to go out for a trek. It was only then that Xuanmei returned to the flavor. What exactly did he do yesterday? Wang Fei hasn't stepped on the green yet. He stepped on it first. Nye Yannian laughed in a good-natured way and said, he fought with the monk, guessing that he was hit by some dharma that attracts people to enlightenment of life and death. Maybe in his dream he shoveled dung for his whole life, and the little girl suffered after him. When he woke up, he felt sorry for his little girl. I've seen this kind of thing many times. In a couple days it will be fine. All the more reason for you to pass on some real skills. Seek Mei said seriously. Got it. Nye Yannian impatiently got up and returned himself to the schoolyard. Arriving at the schoolyard, Nye Yannian simply asked Wu Changxing to bring in recliners and talk to the cadets one by one. Only in the evening, seeing that dinner was about to start, did Nye Yannian leave. Out of the gate of the schoolyard, he saw Meng Yuan and his girl had just returned as well. The two of them didn't know what to say with their heads down. And that girl couldn't stop laughing. Come over here. Nye Yannian picked his finger. Master Nye, I've given you a long face. Meng Yuan hurriedly went forward to claim credit. Nye Yannian knew that the gelding should talk about borrowing money in the next sentence, so he immediately said, alright, you're the one with the big face. When he saw that Meng Yuan was still holding a few books, he snatched them up, but they were actually some kind of 29 ancient poems, some kind of poetic rhymes, and some kind of long and short sentences. Oh no, the geldings have switched to poetry. TSK, elegant man na, able to be married to Shitzi. Nye Yannian scoffed non-stop. Master Nye, don't underestimate people. Meng Yuan was very serious. Poetry can be vulgar or elegant. It can be chanted by everyone from princes and nobles to peddlers. Fine, then you compose a song. Nye Yannian grabbed Meng Yuan's arm. I'll see how you compare to Shitzi. I haven't learned it yet. Meng Yuan knew how to make a friggin' poem, and it wasn't even for himself in the first place. It was for Xiang Ling. Poetry is the play of literary and elegant people. You can't learn the poetry fairy. Nye Yannian laughed, confidently said, but lousy teach you door lightness. When others let you do poetry, you can't hold back and run away. You simply can't hear the sound of others cursing you behind your butt. Not so much. I can still do 2 limericks. Meng Yuan immediately explained. A confidant of the Seiji. Let's go. Nye Yannian laughed. Didn't you say you'd wait to learn until you've met the crown princess? Meng Yuan asked curiously. And there's no need to go through this. It's all the same. Nye Yannian took a step and went back to the schoolyard again. End of chapter. The night is heavy. The teenage trainees practiced diligently, and Nye Yannian pulled Meng Yuan aside to talk about light body techniques. Learning lightness is good. I want to learn lightness too. Hu Qian came up. The next 33 days all open to learn. Nye Yannian in the end is a daughter of. See the girls on the side. His mouth will be convergence of many. People Meng Bachelor already 8 products. Known as Poetry Sword Double Best. You cannot? Master Nye. I really don't dare to be called the Poetry Sword Double Master. Meng Yuan was humble. So soon? It was only then that Hu Qian realized that Meng Yuan had entered the 8th rank. She opened her mouth and bent down to arch her hand. Senior brother Meng. Then it's back to drills and no more bull *******. Seeing that there were no more interruptions, Nye Yannian carried his hands behind his back, and while taking steps, he said, this method is called flying flossgong. What is fluttering flakes? It has nothing to rely on. It flutters and moves with the wind. Using your true chi as the wind. Your body is the flying floss, and when the wind is fast, the floss flies. The flying floss technique is as light as fluttering flakes, floating like a stream of clouds. It is not a method of vacillating in a square inch. It is a method of fast sprinting, and is especially effective in the mountains, forests, and wildlands. This is the dharma of pursuing the enemy. Meng Yuan realized, you can attack when you enter, and you can defend when you retreat. How can you just think about chasing and killing the enemy? The flying flurry kung fu can also run away. Nye Yannian glared at Meng Yuan and said in a bad mood, a great man can bend and bend, and there's no shame in running away sometimes. It's just a matter of fighting back when you're well practiced. Just like when you met that old monk. You saw Gong Zia's eyes glazed over. You should immediately go back to get help. because Gong Zihua has long been in the 8th rank. He can't even carry it. And no one will accuse you if you give him up to ask for help. Speaking of this, Nie Yannian smiled again and patted Meng Yuan on the shoulder. But you were able to stay and save the day. And that ruthlessness has a bit of the old man's style from back in the day. After Nie Yannian boasted for a while, he didn't hide anything and talked about the flying floss kung fu's method of stance and true chi operation, as well as the breathing technique. The stance of this flying flocculent gong is not difficult, nor is it critical. With the method of breathing it is possible to run around. But if you want to go further, you will need to have real chi to support it. The true chi operates first and foremost in the orifices on the torso, and later on the limbs. As long as it runs back and forth in the dantian reflecting the engraving, it will be considered done. After half a day of wrangling, Nie Yannian spoke about the key points several times, and Meng Yuan first memorized the method of true chi operation, and then tried sinking his chi into the dantian according to what Master Nie had passed on. True chi running in the corresponding points of reflection. So the cycle of several times will feel the whole body light, the lower limbs and waist and abdomen powerful. A step out. There is a sense of endless life, like being pushed forward in general. After running around the schoolyard twice, Meng Yuan became a little more familiar with the method of carrying true chi, and the feeling of lightness in his body increased even more. And the true chi was carried around in the place where the reflection was engraved, and the consumption was not considered to be a lot. Meng Yuan estimated that, according to his own dantian stored true chi, so under the operation, an hour is afraid to be no problem. Even under full power, he could survive for half an hour. After running 3 more laps in a row, Meng Yuan stopped. Nie Yannian came back to teach, saying, because of the reason that martial artists open the upper, middle, and lower 3 days, all the martial arts in this world have to be accompanied by the method of true chi transportation in order to increase their power even more. This flying floss kung fu can be learned as long as the full lower 33 heavens are open, but you have to understand that everyone is different, which makes it high or low. Where is the difference? The individual's original strength, the true chi stored in the dantian, the speed of the impact on the place of reflection, the amount of true chi consumed, and the unseen and untouchable nature of the heart. At the time of the lower grade, the 9th grade consummation is a change, and the 8th grade consummation is another change. But even so, even if 2 people are in the same realm and have learned the same dharma, the gap is still enormous. Nie Yannian assiduously taught, full of sharpening intentions. Master Nie, isn't it true that the gap is smaller after reaching the middle and high grade? Meng Yuan asked curiously. I don't know about high grades, but I know the difference between medium grades. Nie Yannian laughed. Meng Yuan listened curiously. Even ing bigger. Nie Yannian was very emotional. This kind of thing in the martial way is very mysterious. After the other family reached the middle grade, the difference of 1 grade is a heavenly rift. But this path of Wufu is different. A difference of 1 rank also has the possibility of a strong kill. Is it using the heavenly chance method of opening the secret kara? Meng Yuan asked. Not bad. Some methods are too strong. Like old Zhang's floating light cave heaven is a piece of, at best, just take a break. Some Tianji methods are simply 10 times more overbearing than floating light cave heaven. The body is 10 times heavier to suffer the repercussions, and its power that's needless to mention. Nie Yannian nodded at Meng Yuan. That's why I've always taught you to be humble, to be restrained, and to be inward-looking. That's why. Master Nie, you've never taught me to be humble. You've only taught me to use my fists to solve things that money can't solve. When Meng Yuan finished speaking, he saw Nie Yannian frowning and glaring, so he hurriedly changed the topic and asked, Master Nie, what about yesterday's credit? Look, it's urgent again. Help me keep in mind. Nie Yannian also solemnized, said, but you don't have any big expectations. Those dog officials improper people. The reward is very little, not more generous than our Wang Fei out. He patted Meng Yuan on the shoulder and said seriously, at most, give a 30 to 50 taels of silver. This kind of bull **** will be able to fool Shangling's mother and daughter. Master Nie, it's naturally fine for you to stay moist, but can you at least leave me a pot of soup? Meng Yuan spread his hands and said helplessly, I'm dying of poverty, falling out of money at a young age. Nie Yannian scolded and said, the princess is going on a trip in 5 days, so practice hard in these few days, and I'll bring you to meet them then. Wang Fei travel thing said for a long time. See March, after the summer is the fall, finally is a settlement. Nie Yannian was going to wait for Meng Yuan to pester a few more sentences, to give a few taels of silver to get rid of, but saw that people do not shout poor, but is the crown, and straighten the waist, as if the princess is in front of you. Don't be a man of the world at this moment, but when you're in front of the crown princess, you'll have no talent to cry poor. Nie Yannian nodded Meng Yuan's nose. Meng Yuan was ashamed in his heart, and he did not argue. only making a noble appearance. When Nya Yannian left, Meng Yuan did not go away, and came to try the Feiwu skill in the schoolyard. Stop every few laps to reflect and summarize. This flying flocculent technique was the same as the gale blade technique, and the most important thing was the method of carrying the true qi. As long as the method of transportation is familiar, and the true qi is full, then it will be considered a small success, according to what Master Nya had said. In fact, flying flocculation technique and gale blade technique, both of which use true qi to support their movements, could only be considered minor paths when they were of low grade. The only way to consider heaven and earth as vast is to open the secret hidden treasures in the body and obtain the law of heaven and earth. Running over and over again, the true qi rushed back and forth and impacted in the place where the reflection was engraved. Meng Yuan was just like when he was running the gale blade technique, and the middle 33 heavens gradually responded. A deep hidden viscera sinews in the orifice is slightly trembling, which seems to hide what? To break out of the shell in general. Meng Yuan went straight home, closed the door and sat down, closed his eyes to calm his mind. And after the Dantian true qi was filled, his mind moved slightly, and he came to rub the new orifices. End of chapter. The true qi comes out from the Dantian, passes through all the meridians, and goes downward at the mudball palace orifices, dabbing first, then grinding, slow abatement. In this way, I do not know how long, the true qi in the slow erosion and the depletion of most, that in the neck sinews in the hole finally opened. The true qi was leaking out like a stream, and the transportation was unhindered. Meng Yuan actually had a feeling of strength and fatigue, and the hunger in his abdomen was unbearable, only to feel that it was even more tiring than the vigorous impact of opening the lower 33 heavens. It took a few moments to slow down slightly before opening his eyes. It was already evening outside the doors and windows. Meng Yuan remembers clearly. He was in the middle of the night to settle down, did not think that this time to open the orifices actually took so long. Then when the first opening of the mud pill palace is even longer. No wonder I'm so tired. So it took too long. It seems I'm still quite good at fierce, long and bitter battles. Of course, speedy battles are also windy. Meng Yuan lamented a sentence, and when he smelled the aroma of stewed meat, he felt even more hungry, so he got up and opened the door. I only saw that the house was bustling with activity tonight, and in addition to old Uncle Jiang and Jiang Tang, Hu Qian was also there. Brother, Jiang Tang saw Meng Yuan come out. She was first happy, and then her face was slightly red. She didn't dare to look at each other. Mixed with no previous lively vigor. Jiang Tang followed Hu Qian today to meet Hu Qian's mother. She has not been taught by women, although she probably knows how it is, but still learned a lot. Moreover, Hu Qian's mother had been the royal consort's nursemaid, and had pulled some things about bringing up children. Jiang Tang then listened carefully while being shy, and was close to taking notes afterward. Meng Yuan glanced at Hu Qian, who smiled knowingly, with a look of great success. Eat. Meng Yuan sat down. As soon as the stewed mutton entered his belly, Meng Yuan felt his qi returning. With just a little bit of stored thought, the growth of that essence flame remained extremely slow. Nowadays, although serving the crown princess is the top priority, the matter of containing the essence fire cannot be delayed. Meng Yuan was a calm gentleman, and while he lowered his head to eat, he thought about whether the words gathering the will and protecting the princess could be linked to containing the essence flame. Jiang Tang didn't say anything, and lowered her head to eat her meal, her face flushed, stealing a glance at Meng Yuan from time to time. Jiang old uncle is even more cautious nature. He knows that Hu Qian identity is not the same, so he also did not say a word. Hu Qian usually cooler, but after familiarization is also a talkative. But she saw all the people do not say anything, so she also honestly closed her mouth. After eating, Meng Yuan sent Hu Qian back, and practiced the gale blade technique twice in the courtyard to warm up his body, and then closed his work. Not practicing martial arts enlightenment again. This kind of thing is about a sense of relief. Just newly opened the orifices. Should be a little slow. Meng Yuan came to Jiang Tang's room and saw her practicing her writing and reading books in a well-behaved manner. So he didn't say any supervisory nonsense and just picked up the newly purchased anthology of poems and lyrics to read. Xiangling wants to learn poetry. She has the heart of a child. There is no guarantee that in the future will really become a talent. Mixed with the name of the poetry fairy. Therefore, Meng Yuan intends to learn first, so as to be able to pressure her head, sleep for a day, to wake up in the morning. After eating meals, Meng Yuan first went to the schoolyard to teach the people some, and then practiced several times the gale blade method in flotsam gong. Until noon also did not see Nyesher too. Meng Yuan simply closed the opening of the orifices. This is another night, until the next day at noon to count another opening of an orifice. At this point, the middle 33 heavens had been opened in 3 places. Meng Yuan estimated that the middle 33 days located in the torso of the orifices are in the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. is even more fragile. I am afraid to be even slower. After resting quietly for a day, it was already the day when the princess went out. Meng Yuan got up before dawn this day, burned hot water, rubbed his body vigorously, and took the soap horn to wash his head, and changed into the new clothes sent by Nya Yanian. Jiang Tang was given a vacation by seeking Plum, but she was not idle and cheerfully combed and braided Meng Yuan's hair. When he was packed, Meng Yuan sat on his sword again and carried his longbow on his back. Not a moment later, Nya Yanian searched for him, and he couldn't help but frown when he saw that Meng Yuan was neat and tidy. Bachelor Meng has passed the scholarship examination? Didn't say anything. I'll bring you a gift. Nya Yanian had no good words in his mouth as he tugged Meng Yuan outside, nor did he go to the quiet garden where the princess resided, but first went to the stables and took the horses and waited outside the partial gate of the royal residence. There were already 5 people in this room, most of them in their 40s, and with Meng Yuan's general attire. They were all guards of the crown princess. Nya Yanian pulled Meng Yuan and smiled as he went up to introduce them one by one, sort of mixing things up. Not a moment later, he saw 2 more people come out. Surprisingly, it was Dugu Kong and Wan Lao Xiukai. I saw Dugu Kong riding a white horse, his forehead covered with jade, but the whole person wilted. Although he was dressed as a nobleman, he did not have any noble spirit. There are no servants, only Wang Xiukai. Visible Dugu Kong was detained. Teacher Nya, Teacher Zhang, Teacher Lu, Teacher Xiaomeng. Wang Xiukai was a decent man, smilingly arching his hand towards Nya Yanian and the others. I see that little teacher Meng looks familiar. Duo Kong looked at Meng Yuan. This is the first time I have followed your highness out. Meng Yuan didn't tell a lie. After waiting for another quarter of an hour, he saw a carriage pulling out, and the driver was a woman. There were 2 other women riding horses with swords on their sides, on the left and right of the carriage. Other than that, there was no one else. After all, let's go. Nya Yanian made his assignments. He was in the front with Meng Yuan and another guard, while Dugu Kong was in the back, followed by the royal concubines' carriages, and finally the other 4 guards. Generally speaking, when a noblewoman or young lady goes on an outing, she invites her peers of the right age to have a poetry session or an elegant gathering, and then she enters a joss stick to pray for the safety of her family members and elders. But the princess is just one carriage, not the least bit ostentatious, not to mention no noblewoman traveling with her. Horses' hooves clattered forward. Nya Yanian perhaps saw that Meng Yuan was a bit puzzled, so he laughed in a low voice and said, Wang Fei is not good at rows, not good at disturbing the people. You'll get used to it in the future. Just a few of us. Is it really alright? Meng Yuan glanced back at the drowsy Dugu Kong, and said that if there were really thieves attacking, he was loyal and had to take the princess away first, and as for the world's son, that would be another story. Just don't worry. Nya Yanian was very confident. Since this was the case, Meng Yuan did not ask any more questions. A group of people went out from the south gate of the city, and after traveling for a short time, they saw that Songlong River. It is late spring. The river is wide and full. Thousands of sails. Look up. Really have a sense of open-mindedness. I'm in a poetic mood. Giddy up. Dugu Kong came energized and urged his horse forward, crossing over Meng Yuan and the others, and Wang Xiucai immediately followed. Follow your poet friend. Nya Yanian laughed. Meng Yuan immediately slapped the little red horses but and followed Dugu Kong, only to see Dugu Kong came to the riverside. The horse stopped. He took out a folding fan to fan, looking at the wide river, but also really like in the belly. Meng Yuan didn't rush, just waiting for Dugu Kong to finish his poetry. After a while, Dugu Kong finally held it in, only to hear him chant. I looked at the river. The river was heaving into the distance. I scooped a scoop of water from the river and brought it back home to enjoy it slowly. Poetry just finished. Wang Xiukai has already started to boast, just today to help idle on his one. Inevitably the momentum is not enough. Meng Yuan had already seen Dugu Kong make poems 3 times. A cloud viewing poem, a martial arts viewing poem, and this time a river viewing poem. 3 limerick is naturally not on the stage, but the poem does not have a perverse meaning, no playboy atmosphere. From the poem to see the person, we can see that this son is really in not much bad intentions, and although this river watching poem is still the same level, but Meng Yuan carefully smacked, found that the beginning and end is not bad, and there are a few flavors, especially the last 2 sentences. Only take a dipper home, through which to enjoy the river. Quite a bit of self-satisfaction. Do not compete with the idea. And take a scoop does not damage the river water, but also in line with a few points of Buddhism and Taoism of a certain doctrine. World Sun didn't carry the entire Sanlong River home. Instead he only took a scoop. So it's clear that he's a generous man. Meng Yuan was heartily impressed. Leading back Dugu Kong, Meng Yuan came back over to Nya Yanyan's side. Master Nya, Where exactly is the crown princess going on a trek? Meng Yuan asked curiously. Treading what green? Nya Yannian laughed, lifted his chin and pointed ahead. Just going to the temple on the hill in front. Meng Yuan looked and saw only a short mountain by the river. Earlier when I went to the medicine village to get rid of the demon, I had passed by this place, and at that time in early spring, the trees were not yet in full bloom, and I could still see several dilapidated temples. Nowadays, however, the branches have flourished and only a corner of the temple is exposed. For a moment, Meng Yuan remembered that Xiang Ling had said that her godmother was infatuated with a Taoist priest here, and was all about pouting her ass off at people. When we get to the place, I'll take you to meet the crown princess. Nya Yannian was solemn. Don't you disgrace me. Meng Yuan nodded, thinking that it was finally time to put a stamp on his ass. End of chapter. Listening to the waves of the river, Meng Yuan came all the way to the foot of the short mountain, and saw the ancient stone steps curving upwards. There was an old Taoist priest in his 70s or 80s leading a middle-aged Taoist priest in his 40s. The former was holding a duster, and the latter was holding a jade vase, and greeted him at the bottom of the steps. Meng Yuan could see clearly that this old Taoist priest was simply the one who had told his fortune. This old Taoist priest was cheating passers-by near the Drunken Moon building. Meng Yuan was caught by him, and he had no choice but to ask him to calculate whether or not the matter of searching for Sister Flower would go smoothly. And the old Taoist priest muddled a few sentences, and hitched himself to a pot of tea. Meng Yuan remembers when the old Taoist priest cried out bitterly, saying something about having an honored guest to come to the door, but there is no money to receive, so he could only give up his old face to come out to earn some money. Now it seems that the honored guest is actually the crown princess, and the old Taoist monk knows the princess, this kind of nobleman, but still peaceful and poor, did not ask for incense money from the princess, can be seen to be a little different. Nya Yannian brought Meng Yuan off his horse, and there wasn't a Taoist boy to take the reins, which was really shabby. Old immortal master. Nya Yannian smiled and arched his hand, standing on each side of the steps with Meng Yuan, waiting for the carriage in the back. Meng Yuan stared at the old Taoist priest, who was genial and smiling as he stared at Dugu Kong. Dugu Kong arrived close to the front, without losing etiquette, but has no more poetry, wilting to the old Taoist priest salute. Look at him, actually seems to have a few points of fear. How many bowls of rice a day nowadays? The old Taoist priest asked Dako Kyo. 3 bowls. Dokira-kang returned. If your heart is not broad, your food will be restless. The old Taoist priest stroked his beard and laughed. Solo Hyper lowered his head, not daring to say anything. Soon the carriage came up behind and slowed to a stop. Seeking Mei got down first, and then they saw a woman get out of the carriage. The woman wore a waist-length jacket with embroidered floral paneling at the collar and cuffs. The underskirt is long with a slightly wide hemline that flutters as you take a step. Hair bun with double strands of hairpin, body clad in silk cape, that cape thin and long, under the spring wind drumming, more show floating. Shanling so with a flower head wrap, carrying a small bag as a village woman out, is false fashion. This is the proper attire for a noblewoman to travel, not only to show the flow, but also to travel conveniently. The woman is 24 or 25 years old, although the clothes are flowing, but the national color is difficult to hide. There is a sense of grace and inviolability. For a moment, the red flowers and green grass are all reduced to a companion. Listening to the waves of the river from afar, I feel that this person is a fairy coming over the waves. Meng Yuan pressed his hand against the long knife. He had been cutting his balls and juggling knives for a long time, and he finally knew who it was for. But at this moment, Meng Yuan's eyes were unblinking, dignified and majestic. Sister, Uncle Shifu. The 2 Taoist priests performed the Taoist salute. Senior brother, senior nephew. One face smiled and returned the greeting, her voice quiet. The old Taoist priest and the princess ascended the steps side by side, with that middle-aged Taoist priest and Dugu Khan following behind. And then behind them were Xuanmei and those few female guards. Nya Yannian led Meng Yuan on both sides of the steps and took the lead in traveling upwards. The steps are old and weathered. There is still moss visible in this shabby place. Less people come and go. Incense does not flourish. After a few steps, less covered by trees, you will see the gate of the temple, with the 3 words Chongshu Guan on it. The princess followed the old Taoist priest all the way into the Chongshu Guan, and didn't stop at the main hall, but went in 3 times to a quiet courtyard. There are pine trees and sycamore trees in the courtyard, which are already green and leafy. Under the sycamore tree there are bamboo tables and benches, another tea stove. The old Taoist priest invited the princess to sit down and cook tea with his own hands. Meng Yuan could see clearly that the teapot was clearly still a gift from himself. 100 years old, 1,000 years to be but tall. Wan Fei looked at the pine tree and sighed with a smile. Senior brother, you and I are both getting old. You're only in your 20s. You're in the prime of your life. I haven't said old. Why do you say that now? The old Taoist priest, his arm holding a duster, poured tea for the princess. The princess smiled slightly, so Seeking Plum and the others all retreated. And that disciple of the old Taoist priest also came out from the courtyard. Guard the door. If the slightest thing goes wrong, you'll go home and pack your bunk. When Nye Yannian saw Xuanmei come out, he hurriedly put on a mean face. Die before you die. Meng Yuan pressed his hand on the hilt of his sword, looking like he was going to die. Uncle Nye, the more you scare him, the easier it will be for things to go wrong. Sun Mei then helped to speak. Not true. Dr. Hyper had something to say as well. Don't scare people silly. That middle-aged Taoist priest harmoniously bowed toward all of them and said with a smile, I will go prepare meals for all of you. Meng Yuan was speechless, all the way into this Chongshu Guan, in addition to the old Taoist master and disciple, and then no one else. Now prepare the meal. Even have to old Taoist disciple personally busy work. Keep an eye on this place. Nye Yannian barked one more sentence and walked with the rest of the guards towards the back of the courtyard. Meng Yuan just stood at the door and waited until it was past noon and the crown princess and the old Taoist priest hadn't finished talking. Skewed glance, only to see the two of them sitting on a bamboo stool, talking to the tea stove. Do not know what they are discussing. The shift was changed for dinner, and it was not until halfway through the afternoon that the old Taoist priest finished his lecture and was sent all the way out by the princess. Don't worry about 1,000 miles. There is a wind of arrival. The old Taoist monk holding a duster, smiling and kind, mixed with no more catching people fortune-telling obnoxious look. Sister, rest here for a few days. Nourish your spirit. Thank you, senior brother. Princess Wang performed the Dao salute. When the old Taoist priest left, the crown princess looked back to the sycamore in the courtyard for a long time. Third miss. Nye Yannian took a step forward, but he didn't even address the crown princess. The princess turned back to Nye Yannian and smiled. Brother Nye. She had a lot of respect for someone who had fought for his life after her elder brother. I don't dare. Nye Yannian smiled, clasped his fists in salute, and said, Third miss, you asked me to bring up that group of children, and aside from Hu Yao Tu, there's no one who's good at anything. He pulled Meng Yuan over and then said, this child is barely okay. I'll have him stand guard outside Third Miss's courtyard. If something happens, you can look for him. Meng Yuan immediately bowed and saluted, saying, under the title of Meng Yuan, I am willing to go through fire and water for Third Miss. Lift your head, the princess uttered. Meng Yuan raised his head and looked at the king's consort, only to realize that it was a waste for this person to be any kind of king's consort, and that this face of the country's prosperity should be the mother of a nation. But the moment he met his eyes, Meng Yuan again felt that the princess' eyes had a light that was different. It is not like the kind of upright gentleman who can see the preference at a glance like Xuanmei. Not like Jiang Tang, that kind of simple with a small mind. Not to mention the kind of Hu Qian pretending to be cool. In the past, when Meng Yuan had not seen the princess, he had only heard about her and thought that she should be a decent elder who pities the poor and cherishes the weak. After listening to the words of Nye Yannian and others, and knowing that the princess is beautiful and loves to read, Meng Yuan felt that the princess is a person who has the wisdom of the past, and has the ability to read. But now on the eyes, Meng Yuan only felt that the princess' eyes bright and deep, dignified and generous, but also seems to be accustomed to the world, and even have a few points of cunning gas. Just like this moment Niesher let himself show his face in front of the Wangfei, although he didn't say anything else, but the Wangfei already knew what was going on. It doesn't look like it's too good to serve. Meng Yuan's face remained unchanged, and he slandered in his heart, seeing as it's the one who can do the job. The princess sized up Meng Yuan and smiled at Nye Yannian. A good seedling. Nye Yannian immediately made another bow. Wangfei nodded and smiled, did not say much, since back to the courtyard. Seeking Mei immediately followed, and then closed the courtyard door. End of chapter. Wangfei sat down under the sycamore tree, took out an old book to see, looking for the plum in the side of the cooking tea. Nye Yannian only has one daughter at his knee, and I see that he treats this teenager quite differently. Is this the acceptance of a righteous son, or has he recruited a son-in-law? The princess casually asked. Nye Qingqing has killed 3 people in a row. Who would dare to be his son-in-law? Seeking Plum laughed. As for the righteous son, there should also be none. Meng Yuan is quite talented in martial arts, and his character isn't bad either. In my opinion, Uncle Nye is in love with his talent and character. Wangfei nodded slightly and flipped through the pages again, but saw that Xuanmei wasn't finished and said, he's also an up-and-comer, and while practicing martial arts, he also reads books and scriptures. What are you reading? The princess asked casually. He reads all the scriptures, histories, and books, and he also borrowed some Taoist texts from me, and I heard that he's been delving into poetry again lately. Seeking Mei laughed. I didn't want him to be a confidant of Dugu Kong. The princess smiled. May Seeker couldn't help it. Nya Yannian has a brash appearance, but is actually a fine man. He brought that teenager to me, so it's obvious that he trusts him. But he has only taught that teenager for 2 or 3 months. How can he be so trusting? Wang Fei said. Perhaps it has something to do with what happened in North City. Uncle Nya did not have an heir and was afraid that Nya Qingqing would be eaten out of existence. So he looked for someone who knew what he was doing to be the heir. Seeking May immediately spoke in detail about Sister Flower. And even the beheading of the demon monk also said everything. Fighting for justice every more slaughtering dogs. The Dark Horde did not know the name of Meng Yuan. A seat in a cake of grace. Meng Yuan did not know the name of the old man, but was able to wrap his body and send it to the funeral. The old man did not know the name of the others, and died for the righteousness of his words. Very good. The princess smiled slightly. All the people in the world who have a heart are nameless. Seeking May poured the tea while murmuring the words of the princess. Since he killed the demonic monk outside, he is also considered to have done harm to the people. It can be seen that this Meng Yuan that you value is still capable. Don't reward him for anything in the open. Award him something in the dark. The princess glanced outside and then said, just remember, this person has respect but no fear for me in his eyes, and is by no means a stupid and straight person. And Nya Yannian will not love a stupid and straight person. Beware of being bullied by him with a square. Yes. Seeking May immediately answered. Nya Yannian is from the Demon Suppression Division, and all his martial arts are the heel of the Demon Suppression Division. In the coming days, you send some errands to that Meng Yuan. If he does his job properly, you come to me and I'll send him a copy of the Heavenly Chance Map. Wang Fei added. Miss is going to reuse him? Seeking May asked with a smile. Nya Yannian is not an outsider. His people should naturally be used. As for whether or not to reuse them, that depends on whether or not he can be used. Princess Wang smiled and lowered her head to flip through the books again. Meng Yuan stood guard outside the courtyard, with the sound of waves faintly coming from the distance, not yet realizing that he had gained benefits for nothing. The spring breeze was crisp and cold, and I kept watch all night without encountering any midnight cloak and dagger solicitation drama. After changing values, Meng Yuan came to the mess hall to eat, but he met the middle-aged Taoist priest. Yesterday Meng Yuan had already inquired. That old Taoist priest Taoist number Xuanji Z. The middle-aged Taoist priest named Zhao Jing Shang, is in accordance with the seniority of Dao Tong Xin Jing. The small quan meals are simple, so I've made you laugh. Zhao Jing Shang was very modest. Meng Yuan would not be picky and asked with a smile. Your Guan is not a small place. Why haven't I seen a few people? I'm not hiding it from you. Originally I had a few more senior brothers, but it's just that my master disliked them for being noisy and was afraid of disturbing the purity of Master Ying's uncle, so he kicked them out. Zhao Jingsheng didn't feel ashamed and said what he had to say. In theory, I should have been kicked out as well, with eldest senior brother receiving you all. It's just unfortunate that eldest senior brother had to go out a few days ago. But did you encounter an emergency? Meng Yuan asked curiously. It's not exactly an urgent matter. Zhao Jingsheng sighed and said, eldest senior brother has always acted on behalf of his master, preaching in the back of the mountain and teaching us. There's a roe deer that comes every day to listen to eldest senior brother's sermons. But he hasn't come back for the last month. Seeing that the roe deer has not been coming, eldest senior brother said that we are not as attentive as the roe deer in listening to the lessons, and he plans to go looking for that roe deer. Meng Yuan rubbed his brow, sort of knowing who the flower nun's lover was, and asked curiously, and then? Eldest senior brother got up for a lesson, put his sword on his back and went out overnight. Zhao Jingsheng spread his hands. I advised and was kicked over by eldest senior brother. A few senior brothers didn't dare to say anything either. And even master couldn't persuade him. Daoist night battle sword? Meng Yuan said. Not. Zhao Jingsheng face has a yearning. Seems to be very admiring to that big senior brother. Big senior brother said that it is not interesting to discuss the Tao all day long. He is going to swing the devil. Zhao Jingsheng said. Even from the bosom touched out a wine gourd. To the door to look at. Then barked to mouth. Very gluttonous whisper asked, drink or not? I have duties to perform. No offense. Meng Yuan pushed back and only inquired about this eldest brother. Don't rush. I'll tell you in detail. Zhao Jingsheng drank a large mouthful. My eldest senior brother Taoist named Jingsu, since young, followed the master. Taoist law is profound. Fist and feet kung fu is slightly sparse. The master said that the eldest brother is a person with a heart, but it is not the time to make a sword. He drank a few more sips. His face was already red, and he didn't even need to hold the joke. He pulled all the have-nots by himself. Meng Yuan asked again in detail, and seeing that the other party was getting more and more endless, he hurriedly took his leave. Not sleeping either. Meng Yuan satcheled his sword in a circle and went to the back of the mountain that Zhao Jingsheng had mentioned. This room on the north side of the mountain. away from the princess sitting quite far. Very clean. Only a small dilapidated courtyard. The ground casually placed a few gabion mats. There was also no one in the courtyard. So Meng Yuan made a brief check and was just about to leave when he saw some slight movement in the grassy shrubs under the short hill. Hiding behind a large tree to look, only to see a brown-skinned, white-bellied figure in the weed-strewn path, and carrying a small bundle, but no head wrap. The little guy was running fast, jumping up and running twice, looking back and forth with his hands on the cooler, not too bright, and humming. It's clearly Shannon. The sunny day, so scenery is good. Red flowers or green grass. I am happy to go forward. Xiangling jogged all the way up. See the big tree behind the sudden turn out of a silhouette. She has already braked. Instantly heavy head and feet rolled forward. Just as she was about to turn back to escape, Xiangling realized that the small bag on her back was grabbed, and her entire body was brought up. Hastily, quickly let this great immortal down, or I'll make you look good. Meng Yuan turned her around. Who did you learn the word scare from? Yikes, the little geldings. It's you. Xiangling was immediately overjoyed. What are you doing here? Meng Yuan squatted down and set her down. I can't go back to my old home, so I'm idle. So I've come to burn a paper for my godmother. Xiangling was very old-fashioned, tugging at her small bundle, and said proudly, Are you burning it? I've brought 5, but I'll lend you 2.5 at most. Is it much? Not much. Although she came to burn paper, but very happy, just also saying what happy words, really is her godmother that live quite good. Dead is also good timely and for the joy of words in mind. End of chapter. The wind from the river swept up into the hills and it was exceptionally cool. Noticing Xiangling's words, Meng Yuan asked, Why can't you go back to your old home? Xiangling smiled smugly, her two short upper limbs hugged to one another, and with a wise look, she said, I heard sister-in-law Piggy say that someone was looking for an old matchmaker, so I hurriedly ran away. Smart nah, you can't even go home and you're still so happy? Meng Yuan laughed. Godmother says if you can laugh, you don't cry. Shannon made perfect sense. Your godmother has a lodging wisdom. Meng Yuan smiled. You can't go back home. Where will you go to stay? I'll go down to the village and stay there. They have a home school. I listen to lessons during the day and live in a manger at night. It's good nah. Xiangling was very solemn, but the problem of being a good teacher could not be changed. She frowned at Meng Yuan and said, If you don't study for 3 days, you'll be driven over by Xiangling. You have to study too. I study every day. Meng Yuan nodded with a smile and added, But you can't burn paper on the mountain today, so you should go back and study first. Why? Godmother can come here to pout. Why can't I burn paper? Xiangling stood up straight, her two paws resting on the pergola, curiously peering into the distance, her head slowly rotating, looking witty and naive. There are nobles here. It's not good to disturb them. Meng Yuan pinched her ear and said seriously, When things are over here, I'll make a special trip to bring you here to burn paper. Okay. Xiangling listened to the advice, but the person was a little lost. She whispered, It's a pity that I didn't bring a head wrap today. Otherwise I could have competed with your excellency to see who's fashionable. Let's not compare this, right? Meng Yuan thought she was losing her mind over not being able to burn paper. Sure enough, the mother-daughter pair of Flower Nun and Xiangling could not be treated with common sense. Next time you tell me about what kind of head wrapping nobles wear. Xiangling admonished a sentence. Seems to remember what? He smiled, and unlocked a little bit of baggage mouth, stretching claws in to touch out a few mulberry fruit, picked up on the road. You taste. Mulberries are usually ripe at the end of March, and it's only the beginning of March. When Meng Yuan took it, he saw Xiangling tighten the small bundle and jump 2 more times, old enough to clearly be looking to see if the bundle would fall apart. I'm off then. Don't forget to study. Xiangling was dry and breezy. Don't rush off. Hear me out. Meng Yuan pinched the back of her neck and said, You go back and continue listening to the lessons, or go to the herding villa and look for Big Head Zhao. Don't go back to your old turtle pits home for the time being. When I'm done, I'll go find you. Then you remember to bring your poetry book. I'll compose poems for you. Xiangling solemnly urged. I've already bought it, so I'll bring it to you then. Meng Yuan smiled. Little geldings, you're so nice. Shannon jumped happily. Then I'm off. When she finished speaking, she slipped down the hill, but after a few steps, she turned back and bowed with both hands. You have to return the gift. Meng Yuan could only get up and return the greeting. Seeing that Xiangling had already hidden into the grassy deep path, Meng Yuan then withdrew his gaze. Rubbing the mulberry, Meng Yuan swallowed it in one bite, turned back and was planning to go back, raised his eyes and actually saw someone in the distance. It was no one else, but the princess and the old Taoist master Xuanji. I saw that the princess had changed her jacket attire and was instead dressed in a basalt-colored Taoist robe. Xuanji Zi, on the other hand, was still in his whitewashed and tattered Taoist robes, holding a duster in one hand. Third Miss, Old Immortal Master. Meng Yuan stepped forward and saluted. Private meeting with little Xiangling is not considered a big deal. After all, Nie sure knows that he had saved Xiangling. But now that he is following the Wang Fei, it still depends on what the Wang Fei says. Meng Yuan had the feeling that this princess was extremely intelligent and not at all easy to fool. However, he was loyal all over, so he thought that his only son would not say anything. The princess gathered her hands in her wide sleeves and did not speak. Instead, it was Xuanji Zi who smiled warmly and said, "That friend of my little friend. Her godmother is the roe deer who comes here from time to listen to the sermon?" "Yes," Meng Yuan honestly returned. "Rather a naive and pure person." Xuanji Zi smiled at his words and said, "Jingshu carried his sword down the mountain. In the future, if you meet him, tell him to come back earlier." This Jingshu was Xuanji Zi's eldest disciple, and Meng Yuan had heard Zhao Jingsheng mention it. "Yes," Meng Yuan immediately answered. "Since you have an old relationship with the daughter of the elk spirit, you have some fate with Jingshu. Jingshu is a humble nature. If you really have the fate to meet him, you can discuss with him about martial arts, or there may be improvement." Xuanji Zi smiled and said, "Senior brother Jingshu took the path of a martial artist?" Meng Yuan was curious. This Chongshu Guan eldest senior brother didn't take the Taoist path, but instead took the path of a martial artist? Exactly. Xuanji Zi is very amiable, mixed without the embarrassing appearance of the day to force people to fortune-telling. Gentle smile and explained, Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism have their own doctrines, or to seek to establish a life, or to seek the idea of nothingness, or to seek to get away from the fruit. Therefore, people who walk these three paths, more or less according to the doctrine of each family. He used his duster to point at Meng Yuan, and then said, "But martial artists only cultivate themselves, is to explore their own ability, open the secret hidden heavenly opportunity, without all kinds of doctrines, concepts for the shackles, just like a blank sheet of paper." Meng Yuan realized and said, "Is it therefore true that those who follow the path of a martial artist can practice the doctrines of other schools as much as they like for their own use?" "Not bad." Xuanji Zi smiled and nodded. "If you enter the Buddhist sect, you will be a martial arts monk. If you worship the Confucian saint, you will be a Confucian warrior. And if you participate in my Taoism, you can also be a free guest." Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism are concepts and doctrines. As long as they honor the corresponding concepts, they are their disciples. Therefore, the three religions in the path of martial arts is also quite a lot of people, has long been seen. Then with all the doctrines and concepts in the mind, wouldn't it be adding another shackle to the martial artist? Meng Yuan asked curiously. "This child is willing to use his brain." Xuanji Zi smiled at the princess, then looked at Meng Yuan and said, "The path of a martial artist is the path of endeavor, the path of indomitability, the path of resistance. The idea of emptiness and non-contention of the Sure Dao in Taoist schools is quite counter to this. It depends on whether you cultivate martial arts for the sake of cultivating learning, or cultivating the way of fighting. You don't need to be too concerned. There are many people in this world who have the martial arts and have studied the teachings of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism." Princess Wang suddenly spoke out. "When you are in the low or middle grade, a few doctrines and concepts won't sway much progress, but will instead help quite a bit." Wang Fei looked at Meng Yuan and continued, "Remember, it is not a particular family's doctrine or philosophy that gives people shackles, but rather they themselves give themselves shackles. The Buddhists have the saying of ripping off the shackles, which is roughly the same thing." "Thank you, Third Miss, for your teaching." Meng Yuan only felt that he had benefited greatly. "Since you promised to discuss poetry with someone, I wonder how talented you are at poetry." Wang Fei's face has a smile, like spring mountain flowers blossom, and go to find Dugu Kong. He is good at poetry, may as well ask for advice. Meng Yuan thought that the princess was going to teach herself how to cut rhymes and write poems by hand, but he didn't realize that he was looking for Dugu Kong. But the Shannon thing is kind of over. Or maybe people just don't care. Meng Yuan walked a few steps back to find out the meaning of the words of the princess. That Dugu Kong can only be a limerick. What is the poetic talent? And the princess let herself go to ask Dugu Kong for advice. Clearly is the intention of making fun of. A little bad. Who are you looking down on? Xiang Ling can even compose poetry. Do you know that I, Maester Meng, can't? Meng Yuan was most courageous after knowing the shame, and planned to do well in the coming days to impress the third miss. End of chapter. Meng Yuan had just returned from the back of the mountain when he saw Nie Yannian and Wang Xiucai talking in low voices outside the princess residence. "Good as hooking up again. Teacher Little Meng. The world sun has recognized you and insists on hearing you speak about the extermination of the Buddha demon." When Xiucai Wang saw Meng Yuan arrive, he smiled and opened his mouth. Shitsi loves to listen to the rare, so go ahead and tell a story. Nya Yanian was much more solemn, having obviously received the silver. This, Meng Yuan sighed helplessly, not too willingly. Sir is not an outsider. I should not refuse if you ask. But I've been on duty all night and haven't rested yet. Later on it will be my turn to guard the door again. Please also ask teacher little Meng to bear some burden. Shou Kai Wang stuffed a piece of silver into Meng Yuan's hand. Meng Yuan had wanted to be a bit more reserved, but when he saw Nia Yanyan's expression of almost done, he nodded. World Sun's elegance. I've long had admiration for it, so I just happened to ask for advice on the study of composing poems in words. Meng Yuan was a truthful person. Since the princess had asked herself to learn the way of poetry from Duga Kong, then she would go and ask for advice. Wang Xiaotsai politely said a few words and led the way. From the princess residence, all the way out, all see the road down the mountain, before it is considered to be to the residence of Duga Kong. This residence was right next to the gate of the punch bowl, away from the royal concubine's residence, away from the dining room, away from the great hall, and away from the back of the mountain. It was still not very spacious, and smelled musty, so it was obvious that no one had lived there for a long time. This is clearly the place where the guest lives, but Chongshu Guan is shabby, and there is no guest of honor. There were only a few stools and a broken table in the room. When Meng Yuan saw that Shou Kai Wang was about to pour tea, he said, Mr. Wang, the matter of me killing the Buddha demon was originally not allowed to be spread out. I'm going to go outside to pick up the wind. You guys chat first. Wang Xiaotsai was happy not to listen as he closed the door with a smile. There was no one else in the room, and Dugu Khan laughed, personally helping to pour the tea, saying, Guard Meng is brave. I don't dare. Meng Yuan smiled as he took the teacup and asked curiously, How does the world sun live here? It's clean here, and as soon as you go out, you can see that Sanlong River. It's good. Dugu Khan took out his folding fan and shook it. It makes sense. Although this is a room of knowledge, but Chongshu Guan did not have incense to come, even if there are roe deer, but also from the back of the mountain. It is indeed clean. However, yesterday when he went out, Dugu Khan was a wilting, not very willing to go out of the way. After seeing Xuanjizi is more uncomfortable very much. Now that you're living here, I'm afraid you're not deliberately avoiding Xuanjizi and the princess, are you? However, people Dugu Khan usually do not have any evil deeds, not a traitor to play eagle, do not stroll the hook flower boat, do not humiliate the weak and small, occasionally can also make a few limericks to attract people to laugh, is a rule person. Let's have a little secret. Who doesn't have a little secret? As long as it doesn't harm anyone, it's not a big deal. Meng Yuan felt that there was something wrong with Dugu Khan, but since the intelligent princess didn't care, and Xuanjizi, who had lived for an unknown number of years, didn't care, then he himself wouldn't do much. Does Shitsi have any poetry in him? Meng Yuan asked with a smile. No. Dokurakang directly refused. He moved forward and curiously came to ask, Protector Meng, please also tell us about the Buddha demon. It's all almost forgotten. Meng Yuan sighed, and only then did he talk about the matter of Venerable Great Tail. Dokurakang listened attentively and nodded from time to time. When the rip was over, Dokurakang nodded his head and criticized, It really is a Buddha demon. World Sun also knows Buddhist stories? Meng Yuan asked casually. How would I know? Dr. Hyper replied casually. Meng Yuan didn't see any flaws in Dugu Kong, and didn't have the heart to poke around, but he wasn't willing to go. Instead, he asked people to teach him the knowledge of making poems. Shitsi's poetic talent is unparalleled, and Guanzhang's poems are even more remarkable. Can you teach me how to make poems? Dokurakang clearly froze as he sized up Meng Yuan for a moment before nodding his head in response. After dilly-dallying for more than an hour and draining all the herbal tea from the teapot, Meng Yuan took his leave. Back outside the Crown Princess residence, Nya Yanian beckoned from afar. What did you and our son talk about? What took you so long? I asked for instruction in the art of composing poetry. Meng Yuan replied. Nya Yanian laughed when he heard this. He looked Meng Yuan up and down and said, Maester Meng's poetry and sword are both excellent? Not daring to be. Meng Yuan smiled. A limerick is also a poem. You dare to be one. Nya Yanian laughed, fished out another potion bottle and threw it out. Old Zheng gave it to you. This was the arrival of the credit for the matter of Luo Mother. Meng Yuan hurriedly took it and asked curiously, What is this? 100 Herb Dan. Nya Yanian nodded with a smile. Meng Yuan asked Nya Yanian before. Most of the world's spiritual fruits and herbs are in places far away from the human world. Therefore, if you want to go looking for them, you should go to the high mountains, dense forests, rivers and densely populated places. Spiritual herbs and medicines are hard to come by. Some of them dissipate very quickly, but some of them can remain for a long time. Like some only show their heads when it snows. If they see the sun, nature is not good. Some are born in the Gobi Desert, cannot be watered by rain. These things are fine to eat directly, but some of them are poisonous, and those who are not familiar with the medicinal properties will still damage their bodies if they eat them. Generally speaking, according to the genus of the 5 elements of the drug, with the ruler and minister of the drug, refined into pills, in order to remove the weeds and preserve the essence of the long-lasting preservation. Of course, even then, it would be preserved for half a year at most, and the medicinal power would slowly dissipate after a bit more time. Some elixirs were quite helpful for low-grade martial artists to improve their physique and open up their aperture to the grade. However, if one takes too many of them, the efficacy gradually diminishes. Some of them stored their essence and nourished their spirit, quickly recovering their chi and true chi. For martial artists, the most precious ones are the ones that help to open the orifices, upper, middle and lower 3 days. A step is harder than a step. Some people may just stay in a certain orifice for life. If you can have the help of the elixir, then add a few points of success. Meng Yuan had heard Master Nye mention that this 100-herb pill was a specialty of the Demon Suppression Division, and had always been prepared for accomplished martial artists. It is made with green undergrowth as the main ingredient, and a mixture of 100 kinds of herbs. Because the 8th grade martial artist opening the orifices consumes quite a lot of true chi and takes a long time, and this 100-herb dan can stimulate the true chi of the dantian and restore chi. And the medicinal properties are warm and moist. It is extremely suitable for swallowing before breaking through the barrier. And if you are on the verge of a battle, you can also take this elixir. The main drug, green undergrowth, was still considered a common spirit herb, and this 100-herb pill wasn't considered much more precious, but it was a legitimately good pill for an 8th grade martial artist. A green underworld grass produces 30 grains up and down. Here are 20 grains, which is not bad. Don't be in a hurry to eat it first, wait until you get back. Nye Yannian earnestly admonished. Meng Yuan naturally obeyed. Since then a few days, Meng Yuan day by the sword outside the door of the princess. The shift rest will go to find Dugukong teach poetry. The day is not bad. Has been after 10 days. Came to the middle of March. The princess is still no movement. Even seems to not intend to go back. That night, Meng Yuan remained at the door. When it was midnight, the bright moon was thick. The courtyard door suddenly opened, and a woman with a Dao robe came out, which was the princess. The princess looked at Meng Yuan, who was straight-backed and meticulous, and asked, "How's the poetry learning going?" Barely able to sing and harmonize with Shizi's poetry, Meng Yuan still remembered Xiang Ling's admonition to let every day study, so he studied diligently every day, but remained humble. The princess laughed out loud at her words. The great river to the bright moon. When traveling with a high person, you go and inform Nye Yannian that it's time to go back. End of chapter. You told me to ask Dugukong for advice, but now you're telling me that Dugukong can't learn, so I need to talk to someone high up. So where can I find someone high up? Xianling? Anyway, what people say is what they say. Meng Yuan is an honest person and will not talk back, and go out for 10 days. A little meat and fish did not dip. Meng Yuan every day tea and rice, and looked forward to going back to the big fish and meat. After receiving the order, Meng Yuan immediately went to find Nye Yannian. Nye Yannian was obviously relieved as well. I'll go talk to the old boys. You go find your poet friend. Don't be asleep when you have to leave in the morning. This is already the middle of the night. The moon is high, cold and silent. The wind swings to the sound of waves. Meng Yuan came all the way to the gate of Chongshu Guan, and saw that there was still a candle flame swaying in the room of knowledge where Dugukong was staying. In these 10 days, Meng Yuan came to ask Dugukong for advice day after day, and realized that this son had some poetic talent, but not much. Meng Yuan also did not see Dugukong have any flaws, and Dugukong really not bad. Do not say dirty words nonsense. Not the kind of playboy look, but very courteous. Although there is some impatience on the face of Meng Yuan, but in the end, he endured, and taught some techniques of limericks. He is always wilting, not very energetic, and doesn't go out much. Meng Yuan went up and knocked on the door. Who? Dr. Hyper asked. It's me. Meng Yuan looked through the door of the room. Tomorrow we return to the city. Shizi make early preparations. The door to the room creaked open, and Dako Kyo's eyes widened as he asked, "Can we go back?" Meng Yuan smiled and nodded. Good. Dugukong couldn't stop smiling and hurriedly invited Meng Yuan to go in for tea, and Meng Yuan was idle, so he readily agreed, because tomorrow we'll be leaving. The two people are in high spirits. Drink 2 mouthfuls of overnight herbal tea, and then a piece of the outside of the house to recite poetry to the bright moon. Dugukong poetry talent is unparalleled. Naturally he started, only to hear him chant a what suddenly see a jade plate in the sky. Could it be that the gods want to eat sentence? Meng Yuan poetic talent is a little less. but also long lived in the room of orchids, since the present is not the same as in the past, and immediately sang a sentence if not want to eat. Why is there a jade plate tonight? The two of them suddenly cited a few stinky feet, and sang and harmonized 2 more songs, and dispersed after the fun was over. This Shitsi really doesn't have any cracks at all. If it weren't for the 2 great mountains, the princess and Xuanji being there, I guess he'd be running around the world spreading his wings at this moment. In that case, it's better not to borrow money from him for a while. Meng Yuan did not intentionally test Duga Kong, really cannot see the other side of the heel, can only be slightly slander. Returning to the princess residence, Meng Yuan remained standing in front of the door and began to ponder over the matter at hand. Now that he had followed Niesher out for a trip, he had finally met the princess and gotten acquainted. What's more, Niesher asked himself to address third miss instead of Wang Fei, and the other party also agreed, clearly borrowing Niesher's face, becoming a beloved. The princess is not very nice to serve, but she is a bit of a badass, to say the least. Although the matter of Xiangling was seen, but the princess did not say anything, and there is some mention. Meng Yuan thought to himself, the next Wang Fei will probably send himself some work. If he did okay, probably will be reused. The other thing is the martial arts advancement. Now that the 100 herb pill is in hand, I'll have to take some when I go back to see the results. If it's really beneficial for harboring essence flame, it might be worthwhile to think of ways to get some more. Also have to go to see Xiangling. She has a home, dare not return. Can only be outside to study? Really poor. Of course, with Xiangling's happy-go-lucky nature, she probably wouldn't feel sorry for her, but instead was happily engaged in her studies. When morning came, the princess changed into her jacket again, only in a different style from the one she had worn on her earlier trip out of town, and much more fashionable than Xiangling. Xuanji sent the princess all the way out of Chongshu Guan, and the two of them went to the riverside to chat for a long while before they were dispersed. By the time he returned to the royal residence, it was already past noon. All of you have labored, and please take a 5-day break. Travel silver to find Go accounts office to draw. When the princess returned to the Jing garden, Xuanmei came back to deal with the aftermath. She smiled and beckoned towards Meng Yuan. Little Meng, you come with me. Meng Yuan immediately responded. Don't run around blindly. Come to Drunken Moon House at night and have a meal together as a group. Nyeyanian patted Meng Yuan and went back to talking to the rest of the guards. Meng Yuan naturally obeyed. It was just that Sun Mei didn't seem too happy after hearing this. Came to the office of the search for the plum. The search for the plum will say, I know that you have been hard these days. Drinking and talking about the day is not inevitable, but you must not be greedy for alcohol, and do not go to the place of fireworks afterward. Master Nya wanted to take me there several times, but I refused. I don't love looking at those head scratchers. Meng Yuan said, seeing that you are so understanding, I am relieved. Xuanmei praised, fished out a few silver bills from her sleeve, and said, the princess learned about the matter of Luo's mother, praised you for ridding the people of evil, and asked me to give you some silver money to subsidize your family. Don't tell anyone else about this, especially Uncle Nya. Meng Yuan took it. It was clearly 200 taels, and couldn't help but sigh. Sister, the princess is so good to me, I really don't know how to return the favor. Doing a good job is the reward. Seeker Mei laughs. After chatting a few more times, Meng Yuan went home. Only Jiang Tang was at home, and she didn't know that the princess had come back yet, and was reading at home. Seeing Meng Yuan return at this moment, she was overjoyed. Are you hungry? I'll prepare the meal. Not hungry. Meng Yuan pressed her. Is there anything going on at home in the past few days while I'm away? It's fine. Everything is fine. Jiang Tang tilted her head and smiled, staring at Meng Yuan to see. The other day she talked to Hu Qian mother. Already know very well. The person also added a few points of shyness. Meng Yuan took out a silver ticket and gave it to her, and urged some more not to save money. I'm not eating at home tonight. Why don't you go and find Xuanmei first? She's just come back, so I guess there's a bunch of things to do. So a little help from you is a little help. She's a gentleman. There's no harm in learning more from her. Meng Yuan squeezed her hand. Jiang Tang nodded her head obediently, and just after she left the door, she turned back. Brother, I made you new shoes and a middle coat. They are placed right above your bed. Try them on later. Meng Yuan smiled and nodded. As soon as Jiang Tang left, Meng Yuan returned to his room and sat quietly for a while before taking out the 100 herb pill, pouring out a capsule and swallowing it. Meng Yuan felt that most of the nutrients in the Dan pill were taken away by the essence flame. The essence flame grew slowly, but it wasn't much bigger. It was almost equivalent to Meng Yuan eating for about 3 days, but that was already considered good. According to Meng Yuan's estimation, if he only ate ordinary meat, it would take about 5 or 6 months for essence flame to be perfected for the third time. But now with this elixir, it does shorten the time significantly. One capsule is equivalent to eating normally for 3 days up or down. A total of 20 capsules will save almost 2 months. Meng Yuan did not intend to eat it all in one go, but took his time. Of course, he had to keep some as a backup, so that in case of an emergency, he could use it to quickly recover his vitality. We'll have to find Master Nya to ask around again and see if there's a way to get some more 100 herb pills. Paying for it is fine. Meng Yuan made up his mind. End of chapter. After a slight reprieve, Meng Yuan got up and went to the schoolyard. After chatting with Hu Qian and the others, Meng Yuan practiced the Gale Blade technique again. When it was evening, Meng Yuan headed for Drunken Moon House. I haven't seen you for a few days, but, Mr. Meng is still as elegant as ever. Nye Qingqing's eyes were moving with a few hints of coquettishness. Sister, you and I aren't outsiders, and I'm not some kind of eunuch, so don't ever call me that, Meng Yuan said. Nye Qingqing smiled and nodded. How has sister been these past few days? I've been thinking about sister outside. Meng Yuan touched out a small round pebble and said, I saw a green stone by the river and couldn't help but think of my sister's name, so I picked it up. Nye Qingqing took it and saw that it actually had her name on it. She smiled wryly and said, You have a heart. Have a heart. My ass. He's trying to save money. Nye Yannian suddenly appeared, vigorously tapping Nye Qingqing's forehead. You've got to be smart. Nye Qingqing put away the green stone and simply ignored it, walking straight away. Forget about being angry with me. Nye Yannian was so angry and vicious that he took his finger to point at Meng Yuan again and said, You spend a fortune. Meng Yuan didn't dare to argue. The two of them went up the stairs together, came to the box, not long before the colleagues arrived in turn, serving food and drinking wine. Meng Yuan did not make much noise, only to listen to them gossiping about Zheng Hu's stories. Stay until more than an hour before the group is considered to be dispersed, and no one proposed to go to Fireworks Alley. After all, they are all about the same age as Nyesher, and each has a family. Meng Yuan stayed behind and didn't go, pulling Nye Yannian and asking about the 100 herb dan. This thing is a division of the Demon Suppression Division, and the green underworld grass isn't that valuable, but this thing is very useful to us martial artists. Generally no one is willing to let it out, but if you really want to buy it, you can. Outside the price, a capsule is only about 20 to 30 taels of silver up and down. Sometimes it'll double, depending on the price of the main herb, green underworld grass. Nye Yannian was not hiding anything. Meng Yuan carefully calculated. A capsule tops their own meals for 3 days. 20 or 30 taels is indeed very expensive. However, it cannot be calculated this way, because the elixir can save a lot of time. Besides, you can still use it when you're on the verge of war, and you can't even put a price on it. So expensive? Meng Yuan was used to being poor. You can't even buy it if you want to. It's naturally expensive if you want to eat it every day as candy, but if you eat it as a precautionary measure, or before opening your aperture, it's not so precious. Besides, practicing martial arts actually costs money. Nye Yannian smiled. You have an idea? Master Nye has a doorway? Meng Yuan asked curiously. Nye Yannian thought for a moment, nodded at Meng Yuan, and said, Wait until you've finished eating. He was about to step away when he turned back. What's wrong with spending money on my girl? Every time I come, I see her using a green jade hairpin. I'll go and take a look tomorrow. Meng Yuan laughed. That's right. Nye Yannian pulled Meng Yuan again and said, Remember to have your girl come and sit down and get acquainted. Meng Yuan nodded his head in response, going back in a drunken breath. Meng Yuan practiced the sword technique and the flying waddle technique several more times in the schoolyard, and also instructed Hu Qian a few times, before returning home. Jiang Tang had already prepared hot water and sobering soup, and Meng Yuan chatted with her for a while, rinsed his body, and settled down to sleep. Woke up refreshed from a good night's sleep. After breakfast, Meng Yuan went to the schoolyard to give a few more instructions, and then sat on his sword, carried a bow and arrow, carried a few hard-boiled eggs in his arms, and also brought a few rhyming books and word-cutting books with him before heading to the pastoral village to reminisce about his suffering. The horses' hooves clattered and traveled west out of the city. When he arrived at Makwang, Sun Zhuangto was a little uncomfortable. There's really nothing left to geld. I know you're addicted, but you have to wait for some days. Right, the growth is not as fast as the geld. Sun Zhuangto spoke helplessly. I just want to come and take a look around. Meng Yuan patiently explained a sentence, and took out the broken silver, asked people to take care of the horses, and then looked for Zhao Big Head to chat for a few words, and only then went out of the manor. When he came to the foot of the mountain, he waited until midday when the sun was at its peak before he saw a figure carrying a small bundle coming from the distance. The figure of brown skin and white belly, carrying a small bag of flowers. I do not know what to mutter in my mouth, but also walking and stopping, seemed to be thinking, and even more appear to be dull. It was almost close before Xiangling realized Meng Yuan. Little Geld. She hurriedly increased her speed, ran to the front in 3 tries, came up to Meng Yuan, and said, "You changed your clothes? Who made the new shoes? The alignment doesn't work. Just don't nitpick." Meng Yuan laughed and asked, "What were you muttering on the way?" "Ugh." Xiangling sighed at the mention of this. "The old gentleman assigned homework, and I was memorizing it. Just now saw a few flowers and butterflies. I chased and played for a while. I forgot my homework. Godmother said that playing with things loses one's mind. She really didn't lie to me." She looked at Meng Yuan and patted her little bundle again. Even more disheveled, small in size, with big eyes full of helplessness and annoyance. Little geldings, if stealing learning was as simple as stealing a bundle, it would be nice. "You stole someone's bun?" Meng Yuan asked with a smile. "Don't you slander people." Xiangling immediately defended herself. "I chased away all the rats from his granary." She spread out her upper limbs and gestured. "His house is a big family, and the granary is huge. I went to get paid for my work, not to steal." Little geldings, how can it be considered stealing when it's the business of a scholar? Then who just said that they stole the buns? Meng Yuan didn't try to poke holes in her, so he asked, "Then have you encountered any danger?" "No one can beat me, and the village dogs don't dare to say anything when they see me. It's not even my turn for the old gentleman to hit the bamboo board." Xiangling was old-fashioned and very serious, with her 2 short upper limbs folded over her waist, which were actually folded up to her armpits, and said seriously, "I'm very powerful now." As she spoke, she ran forward twice, then twisted her body, her entire body in the air, and kicked Meng Yuan in the knee with a backward stump. Then she used her strength to step back, rolled and got back on her feet again, hurriedly patting the dust on her body, really subdued and elegant. It hurts." Meng Yuan sat down. "I only used 1 point of force." Xiangling stared wide-eyed, seemed to think it was unbelievable. She rushed forward, stretching out the 2 front paws to rub Meng Yuan's knees. Rubbing 2 times was not enough. Yelling, "Take off your clothes then I'll take a look." Upon hearing this, Meng Yuan immediately said, "It doesn't hurt anymore." Little geldings, if you are so unresistant to beatings, you are going to suffer in the future when you go out to run the world. Xiangling was very serious and rubbed it 2 more times, then frowned, looking like a teacher, and said seriously, "I was hung from the peach tree by Big Tail Brother for several days, but I didn't even cry out in pain. So far, it's been you who's been on the losing end, hasn't it? Also, isn't that a bad example you're giving? Who was it that was begging for help?" "Educated." Meng Yuan gave her face in the end. He, "You're still weirdly obedient." Xiangling smiles happily, then tilts her little head forward again, stares at Meng Yuan and asks, "Are you just not in pain, playing with me?" Meng Yuan laughed. "Little geldings, you are so bad." Xiangling hemmed and hawed and fished out a green plum from the small bundle. "Here you go, eat it. It's not sour at all. There is no such thing as a sour plum, and when the season is not yet over, it's even more sour." Meng Yuan took it and took a bite. Xiangling grinned, but saw Meng Yuan praise it repeatedly. Sweet. Really?" Xiangling immediately came forward. "I'll taste it." When she took a bite, there was doubt on her face. Then she took another bite and saw Meng Yuan having a laugh before she was finally sure. She jumped up and pushed against Meng Yuan's chin. "Little geldings, you're so bad." End of chapter. On the shelf. The editor has notified that it's on the shelves, and it will be on the shelves at exactly 12 noon tomorrow, which is Wednesday the 27th. Thank you for all the love from all of you, for the monthly votes and recommendations, as well as the rewards from Topsy-Turvy Big Brother. It's much appreciated. 3 chapters will go up first tomorrow, each with 4,000 words, totaling 12,000, because I still have to go to work. After that, 2 more chapters per day, 8,000 words. As for the rules for adding more, I'll add more if I can. Without further ado, I continue to code. Lastly, I'd like to thank the bigwigs who helped with the chapter push during the book's serialization, and you can add a bookshelf to check it out if you like it. Practicing martial arts is too difficult. I choose to explode other people's power. Wei Fan traveled through the world of demons and evil spirits, but fortunately, he can kill the enemy and explode his power. Laughing Pride of the Heavens, Liver from Flying Dagger Technique to Shattering the Void. Lin Pingon crosses the Laughing Pride of the Wanderer's Fu Wei Dartboard and becomes an ordinary Dark Master of the board, coinciding with the face of the Qingcheng sect coming to exterminate the door, awakens the proficiency panel, and starts livering from the Flying Dagger Technique and treads through the heavens. The Great Tang Shuanglong, from Flying Dagger Art Liver to Knife Opening Heaven's Gate. Qin Shuang travels through the martial arts world of the Great Tang Shuanglong, awakening the Liver proficiency panel. Flying dagger art example of the 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 example, divine sword knife opening heaven's gate. Fishing for creepy fresh by Uncle Faunus. This assassin is bright and straight is a great new book by the big guy. End of chapter. Under the shade of the tree at the foot of the mountain, Meng Yuan sat cross-legged. Shannon peeled the shells off her eggs as she riffed on her stealing learning from the beams of her room. Meng Yuan asked her how much she had learned, and she looked away for half a day, then ate 2 eggs, rubbed her stomach, and rolled around on the ground in contentment, and then with a steep start, turned her back toward Meng Yuan. Pat the dust for me. Meng Yuan rubbed his brow and gently patted it for her a few times, then asked, how's it going in your old home? I also do not know. Shangling simply jumped into the Meng Yuan leg bend, lying on his back to reveal his white belly, adjusted the comfortable posture, said, you here is also strange Warmlo. I remember it was sister-in-law Peg who told you that someone was looking for old matchmaker. But did you ask what kind of person? Meng Yuan asked. Shannon sat up with a start and said seriously, it's a red-haired fox and a big gray wolf, and I've asked about both. Is it an ordinary elf, or is it one that has entered the character like Wolf Big Wolf too? Meng Yuan asked again. Sister-in-law Peg said the red fox is very Thai, the big gray wolf is very strong, but also ate the sister-in-law Peg 2 children. Xiangling slightly recalled. Then angry stomping, although sister-in-law Peg rude, but people also strange good Lu. Meng Yuan remembers clearly that the reason why Xiangling said that Piggy's sister-in-law was impolite was because Xiangling discussed with Piggy's sister-in-law and asked Piggy to pay for her children to be gelded, and then Piggy's sister-in-law told Xiangling to get lost, thus gaining a reputation for being impolite. Then let's go back and take a look. Meng Yuan smiled. Ask your friends when you get to the place and see if anyone else is inquiring about the old matchmaker. What if the red fox and the big bad wolf are still around? Shannon asked worriedly. They're no match. Let's snatch your house back. Meng Yuan said. That green fox old matchmaker is to take the road of the Taoist door, probably is 9, or just the appearance of the 8 products, and all the academic law is not much. The red-haired fox and the big gray wolf were of unknown realm and probably couldn't beat the old green fox matchmaker by much, and Meng Yuan is now at the 8th rank, and carries a heavy bow, and is equipped with the flying floss kung fu, so he can enter and exit without any hindrance, so he can naturally go and have a look. Geldings, why are you so nice to me? Except for my godmother. No one has ever treated me so well. Xiangling stood up, staring with 2 big round eyes and a wet nose, tilted her head slightly and stared at Meng Yuan, saying seriously, if my godmother hadn't died, I would have let her be your good friend. We're a family now. Meng Yuan smiled and got up, saying, your godmother has a good-looking son. In Chongshu Guan, he's not as good as you. Xiangling climbed onto Meng Yuan's shoulder with a look of reason. The two went into the mountains, because they had come once. Meng Yuan knew the way, and did not need Xiangling to point out the way, only to listen to her pulling some punishing students of the law. After walking crookedly for half an hour, he saw a bare high hill, which brought him to the boundary of Big Head Mountain. There is a depression in front of that bald high hill with standing water in it, the old turtle pit. Xiangling nimbly jumped down, ran to the old turtle pit next to a stone, drilled into the touch out of a broken flower-wrapped head with, and then climbed up the big head of the mountain, 2 small paws hand on the pergola, exploring the head. Turn around and back and forth to see. After looking for a while and probably not seeing anything, Xiangling slipped and came down again. Let's go find Mrs. Piggy, she's the best to talk to. Xiangling climbed onto Meng Yuan's shoulder and earnestly admonished. Sister-in-law Peg is very nice. You talk a little more harmoniously, and I'll praise your craftsmanship, so maybe she'll be willing to do business with you. At this point, let's not talk about business, right? Meng Yuan also did not answer, but Xiangling is a broken mouth and talk a lot of words. Said in a low voice. Pig's sister-in-law saved a lot of self-clouds. Prospecting ahead. There was no path either, and Shannon pointed the way when she did, but the paths she pointed out weren't reliable, mostly convenient for her form to pass through, while Meng Yuan still had to make a detour, so crookedly walked 2 miles or so, came to a valley. Xiangling shook his head and looked back and forth. Before the mountains are humming. Today how no? Meng Yuan ignored it, only removing his longbow and leaning against a large tree, peering forward. Ha! It smells like blood. Shannon narrowed her eyes and pushed her black nose forward as hard as she could. Silence. Meng Yuan grabbed Xiangling and tucked her into the lapel of her coat before she poked her head out again, only to see 3 silhouettes walking slowly in the distance. The person in the center was a tall wolf demon, clearly the wolf 2 that he had seen in Peach Blossom Ridge. At that time, Meng Yuan was successful in hunting down Wolf Dai, and Run Dibia was unsuccessful in his pursuit of Wolf 2. At the time of the delivery, Niesher had scolded Rindabiao for not daring to fight for his life. Meng Yuan did not realize at that time, but later slowly pondered over. guessing that Niesher must have beaten and disabled the great-tailed venerable one early, and then rushed to chase himself and Rin Debiao, which is why he saw his own fight for his life, as well as the rescue of the Shangling matter, and Ren Debiao did not dare to fight for his life, and his actions must have also been seen in the eyes. At that time, Niesher thought that the great-tailed venerable one was already in the bag, and did not intervene in the fight between Rin Debiao and Wolf 2, not knowing that later the great-tailed venerable one's seed thoughts burned his body. But no matter what, Meng Yuan remembers clearly that it was after the Peach Blossom Ridge incident that Niesher was much closer to himself and became more and more distant from Rin Debiao. It's just that now that Wolf 2 has appeared here again, I'm afraid that there are still Buddha demons behind him, and to the left and right of Wolf 2, there was a red fox and a white fox, about half a man tall, about the same as the old matchmaker. Each carried a sword on their backs, the spikes of their swords fluttering around, distinctly ethereal. At that moment, that Wolf 2 was holding a sword in one hand and a black piglet in the other, and he was gorging himself while talking to those two foxes, and that one red and one white two foxes are much more civilized. The dislike on their faces can't be hidden, but they still barely compensate for the smile. Meng Yuan watched carefully and set the battle. This Wolf 2 took the martial arts path son, but it was only the 9th grade. Meng Yuan did not put it in his heart, but those two foxes might be related to the old matchmaker, so we have to be careful. It is only that the old matchmaker took the path of the Taoist sect, and in her words she did not think much of the Sakyamuni, so how could she not know that these two foxes had hooked up with Wolf 2? But no matter what, two foxes need to be scrapped first. Meng Yuan held his breath and waited for a wolf and two foxes to walk to 100 paces away. Then he triggered his longbow to shoot, not caring whether he hit or not, and immediately drew his arrow and shot again. But the other party is extremely vigilant, only heard the sound of string alarm, will hurry to dodge to the tree. Therefore, the first arrow hit the white fox's shoulder, the rest of the arrows fell short, taking from the top and getting from the middle. Only one white fox was wasted. Meng Yuan was already satisfied. Where is the Taoist friend setting up an ambush here? Wolf 2 asked with a loud roar as he hid behind a boulder. Ha ha ha, it's the dog thief from the Demon Suppression Division. Wolf Air revealed half of his head and immediately burst out laughing after recognizing Meng Yuan. He's a 9th grade martial artist. Just a heavy bow. No need to worry. Side by side. End it quickly. Only a weak male voice came through, and then a delicate female voice droned. The wind breaks the ground. The water heaves the sky. Earth, fire, water, wind, rise. As soon as Meng Yuan heard the familiar chant, he knew that the other party must be related to the old matchmaker. End of chapter. Sure enough, only to see a small whirlwind was born. But a few breaths, the whirlwind even turned bigger and bigger. And then the whirlwind is 1 minute and 2 minutes and 4 minutes and 8 minutes and 16, and all the whirlwinds are in sight. Although that whirlwind was split in turn, its power was not slightly reduced, and it was much stronger than the old matchmaker's artistic avatar. It was mid-afternoon and the sun was slightly warm. For a moment, but see the dead leaves and debris were rolled up. 10 or so whirlwinds circled back and forth. Meng Yuan's heart became more and more calm. Although this whirlwind is strange, the power is really general, at most obscuring the field of vision for sneak attacks. Red Lady help me! Wolf 2 yelled. Go! Only several whirlwinds were seen heading towards Wolf 2, followed by a movement of Wolf 2's tail, jumping into one of the whirlwinds in front of him. Meng Yuan immediately drew his bow and shot, but several whirlwinds blocked the way ahead, and even the heavy arrows were deflected. The red fox also took the opportunity to jump into a whirlwind, and then the whirlwind wandering around, rolling away from the stone-withered leaves. It has been indistinguishable from the red fox and the Wolf 2 in which a whirlwind, and a dozen whirlwinds surged and surged, already surging towards Meng Yuan in a hurry. Meng Yuan wasn't in a hurry and drew his arrows to shoot the whirlwind in turn. A few arrows were fired in a row, but Red Fox and Wolf 2 were seen jumping from one whirlwind into another. Just he used the whirlwind to hide their shapes and dodge the heavy arrows. Seeing that the whirlwind had reached 30 paces away, he saw a ball of fire emerge, immediately igniting the dry leaves in the whirlwind. In a moment, a dozen fire dragons flew around, obscuring the field of vision, and all of them pressed over toward Meng Yuan. Little Geld, Godmother said to run if you can't beat them. Shangling nestled in Meng Yuan's lapel, revealing a small head and froze out. Hide it. As soon as Meng Yuan spoke out, he slung his longbow back onto his body while drawing his sword forward. Shannon froze and hurriedly shrunk her head back. Flying flocculent kung fu was fully activated, and Meng Yuan was like a light flocculent subjected to a swift wind, violently moving forward to meet those 10 or so fire dance whirlwinds. 30 paces was just 3 breaths away. Meng Yuan saw the right moment, his true chi bulging all over his body, and he pressed his sword towards a whirlwind in front of him. With a sound of gold and gorgon clashing, Even the fire dance cyclone was split apart by a knife. Wolf 2's left arm along with his arm was cut off mostly, paralyzed on the ground, clearly no longer able to fight. You broke the realm. Wolf 2 uttered in shock. Meng Yuan didn't pay any attention to it, and turned back to chop at a whirlwind behind him, but the red fox was extremely sensitive, and with a single step, jumped into another whirlwind. For a while, Meng Yuan chased, fire dance cyclone circumambulated, and the red fox fled, but even when the scene was chaotic, Meng Yuan was equipped with the flying floss kung fu, and was still much faster than the whirlwind circumambulation. One by one, the whirlwinds were dispersed, and soon there were only 5 left. Seeing that she couldn't maneuver any further, the red fox made another pinch, and the 5 whirlwinds merged into one and pressed all of them against Meng Yuan, while she turned around and fled. But although this whirlwind is fast, but the flying flotsam is the most good at running between the mountains. Meng Yuan immediately flashed away. See that the red fox has fled more than 10 feet away, then immediately take the bow to lead the arrow, and then shot. The arrow broke through the air and hit the red fox squarely on her left shoulder, and she instantly fell to the ground. Meng Yuan had the experience of fighting the old matchmaker, and didn't bother to go up to check, fearing that the other party would lead to any more compelling secret techniques, and only came to stomp on Wolf 2's head with his feet. Demonic arcane magic is fascinating to the eyes, but in the end, it can't withstand the power of a single blade. Meng Yuan put his bow back on his back and held his long knife against Wolf 2's neck. We meet again. Fellow Daoist fought 1 against 3 and broke the enemy in a few breaths, so it's obvious that the artist is bold. Right at this moment, a mellow voice came from not far away. Meng Yuan followed the sound and saw an old man standing more than 20 paces away. The man was 50 or 60 years old, with a messy black beard, scruffy clothes, and a pine hairpin on his head, but it was still a bit messy. The man had a long sword behind him, and his clothes were so worn and dirty that they could still be seen as Taoist robes. Meng Yuan quietly looked at the other party, but felt that this person's downtrodden and unkempt seemed to be not because of the days spent in the mountains, but that he was already like this, just so true to his nature. Unable to tell friend from foe for a moment, Meng Yuan held his sword to guard against it, but he saw the other party politely salute and smile. Just now I saw the firelight over here, so I knew there was a fight, so I came to take a look. I really don't mean any harm. Before Meng Yuan uttered a word, Xiangling poked her head out of her lapel, her 2 round eyes wide. Yeah, it's Godmother's lover. The old Taoist priest smiled and made a Taoist salute, and Xiangling hurriedly made a bow with her 2 small paws to return the salute. But is it Taoist Jingxiu, the first disciple under the seat of the Guan master of the Punching Void Observatory? Meng Yuan asked. Fellow Taoist recognizes my master? The old Taoist smiled happily, clearly recognizing the name Jingxiu. My name is Meng Yuan, a member of the Ying clan, and I have spent a long time in your Guan before, having benefited from the teachings of my honored teacher. Meng Yuan smiled. So it's Uncle Ying's people. Disrespectful. The old Taoist smiled and bowed again. Meng Yuan could only return the salute again. He had asked Zhao Jingsheng before and knew that this Grand Master of Chonshu Guan was in his 50s, a little old man, but Zhao Jingsheng only had good things to say, and would only make it a point to praise his big brother, not saying anything lousy. At this moment to see, Meng Yuan only feel that this Chonshu Guan big senior brother is flat, and also secular and polite. Zhao Jingsheng said that his eldest brother with a long sword, take advantage of the night and go out to swing the devil. Really heroic. But Meng Yuan looked. People clearly when she very much, and not much luxury, in addition to scruffy point, is a good gentleman. Why don't you change your clothes? Xiangling stretched her neck outward vigorously and looked straight at Jingxiu. Godmother said that no matter if you wear new or old clothes, you have to clean up before you can do so. She tugged at her small bundle and head wrap, signaling that she was clean. Didn't bring a change of clothes. Jingxiu smiled, and he was polite to little Xiangling. Then why are you here? Shannon asked again. I come to swing the devil. Jingxiu smiled peacefully, not half as imposing as swinging a demon. Xiangling was a bit confused. She nestled in Meng Yuan's lapel, tilted her head over, and made to raise it again to look at Meng Yuan. I've heard Taoist Zhao Jingsheng say something about the matter of Taoist Jingsu. Meng Yuan asked with a smile. If you are a disciple of Master Ying, we are not outsiders. No need to be polite. Jingxiu took 2 steps forward and smiled gently. Now that I am walking outside, I don't dare to use the name of Chonshu Guan. I use my lay name Li Weizhen. If you don't mind, just call me Brotherly. Brotherly. Meng Yuan and Xiangling spoke at the same time. If you guys talk, can you talk without stepping on my head? One of Wolf 2's arms was chopped off, but he still had something to say. Meng Yuan really stopped stepping, politely withdrawing his foot and sheathing his sword. You're not at home chanting sutras. Why did you come to the mountains to swing the devil? I can't even find a sutra reader when I go back to burn paper. Xiangling asked. Alas, I can't go on reciting. This is all devil everywhere. Even I have a devil in my heart, but I don't have the ability to break the devil in my heart, so I can only come to swing this devil in the mountain, Li Weijin said. When Xiangling heard this, she stared with big round eyes. One small paw scratched her chin, and twisted her head to look at Meng Yuan blankly. One chapter in 2. I still owe 8,000 words. I'll pay it back after work. End of chapter. The afternoon sun was bright, with rays of it scattering on the ground. The rubble and dead leaves left behind by the previous battle were still there, only in a state of disarray. Brother Li is also looking for the Buddha demon? Meng Yuan asked. Not bad. Li Weijin smiled modestly. I searched for a few elves and monsters in the Peach Blossom Ridge area in the south and inquired about them before realizing that it was a Buddhist demon that was causing trouble, and then went to the Jin Demon Division's guardhouse to inquire about it before searching into the mountains again. Meng Yuan remembered that before the second essence flame quenching, Master Nye had said that there was an old Taoist priest causing trouble, and that he had gone to help Zhang Guanyan turn it around. Nowadays, it seems to be about the same time as when Li Weijin went out. Moreover, Nye Shi is the person of the deceased brother of the Wangfei, and is considered to be a member of the Ying clan, so he does have this face. The mountains and forests are big. I wandered around the south for a few days with no results, so I came over here to take a look, and I happened to see you guys. Li Weijin smiled. We have fate. Are you looking for my godmother? Shannon asked suddenly. She listened to my sermons all year round, and is considered half of my disciple. Li Weijin smiled and looked at Xiangling, saying, since she has disappeared, I naturally had to go out and look for her. Godmother was eaten by a wolf. Shannon gesticulated. It's been a long time. Li Weijin was silent. Seeing this, Meng Yuan opened his mouth and asked, does Brother Li want to interrogate them? You're the one who captured it. You come. Li Weijin did not look like he was from the Taoist sect. Instead he was humble like a Confucian disciple. Meng Yuan didn't push back, and first went to ask the red fox and the white fox, and then finally came to ask Wolf too. It was only after this comparison that I realized that after the Great Tail Venerable, there came another white ape elder, whose Buddhist teachings were also profound. This white ape elder opened the door wide to teach the Buddhist school, and also ordered Wolf too and the others to recruit disciples, vowing to carry forward the Buddhist school. And that red and white fox and green fox old matchmaker is a family. This does not want to get involved in the white ape elders, but the white ape elders to find the door, branded the scar of the commandment, forcibly metamorphosis. As for how much cultivation the white ape elder had, Wolf 2 and the others couldn't tell a thing or 2 or 3. However, there was no doubt that it was absolutely no worse than Venerable Great Tail, and there are also 4 Great Vidra under his seat, all of which are also extremely capable. I wish to sweep away the demons. Would you two like to accompany me? Li Weijin asked with a smile. Xiangling made an effort to crane her neck to look at Meng Yuan. Although Meng Yuan has the intention of sweeping away the Buddha and demons, but considering his own strength, he thinks it's better to go back and inform Nye Shi and Zhang Guanyan, so that they can do it. Go together. You have much protection for Miss Xiangling. I am also willing to protect Brother Meng's safety. Although Li Weijin is unkempt, he is very sincere. You will look around more when you arrive, and you can also go back to Zhang Guanyan and others to tell them about the situation. Brother Li comes from the punching void view and is not an outsider. Since you opened your mouth, I naturally can't refuse. It's just that we agreed beforehand that I'm not capable enough. So if I'm in danger, I'm afraid I won't be able to do much to help. Meng Yuan's meaning was, I'll help if I can, but if I can't, I'll withdraw first. Good point. Li Weijin smiled and answered. Dare I ask how many grades of martial artist Brother Li is? Meng Yuan was uneasy. If it's a 6th rank, I'll probably still have no problem against 1 or 2. Li Weijin humbly said. Meng Yuan was quite relieved. When the 2 men agreed, they drove a wolf and 2 foxes to lead the way. The mountains were silent, with occasional birdsong. After traveling more than 10 miles ahead, Xiangling had something to say. Further ahead are all bad-talking demons. They are very fierce, and sometimes they come down the mountain to eat people. If they can't finish them, they hang them on the trees to dry and eat them. They stink. Continuing on for 10 or so miles, it was already evening, and Shannon were squinting for a nap. This is it. Wolf 2 was already injured, and by now he was running out of gas. Ahead is a dense bamboo forest. Gusts of mountain wind swept up the bamboo waves, hidden in which there is a fire. Li Weijin stopped and looked at Xiangling. Xiangling still do not realize. Body nestled in the lapel of Meng Yuan, only exposed ahead, staring at the big round eyes to see. Little Miss Xiangling. Li Weijin touched out an elixir pill and smiled. I brought sugar pills with me. Eating them will nourish your spirit and body. Why didn't you say so earlier? Xiangling hurriedly took it, pasted it under her black nose and sniffed it, and peeked at Li Weijian's hand. But in the end she entered the school. Her upbringing was not lacking, and she didn't dislike the old Taoist master for being sloppy, but blew on the pills, and wiped them again before sending them to her mouth. It's gone before I can eat out of the flavor, so I'll give it to another one. After entering the bamboo forest and continuing on for no more than 100 feet, there was a small mountain stream. Crossing the mountain stream water, he saw a bamboo house compound in front of him. Looking at the appearance should be used as a nunnery. At this moment, bright torches were lit in front of that courtyard, and there were 30 to 40 elves and monsters of all sizes gathered in front of the courtyard gate, and there were 3 dry corpses hanging on the door, and I don't know how long they had been drying. Xiangling's little head drooped down in front of her lapel, and she had already fallen asleep. A great battle is imminent. Blood aura is roiling the sky. She's naive and pure. It's not appropriate to look at her too much, so please ask Brother Meng to understand. Li Weijian explained. It is also what I wish. Meng Yuan stuffed the entire Xiangling into his lapel and pressed his sword to look ahead. He only felt that these spirits and demons were more hostile than the ones he encountered in Peach Blossom Ridge and were not afraid of people in the slightest. Elder. Wolf 2 stumbled forward and came to the door of the nunnery and knelt down, then simply lay down on the ground. There are evil people bullying me. White Fox and Red Fox also fell to their knees beside Wolf 2, calling out the elder's name. The elves and monsters gathered in front of the door were not panicked, but only twisted their heads to look at them, and pointed and talked, and in a few words, they divided Meng Yuan, but all of them thought that Li Weijian was too old, and only a few old elves and monsters were willing to take it. Meng Yuan and Li Weijian didn't make a sound either, just looking at the nunnery. Soon, a bull demon was seen coming out of the nunnery. That bull demon was tall, about 10 feet tall. He was dressed in black and black clothes, with a big red robe and 2 horns on his head like steel swords. Behind him slung wooden sticks the thickness of buckets, about equal height. Meng Yuan early with the Wolf 2 carefully asked, so at first sight know that this is the white ape elder seat of one of the 4 great Vajra Bull Vajra. Buddhist attainments are deep, but take the road of martial arts son, and just entered the 7th grade. Where are the elders? Wolf 2 asked. Niu Jin Gang stepped out of the nunnery courtyard door, hands folded, and ignored Wolf 2, only reciting, and Master has said, my heart is Buddha, Buddha is heart. I observed the goddess of mercy. The demons immediately repeated Bull King Kong's words. That Bull Vajra's eyes were slightly reddened, and he bowed again toward Meng Yuan and Li Weijian. The monks have come a long way to work hard. Please stay a little while, and then pay attention to the scriptures after I've spoken them. Seeing the other parties preaching, Meng Yuan smiled and said, please. Niu Jin Gang sat down, said, Matty cloud, the mist between the mountains to cover the forest, the stream side of the stubborn stone lying in the past and present. The wind whisks the bamboo branches and the moon is in the pool and the shadows are sinking. Throw away the delusional realm to find the true meaning. The heart like glass everywhere spring. After reading this paragraph, Bull King Kong looked around at a group of monsters, and then said, the world is not enlightened, and only recognizes seeing, hearing, and perceiving as the mind, and is covered by seeing, hearing, and perceiving, and so does not see the essence of the essence. However, if you go straight down without a mind, the essence will appear. When this Ox King Kong recited a sentence, a group of elves and monsters hurriedly followed and recited a sentence. Even Wolf 2 and the red and white foxes followed. But the more Ox King Kong recited, the faster he recited, and the faster the demons recited. For a time, that Buddha singing sutra was all but devoid of any semblance of Buddhahood. Meng Yuan could see that the demons were clearly possessed, thinking that they could become Buddhas by reciting the true scriptures over and over again. So they recited it faster and faster, as if they could travel faster on the path to Buddhahood. But things in the world. Of course, there are shortcuts, but this goes on. I'm afraid that there is only the anxiety of quick success, as well as more and more cannot hide the evil and weird gas. Meng Yuan pressed the knife with one hand and pressed the sleeping Xiangling on his chest with the other. He glanced at Li Weijian, but saw that he was shaking his head slightly and didn't know what he was thinking. After 3/4 of an hour, the chanting finally stopped. Niu Jin Gang's eyes were even redder and his body was bubbling with heat. Plowing without sorrow. The years pack spring and fall. I wear a yoke on my head and a plow on my body, and I hoof it in wind and rain. If I do not cry out for hardship, why should you? Ox King Kong still ignored Meng Yuan's trio, but instead scolded Wolf 2 and the red and white foxes. You are familiar with the Buddhist scriptures, but you are chicken-hearted and have no heart to help others. When he is thirsty, you cut his blood and give him a drink. When he is hungry, you pluck out his meat and give it to him to eat. When he wants to kill you, you stretch out your neck and give it to him to cut. How can you complain about even a minor injury? You must remember that a Buddhist has great generosity and becomes a great man. These words not only confused Wolf 2, but Meng Yuan and Li Weijin also looked at each other helplessly. It is true that the Buddhist sect advocates tolerance, and even the cutting of flesh and feeding it to eagles, but these Buddhist demons who have taken a crooked path are afraid that they will not be able to do so. Meng Yuan clearly remembered that just now the demons were discussing how to cook themselves delicious. The two monks, but they have hurt people too much. Although the elder is not here, I, Earthshaker Vajra, have my own words. Bull Vajra remained seated, looked toward Meng Yuan and Li Weijin, and said, both of you listen to my true words and join my Buddhist sect. In the future, you will be blessed by observing the precepts, practicing meditation, and giving. When the blessings continue, you will be able to attain the great blessing of liberation from the cycle of birth and death. This is the method of practicing to become a Buddha. Why don't you come forward and kneel? Coming up and preaching. Meng Yuan immediately drew his sword. Cultivating for the purpose of attaining Buddhahood is all false Taoism. Cultivation for the purpose of seeking blessings is all chanting funeral sutras. Meng Yuan responded in a loud voice. Master's Buddha is not quite right. I can't learn it. You are so stubborn. The Buddha is going to kill you, throw you into a hot pot, cook you over a gentle fire. Just now this Bull Vajra also talk about what to be generous, to be patient, but just because of one sentence, the anger is unable to curb directly stand up, tearing the body of the velvet robe, dialing around the back of the giant wood, holding in the hands. The crowd of demons drummed up. When fire cooking, cook with fire. Your Excellency does not resemble the gradual cultivation sect or the epiphany sect. I'm afraid that you have really taken a crooked path. Li Weijin spoke out. What gradual cultivation? What epiphany? Ox King Kong danced back and forth holding the giant wood. What rain moistens the precious tree in the Brahma? What thunder travels the flatboat on the sea? It's all bull asterisk 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 asterisk. My heart is Buddha. Moo dash a dull flood bell roar shook through the quiet mountains and forests. Birds rustling. The group of demons shook. Just see the Ox King Kong body is like a small mountain. The muscles around the body pancake, as if the copper cast iron casting, arms around a bucket thickness of the huge wood. Rumbling step came. Ox King Kong is extremely powerful. Sharp horns in front, and embracing the huge wood. It is really fast and fierce. 100 paces is not far, and a heavy bow is useless. Meng Yuan intended to temporarily retreat and watch Li Weijin perform, but he saw a golden figure appear in the bamboo forest behind him, which was actually a deer demon. This deer demon is also one of the four great Vajra, being on the Buddhist path. Seeing this, Meng Yuan wanted to pick a soft persimmon, but realizing that he was the soft persimmon, and that Niu Jin Gang was clearly aiming at him, he hurriedly said, I'll circle with Niu Jin Gang, then I'll deal with the deer demon. You must be careful. Li Weijin immediately answered and drew his sword towards the deer demon. That deer demon was holding a Zen staff in his hand, with the 6 divine powers added to his body, and his body flickered with Buddha's light. Meng Yuan didn't have the time to look at it either, and simply sidestepped. That Cao Jin Gang really do not go after Li Weijin, only chased after Meng Yuan, but also howling endlessly what the fire cooking. Meng Yuan could see clearly that this Ox King Kong was a martial Dao 7th grade, but did not utilize the heavenly mechanism. However, due to his physical strength, both his strength and speed were not to be underestimated, and thick skin and meat extremely, and embrace the huge wood, simply cannot be hard, only maneuvering, to be his exhaustion, before the possibility of victory. Before coming, brotherly said to protect my. Meng Yuan carried his sword, not even squarely with Bull King Kong. Flying floss kung fu in full force, circled around and rushed toward the group of demons outside the nunnery courtyard door. The group of demons still shouted cooking with fire and came to block the fire. Meng Yuan didn't care and rushed directly in front of the group of demons, while his stance moved and his true chi correspondingly turned a right angle bend. And behind the Bull King Kong is the wind and rain, eyes red, the hands of the giant wood waving. See Meng Yuan change the direction, but he has braked, not to avoid the fish in the pond. A number of monsters hit the giant wood, was actually shot scattered flesh and bone. That wolf too on the ground. But Cattle King Kong has been crazy like, did not pay attention to the wolf too. A random foot will be stepped on dead. Meng Yuan was more careful, using the terrain to circle back and forth, draining Bull King Kong's physical strength. Now twice quenched body, Dantian vast, full of true chi, far better than the same product. Flying flocculent power under this show, an hour can be consumed. So Meng Yuan would like to play a war of attrition, only to wait for Li Weijin after the completion of the work, and then come back to 2 to fight 1. Sure enough, Ox King Kong didn't know how to spare his strength, and after a quarter of an hour, he slowed down. As Meng Yuan became more and more comfortable, he fled while chasing down the fleeing group of demons. Niu Jin Gang was mad with anger, but he could never catch up. Even if he catches up to more than 10 paces, the other party makes a sharp turn, and he falls behind again. Consumed another quarter of an hour. The bull gold just big mouth gasping unceasingly. He simply stops. A hand to fish to a goat demon monsters without eyes. Hard to smash in the giant wood. The goat demon head burst, and then was lifted up. The bull gold just tilted his head and opened his mouth to catch the blood and water plasma, so as to quench his thirst. But at this moment, an arrow came in a hurry. Bull King Kong flung the sheep demon's remnants to stop it, but another arrow immediately arrived and immediately stabbed into the huge right eye. Bull King Kong suffered pain and became even more insane, and when he saw that Meng Yuan was drawing his bow again, he hugged the huge wood and charged up regardless. Meng Yuan drew his bow and shot an arrow, hitting Bull King Kong squarely in the left arm, then turned and fled. As you chased me and I fled. Bull King Kong soon became tired again, so Meng Yuan stopped shooting arrows, and Bull King Kong came back to chase him. After so many times, Bull King Kong finally stopped chasing. Stupid cow! Come help me quickly! The deer demon escaped from the bamboo forest, covered in blood and with no semblance of Buddha's light. Niu Jin Gang was opening his mouth to reply, when he felt a pain in his throat, which was clearly an arrow shot into his mouth. I can't! He's just running away, not fighting me! I've never seen such a bad guy. He's not a good person. The red light in Bull King Kong's eyes receded a lot. He pulled out the arrow in his mouth, sat on the ground, and actually whimpered and cried, Elder save me! Elder save me! Why don't the elders teach me Tianji? Niu Jin Gang has not finished. His mouth received another arrow. His tongue was shot through. He was angry and pulled it out, bringing out a piece of flesh and blood. But then came a heavy arrow, shot in the left eye. So far, Niu Jin Gang both eyes are bad. Howling miserably. Stupid cow. You gave up your stick to chase after him. You would have caught up long ago. The deer demon shouted in anger. Quickly think of a way out. That old dog is not simple. Will be the sky god down to the sky machine method. My Buddhist law is useless. Let's go find the ape. Before he finished speaking, he saw Li Weijin follow him up, and behind him there was a subtle colored light that drove the sword chi, which pierced through the deer demon's chest. Deer demon mouth spitting blood, but still have to chant desperation verse. The end of the world cloud water road is vast, several times the vicissitudes of life to get. When Li Weijin's sword blade moved, the deer demon didn't even have time to finish his chant and directly died. Brother deer? Ox King Kong's eyes went blind and he wailed. Brother deer, elder, Qing Guanzi. But as soon as this was said, a subtle light of fire lit up on Niu Jin Gang's body, followed by a rapid rise, which instantly enveloped Niu Jin Gang. Soon, Ox King Kong actually turned into residual ashes. Li Weijin took a look and saw that the area around the nunnery was in complete disarray. The group of demons had long since dispersed and there were still many remains left behind. He looked at Meng Yuan again. Meng Yuan already had a sense of exhaustion. One hand holding the knife resident, one hand pressing the shangling on his chest. After this battle, Meng Yuan felt that this Li Wei really is not very reliable. Against the 7th grade deer demon also wore for so long. Beforehand, swore, but in the end the strength of doubt. And Niesher seems to have a small gap. If it wasn't for the fact that he was able to run and had a heavy bow in his hand, he really wouldn't have been able to deal with Bull King Kong. Li Weijin stepped into the nunnery and came out after wandering around, holding a wooden box in his hand, a copy of the Heavenly Chance diagram and a copy of the Great Medicine. Do you want it? 2. Meng Yuan felt that Li Weijin was still reliable. The next chapter is very late. It'll be posted around 1 or 2. So don't wait. End of chapter. Meng Yuan took the wooden box and opened it. Then he saw a purple fruit with an animal skin pressed underneath. When he took the animal skin directly and looked at it, he saw 4 inked words on it, everything flows, and underneath it were small, densely written words of this sort. What with the upper 7 turning to the middle 9 and the upper 20 turning to the lower 7. Meng Yuan was a bumpkin, and Niesher always wanted to take things one step at a time and didn't teach himself. When he wanted to ask Li Weijin, he saw him sitting cross-legged in front of the remnants of the ashes of Ox King Kong, not saying a word. Meng Yuan had gained a great deal from this battle, obtaining the Heavenly Chance diagram and the Great Medicine. On the other hand, Niu Jin Gang was burned to death by karmic fire after revealing the name Qing Guangzi. This Qing Guangzi might have some connection with the master. Niu Jin Gang was a son of the martial arts school, but he was indeed a Buddhist. The word son as a title of honor is generally used by the Confucian and Taoist schools for people of virtue and conduct. As for Buddhist monks, most of them use Didi and Fa Sure as their honorific titles, and never use Z. Brother Li, where is Qing Guangzi from? Meng Yuan asked as he sat beside Li Weijin. I don't know. Li Weijin shook his head. I honestly can't recall this one character. He raised his head to look at Meng Yuan and asked, I see that you seem to have practiced the flying flocculent technique. The amount of its true chi, and its ability to run fast and slow without any hindrance, is far superior to that of its peers, and even Ox King Kong was consumed to death. Who passed on your martial arts? Nya Yan Ian. Meng Yuan said. I know him. Li Weijin nodded slightly and said, he does have some real skills. Brother Li, how exactly does the heavenly chance diagram work? What is the explanation for the method of opening the Secretura heavenly chance? Meng Yuan asked directly. You first entered the 8th grade. Although it's too early, it won't hurt to know more. Li Weijin took a thin tree branch and drew it casually on the ground, while saying, how did you feel when you entered the 8th grade? The orifices tremble, as if there is a huge object hidden in them that wants to break out of the body. It even feels like there's another world within the body that can contain everything in the world. Meng Yuan said truthfully, just that although you realize that there is something different in it, there is no corresponding method of external manifestation? Li Weijin smiled kindly and then said, this is the secret stash. Once it is opened, there will be heaven and earth magical powers, so it can be said that the heaven and earth is as big as I want it to be. I wish to hear about it. Meng Yuan sincerely asked for guidance. The 9th, 8th and 7th grades are the foundation of a martial artist, which is the opening of the upper, middle and lower 3 days. Li Weijin instead said about the other, the most difficult, nothing more than the 8th product into the 7th product. It is because the upper 33 days are not in the flesh and blood, not in the internal organs, sinews and bones, but is located in the dantian. He nodded at Meng Yuan's chest. That's why after entering the 7th grade, the dantian is transformed, and one can transform true qi into jade liquid. Some people often say that the 7th, 8th, and 9th grades are all low grades, not free from mortal flesh, but in fact, after entering the 7th grade, the world is already vast. Li Weijin took the thin branch and pointed at Meng Yuan's chest again, saying, I'm pointing at you, not your dantian. It's your chest that's slightly wet. Is it that Miss Xiang Ling wet the bed? Xiang Ling had been sleeping in his lapel, and Meng Yuan reached in and fished it out, saying, drool. The two men smiled at each other. Then let's move on. Li Weijin drew squares on the ground with a thin tree branch and said, the so-called method of opening a secret stash is not difficult. As long as you enter the 7th grade, you can come to use it. Even if you only open one orifice, you can come to use it. He nodded many more dots within the square and said, the method of the heavenly chance is actually to carry the jade liquid, so that it wanders and impacts according to a certain path in the place where the dantian is reflected and inscribed, which is complicated and strange. Then it can open up the secret treasure and become a martial arts aptitude. It is also known as the change of heavenly chance. Meng Yuan heard and understood. This Tianji map is a drawing. Dantian is the construction place. Jade liquid in accordance with the order of Tenji map impact orifices impact, wandering, will become a building. That is to say, the secret treasures are opened and the power of the heavenly planes is revealed externally. In short, it is the jade liquid impact on the reflection of the various points of the orifices, and in a specific order, and even back and forth travel, in order to be successful. Most of the gong methods of the heavenly chart are complicated, some starting from a certain orifice in the upper heaven, some starting from a certain orifice in the lower heaven, and then impacting each orifice in turn, with tedious exchanges, as few as dozens of impacts, and as many as hundreds. Li Weijin nudged his brain. That's why, you need to be clear in your mind and practice more. And even if it's the same heavenly chance avatar, there are differences in its power. The dantian is a field, and the rice that each person grows is also extremely different. When Meng Yuan heard this, he carefully counted the upper, middle and lower 3 days of 99 orifices. If the impact is less than a few dozens, more than hundreds, and also need to be in a very short period of time, or even rely on the continuous impact to maintain, then there are countless combinations. Educated. Meng Yuan arched his hand and asked, Brother Li, that martial arts seniors must have pioneered countless heavenly chance diagrams, right? I knew you were about to ask that. Wei Jin Li smiled slightly. I wish to hear about it. Meng Yuan sincerely asked for guidance. According to what you said, the predecessors should indeed have opened up countless heavenly chi diagrams. But why do you say that it is opening up secret collections and becoming heavenly chances? The heavenly chance lies in the unknown, and no one can know the heavenly chance. Li Weijin shook his head inside. The danger here is extremely great. Combining and functioning haphazardly is something that can go terribly wrong. If it is light, the body will be damaged. Or if it is heavy, the body will die. Or even, all the skills are dispersed for the most part. Seniors have tried many methods, many ways. Currently the most secure is from the 5 viscera and 6 bowels out, because it has 5 elements, is able to show the power of the 5 elements, but it is not guaranteed. He nodded at Meng Yuan, who looked down at his chest. I mean you, not her. Li Weijin laughed. Secretura Tianji is magical to the extreme. Since you followed Master Nye to learn the art, You must know about blooming spring thunder and floating light cave heaven. Both of these are the best techniques of the demon suppressing division, but amongst the heavenly chance avatars, they can only be considered easy to learn, and can't be called superior. Mang Yuan listened carefully. When I first practiced martial arts, I felt that I was the only one in the world. But then the further I went, the further I climbed, the more my eyes gradually widened, the more I felt like a frog sitting in a well peering at the bright moon. At this time it was already dark. Li Weijin pointed to the sky and then said, even to the extent of having the feeling of a mayfly seeing the blue sky. Li Weijin really erudite, pulling up endless, and said, Taoism and Buddhism have their own arts and crafts. Martial arts people on the can't do? Just now I and the dear King Kong fight. His Buddhist stunts are very much, but cannot help me? You think why? Mang Yuan remembers that the deer demon seemed to say that Li Weijin had the method of heavenly gods descending to the earth. The secret hidden heavenly mechanism, like the god of heaven, all kinds of evil law does not invade, can maintain a quarter of an hour. He can only use the force to win me, but a quarter of an hour victory and defeat early divided. Li Weijin said here, remembered that his own quarter of an hour did not distinguish victory and defeat, then hurriedly changed his words, or look at the individual ability. What other bizarre heaven's chance aptitudes are there? Mang Yuan asked curiously. Much more, the ones that chase and run away, the ones that recover quickly, and even the ones that forcibly raise their own strength. Li Weijin sighed. Even the method of the same life in heaven and earth that drains itself and suffers endless backlash. There are even some Tianji Shinton does not show the power. The practitioner day by day according to the Tianji diagram traveling several times hundreds of times the jade liquid, accumulating decades of power. A release. Anyway, there are many. Each person can cultivate a variety of, depending on personal endurance. In short, the path of a martial artist, with or without as much as possible. A low grade can even kill a high grade. This is almost non-existent in other paths, so never belittle anyone, even if it's a lower grade than you. They might have a spell to kill strongly to the death. Li Weijin mentioned. After all, the path of a martial artist is that the sky is the limit. Mang Yuan was truly instructed. End of chapter. The night is late, and there is a bright moon shining brightly. Mang Yuan listened quietly, then took out the small wooden box and touched the animal skin. This heavenly chance diagram is called everything flowing light. I wonder what it is interpreted as. Mang Yuan handed it over and asked sincerely. I have heard of it. Li Weijin but not pick up, smiled and said, open Secretora will see the sky outside. Some of the method needs jade liquid cycle back and forth running, such as the Jin Demon division of the blooming spring thunder stunt. Some only need to jade liquid back and forth once will be able to become. Like the floating light cave is this, there are also need to run a few times a day, and even 100 times. Usually do not show the power, just for a moment to show the outside. The most famous is the fish leaping to the blue sky. Speaking here, Li Weijin pointed to the animal skin and said, the flowing light of all things is the first one, which needs to be activated without stopping. The external appearance of the body is clad in streams of light, which is the method of escaping and pursuing. Once activated, it is like a stream of light traveling, extremely fast hiding speed, extremely strange. Rumor has it that it is a demon elder who has opened up a divine ability of heavenly opportunity. Mang Yuan heard and understood that the everything flowing light was the same as the flying flurry technique. But it was much stronger than the flying flurry technique. But how can I verify whether it's real or fake? If we try it hastily, if it's false, won't we hurt ourselves? Mang Yuan had already inquired and understood that it was extremely dangerous to randomly open up the heavenly chance method, and that it was equally dangerous to try out new heavenly chance methods, and one couldn't let the jade liquid flow slowly to try, because it was too slow to be of any use at all. One had to move the mind at will and rapidly impact the orifices to make it work. People say that the law is not lightly transmitted. Generally in the big clans and big sects there is the inheritance of the law of heavenly chances. Are many people who have participated in the practice? Since there is no need to worry about the danger. Li Weijin smiled, said, but all things flow light as you robbed. Since I do not know the true or false, need to heart random movement, jade liquid running, personally try before. Li Weijin saw Mang Yuan pondering without saying anything, so he smiled and said, you follow Master Nya to learn the art. He comes from the Department of Demon Suppression. You might as well walk through his door. Go to the Department of Demon Suppression to mix up some merits, but also in exchange for some of the methods of the heavenly planes, which have been used by many predecessors, are safe and secure and not too bad in terms of their power. Mang Yuan slowly nodded his head, but in his heart, he was thinking that he was carrying the essence fire, and he had quenched his body twice, so if he quenched his body a few times later, and his Dantianan body were even stronger, could he come to try out this new method of the heavenly chance by that time? Or even open it up by himself? Of course, If one enters the demon suppression division and rakes in some merit in it, not only can one mix up some pills, but one can also get the law of heavenly chance, which is indeed a good offer. Meng Yuan put away the beast skin and looked at the purple fruit. Now that he had the 100-herb pill in his hand, he was able to save 2 months of time for harboring the essence flame. Then with the addition of this fruit, that essence flame consummation could be expected. Li Weijin picked up the purple fruit and looked at it, saying, "This thing has a bit of fire. It should be born in a sunny place, or a place near fire. It would be best if it can be practiced as a potion, but it's hard to find a ministerial medicine for a while." He pointed to his chest and said, "The heart and intestines are the exterior and interior, and belong to fire. If you open these 2 orifices and swallow it, the effect will be the best. Of course, there is no need to deliberately wait. Just go with the flow." As she spoke, Li Weijin handed it to Meng Yuan and laughed. "If you take it back, someone might ask you for it, so I'm afraid it'll cause another twist." This was to let it be eaten now. Meng Yuan received the purple fruit and looked at Li Weijin. This purple fruit should be the fire bodhi. The people of the Buddhist sect are best at this, and the purple color means it is ripe. Among the lower grade great medicines, it is considered excellent. It's quite a bit better than the main medicine of that 100-herb pill you ate. Li Weijin didn't have a hint of greed and smiled. "I'll come to protect Brother Meng. Why don't we go back and eat again? In case that what's-her-name ape elder searches for us. I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with." It was fine not to mention the protector, but as soon as he did, Meng Yuan remembered how Li Weijin had said how secure he was before he came. But after taking on dear King Kong, it had taken more than 2 moments. It wasn't that Meng Yuan didn't believe in Li Weijin's character, it was that he had doubts about his strength. "There's no harm in it. With me as a protector, Brother Meng is bound to be safe and sound," Li Weijin said confidently. "What heavenly chance mysteries does Brother Li cultivate?" Meng Yuan asked curiously. "It's not worth mentioning. What I'm practicing is just the dharma of encountering strength." Li Weijin laughed. Meng Yuan understands what it means to be strong when encountering strength, but he has never heard of being weak when encountering weakness. Since this was the case, Meng Yuan first swallowed a 100-herb pill, and then sat down for a few moments to nourish his true qi and spirit. After an hour had passed, Meng Yuan crossed his knees and closed his eyes, and only then did he swallow the fire bodhi in one mouthful, and then his body suddenly warmed up, his spirit doubled, and it was as if there was a wisp of fire swirling in his heart. However, after a moment of stored thought, Meng Yuan saw that the vast majority of the fire bodhi's energy and aura had been absorbed by the essence flame, and it seems to be because of the fire bodhi belongs to the cause of the fire. The original, such as the size of a fist, but also have to contain half a year to complete the essence of the fire, but steeply rose up, step by step to grow, and finally even covered half of the body. From the completion of only 1/3, Meng Yuan estimated that if he swallowed all the 100-herb pills again, it would almost be complete again. Look closely at their own changes, because most of the nutrients of the fire bodhi was essence of the fire to take away. The body only slightly warm feeling. Warm body. After sitting in silence for a while longer, Meng Yuan heard the sound of a crackling fire in his ears, so he opened his eyes to see. "I saw that the nunnery has been burning a huge fire." Li Weijin to the fire. Seems to be reading some scripture. The corpses of dear King Kong and the many goblins, as well as the 3 dried bodies hanging on the courtyard door, are all gone, and must have been thrown into the fire. "Isn't it said to give me the protection of the law? Antlers cut or not?" Meng Yuan muttered, raised his eyes to look at the bright moon in the sky, and realized that 2 hours had passed, and the shangling in the lapel was still sleeping, and from time to time, she even grunted twice. "Digested it so quickly?" Li Weijin finished reciting the sutra, and when he saw Meng Yuan waking up, he hurriedly came closer to look. "The medicinal properties of that great medicine shouldn't have dispersed much, and since you're at the 8th rank now, it'll take at least half a day's time before it can be melted into all parts of your body." He took Meng Yuan's wrist and took his pulse, and saw that the pulse was soothing and slow, steady and heavy, exactly the pulse of a martial artist when he was meditating. Moreover, there was a sense of vigor, so it was evident that this person's true qi was abundant, twice as much as that of his peers. "I'm afraid," and then a pinch of bones. Li Weijin more feel Meng Yuan sinews and bones strong, and extremely toughness, seems to be the appearance of more than 10 years. "You have heat in your body." It is indeed an outward appearance after eating the bodhi fruit, but it has not been digested fast enough. Li Weijin stroked his chin and concluded, "Older brother is indeed good material for the martial arts path. The stupid bird flies first, but it's just being more diligent." Meng Yuan was very humble. It was midnight, and the 2 of them talked again about the way back to their homes by the light of a roaring fire. "Your master has a word, saying that if you are destined to meet you, he told you to return earlier," Meng Yuan said. "I haven't walked enough. Li Weijun smiled coyly. Please ask Brother Meng to send word. Just say that I intend to look for Elder Ape's whereabouts again, and if that doesn't work out, then head south and go to the Ping'an province for a walk to inquire about the origins of Qingguangzi. If that doesn't work out, then I'll head west and visit the Buddhist kingdom. When Meng Yuan heard this, he looked at Li Weijun and said, You're having such a hard time fighting with dear King Kong, and you're going to find Qingguangzi? I'm afraid it's not even easy to deal with the other ape elders when they come, right? After politely advising a couple of sentences, Meng Yuan did not say any more. I have written to take note of today's events. Li Weijun took out a letter and a piece of paper. You can give it to Zhang Baido of the guardhouse, or ask Master Nye Yanian to come forward. If they question you, just tell them the truth. I've written it all in the letter. They won't make things difficult for you and Miss Xiangling. I also know Zhang Baifu. Meng Yuan smiled and took the letter paper, thinking that embarrassment was bound not to happen, fearing that he would have to give Niesher a long face again. In that case, let's go to the mountains and return in the next day. Although Li Weijun was unkempt, he was really thunderous. Immediately memorized his sword, smiled and arched his hand in farewell. At this time, the night will be bright. The firelight is still there. Li Weijun stride. End of chapter. There were 3 of them when they came, but only Meng Yuan and the little weasel in his arms were left when they went back. Along the way, lying not much time, we'll see the sky slowly revealing the sun. The mountains were cool and damp, steaming with mist, with birds of prey passing through them. Meng Yuan had a sword at his waist and a longbow on his back, with only a few retrieved and tattered arrows left in his arrow pouch. After walking for a while longer, he felt that the Xiangling in his lapel stomped his feet, and then he heard a yawn. And then Xiangling's head burrowed out of the opening of Meng Yuan's lapel. It's dawn. Xiangling's 2 eyes were round. Where is this? Her little nose twitched. Why do you smell like blood? Got in a fight? Xiangling numbly drilled out and stood on Meng Yuan's shoulder, probing and tilting his head to survey Meng Yuan's face, then barreling down to the arrow pouch before climbing down again. She carefully checked once and saw that there were no wounds on Meng Yuan's body. Then she climbed back onto her shoulders. Why didn't you wake me up for the fight? Don't look at me as small, but I'm capable. Xiangling gasped and scratched Meng Yuan's hair, saying, Godmother said that one person can't steal peaches as fast as 2. What kind of crooked reasoning is this? Meng Yuan's footsteps didn't stop and he laughed. You're sleeping so soundly that you can't wake up at all. Xiangling heard this, staring at her eyes and scratching her head. My godmother said that sleeping is a mistake, so she really didn't lie to me. You pinch my ears, tickle me She scratched Meng Yuan's neck with her little paw and said seriously, Little geldings, call out for me in the next fight. Then she added, but you can't keep fighting. You have to make peace in business. That's natural. Meng Yuan immediately responded. Where's Brother Li? That Li Weizhen had asked Meng Yuan to call him Brother Li. Xiangling also learned this name. Now she remembered Li Weizhen. So she hurriedly climbed to the top of Meng Yuan's head, stood up straight, the 2 front paws on the pergola, looking around back and forth. Where's No Shadow? Is he dead? Xiangling sighed. Next time you burn paper for your godmother, prepare 2 for him as well. She's actually thick and proper, so it's obvious that she's a sophisticate. He's already left. Meng Yuan purposely sped up his pace and bumped Xiangling while saying, Those demons have all been driven away by us, so your home will be safe from now on. You guys are still weirdly powerful. Xiangling climbed back to Meng Yuan's shoulder, probed and looked at Meng Yuan with a crooked head, and asked curiously, Little geldings, why are you so powerful? Meng Yuan laughed. Xiangling may be too much sleep, twittering non-stop. Mouth will not be empty. Not long afterward, she remembered about composing poetry and pestered Meng Yuan to teach her. Although Meng Yuan does not have the fault of a good teacher, but is a helpful. Since Xiangling wants to learn, it is not a bad idea to teach. And anyway, he has already done his homework in advance. There is nothing difficult in making a poem. It's all about the beginning and the end. And the beginning and the end are 2 pairs of couplets, the level and the oblique, the false and the false. If you have a great line, it doesn't matter if you can't even match the flat and oblique tones. The rules of style are nothing, as long as the words and phrases are true. Meng Yuan taught earnestly. Xiangling listened to this and fumed for a while, then said dully, Little geldings, say something I can understand. You're still in school? What did you learn? Meng Yuan can only give her a detailed explanation. Xiangling listened carefully, nodding from time to time. Just do not know whether to understand. I've brought rhyming books and word-cutting books for you. Haven't you got them all stashed away? Take a look at them more when you have time. Meng Yuan said. Xiangling nodded her head in response and added, You composed 2 songs for me to listen to. Meng Yuan had prepared for this, and pulled some simple poems like I went to see the river, and came back to drink noodle soup. You're really good. Xiangling was a bumpkin, too late to enter the school. See Meng Yuan read the poems are catchy. Then praised non-stop. Envy cannot be hidden. The two of them talked and walked. Mostly Xiangling was talking. She chattered. Listened to all the crooked poems made by Meng Yuan in recent days. Intoxicated. Boasted that her throat was dry. And even drank the mountain spring water several times. When it was nearly noon, after walking 20 or so miles up the mountain in a crooked way, he came to the land of the pig's sister-in-law. Sister-in-law Pig was scared away by Wolf too and had several children eaten. So poor. Xiangling was a warm-hearted person. So she stood on Meng Yuan's shoulder and called out for Pig's sister-in-law. Not a moment later, rumbling sounds came, and a black pig that seemed as big as a buffalo was seen running. When the black pig saw Shannon with the stranger, he turned and ran. Don't be afraid, sister-in-law Pig. Xiangling hurriedly jumped off Meng Yuan's shoulder and chased after her in a flash. Sure enough, the black pig ran about 200 paces before stopping and turning back to talk to Xiangling. Meng Yuan looked from afar, then saw the two of them seem to be in a piece of scolding the wolf too. To be scolded, Xiangling and forked over. Seemed to be in the pig's sister-in-law to teach what things. Then Inuyasha directly arched Shannon's ass and ran off into the distance. Shannon stomped her foot in anger, then sulked back. You're persuading people to geld their own sons again? Meng Yuan asked. No. Xiangling stomped her foot in anger. I taught her to learn how to make poems. And sister-in-law Piggy said that she might as well have 2 more children if she had the time. Meng Yuan didn't know how to answer. The two of them made small talk and went piece by piece to the old turtle pit. Xiangling flipped out the rhyming book and word-cutting book sent by Meng Yuan, flipping through them in a serious manner, and her mouth was still not stopping. Let's go down the mountain together, without delaying the afternoon class, and we can still watch the old gentleman beat his poem. Meng Yuan smiled, intending to go back and ask Master Nie and Uncle Zheng to see if they could bring Xiangling back to live in the city. Of course, Meng Yuan felt that with Xiangling's nature, she probably wouldn't like the constraints and rules of the city. As soon as they arrived at the foot of the mountain together, Xiangling pieced up her chest, then jumped off Meng Yuan's shoulder and turned around. Stand here and don't move. I'll go get you a bun to eat. My treat. Stealing is just stealing, but also treating. Meng Yuan saw her running fast, so he followed for a while, and in less than half a mile he saw a manor. After a quarter of an hour, Xiangling came back, unwrapped the bag, and there was indeed a bun inside. Eat up, Shannon urged. Meng Yuan ate the bun, which made Xiangling grin happily. Give you some money to use. Meng Yuan felt out some broken silver and stuffed it into her baggage. Put it in the kitchen of a big household. It's enough for you to eat for a long time. Little Geld. You are so nice. Xiangling was happy, and while carefully beating the bag, she said, next time, I'll steal some snacks for you. Do you like sweet or savory? Anything. In the future, if you're hungry, go to Makwan and look for that friend of mine. Meng Yuan said. Xiangling nodded her head repeatedly and said, if you come back in a few days, I'll be able to compose poems. Meng Yuan laughed and pulled a few more words with her before she couldn't wait, saying something about classes starting. Only when Xiangling walked away with her bag did Meng Yuan head back. When he arrived at Makwan, he and Sun Zhuanto politely said a few words, and Meng Yuan took out 10 taels of silver and said, Tainyo practiced hard in the Wang Fu, so please take care of some big head uncle. Meng Yuan had mentioned before that nowadays, Big Head Zhao had long since stopped needing to do heavy work, and was only responsible for driving the donkey cart and being the driver. After saying this, Meng Yuan sought out Big Head Zhao again. This is 10 taels of silver. Uncle Big Head, you take it and use it. Meng Yuan took out the silver and instructed, if Auntie comes back, you prepare a few hard-boiled eggs for her. Big Head Zhao took the silver, opened his mouth, and said, Little Meng, you have a great future. You have to take it easy. Meng Yuan nodded. After a few moments of small talk, Meng Yuan mounted the little red horse and headed out of the herding village, this time to go out to dry fight. Harvest is extremely large. Tenji map 10,000 things flow light needless to say. If then swallow the 100 grass dan. The essence of the fire eyes look at the consummation. The third time to quench the body in the imminent. The horse hooves clattered back to Songhua Prefecture City. Meng Yuan went to buy a jade hairpin, a pair of strands of treasure hairpin, each packed. Returning the horse to the stables, Meng Yuan chatted with old Uncle Zheng for a few moments before heading home. Zhang Yao was not there either, so Meng Yuan fetched water to scrub his body and changed into clean clothes. After placing the double-stranded hairpin in Zhang Tang's room, Meng Yuan went to the schoolyard, and Master Nya was really not there. On the contrary, there was good news for Tainyo, who had already entered the grade and opened an orifice. Meng Yuan pulled Tainyo and chanted to the group of teenagers. As long as everyone has faith in their hearts and knows who they're practicing for, they'll definitely be able to enter the grade. This is true for me. This is true for Hu Qian, and this is even more true for Zhao Tainyo. After pulling his words, Meng Yuan pulled on Tainyo. Go, I'll take you outside to eat. I'll go too, Hu Qian immediately said. Nya sure Jean? Tainyo was afraid of Nya Yanian. He doesn't dare not allow it. Meng Yuan pinched the wooden box in his sleeve, which contained a green jade hairpin, and glanced at Hu Qian. Seeing that she was looking forward to it, he said, anyone who is enlightened and enters the grade can go. The three of them wended out of the schoolyard, and Tainyo pondered over it again, and immediately said, brother, in the future, let me lead everyone in shouting the trumpet, right? It's okay if I come, Hu Qian said happily. Loyalty isn't something you shout out. Meng Yuan immediately refused. The three of them pulled crap and made their way to the Drunken Moon building. Sister. Seeing Nye Qingqing and seeing that bulging mass, Meng Yuan immediately laughed out. Why are you here? Nye Qingqing smiled daintily and looked at Tainyo and Hu Qian again, especially staring at Hu Qian. I do recognize little girl Hu Qian. And this is? It's my brother Zhao Tainyo. Meng Yuan introduced with a smile. Nye Qingqing saluted, but it was Hu Qian who kept glancing between the two of them. Nye Qingqing and Meng Yuan. Meng Yuan told Hu Qian and Tainyo to go to the second floor, while he stayed behind to talk to Nye Qingqing. Come to find my father? Nye Qingqing asked with a smile. Looking for Master Nye is a bit of business. Meng Yuan was solemn, but still fished out a delicate wooden box from his sleeve. But seeing sister is also business. Nye Qingqing took it with a smile, slightly sideways looking at Meng Yuan. Said, Hu Qian little girl I've seen long ago. Zhao Tinyo looked to be a Dunhuan generation. But it's when will you bring that one of your family to take a look? Some other day for sure. Meng Yuan said. Then I'll wait for you. Nye Qingqing smiled again. Then said, Uncle Zhang took my father away, and I don't know what's going on, so you might as well wait. Meng Yuan naturally obeyed, came to the second floor, served the meal. Hu Qian again clamored for a drink. Nye Qingqing gave her face, sent a pot of Dream Lake Spring, but the three of them chatted for a long time, and when it was night, they didn't see Nya Yanian come back. Seeing this, Meng Yuan could only come and go back how he wanted. After sending Hu Qian and Tainyo back to the schoolyard, Meng Yuan went home again. Brother, Zhang Tang was happy to see Meng Yuan return in anything but, holding a delicate wooden box in his hand. He asked, Brother, did you leave your things on my desk? The little girl is getting more and more mindful. Meng Yuan smiled and said, It's just for you. Then you put it on me. Zhang Tang said happily. Meng Yuan came to her, and with a slight sniff, he knew that she had long since washed her head, washed her body, changed into clean clothes, and didn't have a single hair ornament on her head. The hairpin is divided into 2 strands and set in a bun. Meng Yuan talked to her for a while longer and then went back to his room, sitting peacefully for a few moments to meditate. Meng Yuan stored his thoughts on the essence flame, and seeing that it was growing stronger, he took out the 100-herb pill. Before the big battle with Bull King Kong, I took one in advance just in case something went wrong, another one before taking Fire Bodhi, and one at home before that, leaving 17 left. Meng Yuan poured out a grain and swallowed it, seeing the essence flame grow slightly. Then he poured out another grain to eat. A brain ate 16 in a row, and there was only one left. The essence flame also grew stronger and stronger, not far from the realm of perfection. The remaining one was no longer eaten, and was kept for the time being. But even so, Meng Yuan had a feeling that in 3 or 5 days at most, the essence flame would be complete. The night passed, and only in the late afternoon of the second day did Meng Yuan open his eyes, having already opened another orifice. Meng Yuan got up and ate, in no hurry to find Niesher, and anyway, he had already asked Nye Qingqing to send a message on his behalf. If Niesher came back, he would definitely find his way to the door. After that, another 5 days passed, and Meng Yuan's middle 33 heavens opened up 3 more places, but he never saw Niesher return. Moreover, Zhang Tang's daily supply of fish and meat was constant, and under Meng Yuan's gorging, the essence flame had already been perfected. End of chapter. It is late March. After the last body quenching, Meng Yuan had a hard time cultivating the essence flame and estimated that it would take half a year. But first he got the 100-herb pill due to the matter of Luo mother, and then he got the Fire Bodhi, and even rushed to the perfect state in one go. Counting on his fingers, it had been less than a month since the last essence flame consummation. People say that no horse is fat without night grass. This is the same reason as making money. If you dare to take risks, plus a little bit of chance, you can immediately turn over. It was morning, and Meng Yuan had eaten breakfast with the intention of completing his body hardening as soon as possible. Going to the schoolyard and calling for Tainyo, Meng Yuan made the instruction. Guard the door. Don't let outsiders disturb me. Tainyo is a loyal nature. He only thought that Meng Yuan was going to impact the middle 33 heavens, so he even patted his chest and made a guarantee. Meng Yuan returned to his room and sat in silence for a few more moments. When the mind is emptied and a little thought is stored, you will see the essence of the fire raging, and it has been perfected. As his mind moved, the essence flame exploded open and, for a while, that essence fire split into countless threads of fire, drilling into the limbs and bones, sinews and internal organs. This time the burning sensation is not as dominant as the previous two, but it is subtle and continuous. Just like Nyo Jin Gang's phrase cooking with fire, the threads of fire were endless, entangled in the body, as if they wanted to churn the blood, flesh, sinews, and bones into fine pieces, finally grinding them into dust. The whole body is torn in general, from the dantian to the internal organs, as if being picked up and washed again and again. The lower 33 heavens, which had long been fully open, were even more stirred up, expanding many more times in a raw manner. Along the lower 33 heavens down to the place of reflection on the dantian, the line of fire again left a profound imprint, and then the line of fire continues to tumble. Hidden in the sinews and bones of the internal organs of the middle 33 days cannot be spared, as much as possible by the line of fire whipping burn. Those unclogged blockages have shaken, but have not been broken through. But that clogging place after the previous quenching was already like a shaky and dangerous house, at this moment has become a paper. Finally, all the lines of fire are returned to the dantian, as if the fire burns in the wild. Seedlings are burned out, followed by barren weeds, and half of the field is opened up in the raw. At the same time, one of the orifices seem to be vibrating according to a certain rhythm. The upper, middle and lower 3 days are the foundation of a martial artist, the foundation for opening a secret stash. Previously, when he entered the 8th grade, Meng Yuan felt that there was a huge object hidden in his orifices that wanted to break out of his body, and this time, again have this feeling. But that huge thing seems to be a lot more huge, seems to be hibernating in the upper middle and lower 3 days. Once the coming day open, will be like a beast out of the scabbard. For a moment, Meng Yuan only felt that this feeling was extremely subtle, as if he was connected to the heavens and earth, and that he was the heavens and earth that could contain all things. I don't know how long it took, but the countless lines of fire slowly receded. The pain all over his body also slowly subsided. Only the feeling of headache did not go away, which was the result of too much depletion and depletion of true qi. Look closely at their own changes. The dantian is really empty. The true qi was swept away by the essence of the fire. However, the dantian was more solid and had grown another size, doubling the amount of true qi it could hold. True qi is the bottom. The more true qi you have, the longer you can fight and the more violent the battle will be. When Meng Yuan opened his eyes, the smell of blood hit his nose, and his clothes were dry but stuck to his body. It was evident that during this quenching of the body, the skin had bloodstains oozing out and was dried by the fire vapor. Water had long been prepared in the room, and Meng Yuan took off his clothes and wiped the blood off his body. The color of the skin is slightly brighter than normal by a few points, but there is no major change. But if you look closely, you will see the texture is subtle. If you pinch and pat, you will feel condensed and solid. Inside the sinews and bones are like copper cast iron, much tougher than the same level. Meng Yuan had previously fought against Bull King Kong, using heavy arrows to break the opponent's eyes, and had been shooting towards his mouth, which had drained the opponent's heart. But Meng Yuan had no choice, because if you were to shoot Bull King Kong's body limbs, at most the arrows would enter the flesh, which would not be considered as any injury at all. Meng Yuan thought to himself that the strength of his own muscles and bones was no less than that of Ox King Kong, who was a demon. If he could resist a blade of the same level, he could survive it. Of course, the internal organs and eyes remained the weak points. Clenching his fists, Meng Yuan felt more strength, so he wanted to whack something. Looked at the bronze mirror. Pain in the heart of the money, in the end did not go out. Remembering that Master Nya had once broken a stone lock with a single punch, Meng Yuan was tempted to follow suit and planned to go to the schoolyard in a while to take a look. And then I thought about the essence of the fire, and I realized that it had become a soybean again. I don't know how long it will take to contain it again this time. If there are no pills and spiritual herbs and fruits, I'm afraid it will take a year or two. Thinking in this way, Meng Yuan felt that the essence of the fire in the experience of 3 times from small to large, and then from large to small, seems to have some kind of change, as if with their own deeper connection. The fire fluttered with a thought. Meng Yuan opened his eyes, and after a brief moment of stored thought, he saw tiny flames sprouting from his fingertips. The fire looks like an ordinary firework. Not to see the mystery. I can be what I am today, certainly because I am diligent and studious, upright and down-to-earth, and loyal, but in the final analysis, what I rely on is still this essence fire. It was extremely difficult to contain the essence flame earlier, so I'm sure this time it's even more difficult. But now that essence fire can leave the body, Is it possible to feed it directly? Thinking like this, Meng Yuan brought the dirty clothes he changed into, and the fire slowly extended out, and then retracted, as if the clothes couldn't burn. Tai Nyo? Meng Yuan clenched his fist to retrieve the fire and shouted outside. There are meat pies in the kitchen. Bring a few. Okay. Tai Nyo answered outside and quickly pushed open the door. He saw Meng Yuan sitting naked on the ground, so he put the meat patties on the table and said worriedly, Brother, why are you practicing martial arts so good at practicing naked? He thought extremely long term. What if you forget that day and arrive at the schoolyard naked? It's also true that I've always been humble. Wouldn't it be a shame to go to the schoolyard like this? Meng Yuan nodded. Isn't that a shame for you? Master Nye's face isn't glowing either. Tai Nyo was very serious. I see. Meng Yuan smiled and nodded. You go out first and continue to help me protect my magic. Okay. Tai Nyo was a simple man. He stepped to the door and turned back. Brother, remember to wear clothes. After he finished, he hurriedly closed the door. This Tai Nyo, what does he take me for? Meng Yuan smiled, picked up the meat cakes on the table, and ate 3 of them in one gulp. There is no nutrient in it to be absorbed by the essence flame, so it can be seen that the essence flame can no longer be contained in this way. Looking at the remaining meatloaf on the plate, Meng Yuan probed his hand over. Only the tip of his finger was on fire, and that fire quickly climbed up the meatloaf, then covered it all up. Soon, the plate of meatloaf was reduced to as much ash as possible. The flames closed in and became solid again, only growing just a fraction of an inch. I was eating before, and the nutrients were intercepted by the essence flame. Now that I am more deeply connected to the essence flame, I no longer need to rely on eating to nourish myself. Essence fire is so capable, it will eat by itself, but the enhancement of essence fire by unusual meat is already small. Meng Yuan felt out a small porcelain bottle and poured out the last pill of 100 herb pill. The flames at his fingertips arose and instantly engulfed the 100 herb dan, while leaving only a fine smoke behind. And while the essence fire did grow a bit, it was very limited. Certainly better than eating meatloaf. It seems that in the future, we can only use pills and spirit herbs to feed the essence flame. And what if it's a burning demon? Or maybe it's people? With this thought, Meng Yuan wiped the ash off his plate and shouted outside. Tai Nyo. What? Tai Nyo pushed the door open. Why aren't you dressed? Let's not mention the matter of putting on clothes. Meng Yuan still didn't put them on and only said, bring some more food to eat. Tai Nyo was obedient and immediately brought another basket of buns. 10 or so. You eat slowly. Tai Nyo put it down and went out again numbly. Meng Yuan ate 5 in a row, and then felt full. In the past, there was essence flame to share the moisturizing, but now that essence flame couldn't look at the meat buns anymore, Meng Yuan's meal size had dropped steeply. After he had eaten and drunk enough, Meng Yuan continued to sit in meditation to recover his true qi. It was late afternoon when I opened my eyes again. The loss of true qi in the dantian had already been nourished back and was back to being full again. Meng Yuan realized that there were many benefits after experiencing the third body tempering, and needless to say the essence of the change of fire, alone tendons and bones of the skin is tougher, will be able to dominate in the same class, and the dantian more and more broad and solid, the more adequate, and viscera, sinews, limbs and bones and the feeling of vitality. Qi recovery is very fast. For a moment, Meng Yuan only felt that he couldn't use up all of his strength. Put on clean clothes and take the change of dirty clothes to the kitchen and burn them. Meng Yuan ate some more food. Then he watched Tai Nyo practicing the wild wind blade technique in the courtyard. I'll do it. Meng Yuan drew his sword and immediately sneaked up on Tai Nyo. Iron Bull reversed to block, and the blow was split, and then tangled again. Meng Yuan didn't use his full strength, but he also forced Iron Ox to go left and right. Tai Nyo suffered for a quarter of an hour, and when the sword in his hand was knocked down, he saw Meng Yuan dancing his long sword again. Just see the blade into a shadow, the edge go high and low, a moment like a shooting star by the moon, a moment like a lightning shock attack. Really is the fast this word make the most out of. Meng Yuan true qi wandering agitation, practiced 2 times, will feel in the 33 days have sensed, have trembled, as if to break out of the ground. Now Meng Yuan in the 33 days has opened 6 places. In addition to the head of the Mudball Palace, the rest are in the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Seeing that God was full of energy, Meng Yuan sat down, intending to open another aperture. Before Meng Yuan open in the 33 heavenly orifices, the effort is extreme, and grinding and rubbing, often a night of foreplay, and then after half a day of flirting, and ultimately to make things happen. And now after the third body quenching, the orifices are also much wider, the viscera and sinews are stronger, without too much concern about the true qi injury to the viscera. Therefore, the true qi movement, after a little test, is some stirring. Not long after there is a sense of clarity, the true qi surging, Impact on the orifices. The whole body tendons and bones viscera tremor. Has opened another orifice? It is really a water to the canal. Opening his eyes, Meng Yuan only realized that today was different from the past. Previously, opening an orifice had been time-consuming and laborious, and his true qi had been depleted. And after the third quenching of the body, the true qi is consumed even less and is alive and well. Raising his eyes, he realized that it was only evening. Only 1 hour had passed. I always feel that something is missing. I still miss the feeling of a long battle, a stalemate, and finally returning victorious. Meng Yuan lamented. End of chapter. Not long afterward, Zhang Tang also got off his duty from seeking plum. Where's your grandfather? Meng Yuan asked. Accountant Go is marrying his granddaughter and has invited grandpa to drink the wedding wine. Zhang Tang said. Then let's go eat outside as well. Meng Yuan patted the little girl's head. It just so happens that Tainyo is also there. Meng Yuan planned to visit Drunken Moon House again. It had been 7 days since he had parted with Li Weijian, but Meng Yuan had never seen Nieshi's shadow. 2 days ago also made a special trip to the guardhouse. Also did not see Zhang Guiying figure. Even Zhang Lingfang and Gong Zihua is not there. Meng Yuan cannot find acquaintances. Simply make the silver. I'd inquire only to know. Zhang Guiying went out on business, but also took 20 or 30 people. As for where he went, this is a secret of the guardhouse. Meng Yuan did not probe deeper. Going to Drunken Moon House? Zhang Tang asked. Yes, Tainyo will go too. Meng Yuan smiled. Good. Zhang Tang immediately answered. You guys wait for me for a while. I'll change my clothes and come. Seeing her wind up entering the house, Meng Yuan then went out the gate with Tainyo, but after waiting for 3/4 of an hour, Meng Yuan had given Tainyo half a day's lecture on the key points of the Gale Blade technique before Zhang Tang finally came out. I only saw that she had changed into new clothes and shoes, and her expression was still quite solemn. Since Meng Yuan brought Hu Qian and Tainyo to the Drunken Moon building before, this girl has mentioned the Drunken Moon building from time to time, so it can be seen that she has already hooked up with Hu Qian. After leaving the door, the three of them headed to Drunken Moon House together. On the road, I saw a sugar gourd seller, and Zhang Tang also bought a string for Tainyo. Why don't you buy it for yourself? Tainyo asked as he was holding a sugar gourd, but saw that neither Meng Yuan nor Zhang Tang had one. Zhang Tang gently stroked the treasure hairpin in her hair and laughed. I'm an adult. You're not as big as me, Iron Bull said. Meng Yuan smiled and didn't say anything. Arriving at the Drunken Moon building, Nie Qingqing immediately saw Zhang Tang, and after a brief survey, she went forward with a smile. Zhang Tang seemed to have known Nie Qingqing for a long time and identified the person with a single glance. Without the need for Meng Yuan's introduction, the people pulled on the hand. Sister and sister shouted. 4 people went up the stairs, came to the corner to sit down. The 2 of them are still pulling non-stop. Meng Yuan cannot insert the words, also do not have the heart to insert the words, only pinch the candied fruit to eat. Sitting for a long time, the lanterns and candles are gradually lighted. When I looked downstairs at the river, I could see some crow-top boats passing by, and from time to time I could hear people talking in low voices. Meng Yuan's ears were sharp, and when he heard the footsteps downstairs, he immediately got up. When he came to the stairway, he saw Nishi walking parallel to Zhang Guiying, followed by Zhang Lingfang and Gong Zihua, and 2 young men. After many days of not seeing each other, Meng Yuan felt that Nishi and the others had a sense of vicissitude, and there was blood on their bodies, so it was evident that they had something to say on the outside. Nie Yannian saw Meng Yuan and didn't say anything. He looked around and saw Nie Qingqing and Zhang Tang talking to each other. Cheerful. It's just that there's a Tainyo sitting next to him, eating fruit with his head stuffed. She used to be eyeballing 6 ways even when she was eating and chatting with people. It seems like your girl is capable. Now that Lao Zi is here, she doesn't even have time to come and take a look. Nie Yannian put his hands on Meng Yuan's shoulders and asked, You're letting her be the big one and the little one? Master Nie, the little girl came here with me in distress. Meng Yuan whispered. Nie Yannian also did not put Meng Yuan's shoulder up, only stretching his finger to point Meng Yuan's nose. Okay. Zhang Guiying was impatient. If he loses the little girl, you won't be able to see her again. Qingqing has killed 3 people. Even if the geldings are tough, they can't handle it. Nie Qingqing heard the commotion and hurried forward. Father, Xiao Meng has been waiting for you. Why are you just coming back now? Nie Yannian froze and poked a finger on Nie Qingqing's forehead. How did you give birth to one like you? I didn't see you come up here to care about my old man first. Nie Qingqing seemed to have gotten used to it a long time ago and only smiled as she saluted Zhang Guiying and the others. Alright, prepare the meal. Nie Yannian grunted twice. When the group of people arrived at the box, Nie Yannian sat down on his butt and didn't say a word. Zhang Guiying was also a little tired, and even more so, he didn't say anything. Only Gong Zihua was a modest gentleman, and even with the vicissitudes of his face, he smiled and introduced his two colleagues to Meng Yuan. When the wine and food on the table, a group of people ate a hot meal. Nye Yannian see Meng Yuan pouring wine attentively, which said, Meng Bachelor have something to find lousy. Encountered the Buddha demon again. Meng Yuan took out Li Weijian's letter. Nye Yannian took it, opened it and laughed coldly. So he's gone to do something big. He looked over to Zhang Guangyan and handed over the letter, pointing his finger at Meng Yuan, saying, this child is not to be outdone. Hooking up with people at home isn't enough. He's even raising a little weasel outside. TSK, TSK, TSK. When Gong Zihua and the others heard this, they came to survey Meng Yuan with strange smiles on their faces. Might as well have a Thai fox then. Young people are just not see sense. Zhang Guangyan received the letter, originally with a smile on his face, but after reading it 2 or 3 times, his face became heavier and heavier. Seeing this, Gong Zihua and the others knew that the letter was bound to be important, so they waited for Zhang Guangyan to speak. Tell me what sutras they recite. And what means Ox Vidra and Deer Vidra have? Zhang Guangyan looked solemnly at Meng Yuan. Meng Yuan naturally wouldn't hide it, recounting one by one how the group of demons were eager to recite the scriptures. How can you read the sutras like this? How can you read it too much and not get into trouble? Maybe we'll have to go down to the mountain to kill someone in the coming day. Zhang Guangyan pinched the letter and tapped his fingers on the desktop. Old Nubizi said that Qing Guangzi might be the one behind it. But who is this Qing Guangzi? How come I've never heard of it? Must be a high person. To the top of the letter to ask. Let them inquire. Nye Yannian has no duties in the body, just help idle. Is therefore all light? Zhang Guangyan nodded, put away the letter and asked no more questions. When Meng Yuan saw that people were no longer talking more, he asked in a low voice, Master Nye, where have you been these past few days? Can there be a place where I can be effective? I was going to take you there. Nye Yannian was not in a good mood, only to find out that you went to Makwang once I looked for you. I knew then that you were going to a private meeting with a weasel, and it really didn't make me wrong. He looked at Gong Zihua and asked, Xiao Gong, you are also half a scholar. Is it true that all readers are good at this? Senior Nye, at least I'm not good at this. Gong Zihua never spoke ill of anyone. Nye Yannian smiled and didn't say anything. It's a demonic disorder that was born. We removed the demons. Zhang Guangyan took over the conversation and smiled. Those demons aren't like your little love child. They all have fangs to eat people. Meng Yuan was wanting to try to see if he could refine demons with essence fire, so he was naturally interested, and hurriedly poured wine for Zhang Guangyan, saying, Uncle Zhang, Master Nye passed on my martial arts skills, and his kindness is profound, and since he's gone, there's no reason for me to be at home and sleep a lot. Nubizi said that you consumed the 7th grade Ox King Kong. Tell us how. Zhang Guangyan should not. Instead he asked about other things. Hearing this, Gong Zihua and the others looked at Meng Yuan again, having lost the joking look they had when they heard the weasel just now. Meng Yuan then told the situation of fighting and escaping in detail, and did not hide it. When Meng Yuan finished speaking, Nye Yannian did not resume his appearance just now and only nodded with satisfaction. Zhang Guangyan was about to speak when Nye Yannian pressed his shoulder. This kid, I just casually taught him something, and you said he really gasped on, daring to fight someone else's 7th grade bull demon. Nye Yannian nodded his wine bowl and looked at Zhang Guangyan, saying, next time you help me teach him. By the way old Zhang, when you were this big, how many demons have you killed over the ranks? End of chapter. Nye Yannian is an honest man. He will never praise Meng Yuan, but instead pulls Zhang Guangyan, so that Zhang Guangyan can point out Meng Yuan's response mistakes. Zhang Guangyan buried his head in his food and didn't say anything. Nye Yannian poured wine for Zhang Lingfeng and Gong Zihua one by one again. Don't just eat the food. Give some pointers too. Zhang Lingfeng ate with his head down, not saying a word. It was Gong Zihua who was humble and said that he had been busy lately and had not yet thanked Meng Yuan for saving his life earlier. Nye Yannian also ignored Meng Yuan pulling his sleeve and asked the room of people. Indeed not a bad job. Zhang Guangyan also really break up. Not that you can endure much. 8th grade martial artist originally also not much can endure. However, you encountered that what shakes the earth Vidra did not panic, did not flee, did not go close to fight, but circled to consume. Alone this calm is not bad. Is a person who will do things? Nye Yannian glared at Meng Yuan, who hurriedly poured wine for Zhang Guangyan. But you really do have 2 problems. Zhang Guangyan smiled and took a sip. After we enter the 8th product, with the more the orifices open more and more, the dantian is more and more condensed, more and more wide, but the difference will not be too big. Into the 7th product is only a change. He pointed at Gong Zihua and Zhang Lingfeng, as well as the other 2 young men, and then said, Flying flocculation Gong is the kung fu of the demon suppression division, and we are all familiar with it. to utilize flying floss kung fu. It's nothing for an ordinary 8th grade to maintain it for half an hour, but under full force, it's probably going to be folded in half. According to what you said, you circled around with the earth-shaking vajra for more than 2/4 of an hour. You must have been fully energized, so you can see that your true chi is thick and more resistant than an ordinary 8th grade dantian, and you are afraid that your dantian's true chi has doubled. Zhang Guingyan didn't just say to Meng Yuan, but also to Zhang Lingfeng and others. Individuals have their own personal destiny, different situations and qualifications, the ability to vary greatly, and the amount of true chi in the dantian also varies greatly. I think this is where your confidence lies, but you are also overconfident. Also that earth-shaking vajra chanting sutra reading silly, otherwise abandon the heavy wooden stick to chase you. Afraid that as you have flying flotsam gong in hand, it is also difficult to maintain for too long. Quickly say thank you Uncle Zhang. Nye Yannian patted Meng Yuan on the shoulder. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. Meng Yuan could only obey. Zhang Guangyan barked his lips and added, secondly, it's still too big. The earth-shaking vajra has only entered the 7th grade, and has yet to practice the heavenly chart technique. You have to know that things like the flying flurry technique and the gale blade technique are all minor paths. Before the heavenly chance avatar, they are nothing more than dirt. His tone was a bit more solemn. Another thing is that after entering the 7th grade, you will be able to lock your chi. Even if that earth-shaking vajra's eyes and ears are broken, he can still know where you are and what you want to do. After you broke his eyes, he cried and wailed to lure you closer. It's just that he didn't have the chance to strike again. Meng Yuan benefited greatly. After all is said and done, it's still our Maester Meng's good luck, isn't it? Nya Yannian laughs. When a man has the will to rush to the sky, he can't make it on his own without luck, so how can luck not be important? Besides, I'm saying geldings are cautious and careful. What's your hurry? It's not even your son-in-law. Zhang Guingyan did not have a good mood to pass, and look at Meng Yuan, asked, I remember you just entered the 8th grade, now in the middle of the 33 heavens, opened a few places? 7 places, one new one opened today. Meng Yuan poured wine for Zhang Guingyan and said, Uncle Zhang's bottle of 100 herb pill really helped me a lot. Now that I've finished it, when will you get me some more? Zhang Guingyan was drinking wine, but when he heard this, he frowned and looked at Meng Yuan. Dong Zihua and Zhang Lingfeng also stopped eating, and even his 2 colleagues had strange gazes. I remember when you killed Mother Luo, you had just entered the 8th rank? Gong Zihua broke his fingers before realizing, not even a month. I'm not hiding it from Brother Gong. This time, along with Daoist Jingshu, I obtained a fire bodhi, and I've benefited a lot. Meng Yuan didn't hide it. It was in his belly anyway. It doesn't hurt to be upfront about it, and it will come across as honest. Of course, even with the assistance of the fire bodhi, the advancement was still a bit too fast and unusual. However, Meng Yuan had long since revealed his martial arts qualifications, and his entry into the product had been extremely fast, so it wasn't too sudden at this moment. Besides, the martial arts qualification is not money. It is not enough to hide the time to cover up, show some ability, but also can be better for the 3 miss service. I say old Nya. Zhang Guingyan hooked Nya Yanyan's shoulder, said, you at least as the Jin Demon Division stayed famous, and also followed the Wang Fei elder brother. I still think that our Qingqing niece is a little bit inappropriate. You finally said something human today. Nya Yannian nodded. How about this? Zhang Guingyan made a suggestion and smiled. I have a distant niece. Her character and appearance are not bad. Your family Qingqing can't see it. Then let my family child first trip the water. I don't mind being a small disgrace. When did I say Qingqing couldn't see it? Nya Yannian immediately shook off Zhang Guingyan's arm as he immediately ordered Meng Yuan, saying, keep your crotch in check, don't go out and fool around, turn around and listen to my arrangements. Seeing this, Zhang Guingyan smiled, got up, touched his stomach, and said, we'll go back first, take a break before we talk. It's been a few days without a day or night. He nodded his chin, and Gong Zihua and the others followed suit. Nya Yannian didn't go to see him off, and only pulled Meng Yuan to talk. What old Zhang just said wasn't bad, you have to keep it in mind. Nya Yannian lost his expression of saying something joking. I know. Meng Yuan naturally responded, pouring him another glass of wine and asking in a low voice, Master Nya, where exactly did the demonic chaos occur? Nya Yannian drank a cup, raised an eyebrow at Meng Yuan, and smiled. Do you still remember last year's catastrophe? Can't forget it for the rest of my life. How could Meng Yuan not remember? Last year, there was a great drought in the north followed by heavy snowfalls, and the displaced people fled in all directions. Some went north toward the capital, some went south toward our side, and some went west. He pointed to the west and said, the ones going west went out of order and killed a lot of people, but our side is not bad. The governor is also will do something. barely considered resettlement of the victims. But in the end, there are some mistakes. Do you still remember? Why do you have the opportunity to enter the royal palace to learn the art? Meng Yuan naturally remembers that after arriving at Manhwa last year, almost a month or so later, there was civil unrest in the towns north of Songdefu, and many large households were robbed, which made Wang Fei wary and intent on practicing some of her young cronies. But then Meng Yuan heard about it, and that civil unrest was not small, and many big families died, and the stragglers also died extremely much. As I recall, it was a civil unrest in the northern town. Meng Yuan said, "It's the west. Songdefu can't collect so many people, and they don't go over to Tsanlong River. Can they wait for death? Also cannot return, just to the west on the food, the road and then a tandem. It makes a mess." Nya Yani inside, but in the end did not become a climate, next to the garrison, immediately extinguished. But in the end, some people died. Several counties and towns were affected. He nodded to the table on the wine and food, outside the life and death. But are Songdefu still hot and boiling oil? Why? For one thing, it is built near the river. The river is smooth, and the upper reaches are the granary. Secondly, is the state master retreat out of the rainfall spell? The drought in the north a little relief. Most of the displaced people into the spring will return. Then what does this have to do with demonic chaos? Meng Yuan was still a bit puzzled. Silly boy. Nya Yanian laughed and nodded at Meng Yuan. You don't have to spend a lot of time with the little weasel to think that all demons are good-tempered. That's because our Songhua prefecture has a wharf. Lots of people coming and going. Soldiers upstream. And the 100 House of the Demon Suppressing Division. So the neighboring demons are insightful and understanding and don't dare to mess around too much. He nodded at the table and continued. But the townships and small counties down there are a different story. There are some things where either you are overpowering him or he is overpowering you. The catastrophe has also affected our Songhua prefecture. And several counties and towns in the northern part of the territory have also fled to the south. So the people are all of a sudden empty. Nowadays, the stragglers have returned home to resume farming. But those lands have long been occupied by demons. When they see people coming back, they retreat for a while. But there are fierce ones who kill a few people and see that no one dares to clean up after them. So naturally they go wild. Don't think you're the only one who likes to find an elf to play with. Can't other demons find someone to play with when they're tired of eating people? This is still light. I even saw the Tiger King organizing a banquet over there. TSK. Nya Yanian shook his head and frowned as soon as he said this. Meng Yuan took a sip of wine and didn't say anything. You're the maester who rules the history books. Tell me when the demonic rebellions were mostly frequent? Nya Yanian asked. In times of natural disasters. In times of chaos. When it is difficult for ordinary people to live. Meng Yuan said. That's the truth. Why do they say that demons come out of chaos? Because there is no one to take care of it. A lack of people to take care of it. And the lords can't spare their hands to take care of it. Nya Yanian laughed in a low voice. We can't say it's a chaotic world nowadays. But it's just a catastrophe. And there are people in charge after all. After a few years, those wild demons and elves will be honest again. Can a demon eat it? Meng Yuan was intent on it. Not only could he nourish the essence fire, but he could also get rid of harm for the people. So why not? It's definitely okay. Nya Yanian seemed to have read Meng Yuan's mind and said, demons that have entered cultivation have a more sufficient aura of their own. And their sinews and bones are more valuable than ordinary meat. Especially if it's of a slightly higher grade, it's even more valuable. So it is. Meng Yuan touched the corner of his mouth. Eating is edible. Demons eat humans and humans eat demons. Eating more and more is indeed beneficial to oneself and to martial arts cultivation. But proper Rusher Dao disciples don't eat it. Nya Yanian Salam Alat said, ordinary monsters eat no use. Is why you see a lot of monsters in the mountains, but few martial arts to catch. Is this reason? Meng Yuan nodded. But still can not eat to not eat. The sperm monster gives birth to the spiritual light. The horizontal bone refining. The mouth spits out human speech. Although there are still beast habits, but with the beast is already different. Is more and more like a human being. Nya Yanian points to Meng Yuan's chest. There is a momentary use, but eat more. The state of mind is easy to go wrong. You may be fine for the rest of your life, or you may slowly have problems, even if you want to move up. It's a little harder. Depends on the person. He spewed wine breath and then said, just like medicinal baths help enlightenment, but you can't keep relying on medicinal baths, or else you'll be more and more different from those who are down to earth and enlightened. Anyway, it's not a big deal to take some occasionally. But don't be greedy. So demons can eat people? Meng Yuan laughed. That's why our human race is flourishing and the demon race is in decline. Only daring to lurk in the mountains and forests. Only daring to show their heads in times of chaos. Only able to admire our splendor. Nya Yanian laughed. Teacher Nya's golden words. Be taught. Meng Yuan arched his hand. Nye Yannian smiled and patted Meng Yuan's head. May I go again? Is there anything you need me for? Sister Qingqing has been worried about you, and it's always a good idea for me to follow. Meng Yuan felt that he still needed to go and try. After all, there really wasn't any other way to raise essence fire nowadays. You're thinking of picking another young daughter-in-law? Nye Yannian asked with a smile. Then I'll trouble Master Nye to help me pick. I listen to Master Nye the most. Meng Yuan smiled. Nye Yannian looked at Meng Yuan and only felt that the more he looked at this kid, the better he looked. End of chapter. Wait for me to find you the day after tomorrow. Nye Yannian patted Meng Yuan on the shoulder. When the two of them went out of the box, they saw Jiang Tang still talking to Nye Qingqing, and Taimyo sitting by the side with empty eyes, saying goodbye to Master Nye and his daughter. The three of them, Meng Yuan, headed back home. At this time has long been night, but the street is still very lively. The treasure car stallion in a row. Vendors picking and carrying to and fro. For a moment, Meng Yuan felt as if the demonic chaos he had heard just now in this place were two worlds. But when you think about it, it's not bad. It's two worlds. And while it is true that he is here because he is hardworking and motivated, he does have a few lucky breaks. Carrying the lantern sent by Nye Qingqing, Meng Yuan walked in and looked at Jiang Tang next to him, but saw that her face was a little red, her head slightly lowered, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Ugh yo! Without taking a few steps, Jiang Tang tripped and pulled Meng Yuan's hand with both hands in the process. I haven't grown much in age, but my heart is growing. However, the Qing national culture is rough, and men and women holding hands in the street is not a big deal. Moreover, it was nighttime, so Meng Yuan let her hold his hand. This ground doesn't look uneven. Tinyo bent down to measure whether the road was level or not. What did you guys talk about? Meng Yuan asked. It's not much. Sister Qingqing asked me about my time in the royal residence. Jiang Tang gently replied back, her body getting more and more next to Meng Yuan, her head still rubbing towards Meng Yuan's arm. Obviously, she was quite ladylike just now, but she changed her appearance at this moment. All the way back home, Jiang Tang saw that old Uncle Jiang had also returned, and was also carrying a slight odor of alcohol, so he hurriedly cooked another sobering soup. After drinking the soup, Meng Yuan returned to his room to meditate. Only after another orifice was opened did he sleep peacefully. The next day to the schoolyard to pack the bow and arrow, long knife, and carefully polished, attracted Hu Qian frequently to ask. She clearly had itchy hands and wanted to go out too. Sharpening the sword is not a mistake. When you are more capable, there will be a time to work for the princess. Meng Yuan was a master teacher as soon as he opened his mouth. Hu Qian grunted twice and really walked away. After a day of drudgery at the schoolyard, Meng Yuan went home and opened another orifice. And then it was already the day that Master Nye had said he would set. This morning after the meal, Nye Yannian looked for, pulled on Meng Yuan and left, without telling Shu and Mei. Meng Yuan was a steady man. It was arranged long ago. Nye Yannian smiled. The two of them pulled their crap, sidestepped their swords and carried their bows, and each led their horses out the door. Nor did he go to the guardhouse to find Zhang Guingyan, but directly went out of the North City gate and waited quietly just outside the gate. After half of the morning, only to see the town demon division guards show up, surprisingly out of 60 or 70 people, dozens of them on horseback. There are more than a dozen 2 donkey carts, covered with sacks. Should be food. This is not to mention, there are also government officials, strong man helpers 200 to 300 people, some driving donkey carts, some pushing a wheelbarrow. The government offices and the guards of the Jin Demon Division are not subordinate to each other, and one is a civilian sequence and the other is a military sequence. However, the matter of demon extermination is related to people's livelihood. The two families do cooperate from time to time, which cannot be avoided. And we still have to bring food? Meng Yuan asked curiously. The governor's heart is kind, said he couldn't bear to disturb the people, so he let bring his own food, the guards still given by him. Nye Yannian nodded his chin towards the group of Yamen surrounded by Confucians. The governor's Zhuayerguan, he's keeping an eye on us. Meng Yuan nodded, thinking that this governor was still acting quite well. The official army is not contributing? Meng Yuan asked again. Your brain is becoming more and more useless. Nye Yannian laughed. If the official army goes, the more demons are killed, the more food is eaten, and the fewer people there are. Meng Yuan nodded and asked no more questions. After dawdling outside the North City gate for another half a day, the group finally set off. Meng Yuan and Gong Zihua mixed familiar, so the two parallel in front, chatting and talking. This destination was Qingtian County, more than 200 miles away, and there were already demons from time to time over there by the mountains and the water. Later, when there was a disaster, the people left, and the demons came down to the mountain to cause trouble, and even circled the land. When the catastrophe was over, the displaced people returned. There was a demon eating people, but at that time, the Qingtian county office was understaffed, and the county household was small, so it could not take care of the demon. Later, it was reported to the prefecture, but there were many counties and towns in the same situation, so the Department of Demon Control couldn't manage it, and there were also Buddhist demons and the Luo sect, so they simply couldn't spare their hands. Now it is considered to be free to manage, but the demons have already eaten meat and eat out of flavor. Qingtian County below several townships and villages have suffered from the demonic plague. After Mang Yuan inquired carefully, he had a rough idea of what to expect. Most of those demons that came to disturb the people were elves, and the ones leading the way were mostly old demons of the 9th or 8th rank. As for the 7th rank, it was a little less to be able to call it a great demon. After traveling forward for more than 10 miles, the sound of hooves suddenly rang out from behind. Mang Yuan turned around to look, only to see a dozen people embracing a male son on horseback. That gentleman's BMW sword, vigorously urging his horse, overtook all of them. The governor's SWAT-2 officer and a few constables also followed immediately, quite anxious, and that male laughed freely in front of him. I'm going to kill the demon, to rid the people of evil. Who is this gentleman? Mang Yuan asked with a smile. It is the second son of the prefect, seems to be named Xieshan. I heard that it is also a, famous noble son. Gong Zihua smiled. Mang Yuan understood that noble dude means dude. I am not afraid that the second generation will be wasted, but I am afraid that the second generation will have to do something. In comparison, Mang Yuan felt that Dugu Khan was really clear-eyed and talented in poetry. All the way along the official road, until nightfall only traveled about 50 miles. After resting for the night in the deserted post station, Zhang Guanyan made an assignment after dawn, leaving the provisions in the care of the yamen while he led the men ahead. Another day of urging the horse, and only at nightfall did he enter the boundaries of Qingtian County, and that second son of the governor has long been unknown where he is. Rest another night. To the early morning hours, Zhang Guanyan will Gong Zihua said, you take Small Meng forward to explore the road. Encountered things how to do. You know clearly. Gong Zihua and Mang Yuan were obedient enough to ride off at once. All the way forward, only less than a dozen miles, we saw the official road next to the field. There are farmers running away, followed by 2 dog demon. The 2 dog demons each wielded a sword, jauntily, and one of them held a bloody human arm in his hand. Mang Yuan immediately urged his horse forward and took his bow to draw an arrow. When they were 100 paces away, the 2 dog demons heard the commotion and wanted to escape, but it was too late. An arrow was shot directly from the eye, and the dog demon staggered a few steps, then fell to the ground. On the other side, Gong Zihua had also built up his strength and shot an arrow into the stomach of another dog demon. The 2 of them dismounted to check. Gong Zihua went to ask himself about the dog demon that had not died from his wounds, while Mang Yuan came to the dog demon that he had shot to death. With his back to Gong Zihua, Mang Yuan had fire on his fingertips, slowly falling on the square dead dog demon. The fire darted and then the whole thing covered the dog demon. Gong Zihua over there heard the commotion and saw that Mang Yuan had already set the demon's body on fire, and didn't say anything, but when he turned a little sideways, he saw that Mang Yuan's face was actually a little intoxicated. Gong Zihua did not know how to say, only feel that this person is like light mixing more than 10 years of the man, steeply married a small daughter-in-law like, but also like to come to eat the seat, rather than in order to kill the demon merit. Is there going to be another killing god? Look at him quite quiet. Nia Seniors also said that he read through the Confucian and Taoist classics. Favorite lamp reading history. Gong Zihua murmured. End of chapter. The days will be summer. The morning sunrise is half hidden. The distant sky is slightly sunken. Seems to have late spring rain brewing. The dog demon's body slowly lit up with fire. First the fur, then the flesh and blood, and even the sinews and bones, until they all became ash. This dog demon was only an enlightened essence, not yet in the grade. The essence flame had only grown a little and was not very effective. However, even so, Mang Yuan was certain that the path of feeding fire with demons would indeed work. The difference is that the higher the rank of the demon, the more effective it is to feed the essence fire. Previously, Niashir had said that although people can eat demons and monsters, but because the demons and monsters are somehow similar to people, it is easy to eat too much of the state of mind to go wrong. But now Mang Yuan burned the demon with essence fire, which is a great thing for the people to get rid of harm, and did not taste it personally. There is no obstacle in the state of mind, but there is no need to worry about this problem. The essence flame retracted into his fingertips and disappeared. Mang Yuan got up and looked at Gong Zihua, who was interrogating the severely injured dog demon dozens of steps away. Walking forward, Gong Zihua looked at Mang Yuan and saw that the dog demon's corpse had turned to ash, so he asked curiously, "The 2 aperture points of your heart and intestines have been opened?" "Exactly. Meng Yuan has long been prepared. Their own essence fire can only burn away meat, but cannot burn away other things, so the method of piling up firewood to burn the corpse cannot be used. By the time the body is burned, the firewood is still burning, and there is no reason to be suspicious. And this trip to burn corpses from time to time cannot avoid people's eyes, so it is better to directly change the word. Unusual martial artists open up the heavenly chance avatar as if they were blind men feeling an elephant, but borrowing the 5 elements from the orifices of the 5 viscera and 6 bowels to open it up is a relatively stable one. The kidney sacs are the surface and the interior, both of which are water. The heart and intestines are both fire. When a martial artist uses these 2 orifices to catalyze the fire intent, the blade can contain the fire intent. Of course, this method was extremely taxing on true chi. If one was not a perfect 8th grade, or had entered the 7th grade, it simply could not last. However, if one is a gifted and talented person with an abundance of true chi, one can make it work. Meng Yuan had swallowed the fire body, and Gong Zihua and the others knew that their dantian was much broader than an ordinary person's, so this reason could be used in any way possible. Sure enough, Gong Zihua nodded at his words and said, Elder Nye has wise eyes. He always felt that Meng Yuan was gentle with a murderous spirit, and whispered, we are killing to stop killing. Brother Meng must not lose his heart. Many thanks to Brother Gong for mentioning it. Meng Yuan smiled and arched his hand. The 2 of them didn't talk much nonsense, lifting the severely injured dog demon and asking about the origin. When I asked, I realized that the dog demon had another leader, named Bitch Ancestor. That old ancestor also walks the martial arts road, son, but only 8th grade, always in the mountains to claim the king. Old ancestor wants to get married, and ordered us to find a few young men to make some good seats. The dog demon said. Wait. Meng Yuan kicked the dog's head and asked, Bitch Ancestor, wanting a wife? Old ancestor calls himself Bitch Ancestor, but he's not a real. That dog demon perked up, asked carefully again, only to learn that the old female dog ancestor is in the village at the foot of the mountain in front of them. Only waiting for noon will be a wedding. The custom is dusk. Why did you choose midday? Meng Yuan asked curiously. Old Bitch Ancestor said that sooner or later something is going to happen when you come out, so you can only do big things at noon. The dog demon said. Meng Yuan was speechless. You'll get used to it later. Gong Zihua nudged his temple. There aren't many normal ones here. They're all crooked. Seeing a few people probing in the distance, clearly the villagers who had been chased by the dog demon earlier, Meng Yuan waved at them. Those few villagers hesitated for a while. Only 1 old man and 1 young man rushed here, while the rest ran away. Seeing that the fear of demons is like the fear of soldiers, the old man kowtowed with tears and snot, saying, I beg the 2 great officials to save my granddaughter. There's no rush. Speak slowly, Gong Zihua said gently. The old man was still kowtowing vigorously, with a lot of tears and snot flowing from his eyes, but he just couldn't speak clearly. Only when the teenager was replaced did he tell a general story. It turns out that just in front of the Yellowstone village, the group gathered more than a dozen demons. The villagers have run out. Bitch old man married wife married the young man's wife, but also that old man's granddaughter. The 2 of them were going to the county office to ask for help, but no one came to care. Seeing that the teenager was not far from what the dog demon had said, Gong Zihua discussed with Meng Yuan that the old female dog ancestor was only of the 8th grade and was not in much danger, so he could just go and capture it alive. The 2 of them had already decided to discuss the matter, and after hacking the seriously injured dog demon to death, they urged their horses to move forward. The old man and the young man were eager to save the others, and also stumbled after them. After traveling 2 miles, I saw a village. At the entrance of the village, there was a human head hanging on a dead tree, swinging in the wind. At this time the sky is more and more cloudy. The last spring rain in Linxiao will arrive. The village has sworn a drumming sound, but no sense of celebration. There is no guard at the entrance of the village. Gong Zihua and Meng Yuan shed their horses and hid in the dark, slowly moving deeper into the village. This Yellowstone village is a small village, around a few earth houses. You will see a brick courtyard. There were several tables set up outside the courtyard with bloody meat on them. There were 4 dog demons sitting at each table, and there were also dog demons standing directly on the tables. A few people played swana and drums, but their eyes had lost their vigor, just like the Walking Dead. Soon, a tall dog demon came out of the courtyard, wearing a cloth flower on his head and a large red robe. This is bound to be the bitch old man, only to see the bitch elder ancestor grinning a bloody, joyous and extraordinary smile, and holding a dowry woman in his hands. The woman's head was covered with a cloth and she was shivering, but she didn't dare to say anything. Ha ha ha, the bitch old ancestor laughed heartily, fishing up a human arm and nibbling on it before saying, 60 years ago, I traveled down the mountain, and heard people say that the bitch in prosperity gets it, and the bitch in difficulty is exempted from it. I named myself bitch since then. Ha ha, everything went well. I first worshipped under the Tsongshan to learn the ability, and then set up my own family, countless descendants. And today I married a beautiful wife. Old. It's so long. Old. It's so long. Bitch old man comes to pay his respects, and sleeps every day for a long time. The crowd of dog demons shouted out, which was truly evil. Meng Yuan and Gong Zihua glanced at each other, and they knew the origin of the name bitch. In fact, the original sentence should be in the money not to get, in the difficult not to avoid. It is evident that this old ancestor either met a half-ass scribe, or she got her ears turned off. In short, the learning is still short of Xiangling. Ya! The bitch ancestor's nose twitched as she looked toward Gong Zihua and Meng Yuan's hiding place. Some dogs are coming. Do it! Gong Zihua no longer covered up and shot out an arrow, but the old man was alert and instantly dodged away. Seeing this, Meng Yuan didn't bother to shoot and went straight forward with his sword. There was a difference of more than 100 paces between the two parties. Meng Yuan unsheathed his sword, and his flying floss kung fu was fully mobilized, heading straight for the bitch ancestor. Just then, he suddenly heard the roar of horses' hooves outside the village. Soon, they will see there are 8 horsemen come. The leader is that the governor's second son Xieshen. Just see these 8 people are faced with vicissitudes. Xieshen also no longer noble gentleman posture. Think these days quite suffer from the pain of bumps. However, there was no blood on his clothes, so he should not have encountered any difficult demons. Kill! Xieshen wailed and shouted. Meng Yuan didn't care about the incoming person, and only headed towards that old man. That old ancestor from the crotch to draw a long knife, was about to meet the battle. Visible Meng Yuan step extremely fast. Where he passed, several small demons have been cut off the head, and there are reinforcements to come. He hastened to clip up the tail, give up that bride, even directly run away. Meng Yuan could not let the bitch ancestor walk away, and no longer cared about the little demon, chasing after the bitch ancestor straight away. After chasing after him for more than 100 paces, the bitch ancestor saw that he really couldn't run away, so he simply stopped, showed his canine teeth, and shouted, "Come, come, come, let grandpa bitch fight you," only to see the bitch elder ancestor pulling a blade flower, then dancing faster and faster, yelling under his breath, "Look at my cloak of the 7 blades." Meng Yuan arrived close, jumped up violently, and did not talk about any skills, just borrowed the impetus. Downward force slash. Having quenched his body 3 times, Meng Yuan's muscles and bones were far stronger than those of his peers, and his strength was even more extraordinary, only to hear a bang. The bitch old man's long sword immediately shattered, his left shoulder was cut in half, and his internal organs were exposed. That fancy cloak of 7 absolute swords was not worth mentioning in front of absolute power, as if it was paper mache. Who is Tsongshan Jun? Meng Yuan had just asked, when the sound of strings moving came from behind himself. Meng Yuan's entire body tensed up, but he saw that the old ancestor's left eye had been pierced by a heavy arrow, clearly not alive. Turning back, he saw Enlightenment holding a heavy bow in his hand, standing more than 20 paces away, smiling and very proud. "I killed him." Meng Yuan had no intention of arguing with the dude and only silently memorized the shape of this person. Seeing this, Xieshen gave another smug smile before turning back to go after the rest of the dog demons. "There are many of them, and let him be for a moment." Gong Zihua stepped forward and gently patted Meng Yuan's shoulder, shaking his head slightly. The two couldn't say anything, much less take a shot. After a quarter of an hour, Xieshen's retinue had finished off all the dog demons, and the ones that escaped were chased back. The mutilated corpse of the bitch elder was carried back, leaving a few lesser demons alive. Meng Yuan could see clearly that of these 7 escorts, 5 were of the 9th rank and 2 were of the 8th rank. As for Xieshen, he was also an 8th grade martial artist, and he did have a few abilities. The sky is getting more and more cloudy. The wind is carrying a bit of moisture. Rain is coming. At this time, the old man and teenager earlier encountered finally rushed to. The two staggered forward, see a field of mutilated corpses, but also see that the bride is fine. The 3 people immediately embraced together, whimpering and crying. The few villagers who were blowing gongs and drums still had blank stares, just kneeling on the ground without saying a word. "Why are you crying?" Xieshen struck out with a whip and lashed out at the old man's face, saying in a bad humor, "Go and burn the fire to cook. I haven't eaten anything hot for a few days." That old man did not dare to complain. Thud thud kowtowed, hurriedly pulled on his granddaughter and granddaughter-in-law, went to burn the iron pot in front of the door. "You are Zhang Guanyan's men?" With the matter settled, Xieshen vacated the room. Gong Zihua knew that the visitor was not good, but was still gentlemanly enough to cup his fists and said, "Under the 100 household small flag officer Gong Zihua. So it's a small flag." Xieshen smiled disdainfully. "Why don't we see anyone else? We came to explore first, Gong Zihua said. Xieshan no longer asked more questions. Have the escort to move the bench. Is about to interrogate the few live. The sky really rained. There is no way out. The people moved to the room. Xieshan one by one to ask. Gong Zihua and Meng Yuan also listened to the side, but asked one by one. A few small demons only know that Sangshan Jun is a wear mountain armor, but do not know where to live. Not to mention what skills. Kill them all. Stew them and eat them. Xieshan waved his hand impatiently. Seeing that the rain is not small, Meng Yuan and Gong Zihua cannot travel, so they wait here quietly for the rain to stop. Not a moment later, the smell of meat came from the old man and the teenager came in wetly holding a tile jar. Benefactor lords, the dog demon meat stew is ready. Xieshan immediately sat down to eat, chopsticks grubbing non-stop, found a dog egg before grumbling into the mouth. No noble gentleman tutelage. When people didn't invite them, Meng Yuan and Gong Zihua didn't crave for food and each took out dry food to nibble on. To be full of food and drink. Xieshan beautifully stretched out. To be sleepy. Don't I remember a bride? Xieshan pointed outside. Bring it in and I'll take a look. A group of escorts laughed strangely and quickly led the dowry maiden in. The woman's appearance was average, but she was young. It's not so bad. It can relieve the fatigue. Xieshan heatedly laughed and scooped the young girl into his arms. That young girl had long been so bewildered that she even forgot to cry for mercy. Benefactor master, let my granddaughter go. The old man and the teenager rushed in, kneeling on the ground and kowtowing and begging one after another. Xieshan kicked over the two men and headed for the inner room with his arm around the woman. You let us come back to farm, and you let the high price of the loan of the seedlings, and now you come to rob my wife? I didn't even sell it when I fled the famine. The teenager was lying on the ground, tilting his head, his eyes reddening, then lowering his head again, thumping as if he wanted to crack his forehead. It was me who helped you kill the demon. What's wrong with sleeping? Xieshan couldn't care less. How many people want to sleep but are not qualified? The teenager was stunned, then rose violently and charged forward. Xieshan smiled disdainfully and drew his knife to point it at the teenager's chest. Demon trouble is killing people, but human trouble is eating people. Seeing that the teenager was about to hit the blade, a blade suddenly fell and pressed against the back of Xieshan's blade, followed by a light movement of the blade, knocking the teenager back. Flowers bloom again, and people are never young again. Meng Yuan did not sheath his sword in his hand, but only held the sword and arched his hand, saying, the young couple has a strong bond, and just now they broke the mirror, so why jeopardize the good thing? Mr. Xia, we are here to fight the devil, to protect the people. Your honor this way, is not it bad for your father's good intentions? A host of squires pressed the hilts of their swords. Xieshan looked Meng Yuan up and down, then hugged the woman even tighter and laughed. Then what if I don't listen to you? Meng Yuan took a step forward. Gong Zihua hurried to pull someone, but he heard Meng Yuan already out. Old, so long. End of chapter. The sky was overcast as if it had been depowered. The rain was sparse, like blood running down the drain after depopulation, but no one slapped on a handful of grassy ash to stop the bleeding. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Gong Zihua hurriedly stopped in front of Meng Yuan and saluted towards Xieshan, saying, Mr. Xia, this time the credit is all yours. We don't want anything. After saying his words, he pulled Meng Yuan outward, but he couldn't pull anyone. How many people in the world are suffering more than them? Can you save them? Gong Zihua persuaded in a low voice. Brother Gong, do you remember that old monk? He told me that I am bound by the will of heaven, by cause and effect, and that I am trapped by all kinds of shackles. I don't think so. I don't accept the will of heaven. I don't accept karma. I don't want to be trapped by shackles. I don't want to take the credit, and I can tolerate his bullying and insulting me as much as I want. But this time I retreated to avoid. Next time where to retreat? Where will I retreat to next time? Can I fight back when I've practiced? But I'm dead, and I've planted the devil in my heart. Meng Yuan never moved his feet. In the past, I was just like this family of three. I could only survive by moving around. I had no sword, no money, no power, and relied on the kindness of others to get me here. Now have a knife. Can't still dry look right? Therefore, according to my opinion, when it is to avoid the will of heaven, avoid karma, all kinds of shackles trapped real me. Others have helped me. I will continue this karma. Things come, someone has to come forward. He pushed Gong Zihua outward and said, please also quickly go and ask Zhang Baifu. I can hold out as long as I can. Gong Zihua heard this. He was silent for 2 breaths and whistled. A magpie quacked in the sky and then flew away. Don't think Gong is a crude martial artist. You saved my life. How can I go alone? Laozi also reads holy books. Gong Zihua directly drew his sword and said impatiently, ********. Xia Shun. One word. Release or not? Xiaoshan seemed to be used to arrogance, and had never seen this kind of scene of being refuted to his face. He froze, forced a laugh, and said, "If I don't let go, what do you think? Xiaoshan, do you really think we are afraid of you? But a playboy, relying on the power of his father and brother. Others give you a few points of face. Who do you think you are? Are your fists hard, or are your swords sharp?" Gong Zihua was really mad. "It is you people who are too many, causing the people to be unable to carry even one drought. Otherwise, why do we need to go out to suppress demons? Why do we need to go out to seek the Luo religion? A man-made disaster is better than a natural disaster. False demons come out from the mountains to eat people, but real demons hide in the big houses to eat people." He literally cursed all the flesh-eaters. Meng Yuan did not expect the usual gentle scholar General Gong Zihua. At this moment was so hard, there was no need to say anything more than. As Meng Yuan drew his sword and lined up side by side with Gong Zihua, Xiaoshan had a sword in his hand, holding the woman in his arms, and the rest of the escorts had drawn their swords as well. The two sides confronted each other, and the old man and the teenager sat paralyzed on the ground, not even daring to make a sound. With the rain pattering outside and the cool breeze swirling around, the aroma of dog stew, and the smell of blood came pouring in, the house was surprisingly quiet, as if it were empty. Xiaoshan frowned, one hand wrapped around the woman, the other holding his sword. He finally stopped laughing because he did feel the wrathful aura, and even the killing aura, of the two people in front of him. When they grabbed the credit earlier, these two didn't say a word and silently recognized it. But just for the sake of this worthless woman, he drew a knife and became ruthless. Xiaoshan was a little puzzled. "Both of you are 8th grade. We are 3 8th grades and 5 9th grades. Xiaoshan sneered. As soon as he heard the other party start to pose their strength, Meng Yuan knew that the other party had gone soft. These so-called noble daughters, those who are really bloodthirsty, have gone out to make a career long ago. The rest are either incompetent or fake bloodthirsty, only daring to be cruel to those who are weaker than them. But as soon as the knife is flashed, when it is flashed to give him chills and make him feel a real threat to his life, the bloodlust is immediately gone." Meng Yuan was a geld and knew how to geld this kind of person. As long as he showed his geld, the other party would immediately behave. "You can try all you want." Meng Yuan raised his blade slightly, the remnants of the bitch ancestor's blood still on it, and looked around at all of them. "I've just cleaved the bitch ancestor. I wonder which of my friends would like to come and try the blade again." The crowd of escorts sniffed and were each alert again. Some of them had seen Meng Yuan pull out his sword, while others hadn't. However, the two 8th-ranked escorts were the ones who saw it, and the two of them were even more solemn, only shaking their heads slightly towards Xiaoshan. Xiaoshan was originally angry with these two people for obstructing him, and now that he saw his subordinates advising him, he couldn't help but be even more fired up again, and laughed strangely at Meng Yuan. "If you want to save her, I'll kill her first." Before Meng Yuan could say anything, he saw Gong Zihua loudly say, "Surname Xie, we're not here to save her. We're just doing justice for their teenage couple and for this old man. We are swatting away demons, and are here to protect the realm and the people." He gritted his teeth, his eyes already glowing red. "Go ahead and kill, just to see if you can get out alive." Both Meng Yuan and Gong Zihua's swords were pointed at Xiaoshan as if they were geldings. Xiaoshan stood in the doorway of the inner room, obviously the innermost, and the fight was naturally unavoidable. "You see what's going on here? What's all the fuss about?" As soon as the fire broke out, a middle-aged escort suddenly dropped his sword, raised his hand, and laughed. "Just now, we were still killing the enemy side by side. What kind of sword are we raising at this moment? Put it down, put it down." He first waved his hand towards a group of escorts, and those escorts hesitated twice and actually put it down. Meng Yuan and Gong Zihua naturally wouldn't drop their knives, and the middle-aged man didn't force the issue, only coming up to Xiaoshan. "We are all friends who have come here specifically to exterminate the demons. There is no reason to hurt our peace." The middle-aged escort held down Xiaoshan's knife and persuaded him. "Second son, look at how ugly this girl is. Can you really do it? If word of this gets out, people will laugh at you. When we go back to the city, there will be countless beautiful women waiting for you." With those words, the middle-aged escort yanked the woman out from Xiaoshan's arms. I don't need to get angry with these two illiterate mudbloods." Xiaoshan really took advantage of the situation and let go of the woman. "Who are you talking about? Dog?" Gong Zihua's eyes were still red. Meng Yuan hurriedly pulled Gong Zihua, saying how this scholar can't get down once he goes up. Xiaoshan froze, and the middle-aged escort hurriedly pushed him into the inner room. All right. The middle-aged squire picked up the young girl, and helped the teenager and the old man up, smiling. "We're here specifically to kill demons. How could we bully people? My family's male son is joking with you guys." He touched out a silver ingot and stuffed it into the old man's hand, saying, Now that there are no more demons to cause trouble, you take the money to pay back the green ceiling loan and live a good life. Your granddaughter and son-in-law are all blessed. The blessings are still ahead. The old man took the money and pulled his granddaughter towards the middle-aged man to kowtow. The young man, however, had some insight, and he kowtowed to Meng Yuan and Gong Zihua. Meng Yuan helped him up and didn't say anything. Both of you, the rain has stopped. Are you still not leaving? The middle-aged squire asked with a smile. Your honor goes first. Meng Yuan said. Dare I ask Lang Jun's honorable name? The middle-aged squire arched his hand. I don't dare to call you honored. My lowly name is Meng Yuan. Meng Yuan arched his hand in response. The middle-aged escort arched his hand again, brought out Xieshen, and together with the rest of the escorts, all of them really drove their horses away, feet in the mud and blood. Xieshen looked back at Meng Yuan and Gong Zihua, sneered, and seemed to say something. Eunuch. The teenager came back to kneel at that moment. Meng Yuan helped him up and gave him another ingot of silver, saying, people's hearts are fickle. Take your family with you and leave this place to make a living somewhere else. The teenager froze, knelt and kowtowed again, and led the men away. Summer is approaching and the spring rains are soft. Brother Gong, Master Nye told me to listen to you, but I brought you to offend someone, and I'm afraid I'll have something to say about it later, so it's my fault. Meng Yuan bowed and saluted. Just treat me to a drink when you get back. Gong Zihua seemed to have broken free of his shackles and returned the greeting with an easy smile. End of chapter. A little break in the spring rain. The courtyard was a mess. Meng Yuan and Gong Zihua examined some more. 7 dog demons were skinned and boned into the pot, and there were 9 other mutilated corpses. The old female dog was fortunate enough to stay because of her high longevity and not good enough to be cooked. No rush. Gong Zihua saw that Meng Yuan was going to burn the corpse again, so he hurriedly stopped at first. 8th grade dog demons are already considered somewhat precious. Canine teeth and bones are useful. You burn something else. The most valuable one is the old female dog ancestor. Meng Yuan couldn't do anything about it, so he gathered the remaining dog demon remnants outside the courtyard and probed his hand to summon fire. It didn't take long for the corpses of a bunch of dog demons to be reduced to ashes, and the essence flame finally grew a little stronger. Meng Yuan saw Gong Zihua peeling the skin and removing the bones is quite familiar, so he carried to remove the dog meat, together and burned. But even an 8th grade old was limited in its ability to help the essence flame. For one thing, the sinews have been taken away, and for another, they've all been dead for 2 hours. Managing to kill and bury is good, but only if you bury it in time. Meng Yuan made a summary, while calculating what to do afterward. Before long, a magpie chirp was heard in the sky, followed by the sound of horses' hooves. Only Zhang Lingfeng was seen leading 5 riders, all clad in straw raincoats, going up and catching up. Zhang Lingfeng asked slightly and didn't say anything, just waiting quietly. It was only halfway through the afternoon that Zhang Guangyan and Nye Yinyan's large force arrived. There was no one from the government office to accompany them, but the hundreds of people from the guardhouse also filled the village to the brim. Nye Yannian is a fine person. He first pulled Zhang Lingfeng and Gong Zihua asked. Would have liked to ask the few drumming villagers again, but people are almost a little cute. Naturally, he couldn't ask anything. Instead, it was Zhang Guangyan who came first to appease Meng Yuan, patting him on the shoulder and saying, Xiao Gong is a truthful person. He keeps saying good things about you, so it's obvious that you didn't do anything wrong. He pulled Meng Yuan to a corner and whispered, Coach Qingqing to be comfortable. Have a drink at night or something. You're a young man. You know better than me. By the time the raw rice becomes cooked rice, that old dog will have no room for regret. Understand? Say what? This side is in the middle of a face-to-face meeting. Nye Yannian broke in, pushed Zhang Guangyan away, and tugged Meng Yuan to the side. The two of them came outside the village before Nye Yannian said, Is it remembering your little daughter-in-law? There's that for a reason. Meng Yuan replied frankly. Fortunately, the few people on the other side are all softies, all incapable. What if the other party was a 7th dash, 6th dash, or 5th ranked high-ranking person? You still have to draw your sword? Nye Yannian was not amused. At that time I had the ability to save, and the certainty was not small. If the other party is so high that I have no power to fight back, I am not a little cutie, naturally waiting for another day to come. Meng Yuan honestly said, You're a gelding smith. I don't see much skill in cutting eggs, but you're quite capable of pulling eggs. Nye Yannian took his hand and pointed at Meng Yuan's forehead. I told you long ago, you're ruthless with your hands and not with your heart. He pointed to the village behind him and said, People eat medicine when they are sick, and the world eats people when they are sick. If you don't eat him, he will eat you. If you ask me, why don't you just get mad at that time and kill them all in one brain? One fire and all traces are gone. You and Gong are stupid. You're worried about hurting the innocent. It's hard to accomplish anything with your hands tied. Meng Yuan had obediently lowered his head, but when he saw that Nye sure had more guts than he did, he raised his eyebrows and looked at Nye Yanian. Don't look at me. Netting me trouble. Nye Yanian didn't have the good sense to say. You went crazy with Xiao Gong, insulting and chasing people away like a dog. A grudge has been made. He asked, do you have any idea why things have come to this? Meng Yuan pressed the hilt of his sword and said, it's because my sword isn't sharp enough or fast enough. You kid always has some brains. Nye Yanian, still not in a good mood, continued, but have to remember, your knife is faster, and your status position has to move up. That way others don't have to see your sword. They only see your clothes, your person, and they know they have to salute first and say nice things. Master Nye is saying that I should practice martial arts again and find a way to become an official? Meng Yuan said. And practicing martial arts and becoming an official, the thick and thin are all for you to eat. Nye Yanian was not in a good mood. Meng Yuan pretended he didn't understand the profanity and only said, going the way of Uncle Zhang? Old Zhang counts for nothing. He tried the 100 households to 100 households, or I gave him the doorway. Nye Yanian smoothly knocked down his friend. Besides, someone from the Xie family is in the 1,000 households office, and he's on top of old Zhang. Meng Yuan understood and immediately said, Your Highness? Not bad. Nye Yanian put his hand on Meng Yuan's shoulder and said, Wang Fei's ability is greater than you think. If it's just a small fight, we don't need your highness. If you want to go a little further, a little smoother, then it's up to our Wang Fei to step in. He nodded Meng Yuan's nose and said in a bad mood, it's useless for you to sing poetry with that stupid son of the world. If you can sing poetry with the princess of the kingdom, then that's what I call real ability. Master Nya. Meng Yuan spread his hands helplessly. If I could do proper poetry, would I need to sing and harmonize with Shitzi? It's true. The king's 8 green beans can only look at the right eyes. Nye Yanian finally laughed out loud. He patted Meng Yuan's shoulder and said, go back and wait for the arrangement. The Wang Fei reckons that she still has to measure. To see you. He stopped swearing in time, so it was clear that he did have respect for the crown princess. What about the matter of solving Shun? Meng Yuan asked again. A dude. What the hell? Nye Yanian had just scolded Meng Yuan for causing trouble, but now he cursed back. Wait until we get back to the capital city. For a few days thereafter, Meng Yuan still partnered with Gong Zihua. The two men led a team that swept through several villages and towns, capturing a number of small demons, but there had been no news of the Pangshanjin, the mountain armor. It is the interrogation of the little demon. Also said a variety of things, but that Sangshan Jun really no harmful things, and only in the mountains, always not down the mountain, can be seen as a cautious. There was no way to keep spending all this time, so Zhang Guanyan immediately ordered to go to another county. In total, it took 10 days to sweep through the 2 counties, capturing and killing more than 20 demons and monsters that had entered the grade, and hundreds of the remaining elves and monsters. However, even if it was a demon of the entry level, the highest was only a demon of the 7th level, and it was still cultivated. It was Zhang Lingfeng who had the honor to meet and was destroyed by Zhang Guanyan's team. Meng Yuan did not have the chance to see it and could not even burn it if he wanted to. So far there was nothing more to it. So Zhang Guanyan ordered to return to the city. 2 or 3 days on the road. 10 days sweeping. A line of people are not touching the ground. Really tired. Even the horses are not eating well, not sleeping well, are losing fat. Meng Yuan and Gong Zihua are still the advance officers, the two riding alongside each other and followed by a dozen or so white servants. After traveling in this manner for most of the day, he came to a deserted post station, where he intended to spend the night. It was April. There were creepers on the walls of the stagecoach, and 3 corpses were hanging from the door, apparently having died only a short time before. Moving forward, he recognized a teenager, a young girl, and an old man, all of whom looked familiar. Gong Zihua was on his horse, not knowing what to curse in a low voice. It's the work of a demon. Quickly bury it. Meng Yuan looked back and saw that the large force was still early, which gently patted Gong Zihua on the shoulder. Spring rain for several days. It is not appropriate to collect firewood to burn. A few white servants dug a shallow pit and threw the 3 corpses into it, and then casually covered them up, so they were considered to be fooled. Brother Gong, this matter should not be reported. Just treat it as an ordinary demon killing, Meng Yuan said. Gong Zihua turned back to look at Meng Yuan. He saw Meng Yuan riding on a small red horse. Slightly frosty face does not have any expression, only holding the knife in his arms. One hand to take the hem of the clothes to wipe the knife sheath. One hand but pressed the hilt of the knife, as if the knife in the sheath will be transformed into a dragon. Want to break out of the box in general. He nodded, grabbed Meng Yuan's hand, pressed it heavily, and said, let your brother know when you arrive. Meng Yuan smiled and nodded. End of chapter. It's April and the weather is getting warmer. Meng Yuan rode on his horse and already saw the northern city gate of Songgafu. When I first saw this place last year, it was still snowy, just for a full meal. Instead, he is now riding a horse with a sword, and has a few guards to protect him. Meng Yuan had gained a lot from this trip. His experience against the enemy had grown a lot, and he had really seen the world. Go out for half a month, although busy day to day running around, but still open is an orifice. Up to this point in the 33 days to open up 19, has been over half, and also found a way to contain the essence fire. This line, the guard force is divided into several places, Meng Yuan and Gong Zihua all the way, but all the demons that Meng Yuan handled. It is difficult to escape the end of the burning, but in the end did not encounter any big demons, mostly 8 and 9 small demons, so the essence of the fire did not grow too much, only a quarter of the way. Meng Yuan then thought that he should hurry up and get to the 7th grade and find some 7th grade demons to kill before he could do so, or get a couple people to try it out. After entering the city, Zhang Guinian promised Meng Yuan another bottle of 100 herb dan, but Nye Yanian said it wasn't enough, and the two argued for a while before dispersing. Meng Yuan joined Nye Yanian, and the two of them rode on their horses and made small talk again. Not a moment later, Nye Yanian said, I have to go to the martial arts firm to take a look. You go back and rest for 2 days. Alright, I'll go back to the royal residence first. Meng Yuan didn't have much interest in martial arts. After all, he had borrowed all his money and didn't need to go to martial arts to make money. I say Bachelor Meng. Nye Yanian frowned and nudged Meng Yuan's nose. Just got back from outside. Go see what's wrong with my daughter first? I want to take a shower before I go. Meng Yuan laughed. Go directly. Nye Yanian didn't have a good mood and directly urged his horse to go. Meng Yuan was obedient and honest. And when he did, he went directly to Drunken Moon House. Sister, the day gets hotter and hotter. Meng Yuan saw that Nye Qingqing's clothes were thinner and thinner, which seemed to hide a monster, so he shouted more and more affectionately. Being out for a few days, you've suffered a lot, haven't you? Nye Qingqing asked with concern. That's nothing. Meng Yuan took out a feather fan. I met a wild pheasant outside, so I borrowed some feathers to weave a feather fan. Don't mind if sister doesn't mind. Nye Qingqing took it and surveyed it, happily saying, the day will be hot. This is just the thing. She greeted the people to prepare the meal and didn't avoid people, pulling Meng Yuan up to the 2nd floor. Meng Yuan did not eat hot for some days, and did not mind eating poorly, not to mention not being afraid of the beauty on the side, so he hollered and started to eat. Nye Qingqing sat next to her, one hand supporting her chin and one hand lightly shaking her feather fan, and she didn't say anything, just looked at Meng Yuan. Once he had eaten and drunk enough, Meng Yuan planned to run away. You don't eat as much as you used to, Nye Qingqing said. In the past, it was necessary to nourish the essence flame, which was why he ate a lot. Now that there was no essence fire to grab food, Meng Yuan's meal size had returned to normal. Before, I practiced martial arts hard and ate more. Now I'm better. Meng Yuan smiled and got up. Sister, I have to go back. Nye Qingqing smiled and got up, sending him downstairs before realizing something was wrong. Where's my father? You still remember your father? Meng Yuan smiled and said, Master Nye went to the martial arts school. Nye Qingqing was relieved, and didn't say anything about her father, only said, bring the Jiang family sister some other day. I rejoice in her tightly. Meng Yuan naturally responded. When he returned to the royal residence and came to the back door, he saw a doorkeeper talking to a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man in his 40s, holding a donkey in his hand, the donkey carrying 2 sacks, should be books and so on. This person is slightly thin, his looks are not surprising, and his clothes are plain, so he is undoubtedly a Confucian. Meng Yuan casually listened to a few sentences. Should be this person and the princess as old, want to transfer some things. The door's son asked for the invitation, but the other side is poor. Even the invitation is written. The door's son naturally not happy very much, not having the leisure to care either. Meng Yuan returned the little red horse to the stables and went straight to find Mei. This time, although it is said to be on official business with the people of the Jin Demon Division Guards, but Meng Yuan is a person of the royal family, naturally looking for Mei to deliver the errand. Jiang Tang was also there. She saw that Meng Yuan's clothes were a bit dirty and disheveled. Although there was concern in her eyes, she patiently kept quiet. You go out first. Seeking Mei drove Jiang Tang away before she looked at Meng Yuan and said, Uncle Nye insisted on letting you go out to see the world, and it was useless for me to persuade you, so at least you weren't hurt. Nye sure is also for my good. The precious sword sharpens itself. Although I'm not a precious sword, I can see more of the world and grow more capable, and I'll be more comfortable doing things for your highness in the future. Meng Yuan seriously said. Xuanmei carefully asked about what she had seen and heard during the trip, and she lamented. more than 200 miles apart. It is a world apart. The world is suffering. When will it be cured? Before Meng Yuan could answer, Xu Wenmei immediately said, "You've read a lot of books. Go back and write down all the things you've done on this trip. Turn around and give them to me. The crown princess might want to take a look." Meng Yuan did not expect things to be done and still have to write a summary. He wanted to shrug it off. And then he saw Xu Wenmei added, "Granted you 5 days leave. Take a good rest." She smiled and pointed outside, saying, "The little girl has no energy to do anything when you're not here these days, so take her away." Meng Yuan had no choice but to respond. Back home, Jiang Tang then carefully pinched Meng Yuan's arm. "See no damage. Is considered to be relieved. I'll boil water. You take a hot bath." Jiang Tang winded up and got busy. When the water boiled, Jiang Tang was about to help scrub the bath. "It's not an outsider." She perked up. Meng Yuan pushed her out, rubbed himself for half a day, changed into clean clothes, and came out to see that the meal was ready. "You remember." Meng Yuan pulled Jiang Tang's hand and said, "These days there's some chaos outside, so don't go out. Just follow Seeking Plum and do your work." That Xieshan killed someone afterward not counting, but also hung on the road that must be traveled back to the city as a demonstration. Meng Yuan expected that the other party would naturally not come to the royal residence to act recklessly, and as he himself was a member of the royal consort staff, if he wanted to retaliate, he would only dare to do so in secret. But no matter what, this matter was still pending, and Meng Yuan didn't want to. Jiang Tang nodded her head obediently, but she didn't ask any more questions and only gave Meng Yuan dishes. When the second day, Meng Yuan got up early in the morning, came to the schoolyard to teach a pass, and was planning to leave to take Xiangling to chant poetry and burn paper, then saw Wang Xiucai looking for. Wang Xiucai pulled Meng Yuan as a tug. After listening, Meng Yuan slowed down for a while before saying, "Mr. Wang, are you saying that Shitzi wants to set up a poetry club? With him as the president and me as the vice president?" "Exactly," Wang Xiucai said. Meng Yuan rubbed his brow. He knew that this Dugu Kong had a problem. The so-called Poetry Society matter was probably a farce, figuring, or wanting to inquire about going out to kill demons. "Mr. Wang, this time I went out, quite seeing people's livelihoods wither. Have already thrown my pen into the military heart. No longer do poetry and poetry." Meng Yuan was very solemn. "Please also convey this to Shitzi." That Wang Xiucai was all confused as he sized up Meng Yuan and said, "Little teacher Meng really does have a big belly and a big heart." He arched his hand and said, "Then I'll go back to the world's sun." He had asked me to ask how much monthly silver you want for your role as vice president. Don't go. Don't go. Meng Yuan hurriedly pulled the person back. "There's still money to take here? How much does Shitzi want to give?" 20 taels a month. Shou Kai Wang stretched out 2 fingers. Meng Yuan, now broad, has long looked at this silver, then waved his hand and said, "Please Mr. Wang, pass the message. Said in the following, know the heart of the sun, but why the duty, when it is inconvenient to discuss poetry?" Wang Xiucai knew that Meng Yuan thought that the money was too little, but he did not say anything and left after a few polite words. "Alas, the sun of the world has also been convinced by my literary skill," Meng Yuan boasted, took the little red horse and went out to buy dried fruits and preserves, as well as hard-boiled eggs, before leaving the city, all the way to Makwang. Big Head Zhao became more and more worried. "You didn't take Tiu outside to play, did you? He's still a kid," Big Head Zhao asked. Meng Yuan smiled helplessly. "Tainyo is doing well, and will be able to pick you up and take you to live in the city before long." Only then did Big Head Zhao let go and whispered, "Auntie sent word that if you come, to go directly to the mountains to find her. She doesn't have time to come down." "What does she do?" Meng Yuan asked curiously. "She said something about preaching and teaching and solving problems, but we don't know what that means either." Big Head Zhao spread his hands. Meng Yuan understood. Xiangling used to be a good teacher, which only entered the school today, finally became a teacher. Then there was no need to say anything more, and with his things in his pocket, Meng Yuan went all the way into the mountain. When I came to Big Head Mountain, I saw a big black pig lying next to the old turtle pit, with a dozen piglets running around and grunting at the side. Xiangling stood on a green stone, with a small bundle on her back, a head wrap on her head, and a bamboo whip in her hand. "Behave yourselves. If you don't behave, I'll beat your little hooves." The piglets didn't listen at all, and Xiangling crossed her arms and sighed. "I've been teaching for so many years, but you guys are the most stubborn." She has the tone of a teacher, so it can be seen that she has actually been to school. Xiangling, Meng Yuan showed up, and that big black pig rushed off with a start, and a bunch of little piglets immediately followed. Seeing that the students ran out in a brain, Xiangling was not angry, and threw away her bamboo whip and hurriedly ran toward Meng Yuan. "Little geldings." She happily climbed onto Meng Yuan's shoulder and asked, Are you coming to listen to my lecture too? You're all teaching nowadays? Meng Yuan asked with a smile. Don't look down on people. Xiangling stared at her round eyes and said seriously, I've learned a lot of abilities, and I can even write poems. Then compose a song for me to see. Meng Yuan smiled. You wait, gotta let me think. Xiangling jumped off Meng Yuan's shoulder, climbed up that high hill with a brain, slid down again, reached the rubble of the old turtle pit, burrowed into one of her nooks, and then jumped out again. While others compose poems that seek silence, she has to run for a while before she can do so. Meng Yuan was in no hurry, so he sat down in front of the old turtle pit and waited. There! Xiangling spun around and happily stepped forward. Little geldings, I was so happy when you came to me that I had a poem. Please try to speak, Meng Yuan said. Xiangling tightened her small bundle, squared her wrapped head, and took a very solemn step and chanted. Big head of the mountain, big head of the mountain. I'm at the top of the mountain laughing ha ha ha. After laughing I go back home and laugh ha 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 again at home. Xiangling finished her painful chant and came to see Meng Yuan's reaction. Wonderful! The flat and oblique rhymes are meaningful. Meng Yuan was not stingy with his praise. He. Little geldings, your speech is still strange good to listen to. Xiangling was happy, and urged, say 2 more sentences. People wanted to hear compliments, so Meng Yuan said, this poem is catchy, simple and innocent, fitting the scene and the mood. Say 2 more words. Shannon grew more and more pleased. Poetry words and phrases are the last thing. The first intention is important. If the intention is true, even the words and phrases do not need to be modified. Since it is good, this is called not to harm the intention by the words. Meng Yuan thought for a while this time, before he complimented. This verse of yours is very good, little geld. You're so nice. Xiangling climbed onto Meng Yuan's shoulders and pounded his back. After 2 whacks, Xiangling probed forward to see Meng Yuan's face and said, little geldings, are you in trouble? If you're unhappy, tell me. I'm good at coaxing people. She spoke, pounding her back harder. How did you see that? Meng Yuan asked with a smile. Godmother's good-looking son is also like this. I knew it as soon as I saw it. Xiangling flopped onto Meng Yuan's shoulder and whispered, do you want to go fight? I don't want to burn paper for you again. That's not true. Meng Yuan smiled and said, I came here today because I wanted to take you to burn paper for your godmother. There's no hurry. Xiangling had an idea for the day. And while she pounded her back with her 2 hind legs, she said seriously, I'll burn a book of poems to my godmother when I've published it, and when my godmother reads it then, she'll have to praise me for my accomplishments. End of chapter. The mountain breeze is slightly cool. Xiangling stood on Meng Yuan's shoulder, peeled off the eggshell, nibbled on the egg white twice, took out the yolk, and stuffed it into Meng Yuan's mouth. Eat an egg yolk and sleep well. The 2 of them went down the mountain together. She cackled and ate non-stop, and her mouth was never idle, discussing the way of poetry with Meng Yuan, and it was really like that. The 2 half-wits pulled a long time, finally came to the foot of the mountain. Xiangling is about to say goodbye, said to go to class. When you come next time, let's start a poetry club. Let's call it the Old Turtle Pit Poetry Club, and you'll be the vice president. Xiangling swore with great ambition. Poetry clubs are for elegant people to play with, but when combined with the words Old Turtle Pit, it looks awkward. Meng Yuan could not help but sigh with emotion. Dugu Khan wanted to let himself be the vice president, and Xiangling also wanted to let himself be the vice president, so it can be seen that the person who is burdened with talent, no matter where they go, they are all shining, and they simply cannot be covered up. Respectfully, Meng Yuan smiled and acknowledged it, thinking of turning around and asking the crown princess if she wanted to start a poetry club. You talk so well. Xiangling was one who couldn't stand coaxing, and was instantly happy. Then I'll go to class. She happily jumped down from Meng Yuan's shoulder, ran a few steps forward, seemed to remember something, and hurriedly turned back, the 2 hind legs supporting the body to stand up, the 2 upper limbs open, the small head forward, eyes round, said, Godmother said it's good to be alive, and it's okay to die, but I still think it's best to be alive. Don't die outside. Little geldings, if you want to fight, remember to come to me first. I'm very powerful. Good. Meng Yuan smiled and answered, remember to come find me. Shannon repeated again, and without making a bow, she happily waved her hand and went off to class in a huff. Meng Yuan saw that she was nowhere to be seen, and only then did he return to the pastoral farm. Taking the little red horse, he leisurely returned home. Meng Yuan closed the door, intending to open the orifices again, when Jiang Tang actually looked for him. Sister Mei is looking for you, Jiang Tang said. Didn't you say you were on vacation for 5 days? Did you come to press for the demon notes? Meng Yuan got up and asked, did you say what it was about? A gentleman came yesterday, probably related to that gentleman. Jiang Tang said. For a moment, Meng Yuan was reminded of the donkey-carrying Confucian scholar he had seen yesterday. In this world, Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism are parallel. Meng Yuan has seen Taoist priests and monks, but he has not dealt with serious Confucian students. Of course, that Chinka Wangshutsai is also a Confucian scholar, but Meng Yuan did not discuss learning with him, only from time to hook up. Since this was the case, Meng Yuan didn't nag and immediately went to find Mei. The search for the plum was not in her office either, but in the quiet garden. This is Meng Yuan's first time into the quiet garden. Jiang Tang in front of the lead. One came to a pond, then see a pavilion. Inside the pavilion, there was a man, dressed in plain clothes, with his hair tied with a red rope, putting plums into the wine jar, making plum wine. Although Xiangling is a bumpkin, no matter what she does, she is neatly and decently cleaned up, while this Wangfei is very casual, as if she just got out of the bath. Meng Yuan came to the steps of the gazebo and first saluted the princess, who paid no attention. Called you for business. Mei Xuanmei stepped out of the gazebo and smiled for the sake of it. It turns out that it's really related to the Confucian scholar I met yesterday. The name of that Confucian scholar was Chen Shuku, and his wife was the enlightened teacher of the Wangfei when she was young. Chen Shujiao's wife has long been sick and died. He examined his wife's belongings, found that his wife also received some of the princess's old lyrics. Because he had been serving outside, he was not allowed to send it. Chen Shajuan went to Hedong County this time, just passing through this place, so he returned the relics to the princess. Mr. Chen is a clean official. The officialdom is not allowed. These years shall not be promoted. Has been hovering around as a governor. Xuanmei was much more solemn. The crown princess felt his kindness and righteousness, and seeing that he had no one to follow him around, she wanted to send someone to escort him to his post. Meng Yuan understood that the crown princess was assigning herself a job, and this task is not difficult. Hedong County is just south of the Tsanlong River. Across the river, traveling a little more than 200 miles is. Your Highness has ordered me to do so, so I naturally don't dare to excuse myself. Meng Yuan immediately responded. He is not familiar with the place. After you arrive in Hedong County, stay for some days, or you can help him organize his affairs and learn some things. Seeking Mei smiled and said. This was the intention of the mention, but Meng Yuan still said, Sister Mei, when the time comes and I'm out of town, will I act cheaply, or just listen to Mr. Chen? Meng Yuan is not afraid to do things, but also willing to do things, but do not want to tie their hands. I have to make it clear that I want to kill someone because of Chen Shujuan, and get into trouble. You should be Miss 3 to wipe my ass to cover the bottom? After all, this was the first time working for the crown princess. If it were a different Niesher, Meng Yuan wouldn't even bring himself to ask. Seeking Mei heard this and looked back at the princess. Wang Fei picked up a green plum, looked at Meng Yuan, and said, You can write and fight, so if you listen to him or not, you can decide for yourself. Meng Yuan understands. The third lady this is promised to cover the bottom of the ass, but pulling that sentence what can one can martial arts, obviously in the loss of people, obviously born a heavenly beauty, and a dignified and generous, but loved to bully honest people. Meng Yuan was an honest man and only arched his hand in response. Go back and have a good night's rest, and leave tomorrow. Seeking Mei smiled and took out a note. Mr. Chen is thrifty and doesn't charge for Chang'e. You go and collect 200 taels of silver, right as expenses on the road. Meng Yuan took the note and left the quiet garden, feeling that the opportunity for revenge had come. That Xieshen is the second son of the governor's family, although arrogant and domineering, but would never dare to kill the king's house. And Meng Yuan couldn't possibly kill the government office. At least, not now. Therefore, as long as in the city of Songgafu, in fact, both sides are not very good hands. But now Meng Yuan is going out on business, so there's a chance to make a move. That Xieshen killed and demonstrated, making it clear that the matter is not over, and will never let it go. And Meng Yuan does not want to let it go either. Meng Yuan believed that Xieshen would inevitably come to his door if he knew he was out. Arriving at Go's account, Meng Yuan handed over the note, still thinking about how to protect Qin Shoujia and how to deliver the message to Xieshen. Why are you here? Let me look for you. Just after receiving the silver, Nie Yannian searched for it with gusto, snatching the silver ticket in one hand. Meng Yuan also does not care. The big deal is to borrow back with Nie Qingqing is. Soft rice are used to eating. Nie Yannian saw that Meng Yuan was not anxious about the silver, so he felt that the silver ticket grabbed no taste, and asked, What fortune? Your Highness has an errand to run. Meng Yuan spoke truthfully. After hearing this, Nie Yannian threw back the silver ticket and rubbed his chin. I was thinking of sending you a job in a few days, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. He tugged Meng Yuan toward the Wangfu outside. while saying, Hadong County in the south side of the big river, not affected by last year's stragglers, when the silver can be salvaged. I'm not familiar with that side. I only know that it's a center county, not too big or small, and it's not a thoroughfare. There aren't many high-profile people in that area, and an 8th grade martial artist can set up a stick. The 7th grade is also very few, or even none. If you are cautious and careful, it's not a big deal. After the experience of going out and swatting the demon, Nye Yannian is very confident in Meng Yuan, knowing that this son is powerful and fierce, can be a force of 10, but also know how to drag the knife around, is not a brute generation. 2 or 3 of the same class are not rivals. Nye Yannian felt more and more that this son was extremely gifted in the martial arts path, and that his future was unlimited. In the future, if he gets some more opportunities, the 6th grade, the 5th grade is not impossible to reach, and even the 4th grade can be touched. He took Meng Yuan's shoulder, and seeing that the teenager was obedient, he became more satisfied and said, Qingqing takes a chicken feather duster without leaving his body. Did you give it to him? Meng Yuan smiled and nodded, still enlightened. Nye Yannian laughed. Master Nye, how is the matter of Xieshen going? Meng Yuan asked. I'm looking for you to say this matter. All have been dealt with. Nye Yannian solemnized a bit. That dog thing is not a person, but his elder brother is a refined and modest. Once the words are said, even if the past. Meng Yuan didn't know what kind of disposition Xieshen's elder brother had, but knew that Xieshen would never let go of his killing heart. People are much more polite when they know we're the princess people. No one was hurt anyway, and it's not uncommon for young people to have a few arguments. Nye Yannian pulled Meng Yuan out of the royal residence, his chin nodding in the distance. I only saw a man holding a horse beside the stone lion, and it was the middle-aged squire who had persuaded him to make peace that day. Nye Yannian pulled Meng Yuan back and said in a low voice, I know you're not convinced, but there's no need to rush, waiting for the future rank up. We will fight back what's a mere governor? When the time comes, in front of everyone, give him 2 slaps. Doesn't he have several concubines? You sleep in front of him. Meng Yuan was just thinking about how to notify Xieshen when this person came. But, Meng Yuan looked at Nye Yannian and asked, Nye division, people personally come to the door. We are so big face? It's not that you have a big face or that I have a big face. His elder brother, Untying Ping, is a dignified gentleman and personally came out to mediate. Nye Yannian was not amused. I see, but can it be reconciled? People are dead. There was no need to say anything more then, as Meng Yuan immediately smiled and stepped forward. Yeah, brother Meng. The middle-aged man smiled and went forward to arch his hand. I don't dare to call you brother. Meng Yuan arched his hand in return and smiled. I still don't know your brother's high name. My lowly name is Xia Yongliang, a vassal of the Xia family, just a nobody. He smiled and said, earlier, I didn't know that my brother was a member of the royal family and almost made a joke. It's also because I was a bit reckless. Meng Yuan smiled. As the saying goes, don't you know each other without fighting? Xia Zhengliang smiled faithfully and casually said, I don't know what happened to that family of 3. If it wasn't for them, we wouldn't have met. I gave up silver money at that time. Now I see it as a gift of thanks. As he spoke, he stared carefully into Meng Yuan's eyes. Indeed, Meng Yuan also smiled. I came back in a hurry and forgot to go back to take a look. When I'm free in the future, I really want to go back and take a look. Xia Zhengliang saw that Meng Yuan appeared to be unusual and did not have any half-exceptions, as if he really did not encounter those 3 corpses on the road. Looking at Nye Yannian again, he saw him yawning, unconcerned about it, as if he knew he had come to go through the motions. Today, my prince has organized a banquet and sent me to invite brother Meng. Let's drink and have a good time. I wonder if brother Meng would be kind enough to honor me. Xia Zhengliang said, I shouldn't have pushed back when Duke Xia was so kind. Meng Yuan smiled helplessly. I just got an errand. And tomorrow morning I will be going to Hadong County on official business, so I guess I will have to stay for some days. When I come back, I will organize a banquet to host, and then invite Mr. Xia to share a drink. How? I see. It's a bad time for me to come. Xia Yongliang smiled apologetically. Then I'll wait for brother Meng to return and we'll share a drink. After a few polite words, Xia Yongliang rode away. Nye Yannian pulled a few more words and left as well. Meng Yuan returned home, fetched water from the well, and brought in the whetstone. It was getting late. The moon was dark and the stars were sparse. Meng Yuan sharpened his sword one by one. End of chapter. In the morning of the 2nd day, Meng Yuan packed up early and went out the door to see Tainyo guarding the door, like a door god. Seeing that he had a sword at his waist and a bow on his back, he really looked like a fierce warrior. Brother, Master Nye asked me to follow you, saying that he wouldn't let you go meatless. Why is that? You're not even allowed to eat meat? As soon as he opened his mouth, the air of a fierce warrior was gone. This meat is not his meat. Meng Yuan smiled, helped him straighten his clothes, and said, "This trip is very dangerous. Do you really want to go?" The news of this trip to escort Chen Shuku had been learned by Xieshen. Meng Yuan expected that Xieshen would never let it go and would definitely keep a close eye on himself, and that Chen Shuku was a court official. Xieshen is not a little cute. He was not a little sweetie, when he wouldn't do anything about it. Therefore, Chen Shoujuan has nothing dangerous. The real danger is himself. But if Tainyo was also there, he certainly wouldn't be targeted by Xieshen. But Tainyo was extremely close to himself, and with his nature, he would definitely fight for his life if he went wrong. All the more reason to go. We are good brothers. Tainyo took it for granted. Hearing this, Meng Yuan patted Tainyo on the shoulder and said, "Then you must listen to me on the road and follow my arrangements." "That's for sure." Tainyo still took it for granted. The two of them agreed to go directly to wait in front of the king's house. It was only after half an hour that they saw Xuanmei and Dugu Kong sending out Chen Shoujuan. This Chen Shajia is very simple. The mount is that small donkey. Above also hangs a bag, which should be loaded with some change of clothes. Meng Yuan asked yesterday, "This Chen Shoujuan really come to send Princess old things? Looking for plum want to send a horse did not send out, not to mention the money." Chen Shouxiao riding on a donkey, by Meng Yuan an iron ox clamped, and also shorter than a large head. He did not half uncomfortable, but also smiled to ask the name. "Mr. Chen, how should this official be?" After traveling for a while, Meng Yuan was idle, and started a conversation, wanting to see Chen Shouxiao temperament, so as to determine the arrangement of the road. If they are good-natured, then all will be happy. If they are stubborn, then they will be coaxed. "I am 2 years older. If you guys don't mind, just call me Brother Chen. No need to be polite." Chen Shouxiao was humble. "Your wife is the princess's teacher. If I call you Brother Chen, wouldn't I be a generation older than third miss?" "Brother Chen." Meng Yuan arched his hand. "Sage Brother Meng." Chen Shoujuan smiled and bowed his hand in return, saying, "I've never been a big official, and have been working as a county magistrate in a small remote county all these years. If I talk about the experience of being an official, yet I have some." Meng Yuan came to listen carefully. Those who would really be county officials should have momentum. Chen Shoujio pointed to the sky. "The superior officer is the external aid, the adjutant collects his heart, and the powerful gentry are the eyes and ears. In this way, the Su officials will listen to the orders, and the affairs of the county government office will be like an arm's reach." "No people what?" Iron Bull asked curiously. "If you worry about the people, then there will be the upper officials' constraints, the Zhua officials' separation of powers, the magnates and gentry will be like strangers, and all the Shushu mandarins in Yamen will be incompetent." Chen Shoujuan laughed. Iron Bull scratched his head. He didn't understand. "What the gentleman means is that if the governor doesn't prevent people from making money, then the official will be stable. If you don't let everyone make money, things won't get done." Meng Yuan smiled. "By and large." Chen Shoujuan smiled approvingly. "Looking at Mr.'s mount, it should be the latter." Meng Yuan asked with a smile. Chen Shoujio waved his hand and smiled. "Riding a small donkey is better than riding the people, just seeking peace of mind." Meng Yuan also no longer asked more questions, only always let Iron Ox closely follow Chen Shoujuan. They are a little farther away, but watch out for half a day. Froze not a little abnormal. Cross the Tsanglong River and continue south again. After 2 nights, we can see the city wall of Hadong County, but we haven't seen that Xieshen's movement. When he arrived at the city gates, he saw that a row had already been set up, and a group of squires and officials, with several old men and many students, came to greet him. "We didn't even show our tracks or tell them in advance, so how come we're here to greet them?" Meng Yuan laughed. "It is evident that the visitor is not good. We're the ones who came, right?" Iron Bull wondered. Chen Shouxiao went up and chatted briefly with the leading scholar squire, then refused the reception banquet and directly took Meng Yuan and Tainyo towards the county office. The squires see the new magistrate is a not easy going. They hurriedly gathered together to discuss, but there is no argument. After all, the new magistrate has not yet made a move. There was no way out. The men had to disperse. One of them, a middle-aged gentry named Li Tianyun, immediately returned home with his slaves. Not as good as a sip of tea. He immediately wrote a letter, sent people to send out, and sent people to keep an eye on the county office. After 5 days, there were several more people in Li Tianyun's home. It was none other than Xieshen who came, along with Xie Zhenliang and the others. After leading him to the room and dismissing the unrelated people, Li Tianyun respectfully saluted. "Duke Xie, cut the crap and tell me how well you did." Xieshen said directly, "That Chen Shoujuan doesn't accept gifts, doesn't accept banquets, and doesn't take in oil or salt. Instead, he reviewed past case files, and my old housekeeper was arrested." Li Tianyun screamed bitterly. I don't care about the surname Chen. I'm only asking about the martial artist surnamed Meng. Xiaxin frowned. He left the Zhao Tainyo to follow Chen Shoujuan, while he went out every day, ate outside every morning, noon, and night, and even ran to the Dark Horse Den to take a look around. Li Tianyun said, the old man is out and about. He still has the leisure to eat? Xiaxin all but laughed. Eat? He has a good appetite. 3 bowls of vermicelli in the morning, 2 bowls of noodles at noon, and he even buys a cooked dog leg back at night. Li Tianyun said. Xiaxin looked at Xie Zhengliang and smashed his wineglass in anger. I see him eating and drinking well. It's worse than killing me. He got up instantly. If I hadn't been busy the last few days, I would have killed them all on the way. Let's get it done tonight. Xie Zhengliang hurriedly pacified. Chen Shoujiu is an imperial official. In case something happens, the top will definitely still want to investigate. We can't kill him. The investigation must also go through my father's hands. Xiaxin said. Isn't this just a waste of time? We are here to avenge our anger. We don't need to kill that Chen Shoujuan. Xie Zhengliang said. So what the hell? I have to go through a lot of trouble to kill a geld? Xiaxin was angry. Xie Zhengliang immediately said, the Grand Duke said, that Chen Shuku every dominant party, to make a fuss, and so that the group of gentry anxious, will certainly have to take action. This is not now going to be chaotic? Let's take advantage of this chaos. Kill people is. By then who can think of our head? Does it have to be so much trouble? Xiaxin frowned. The Grand Duke said that it's not advisable to cause trouble lately, and he didn't want the second Duke to go out in the first place. Encasing is more serious. There will be twists and turns for no reason. Xie Zhengliang said. Killing him like this is cheap. If I don't kill him, I won't be satisfied. Xiaxin's face was much more gloomy. And that surnamed Gong. All must die. Surnamed Gong is a person of the guards. Kill him well. Xie Zhengliang whispered to pacify. Anyway, Gongzi, do not go out to show your face. Left but rest for 2 days. We can certainly cleanly solve the surname Meng. Xiaxin was silent. Li Tianyun was the one with many ideas. He saw this and asked, Duke Xie is trying to clean up those 2 young teenagers? That's good to say. I will personally go and do it. Tell me. Xiaxin said. I see that those 2 teenagers have never seen much of the world, and they pay for their meals, and they are very peaceful. So this kind of person is the best to pin down. We'll invite some people to put him on a plane, and he'll be able to wipe his own neck. Li Tianyun became confident. Doesn't he like to eat noodles? Let's let him eat it. Li Tianyun was full of confidence and whispered the idea. Can it be done? Xiaxin came to be interested. This is the method of dealing with impulsive teenagers and dealing with decent people. It's best if it succeeds, and it's fine if it doesn't, as Chen Magistrate's official reputation is sure to be bad anyway. Li Tianyun laughed. Go and do it. When it's done, your son's errand will be done. Xiaxin immediately said. Slow down. Xie Zhengliang held down the joyful Li Tianyun and said, be careful. Don't let others follow the trail and find us just after we arrive. Don't worry, don't worry. Li Tianyun immediately responded. End of chapter. The sky was slightly stuffy. Since arriving in Hedong County, Meng Yuan had Tainyo follow Chen Shoujuan at all times, while he himself went out to wander around blindly. Meng Yuan's habit was that whenever he came to an unfamiliar place, he needed to map out the terrain and path first. Hedong County is the middle county. Not big. Meng Yuan in the past few days has already understood the pattern of the county. Where is the land of the gentry? Where is the mud leg residence? Where the literati gathered? Where to hide the dirt? All clear. Of course, Meng Yuan was mainly waiting for Xiaxin to make a move. But after a few days of wandering around, giving chances and creating opportunities everywhere, people froze. Meng Yuan was aware of several people tracking themselves, but the counter followed the pass to check. Are the county gentry sent people? Really did not find abnormal. Even the nightly visits to the houses of the gentry, listening to half a dozen plans for people to conspire, did not hear anything against them. Xiaxin knows I'm here, and with his demonstrative behavior, it stands to reason that he would never let me go. Although I am a member of the Xin Wangfu, but an idle prince with no real power, people will at most respect it, but they will not be afraid of it. As long as it's done cleanly, it's nothing. Evidently, there are still concerns about the Ying clan. Therefore, he is hiding in the dark, wanting to play a borrowed knife to kill. But there aren't many 8th grade martial artists in this county. What tricks can they play? Of course, it could be that something is wrong and people are tripping. Meng Yuan pondered for a while and didn't have a clue. But he didn't panic. Nowadays, without power and influence, it is not unusual to have a fog shrouded in front of you, but with a knife in his hand, he will be able to cut through the thorns and not be afraid of the clouds covering his eyes. In any case, Meng Yuan was strategically contemptuous and tactically cautious. As long as Xiexin showed his head, he dared to make a move. After slightly calming his mind, Meng Yuan closed his eyes and sat down to impact the orifices. However, in an hour, Meng Yuan exhaled deeply and felt a sense of relief, because he had opened another new orifice. All the way from Songdefu. Today is the 7th day. Apart from traveling for 2.5 days, and the 2 days after arriving at Hedong County, when Meng Yuan had to be constantly vigilant and didn't rush to open his orifices, he came to impact his orifices when he had the time in these 3 days. At this point in the 33 heavens, 28 points have been opened. In less than 5 more days, all the orifices will be opened, and by then, they will only need to be mirrored and engraved, and they will be able to obtain the 8 perfect products. It was nearly evening. Tainyo knocked on the door. Brother, there is a student fight in the county school. Mr. Chen has to go there. Are you going? Just follow. Remember, listen to Mr. Chen in everything. Meng Yuan said through the door. Okay. Night still open meet not? Tainyo asked again. Drive. Meng Yuan was happy to spend more money since he didn't have to pay for it himself anyway. Good Lu. Tainyo joyfully answered, and then hurriedly ran out. Meng Yuan was not assured of Tainyo, but assured of Chen Shoujuan. Just came to the county office. Meng Yuan also wanted to help some help, but people Chen Shoujiu skilled first took the past files to see, has not been hitched to the side. The county magistrates were the magistrate and the chief bookkeeper, followed by the academician and the historian, and also the 6 houses of the officials, all of whom waited in silence. To stay up until midnight, Chen Shoujuan called people one by one. After talking to each other individually, they engaged in the trick of exposing each other. Originally, these people discussed a united front, but Chen Shoujuan is very old-fashioned. Under the soft and hard, combined, it can be said that everyone is guilty. Chen Shoujuan made the crime not the merit, united the chief bookkeeper and canonical historian, and hollowed out the second-in-command county chancellor, and the following 6 houses of Shuyun, is not at all into the rank, directly removed 3, another new replacement. One night passed, the county court was divided into 2 factions, Chen Shoujiu and turn up the old case, only to make efforts to rectify the 3 Hedong county's 3 old gentry. Other families are light to take light to put. Really is the pull a faction to fight a faction. The set of tricks play the stove fire perfect. When the Qing official, and also when half a lifetime of the Qing official, when there is no pedantry, but instead, used to the world, means very much. Moreover, Meng Yuan also felt that Chen Shoujuan was a Confucian scholar who had entered the grade, only that he had not seen the means used and did not know how high it was. Meng Yuan sat in meditation for a few more moments, waiting for his breath to stabilize and his true qi to fill up before he got up. At this moment it was already evening, and in half an hour it would be dark. Meng Yuan put on his sword and left the door. Now Meng Yuan lives in the back hall of the county government office. From the back door out, walk not a few hundred steps, then see a stall, have a bowl of noodles with shredded meat. Meng Yuan sat down. This vendor was known as Old Zheng Tu, and Meng Yuan was quite familiar with him. After all, he had eaten here for the past 2 days. That old Zheng Tu immediately answered and quickly served the noodles. Meng Yuan ate a mouthful, only to feel that the flavor was not as good as in the past, but still barely finished it, and only then did he drop the copper plate and get up to go. Guests usually have 2 or 3 bowls. Do you have no appetite today? Old Zheng Tu asked curiously. I really don't have an appetite today. Meng Yuan smiled. Carrying the knife, he went to buy another cooked dog's leg, which was for Iron Bull. Returning to the backyard of the county government office, Meng Yuan was about to write about swinging demons, when he saw someone looking for him. Master Xiao Meng. The visitor was dressed in a yamen uniform, and was the county office's Sheriff Yang. This person is very old-fashioned. Some ability under the hand, is into the character. However, his background is too low, and he has no family background, so he is not powerful, and this person is good at greeting. For Chen Shuko dislike, although not dismissed, but directly sitting on the bench. Meng Yuan and Tinyo in the county office no position, but the two have been following Chen Shoujuan around. Meng Yuan was Chen Shoujuan, also called Meng Xiandi, so others are when Meng Yuan is Chen Shoujuan's distant relatives, and already have a name. Outsiders say what small Meng master. Of course, Meng Yuan knew that he was just passing through, and did not deliberately make friends with these people, but only coldly watched and saw the world. Something wrong with Sheriff Yang? Meng Yuan asked. Someone has come to cry out for justice. Please go and take a look. Master Xiao Meng. Sheriff Yang said anxiously. Crying foul? Then go ask the magistrate. Meng Yuan did not go. Sheriff Yang moved closer and whispered. It's related to you, Master Xiao Meng. All the more reason not to go. Meng Yuan spread his hands. Go when the magistrate comes and summons me. Yang Sheriff froze. He and this small Meng master not too familiar, but no is a peaceful, although every day with a knife, but did not see to make, but that Zhao Tinyo every day to play on a few times. As for how many grades of martial arts, Yang Sheriff is not clear, only know that Zhao Tinyo into the grades not long, think Meng Yuan cannot be higher, and this young master Meng is more like a literati, the day before yesterday also in the restaurant with people than poetry, but seems to have no ink in the belly, but was driven out. But anyway, this little Master Meng is a reasonable one. Sheriff Yang said bitterly, Master Little Meng, if you don't go over, they're going to come in looking for you. As he spoke, he actually pulled. Seeing this, Meng Yuan sized up Sheriff Yang, smiled, and said, then go take a look. Sheriff Yang, you'll have to help me out some when the time comes, that's for sure. Sheriff Yang joyfully responded. Slinging his sword to his waist, Meng Yuan accompanied Sheriff Yang to the lobby of the county courthouse, only to see that this place is actually very lively. The left side sat a few senile old man, at first glance, is a respected. On the right sat a few Confucian shirt literati, a look is familiar with the holy book. Inside and outside the door are also surrounded by several layers of people, but there is not a magistrate in. Master Little Meng, a middle-aged scribe sat motionless, his hand shaking a folding fan, his gaze serious and upright. Meng Yuan remembers this person, is the county's famous scribe, known as Mr. She has always befriended the sons of the gentry, in the county office also said. Of course, now that Chen Shajuan was in charge, he naturally couldn't say anything. Is there something wrong with Mr. She? Meng Yuan looked around at all of them, and his gaze landed on Mr. She's face again. You ate 2 bowls of noodles and paid for one. Mr. She shook his folding fan with one hand and pointed at old Zheng Tu who was shrinking his head. Meng Yuan look at Mr. She, only to feel that this person is righteous, and look at the old Zheng Tu, really shriveled, and then look at the onlookers. There is a low smile. There are bewildered, more numb. Meng Yuan had really encountered quite a few tricks for this kind of false accusation. In the past, he was stigmatized as having a set of mouth and a set of heart, and he was also stigmatized as eating soft rice, and Meng Yuan had long been used to the wind and rain. However, looking at today's situation, it is clear that it is a setup. It is for himself. It is for Chen Shoujuan behind himself, but a bunch of showmen, coming to slander a martial artist, suspecting that my sword is unfavorably sharpened? Meng Yuan pressed the knife in his hand and said, Old Zhang Tu, just now I ate a bowl of noodles and gave you money for a bowl. Old Zhang shrank his head and didn't dare to respond, instead looking at Qi Shoutsai. How many bowls did he actually eat? Mr. She looked to old Zhang Tu, frowning as he came to ask. Old Zhang had lowered his head and held his words. 2 bowls. Impossible. Sheriff Yang kicked old Zhang Tu in the ass. Master Xiao Meng is the younger brother of the county parents. How can he owe you noodle money? Meng Yuan looked at Sheriff Yang and nodded at him. It's just eating 2 bowls and only paying for one. Old Zhang Tu screamed. The county parents have come to Hadong County to straighten out old cases and refresh the officials, and have come to give justice to our people. Mr. She got up and arched his hand towards the empty seat in the lobby. I'm here today to demand justice. Ask who? Ask Master Xiao Meng, the younger brother of the county parents. Why? He ate 2 bowls of noodles and only paid for one. Is that justice? He looked at the people and then said, since the brother of the county parents is leading the charge against justice, are the county parents still county parents? Are the county parents really here to give us justice? The people inside and outside the lobby nodded their heads in agreement. Surnamed Qi. Sheriff Yang stepped forward. Master Xiao Meng is the most fair. How can he owe money for a bowl of noodles? Did you see it with your own eyes? Ha ha, Mr. Qi walked forward and laughed disdainfully. Sheriff Yang, you're bulking here? What? The county honored master is going to promote you? Old Yang, only speak for justice. Sheriff Yang pushed Mr. Qi out of the way as he looked toward Meng Yuan and shouted, Young Master Meng, 1 bowl is 1 bowl, 2 bowls is 2 bowls. Everyone trusts you. You paid for 1 bowl and ate 2 bowls of noodles. You don't have any money, do you? Mr. Qi nodded towards Meng Yuan's nose. I'll give it for you. The old folks are all here. I'll show them how Chen Xianzuan's people bully honest people. Meng Yuan pressed the knife on his waist, looked at old Zhang Tu, and asked, Are you an honest man? Old Zhang Tu cowered, not daring to say anything. What? Poking at a soft spot and going for the knife? Mr. Qi sneered. You're a villain. I'm a martial artist. Meng Yuan loosened the hilt of his sword, took out a dagger from his sleeve and pressed it against his stomach. It seems that I have no choice but to cut open my belly and prove my innocence. Little Master Meng. Bloody. Sheriff Yang immediately said. A few glints appeared in Mr. Qi's eyes. Okay, as long as it's a bowl of noodles, I'll kneel down and be an ox for Master Xiao Meng. In the future, I'll do whatever county honor tells me to do. Meng Yuan took a few steps forward and said, then look carefully at how many bowls of noodles I have in my stomach. A crowd in the hall moved forward with wide eyes. I see, Mr. She did not finish his words, but there was a miserable cry, only to see a ball of blood light burst from Mr. Chi's left eye, followed by a red and white object flying up into the sky. Meng Yuan held the dagger in one hand and probed out with the other, catching the eyeball. Mr. Qi covered his left eye and howled in pain. My eye, my eye. Those inside and outside the hall were all in an uproar. Dissecting the belly is too painful. Meng Yuan held his eyes in one hand and said, I can only ask your eyes to come and look inside my belly. For a moment, everyone looked blankly at Meng Yuan. They didn't expect Meng Yuan to gouge out someone's eyes in order to make them see a little more clearly. All of you are virtuous elders. Would you like to enter my abdomen for a look? Meng Yuan looked toward the several old, venerable elders. The guys immediately shook their heads and some even threw up. What about these few who are well-versed in the holy books? Meng Yuan held his eyes in his hands and looked at those few readers. The faces of these few people were so pale that they didn't dare to say anything. It's just like that when a showman meets a soldier. Meng Yuan looked at old Zheng Tu and asked, how many bowls of noodles did I eat? Old Zheng Tu winced. A bowl. Meng Yuan looked at Sheriff Yang again and asked, Sheriff Yang, you're the fairest of them all. I'll have to ask you to take another look. I don't look. Yang Sheriff staggered back 2 steps, then directly kneeled on the ground, thumping his head. He hadn't even seen how Meng Yuan had made the blade, but there was no doubt that the other party was far superior to himself. Anyone else want to see? Meng Yuan held Mr. Chi's eyes and looked around the crowd. No one dared to answer. They were all bewildered. Seeing this, Meng Yuan looked towards Qi Xiujie who was rolling on the ground, walking forward and half squatting down. Meng Yuan said, it's hard to see black and white with one eye. Mr. Qi, you read a sage's book and do what's fair, but please let me take my right eye again and return justice to me. When Mr. Qi heard this, he hurriedly covered his right eye again. No need. I don't dare. So how many bowls of noodles did I eat? How many bowls were paid for? Meng Yuan asked. A bowl of noodles. A bowl of money. Mr. Qi's head was covered with blood, kneeling on the ground, still covering his head and face, his speech trembling. Mr. Qi is indeed a fair man. Meng Yuan said. Mr. Qi didn't dare to say anything else and went out on his knees. Slow. Meng Yuan stepped on the corner of his coat. Father's essence, mother's blood, must not be abandoned. As he said this, his eyes fell to the ground. Meng Yuan bent down and said, take up your left eye and let it look on behalf of your parents, on behalf of you, to see how many parts of the holy books you read have become tinsel, and how many parts have become dirty. Mr. Qi sniffed, looked at the ground eyeballs, and froze. Crazy. You are crazy. He made an effort to crawl out on his knees, his mouth crying out, Masterly, save me. Save me. Hearing this Masterly, Meng Yuan suddenly realized that something was wrong. The only gentry in Hedong County with the surname Li is Li Tianyun. When Meng Yuan had been wandering around for the past few days, he had been followed by people from the Li family. However, Meng Yuan had visited the Li family twice, but hadn't sensed anything unusual. And although Chun Shoujiu arrested his family's housekeeper, but did not do anything else. Therefore, this Li family did not collude with other gentry, but honest, being so honest, but suddenly venturing out today and coming at himself. Meng Yuan didn't feel quite right, looked outside, but saw the evening morning sunshine fine, the sky more and more dull, clearly as the rain will come. The last time I met Xieshan, it was a rainy day. End of chapter. It was late in the day and there wasn't a breath of wind. Li Tianyun carried a lantern and brought nothing with him, and hurriedly arrived in the back garden. There was a pavilion beside the small lake here, and Xieshan was talking with his arm around a songstress. Li Tianyun came forward, wiped his sweat, and said the matter of the county office. He is a martial artist who has killed demons. It would be strange if a few sour showmen could help him. Xia Zhongliang didn't feel disappointed either, but looking at how he acts, he's a ruthless one. There is rain tonight. Xieshan looked at the sky, but saw that the stars were dark and the bright moon was hidden, and said in a deep voice, a waste of a clan's waste of a guard, and you still have to be concerned? Go directly to the county office and kill him. I don't want to stay in this Thai place much longer. Duke, Xia Zhongliang hurriedly advised. The Grand Duke said, that Chen Shoujuan has been in the rank for more than 10 years, so he probably has the ability. We really can't break into the county office, he advised in a low voice. Why don't we wait for surname Meng to leave, and then take a boat to cross the river, and let's overturn his boat, so at least we won't let him live more. Blah blah blah. Do something shrinking. Xieshan was impatient. Why are you angry? My lord? The sky will be raining. It's the right time to drink cheerfully. The singer-songwriter flirtatiously picked up a glass of wine. Is there a place for you to talk here? Xiaxin waved his hand and knocked away the wine cup, grabbed the singer's hair and threw it into the small lake in front of him. The songstress was terrified, fluttered twice in the water, shouted a few times for help, but no more sound. Xia Zhengliang didn't bother, but only came to persuasion. After saying a few good words, Xiaxin finally subsided, so he waved his hand and rushed that Li Tianyun away. Li Tianyun did not dare to say anything, and immediately returned with the lantern. The sky was dark and there were no stars or moon. The garden road is complicated. Li Tianyun walked very slowly, but after traveling 100 or so steps, he suddenly fell to the ground, and the lantern rolled down with him. Xia Dunliang ear-sharp, immediately noticed, but the distance is too far. Across the flowers and trees, the sky is very dark, really do not really see. They came at noon, and had been avoiding people, and there were no bystanders in the garden. Xia Yongliang whistled. Their trip totaled 8, the same as last time, because of the midday only to arrive here and not the field, is not to do what hidden stakes defense. In addition to understanding the Shin and the Zhangliang in the gazebo deliberations, the rest of the car and horse labor, have eaten and drunk, are in the next courtyard rest. Xia Zhangliang whistled 3 times in a row, but no one responded. He immediately knocked off the lanterns hanging in the gazebo, and shielded himself in front of Xiaxin, saying, all of our people are gone. He is an 8th grade martial artist, and there are 5 9th grade, but the other party sneaks in without a sound, kills without a sound, and its strength is afraid that it is already a 7th grade. Even if it's the same rank as the 8th rank, I'm afraid that it has already been perfected, and it's equipped with several great skills. Xiaxin was not stupid and also immediately thought of it, so he hurriedly copied the knife. The two were on full alert when they saw a man walking in the distance. The man wore black clothes and a bucket hat, carried a longbow on his back, and had a sword sheathed in his hand. Xia Zhengliang has recognized the visitor. He did not expect that he only arrived at noon. This moment was sought. It can be seen that it is that Li Tianyun matter revealed the tale. This person comes and goes to this place, killing people without moving, visible means, and has long been familiar with the terrain here. Xia Zhengliang figured out that his own party wanted to kill the other party, and the other party also had every intention of trying to kill himself, so much so, that the other party could not wait at all, and when the matter of the county office was squared, they ran straight to it. Brother Meng, when it's really not worth it. Xia Zhengliang had the feeling that he himself and Xiaxin couldn't hold each other even if they joined forces, and it was even difficult for both of them to leave. You guys committed another offense when you wanted to kill me? Meng Yuan raised his sword and sprinted directly forward towards that Xiaxin. Gongzi, we only have 2 people chi. You don't run. Xia Zhengliang said his plan, but he saw that Xiaxin pulled his legs and ran. There was no way out. Xia Zhengliang knew that the visitor was more familiar with this place than he was, and that running would surely lead to death, and the only way to have a chance of survival was to fight for his life. Xia Zhengliang saw that Meng Yuan didn't have any flowery stance and didn't make any moves, so he ran wildly and came and slashed straight with his sword. Tough with me? Xia Zhengliang a knife to meet out, then feel a strong pressure down, simply like a high mountain presses the top. Actually half cannot shake, cannot help but give birth to a sense of despair. With a bang, Xia Zhengliang saw his long sword shatter, while his opponent's blade was more than that, slashing heavily at his body. Brother Meng, why bother? Xia Zhengliang was covered in blood. His face was no longer half bloody. He trembled. You spare my life. I'll be an ox or a horse. I'll listen to you. He was paralyzed on the ground, holding his oozing viscera in one hand while looking at Meng Yuan, only to see Meng Yuan just 5 paces away. His hand had already changed to a longbow, and then one arrow after another. All of them disappeared into the darkness. Soon a miserable cry was heard. Clearly Xiaxin was hit by an arrow, and Meng Yuan still shot endlessly, directly replenishing 5 arrows before stopping. Brother Xie, it's not hard to spare you. Meng Yuan put away his bow and raised his sword in his hand again. When you killed that family of 3, did they ever beg for mercy? Xia Zhengliang hesitated and was about to come to his defense when he saw that the other party's knife had already fallen. As the sky spun around, Xia Zhengliang watched his tattered body get farther and farther away before he realized that his head was split in 2. Without another glance, Meng Yuan immediately went after Xiaxin. 100 paces forward, he saw Xiaxin sprawled on the ground, bloodied from 6 arrows in his back. The 8th grade martial artist does not have the Tianji divine power to protect the body, even if the sinews and bones are much stronger than normal people, but the heavy arrows and body, in the end, it is difficult to block. This heavy arrow has been hurt to the internal organs and flesh. Xiaxin no longer half arrogant look. You can't kill me. Xiaxin saw Meng Yuan approaching and immediately spoke in panic, clearly having been depowered. Meng Yuan really stopped his sword. If you spare my life, I'll guarantee you a lifetime of honor and wealth. Xiaxin saw that Meng Yuan didn't say anything and thought that his heart was moved. He spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood and hurriedly continued. Brother Meng, you have a high talent for martial arts. You were born with godly strength, and you will definitely be able to reach the 7th rank in the future. I have the heavenly chance diagram to give to you. Is there more? Meng Yuan asked. Be an officer. I can make you an officer. A great official. When Xiaxin saw Meng Yuan come to ask, his desire to live became stronger, and he staggered to his knees, squeezing out a smile. You're talented, but what future can you have staying under the hands of an idle prince? I'll sponsor you. You just need to be promoted by a nobleman. Really? Really? Not lying to me? No kidding. Meng Yuan simply sat down and said, tell me more carefully. Your natural talent is good. An 8th rank can kill several of the same rank. Surely you should not be a civil official. You should take the path of a military official. Xiaxin's face had a little bit of blood color, and a little bit of madness. Said, if you want to enter the Jin Demon Division, my brother-in-law is in the 1,000 households. As long as you enter the 7th rank, then the Songhua Prefecture Guards will be your one word. If you want to enter the army, my father has the same year at the border. When you are in the 7th rank, you can also have a wife and children. In the end, you still have to wait for the 7th rank realm. Otherwise it's all vanity. Meng Yuan sighed. That can't be helped. The 7th grade is a watershed. But with Brother Meng's talent, it'll only take a year or 2 or 3 at most. Xiaxin was especially polite and talkative. By then, I'll send 2 more copies of my unique heavenly chance diagrams, and Brother Meng won't spread his wings and take off? That's true. Meng Yuan nodded. Where's the heavenly chance diagram? Keep it at home. Xiaxin wasn't stupid at all. When did you come to Hedong County? Meng Yuan asked curiously. Not until noon. Xiaxin returned. What did you do? Meng Yuan asked. Didn't do much. Went with my brother to meet a friend. Xiaxin returned. Meng Yuan didn't say anything either, only looking up at the sky. The night is deep and silent. The stars and moon are hidden. The wind is low and the clouds are low, so it is clear that rain is coming. Duke Xie. It's getting late. Meng Yuan got up. Then let's talk tomorrow. Xiaxin was immediately happy. We'll be brothers from now on. We'll have plenty of time to talk. Forget about tomorrow. Meng Yuan refused. I'll have to go back after I kill you. Seeing as it's going to rain until tomorrow, I don't want to go out in the rain. Xiaxin froze at his words and forced out a smile, saying, Brother Meng, weren't we talking about our future just now? Brother Meng, you can trust me. I'll make sure you become a 1,000 household officer within 3 years. Duke Xie, you don't think I really intend to let you go, do you? Meng Yuan unsheathed his sword. Then you. Xiaxin couldn't squeeze out another smile as he stumbled backward. You let that family of 3 go, gave them hope, and then ended up abusing them. I'll give you hope as well, and then kill you. Meng Yuan brought his sword forward. Release me. I will change. Xiaxin crawled forward in a vain attempt to escape, shouting out of the side of his mouth, my mother eats fasting and never kills, and my brother is a good man. I can save 100 people like that. Save 1,000. Save 10,000. I'll change. I want to be good. I want to be good. As he climbed, he shouted as if he were speaking from the bottom of his heart, to the core of his heart. Meng Yuan bent down, his knee against Xiaxin's back, the tip of the knife resting against his back. How is someone like you going to change? The blade slowly stabbed. Xiaxin gritted his teeth and twisted his body, but his back seems to have a high mountain suppression. He can only powerless swing limbs, but no half-use, mouth, nose and eyes with tears gushing out crazily, and even can't say half a word. Meng Yuan slowly pressed the knife, encountered the spine blocked, but the knife was like a wave of moisture, a forward, only death. After a long time, Meng Yuan got up and drew his sword back into its sheath. When I look around, I see the rain coming, but I feel that the sea is wide open. Thank you for the reward from Windy Ruashi. I've forgotten to thank you, so I'll hurry up and make up for it. End of chapter. The day grew more and more sultry and gloomy, like a dead Dessen. Meng Yuan first touched the corpse, followed by a fire at his fingertips. After burning the Dishin and the loyalists in turn, Meng Yuan withdrew his essence flame, only to realize that it had grown again. Moreover, Xiaxin's assistance to the essence fire was even greater than that of Xia Zhanliang, so it was evident that this person was somewhat stronger than Xia Zhanliang. However, when we met the battle, Xiaxin ran the fastest. When we know that this person into the color, clearly is only power to bully others, to really see the blood. Fear, just like the dog was removed from the momentum. Regardless, the trip has been a success. In addition to the deconstruction of Shin and the disintegration of Zhenliang, all the other 6 were also killed, including an 8th grade martial artist. With the help of these people, the essence flame had grown much stronger, and had already passed the halfway mark. And this search yielded more than 200 taels of silver ingots, and 3,500 taels of silver bills. As for the waist plate and jade pendant, they were destroyed by Mang Yuan. Other than that, there were no more precious things. The heavenly chance diagram was naturally absent, but a string of rosary beads was obtained from Xieshen. This is found in both the Buddhist and Taoist schools, and the Taoists call it a flowing pearl. Generally speaking, the Buddhist form is mostly 108, symbolizing 108 kinds of troubles. In Taoism, there are mostly 81 and 108, symbolizing the number of 99 and the number of stars and dippers in the circumference of the sky. In fact, the role is the same, is to record the number of times the chanting, as well as meditation and tranquility of the use. The string of rosaries consists of 108 beads, each of which is engraved with a sketch of a long-lasting lamp for some unknown purpose. I couldn't tell which one was from the Buddha or the Tao, but the material is Bodhi seed, so it must be something from the Buddhist sect. And Xieshen this kind of reckless people, and is the governor's son, but with the Buddhist things, can be seen bizarre. That Xieshen also said that his mother ate fasting, said that his brother is good, but a family of good people. How to raise such a son? How did they raise such a son and such a brother? Don't you think we have a mother Luo in the family? Compared to this, Dugokong does not love treasures, does not covet food, does not kill, does not deceive the good and the good, is simply a saint. Mang Yuan didn't know much about Buddhist matters, so he didn't think much about it, and only washed his arrows and sword by the pool. Then both returned. Not long into the line, the nightshirt was changed and burned and regular clothes were put on. Hurriedly returned to the backyard of the county government office, into his house, which heard a muffled thunder, followed by rain came. After meditating for a while, the rain outside grew heavier. Footsteps came to the door. Brother, Mr. has prepared wine and said he wants to invite us to drink and enjoy the rain. Hearing this, Mang Yuan immediately got up. After the earlier incident at the county office, Mang Yuan realized that something was wrong and immediately escorted Mr. Shi and Sheriff Yang to the backyard. With a few tricks, it was clear that Mr. Shi had received money from the Li family, while Sheriff Yang had only received money from Mr. Shi. They are all just dogs and don't know about Xieshen. Since he decided to strike, Mang Yuan will never show any mercy, and directly killed Mr. Shi and Sheriff Yang. And once the fire burned and the wind blew, there was really no half-trace. And then Mang Yuan didn't wait for Chen Shoujuan to come back, so he went straight outside to look for his enemy. That Xieshen and others only arrived in Hedong County at noon, and before they could lay out their moves, they were pursued by Mang Yuan. They live in the garden away from the crowd, and there are no bystanders in the side, and together with Li Tianyun and others all turned into ashes, to be watered by the rain. Half of the trace is not, noiselessly, no one knows, and even Chen Shoujuan is afraid that he will not expect that he has opened a killing spree. Of course, when Mang Yuan came back just now, the candlelight was on in Chen Shoujuan's room, but people waited for a quarter of an hour before coming to summon people, clearly a tacit understanding. And although the martial arts people do not have the art of recourse, but Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism have their own magical powers. Today kill and set fire to the door. The next day may be looking for the door. It's not scary to be approached. It's scary to be approached and not be able to beat them. Therefore, I need to sharpen my sword. When the time comes, I won't have to wait for anyone to come looking for me. I'll go looking for them myself. Mang Yuan settled on the grand plan of diligent cultivation and pushed open the door to see Tainyo standing outside the door with an umbrella. Brother, I heard about the county office. Where did you go? Tainyo curiously surveyed Mang Yuan, holding the umbrella with one hand and touching Mang Yuan's arm with the other. Nothing. Mang Yuan patted Tainyo on the shoulder. The two of them came to Chen Shoujuan's room, only to see that he had prepared a small fireplace with a tiled pot, in which mutton was stewed. Chen Shoujuan invited Mang Yuan and Tainyo to sit down, and even personally poured wine for them, without a bit of the stance of a scholar. The two virtuous brothers sent me all the way, and helped me a lot in this place. I toast you too. This is polite. Mang Yuan and Tainyo did not put in much effort, at most to buy some meals for others just. I didn't even put in the effort. By the way, what about my brother's case? Tainyo hurriedly came to ask. Sir, they're coming for my brother. You have to be impartial. Young Sheriff and Mr. Shi are nowhere to be found. They should be absconding with their crimes. Posting the sea capture paperwork tomorrow is. Chen Shoujuan smiled and said. Tainyo didn't hear the defense in the words, and muttered half a dozen more times, saying things like my brother is the most honest. Watching the night rain with a glass of wine is also considered to have a different flavor. Chen Shoujuan smiled again and raised his glass. Wang Fei praised you for being able to write and fight. And you are especially good at poetry. Does your younger brother have any good lines? Meng Yuan will only be a limerick. Barely able to sing and sing with Duga Kong, are to be Xiangling pressed head to head. Therefore, if you talk about poetic talent, that is half of nothing. Third Miss is good at everything. Good looks, generous to the people underneath. Just a long mouth. I'm really not good at this. Meng Yuan smiled modestly, but when I was out, I saw a green mountain under a dark cloud. I remembered that I saw a sentence in an ancient book, which made me reminisce for a long time. That is, I see the green mountains are more charming, and I expect that the green mountains should be like this when they see me. Wonderful. Chen Shoujia immediately stroked his palm, and Tainyo also praised while eating. Wonderful. Meng Yuan means that you came to Hedong County to be a clean official to do justice to the people, and I went out to get rid of the people. So we are all the same. And since the other person has praised it, there is no need to ask more questions. The tacit understanding is in the wine. But virtuous brother? Chen Shoujuan said with a soft smile when he saw Meng Yuan pouring the wine. This poem has the name of the royal consort in it, so you can't go chanting it carelessly. Meng Yuan stayed in the royal residence for a long time, only knowing that the princess was surnamed Ing, and only today did he realize that the princess's first name was Ing Rui. I really do not know. Meng Yuan also did not feel rude, but only asked curiously. This name seems to be a common term used by the Buddhists, and the Ing clan used to honor the Buddhas? Nonetheless, Chen Shoujuan smiled and waved his hand. Wang Fei rose 3. His eldest brother is taboo to seek yes, and his eldest sister is taboo to make yes. Meng Yuan heard and understood that the names of the 3 siblings of this Wang Fei were probably in response to some kind of change of mind of the father. First of all, I want to seek yes, although I can't, but my mind wants to be firm, vowing to find yes, which is the system of yes. In the end, they still can't find it, so they can only compromise and think that it's almost enough, which is like yes. Mr. Chen, I've been in the royal residence for a long time, but I know very little about the wife's mother's family. Meng Yuan poured Chen Shoujuan some wine and came to ask curiously, can you enlighten me? Sir, Wang Fei's late father, elder Ing Gong, and late brother, little Ing Gong, have all passed away, and the only words they left behind have been banned, so it's unusual that you don't know. Chen Shoujia drank a mouthful of wine and was silent for a while before he said, Your Highness's father and brother are the great scholars of the world, the model for thousands of readers in the world, and even the people of the 3 religions of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism all revered the 2 of them. The 3 religions are honored? Meng Yuan was a bit surprised. When Wang Fei's late father and late brother passed away, Buddhist monks came west, and the 3 sects of Taoism also went to the capital to pay their respects in person, not to mention Confucianism. Chen Shoujia said, many people are most unhappy in life, is not with the 2 should be Gong died. At that time, the princess was only a small girl. Why do you think you can survive? He pointed to the rain outside and said, Buddhists talk about the equality of all living beings. Taoists have the lament that heaven and earth are not kind to all things as ruminants. And Confucianism also has the saying that the people are noble and the ruler is light. Confucianism entered the world. Many doctrines and schools of thought came out in response. There are countless amazing talents in Confucianism, and from ancient times to the present, they have all sought to seek the law of peace for all ages. The same is true of old Ing Gong. Meng Yuan had heard Niesher mention before that the crown princess was the real backer. He also said that if he wanted to go higher and farther, the princess was a great help. Previously, Meng Yuan could not empathize, but now he understands. People Wang Fei inherited the reputation of his father and brother, which is indeed more valuable than any wealth. I don't know what school of thought old Ing Gong is in and what he advocates. Meng Yuan was even more curious. This dynasty is not allowed to talk about this. Chen Shoujuan smiled slightly. Please drink. Seems like a not so good proposition for meat eaters. Meng Yuan was tickled by the hook, but thinking of the princess's reputation for benevolence and kindness, he guessed that it had something to do with the mudbloods. Of course, Meng Yuan himself was a mudblood. Remembering that Niesher had once claimed to be some kind of traitor under the Ing clan, Meng Yuan planned to ask Niesher about it when he returned, but getting more and more curious about the 3rd young lady, Meng Yuan poured wine and asked, Sir, how was that princess given in marriage to King Xin? I don't know either. Chen Shoujuan smiled. King Xin has no virtuous name and no power. Songdefu was not originally King Xin's fiefdom. It was moved here later. I wonder where King Xin's original fiefdom was. Meng Yuan asked casually. He used to be in the Pingan province, but then his original wife died and he was driven back over here. Chen Shoujuan had no semblance of respect for the King of Faith and whispered, It seems like the King of Faith caused trouble over there. I don't know if it's true or not. Ping'an province is the only place in the territory of the kingdom of Qing where there is a Buddhist legacy, a nest of monks. For a moment, Meng Yuan thought of Du Gukong. That King Xin came to Songfu has been 9 years. At that time Du Gukong 10 years old or so, already understand things. And then a little pondering. Du Gukong does not love women, not greedy for money, do not love food, as well as before had planned to invite themselves to eat tofu feast. For a while, Meng Yuan felt that Du Gukong really did have a bit of a monk's flavor. And it's a proper monk, not like the kind that goes off the rails like the great-tailed venerable and the earthshaker. Meng Yuan had long known that Du Gukong wasn't normal, but hadn't specifically inquired about it. And since the princess doesn't care and Xuanjizi doesn't care, it is evident that Du Gukong can't afford to pounce on the wind and waves. But now that he had gotten that string of rosary beads from Xieshen, Meng Yuan thought that he could find a chance to try Du Gukong. After all, the matter of Xieshen was unfinished, and Meng Yuan was ready to be approached by others. Sharpening the knife was important, but it would be even better if he could find out more about the other side. Eat lamb, drink cloudy wine, and listen to the rain. 3 people only gossiped to chat. Mostly Meng Yuan inquired about Chen Shaojuan's official travel, but also interesting. Another 5 days have passed, and Hedong County is not half abnormal. Li Tianyun has disappeared, but the Li clan has not made a statement. Meng Yuan also specialized in returning to the scene of the crime, but there is no abnormality. Only that several sons of the Li family fought, and at present the oldest 2 have the upper hand. The main thing, of course, is that no one came looking for Xieshen. Moreover, the 33 heavens in Meng Yuan were already fully open, just waiting to be consummated. End of chapter. Halfway through April. That night, Chen Shaojuan again set up simple wine and food. Now that Hedong County is left with only trivial matters, the 2 virtuous brothers might as well go back early to escort the crown princess. After tugging for a while, Chen Shaojuan stated his purpose. Meng Yuan also feels that it is time to go back. Now in the 33 days of the full open, the need for the reflection of the carving, to be complete before the impact of the 7th grade of the martial arts person, will have to get Niesher to have another chat in the meantime. And kill that Xieshen has been 5 days, but did not see his brother Xie Ping to look for, and did not see the governor's people to ask. Meng Yuan had also thought that if the other party had looked for it, and then thought of trying to unlock the screen's ability, but did the calculation in vain. Now that Chen Shijio has driven him away, Meng Yuan is happy to go back and ask about the Xie family again. Please trouble Xian Di to pass it on to the princess on my behalf. Chen Shijio took out a letter. Meng Yuan took it, and the letter had a wax seal, but it could not prevent the villain. But Meng Yuan was a simple gentleman and had no intention of prying. When he got up in the morning of the next day, Chen Shijio came to see him off in person again. Xian Di, Hedong County is short of manpower. If I encounter a difficult situation in the future, and there is a time to borrow the force of Xian Di, please come and help my brother. Chen Shijio laughed. That's natural. Going to a letter is it? Meng Yuan's impression of Chen Shijio as a Qing official was too good to be true, and he was also a Qing official who was not stubborn, rigid, and intelligent. After a few words of small talk, Meng Yuan rode with Tainyo all the way back to Songhe Prefecture. This trip also did not Chen Shoyo's small donkey, so the 2 teenagers urged the horse like flying, and not save horsepower. In the afternoon, they went to the Tsanglong River, paid money to cross the river, and by evening, they had already entered the city. Meng Yuan is a disciplined person, and does not turn the corner, directly back to the king's residence. Before the sword and the bow and arrow were removed, Meng Yuan first went to seek Mei to hand over his duties. When they arrived at the place, they saw that Nia Yanian was also there, and the 2 of them didn't know what they were discussing. Yo, back here? Nia Yanian sat and beckoned, and Meng Yuan and Tainyo hurried forward. Nia Yanian patted Tainyo's arm and asked with a smile, Tainyo, go out for half a month. Did Bachelor Meng take you to have meat? Open every day. Tainyo was overjoyed. The dog's leg was eaten until it was full. I even ate beef a couple times. Good. Nia Yanian patted Tainyo on the shoulder. You're not bad at this meat. Tainyo is loyal. Don't tease him. Uncle Nia. Seeking Mei was a thick-skinned person. She smiled and looked at Meng Yuan, asking, did the trip go well? Everything went well. Mr. Chen treats people kindly and knows the way of being an official. To be honest, Tainyo and I really didn't help much. We just ate and drank. Meng Yuan laughed. As he spoke, Meng Yuan took out the letter. Mr. Chen entrusted me to give it to the crown princess. Seeking Mei took it, and seeing that the envelope was intact and not half creased, he smiled and nodded. Looks like it was done well. No shame. Nia Yanian also laughed, fished out a few paper deeds from his sleeve. Maester Meng will be a true maester from now on. Off the books. Meng Yuan took it and saw that it was the contract he signed last year. I sold myself to the princess for a meal. I've cut off my balls for the princess for a long time. I've played with knives for the princess for a long time. And now I'm finally a free agent again. Master Nya. I don't have to show up at the government office to draw a pledge. And this is a done deal? Meng Yuan asked curiously. You're so full of. Nya Yannian laughed badly. He was very reasonable. I used to have an old buddy. He went out on a business trip for 2 years. And went home with a full-term daughter-in-law in labor. People didn't think it was strange. What are you surprised about? Is it the same? Meng Yuan laughed. Nya Yannian smiled back. Okay. Sun Mei also held her forehead and shook her head and laughed. Tainyo is a loyal person. You two don't talk about this in front of him. She took the letter and said, come with me to meet the princess. Meng Yuan didn't expect to hand over a letter, but even had to see the third miss in person. And it's dark now. Thinking of the previous Wang Fei in that pavilion. That square out of the bath, carefully picking out the plums, Meng Yuan immediately said, yes, it's not a big deal. The crown princess has always slept late. Seeing Meng Yuan's solemnity, Xuan Mei explained, and the Wang Fei said in advance that she wanted to hear how Mr. Chen would govern in Hedong County and how he would rule the people. I'll wait for you at your house. Nya Yannian, however, didn't follow. He waved his hand and left first. Seeking Plum led Meng Yuan and Tainyo to the outside of the Garden of Silence. Let me go and take a look first. Seeking Plum told Meng Yuan and Tainyo to wait quietly. She went ahead herself. Meng Yuan knows that the princess is not dressed properly, and Xuan Mei is afraid of losing her honor. Not long after, Seeking Plum came again, which brought Meng Yuan and Tainyo into the Garden of Silence. Again the pavilion. The four corners did not hang lanterns. Only in the center of the case there is an oil lamp, but also put an unopened letter. Ing Rui was dressed in Taoist robes, with one hand loosely supporting his chin and the other holding a scroll, his head slightly tilted as he was reading under the candlelight. Green silk draped over the back of the head. There is no half makeup. Extraordinarily lazy. Under the dim light, but there are a few points of the sense of dust. It's not ladylike. It's like she's waking up from a nap. The grassy hall is full of spring sleep, and the sun is late outside the window. Meng Yuan murmured a sentence in his heart and came to salute at the foot of the gazebo steps. Ing Rui turned her head slightly sideways, smiled faintly, and said, tell us about Mr. Chen's business in Hedong County. Meng Yuan knew what Ing Rui wanted to hear, so he first said that Chen Shuko had subdued the county magistrate, and then said how to pull a faction to fight against the gentry, as well as reopen the old case, to eliminate the harm for the people. After listening for a while, Ing Rui put down the scroll, picked up the letter, and tore it open. After looking at it, she raised her eyebrows and looked at Meng Yuan, and didn't say anything, only slightly smiling at the corner of her mouth. Good people under the lamp a smile. Meng Yuan face color unchanged, only detailed to speak Hedong County to see and hear. When Meng Yuan finished pulling, Tainyo said much simpler and unfocused, only saying how Chen Shajuan is good to the people. I remember that you are already a martial artist of the 8th grade. How many orifices are open now? Ing Rui copied the scroll again, using his hand to support his chin to look at it. All open, Meng Yuan replied. When Sun Mei heard this, she tilted her head to look at Meng Yuan, and Tainyo also looked at Meng Yuan in utter bewilderment. Ing Rui put down her book again, only supporting her chin with one hand, and looked at Meng Yuan carefully. Only after a while did she ask again, what martial arts did Nya Yannian pass on to you? Flying flurry technique and wild wind blade technique. Meng Yuan knew that this was a delivery, so he hurriedly opened his mouth. Not bad. Ing Rui nodded slightly. Go back and work hard. I'll need to use you another day. It's a promise to preach, and maybe it's still a sky map. Meng Yuan and Tainyo bowed and retreated, and it was then that Ing Rui looked at Xuan Mei. Miss, did Mr. Chen say any words? Seeking Mei asked curiously. Chen Shijio said that in the coming day, he asked me to lend this man to him. Ing Rui smiled. He came to the schoolyard before last year and entered the rank in the middle of the first month. It's only been 3 months and he's already opened the center for 33 days. Ing Rui put down the scroll and said, he has the heart to go forward, and he can work with his head down. I can think of a scroll of heavenly chi diagrams that matches him. End of chapter. Meng Yuan, the loyal escort of the crown princess, exited the quiet garden. As he was heading back home, Tainyo fiercely pulled down Meng Yuan's sleeve and asked in a low voice, brother, are you thinking about auntie again? Heaven and earth. Meng Yuan was thinking of the crown princess. No. Meng Yuan was somewhat powerless. You just smiled out of place. Tainyo was very wary, and he took another close look at Meng Yuan's face before asking, brother, I didn't say anything wrong just now, did I? Not wrong. Meng Yuan said. That's good. Tainyo wiped the sweat from his forehead. My father said that I have to kowtow when I see the princess. But I forgot. I didn't even dare to raise my head just now. Do you think the Wangfei will think I'm too timid? No. Meng Yuan patted Tainyo on the shoulder and said, as long as there is loyalty. Iron Bull nodded vigorously. The two of them made small talk and returned home. Nya Yanian and old Uncle Jiang were sipping in their room while Jiang Tang was busy in the kitchen. Meng Yuan pushed Tainyo into the room, while he himself came to the small kitchen, and without going in, he leaned against the doorframe and looked in. Candlelight in the kitchen. Jiang Tang tied apron, head scarf, a housewife look. If you carry a small bag, you can compare with Xiangling, who is fashionable. She hummed a shepherd's song while fanning the fire with a fan. Even working alone, she couldn't hide her happy joy. Brother! Jiang Tang finally spotted Meng Yuan. She hurriedly dropped her fan and happily went forward. Meng Yuan held her hands and brushed her face again with the back of his hand as he asked, is there anything going on at home lately? Only Nye's sister came to me twice and sent some food. Jiang Tang's face was flushed, even more shy under the dim candlelight. She whispered, there's more. Brother, Sister Qian's mother said that I can give birth to a child. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Meng Yuan either. Meng Yuan grabbed her hand, smoothed her sleeve, and put a jade bracelet on her. Bought outside. Good looking. Jiang Tang happily surveyed, then slightly tilted her head sideways to look at Meng Yuan again, blinking her eyes, clearly asking Meng Yuan to pick up on Fang's words. The more this girl grows, the more she thinks. As they say, the closer you are to Zhu. It seems that she hasn't learned the merits of seeking plum, but is a bit like the princess you'll have you to give birth to in the future. Meng Yuan laughed. Only then did Jiang Tang's heart blossom. She hurriedly pushed out Meng Yuan. Uncle Nya is here. You go quickly. I'll cook 2 more dishes. Meng Yuan flicked her forehead and went back inside. Nya Yanian and old Uncle Jiang sit and sip against each other, and Tainyo does not say anything at the side. Just eating. Come, Bachelor Meng. Nya Yanian beckoned, and when Meng Yuan sat down, he put his hand on Meng Yuan's shoulder. Tell me what you've seen outside. Meng Yuan was prepared for this and immediately pulled up. Nya Yanian didn't ask anything important, but just made small talk. After the dish had passed the 5 flavors, Nya Yanian wanted to take his leave. Meng Yuan and Tainyo came to see them off, and Nya Yanian knew that Meng Yuan had something to ask. So he turned the corner and came to the schoolyard. It was already dark and the teenagers were still hard at work drilling. Now that Meng Yuan didn't come to the schoolyard often, Hu Qian became the leader, and when she saw Nya Yanian and the 3 of them coming, she went forward to salute. Alright, take the children to practice. I'll ask Maester Meng for some poetic advice. Nya Yanian nodded slightly. Hu Qian didn't believe it. She didn't say anything more, and immediately returned to the team with Tainyo. The body contract has been given to you. You're a free agent now. What are your thoughts? Nya Yanian and Meng Yuan chatted idly as they circled the schoolyard. I was born as 3rd Mrs. Person and died as 3rd Mrs. Ghost. Meng Yuan directly said, I'll do whatever 3rd Miss tells me to do. Don't say this in front of the crown princess. She's intelligent and doesn't like to hear this. Nya Yanian laughed. Meng Yuan smiled and nodded. Nya Yanian also laughed as he pointed at the teenagers and said, 4 more children have entered the grade. How are you doing? That's what I wanted to discuss this matter with Master Nya. Meng Yuan had an inviting tone. I am now in the middle of the full opening of the 33 heavens, just waiting to be reflected and inscribed. Does Master Nya have words to teach me? Nya Yanian broke his fingers and counted, entering the product in the middle of the 1st month, now in the middle of April. He nudged Meng Yuan's nose. You're really an old sow giving birth, one after another. Meng Yuan smiled and didn't say anything. This is very fast progress you're making. As far as I can remember, it seems like there's only one that fully opened the lower 33 heavens in 2 months. Nya Yanian stroked his chin. Much more serious. But don't be proud. The 8th and 9th products are actually just the first step in a journey of 10,000 miles. He took his chin again and pointed at the group of drilling teenagers, saying, we martial artists have the saying of ascending to the 3rd stage of heaven. Do you know that? I was about to ask Master Nya for advice. Meng Yuan said, 8th grade into 7th grade is a 1-day step. 6th grade into 5th grade is a 1-day step. And 5th grade into 4th grade is another 1-day step. This is the 3 steps of ascension. Nya Yanian laughed. What about the back? Could it be that 4 into 3? 3 into 2? 2 into 1? Is a bit easier? Meng Yuan asked curiously. The heavenly steps can still be climbed, but beyond that, it depends on creation. Its toughness is not humanly possible. Nya Yanian clasped his arms in an inscrutable manner. Master Nya taught me. Meng Yuan hurriedly came to ask. Those of us who study martial arts often talk about qualifications and talent, but in fact they are all just words to scare people. It's not that we don't talk about qualifications and talent anymore. But most martial artists simply can't reach the day when they can fight for qualifications and talent in their lifetime. Nya Yanian laughed. What kind of talent do you need for the 9th or 8th grade? You practiced hard, practiced desperately, not afraid of hard work, not afraid of tiredness, have perseverance, is a dog can become. He pointed at the teenagers in front of him again and continued. Just out of this group of kids, I'd bet that most of them have been at the 8th rank for their entire lives. It's hard to go any further. Master Nya is saying that the 8th grade into the 7th grade is the first hurdle we martial artists encounter that requires talent and qualifications. Meng Yuan said. Not bad. Nya Yanian patted Meng Yuan's shoulder vigorously and said, perfection of the 8th product is one difficulty, and the difficulty is in reflecting the engraving. Entering the 7th product is one difficulty after another. This is the first stage of ascension. He simply sat down. Entering the 7th grade is for opening the upper 33 heavens. In the past, there was a saying that the upper, middle and lower 33 heavens were chains and shackles, locking up the opportunities of living beings. And as we open the lower 33 heavens step by step, and then open the middle 33 heavens, this upper 33 heavens is the final chain. Meng Yuan nodded his head, feeling that this statement made sense, fearing that it was derived from the Buddhist and Taoist schools. The more chains are opened, the more capable we are. Once the upper 33 heavens are opened, we will be able to glimpse the wonders of the heavens. Nya Yanian was getting more and more energized. His face was red. When the upper, middle and lower 3 days are fully opened, it will become the foundation of a martial artist. And from then on the sky will be high and the sea will be wide. Meng Yuan rubbed his hands together. Master Nya taught me. There's no rush. Nya Yanian took it up. I've brought Sister Chingching a one-step rocker. Meng Yuan fished out a small, delicate gift box from his sleeve. Master Nya will pass it on for me. You're all young people. How good is it to deliver it yourself? Nya Yanian didn't answer. Where were we? Meng Yuan put away the gift box and said, speak of the perfection of the 8 products and the opening of the 33 heavens. 8th grade consummation is actually the same as 9th grade consummation. It needs to be mirrored and inscribed in the Dantian. Nya Yanian saw that Meng Yuan didn't forget his daughter to bring a gift. His voice was much gentler. The difference is that the lower 33 heavens are on the surface, and the middle 33 heavens are in the interior, which is why it's harder to reflect and carve a bit slower. Some people become in 10 days or a month. Some people can't become in a lifetime. He nodded at Meng Yuan's chest and continued. When the reflection engraving is complete, and it penetrates through the middle 33 heavens and then connects to the lower 33 heavens, then it will be considered complete. What about entering the 7th grade? Meng Yuan had previously heard Li Weijin say that the upper 33 heavens were in the Dantian, but did not go into detail. The difference in qualifications between people becomes apparent at this point. Nya Yanian was much more serious. The upper 33 heavens are located in the Dantian. One needs to be connected to the place where the middle and lower 2 days are mirrored and engraved, and then seek out the corresponding orifices of the upper 33 heavens. He drew a square on the ground. The Dantian is like a field in acres. The vertical one is a ridge. The horizontal one is a ditch. And the place between the horizontal and vertical ones is the place where you go up to the 33 heavens. This is roughly what it means. The difference in talent and qualifications is that some people have obvious ridges and furrows, and the horizontal and vertical are clearly defined. Some people have a muddy field and can't tell the ridges from the furrows at all. Meng Yuan heard and understood that the position of the middle and lower 2 days of the orifices is set early, and then through the corresponding place. The place of reflection and engraving in the Dantian is then corresponding, and then go on to set the position of the upper 33 days. Since then true Qi has transformed into jade liquid? Meng Yuan asked. Not bad. Entering the 7th grade, the Dantian is like remodeling, more vast and solid. Since then the true Qi has turned into jade liquid. Nya Yanian said. Master Nya, what about the other 2 heavenly ranks? Meng Yuan came to ask curiously. You haven't finished eating from the bowl yet and you're thinking about the pot? In fact, the 2 heavenly steps of 8 into 7 and 6 into 5 are preparations for 5 into 4. The Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism have similar sayings. Confucianism is called establishing the heart. Bald donkeys are called nirvana. And we martial artists are celestial incarnations. Nya Yanian spread his hands and said, if I knew exactly what it was, why the hell would I be sitting here with you? Meng Yuan smiled and said, then I'll try? Fine. You try. Nya Yanian waved his hand. The bright moon was in the sky, and Meng Yuan immediately sat down, first calming his mind, and then the heart moved at will, and the majestic true Qi within the Dantian was quickly mobilized and arrived at the middle 33 heavens via the various meridians. As in the beginning, the true Qi arrived at the 33 orifices that had been opened, to be an endless stream of true Qi into the orifices, and then slowly impact. Meng Yuan will feel the body has a sense of bulging, That one of the orifices seemed to hide a beast, waiting for their own open cage. Meng Yuan had been tempered by the essence fire 3 times, and the vastness and permeability of his orifices were far superior to those of his peers, so he was quite consumed by his true qi. But the dantian is also when the third quenching is rubbed and widened. The true qi more and more full, but it is as much as can be consumed. I don't know how long it took, but the true qi became less and less, but there was still no reaction within the dantian. Meng Yuan didn't stop and only fought to press down the true qi within his dantian. In a trance, Meng Yuan only felt as if he had fallen into a realm of nothingness. When you raise your eyes to see, you only feel that heaven and earth are in your eyes, and even in your hands. Returning to his senses for a moment, Meng Yuan felt a subtle connection between the orifices of the mud pill palace at the top of his head and his own dantian. It is like a silk thread that is misty and subtle and invisible, but it seems to be so tough that everything cannot be cut off and everything cannot be catalyzed. Meng Yuan opened his eyes and felt only a slight strength deficiency. He was under the 33 heavenly reflections engraving. Once all completed. This time but much slower. Still only engraved a place. One step on the path of a martial artist is harder than the next. If you can't do it once, do it next time. Try more. And when you become skillful, you'll be done. Nya Yanyan's voice rang out. He patted Meng Yuan on the shoulder and laughed. Teenagers, it's not uncommon for them to be too busy to find a place. I've already carved one spot. Meng Yuan curiously came to ask, Master Nya, can I break my body? Your kid is really a person. Nya Yanyan complimented the words have not finished. Frowned, to see Meng Yuan has a hopeful look. A look of rushing to his own daughter. He made up his mind. Not to open a yellow mouth in front of this person in the future. What do you want to do behind my back? You. Nya Yanyan also did not praise. His hand point Meng Yuan. Open his mouth half a day. Actually a complete sentence did not hold out. We'll talk tomorrow. Nya Yanyan got up and walked away with a slap on his ass. Then I'll go find Sister Ching Ching tomorrow. Meng Yuan immediately shouted. End of chapter. After a night's rest, Meng Yuan was again refreshed and energized. With his dantian true qi full, Meng Yuan practiced the gale blade technique in the courtyard, only to feel that the place where the reflections were engraved bulged from time to time. After breakfast, Jiang Tang pulled Meng Yuan to chatter for a while, saying that she wanted to go see Nye Qingqing, and then explicitly and implicitly said that she was not small anymore, and what her peers are married to clouds. Driving the little girl away, Meng Yuan went to the schoolyard again, and after carving another spot, he carefully nourished his true qi. Meng Yuan chatted with Hu Qian for a while, gave a few pointers to the teenagers, and only when he saw that the sun was rising and it was almost time for dinner, did he leave the door, carrying a walking stick in his arms. Meng Yuan had wanted to go find Nye Qingqing, but then turned the corner and went to find Du Gukong first, came to the residence of Du Gukong, sent people to send words in, and soon Wang Xiaocai welcomed out. Little mister, Meng just came back? Previously, when Chen Xiaojia left, Xuanmei and Du Gukong went out to see him off, and Wang Xiaocai was also there at that time, so he knew about Meng Yuan's business trip. Returned yesterday. Meng Yuan smiled and touched out a jar of tea, a specialty of Hedong County. Don't mind if you don't mind. Sir, good to say good to say. Xiao Kai Wang honestly accepted it and asked with a smile, looking for Shitzi to discuss poetry? Poetry is in the air. Poetry is in the air. Meng Yuan also learned from Dugu Hyper. Please. Wang Xiaocai smiled and led the way. He went through the rooms and came to a courtyard. He saw Dugu Kong sitting under a grape arbor, holding a big cake in his hand, gnawing on it while tilting his head to look at the grapes. When Meng Yuan looked around, he saw that the courtyard was small and simple. There was only a grapevine in the corner, and a large water tank in the center of the courtyard with lotus leaves growing inside. It's not even necessary to look at it. It's a monk. May I have a few words alone with Shitzi? Meng Yuan smiled and looked toward Xiao Kai Wang. Please. Wang Xiaocai smiled and arched his hand as he turned his head and walked away, not caring at all what Meng Yuan wanted to do. Meng Yuan walked to the grape arbor, but saw the green leaves shade. The vines have produced soybean-sized green grapes. Alas, before Meng Yuan on this side could make a sound, Dugu Kong sighed. I only saw him nibble another bite of the big cake, put one hand behind his back, and said, the world has misjudged me, slandered me, and defended me. So what? My heart is bright. My heart is righteous. I haven't even tested you yet. What the hell is this? Seiji? Meng Yuan pressed the hilt of his sword with one hand while looking at it. I am not stupid, but pure. Dugu Kong took steps under the grape arbor and chanted casually, as if he was singing the final poem. Meng Yuan didn't know why Dugu Kong stopped pretending, but since it was so, he didn't bother to make a salute. This Qing country devalued Buddha. In addition to the Ping'an province, the rest of the places are not allowed to monks walking. not allowed to preach, and even more not allowed to set up temples and statues of Buddha. But Dugukong is a royal family, actually really become a monk. I know that the Buddha demon and Mother Luo have been making a lot of noise lately, but you don't have to look for me as soon as you come back. Dugukong waved the big cake in his hand and smiled at Meng Yuan. His fat face was no longer pure quality. Instead, he seemed to be pointing out, you are practiced in human affairs. You use the name of asking for poems to carry out supervision, and discuss poems with me from time to time, and not half impatient. I am grateful in my heart, but in the future there is no need to be like this. You and I wasted a lot of tea, but only discussed some limericks, futilely causing people to laugh. He took another bite of the large cake and said, please also tell Missing San that I have been honest and have done nothing in this place, so there is no need for me to visit from time to time. Listening to these words, it was clear that the crown princess knew the bottom line of Dugukong. Meng Yuan also roughly understood that earlier when he approached Dugukong to ask him about the way of poetry, he asked the reason, and knowing that it was the princess who had sent him there, he thought that the Buddha demon and Luo mother were making too much noise, and that he had come to keep an eye on him. Think about it, on the Dugukong that poetry talent, there are people who specialize in asking for advice, and not to meet for personal gain, indeed a little less normal. Who would have thought that it was Wang Fei wilting and damaging people? Meng Yuan obeyed and did as he was told. But this Dugukong directly opened the words. This is not at all pretend. Self-loathing. Visible mind is not too good. That's what you're doing? Your son. Meng Yuan wasn't afraid anymore, and only smiled. How could your son recognize that his homeland is his hometown? Meng Yuan means that if you don't learn, you are not allowed to practice Buddhism in the state dynasty. Hearing this, Dugukong curiously looked at Meng Yuan and said, where my heart is at ease is my hometown. Meng Yuan understood. Dugukong means recluse into the empty door I am willing. Just suddenly, Meng Yuan recalled that when he was at Peach Blossom Ridge, Niashur had asked Venerable Great Tail where he came from, and Venerable Great Tail had said something similar. Which faction are you from? Meng Yuan simply asked. You people are always like this. Why should there be such a clear distinction between the Gradual Cultivation sect and the Epiphany sect? Dugukong smiled. Monastery Master Meng. You're obsessed. What is your Dharma name? Meng Yuan asked curiously. Junior Monk Duokong. Dokurakang clasped his two hands together. When did you enter the empty door? Meng Yuan asked. Since I was young, I have been oriented to Buddhism. Dokurakang said. The king doesn't care? Meng Yuan asked. He has the face to care about me? Dr. Hyper said. Hearing these words of fatherly kindness and filial piety, Meng Yuan suppressed his surprise and asked in a low voice. He has also entered the empty door? That's not true. Dokurakang united his two hands, holding a large cake, and said, slowly you'll see. That still looks like it did the dirty deed. When did your highness learn that you were a monk? Meng Yuan asked. The third young lady is intelligent. Dugukong mentioned this actually quite resentful, not like a monk who eschews greed and anger. He said, once I entered the royal residence, I could see it. He shook his head again, nibbled a mouthful of big cake, tilted his head to look at the green grapes, and said, she entered the Xin wine house, did nothing. First let me eat pork. Said it is the sacrificial meat for the Confucian sage. Not eating it is not honoring the Confucian sage. This is the style of the third young lady. She's not a bad person, but she's a bad person. Meng Yuan stifled his laughter and asked, did you eat it then? I'm a proper disciple who holds the precepts. How can I break them? Dugukong took it for granted. You are obsessed. The meat is empty. The sacrificial meat is empty. The Confucian saint is also empty. And your heart is not empty. Meng Yuan laughed. You come and become a monk with me. Let's practice wild fox zen, not closed mouth zen. Dokurakang proposed. Meng Yuan smiled and asked again. How many grades of Buddhist are you? 8 pints. Third miss didn't tell you? Dugukong looked at Meng Yuan and encouraged. Don't you. And don't mention any shitsi. Just call me by my Dharma name. He was very much looking forward to it, as if he had been starving for a long time and had seen the cook. Shitsi, don't move around here. Meng Yuan was the one who didn't listen, instead planning to go and speak to Third Miss before asking about that rosary. I didn't move. It was your heart that moved. Dokurakang said. Meng Yuan has seen out. This Dugukong is indeed a serious monk, pretending to be pure quality installed for many years, did not say a few words of knowledge with people, want to play the machine or no one to play. This moment wanted to play a trick of playing wit. Meng Yuan did not pick up on it. Earlier in Peach Blossom Ridge, Nyayanian had said that some monks read a few Buddhist scriptures and thought they had the ability, so they tried to find people to play wit all day long, saying some mindless nonsense, which was actually fart. At this moment, Meng Yuan empathized. There are some words that a high monk can say to convince people, But when they are replaced with the self-exploding Dugukong, they are laughable. Meng Yuan was about to leave when there was a knock on the door outside. Solo Hyper hurriedly withdrew his gesture. That door slammed 3 times, and after several more breaths, Wang Xiucai pushed the door in. Shitzi, little teacher Meng. Xiu Kai Wang smiled and bowed, then looked at Meng Yuan and said, "The door came to send word that someone is here to look for little teacher Meng. May I say who it is?" Meng Yuan asked. "It's a middle-aged man, claiming to be surnamed Xie." Wang Xiucai smiled. As soon as he heard the surname, Meng Yuan knew that it was Xieshen's family who had sought him out. Moreover, it was probably Xieshen's elder brother, Xie Ping. Meng Yuan has only heard Niesher mention the unlocking of the screen, saying that it is an extremely gentle gentleman, but he has not personally seen. Since this is the case, there is no way to hide, so Meng Yuan plans to meet, and incidentally see the other side of the bottom. "I'll go take a look." Meng Yuan pressed down on the hilt of his sword and immediately headed out. "Then I'll go and take a look too." Dokurakang followed as he nibbled on a large cake, and he shouted, "I see you're toward learning. Learn from me." Meng Yuan ignored it and quickly walked to the outside of the partial door of the royal residence. I saw a middle-aged man in his 30s standing outside the door, wearing a Confucian scarf on his head, with a smile on his face and a handsome appearance, and at a glance, I knew that he was a gentle gentleman. "But brother Meng?" The visitor smiled and arched his hand. "I'm Xie Ping, Xieshen's cellular brother. My name is Meng Yuan." Meng Yuan smiled and returned the greeting. "And this is?" Unraveling the screen to look at Dokurakang. "This is Prince Xin." Meng Yuan introduced. "So it's Shitzi." Disrespectful. Unwrapping the screen and saluting. Solo Hyper nodded his head, squeezing a smile out of his fat face, and not another bite of the pie in his hand, not even saying a word. Meng Yuan saw that they do not know, also do not feel strange, that unlocked the screen's father is the governor, is the flow of the official, and the letter of the king is no real power of the royal prince, must be very little interaction, do not know is not strange. Unwrapping the screen and seeing that Dugukong was not salty, he looked at Meng Yuan with a smile again and asked, "It's really rude of me to take the liberty of disturbing brother Meng today. I don't dare. I don't know what brother Xia has to do. If there is something, send someone to deliver a message and I will come to your door. Why do you need to come in person?" Meng Yuan laughed. Truthfully. Untying Ping smiled helplessly and said, "Sure, brother Xieshen is nowhere to be found, and I heard that Xian Di had an appointment with him for a wine banquet, so I came to ask about it." No coincidence. Meng Yuan shook his head slightly. "I went out on business and returned yesterday. I had planned to meet brother Xieshen for a drink today, but I didn't want to be delayed because the son of the world invited me to appraise the poem." Dako Kyo cocked his head and looked at Meng Yuan, still not squeaking. "So it is." Untying the screen side. "I don't know where he has gone. Jia Ci misses him a lot. I guess it's not unknown that it's an outing." Meng Yuan smiled. "I'll send someone to search for it again." Untying the screen, clasped his fists and saluted, saying, "Please forgive me for bothering you more. When we have free time in the coming days, let's get together and talk about poetry and songs. I don't dare to dare. I'm just a royal guard, a man of grass and weeds. How can I dare to discuss poetry with the governor's son?" Meng Yuan was very humble. "My father is most compassionate to men's poor and weak and loves the people like a son. I respect the fact that Xian Di went out to kill demons and rid the people of evil." Unwrapping the screen and arching his hand again. "Farewell." He arched his hand toward Dugukong again and smiled. "World son, farewell." After saying that, he unlocked the screen and left in a hurry. When Meng Yuan saw that untying screen was far away, he looked sideways at Dugukong, who didn't say a word, and asked, "Are you afraid of him?" "How could I be afraid of him?" Solo Hyper said. "That look you had just now was just like when you were at the Punching Void Observatory." Meng Yuan came closer and asked, "See anything?" "He's just like me," Dr. Hyper whispered. "Is he also a bald ass?" Meng Yuan asked. Dokurakang rubbed his head, glanced sideways at Meng Yuan, and then nodded. "How can you tell?" Meng Yuan asked again. "You don't understand." Dokurakang was furious again. Sweat on his fat face. "I shouldn't have come out with you anyway. He must have seen me coming too. With a heart like yours, why don't you stop practicing Buddhism?" Meng Yuan pressed the hilt of his sword and didn't make a sound. End of chapter. The sun was warming up at lunchtime. Dugukong and Meng Yuan stood outside the side door of the royal residence, neither of them saying a word. "Oops, Shitzi, Mr. Xiao Meng." It was only now that Wang Xiukai gasped and chased after him. When he saw Dugukong pondering, he looked at Meng Yuan and asked, "What's wrong with the world sun?" "The world sun is in a poetic mood and is playing with his belly. Mr. doesn't need to bother. I'll just follow." Meng Yuan laughed. "So it is." Hearing this, Wang Xiukai arched his hand and smiled, and without saying much, he walked away numbly. Solitary Kong remained speechless as he looked at the large cake in his hand, then nibbled on it twice before tearing it in half and sharing it with Meng Yuan. Meng Yuan took it and broke off all the places where Dakokyo had nibbled on it and stuffed it back into Dakokyo. One big cake can't be finished. Sharing half of your belly is still full. While eating, Dugokong recited another limerick, trying to get Meng Yuan to come up with an idea. Yesterday we lamented the difficulty of famine. Today's hardship is like an idle moment. Meng Yuan nibbled a mouthful of cake, meaning that this was nothing. When Dugokong heard the words of singing and harmonizing, he looked sideways at Meng Yuan and said, "There are a few moments of seeing the nature of Buddha and governing without hindrance. You are optimistic and open-minded like this. You have Buddha nature." Meng Yuan ate the cake and laughed. "I'm not a monk. This matter has nothing to do with me. I'm naturally optimistic and open-minded." Dugokong froze for a moment, and couldn't hold his tongue. "But you and I are poet friends and confidants. Your affairs are my affairs." Meng Yuan patted Dugokong's shoulder and said seriously, "Third Miss said that you have a pure heart of goodness. She didn't ask me to supervise you, but only mentioned that I should talk to you to relieve my boredom. I also feel that Shitsi is good and kind, and I went to find you today, when it was really just about poetry." "Really?" Dr. Hyper asked. "Although I am not a monk, I do not deceive," Meng Yuan said. Dugokong sized up Meng Yuan again, nibbled on a mouthful of cake, and said, "Someone who can fight with Wan Yaozu and Nye Yanian is actually not deceitful? The world sun has been playing dumb for days, and is he in line with the Buddhist precepts again?" Meng Yuan laughed. "The world only looks at my skin, but my heart is indeed pure quality, and there are no offenses," Dugokong said. Meng Yuan wanted to say a few more words, but he saw that Dugokong was looking forward to it. Meng Yuan wanted to say a few more words, but when he saw that Dugokong was looking forward to it, he was clearly luring himself to fight with him and the so-called wit, so he hurriedly stopped his mouth. "Since you can see that he is also a monk, can you see what kind of monk he is?" Meng Yuan didn't bother to talk nonsense and only asked the serious question, "Is he a monk like you? Or is he like the great-tailed venerable one?" Vaguely, Meng Yuan felt that the recent events of the Buddha and Demon and Luo sect might have something to do with unlocking the screen. Or rather, unscreening is a big part of it. "Do you know why I know he is a monk?" Dugokong raised his fat hand and stretched out 2 fingers. "For one thing, I also avoid people practicing Buddhism, and at a glance, I realized that he looked like his kind. It turns out that like repels like." Meng Yuan was waiting to hear the following, but when he saw that Dugokong had been grumbling, he said helplessly, "What about the 2? There were a few points of solemnity on that pure quality face of Dugokong. The second one is that, between the noiselessness of his party, he has used the secret method of his heart passage." Meng Yuan had seen his heart pass, and had also heard the Annunciation Immortal and Gong Zihua talk about it. His heart tongue is not to see what others think, but to feel the change of others' moods and states of mind, and then to use this to perform the law. Of course, in the case of monks of high realm, they do have the ability to spy on what others are thinking. Meng Yuan did not perceive any semblance of abnormality in the party, nor was there any reincarnation dream invasion, so he asked, "How did you perceive it?" "As soon as he saw me, he also sensed that I was different and came to test me first. I realized it then," Duokong said. "World Sun is truly extraordinary." Meng Yuan casually praised him, nibbled on another bite of cake, and asked, "About how tall is he?" "There are at least 7 grades. Dugokong wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Although he and I both do not reveal the truth in front of people, but my heart has no thoughts, and I follow the path of a proper Buddhist participant. He is higher than me, but his heart is not quiet, tranquil, and empty, and in turn, he is not as Buddha-like as I am." "I see." Meng Yuan nodded slightly. Even if a person who is a serious Buddhist practitioner is equipped with divine powers, he can pretend to be void of thoughts and harbor the mind of equality of all living beings, and he will definitely not test people with his divine powers as soon as they meet. That's the truth. Dugokong was very sure. The state of Qing honors Confucianism and respects Taoism and depreciates Buddhism, and as the eldest son of the governor's family, he has entered the Buddhist sect, so it can be seen that there must be a demon. When Meng Yuan heard this, he came to look at Dugokong and said, "He's the governor's son, and you're still a member of the clan." Dokurakang opened his mouth and whispered, "It's all just empty. Let's go. Follow me to meet Third Miss." Meng Yuan said, "Just go." "I won't go." Solo Hyper muttered. "You're afraid?" Meng Yuan asked. "My heart is empty. What am I afraid of?" Solitary Hyper held back a sentence. "Still afraid." Meng Yuan didn't ask much, just tugged Dugokang's arm forward. The two of them ate the pie as they walked. By the time we came to the door of the quiet garden, the big cake was finished, nor did he go to find Mei. but only asked the little maid at the door to pass on the message, and after waiting a while, the two were let in. Again coming to that pavilion, he saw Rui wearing a Taoist robe, sitting in the pavilion, holding a scroll in his hand. Lazily, the two of you have come hand in hand, but are you going to discuss poetry? It's a pity that I'm not good at this. Rui waved his hand and dismissed the maid. Meng Yuan saw that the third young miss didn't have half the poise of a princess, but instead came up to the yin and yang people, so he didn't say anything and only looked at Dugu-kan. Dugu-kan waited for the maidservant to go far away before he joined his hands and saluted at the bottom of the pavilion steps, saying, Amat Ba Buddha, Master Ing, I've been sent on my errand. Rui sniffed and looked at Meng Yuan. I looked for Shitzi to discuss poetry and did nothing. He confessed directly. Meng Yuan was also innocent. Rui lost his smile at his words. There is a Buddha's mind, a Buddha's nature, and no heart. I have familiarized myself with the Buddhist scriptures, but I am missing a void. I think you should go out for a walk and become an ascetic, or you may be able to sharpen your skills. I'm here to ask for Scholar Ring to make up his mind. There was no semblance of a monk-like appearance to Dugu-kan. He spoke in a low and humble voice, but he didn't go any further and only looked at Meng Yuan. Meng Yuan took a step forward and said, the governor's eldest son, Xie Ping, came to me to ask about his brother Xieshen, and the world's son happened to follow, and both of them knew that the other was a monk's matter, and they also fought the law with his mind pass. Speaking here, Meng Yuan added, the world's son deduced that unraveling screen had taken a crooked path, was not proper Buddhism, or had something to do with the matter of the Buddha demon and the Luo mother. Should I go out for shelter? Solo Hyper asked. Unlocking the Pingxiu misdemeanor law, should be afraid of him? What are you afraid of? You belong to the patriarchal government. Even if the incident can still kill you not? This kind of mentality cannot want to practice what Buddha set out for nothing shame. Rui put down the scroll. Very bashful. Look at your poet friend, killing and setting fire to do business, but look more pure quality than you. Dugu-kan lowered his head and looked at Meng Yuan, but he saw Meng Yuan's face was calm, as if he wasn't talking about him. If my expectation is correct, Untying Ping is bound to go out and take shelter in order not to involve Jifu Xia. Rui picked up the book. Go back to your poetry Buddha. Even when she drives people away, she doesn't forget to undermine them. Yes. Solo Hyper clasped his fists in half and closed them again. Meng Yuan was about to follow, but he heard Rui speak out. Meng Yuan stays. This was going to be a secret message, so Meng Yuan hurriedly stood still. The Shin King's residence is small, and those who come here as guards are at most of the 7th rank, and they are still people who have no hope of rising in rank. Further up, people won't be able to look at this place. Rui looked at the scroll and faintly said, Nye Yanian said that you are a man of action. And Chen Shoujuan also said that you can handle things. What are your future plans? But listen to third miss arrangements. Meng Yuan said, Nye Yanian had wanted you to stay in the royal residence for more time, but with your 7th rank on the line, there's less sharpening to be done here in the end. What future does a guard have to speak of? Rui looked at Meng Yuan and said, a young man should be ambitious and upwardly mobile. Do you want to enter the Demon Suppression Division? Meng Yuan wanted to raise his essence flame, and the Demon Suppression Division was indeed a good place. More importantly, the Demon Suppression Division would be able to learn the Heavenly Chart technique as long as it was meritorious. The Flying Flocculation technique and the Gale Blade technique that Master Nya had previously passed on were also martial arts of the Jin Demon Division, and they were not forbidden to be learned by outsiders. However, the Heavenly Chance diagram could not be taught outside at will, such as Blooming Spring Thunder and Floating Light Cave, both of which could only be practiced by people from the Demon Suppression Division. Moreover, being a guard is a job that can be seen at a glance. But if you enter the Demon Suppression Division, you are still the third young lady's people, and in the future to climb up, you can also borrow the third young lady's power. Think, Meng Yuan would never play false in front of a smart person. Rui smiled and nodded, saying, just wait for Nye Yanian to make arrangements. She lowered her head to her book again, signaling that the words had been spoken and the person could leave. Third miss, that untie the screen not end. What do we do? Meng Yuan saw the midday sunlight under the steps. Should be like a Yaoqi flower tree, clean and light, like a fairy. It is not willing to go. Unraveling the screen will inevitably hide the trail. When there is no evidence, what else can be done? Ru Shi was still looking at the scroll. She saw that Meng Yuan didn't say anything, so she said, don't worry, I'll spread the word about this matter, and there will be someone to deal with it. When you join the Demon Suppression Division, you can also inquire about it. Third miss, why are the Buddha demon and Mother Luo, why are they obsessed with preaching? Meng Yuan asked again. The Buddha wishes to realize all sentient beings, so the children of the Buddha naturally go to all sentient beings. But is it easy to realize all sentient beings? The monks in this world can't even help themselves, so how can they talk about helping others? How can they talk about the enlightenment of all beings? Seeing that Mang Yuan was listening attentively, she continued, universalizing all sentient beings is the great wish of Buddhist monks. For the realm of ultimate happiness, Buddhist children love to make grand wishes ever since they enter the pin. Why? In the Buddhist pathway, if one wants to enter the upper 3 grades, one must make a grand wish and fulfill it. Is this not also a case of if the top is good, the bottom will be even better? So it is. Seeing that there was nothing more to ask, Mang Yuan arched his hand and said, "Third miss, what do I do when I arrive at the guardhouse?" "Just do your work at ease," Ing said as such. Seeing that people didn't want to talk anymore, Mang Yuan arched his hand and took his leave. Out of the quiet garden, that Dugu Kong actually still waiting. Look at his appearance. Seems to have got Ing Rui's appeasement. The whole person to restore the spirit. Fellow Daoist Meng, would you like to sip tea and discuss the Tao? Solitary Hyper asked expectantly. Meng Yuan didn't have the heart to fight the machine. At this moment, he only wanted to hand over the stepping rock to Nie Qingqing, and then go home to practice martial arts. World son, I'm not good at this. Meng Yuan pushed back. When there are people, you call me Seiji. I don't pick on you. Now that no one is around, what do you call me? Duo Kang's eyes burned. Little Master Daikong? Meng Yuan said. Hey! Dokura Kang's entire body was soothed. Meng Yuan really didn't want to interact with monks too much, especially unreliable monks like Dugu Kang, so he directly said, borrow some money. Dokura Kang's entire body was confused. End of chapter. Arriving at the Drunken Moon building, Meng Yuan first let Dugu Kang go upstairs. Sister Qingqing. Meng Yuan looked at the hairpin on Nie Qingqing's head and couldn't help but look down 2 more times before he took out the gift box. I happened to see a step rocker when I was traveling on business and thought of sister. Nie Qingqing received it with a beaming smile. Meng Yuan saw that there were already autumn waves in her eyes, which became more and more charming. So he hurriedly suppressed his evil thoughts and whispered, ask for more money later. It's on the house of the world son. How much? He said he brought 100 taels. We'll just take 90. He's the son of the world. Isn't that a bad thing to do? Good for you. The two settled on a plan and gossiped again. I've made a new set of tables and chairs. Nie Qingqing spoke in a thin voice and said, when will you come to my house to take a look? If someone else were to ask this kind of question, naturally it would be a bit wrong, but the two people have long been familiar with a very, and still Niesher set things, is therefore not out of line. She had to take care of the business of Drunken Moon House during the day and was only free after closing time. If you go to her home a few more times, I am afraid that you still have to warm wine and gossip, and finally enter the alley. Meng Yuan thought to himself, at most 3 times can be achieved. Even on the first day, beauty was present, and Meng Yuan's heart swam as he looked at what was in front of Nie Qingqing's body. If it was the old days, then tonight, after all, he wanted to try out what he could do, but there are too many things happening today. The matter of Xiexin is not yet finished, although there is no beating the small to the old, but it is not possible to underestimate the unlocking of the screen. While missing San's inference was naturally justified, Meng Yuan thought about drying out the screen once, and the matter of joining the Jin Demon Division should also be finalized. This job can be much more difficult than being a guard. There may be a great risk of life and death. However, Meng Yuan wanted to cultivate essence fire and learn more heavenly chance divine abilities, and taking the path of the Demon Suppression Division was the best. Not to mention the fact that the guardhouse is full of familiar faces. Therefore, while beauty was certainly coveted, Meng Yuan still wanted to enter the 7th rank as soon as possible. Wait until some days later. Meng Yuan refused. When Nie Qingqing heard this, the smile on her face stopped slightly. Then she smiled again and said, that's nothing. Meng Yuan didn't want to leave a sticking point, and only boldly held her hand, saying, recently, Wang Fei has made some arrangements for me, and I've reached a critical moment in my martial arts practice, so I really don't dare to be distracted by distractions, not that I mean anything else. When Nie Qingqing saw that Meng Yuan had opened up the conversation and was still bold enough to do so, she blushed her cheeks and nodded her head, saying, good. She spoke softly and contentedly. Upstairs, Meng Yuan sought out Dugu Kang, and the two of them sat by the river. Brother Meng, you are an outstanding talent, and I can see that Third Miss holds you in high regard, but the more this is the case, the less you can indulge in women's colors. Dugu Kang had a long mouth. Does King Xin know that you have entered the empty door? Meng Yuan also grew a mouth. No. Dugu Kang really hard cannot. Voice are decadent a lot, and a look of reluctance to say more. Meng Yuan took out the rosary. Take a look. Dugu Kang took it and scrutinized it for a while before saying, generally speaking, the rosary beads should be engraved with Buddhist truths, but this one has a long bright light on it. He scratched his head and said, I can't see the calendar. I guess it's a mouse that became a Buddha and remembered the experience of stealing lamp oil, and that's why it was carved into the rosary beads. Mang Yuan withdrew his rosary and said that this is also half-assed. However, when Dugukong saw Mang Yuan bowing his head to eat, clearly unable to look at his own learning, he came forward and said, When I left Ping'an province, my master also gave me a string of rosary beads. His old man said that there are some schools that have the saying of a rosary given by the master as a sign of inheritance. Hopefully you still don't know. Who gave you the graft to shave your hair? And how did you enter the empty door? Mang Yuan asked curiously. My teacher is a great virtuous monk of Lanrua Temple. Dako Kyo ate the fruit with some vigor. As for the reason why I entered the empty sect, in fact, everyone is the same. I wish to hear about it. Mang Yuan came to be interested. People are confused by ignorance in their lives, feeling suffering and creating karma, and are not allowed to be centered. All beings suffer. Dugukong started a tune. A father without a son. A wife without a husband. I heard that the Buddhists have the theory of reincarnation. Cannot expect? Poor people have nothing to rely on, nothing to depend on. Heard of the Buddha's afterlife. Cannot report a hope? Everyone has pain. Without pain who would come to the empty door? I see. It's because one wants to seek emptiness, and then find one's own place of support within that emptiness. Mang Yuan shook his head, realizing that this was not the right way to put it. But to seek emptiness is in fact to be caught up in emptiness. One must look oneself in the eye before one can see the true self, so that one can realize the Dharma of Prajna, so that one can see the Buddha. Dugukong froze, then nodded. You are a good hand at arguing the scriptures. No wonder you can coax Nya Yen Yen's daughter into your hands. If you go to Ping'an province, you'll be able to make a name for yourself. Mang Yuan didn't want to say more, only lowered his head to eat. When he had eaten and drunk enough, Dugukong still wanted to pull some more wit with Mang Yuan, but Mang Yuan was not interested. 90 taels? 90 taels for a vegetarian feast and some fruits and vegetables? Dugukong was dumbfounded when he settled the bill. Fine. Give. He handed over the money and huffed and puffed. But a little bit of a test will show that greed and anger are still there. Mang Yuan caught up, brazenly. You two are just cheating money. Don't talk to me about this. Dugukong is not really stupid. Next time I bring my cleaners here, they will invite a couple of calligraphy and painting dealers to lure me to buy, so we can cheat together. Is this a monk? Mang Yuan originally thought to pit Dugukong once, and in the future less deal with him, but it turned out that this is also a shameless, pulling nonsense. Mang Yuan returned to the royal residence, but saw an ox cart in front of the house, as well as several grannies, with Jiang Tang directing from the sidelines. Brother! Jiang Tang saw Mang Yuan return and happily went forward. What's going on here? Mang Yuan asked. Sister Mei has changed the place for our family. Jiang Tang pulled Mang Yuan into the house. It's not that far from the Jing garden, she added in a low voice. Also, I accompanied Sister Mei to meet the Crown Princess. The Crown Princess said that I am still quite resourceful and asked me to follow her from now on. Mang Yuan had only gotten a letter from the third young lady saying that she was going to work in the Demon Suppression Division, and then her daughter-in-law was detained by her. But looking at how third Miss acts, it doesn't seem like she would hold a hostage in her hand. Did the Crown Princess say anything about what she wanted you to do? Mang Yuan asked. Said he was going to tune me up. Kong Tang said. Teaching? Mang Yuan sized up the little girl for a while and let his heart go, but then remembered that this girl has a lot of heart and soul, and the third young miss has the most damaging mouth. So he whispered, don't you learn from her is bad. Kong Tang's eyes widened. I'm saying that your highness is knowledgeable and you should also read more books. Mang Yuan changed his words. Only then did Jiang Tang nod her head, and she dragged Mang Yuan again, to meet with a rich old lady, saying that she was Hu Qian's mother. After gossiping for a while, Mang Yuan was too lazy to pay attention to this and headed to the schoolyard to escape a clean slate. Thereafter Mang Yuan simply closed the shutdown. Daily only in the schoolyard. Even the new home is not to return, only to concentrate on carving the reflection in the 33 days. This reflection engraving was much tougher than the lower 33 heavens, and each of them took an extreme amount of true qi. However, Mang Yuan's dantian was wide, and his true qi recovery was extremely fast, so it went smoothly, and he was able to reflect and carve 3 places in one day. As more and more places are carved, Mang Yuan feels more relaxed, and the dantian seems to have expanded. The more true qi, Mang Yuan daily in the schoolyard not out, Dugukong every day to find. He said that the news of the unlocking screen is to say that the boat overturned when crossing the river, and even buried in the belly of the fisherman. That solved the screen, although no official position in the body, but widely traveled. Many Confucian students have gone to the Riverside Memorial, 10 days in a hurry. In the morning of that day, Mang Yuan closed his eyes in the small room in the schoolyard. only to feel the true chi stirring in his dantian. Hiddenly, there are 33 silk threads in the dantian connecting the viscera and sinews, which seems to be messy, but is in line with some kind of reasoning. Moreover, those 33 threads were like chains again, and Meng Yuan only felt that there was something huge inside his body that seemed to want to break through the cage. This time, the middle 33 heavens were all mirrored and engraved, and the next step was only to penetrate the middle 33 heavens and the lower 33 heavens, and then it would be complete, and one would be able to impact the 7th grade. Meng Yuan got up, went out to eat his meal, pulled a few moments with the teenagers, and was about to close the door again when Nye Yanian looked for him. Why haven't you gone out to look for Qingqing these days? Nye Yanian was curious. Qingqing wears a walker every day and is still silly and happy. Why did you lie to her? When have I ever cheated anyone? Meng Yuan spread his hands. Aren't I practicing diligently? I couldn't spare the time to go out for a while, and I didn't even return home. Although you used to work hard, you weren't this indistinguishable from day and night. Nye Yanian frowned at Meng Yuan and asked, I heard that Xieshan couldn't be found, and that Xieping died in the center of the river. Was it you who did this? This keen sense of smell. Meng Yuan lost his smile and said, I was at the schoolyard when I unlocked the screen of death, and everyone was watching. Then you can't harbor the schoolyard every day. You have to be loose and tight. Nye Yanian believed this and said, I said how Qingqing forced me to go to live in the martial arts center in one foot, and then took me back in the next. The original fox charming child did not take as. Is that what a father says about his daughter? Meng Yuan didn't know what to say for a moment. Pack up and change your clothes. Nye Yanian smiled. Do what? Meng Yuan asked curiously. The princess arranged for you to enter the demon suppression division. We have to go to the guardhouse to go through the motions, right? Nye Yanian patted Meng Yuan on the shoulder. You also know old Zhang and the others. So if you go, you're one of us. Going now? Meng Yuan asked happily. Or what? Sit for a month before you go? Nye Yanian pulled Meng Yuan outside. Does Master Nye have anything to teach me? Meng Yuan asked. No, old Zhang is not an outsider. He won't treat you badly. Nye Yanian obviously paved the way early. Remember, it's not easy for others to climb up the ladder when they enter this guardhouse and their martial realm is less than that. He pointed in the direction of the Jing Garden and said in a low voice, but you're different. When you enter the 7th rank, you'll be able to immediately promote you and pass on a few more heavenly chance aptitudes. If you make some more merits, you will definitely climb faster than others. However, that place is dangerous. You have to be more mindful. Speaking of this, Nye Yanian was much more solemn. The Department of Demon Suppression is a military position, and the world is vast in the future. But we have to remember where our roots are in order to go the long way. I was born as 3rd Mrs. Person and died as 3rd Mrs. Ghost. Meng Yuan said. That's right. Nye Yanian hemmed and hawed, wrapped his arm around Meng Yuan's shoulders, and said, Old Zhang has a mission in the next 2 days, so you'll be able to get credit for it right away if you go. What mission? Meng Yuan asked curiously. Do you remember when you and Li Weizhen demolished Zen Master White Ape's lair? Nye Yanian laughed. The White Ape is back? Meng Yuan immediately thought of Qing Guangzi. There's news of the White Ape. Nye Yanian smiled and said in a low voice. Old Zhang invited people from above and had a fight with the White Ape, but the White Ape still gave a run for his money. Run away? Can you get any clues? Where did Qing Guangzi come from? Meng Yuan asked after him. Just got some scattered rosary beads and a few broken robes. Didn't see where they came from. Nye Yanian said. Is there anything unusual about the rosary beads? Meng Yuan came to be interested. I've read that the rosary beads are engraved with a long-lasting light. I haven't heard of any of the monk temples over in Pinganfu that have this custom. Nye Yanian said. Meng Yuan nodded. The rosary he had gotten from Xieshan was also engraved with a long bright light. End of chapter.